You are clearly just a waste with a second-grade talent, but you married a goddess with a ninth-grade talent as your wife. All because of the immense power and influence of your family background. Your father is the top general of Dezhou, and is revered as the youngest quasi-saint-level powerhouse. Your grandfather is the leader of the four saints of Dezhou, hailed as the supreme saint. Even your second uncle is not simple, appearing to be just a scholar, yet able to single-handedly kill anyone who dares to claim superiority in the northern territory. However, despite having such a powerful background, you are just a waste with a second-grade talent. Just when you were in despair, you awakened the system. Ding! Check-in system loaded. First task now available, marry the ninth-grade talented goddess from the Su family. Reward is the ancient heavy pupil. Seeing the reward from this system, you were instantly excited, knowing that the heavy pupil is an invincible path. Afterwards, you went to the hall to explain the situation to your father. Hearing this, he looked at you somewhat incredulously. You said you want to get married? Is it with the divine maiden Su Li from the Su family? Do you know that she is a heavenly beauty with a ninth-grade qualification? Are you out of your mind or crazy? With your second-grade talent, can she even look at you? I said calmly, is it not allowed? Nangong Zhan's eyes are fixed on you, as if trying to see through you. Then he looks at you seriously and asks, are you serious? Upon seeing this, I also revealed a deeply affectionate expression. Absolutely true. That day, I caught a glimpse of her on the street and fell in love with her uncontrollably. So in this lifetime, I will not marry anyone else but her. Although I am only a second-grade talent, she is a ninth-grade talent. If I marry her, it can improve the bloodline of our Nangong family and benefit our descendants. Hearing this, Nangong Zhan thought for a moment and finally agreed. Since you have feelings for her, and you are not young anymore, it's time to get married. I will ask your second uncle to go with you to propose tomorrow. The next morning, outside the Su mansion, I looked at the huge archway above the gate and praised. Indeed, it is the residence of Prime Minister Su. Very grand. However, the two servants guarding the Su family gate trembled when they saw you, as if they had seen a devil. An older servant whispered to the person next to him, go inform the master. The person quickly ran to the Su family hall upon hearing this. Soon, news of your arrival spread throughout the entire Su family, causing panic among the Su family members. I couldn't help but feel a bit speechless as well. Is our young master really that intimidating? The remaining servant respectfully said, please come this way, young master. After entering the Su family, I saw Su Li. At this moment, she was wearing a white fairy dress, with exquisite features, as if meticulously carved by the heavens. Her figure was perfect to the extreme, and the delicate lines made my blood boil uncontrollably. Although I have seen many beauties, it is rare to see perfection like Su Li. In a brief moment of distraction, I quickly came to my senses and sat down at the side of the Su family head at the signal of Su Ming, with second uncle Nangong Wentian following suit. When the Su family members saw this, their eyes were filled with surprise. The family had actually valued this playboy so much? On the other hand, Nangong Wentian was subconsciously ignored by them because he was too ordinary, exuding an elegant aura, holding a scripture book in his hands, looking more like a servant of the same trade. Su Ming tentatively asked, I wonder what the young master has come for today. I said slowly, the junior has only one request to make to father. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Su family was shocked, and the hall fell into a deep silence. To think that there was a request to be made at Tianyuan Mansion, and it was on behalf of his father. Who his father was, I'm afraid everyone present was well aware. The head of Tianyuan Mansion, one of the most powerful figures of the current generation, and the youngest quasi-saint legendary figure. Su Ming trembled all over, stood up directly, and respectfully said, young master, please speak. As long as it is something our Su family can do, even if it means using all our strength, we will not hesitate. I remained calm and composed, tapping my fingers on the wooden table. Beside me, Nangong Wentian noticed the situation and immediately understood. Speaking up, we are here to propose a marriage to your daughter. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into silence. The Tianyuan mansion actually wanted to propose a marriage to our Su family? Could it be to that person? After they realized what was happening, the entire Su family erupted into a commotion, with everyone staring wide-eyed, looking incredulous and speculating. Sure enough, Su Ming's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. He naturally understood that the only one worthy of a personal proposal would be Su Li. However, Su Ming still spoke with a hint of hope. The Su family has many outstanding women. May I ask which one has caught the young master's eye? I will immediately call her over to ensure a happy union. Upon hearing this, I excitedly said, I have taken a liking to your daughter. The young master has such good taste to actually take a liking to my daughter. However, my little sister in the family is still young, and I'm afraid she may not satisfy you in many aspects. I interrupted Su Ming once again. It's not Su Yao, but her sister. the divine maiden Su Li. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Su family fell into silence. Seeing this, I didn't forget to add, Master Su, you can call Su Li over now. Although the two were speaking quietly, in such a quiet environment, the people nearby could still hear them clearly. Soon, the elders of the Su family became uneasy, whispering softly to Su Ming beside them. The clan leader cannot agree to this. The divine maiden is the most important figure in our Su family. She cannot be married off. The reactions of the people below were even more vehemently protesting. Su Ming's expression was also extremely unpleasant. At this moment, a young man with a determined face below clenched his fist and his eyes showed a hint of killing intent after hearing what you said. Daring to touch my woman. It seems you have chosen the path of death. This person is the male lead, Su Aotian. Originally, Su Aotian was a peripheral disciple of the Su family with average talent. However, one day, as if awakened, his cultivation soared rapidly, becoming a genius disciple in one leap. What others did not know was that there was a powerful soul inside the ring he wore, which was his biggest secret. Just then, an ancient voice sounded in Su Aotian's mind. Su Li's Ice Phoenix divine body will be of great help to you. If you can capture her and cultivate together, the power of your burning heaven battle body can be more quickly stimulated. This is a great opportunity. Excitedly, Su Aotian nodded and replied, Master, rest assured, Su Li is my woman, and I will never let this dandy touch her. Then he looked at you and made a plan in his mind. He was going to find someone to help. Soon, Su Aotian's figure disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, the host Su Ming, who was sitting in the main seat without saying a word, slowly spoke up. Since the young master has taken a liking to our family's goddess, it is truly the blessing of the Su family for hundreds of years. However, marriage is of utmost importance. Why don't you get to know each other first, exchange feelings, and then discuss marriage at a later time? After saying this, he looked at you expectantly. Upon hearing this, I also understood Su Ming's intention. This was to let me see Su Li and then back off. Well, let's completely put an end to your thoughts. Just as he was about to say something, a pleasant voice came from above. Father, bring him over. Su Ming was somewhat surprised, not expecting that his daughter had been listening to the conversation all along. He silently prayed in his heart, Daughter, whether he backs off or not will depend on you. If not, I'm afraid even I, as your father, won't be able to protect you. Su Ming came back to his senses and respectfully said, Please, young master. I stood up and followed Su Ming out of there. I saw that my second uncle still wanted to follow, but I refused. I didn't want a third wheel nearby. Nangong Wentian saw the situation and coldly shouted at the people behind him, You better not cause any trouble. If Chen'er suffers even the slightest harm, the anger of the Tianyuan mansion is something your Su family won't be able to bear. Then, a tremendous pressure burst out from him. The faces of the people changed. Their bodies trembled, and fear filled their eyes. They absolutely couldn't resist. This was definitely a top-tier powerhouse. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary attendant had such terrifying strength. Is this the Tianyuan mansion? As Su Ming led the way, his shirt on his back was already soaked, his face a bit pale. He felt a wave of fear in his heart. The Tianyuan mansion was truly full of hidden talents. No wonder you came with someone this time, relying on such a strong support. However, I, who was following Su Ming, did not notice anything. As Nangong Wentian's pressure did not come towards me, I just felt, is the weather this hot? Why am I sweating so much just walking? Or is it that my future father-in-law is too intimidating? On the floor, Su Li's delicate face was a little complicated, not expecting that the young lord of Tianyuan house would personally come to her door to propose marriage. She knew exactly what had just happened down there. Ever since she was young and her talent was displayed, many families came to propose marriage, but due to the court as well as her father's face, they were all able to reject each and every one of them. But this time, the one who came to propose marriage is the Tianyuan house. At the same time, there was a doubt in her mind as to why Nangongchen would want to marry her, when it was clear that neither of them had ever met. It was too late for her to think much about it when a knock sounded on the door. Knock knock. Lear, Gongzi is here. Su Ming outside the door said cautiously, Let him in. A cold and melodious voice rang out. When Su Ming heard this, he also gave Nangongchen a smile that was worse than crying, and then glanced at Nangongchen. My lord, go in. Nangongchen cried and laughed a little, then directly pushed the door in. On the way here, he saw a woman who looked somewhat similar to Su Li, but was slightly childish, seemingly only 14 or 15 years old, and as she passed by, she surveyed him with curious eyes. I guess that's Su Li's own sister, Su Yao. Despite her young age, she couldn't be seen as a beauty. After entering, Nangongchen curiously surveyed the interior of the house. It was the first time he had been in a woman's boudoir. Su Li's room was very simple, and there was nothing else on the table except for a wooden mirror and some makeup. Nangongchen nodded. he was satisfied with this layout. Soon, as he walked down a long corridor, the figure of a young girl appeared in front of him. Due to Nangong Chen's lowered head, a glance at a pair of jade feet wrapped in white silk made him stare in disbelief. From his years of experience, these legs were absolutely perfect. The white silk is crystal smooth, and the silk used seems to be a good material, so it must feel good. Seen enough? A cold and nice voice rang out. Nangong Chen looked up, only to see a heart-stoppingly beautiful face staring coldly at him. Suli clasped her hands on her chest. The silver hair behind her was incomparably beautiful, wearing a glazed fairy dress. The whole person was immortal. Her temperament was noble and cold, making people a little bit desirous, like a lotus flower in the snowy ice mountains. If I were to say there was a sole drawback, it would be that she was too cold, exuding a piercing chill due to her physique, and the closer she got the more pronounced she felt it. Didn't see enough. Nangong Chen didn't beat around the bush, looking straight into her eyes, directly saying the words in his heart. Quite frankly, Suli was a little surprised, did not expect the other party to be so direct, looking at that pair of clear and bright eyes, for a moment a little overwhelmed. After a long time, her vermilion lips moved and she opened her mouth. You say you're going to marry me? Exactly. My will has been decided. This life is only to pursue the great Tao. As for the love of children and such things, I have not considered. Nangong Gong Gongzi, or take back the words. Go and find another good fortune. Suli didn't want to put words in her mouth and politely refused. After she finished speaking, there was some tension in her beautiful eyes, as if she was afraid that he would become angry. After Nangong Chen heard this, his expression was bland, as if he had already expected it, and he didn't get annoyed. He just said unhurriedly, Indeed, everyone has their own quest. I can understand that, and your reasoning seems seamless. After seeing that Nangong Chen not only didn't get angry, but also said such words, Suli's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of gratitude. At the same time, he was also somewhat impressed with Nangong Chen, not expecting to be such a reasonable person. It seems that those rumors in the imperial capital are not without a few falsehoods. Thinking of this, she re-examined Nangong Chen, and a smile could not help but appear on her delicate face. This kind of skin is not bad. If the qualification is not so bad, maybe pursue yourself a bit, once you may be moved. But now that she had matured long ago, moreover, with her talent, she would certainly not be confined to Great Zhou, much less account for her lifelong events here. But there is no harm. If the other party forces himself, I am afraid that the courtside should help him. However, that doesn't mean I agree with you. So are you rejecting the Heavenly Abyss house? Right in the middle of Suli's thoughts, Nangong Chen opened his mouth. He smiled brightly, like bathing in the spring breeze. Just because I understand it doesn't mean I agree with it. The inequality goes straight to seconds. As expected, after Suli heard it, that smile at the corner of her mouth froze, as if she felt she had heard wrong. What did you say? When I say that I understand you, it doesn't mean that I agree. So are you rejecting the Heavenly Abyss house? Nangong Chen walked forward, pinched her white chin, and spat out word by word. When Suli saw this, a trace of anger appeared in her ice blue eyes, and then she shook off Nangong Chen's hand, followed by taking out a jade sword and pointing it at his neck. If you dare to molest me, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? She said in a cold voice. Kill me? Do you dare? Seeing this, Nangong Chen smiled bashfully, even deliberately moving closer so that the tip of the sword would pierce his skin. If you kill me, the entire Su family will be buried with me, and at that time, you will be the sinner of the Su family. You. Seeing that the spirit sword was about to be inserted into his neck, and even blood had already appeared, Suli was a little angry, but finally compromised. Putting the sword down and looking at him coldly, she wanted to stab him to death, but unfortunately she couldn't. Oh yes, you can also say that your talent is strong and the court will shelter you. However, would they really offend the Tian Yuan house for a feathered heavenly pride? Besides, your surname is Su, not Zhou. Nangong Chen said slowly, dashing her last shred of thought, his eyes growing more and more merciless as he looked down on her from above. When Suli heard this, her face was filled with shock, not thinking that the other party had guessed it. With a mind in a city like this, is he still really a simple dude? I'm afraid the world has been deceived by him. A trace of scorn flashed in Suli's beautiful eyes, and a slight fear actually appeared in her heart. She can't see through Nangong Chen at all. Isn't your Su family's greatest support your father, Su Ming? If he loses his position as prime minister, I'm afraid your Su family will be doomed. Although my Heavenly Abyss mansion is not big, doing these things is just a matter of words for my father. And you don't want your father to lose his ministerial position because of this. Jia Jia Jia. Nangong Chen whispered in her ear as if he were a demon. Suli heard. A pretty face instantly white. That pair of good-looking eyes lose light. the eye socket unexpectedly some red, a face of despair, like being is played bad general. Nangong Chen, seeing this kind of pathetic appearance, also revealed a meaningful smile and continued, just when I came, I saw that there is a woman and you have a few resemblance, but the age of a little younger, suitable for child brides, that should be your sister, Su Yaoit. If you do not want to marry me, change her, is not a no. As the words fell, Su Li's cultivation exploded, the silver hair behind her fluttered, emitting endless coldness as the entire ground began to frost, a hint of murderous intent in her beautiful eyes as she raised her sword towards her, gritting her teeth and saying, if you spoil her, I will absolutely kill you. Chapter 5. Nangong Chen, who was on the side, was directly shaken away a few meters by this kind of power, and a touch of sweet blood unconsciously surged up in his throat. So this was her soft spot? Nangong Chen laughed somewhat miserably and swallowed the blood that welled up. It could have almost killed him to get this information, but luckily, everything was as expected. Looking at Su Li, who was still storming out, he spoke softly, of course, this is only based on the situation where you don't agree. If you become married to me, I naturally won't do anything to your sister. After Su Li heard this, the chill in her eyes subsided quite a bit, but she still looked at him with a wary face. I promise to be with you in marriage. She was a little speechless and stammered. After Nangong Chen heard this, he then nodded in satisfaction and spoke. That's right, being married to me will be of great benefit to you, and even to your entire Su family. Benefits? Nangong Chen, I'm warning you, if you have even the slightest idea about my sister, I'll kill you even if my life falls into the Yellow Springs. Su Li frowned and warned, her eyes still filled with coldness. I, Nangong Chen, have always been a man of my word, and I do what I say, so don't worry. Nangong Chen laughed. Su Li did not say anything, and her face eased up a bit. Go, follow me down and tell your people. Nangong Chen turned around, his pace slow and leisurely, and then left the place. Looking at this idle back, Su Li's delicate pretty face had some complicated colors, but after some pondering, she still followed up. It's Nangong Chen, why did he come down alone? Could it be that he was rejected? Ahahaha, I told you, how could the goddess look at this kind of dude? What a clown. If word gets out, I'm afraid the entire imperial capital will have something to laugh about again tomorrow. When the clansmen of the Su family saw Nangong Chen come down, they also whispered, their eyes filled with sarcasm. Su Ming also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with some celebration in his eyes. Failed? Looks like it's going to have to be strong after all. Nangong Chen nodded thoughtfully, as if it was expected, and in the next moment, their eyes froze a little when they saw that stunning figure appear. How is that possible? It must be a fake. So what if he comes down? The goddess will definitely not agree to marry him. After a short period of silence, these Su clan disciples were shocked, but they still couldn't believe it. Su Ming was even more wide-eyed. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes were tinged with guilt and he didn't dare to look directly at Su Li. The corners of Nangong Wentian's mouth revealed a smile, and he was somewhat surprised. It seems that this nephew of his is still something. Father, I have already agreed to marry him. Su Li directly spoke, a little downcast in her beautiful eyes. This cold and melodious voice resounded throughout the hall. When they heard it clearly, the group of Su family disciples' smiles stiffened and their pupils shrunk a little. Instantly, the entire Su family was quiet. Su Ming stumbled a bit as he stood, a bit dazed in his eyes. I disagree. Just then, a voice came from outside the doorway. The crowd looked up and saw Su Aotian hurrying in with a group of people. Su Aotian was anxious, but he was also relieved after seeing that he wasn't late. Su Aotian, how could it be him? Is he going against Nangong Chen? Good. Worthy of being the second genius of our Su family. This is the aura our Su family should have. After the crowd saw it, they were also very shocked, and then there was a lot of talk, and when Su Li heard it, there was some surprise in her beautiful eyes. Surprisingly, it was him? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of goodwill in her heart. For Su Aotian she still has some understanding. Born in the sideline, originally mediocre talent, and in recent years suddenly emerged, knocked down many heavenly pride. Su Aotian also often wanted to find her to discuss her cultivation, but she was so busy with her cultivation that she simply didn't have the time to spare to discuss her cultivation, so she refused every time. However, if he were to rely on him alone, there would still be no hope of facing the behemoth that was the heavenly abyss mansion. Thinking of this, Su Li's eyes lowered again. Nangong Chen looked indifferent, a white dress temperament incomparable dust, sitting on the purple and gold chair, lowered his head and hung his eyes and sipped his tea, as if nothing had happened. Elder Wang, I'll rely on you later. Su Aotian spoke to the old man beside him, only to see the old man on the side, wearing a golden-colored robe. Although his face was full of white hair, The vitality in his body was incomparably vigorous, obviously a strong person. Just don't worry, this matter is on me. The old man patted his chest and opened his mouth, a look of conviction on his face. Yes, brother Aotion. You can rest assured. My grandfather is also a bit prestigious in the imperial capital, and will definitely be able to help you do justice. At this time, a young girl with a beautiful figure beside her opened her mouth. Her face was beautiful and innocent, and her voice was very clear and crisp. Well, Yu Xian, I believe you guys. Su Aotian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and looked at the young girl on the side. Wang Yuxuan's face was a bit shy after hearing this. Su Aotian looked at the above dumping Su Li. The adoration in his eyes did not have the slightest concealment and was unreservedly displayed. While when he turned his eyes to look at Nangong Chen, there was a coldness in his eyes. Today, with me in Su Aotian's presence, a dude like you will never think of marrying Su Li. Just a year ago, he happened to rescue an old man in the middle of the secret realm. And what he didn't expect was that this old man was the esteemed imperial capital Wang family's old master. And at this time, one after another, there were also people who recognized these people beside him. Look guys, does that look like the one from the Wang family? After hearing this, in combination with what Su Aotian had just said, these people glanced at each other and guessed what was going on. The Wang family's long-missing old master, a veteran powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm. Then that woman next to Su Aotian. Isn't she the little princess of the Wang family, the celestial spirit body Wang Yuxuan? Su Aotian has actually befriended these people. Then the end of the goddess today is uncertain. That's right, this Nangong Chen, a playboy disciple. How is he worthy of marrying our goddess? If he wants to marry, he should also be a heavenly pride like Su Aotian. Soon, the crowd showed shocked faces and supported Su Aotian, one after another, and Su Ming, who had been silent for a long time, spoke out after some weighing. Bold, are you? A side disciple, trying to defy the clan? He stood up, furious and whispered. This kid is really foolish. How could a mere first-class power, the Wang family, possibly rival the Heaven's Abyss house? And this behavior of his was tantamount to inviting hatred for the Su family. The Divine Maiden's marriage is the Su family's decision. And even more so, the Divine Maiden's own decision. Do you think that just because you brought some people here that you can obstruct it? He then said angrily, his eyes locking onto Su Aotian. He wanted Su Aotian to know what to do and not come over to commit this mess. After all, what happened here was not something that these few people could decide. Su Aotian was instantly confused by these roars and stood somewhat dumbfounded. Nangong Chen, on the other hand, watched the scene with interest. Chapter 6, Reversal of the Situation. The people present didn't react, but they didn't dare to make a sound when they saw the family head get so angry. Family master, that Nangong Chen is a dude who is unforgivable in the imperial capital. How can you marry such an outstanding goddess to him? Wouldn't that bury the goddess's future? Su Aotian was puzzled and said word for word as he held back his anger. I didn't expect this old thing to be so ungrateful. If he gets Su Li in the future, he will definitely thwart him. Thinking in this way, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. You're a yellow-haired kid and you dare to teach me things? Get the hell out of here. Su Ming was enraged. Then he exploded his cultivation, and a gust of strong wind blew away, wanting to blow Su Aotian out. What a fool! How can this kind of person be my Su family's pride? He has no sense of the big picture at all. Thinking of this, the cultivation in his body exploded even more, and his eyes were somewhat disappointed. Right at this moment, Elder Wang stepped in, only to see him frown and wave his hand, dissipating the force. What a disappointment to me. Old Su, I didn't expect you to become so self-serving now. You can't even keep your own daughter. You really don't deserve to be a father. Elder Wang shook his head and spoke. He then turned his head to look at Su Aotian and comforted. No harm done. Today, this matter, I manage it, and I will definitely not let you chill out. After Su Ming heard this, his heart was bitter, but on the surface, he was still angry. You're right, I really don't deserve to be a father, but in the face of an existence like the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, I'm afraid no one else could resist. Your Excellency is from the same imperial capital family. You should know what the consequences of meddling in the Su family without authorization are. Su Ming opened his mouth and warned, the aura on his body going toe-to-toe with him without the slightest concession. He was also a Violet Mansion realm powerhouse, so naturally, he was not afraid of Wang Lao. But if Wang Lao dared to come over, he should have some other backbone. Consequences? I'm not afraid. I'm in charge of this matter of Aotian's little friend today. I'll see who dares to stop me. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura erupted from his body, directly overpowering Su Ming. Even as the courtyard shook a bit, Su Ming's face changed, seemingly shocked. You actually broke through to the mighty realm? He asked in disbelief. When these words came out, The pupils of the crowd shrunk slightly, as if they had heard wrongly. Surprisingly, it was a great power. Knowing that within the Great Zhou, the Purple Mansion would be able to start a sect and become a local hegemon of a party, while a great power would be one that could be called an honored, invincible existence with very few saints. That's right, this is also thanks to little friend Aotian. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any hope of breaking through to greatness in this life. Elder Wang stroked a handful of his beard inside, seeing the crowd's awe-inspiring gazes. His heart was secretly pleased. Seeing this, Su Aotian also opened his mouth to mock. How about it, old thing? Just with you want to stop me? After Wang Yuxuan, who was on the side, heard this, some smiles also surfaced in her eyes. Su Ming frowned a bit after hearing this. He was really angry. I didn't expect the son to be so ungrateful, and even if he is still so villainous. That's enough, you guys, don't make a scene in my Su family. I've already agreed to marry Nangong Chen. This is my own decision. It has nothing to do with the family or my father. It's time for this farce to stop. Right at this moment, Su Li suddenly spoke out, her eyebrows lightly frowning, her clear and cold voice resounding throughout the hall. I don't believe it. It must be him who threatened you, isn't it? Su Aotian clenched his fists, looked at the white figure above like an exiled immortal and asked angrily, what's it to you? Su Li's good feelings towards him instantly dropped to the freezing point. Why was this person so ungrateful? Now, even if she couldn't understand her father's cryptic language, she was still insulting her father. Moreover, the eyes in which he looked at her were filled with lewdness, and it was not as good as Nangong Chen. After Su Aotian heard this, he also looked at Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen, are you still not a man? Do you dare to do something that you don't dare to do? At this moment, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards that figure. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Nangong Chen laughed softly, his expression bland, his eyes lofty, carrying an innate air of superiority. Just now, he had already learned through a system prompt that this person was the son of heaven's destiny. Do you dare to fight me? You second-grade qualification wastrel? I can descend to the same realm as you to fight you. After Su Aotian heard this, he added, his body's spirit sea realm aura releasing out. When the crowd felt it, they were also shocked and somewhat disbelieving. He had actually broken through to the spirit sea realm, the same realm as the goddess. Looking at their expressions, Su Aotian was a bit arrogant. You mole crickets, do you know what it means to be a heavenly pride? Then, he looked at Nangong Chen. He expected that the other party would definitely take it, and later on, he was going to hit him hard in the face for being so pretentious. With an appearance and temperament like Nangong Chen's, even he was a little jealous. He swore that he would ruthlessly humiliate him later, making him kneel on the ground and beg for him, so that everyone would see the lousy appearance of the young lord of the heavenly abyss province. Thinking of this, Su Aotian couldn't help but heave a laugh. Yes, you bully, do you dare to fight with my brother Aotian? Wang Yuxuan also spoke out, with a cynical look in her eyes. Seeing the two provoking, Nangong Chen smiled, the same smile as he had earlier blackmailed Su Li in the house. When the others saw it, they felt a bit puzzled, but only Su Li saw it, and there was some fear in her eyes. There was only one thought in her mind. These two were going to be in bad luck. Second uncle, abolish him. Nangong Chen opened his mouth. As the words fell, an incomparably powerful aura was released, and the entire sky changed color. The void trembled, and a horrifying killing intent filled the entire hall, as if the crowd had seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of corpses, only to see Nangong Wentian's silhouette flashing, directly flashing to Nangong Chen, as if he was carrying a small chicken with a chokehold on his neck. Bad. The silhouette in the ring at the moment was filled with gravity when it saw this. This is a God King realm powerhouse. Did not expect. Even he looked away. Surprisingly, the depth of the hidden. Not simple. Grandpa, quickly save brother Aotian. At this moment, Wang Yuxuan's face was tense as she looked to the old man on the side, only to see the Wang Lao on the side, not knowing when he had already knelt on the ground, his whole body in cold sweat, dripping on the ground, as if he had seen some great terror. He absolutely did not see wrong. This kind of figure, this kind of killing intent, he is definitely the northern domain killing god, Nangong Wentian. Thinking of this, his body trembled a little, not expecting that this time, when he wanted to come to deter the general young master of the Heaven's Abyss House, he would run into such a tough opponent. He couldn't move. He could already sense that a powerful aura was staring at him. If he moved, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Wang Yuxuan was filled with panic when she saw the state of Elder Wang, her pretty face pale and pale. At this moment, the situation was instantly reversed. Chapter 7, Rewarding 100 Years of Cultivation. When the Su family and the others saw this, they were even more afraid to breathe. Their faces were pale, and their pupils were slightly shrunken. This was a great power realm cultivator, but he couldn't even resist the pressure released. What kind of existence is this unassuming man? At this moment, they realized a truth. No wonder Nangong Chen was so emboldened just now, so he possessed this kind of backbone. Su Ming shook his head even more bitterly, his eyes filled with shock. Still underestimating him? Is this the strength of Tian Yuanfu? The great power realm could be suppressed so miserably, not to mention that it was only the other party's pressure, so wouldn't his strength be even more unfathomable? Alas, he had advised him long ago, and since the other party insisted on seeking death, he couldn't stop him. Thinking of this, Su Ming's eyes were somewhat helpless. Let go of me. Su Aotian's face was as red as a pig's liver, gritting his teeth and saying with difficulty, with fear in his eyes. For just a moment, without even reacting, he was grabbed by the man in front of him. Damn it! Is this the difference in strength? Today, I will waste you. A little child who doesn't know the heights of heaven, Nangong Wendian said in a cold voice. Then, with a lift of his hand, the blood-red killing intent unexpectedly turned into substance, and an incomparably terrifying small sword was born in the void. The small sword was incomparably sharp, and one could even see the piercing coldness on it. At this moment, all of them were aimed at Su Aotian, only needing Nangong Wendian's hand to fall. He would be able to zap him into a wasted man. Master, save me! Su Aotian shouted frantically in his heart, anxious and with fear in his eyes, and in the middle of his mind, there is an old man's silhouette to see this. Helplessly sighed, Master cannot do anything. If it is an ordinary great realm, I can still descend on your body, break free and escape. But, this is a god king. The gap is too huge. After hearing this voice, Su Aotian's eyes widened in disbelief. This trashy dude had a god king by his side. Just as well, I have a Shenhuang true chi that can protect your life veins, but that's all. The shadowy figure in the ring spoke. Hearing this, Su Aotian's mind was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and his face was ashen. Insulting my Tian Yuanfu young lord. You wouldn't deserve to die even if you died 1,000 times, Nangong Wendian said in a cold voice. His eyes were filled with anger, and the killing intent on his body poured out to the extreme. Obviously, just now, Su Aotian had insulted Nangong Chen and had touched his bottom line. As the words fell, these blood-red small swords, with extremely fast speed, rushed towards Su Aotian. No! Wang Yuxuan, who was kneeling on the ground, exclaimed, not wanting to see such a cruel image. The people couldn't bear to close their eyes. After all, Su Aotian was also a part of their Su family. As for Nangong Chen, who was sitting above, he watched the scene with interest, his gaze high above him, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. As a matter of fact, all the sons of Qi are hard to kill, but by abolishing their tendons and veins and scaring them, they can also suppress their Qi. And I wonder, what is his gold finger? Brush, brush. With these blood-colored small swords running through Su Aotian's entire body, in an instant Su Aotian became a bloody man. The blood was dripping. Su Aotian wailed in agony, his screams resounding within the entire hall. At this moment, he could no longer feel any cultivation on his body, and it was obvious that his tendons and veins had been wasted, and he had become a complete invalid. Some people felt sorry when they saw it, while others revealed a cold smile. It was deserved to be so arrogant on weekdays. No! When Wang Yuxuan saw Su Aotian, who was like a blood man, her expression was a bit dazed and her eyes were red. For his part, Elder Wang's eyes were red, but there was nothing he could do. Ding! Suppressing Su Aotian, the son of heaven's destiny, rewards 100 years of bitter cultivation. Do you want to claim it now? As for Nangong Chen, who was sitting on top, he suddenly heard the systems beep at this moment. After he came back to his senses, he also forced down the joy in his heart. I didn't expect that suppressing the Su Aotian would have unexpected benefits. Pick up, Nangong Chen said silently in his heart. The breath has been covered for you. The icy voice sounded again. In the next moment, a steady stream of power surged out from within Nangong Chen's body, rising continuously, hardening, refinement, Tsukiji, spiritual sea. Within just a few breaths, Nangong Chen reached the spirit sea realm, the same cultivation level as those top demons of Great Zhou. Surprisingly, he reached the spirit sea directly. Nangong Chen thought excitedly in his heart. This is his second-grade waste body cultivation for a lifetime cannot reach the realm. Unusual people want to cultivate to the spirit sea, not only need talent, but also time precipitation. Light is 100 years, more than 1,000 years. As for Su Li, who had the qualifications of the 9th grade, at this age, she was only just a spirit sea. It can be described as a step to heaven. When he gets married tomorrow and obtains the heavy pupil, his physique will be rewashed, and at that time, it will be the beginning of invincibility. Come back to your senses. In the eyes of outsiders, Nangong Chen's expression was bland. His aura was overpowering, and as he looked ahead, the aura on his body became more and more ethereal and divine, so that people did not dare to look directly at him. I won't bother second uncle. This thief is still for me to personally put to death. Suddenly, Nangong Chen spoke up, stood up, and slowly walked down. When these words came out, the crowd was a bit shocked, not thinking that Nangong Chen was going to personally kill Su Aotian. However, it also dawned on them when they thought about it. Just now Su Aotian had insulted Nangong Chen in such a way. It would be strange if they didn't get angry. Oh, since nephew wants to kill him, ha ha ha, then it's for you to kill. Nangong Wentian laughed out loud. Then with a loose hand, he threw Su Aotian, who was like a dead dog, onto the ground. Su Li's eyes were complicated. Did not expect Nangong Chen to be so ruthless. It seems that in the future in the Nangong family's days will not be easy. Nangong Chen walked nonchalantly and drew the sword at his waist. When Su Aotian saw him coming, his eyes were also red and he said angrily, Nan, Gong, Chen, if I don't die today, I will return in another day and slaughter your entire family. Drink your flesh and blood. He's got a lot of backbone, and his face is incredibly rigid, like a true protagonist. That's right, the district is just a Nangong family. It's nothing. With me here, I will be able to rise again in the future. The vapors in the ring comforted. He also has some feelings. I did not expect to meet a hard opponent this time. To know, before they can never roll over the car. Is it really an accident? Thinking in this way, he couldn't help but take a high look at the youth in front of him who was like an exiled immortal. It's a shock not to look at it. When did he break through the spirit sea realm? Wasn't he still refining his body just now? Other people couldn't see it, but as a void shadow who had once stepped above the saints could see it. Hiss. It can't be a hidden realm, right? And even hide it so deeply. If so, then it is necessary to remind Aotian wait. Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with gravity and palpitations. Chapter 8, Su Ao Wei's weather sickness. It's just a person who is going to die. Why talk so much nonsense? Nangong Chen laughed lightly, not caring in the slightest. He knew for sure that he would not be able to kill Su Aotian now. It would be good if he could force out some of his bottom cards. The severe pain that Su Aotian was forcibly enduring. His heart asked, Master, will your wisp of Xin Huang Qi really be able to protect my heart veins later on? That's natural. A calm and confident voice came from the shadow. Hearing these words, Su Aotian is relieved. In the future there is a master. It is not impossible to rise again. After all, the master is an ancient power. Is the existence of legends above the saints? Before the display of the means to make him greatly shocked. Thinking of this, the light returned to his eyes and the corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. He closed his eyes, ready to fake a wave of death later and then just hide it from the world. Seeing that Nangong Chen was about to cut him down. At this time, Wang Yuxuan stood out. She trembled and walked to Su Aotian, unfolding her hands, her petite figure trembling. You can't kill him, she said in a trembling voice, seemingly terrified of the man in front of her. Why? What makes you think I won't kill him? Nangong Chen came to be interested and snapped. It was then that he took a serious look at the young girl in front of him. Wang Yuxuan, a light yellow dress. Appearance is not as good as the Su Li city of the country, but is also considered a party of special objects. National color, such as the neighboring little sister General Pure and Lovely. Moreover, she was born with a spiritual body, so if she could dual cultivate with her, the benefits would be incomparably great. As long as you don't kill him, I can promise you anything, Wang Yuxuan said aloud as if she had used all her strength, her pair of beautiful eyes looking at him timidly. The current her was not at all as condescending as she had been at the beginning. Promise anything? After Nangong Chen heard this, he didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Xiener, run! At that moment, Su Aotian in the back got anxious and shouted in a hurry, but don't disrupt his plans. He's going to fake his death and get away with the help of Nangong Chen. Moreover, Xiener was his woman. If this Nangong Chen had taken a fancy to Xiener, then wouldn't he have a green grassy plain on his head? I can let him live. However, you will be my slave girl, Nangong Chen said slowly, looking towards her. Slave? The crowd's eyes were incomparably shocked when these words came out. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, she was even more in a state of hesitation. Don't promise him, Xiener. Su Aotian was just about to say something when a divine thought from Nangong Chen sealed his mouth. How about this? If you come to be my slave girl, I can promise to spare your brother Aotian. Otherwise, I will kill him in front of you. Immediately after that, Nangong Chen opened his mouth to threaten again. You don't want to see your brother Aotian die here with your own eyes. After all, you like him so much. After hearing those words, Su Li who was present couldn't help but shiver. The crowd looked at the devil-like Nangong Chen, and at this moment, they were even more convinced of those rumors in the imperial capital, and it seemed that he was even more terrifying than among the rumors. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, her body trembled a little, her eyes were a little red, and it seemed that there were some crystalline tears fighting inside. Brother Ao Tian, in the future, I won't be able to accompany you, so in the future, you shouldn't mess with an existence that you can't afford to mess with. I promise you. Wang Yuxuan clenched her teeth and said, thinking that she will be humiliated by this person in front of her in the future, but she is powerless to do anything about it. She can't help but pale her pretty face. Elder Wang, who was on the side, wanted to speak, but sensing Nangong Wentian's murderous aura, he could only cower and didn't dare to make a sound. Good, courageous. In that case, release your divine sense and let me plant a slave seal. Looking at the pitiful young girl in front of him, Nangong Chen said without mercy, hearing that this would require opening her divine sense to plant a slave mark. Wang Yuxuan was a little hesitant, but thinking that she could save Su Ao Tian, she still opened her divine sense. On the side, Su Ao Tian's eyes were red, his chest was filled with anger. He wanted to speak but couldn't, he could only stammer there. Don't believe him Xiener, Nangong Chen. If you spoil Xian Air, I will kill you by 1,000 cuts Su Ao Tian roared angrily in his heart, but he was unable to do anything about it. The thought of that woman he loved in the future, under Nangong Chen's body night after night, he hadn't even touched Xian's hand. Not bad, so obedient, Nangong Chen complimented. Then a divine thought flew into Wang Yuxuan's divine sense. The master-servant contract between the two was also formally concluded. Now Nangong Chen's single thought could control Wang Yuxuan's life and death, while Wang Yuxuan, on the other hand, could not resist his will. Is he getting further down the villain path? Nangong Chen sighed a little. When the crowd saw this, a shock went through their hearts. I didn't expect that the Wang family's eldest young lady, in the end, had become Nangong Chen's slave girl. If this were to be told, it would have to make those of her suitors jump into the river and kill themselves. Call out master to hear it, Nangong Chen said with some mischief. Wang Yuxuan didn't dare to disobey and could only call out respectfully, Master. When Nangong Chen heard this, he also nodded, enjoying himself immensely. Nangong Qiantian who was on the side also couldn't help but compare big fingers to him at this time. Nephews are awesome. When Su Ao Tian, who was lying on the ground, saw this, his eyes were filled with blood, and he glared at Nangong Chen unwillingly, his eyes incomparably resentful. Good. Since this is the case, I will also be honest and keep my word. Su Ao Tian is exempted from the death penalty, but it is hard to escape from the living penalty. Nangong Chen opened his mouth, then a sword light flashed as Su Ao Tian's right hand was chopped off. When Wang Yuxuan saw this scene, her beautiful eyes widened in anger. For a while, blood gushed out, and after Su Ao Tian reacted, his originally reddened face became a pale color. It's his ring. It was his biggest secret, and he couldn't live without his ring. Wang Yuxuan hurriedly cast a spell to help him stop the bleeding. What are you trying to say? Seeing Su Ao Tian stuttering and screaming, less spirited at the beginning, and completely without a trace of steadiness, Wang Yuxuan was a little disappointed in her heart. Nangong Chen, on the other hand, revealed a meaningful smile, when really I did not find out. As early as just now, he had discovered that a wisp of golden-colored aura had appeared from the ring and entered Su Ao Tian's body, from which he could deduce that Su Ao Tian's golden finger was definitely this ring. If I'm not mistaken, inside the ring, I'm afraid there's an old grandpa. Nangong Chen took out the ring in front of Su Ao Tian's horrified face and then placed it in his storage ring. Good stuff. I'll take it. Nangong Chen laughed, seeing that his woman was robbed, and even his greatest secret chance was taken away by this demon in front of him. Su Ao Tian directly fainted with anger. Nangong Chen shook his head at the sight, showing disappointment. This son of destiny is too impervious to blows. Second uncle. Let them go. He opened his mouth. Afterward, Nangong Qiantian withdrew his breath. The king's boss gasped for air as if he had gone through the gates of hell. You take him away? Maybe he can be saved. Nangong Chen turned to Elder Wang and pointed at the fainted Su Ao Tian. As for Wang Yuxuan, who was on the side, she didn't dare to move because there was no command from Nangong Chen. Seeing this, Elder Wang could only grit his teeth, not daring to mention it again, and took Su Ao Tian, who was on the ground as if he were a dead dog, away. Chapter 9. Inside the hall, the crowd looked at the immortal-like figure in the center with fear in their eyes. At this moment, they no longer dared to discuss him. Nangong Chen's ruthlessness had conquered everyone present. Nangong Chen didn't think anything of it. He just looked at Su Ao Tian's back as he was carried away, his eyes pondering. My good leak. You must grow up well so that slaughtering is fun. Helping the Su family clean up today, but it's dirtying this hall. The Su family master should be able to understand the late generation. Nangong Chen turned around and said somewhat apologetically, sincere and honest, a far cry from before. After Su Ming heard this, cold sweat ran down his face. How dare he have an opinion? The abolition is good. This Su Ao Tian, usually on the basis of some talent, arrogant and domineering, in the Su family to bully a lot of young juniors. I was planning to deal with him in the past few days. I did not think that it was resolved by the Gongzi. It is really a great pleasure. Su Ming's eyes rolled and he responded in a hurry. In fact, his words were not false. There were many disciples present who had been bullied by Su Ao Tian, but they just didn't dare to speak out because of their face. Nangong Chen nodded, then concurred. That's good. I thought that Patriarch Su would not be happy if I took the liberty of clearing up for him without authorization. Alas, if I hadn't seen him humiliate you so much, I wouldn't have laid my hands on him. After all, he humiliated me. Even if he humiliated you, you are my father-in-law afterward. Cannot allow this kind of villain to be unrestrained, can only teach him a lesson for you. After he said that, he also showed his face to be furious, and seemed to still not be relieved as he cursed a few more times in a low voice. After hearing this, everyone present showed a dawning realization that there was indeed some truth to it. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but change their minds a bit about Nangong Chen in their hearts. Su Ming, as an old fox, naturally heard the intention of dumping the pot, and he couldn't help but blush a little. Even so, he had to take it. Your Excellency is really heartfelt, thinking so much about the old man. It really moves me to some tears, Su Ming said with some moved old tears. To an outsider, it looks like such a great son-in-law/older husband bond. Alright, since today's matter has been settled, it's time to discuss the day of the wedding. At this time, Nangong Qiantian opened his mouth to interrupt. He hadn't forgotten his purpose when he came. That's right, it's still you, second uncle. Who's thoughtful? I almost forgot. Nangong Chen slapped that brain and said in a somewhat dazed manner. Su Li, who was on the side, sighed softly after hearing this, her face somewhat complicated. Is it finally your turn? Su Ming looked at Su Li. His eyes were a little heartbroken, but he also had to ask, Leer, what day do you want to finish the marriage? When Su Li heard this, she laughed coldly in her heart. Did she have a choice? It's all up to your Excellency to just decide. She spoke, her voice incomparably cold. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd turned to Nangong Chen, their eyes incomparably curious. Ding! Right at this moment, several choices unexpectedly appeared in Nangong Chen's eyes. Choose to get married tomorrow and reward your heavy pupils tomorrow. Choose to get married in 1 month. Reward 1 drop of true dragon essence blood after 1 month, and gain 10 points of goodwill from Su Li. Choose to get married 1 year later. Reward 50 years of cultivation after 1 year, and gain 20 points of goodwill from Su Li. After Nangong Chen saw it, he didn't hesitate for a second and directly chose the first one. Ridiculous? A drop of true dragon's blood and 50 years of cultivation are worthy of being compared to a heavy pupil? And that's Su Li's favor? He needs it? Then let's choose a day. Let's finish the marriage tomorrow then. Nangong Chen opened his mouth and said, ignoring their thoughts. When these words came out, Su Li's face grew paler and paler. If we can delay it for a few months, we might have a chance to resist for a second. But if tomorrow comes, then this life will really be in his clutches. Su Ming also didn't think that it was actually going to be this fast. His face was a bit hesitant, and he carefully opened his mouth. Should it not be a bit longer? After all, the rules for getting married in Great Zhou are that there is a 3-month stay. Nangong Chen laughed a little. No harm done. Rules are dead. People are alive. Su Ming could only nod his head in dismissal after hearing this, not daring to mention it again. In that case, the late generation will take their leave first to prepare for the big wedding tomorrow. As the words fell, Nangong Chen brought Wang Yuxuan, and a few people left the Su mansion. The next day, the entire imperial capital knew about the marriage of the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss House. And the most shocking thing was that the object of the marriage was even the current goddess. Overnight, it broke the hearts of countless teenagers in Great Zhou, cursing Nangong Chen in their hearts and wishing to replace him. At the same time, another piece of news came out that Wang Yuxuan, the young princess of the Wang family, had actually become Nangong Chen's slave girl for pleading for a man. This incident made many men's eyes red with envy. Wang Yuxuan was one of the 4 great beauties of the imperial capital. With many suitors. Within just 1 day's time, half of the 4 great beauties of the imperial capital had entered the hands of Nangong Chen. It has also caused countless people to lament the fact that some people are born in Rome and others are born as cattle and horses. Of course, all of these voices unfavorable to Nangong Chen were suppressed by the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, Great Zhou Palace. After a feminine young man in a python robe heard the subordinates report, in an instant, An extremely strong killing intent erupted from his body. His status was honorable. He was the third prince of the current court, named Zhoubai. What did you say? Goddess Su Li is going to marry that trash today? Zhoubai said as he forced down the anger in his heart. Exactly. In front of him, an old eunuch responded timidly. Boom! Zhoubai exploded his cultivation, and his powerful aura directly shook the old eunuch away. On what grounds? I have a 5th grade qualification and was born with a king's body. Which bit of me is not as good as that punk? Zhoubai roared with rage, his eyes red beyond measure, as if he had lost his mind. After calming down for a long time, his eyes went cold, revealing a hint of shade. In that case, Nangong Chen, you won't blame me for taking your life, daring to look at my woman. He secretly decided in his heart that he would go to rob the wedding later, and he must not let Nangong Chen have his way. Inside the Red Cloud Sword sect, a wide and flat martial arts field. At this moment, a fierce battle was being staged here. 2 young figures were weaving and crisscrossing in and out of it. Both of them were disciples of the Red Cloud Sword sect, and they were young yet had already displayed extraordinary strength. The people underneath the stage were thrilled beyond measure, in a frenzy to give them a boost. It could be seen that these two had a notable popularity within the sect. Soon, one of them was defeated, ending the fight. Sacred Maiden Lu. I'm impressed. I didn't expect that even a great accomplishment of the sword technique is not a match for you. On the ring, a man said unwillingly. His eyebrows were clear, but at this moment, he was a bit despondent. His name was Lan Feng. He was a true disciple of the sect. His talent was incomparably powerful. He was a heavenly pride with 6th grade qualifications, and just a month ago, he had already stepped into the late stage of the Spirit Sea. On the opposite side, there was a delicate figure. The woman was wearing a long green dress and holding a long turquoise sword. Her body was graceful and elegant, just like a fairy descending to the earth. Her beauty was breathtaking, as if she did not belong to this earthly world. Senior brother Lan Feng, you're already very good, and I only won by a fluke. Lu Ruyan lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice crisp and pleasant, like heavenly music. Lan Feng laughed a bit bitterly upon hearing this, and just when he wanted to be polite, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from behind. Senior brother, something big is wrong. There's no rush. Why? The goddess is going to get married. Just today. He's going to get married to Nangong Chen of the Tianyuan mansion. What? When these words came out, Lan Feng was instantly nonplussed. His face directly darkened, his eyes incomparably anxious. This trash, Nangong Chen, is also worthy of marrying the goddess? He directly cursed, his eyes burning with rage, completely lacking the calmness he had at the beginning. It's as hard as having the white moonlight in your heart spoiled by a dog. What should we do then? After all, the fact that you adore Su Li, eldest brother, is already well known in the sect. The junior brother asked cautiously. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let that loser get the goddess. Come on people, I'm going to rob the wedding today. Lan Feng said in a cold voice, a murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. Then his figure flickered and disappeared. On the other side, after Ruyan Lu heard it, a trace of curiosity unexpectedly appeared on that stunning face. She had heard of Nangong Chen's reputation, but what she hadn't thought of was that that woman was going to marry him. Thinking this way, her eyes grew more and more curious. The corners of her mouth hooked into a smile, and she decided to follow Lan Feng and the others down. And what she doesn't realize is that it's this curiosity that could very well hitch a ride on herself. Chapter 10 The Abundance of the Bride Price. Great Zhou Palace. Deep inside the palace, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe sits on top of the dragon chair. He is surrounded by dragon gas winding, breath like an abyss, emitting a bright golden light. Eyes open and close as the emperor's way of the chi appear, powerful and incomparable. He was the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, the king of Great Zhou. You said that the playboy young man of the Nangong family is going to marry Su Li? The king of Great Zhou slowly spoke, his eyes deep. At the bottom of the stage, a guard covered in black robes replied warily, "That's right." The eunuch at the side also said immediately after hearing this, "Your Majesty, we can't let them, Tian Yuanfu, have their way. This look is their plan against our royal family. Su family leader Su Ming is my court minister, who does not know this, and Su family goddess, naturally also one belongs to our court. They Tian Yuan house this behavior, is not nakedly hit us in the face?" When the king of Great Zhou heard this, his eyes grew colder and colder. "Shut up, do you really think I don't know? Why do I need you to say it?" With a big wave of his hand, he directly slapped this eunuch away. "At any time," he added in a cold voice, "a good Tian Yuanfu, a good Nangong family, in recent years is really full of wings. More and more do not take me our court as a matter of fact. My Great Zhou, simply changed to Great South." When he thought of this, he was incomparably angry inside. and he couldn't wait to order them to be exterminated right now. But that was just a thought, and there was really no way he was going to do that. After all, the court was now going downhill, while the heavenly abyss house, which was green and yellow, was becoming more and more powerful. Even in the court, that hateful Nangong war old Bidang even let him point to the deer as a horse, make such ridiculous things, and he can only turn a blind eye, play dumb, and the playwright is no different. Damn it, if he wasn't strong enough, wouldn't he be reduced to this state? No, Suli, this chess piece is incredibly important. He cannot if let out. 100 years later I am afraid that the great Joe really want to change the name, pass on my dragon order and call on the dark shadow guards to send out 10 heavenly rank assassins to intercept Nangong Chen when he goes out alone. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Then a hint of madness appeared in the eyes of the great Joe King. Nangong War, don't you care about your son the most? Then I will let him die first and send you to be reunited with him later. Yes, that full-body black-robed guard was incomparably shocked in his eyes after hearing that, but he still answered, 10 heavenly rank assassins, that's 10 purple mansion realms, to have such a large hand. It seems that His Majesty's hatred for Nangong War has reached its limit. Su Mansion. Within the boudoir, Suli was sitting in front of a bronze mirror, and the subordinate on the side was helping her with her makeup. Her eyes revealed a faint hint of haggardness, but she still couldn't hide her overwhelmingly beautiful face. The gorgeous red wedding dress on her body was like a blooming flower, setting her off beautifully. Su Mother, who was standing at the side, looked at her beautiful and moving daughter in front of her. Her heart was filled with guilt and helplessness. She gently sighed and said, Daughter, Mother is sorry for you. If it wasn't for your father's incompetence, our family wouldn't have ended up like this, and you wouldn't have to marry him. Speaking here, Su Mother's voice choked a little, and her eyes gradually became moist. It was only today that Su's mother, who had gone out on an errand, returned home and learned of her daughter's impending marriage. It's okay, Mother, this is my own decision. I don't blame anyone, nor father, Suli said softly, holding Mother Su's hand. Comforting. Seeing her daughter being so understanding, Su Mother was even more heartbroken in her eyes. In the future, after you marry into the Nangong family, if you are treated unfairly, you must tell your mother. She will definitely give you justice. A smile appeared on Su Li's stunningly beautiful face, causing heaven and earth to be somewhat eclipsed. Don't worry, Mother. I'm a spirit sea realm cultivator. My cultivation is much higher than his. If I want a bully, it's me who will bully him. Hearing this, Su's mother was relieved. Suddenly, a light footsteps came from outside the door. A young girl whose features were somewhat similar to Suli walked in. She was petite in stature, but she was long, small, and delicate, and had the beginnings of a beauty. Sis, you're so beautiful today. The young girl opened her mouth. She seemed to have something to tell them, but at that moment, her attention was diverted and her eyes were filled with shock. That's right, she was none other than Su Li's own sister. Su Yao. Suli touched her head and spoke softly. Did you come up here with something to tell us? After hearing that, Su Yao then reacted and opened her mouth. Right, the Nangong family's bride price has arrived. There are so many things. Father asked you guys to go down and take a look. After Mother Su and Suli heard this, the two of them looked at each other with some curiosity in their eyes. Afterward, the two of them followed Su Yao down. After Su Li's trio came down, they were also shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. A few elders said with incomparable shock, Mirror breaking Dan. Hiss, surprisingly, there are 3 of them. You have to know that this is something worth a lot of money when placed outside. Even if you sell our entire Su family, you won't necessarily have one. This is actually a God King level ferocious beast essence blood, or Xian ice phoenixes. This put out, can have the whole empire shocked. I did not expect the heavenly abyss house to be so generous. You guys come over here and look. There are 3 more feats here, all of which are at the immortal grade level. However, in addition to this, there are some other treasures in the bride price that are usually hard to see and only exist in legends. Such a bride price is too generous and shocking. I'm afraid that in the entire Great Zhou, only the heavenly abyss house can take it out. Su Ming was even more ecstatic. This realm-breaking pill was simply his life-saving pill. To know, he had been stuck in the Purple Mansion realm for more than 10 years, and had never made a breakthrough, and had recently decided to give up, but he didn't expect the heavenly abyssal mansion to give him a big surprise. With this realm-breaking pill, I'm afraid that he will be able to break through to great power today. Su Li was also silent. A strange color blossomed in her eyes. Xian Ice Phoenix Essence Blood. Still at the God King level. This was for her. As long as she absorbed this drop of Essence Blood, her strength would skyrocket to a terrifying level. It could be said that this drop of Essence Blood was simply tailored for her Ice Phoenix divine body. Su Li's face was a little complicated at the moment. A little moved. After marrying, It might not be a bad thing. Sue's mother even looked at the bride price and her eyes went straight. Oftentimes, the attitude of the other party can be seen based on the extent of the bride price. In this way, it seems that the sincerity given by the Nangong family is really too much. Not at all like a child's play, but rather like it is to be taken seriously. A thought arose in the hearts of all the people at this time, as if it wasn't impossible for the goddess to marry over. Chapter 11, The Grand Wedding. Rewarding heavy pupils. Tian Yuan Fu. At this moment, the front door was decorated with lights and colors, and was full of joy and bustle. There was even an endless stream of dignitaries who came, and there was no other reason, as today was the wedding day of the young lord of the Tian Yuan house. The people who came were clan patriarchs, family patriarchs, and even elders and holy lords from holy lands came, and even among the imperial court, many royals came. All in all the dignitaries in the great Zhou dynasty had basically come. There was no way around it. This was the influence of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Today all of you are able to appreciate the honor of attending my son's wedding. I, Nangong Battle, am here to express my gratitude, and in the future, if there is anything that can be used in my Heavenly Abyss house, feel free to mention it. On the stage, Nangong War said aloud, his voice like a bell, resounding throughout the entire mansion. Wherever, for us to have the honor of attending the young lord's wedding is a blessing we've cultivated in 8 lifetimes. That's right, the divine maiden has a stunningly beautiful face and a proud natural talent, and she's also an incomparable match for the young lord. Yes, I hope that the mansion master will not disdain the meager gifts that we have brought. At this time, the entire lobby, all this sound, the crowd is very flattering, and in the middle of a corner, there was a shadowy man sulking and not making a sound. Still a match made in heaven. I pooh. Just that loser is worthy of a goddess. He only dared to angrily curse in his mind, but did not dare to directly curse out. Third prince, let's not make any trouble today. After all, this is the territory of the Heavenly Abyss province. A servant next to him looked around and advised in a low voice. Zhoubai frowned after hearing this. What's the harm in making a scene? Do they still dare to kill me in public? Ridiculous. Today I'm going to make this punk lose face. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he had obviously thought of how to humiliate him later. When the servant next to him saw this, he didn't dare to say anything, and sighed secretly in his heart. Soon, the two of them, Nangong Chen and Su Li, made their appearance. Nangong Chen was dressed in white, his sword brows and starry eyes were handsome, his figure was straight, and his body exuded an innate nobility, with an overriding aura that made many of the women present look sideways. Su Li is also wearing a wedding dress, 3,000 silver silk scattered on the shoulder, eyebrows like ink painting, stunning face painted with light makeup. So that was originally a beautiful country. She is more and more beautiful, moving incomparable, so that the people present after seeing, cannot help but breathe suddenly stopped. Just like a fairy above the 9 heavens, the beauty was thrilling and magnificent. There was just something about the two of them standing there that made them an inexplicable match. Nangong War laughed loudly, vigorously applauding, seeing such a beautiful daughter-in-law, smiling and laughing. His eyes became a little red. Senny, did you see that? Our son is getting married. If only you could come back. The only thing that could move the expression of such a heavenly man was the softness in his heart. One bow to heaven and earth. Second worship. Husband and wife worship each other. As the presiding old man finished reading 3 times, the two of them, Nangong Chen and Su Li, also looked at each other. Su Li looked at that handsome face and felt the man's exhaling breath. Her face couldn't help but blush a little. This face, it does have some poise. Su Li couldn't help but think in her heart. She had seen many excellent men, but only Nangong Chen was so divinely handsome. If only he had better qualifications. Don't be arrogant and bossy a bit, and be a vase quietly at home. It wouldn't be impossible for me and him to be married with our son. The corners of Su Li's mouth revealed a smile, the beauty of which was heart-stopping. At this time, the Nangong Chen who was facing it was oblivious to the fact that his eyes were somewhat empty. Ding! Finishing the marriage with Su Li, rewarding the heavy pupil. Is it time to receive it now? And off stage, the crowd complimented it. Bridegroom and daughter, the two of you, young lord and divine maiden, are truly a perfect match. Yes, golden couple. The two of them are as if they walked out of a poem or painting. They are just too well matched. They spoke one word after another in great praise. Sent to the cave. Just then, the host, seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, also hurriedly said. After Su Li heard this, her pretty face crawled with redness when she thought about what was going to happen later. The untouched her. Where had she seen such a scene? Her mind was full of thoughts. Wait a minute. I heard that the Heavenly Abyss House has many talents and countless heroes. So the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss House, I guess it should be very powerful as well. Today, I would like to challenge the young lord, and I hope that the young lord will not be stingy with his advice. Right at this moment, a voice came out, and the crowd sniffed and looked, realizing that the speaker was none other than the third imperial prince Jobai. Jobai flew in the air above, clasping his fists and said, his body exuding a powerful aura. If the young lord feels that the cultivation gap is too great, I can suppress it to the same realm as you and spar with you to show everyone here a wonderful battle. I'm sure that as the husband of a goddess, you shouldn't refuse. He went on, his tone somewhat intriguing, his gaze condescending as if he were giving charity. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. What does the third prince mean by this? Is he trying to crash the party? Anyone with eyes could see that he was trying to set Nangongchen up. If you take the battle, people 5 qualifications. Born king body, is the absolute heavenly pride. You a scrap how to win. If you do not take the battle, that is to prove that you are afraid. Just fall into the wind. Whichever one you choose, there is no solution. When Nangong War heard this, his face turned cold and he frowned tightly. And just as he was about to make a move to finish off this kid who didn't know how to die, a voice rang out. Challenge me. You deserve it? The voice was not loud, but it resounded within the entire lobby. The heavy pupils have been issued. Do they cover up the vision? There is no need to cover up how big it is. Nangongchen didn't hesitate to answer. It's not like he's some grassroots stream protagonist, hiding this and that, and being invincible, like a goon. If you've crossed over, then why be afraid to act the biggest? It was also at this moment that a terrifying to the extreme aura emanated from Nangongchen's body. The aura was powerful and incomparable, as if the ancient gods were reviving. Hiss! This happened too suddenly, and when the crowd felt this aura, their faces changed and they looked up, only to see Nangongchen standing in the void. A heavenly divine light erupted from his eyes, illuminating the entire heaven and earth, and Nangongchen pupil even split into two into a boundless black hole, open and close. Even the stars of the circumference of the universe and the evolution of the universe, heaven and earth turbulence, the void trembles, as if there is a great horror to be awakened in general. At the same time, an incomparably sacred vision erupted in the sky, and countless ancient sage silhouettes appeared, their aura as strong as a rainbow, rules and order entwined around them, their aura powerful to the extreme. What shocked people the most was that at this moment, they were actually kneeling, actually making a pilgrimage towards Nangongchen. What is this? The crowd's faces were shocked and they couldn't help but ask questions. This is the pilgrimage of all saints. The young lord of the heavenly abyss mansion is remarkable. He's going to awaken an extremely powerful physique, so powerful that the entire world will be shaken by it, an old man suddenly exclaimed. After hearing this, the crowd was also dazed, with shock still in their eyes. One must know that back then, the goddess Ice Phoenix divine body's visions weren't even this terrifying. Chapter 12 Alarming Nangongyu, Jobai scared to piss. Just when the crowd thought it was going to end, an even more terrifying vision appeared. Boom! 10 great star silhouettes appeared, as if they were 10 rounds of blazing suns, illuminating the entire dome of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth resonated together. The divine chain of order surrounded Nangongchen's body, the runes intertwined, and he closed his eyes tightly, as if he were a teenage god, descending on earth. Before the young man opened his eyes, he could vaguely see a piece of nothingness evolving, heaven and earth resonating, streams of light flying, and the sound of the great Tao encircling the dome of the sky for a long time. When the crowd saw this horrifying vision, their pupils also shrunk slightly with disbelief. Finally, Nangongchen opened his eyes, his pupils splitting into two and transforming into heavy pupils. A divine light erupted from his eyes, terrifyingly incomparable, as if it could tear the heavens apart. Is this the heavy pupil? Nangongchen whispered. His heart was very excited, feeling full of strength, especially the eyepiece. His body had also undergone a huge change, and his cultivation had directly broken through from the Spirit Sea realm to the Purple Mansion realm, which could be described as a huge improvement. He couldn't wait to try out the eyes. At this moment, the crowd held their breath, and when they saw Nangongchen's pair of eyes, they were shocked, and the entire crowd was shaken. This is legendary heavy pupil? Someone recognized it and exclaimed. One must know that the heavy pupil was crowned invincible a few epochs ago, and when the heavy pupil came out, who would compete with it? The pupil is split into two. The visions are monstrous. This is the heavy pupil without a doubt. Great Joe is going to change. No! Even the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture pattern is going to change because of this. The name of the heavy pupil king is not just words. Heaven blesses Great Joe. I didn't expect the descent of the Ice Phoenix Divine Body Divine Maiden even if it's not enough. Now there are even heavy pupils. And I wonder what's in that third prince's mind now. Ahahahaha. If you don't tell me, I've forgotten that there's still this matter. According to the style of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, this matter probably won't stop. someone will be a clown. The people in the audience were talking and marveling. Su Li's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange color. Her pretty face was shocked. She did not expect that Nangongchen had awakened the legendary heavy pupil, and the Ice Phoenix divine body in her body had unexpectedly produced a sense of awe at this moment. Could it be that the heavy pupil qualification was even more powerful than the 9th grade? For a while, her face was a bit complicated. She had once said that if she wanted to marry, she would marry a man who was stronger than her, and she didn't expect that it would actually come true now. The void. Good. Worthy of being my Nangong War's son? He really is as outstanding as father. Nangong War excitedly said 3 good things in a row. Excited to the extreme. Nangong Wentian from below also flew up and praised the legendary heavy pupil. I didn't expect it to appear in our Su family. It's really a great good. Soon, another extremely powerful figure appeared. A terrifying aura that made the crowd below not dare to make a sound. Their faces turning pale. The crowd's pupils shrunk after seeing it. This was surprisingly one of the great Thursday saints. The absolute peak saint. Nangong Yu, who was also Nangongchen's grandfather. Nangong Yu was wearing a gray robe, with an ethereal aura wrapped around his body. Immortal and incomparably powerful. He flew in front of Nangongchen, and when he saw that the chaos of those eyes seemed to be able to swallow him up, he couldn't help but feel great joy in his heart. Let him feel this kind of palpitation sense. Really is heavy pupil undoubtedly. God bless the Nangong family. Truly God blesses the Nangong family. Nangong Yu exclaimed loudly, his eyes filled with admiration. Greetings grandpa, father, and second uncle. Seeing this, Nangongchen also greeted them one by one. The 3 of them nodded with satisfaction in their eyes. And just as Nangong Yu wanted to have a good catch-up with Nangongchen, he was rejected by Nangongchen. The grandson has one thing left to accomplish. Go and come. He didn't forget that there was still the matter of Zhou Bai. And then, he disappeared into thin air. Seeing him disappear, Nangong Yu was a bit confused. And when he heard the explanation from the 2, he then reacted with some anger on his face. What a court! If Chen'er hadn't awakened his heavy pupils, wouldn't the wedding day have been shamed by this little child? Nangong Yu said angrily, then turned his gaze downward. At this moment, Zhou Bai, who had just been so spirited, turned green in the face after seeing that Nangongchen had awakened his heavy pupils. Unexpectedly, the punch in the face came so quickly, and when he saw Nangongchen flying towards him, a hint of retreat appeared in his heart. It's okay, so what if he has awakened his heavy pupils? I'm a 6th grade king body, so why should I be afraid of him? Moreover, he had just awakened his heavy pupil, and his cultivation level was only at the foundation stage, so it was hard to believe that a heavy pupil could still make him turn over the sky. At the same time, a bold idea sprouted in Zhou Bai's mind. If he defeated the other party later, wouldn't that be famous? Thinking of this, Zhou Bai set his eyes on Su Li and muttered to himself, take a good look. Where exactly is the gap between him and me? Right after Zhou Bai finished adjusting his mindset, he was ready to answer the battle, and just then, he saw Nangongchen's heavy pupils. In an instant, a pressure from within his soul came over him, and a wave of fear unexpectedly appeared in his heart, and his body trembled. For that matter, you don't even have the courage to look at me directly, and you presume to challenge me. Nangongchen's white clothes fluttered, his heavy pupils emitting a ghostly light as he disdainfully said, with a magnificent demeanor, just like a teenage king. With a plop, Zhou Bai unexpectedly knelt down in response to the sound, and the ground was unexpectedly wet, and a smell of urine came from it. There was no other way. The pressure of the heavy pupil was too terrifying, and it was actually able to make his mind shake and devour his divine soul. Nangongchen frowned and turned away. Killing this kind of person made him sick. After the crowd saw it, their eyes were incomparably shocked that just the heavy pupil's pressure was able to defeat a spirit sea realm heavenly pride. Heavy pupil. When it's really invincible, we don't even have the courage to look at it. That's right. I just took a look at him and it was as if his eyes could devour my divine soul. It was truly terrifying. Those with heavy pupils can't be defeated. With Nangongchen in this world, I'm afraid that all other heavenly prides will be eclipsed. When they saw Zhou Bai in that predicament, they all spoke out to mock him as well. I thought I had a lot of power, but I didn't expect to be scared into peeing my pants. Yes, what a disgrace to our royal family. Joker, get hit in the face. Zhou Bai, who was kneeling on the ground, also gradually slowed down, and when he heard them mocking, his eyes turned a little red. Shut up you guys. Rush. Afterward, under the laughter of the crowd, he left the heavenly abyss mansion with his head lowered. On the other hand, the Su family sighed. Is this my brother-in-law? So handsome, so powerful. Su Yao opened her mouth and said, her beautiful eyes carrying an adoring gaze. Beside them, Su Ming and Su Mother were silent. The bottom of their eyes were full of shock, and they looked at each other. It seems that the Su family, this time, is really going to take off. Chapter 13 Blue Maple comes. In the void, when the Nangong warriors saw this scene, their eyes flashed with heartbreak. The might of the heavy pupil. It really lives up to its name. Just by its breath alone, it can suppress the other heavenly pride. Nangong Wentian exclaimed. That's right. Surprisingly, even I can't see through his cultivation. His spirit sea is like a chaos, indistinct and void. Nangong Yu stroked a handful of his beard, his eyes in awe. After Nangong War heard this, he proudly said, My son Nangong Chen has the posture of a great emperor. At this moment, Nangong Chen, who was at the bottom, sneezed, his face somewhat surprised. Who is it? Who's cursing me? Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Nangong Chen returned to Su Li's side, looking calm and dashing, as if he had solved a trivial matter. He hadn't forgotten that the most important part of getting married, the cave, hadn't been done yet. How about it? Is my husband powerful? Nangong Chen teased, looking at Su Li. Su Li close to see that a double pupil. Feel a burst of pressure. Incomparably strong, her beautiful eyes lightly trembled, casually said, Not bad. After saying that, she reacted. As a husband? Then she wasn't indirectly recognizing the identity. There will be more powerful ones later. Nangong Chen attached himself to Su Li's ear and whispered. After Su Li heard this, her pretty face instantly flushed, as beautiful as a ripe apple. Of course she heard what it meant, only to see her face blushing. A hand pushed it away, but the force was very small, as if the two were talking about love. After the crowd below saw it, they also revealed unexpected smiles and teased. Look at these two, they are so affectionate. They are just perfect for each other. Yes, a heavy pupil king and a person with a 9th grade divine body, the airborne in the future. How perfect would that be? I wouldn't even dare to imagine that talent. After Su Li heard this, her face blushed even more. At this time, the master of ceremonies also cooperated and continued. Then let's invite the newlyweds to be sent to the bridal chamber. Just then, an ill-timed voice sounded again. The Red Cloud Sword second sequence. Blue Maple has come to ask for guidance from the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, only to see that outside the door, several figures appeared, and the leader was none other than Lan Feng. He was not humble, his body was upright, and his robes moved with the wind, so he seemed to have the appearance of a few righteous leaders. The crowd murmured at these words. Surprisingly, it's him, the Red Sword Divine King's personal disciple, a sword Dao genius that doesn't come out in 100 years. I heard that he defeated Vegetable Void Kuan, the 10th in the Great Zhou Heavenly Talent ranking, a few days ago. Hiss, this is something to watch. That previous third prince was only the 50th on the genius list. There's absolutely no comparison between the two. The face of Nangong Chen on the stage was a bit icy after hearing that another ungrateful thing had challenged him. You guys really deserve to die for interfering with my wedding 3 times. Seeing this, Su Li also couldn't help but have a smile appear in her eyes. Her eyebrows arched, her hands clasping her chest, and she had a look of watching the show. I'll clean you up when I come back. Nangong Chen pinched her cheeks and said helplessly, only to see Nangong Chen's dragon-like steps, walking from the void, his white clothes hunting, the heavy pupils in his eyes emitting an ethereal light, the stars and rivers inside evolving visions. His temperament was out of this world, just like a generation of kings. Who are you? Lan Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw an extremely terrifying person walk over. Ha? Where's that punk Nangong Chen? Your dad. Nangong Chen didn't give any face and said directly. Your father? And who are you? Lan Feng didn't react. The crowd on the stage, on the other hand, laughed out loud when they heard it, looking at them with clown-like eyes. It was at this time that the lapdog beside Lan Feng reacted and whispered, eldest senior brother. It seems like he's Nangong Chen. I know. Lan Feng instantly reacted, his face icy cold as he gritted his teeth. I didn't realize that the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion is only good at being clever. What a disappointment. It seems that you don't deserve to marry the goddess either. Alas, another licking dog. After Nangong Chen heard this, he was also dazed and helpless. Although Lan Feng couldn't understand dog licking, he could tell that the other party was insulting him. Make your move. I'll let you have 3 moves. Nangong Chen lazily said, yawning in disdain. Only showing off your mouth. I'll have you on your knees begging for mercy in a moment. Lan Feng was so insulted that killing intent flashed in his eyes as well, although he couldn't see through the other party's strength. But according to the rumors, the young lord of the Tian Yuan house was nothing more than a waste of the 2nd grade. 2nd grade only? How far can you cultivate? Even if you started cultivating from your mother's womb, you can't defeat me. Only to see Lan Feng's cultivation explode as a powerful sword intent surged forth, holding a jade sword and descending from the sky like a swimming dragon. This sword, named Return to One. The crowd let out exclamations of surprise when they saw it. One of the Red Cloud Sword Sect's 3 swords. Gu-ae, I heard that this sword was used to defeat Kai Sukoan last time. An extremely murderous sword with great stealth. If you're not careful, I'm afraid you'll be stabbed into a bloody hole. Bad. Nangong Chen won't die today. Below, after Suli heard it, her beautiful eyes were also unconsciously a little worried, then reacted with a complicated face. What is she thinking? Wasn't Nangong Chen's death a good thing for her? Why should she care about this shameless man? It's nothing more than that. Nangong Chen laughed lightly. His heavy pupil emitted a ghostly light. Under the heavy pupil's enhancement, all speeds would slow down. Even if it was extremely fast in the world, it would become as fast as a snail's. He struck out, his 2 fingers directly pinching the tip of the sword. His temperament was out of the ordinary and calm. The whole room was in an uproar. Even the Nangong warriors who were in the sky above couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Is this the ability of the heavy pupil? They thought incredulously in their hearts. And Lan Feng was even more shocked. Directly froze. The sword he had practiced hard for 20 years was given to him to catch. This is the first move, Nangong Chen said blandly. Afterward, Lan Feng instantly reacted, his figure flickering and pulling away. His face was a bit unwilling, obviously very unconvinced. Again, the 4th style of the Red Cloud Sword technique, Burning Sky Sword. After saying that, the jade sword he was holding unexpectedly transformed into a fire dragon that was lifelike, bringing with it an extremely powerful might as it flew towards Nangong Chen. The crowd's faces also changed after they felt this kind of might. This sword technique is the Red Sword Divine King's best skill. I can't believe I didn't think to teach it to him. This is difficult for Nangong Chen. The might of this sword has clearly reached the late stage of the Spirit Sea. If he doesn't have any other means, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to resist. They shook their heads, clearly very unimpressed with Nangong Chen. Too weak. Nangong Chen faced this screen full of blazing fire with some disappointment in his eyes. Then his heavy pupils were unleashed and an aura that made everyone's heart palpitate appeared. This is? Someone couldn't help but scream out when they felt it. Chapter 14. Did I say you could leave? Only to see Nangong Chen's dual pupils, surprisingly emitting purple divine light, summoning a piece of chaos, directly engulfing this fire dragon. Not even a shadow left. When Lan Feng saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly, a bit unable to believe the scene in front of him. Boom! Just in the next moment, a purple fire dragon unexpectedly appeared in that chaos, huge and incomparably huge, and compared to the previous fire dragon of Lan Feng, it was nothing but a small thing. This purple fire dragon unexpectedly carried a hint of dragon power, and the aura on its body was terrifying, directly rushing towards Lan Feng, his speed soaring. Seeing this scene, the whole time his jaw dropped and his body involuntarily gulped. What an unbelievable ability this is. When Lan Feng saw this purple divine dragon in the midst of it, he was instantly frozen in place as if he was scared silly. Is this the ING dragon I unleashed? At this moment, he already regretted it in his heart. What kind of pervert was this on the opposite side? Lan Feng wanted to escape. If this purple fire dragon touched him, he would definitely die. Right at this moment, a sword light descended from the sky, directly cutting down this purple fire dragon. Smoke filled the air and the aftermath of the eruption radiated all around. With a glance over, Nangong Chen spotted a delicate figure in the midst of the smoke. Another one? Looks like none of you are leaving today. Nangong Chen's gaze was icy cold as he thought secretly in his heart. The crowd's faces were shocked, not having thought that there were still experts. The smoke dispersed. A tall figure stood there. Lu Ruyan was wearing a long green dress, holding a turquoise long sword. Her body was graceful and elegant, just like a fairy descending to the earth. After seeing this person, the faces of the crowd were shocked, as if they were surprised. She is the holy daughter of the Red Cloud Sword sect, Lu Ruyan. No wonder she was able to defuse that strike from the young lord. This is the 3rd most talented heavenly pride on the genius ranking, with an 8th grade qualification of Sword Emperor's Heart. I've heard that Lu Ruyan is one of the great 4 beauties, and today, I see that her name really lives up to it. However, she just stepped in to save Lan Feng, so I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get out of the Heavenly Abyss mansion today. These guests below were talking and shaking their heads in regret. Fellow Daoist, it's just a sparring session. Why would you need to lay your hands on me? Lu Ruyan opened her mouth in a cold voice and said, looking towards Nangong Chen. After seeing that he was still alive and being saved by the Holy Maiden, Lan Feng was also excited beyond measure, and then stood up, wanting to make a sly defense for himself and pour dirty water on Nangong Chen. Many thanks to the Holy Maiden for saving me. Today if it wasn't for... Shut up! Ruyan Lu turned around, her eyes cold and incomparable, and directly interrupted. What a dumbass. It's even if he likes to play smart within the clan on weekdays, but he's still not honest here. It's really a waste of time to save this dumbass. When Lan Feng saw these incomparably cold eyes, he also stopped the words in his mouth, his heart trembling a bit. He had never seen the holy maiden do this to him before. Nangong Chen was still a bit dazed after hearing her name, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel that it was true that Ru Yen Dadi, poor, scheming, green tea, just not ugly, but back to his senses, he said in a cold voice, cutting a deal? I didn't say it was a sparring session from the beginning to the end. Since I chose my wedding day to bestow my teachings, then it's this young master's mortal enemy. If he doesn't die today, there's no need for the Red Cloud Sword sect to exist. After Lu Ruyan heard this, her face was a bit embarrassed. She did know that they were in the wrong, and she didn't know what to say for a while. If she hadn't been thinking of her fellow disciples, she wouldn't have even saved Lan Feng this time. What are the conditions to calm your anger? Ruyan Lu opened her mouth. Her voice was melodious and magnetic, a standard imperial voice. Conditions well. Nangong Chen's gaze was placed above her petite body, his eyes extremely aggressive. After the crowd saw this, they all shook their heads. It seemed that another 4 beauties was going to be taken down by Nangong Chen today. No way. If you hit me with your idea, then you can just kill them. After Lu Ruyan heard this, she also guessed the other party's idea. Her beautiful eyes contained frost, and she said in a cold voice. As the words fell, she stepped aside, no longer shielding herself in front of Lan Feng. However, the young master of the Hall of Heavenly Abyss Province, if he were to make a fuss over them just for this trivial matter, wouldn't he be pulling down the temperament of the Heavenly Abyss Province? Her tone was icy cold, and there was a wave of confidence in her beautiful eyes. She expected that the other party wouldn't kill Lan Feng. If this Nangong Chen was really thinking about the Tianyuan mansion, looking at this woman's arrogant appearance, Nangong Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, in his mind, the system's beeps appeared again. Option 1, apologize to Ruyan Lu and the others and promise not to make things difficult for them. Reward Ruyan Lu with 5 points of goodwill, and obtain Ruyan Lu's original stockings. Option 2, apologize to Lan Feng, believing that he really shouldn't be so petty in temperament as the young lord of the Hall of Heavenly Abyss, rewarding Lan Feng with 1 point of goodwill and a drop of true dragon essence blood. Option 3, since you've stepped aside, how can I not kill? Make a move to kill Lan Feng and obtain the chaotic seed green lotus vision. After seeing these 3 picks, Nangong Chen didn't hesitate and directly picked 3. Not only is it cool, but you also get a pretentious vision. So why not? Apologizing to them is impossible in this life. Besides, are these good feelings needed for him? There was also that Ruyan Lu's original stockings. How dare he test the cadre with this? It was really hateful. Since you've stepped aside, how can I not kill? Nangong Chen laughed. Then, runes intertwined in the heavy pupil, and a divine light erupted from it, directly turning Lan Feng into a mist of blood. Lu Ruyan's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat in disbelief that he actually dared to make a move. The whole place was in an uproar. The eyes of the crowd were shocked. No one had expected that in the end, Lan Feng had died. You don't really think that I don't dare to kill, do you? Nangong Chen's expression was bland, as if he had killed a mole cricket, without a trace of emotion. Seeing that the chaotic seed green lotus had been rewarded down, he was satisfied in his heart. Lu Ruyan clenched his silver teeth, his face pale. This time he killed Lan Feng. After returning to the sect he would definitely be held accountable by the patriarch. At that thought, she wanted to turn away, not wanting to interact too much with this madman. Wait, did I say you could leave? Just then, Nangong Chen spoke again. Moral abduction and I want to leave. Ridiculous. Lu Ruyan turned to her, her beautiful eyes containing frost, and gritted her teeth. I have no grudge against you. Why can't I leave? Could it be that you want to embarrass me? A woman. In public. You guessed right. Nangong Chen revealed a brilliant smile, then added, the people from the Red Cloud Sword sect trespassed into the Tianyuan mansion without authorization and hindered this young lord's wedding. This young lord suspects that they came with unknown intentions. Come on, take them down. As the words fell, a bunch of guards wearing gold and yellow armor instantly appeared. Their gazes were cold and their breath was like an abyss, instantly detaining several people on the spot. Seeing this, Nangong Chen was satisfied. Really give you guys a face, right? Come and go as you please. Ridiculous. Ruyan Lu hadn't even reacted before she was already being held back by a few strong men beside her. Her pretty face was pale, somewhat incredulous that this Nangong Chen was so upside down and lawless. Chapter 15, Nightfall. The crowd was a bit saddened, not thinking that it would end up with such a result. Being thunderously suppressed by Nangong Chen, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Worthy of being the Heavenly Abyss Province, even the sect disciples could be detained at will. One must know that in the Great Zhou dynasty, the court didn't even have the right to say that they suppressed these immortal sects, and even gave them great power. Just like this, Ruyanlu was detained with a wretched face and her cultivation was sealed. Before she left, she took a deep look at Nangong Chen. Seeing that the farce had ended, Nangong Chen also opened his mouth and said aloud, "Let all of you see the joke today. The latecomer punishes himself with a cup." When the words were out of his mouth, he drank a glass to himself with panache. When the crowd saw it, they also returned the toast and joked about it. Suppressing the thieves, the young lord is bold and admirable to us. Yes, that immortal disciple, relying on the power given to him by the court, has no one in his sight and has done all sorts of bad things, and today is also a relief to our hearts. After hearing the crowd say so, Nangong Chen also revealed a smile. Sure enough, in this world of immortal cultivation, whoever has the biggest fist is the reason and the rule. The wedding reception went on as usual. At the dinner table, Nangong Yu also laughed when he saw that his grandson's Dao partner was actually divine maiden Suli. "Come, grandson daughter-in-law, this is the quasi-sacred demon dragon I hunted in the northern domain. Eating it has beauty and nourishes the skin, and is also good for cultivation enhancement," Nangong Yu said cheerfully, under Suli's shocked eyes, pinching it into her bowl. Suli's expression was a little dazed, not expecting to see this legendary saint today even if it was not enough, but even pinching food to her. But after reacting to his address, she blushed a little. "Okay, thanks, Grandpa," she spoke after a moment of hesitation. When Su Ming and Mother Su on the side saw it, they both revealed a smile. In fact, they were also shocked in their hearts. There was a huge gap between the status of their Su family and the Nangong family, and under these circumstances, for the Nangong family to even be able to share a table with them, it really was treating them as in-laws. What's more, it was still the same table as this legendary sage of Great Zhou. Thinking of this, a flash of excitement couldn't help but appear in their eyes. This matter was enough for them to brag about for a long time. After hearing this, Nangong Yu's face, which was like ancient skin, also revealed a bright smile of joy. Good granddaughter-in-law. Since you married into our Nangong family, you are a part of us. If this brat bullies you in the future, just feel free to tell me and I will help you teach him a lesson. If his father doesn't dare to teach him a lesson, does his master still not dare?" Nangong Chen laughed sarcastically, obviously a little afraid of Nangong Yu, and said with a smile, "Ahahaha, how could I possibly bully my maiden? Don't you think so?" As the words fell, he also smashed his eyes towards Suli, a hint of pleading color appearing in his eyes. When Suli saw it, the corners of her mouth lightly raised, revealing a nice smile with a playful look in her beautiful eyes. She somewhat didn't expect that this high and mighty man would have such a side, which couldn't help but make her heart a little less wary and change her mind about him somewhat. She hesitated for a moment, and under Nangong Chen's supplicating gaze, she laughed softly and said, "He treats me very well, and doesn't bully me." After Nangong Chen heard this, he also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, this woman didn't give anything away, but that look she just gave. Well, I didn't think that the hallowed goddess would have such a side. Looks like we'll have to teach her a lesson in the cave tonight. After Nangong Yu heard this, he also nodded. "That's good. If this brat bullies you in the future, tell me." "Aha." Suli nodded her head obediently, her beautiful eyes carrying a smile if anything. Seeing this scene, Nangong Chen also couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. He didn't have such a successful family in his last life, but fortunately, God allowed him to come to this world. The only thing that was a bit of a shame, though, was that he didn't seem to have seen his mother since he was born, and his father avoided talking about it. Where the hell did his mother go? Is she still alive? Or even what happened when he was born? These one-by-one questions were placed in Nangong Chen's mind, like a nightmare, for a long time. Forget it, it's better to bring up the strength and then everything will be known naturally. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen stopped thinking about it and celebrated with them. The night is getting late. Within the dimly lit room, at this moment, a red silhouette was sitting on the bed, and underneath the 3,000 silver threads was an absolutely beautiful face. Suli was a little apprehensive. Her slender white jade hand clenched tightly, and the pair of white silk that scattered crystal light was also shaking from time to time at this time, making people's hearts scratch. This asshole, if he comes in, am I going to obey or not? Suli's pretty face blushed a little as she thought in her heart. Indeed, the original Nangong Chen also has only one disadvantage in terms of natural talent, and now that she has awakened her heavy pupils, her natural talent is even above her, as if it's really quite perfect. Soon, a few footsteps came, and Suli knew that it was Nangong Chen coming. After Nangong Chen came in, he saw Suli sitting on the bed, dressed in a red dress. Her stunning face was made up with just the right amount of light makeup, just like a bright rose, so that people couldn't help but pick it. All of a sudden, under the addition of this dim light, Nangong Chen couldn't help but be a bit stunned. Then, looking at the soft red lips, he didn't hold back and directly kissed them. Su Li's eyes were a little shocked. How this guy just kissed up directly. It was still her first kiss. Soon, the candle flame was also extinguished by Nangongchen. Under a burst of violent gasps, Su Li's soft words could be faintly heard. Bastard! If you fail me in this life, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. 10,000 words omitted here. Early morning, a touch of fishbelly white gradually appeared in the sky, and the faint light of the morning sun illuminated the red plums scattered between the beds, bewitching and crimson. Nangongchen opened his eyes, but had realized that the beautiful person beside him had long since left. He detected a cloud of icy blue gas in his body, which was very good for his body. Was this Su Li's Yuan-in? On top of that, he also realized that his cultivation had also broken through from the early stage of the Purple Mansion to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion in a single leap. Each realm was divided into 4 stages, which were the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak. Then it seemed like he wasn't getting close to the next realm anytime soon. A smile appeared on his face as he thought about it. Ding! First day of marriage. Do you sign in? Just then, a cold prompt sounded. Nangongchen reacted and also responded in a hurry. Signing in. Chapter 16, Villains are reversible. Ding! Reward the secret of the line. When Nangongchen heard this, his eyes were filled with shock that it was the secret of the line. It must be known that the 9-character secret is a supreme mastery, and the secret of the line has the ultimate speed in the world, and it can even cross the limits of the realm. This aspect of speed he also currently did not cultivate powerful body techniques. If there was a secret of the line, it could also make up for this aspect. Returning to his senses, Nangongchen also headed out of the house. He didn't forget that he still had important things to do today. He only saw him walk to an open space and set up a boundary, then threw the ring in Su Aotian's hand earlier on the ground. Senior, won't you come out to meet us? Nangongchen opened his mouth and said, a ghostly light emanating from his heavy pupils, as if he could see through everything in the world. He hadn't forgotten that Su Aotian's chance was inside. With a quick glance, he could see that there was a soul body within the ring. As the words fell, the silhouette hiding within the ring did not move, and there was a sneer on his face. Kid, you're still too young to fight with me, and you're still trying to swindle me out of my dreams. His name was Hong Tian. He was the remnant soul of a top alchemist in the Central Divine State, and by chance he turned out to be in Su Aotian's ring, and after absorbing a few more years of aura, he also managed to awaken. After a few breaths, there was still no reaction in the ring, and Nangongchen couldn't help but feel some anger on his face. Do you really think that I won't be able to destroy you if you hide in the ring? Don't force me to destroy this ring so that you have no place to stay. After Hong Tian heard this, the corners of his mouth showed even more disdain. This ring others do not know. He does not know? It is made of heavenly meteorite iron, and he is a small junior of the Zifu realm. Take his head and open it for him. Nope. When did he reach the Purple Mansion realm? Wasn't he still a spirit sea the day before? Hong Tian looked like he had thought of something, and the smile at the corner of his mouth directly stiffened. He broke through from the spirit sea to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion in one day? What kind of cultivation speed is this? Even the 9th grade qualification is not as heaven-defying as this. And after Nangongchen, who was outside, saw this, he also revealed a wry smile. You don't want to come out, do you? You want to stay in this turtle shell for the rest of your life? You have to know that there is a divine fire inside the heavy pupil that can burn everything in the world, called the 9 underworld fire. The existence of the top of the list of foreign fires. Amadeus, Nangongchen said mid-sentence. Afterwards, an incomparably terrifying black flame was generated, searing and burning, directly attached to the ring, only to see that as this 9 underworld flame appeared, the silhouette inside directly jumped out, his face pale and pale. After Nangongchen saw it, he also revealed a satisfied smile. It's finally out. Shameless junior, how dare you treat the seat like this? Do you know who I am? Hong Tian said angrily. He had some palpitations. He could feel that this flame could not only burn through this ring, it even said that even the soul could be burned. He then spoke condescendingly as if he had thought of something. Since you are in order to make every effort to have an audience with this seat, is not that you want me to point out for you, this way, see in the case of you injuring my disciple, you waste 2 arms of your own, and then kowtow a few on the ground to me. I will consider pointing out to you. Seeing him in this lofty manner, Nangongchen laughed, his eyes gradually freezing. You want me to lose both my arms? Kowtow to you? You deserve it. Originally, I wanted to make use of it and keep him alive, but since you are so insensitive, it's better to die once more. 9 spectral underworld fire. Nangongchen opened his mouth and then an even more radiant spectral light erupted from his heavy pupils. The black flames in the sky were spreading down, seeming to burn out the entire world, directly surrounding Hong Tian. Daring! How dare you! Stop and take back these evil flames. Hong Tian's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat in disbelief that this sun would dare to actually burn him. Then, after he saw that double pupil, he instantly understood everything. It was actually the legendary heavy pupil. Ah! It hurts so much. Stop burning me. Old me is dying. Hong Tian's silhouette was wailing in pain. These flames were just too terrifying. He did not expect that Nangong Chen would really lay his hands on him. This kind of reaction is not right. Shouldn't they all be on their knees thanking me? What's with the status reversal? Nangong Chen's gaze was cold, and he just quietly looked at this shadow cooked by these 9 underworld fires. Kid, I was wrong. Stop it or I'm really going to die. Hong Tian wailed, and his shadow became more and more transparent, seemingly about to disappear. Nangong Chen was silent and continued to watch, knowing that this was not the limit. A hint of shock flashed in Hong Tian's eyes. Could this have been discovered by him? That's right. He still had a little bit of soul power stored in his divine soul, enough for him to use a forbidden art to attack Nangong Chen's divine sense and replace him. Damn it! If this keeps up, he's really going to die. Nangong Chen laughed coldly, looking at the fast about to disappear silhouette that was now becoming a few moments more substantial. He knew that this old man had an uneasy heart in his mind. Soon, the color of fear finally appeared in Hong Tian's eyes, because his soul power was really about to run out, and at that time, he was going to die for real. I'm scared. I'm scared. Don't kill me. I'm willing to tell you everything I know. Hong Tian directly knelt on the ground with a poof and begged. After Nangong Chen saw this, he also took back quite a bit of the flame and said in a cold voice, "Open your divine sense and let me search your soul. If you're not dead, I'll let you live." He wasn't stupid. If this old deng had left something behind, wouldn't he be finished? So it was safer to search his soul. Just shoot a wisp of divine thought in and you'll know everything. Hong Tian's face was a little embarrassed after hearing this. He didn't expect that he would be soul-searched by a yellow-haired kid, but now he was completely oiled up and didn't have the slightest ability to be able to resist. In order to survive, he gritted his teeth and hesitated for a while, but still opened his divine sense. Although soul-searching was highly dangerous to the person who had the spell cast on them, but they couldn't think about it that much right now. Seeing this, Nangong Chen didn't have much to say and directly released a divine thought into it. An agonizing look appeared on Hong Tian's face, as if his entire head had been drilled in by electricity, tearing his soul in pain. After a few breaths, Nangong Chen withdrew his divine thoughts with an expression of satisfaction. Clearly he had learned a lot of important information. Hong Tian, on the other hand, was panting, and the shadow became more and more indistinct, as if it was about to disappear. After the soul search, kid, you should keep your promise too. Let the old man live. After Nangong Chen heard this, he also revealed a cold smile. Haven't you ever heard that villains always backtrack? Old Biden, you might as well go to hell. You lied to me. Hong Tian's eyes widened as he looked at him resentfully. Nangong Chen ignored it and directly struck down, completely dispersing this divine soul. Chapter 17, Su Ao Tian Awakens. New mission. After Nangong Chen finished absorbing the memories, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as well. Worthy of being a top-tier alchemist, these ancient pills have been lost for a long time, as well as this alchemy skill. It can all be cheap for me. Su Ao Tian, Su Ao Tian. You are really a leek that is so green that it flows with oil, and I still have to take my time to slaughter it. Thinking of this, a deep look appeared in the bottom of his eyes. In Hong Tian's memories, he had learned that Su Ao Tian was going to the Tian Yuan Academy next, to capture the Tian Yuan Spirit Tablet, which contained a technique that was extraordinary. As for this Tian Yuan Academy, he had some impression in his mind that it was founded by Kong Dao Yun, one of the great 4 saints of Confucius, a place where heavenly pride gathered, and had cultivated many outstanding talents for the great Zhou. Almost all of the famous and powerful people nowadays had come out of the Tian Yuan Academy in the beginning, which was enough to see the terror of their cultivated disciples. There was once a royal disciple in it to bully people. All were expelled by the Dean Kong Sheng without mercy. Not give a trace of mercy. The Tian Yuan Academy's reputation thus rises. There is known as a cold disciple of the Holy Land of the name Ding, issuing a quest, go to the Tian Yuan Academy and sign in. At this time, a cold prompt sounded. When Nangong Chen heard this, he also froze for a moment, then reacted with a smile on his face. He was planning to head to Tian Yuan Academy, but he didn't expect that the system would let him head to sign in. So it seems that this time, Tian Yuan Academy, it is really a must-go. I don't know. When that time comes, Su Ao Tian's expression when he sees him, how should it be? The Imperial King's family. Inside the room, a familiar figure was unconscious on the bed. His right hand was wrapped in a white cloth and blood could be seen oozing out of it. Apparently, his right hand had been cut off. That's right, this person was none other than Su Aotian. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, as if he was experiencing some kind of nightmare, when he suddenly jerked his eyes open and roared, "Nangong Chen, I'm going to kill you." After the servants waiting on the side saw it, their pupils also shrunk slightly, and they ran in a panic to inform the head of the family. After Su Aotian woke up and saw this familiar environment, he thought it was a false alarm, until he saw the empty right hand. He realized that it was not a dream. "Ah, my right hand, you deserve to die, Nangong Chen. If I don't kill you in this life, I, Su Aotian, swear not to be a man." Su Aotian's 2 eyes were bloodshot as he hissed. To know, what he cared about was not his right hand, but that ring on his right hand. That ring was the biggest dependency for his rise. Now that it was taken away by Nangong Chen, then he was still so strong. The Wang family head who had come forward could not help but frown after hearing this ghostly cry, his eyes icy cold. "Su Aotian, do you know your sin?" Wang Xiong shattered this door with a palm and entered the door coldly looking at Su Aotian, holding back his anger. The people of the Wang clan also rushed to him at the sound of his voice, and all of them were staring at him with cold gazes. "What is my crime?" Su Aotian was confused by this roar and looked at the crowd with some confusion. "You lost my daughter. You are now pretending to have amnesia instead, aren't you?" Wang Xiong said angrily. His cultivation exploded out, and a sea-like pressure poured directly towards him. After Su Aotian heard it, then he reacted to the fact that the young girl who called him Aotian brother all day long seemed to be gone. Thinking of this, his face turned a shade of blue, and his heart was incomparably resentful of Nangong Chen. "Family master, listen to my explanation," Su Aotian said in a hurry, wanting to defend himself with some sophistry. He is now sinew and vein wasted, without any cultivation on his body, and he still has to rely on the Wang family. Otherwise, he so rise again. "I explain your mom. You, if it wasn't for you this had to go and act like a pussy and bring along Laozi's daughter. Would you she be enslaved?" The moment Su Aotian finished speaking, Wang Xiong directly punched over and smashed him into the wall. The original just somewhat recovered Su Aotian was smashed with a punch, even worse than before, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. His face was pale and he was spitting out blood, as if he somehow didn't understand why this was being done to him. One should know that Wang Xiong had previously been full of smiles trying to set him up with Wang Yuxuan, but now he was like a different person. Wang Xiong was seething with anger, and it seemed that he was still not relieved, and just when he wanted to punch down to end his life, a ghostly figure stood out. Elder Wang stopped him, shook his head, and persuaded, "Forget it, now that he's wasted and Yu Xian was captured by Nangong Chen, you killing him won't solve anything. Besides, I'm somewhat to blame for this, so if you want to blame me, blame me." After Wang Xiong heard this, the anger on his face eased a bit, but it still didn't relieve his anger. Su Aotian was also relieved after seeing this, and then a hint of shade flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wang Xiong. "Old thing, don't you just lose one of your daughters? Besides, it's not dead. If I get stronger in the future, I'll have to kill you. How dare you take a shot at me? As a matter of urgency, we still have to go and inquire about the winds of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion to see how to get Yu Xian back." Elder Wang continued. "You are right, but Su Aotian still has to give me an explanation." Wang Xiong still said angrily. The eyes of the Wang family's crowd also fell on him at this time. If there was no good explanation, I'm afraid it would be difficult to convince the public. After hearing this, Elder Wang also hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. "Waste Su Aotian's status as a guest elder. Expel the Wang family with immediate effect and never come back." When these words came out, Su Aotian's heart was filled with shock as a bolt from the blue. He hadn't expected the person he had once saved to be so cruel. He said, at this moment, a thought actually appeared in his mind. The thought of wanting to kill them all. When the crowd heard this, they nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Su Aotian could only grit his teeth and swept his gaze icily at everyone present, as if he wanted to memorize their appearance so that he could retaliate later. "What are you looking at? It's really hard to pretend without strength. This cure is also drooling. Now you've kicked a steel plate. Didn't you used to be pretty wild?" After seeing this, these disciples also mocked without mercy. After Su Aotian heard this, his expression was incomparably embarrassed and his face was red, as if the scar in his heart had been brought up again. This attitude of the crowd also filled his heart with fallout, and he could not wait to raise his sword to kill them all. "You guys wait for me. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth," Su Aotian coldly said. Then his footsteps accelerated, his posture staggered, fleeing as if he left the royal residence in a sorry state. At this moment, the hatred in his heart for Nangong Chen had reached its peak. and he couldn't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts. If it wasn't for him, would he have fallen to such a state? It's all because of you, Nangong Chen. At this moment, he already had a plan in his mind. He was in the Silver Moon mountain range. He had buried a precious medicine, which was enough to bring him back to the peak, and after his body recovered, he would head to the Tian Yuan Academy, where there was a chance that would be enough to make him change his destiny against the heavens. When that time comes, Nangong Chen and all you ungrateful dogs, I won't spare a single one of you. Chapter 18 Red Sword God King wants to follow? Tian Yuan Fu. What's the matter? Letting you give this young master a massage, and you, a little maid, seem to be unwilling to do so? Inside the courtyard, Nangong Chen sat on the eunuch chair and looked at Wang Yuxuan, who was wearing a maid's outfit in front of him, and teased. Wang Yuxuan clenched her teeth a little, wearing a pair of cat ears on her ebony hair, which was very tempting with this pure and lovely face, especially those black silk jade feet, which emitted a crystalline glow and looked silky smooth. Nangong Chen made a sound again, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Wang Yuxuan saw this before she slowly came, her small Qiong Linglong's prime hand resting on top of his shoulders, gently kneading them. Her beautiful eyes were filled with exasperation, but she didn't dare to show it. Looking exasperated, it turned out that ever since he brought Wang Yuxuan back the day before yesterday, he had sent someone to teach her how to become a qualified maid. Now, at the end of 2 days, Wang Yuxuan has successfully graduated from the Maid Academy. Of course, at this moment, she was naturally filled with resentment towards Nangong Chen. Not bad, not bad. It seems like you've learned great in the past 2 days. This kind of technique, better than even the greenhouse girls outside, makes me a bit relaxed, Nangong Chen praised, not caring about her feelings at all. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, her silver teeth clenched even tighter, wanting to go down with a hammer. What an asshole to compare me to a greenhouse girl. Thinking this way, she massaged harder. But then again, this set of clothes is very appropriate to wear on you well. No thanks to letting me spend 2 immortal crystals to customize it for you. Nangong Chen smelled the young girl's fragrance and couldn't help but sigh. When Wang Yuxuan heard it, her beautiful eyes were a little shocked. The set she was wearing even cost 2 immortal crystals. What concept is an immortal crystal? It must be equal to 20 million spirit stones. Her usual pocket money is only 10,000 spirit stones. If she were to buy this, she would have to wait until the monkey years and months. So rich. Wang Yuxuan spat out 2 sentences in a small voice. I thought I was a rich girl, but compared to this one, it was nothing. Nangong Chen was unimpressed after hearing this. Money is something that is meant to be spent. Otherwise, what is the meaning of existence? Hearing this trenchant speech, Wang Yuxuan's head was filled with black lines and she didn't want to speak. For some reason, after becoming Nangong Chen's maid, she seemed to dislike him less. Looking at the young man in front of her, whose temperament and appearance were incomparably dusty, made her think of Su Aotian. Now Su Aotian's tendons were abolished. This life cannot be cultivated. I hope that he will be honest in the future as an ordinary person. And she also fell to become Nangong Chen's maid. In the future, doomed to not be a world of people. People have to move on after all. I just don't know what kind of hurry the family will be in now that they have learned that she was taken away by Nangong Chen. The thought made her a little worried. What? Are you homesick? As if he could sense what was going through her mind. Nangong Chen opened his mouth and said. Wang Yuxuan did not make a sound and silently continued to massage him. I am not unreasonable. If you behave well in the future, I will naturally let you go back. Nangong Chen continued, leaving her with a little hope. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, her beautiful eyes brightened a bit and she was pleasantly surprised. Just then, too, a voice came from outside. Young Lord, the Red Sword Divine King is requesting an audience. He's currently within the hall. After Nangong Chen heard this, he also stood up and lightly swept his white clothes. Let's go. Follow me to meet this God King. When Wang Yuxuan saw this, her pupils shrunk a little. A divine king had actually begged to see Nangong Chen. Was this the strength of the heavenly abyss mansion? What's more, it was still the Red Cloud Sword sect, a top sect that was incomparably famous in the Great Zhou. Inside the hall, the Red Sword God King was a bit nervous at the moment, looking a bit fidgety as he sat in front of these few. With the arrival of a white-robed, stunning figure, he secretly sighed in relief. It's finally here, and it's been a long time coming. Nangong Chen was dressed in white, with a dusty temperament and starry eyes, just like an exiled immortal. At this moment, he had already retracted his heavy pupils, revealing eyes that were normal to those of an ordinary person. And behind him, Wang Yuxuan's petite figure followed closely behind. When the Red Sword God King saw this, he also took a deep breath, then spoke. This day, this seed has come here to make amends. The crowd was a bit shocked at these words. I thought I was here to pick a fight. But I didn't think I was really here to apologize. They all exterminated your disciples. And you're not even angry. Oh, seeing this, Nangongchen was also a bit surprised. It's my poor discipline of the disciples under me. The young lord's wedding a few days ago disturbed your mood. Lan Feng was beheaded by the young lord as well. He blamed himself for it. He did it to himself. While the rest of the people being locked up by the young lord is also reasonable. The Red Sword God King opened his mouth and said, very sincerely, it wasn't that he was heartless, but Lan Feng was nurtured by the previous patriarch and wasn't his personal disciple, so dying wouldn't be a loss to the clan. And Lu Ruyan was the top priority. The 8th grade qualification of the Heart of the Sword Emperor. In the whole of the Great Zhou was also a demon with heaven-defying qualifications. Today, this is a little bit of my intention. I hope that young lord can bear with me. The Red Sword God King took out the compensation and placed it on the ground. After Nangongchen swept through it, there wasn't anything particularly stunning. As for that book of swordsmanship that was regarded by the Red Sword Divine King as the clan's masterpiece, surprisingly, he had also taken out the upper chapter. At this time, after Wang Yuxuan, who was behind her, saw it, she did show a hint of longing in her eyes. Inside, there was an item called the three-way flower lotus, which particularly matched her jade spirit body. But even so, she didn't dare to make a sound, because these things were not for her to get her hands on. The Nangong War at the top was a bit shocked at the sight of this, but even the sex mastery had been taken out. It was already very sincere. Those who didn't know thought that this was a pitch to join among the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Immediately afterward, the Red Sword Divine King added, I have one more thing to ask for, as the chaotic world is approaching, and the entire Great Zhou has entered its later years. I wonder if there is still a lack of forces attached to the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion's command. Oh, you mean that you want to join the Heavenly Abyss Mansion? Nangongchen came to be interested at this time. Now that he had displayed his talent, it was time for him to cultivate his own forces. That's right, it's just that I don't know. The Red Sword God King continued. Granted, you are allowed to join, but only if you follow my son. At this time, Nangong War also looked out. The Red Sword Divine King's face was somewhat elated. If he joined amongst the behemoth that was the Heavenly Abyss Palace, he wouldn't have to be constrained by the Imperial Court in the future. This is a great thing for them. Let go of the Spirit Sea and let me plant a brand. Nangongchen was simple and brutal, saying directly, he didn't want to give his forces a backstabbing when the time came. Yes, but before that, I want to take a look at young lord's heavy pupil. After hesitating for a moment, the Red Sword God King clenched his teeth and said that he wanted to see if Nangongchen was worth following. He could also tell that the Nangongchen at this time did not reveal his heavy pupils. Chapter 19, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. When the words fell, Nangongchen no longer concealed his breath. The pupils of his eyes were divided into two, like a vast starry river, with the great Tao evolving inside. An aura that was enough to make heaven and earth vibrate erupted, and the runes around his body were intertwined and radiant to the extreme, as if he were a teenage king. The Red Sword God King's eyes widened. His pupils slightly shrunk. He saw that this pair of heavy pupils were somewhat in a trance, as if he had vanished into a piece of nothingness. His entire body was powerless. There was a palpitating feeling that emanated straight from his body, and he couldn't help but feel the impulse in his heart to kneel down and pay homage. He was a God King realm powerhouse, but he was even affected when facing the heavy pupils. What a horrible talent this is. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. His heart completely bowled over. My name is Red Sky, and I am willing to go through fire and water for young lord. After Nangongchen saw it, he also revealed a satisfied smile. Behind her, Wang Yuxuan's pretty face was a bit pale at the moment, her eyes showing shock. This asshole's heavy pupils are so powerful. Thinking of this, she became even lower inside. It seems that Ao Tian's brother's wish to take revenge will not be realized in this lifetime. Following me is the most correct choice you've made in this life, and in the future I will ascend to the very top, soloing through the ages and becoming that existence above all beings. Nangongchen spoke with a bland expression, his eyes looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, with an air of swallowing mountains and rivers. And at this moment, the sky's Xian Huangqi erupted. The colorful divine light was brilliant, and the sound of the great Tao resonated. The crowd was shocked. This was actually a heavenly Tao resonance. Those who were blessed by the heavenly Tao would surely achieve a great deal in the future. And it was not expected that Nangongchen's words would cause such a great stir. After Red Xiao saw it, the admiration in his eyes wanted to be intense, and it was obvious that he had been completely convinced. Nangongchen's face was bland. Then he withdrew his heavy pupil. After all, this vision was too huge, not conducive to his villainous style, and going out on weekdays would also cause unnecessary trouble. Even though he wasn't afraid of it, it was still a little annoying when he dealt with it more than once. Since that's the case, Qi Xiao, you go and fetch Lu Ruyan and the others back. Yes. Seeing his back, there was some inexplicable meaning in Nangong Chen's eyes. I also don't know how Rian Lu should react after learning that the clan has been taken under my wing. After the crowd left, only the Nangong father and son were left in the entire hall. You said you're going to Tian Yuan Academy? Nangong warrior opened his mouth and asked, seemingly a little shocked. Going to have some fun and do some things along the way. Nangong Chen had something to hide and said casually. It was naturally impossible for him to say the matter of the system in his mind. After all, it was vital. Nangong War laughed a bit after hearing this. Then said, you couple are really of the same nature. This morning Suli looked for me and told me that she wanted to head to Tian Yuan Academy. At this moment I think she has already set off. I didn't expect that now you're going to go as well. As the words fell, Nangong Chen was a bit surprised in his heart. She was also going to Tian Yuan Academy? Looking at her, I think it must be an intention she has had for a long time. And it just so happens that in these few days, Tian Yuan Academy has started recruiting new disciples. So I allowed her to do so. Nangong War continued, taking a sip of tea and smiling. By the way, she also asked me to tell you that she wants to become stronger and catch up with you. After Nangong Chen heard this, it dawned on him somewhat, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you sure it wasn't that day when the two of them had their conjugal affair? And this little girl was shy and made up a random excuse? But it's probably still a little difficult to keep up with for my husband. Since you want to go, it just so happens that our heavenly abyssal mansion has places in the Tian Yuan Academy every year. So you can leave tomorrow. How about it? As for the Tian Yuan Academy side, I will greet them in advance. Nangong War pondered for a moment, then said, everything will be fine according to father. Nangong Chen nodded and smiled. It's just not the same with this background. Everything is taken care of for you. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already a few days later. An immense and incomparable Xian black flying boat cut across the sky, with clouds and haze erupting and divine light overflowing, causing the passers-by in the path to talk. Is this another one of that great power out there? This flying boat? What a shock! I'm afraid the big man sitting up there is beyond our reach in this life. Look, you guys, that banner up there. It seems to have the words Heavenly Abyss written on it. Hiss! Someone exclaimed loudly, waking up the crowd, who looked shocked and then revealed a look of realization. So it's the people from the Tian Yuan house. That's not surprising. I'm afraid that they're the only ones who can be so generous nowadays in the Great Zhou. The eyes of the crowd were incomparably envious and filled with awe at the same time. On the flying boat, this spirit grape. It's really sweet and tasty. It's also very white. Nangong Chen was lying down with a cozy face, while in front of him, Wang Yuxuan, who was dressed in a catgirl-maid outfit, was sending spiritual fruits from a plate into his mouth. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Nangong Chen also couldn't help but sigh. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, her pure and moving face also flashed a trace of doubt. Aren't grapes purple? Nangong Chen was just about to say something more flirty when an icy beep sounded. On the 10th day of the wedding, rewarded with a divine level technique, divine elephant prison suppressing strength. After Nangong Chen heard it, the corner of his mouth also revealed a smile. These days have been signing him to useless things. Today finally came good things. As the system's words fell, a stream of arcane gongfu phrases surged into Nangong Chen's mind like a torrent. Divine elephant subduing prison. Using qi to attract God. Using God to become an elephant. Raising his hands and feet. The power of the divine elephant. Gathered in one body. 100,000 particles. Each particle, comparable to a divine elephant. If one awakened 100,000 particles, it would be 100,000 divine elephant power added to their body, and their physical body would reach an extremely terrifying level. Under one fist, mountains were opened and the sea was broken, heaven and earth collapsed, stars were shattered, and the sun and moon were twisted, all at the drop of a hat. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength, what a powerful technique, even in the heavenly abyss province. Body refining techniques like this are rare. Nangong Chen secretly sighed. For the current him, although the heavy pupil gives a sense of oppression is very sufficient, but the foundation is still weak. If the divine elephant prison suppressing strength to penetrate, will make up for this great lack, then is the perfect pentagonal warrior. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen directly sat on the ground and began to enlighten himself. After Wang Yuxuan saw it, her beautiful eyes also glowed with a strange color, and she put away the fruit plate in her hand and quietly watched him cultivate from the side. This was the first time in all these days that I had seen Nangong Chen cultivate so seriously, previously hanging on for dear life. I thought that this bastard didn't cultivate. At this moment, Nangong Chen had already devoted himself to cultivation. Boom! Soon, Nangong Chen felt that one of the particles within his body broke open, as if a giant elephant had awakened, raising its head to the sky and blasting down the stars. As he continued to cultivate, his golden blood chi rose directly into the air, transforming into a golden giant elephant that suppressed the heavens and earth. Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes widened in some shock. What kind of technique is this? And why have I never seen it before? Chapter 20, Assassination. And at this moment, above the sky dome, there was a figure with a delicate figure, watching Nangong Chen. Her breath was incomparably amazing. The void trembled a little. The runes around her body were intertwined, and between the opening and closing of her eyes, there was even a river of stars flowing. Even the strongest person of the Great Zhou, Nangong Yu, didn't have such a terrifying breath. However, at this time, her eyes, like autumn water, did not contain a trace of malice, as if with a color of pampering, worthy of being that one's son. The fluctuations in cultivation are all so great. She sighed quietly, as if thinking of something. When the words fell, the woman disappeared into the void, as if she had never appeared. In the void, not far from the flying boat, there were 10 black-robed powerhouses with cold and ruthless gazes and masked faces, seemingly waiting for something. My lord, why hasn't that flying boat from the Heavenly Abyss province come yet? There was a voice from an old man covered in black robes, looking towards the one at the head, only to see the black-robed man at the head of the group, waved his hand and said in an unimpressed manner, "What's the rush? Nangong Chen has to die sooner or later." "Not both." Jia. "That's right." The old man counted the days. "They are almost here today." Another person opened his mouth and laughed coldly. "That's right. These people were the heavenly rank assassins sent by the king of the Great Zhou to assassinate Nangong Chen, and each of them was strong. All of them were Purple Mansion realm powerhouses, and the one in the lead had already reached the peak of the Violet Mansion, and was only a foot away from the Profound Realm. With such a big battle, it could also be seen that the Great Zhou King wanted to kill Nangong Chen's determination. If the intelligence from above is correct, this time, Nangong Chen went out and only brought a few guards from the Purple Mansion realm with him, and these few people are nothing more than a breeze for us to deal with, the chief said in a cold voice, his eyes incomparably cold. That's right. That being said, this Heaven's Abyss province is also looking down on us too much, isn't it? Surprisingly, it only sent a few Zifu realm cultivators. A short black robed behind him agreed. It's hard to say. The Heavenly Abyss mansion is airtight. It's possible that this news is wrong or not. We should always be vigilant. The chief continued. So what if there's a great power realm? We'll use a combined attack formation to surround it, and Nangong Chen's head won't be a handful. Ha 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 ha. The rest of them chimed in. But from what I've heard, Nangong Chen seems to have awakened the legendary heavy pupil. It sounds like a divine call? This you also believe? That waste can awaken heavy pupils. I will drink urine upside down on the spot, even if he awakens. So what? He's only in the refined Shi realm. Could he pop up to the Purple Mansion overnight? Ha 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 ha. These black robes showed disdain and whispered, and it didn't take long for them to start talking again. Yes, but it's true that he took that Wang family's young lady to run. If I kill Nangong Chen later, I'll have to play with it. You're really a lecherous devil. I'm different. I'm going to play with the corpse of that Nangong Chen later on. I heard that he has a white face. Thinking about it excites me. And he's also the son of Nangong War. Ha 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 ha. Lao San, you're so disgusting with this dragon and yang. Don't set your sights on us big old men. You're joking. Lao Si, who would look at you guys? With your crooked looks. The crowd spoke in unison, an evil light erupting in their eyes. At this time, the chief also spoke up. If we can succeed this time and hijack that flying boat of the Heavenly Abyssal House, that would be an earning. That's something worth a lot of money. Enough for a few of us to do a lifetime of quests without being able to exchange for it. After the crowd heard this, they all also showed their faces, their eyes filled with greed. In exchange for since ancient times, who dares to kill the Heavenly Abyss Mansion? Let alone the son of Nangong War, the young master of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, while only we, the Shadow Guard, dare to be like this. If we succeed, we'll be considered to have done the people a favor, and this is a feat that will shock the entire Great Zhou. The chief kept pouring chicken soup on them. Here they come. At this moment, someone whispered, only to see a huge black flying boat slowly approaching not far in front of them. With these words, these black-robed powerhouses disappeared into the clouds and ambushed. On the flying boat, Nangong Chen opened his eyes. A pair of double pupils seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and earth, erupting a ghostly light, and the golden chi and blood on his body reached a limit. Is this the divine elephant purgatory strength? It's really powerful, Nangong Chen said secretly, feeling the changes within his body. At this moment, he had already activated 10 million particles and had reached a very terrifying 10 million kilograms of force. In other words, by relying on physical strength alone, he had already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, and was even directly approaching great powers. It's a qualitative leap. He even dared to say outright that under the same realm, his fleshly body was absolutely invincible. Wang Yuxuan, who was on the side, also opened her eyes after sensing that he had finished cultivating. Master, are you done practicing? Wang Yuxuan naturally opened her mouth. She'd gotten used to referring to her as master over the past few days together, because the moment she didn't say master, she'd get her ass handed to her by this asshole. Aha! Nangong Chen nodded his head gently. He only needed a battle now to test his current strength. He came outside and saw that the sky was getting dark and the bright moon was rising. So cultivation time passes so quickly? Young lord. After the guards outside saw the white-clothed Nangong Chen come out, they also greeted him with respect. Nangong Chen nodded in response. Those 10 killers, they should be here soon, right? Nangong Chen thought in his heart, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just before he came, the Heavenly Abyss Mansion had gotten wind that the Imperial Court would be sending 10 Purple Prefecture realm assassins to assassinate him. Fortunately, he allowed his father to deliberately let the wind out of the sails, and externally only claimed that he was accompanied by 3 Purple Mansion realm guards. In fact, it is not. In this flying boat, there are really only 3 Purple Mansion realms, but he had a protector, a quasi-saint's protector, enough to allow him to traverse the entire Great Zhou. No, the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture. Young lord, it's very close. Those 10 heaven-rank killers are only 100 miles away from the flying boat. It's estimated that they'll arrive in a few breaths. Do you need me to step in and take care of it? A voice transmission resounded within Nangong Chen's mind. Elder Mu, there's no need for you to make a move. A mere 10 purple mansions. I'll suppress them with just my hands. And it's also just the right time for me to test my strength. Nangong Chen looked at the clouds in the sky above and responded. I understand. When Nangong Chen heard this, he also stopped making a sound. His gaze was deep, a double pupil emitting a demonic light that seemed to be able to see through this misty sea of clouds. Coming. The corners of his mouth quirked into a smile. His expression bland. Chapter 21 One man battles 10 violet mansions. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion rang out. The top of the flying boat was shaking a bit. Obviously someone was attacking the flying boat. Enemy attack. Protect the young master. Quickly, one of the guards responded and blurted out. 2 figures flew out directly from the back and arrived in front of Nangong Chen. Young lord, it's dangerous here. We'd better quickly go to the back and open the flying boat formation. There was an aged guard who said in a low voice, his face anxious. They had never expected that someone would want to assassinate the young lord of the Heaven's Abyss Mansion. Too late. Just then, an arrogant voice came from the sea of clouds. Immediately afterward, dozens of black figures gradually appeared in front of the crowd. They were fully covered in black robes and had a powerful aura, obviously coming prepared. The speaker was none other than the chief who was at the head of the group. His gaze was gloomy and cold, as if he was a viper sweeping over the crowd, and at the same time, the aura emanating from his body was the most powerful amongst the 10. A full 10 Zifu realms had come to assassinate Nangong Chen. After the 3 guards saw it, they couldn't help but change their faces, their eyes filled with gravity. There are actually 10 purple mansion realms. The aged guard was shocked. At this moment, when Wang Yuxuan, who had come out from the back, saw this scene, she couldn't help but shrink her pupils slightly. Is this someone trying to assassinate assholes? Thinking of this, her heart inexplicably tensed up, somewhat worried for Nangong Chen. Yo, I didn't expect that there were really only 3 purple mansion realms on the flying boat, so it seems that the intelligence was correct this time. When the chief saw the last figure appear, he also dropped his heart and laughed. This time it's going to be a big profit. At this moment, they all couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if they had already eaten up Nangong Chen and the others. After the 3 guards heard this, their faces grew paler and paler. The other party actually knew even their information. I'm afraid that they would not be able to escape this time. Who are you people? How dare you assassinate the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion? Are you not afraid of retaliation? One of the guards stood out and said loudly, trying to scare off the other party with the name of the Heaven's Abyss Mansion. Ha 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 ha, I've come to kill you all. Naturally I have the backbone to do so. A mere Heavenly Abyssal Mansion wants to scare us off. Ridiculous. That leader said loudly, and immediately continued. As for the reason for killing you guys, it's your young master's fault for messing with someone he shouldn't have messed with. The king of Great Zhou ordered you to come here to kill me, didn't he? Right at this moment, Nangong Chen spoke out, his face bland, his eyes playful and breezy. The chief's face changed after hearing this. Then he laughed out loud and said, since you guessed it, then I might as well tell you that it was the king of Great Zhou who sent us here. So what? You're going to die here today anyway. When these words came out, these few guards were shocked and a little unsuspecting. The king of Great Zhou is actually trying to kill the young lord? And behind her, Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes widened. as if she had heard something very explosive. Then nervousness filled her eyes. Wouldn't that mean that these assassins were not very strong? What's to become of this asshole? But it seems that you guys getting this information is also false. What a pity, Nangong Chen sighed, as if in silence for them. Fake? What fake? There are only 3 purple mansion realms in your flying boat. Can you still pop another one out for me? The chief was a bit confused, then sneered. Boss, what's the point of wasting words with them? They're all going to die anyway. Let's make a move to kill them. This kid's attitude annoys me. I want to see him despair later. Another black robe spoke grimly. After the chief heard this, he also nodded his head. That's right, it's still you, second brother. Who has a point? Do it. As the words fell, the 10 people erupted their cultivation in unison. The aura of the Purple Mansion realm displayed unreservedly in front of the crowd as they struck out. Today's bloody battle, vow to die to protect the young lord. Young lord, you run away. That aged guard made an instant decision and shouted. After the other 2 guards heard this, they also exploded their cultivation, their eyes red, ready to fight them in blood. You're right, it's really possible to pop up a Purple Mansion realm for you. Nangong Chen laughed coldly, then stopped the guards, his body's aura no longer concealed, and a terrifying ethereal light erupted from within his eyes. You're actually a Purple Mansion? The black-clothed leader was startled and shocked after feeling it. Nangong Chen did not say anything, standing in the void, white clothes hunting, heavy pupils in the runic intertwining, breath increased to an extreme, terrifying, as if a teenage king. I'll fight the 10 of you alone, he spoke, his eyes looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, carrying an invincible momentum. As soon as these words came out, the faces of these black robes changed, incomparably ugly, as if they had been humiliated. And down below, several guards looked at each other with shocked faces. The young lord is actually going to fight the 10 purple mansions alone. Heavens, can it really be done? Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes blossomed with a strange color. This kind of invincible aura was also rare when looking at the entire young generation of the Great Zhou. She had to admit that the Nangong Chen at this moment was indeed very charming. Fine, arrogant little child. Today is the day of your death. The black-clothed leader was also enraged, his eyes cold with a murderous intent, only to see a few people disappeared into the void, hidden as one with the clouds, as if they disappeared from here. This is their shadow guard's untransmitted art. Vanish. They held curved swords, collected their breath, and showed murderous intent, ready to give Nangong Chen a thunderous strike. This is troublesome. Their shadow guard people are the best at hiding in their surroundings as if their breath is disappearing, and suddenly striking at a critical time to catch them off guard. Besides, this is a combined attack technique by the other party. Even a powerhouse of the great power realm is likely to be struck. The older guard below spoke, his eyes filled with gravity. What should the young lord do then? A few people revealed a worried look as they looked at the sea of clouds filled with killing intent in the sky above. When Nangong Chen saw this, he also revealed a cold smile. How dare he hide in front of the heavy pupil? Ridiculous. Afterward, his eyes blazed incomparably, and a light from his eyes ripped through the heavens and earth and shot up into the clouds. Instantly, a miserable scream rang out in the air, and a bloody mist emerged. The few guards below stared in disbelief, instantly killing 4 purple mansion realms. At this moment, when the black-robed leader who was hidden in the air saw this, his eyes turned red, and a great killing chance erupted from his body. Vertical sun and dare. He roared in his mind as he couldn't strike yet, brewing his strongest strike. When the other black robes saw this, cold sweat flowed down their bodies. They hadn't expected that Nangong Chen would be able to see through their concealment. At that moment, a black robe touched the sky above Nangong Chen, holding a scimitar in his hand, ready to give him a thunderous blow to the back. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, he directly pierced through the clouds, a piercing coldness emanating from his scimitar, killing Nangong Chen directly. A touch of delight surfaced in his eyes. The young lord of the Heavenly Abyss province is nothing more than that. When the crowd below saw this, their pupils shrunk slightly and their faces showed concern. Young lord, be careful. Chapter 22, Flirting Under the Moon. Wang Yuxuan's heart also tensed up, and she pinched a sweat for Nangong Chen. Only the next moment, Nangong Chen's body erupted with golden chi and blood, majestic as an ocean, and behind him, an incomparably terrifying living creature's shadow unexpectedly appeared, resembling a dragon and an elephant, looking up to the sky with a long whine, shaking the entire heaven and earth. The man with the curved sword was directly shaken back by this powerful force, spitting blood from his mouth, his eyes full of shock. What kind of kung fu is this? Then, without waiting for him to regain his senses, a golden fist light appeared and blasted him with a single punch. Hiss. And when the remaining assassins hidden in the void saw this scene, they couldn't help but sweat coldly, and had already developed a desire to retreat in their hearts. What kind of monster was this? Not only could he see through their disguises, but even his physical body was strong and invincible, killing a purple mansion realm with just a single punch. Who said this is the wasteful young master of the Tian Yuan house? And Elder Mu, who was preparing to strike from above, couldn't help but be a little shocked when he saw it. Young lord is truly unfathomable. This fleshly body can be cultivated to the extent of appearing visions is also unheard of. Throughout the entire Great Zhou, he had never seen such a demonic heavenly pride, terrifying as it was. With heavy pupils plus an invincible physical body, he would definitely reach an unattainable height in the future. When the black-robed leader saw that the rest of them wanted to retreat, he also angrily rebuked, to give a yellow-haired brat to kill to the point of cowardice. Do you have the face to run away? Now that 5 of our brethren have already been killed in the Yellow Springs, all we have to do is to make this brat give them a burial. Otherwise, neither the court, nor the heavenly abyss palace will let us go. When the other black robes heard this, they dismissed the idea. That's right, kill him and let him bury our brethren with him. Their eyes were red, and they erupted into a stronger cultivation than before, apparently burning their chi and blood, holding weapons as they fought their way towards Nangongchen. When Nangongchen saw it, he also let out a cold laugh. You guys are quite righteous, just in time to send you all together for a reunion. Subsequently, his eyes blazed, a pair of double pupils terrifyingly incomparable, capable of opening up the sky and destroying everything, only to see, an eye light erupted, blazing to the extreme, and with a blast, it shattered 2 of them into blood mist. His eyes, the 2 remaining men exclaimed in panic. At this point in the battle, they also realized that there was something wrong and odd with Nangongchen's eyes. They turned and tried to run, as the gap was too great to be defeated. In the next moment, a black flame burned above their bodies, blazing, directly burning their bodies through. This was Heavy Pupil's second ability, the 9 Underworld Fire. At this moment, the whole room was in an uproar. There's still you left. Nangongchen looked toward the last person, who was also their leader. The black-robed leader's eyes were filled with fear, as if he was seeing a devil. It was only at this time that it became clear to him why Nangongchen had just said that the intelligence was false. It's not only fake, it's fake through and through. The 3 people in the intelligence did not make a move, but instead, it was Nangongchen, whom they were trying to protect, who killed through 9 purple mansion realms on his own. And right now, he was the only one left. Could it be that the king of Great Zhou wanted to deliberately trap them? At this moment, such a possibility appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blush with incomparable embarrassment. And down below, a few of the guards were also excited, their hearts proud of their young master. In the future, whoever dares to say that our young master of the Tian Yuan house is a waste of space will have to smack them a few times. Wan Yuxuan's beautiful eyes were also shocked beyond measure, not having thought that Nangongchen would be strong to this extent. This couldn't be described as genius. It was even more perverted than a demon. Even Goddess Suli wasn't this terrifying. 18 years old at the Purple Mansion realm. To say it out loud would scare quite a few people to death. Not to mention that this battle power was also of a heaven-defying degree. Seems like he's not losing out by following this asshole. At the moment, this thought appeared vaguely in her mind. Seeing that he was silent, Nangongchen was also disinterested and prepared to send the last person away as well. In the next moment, the black-robed leader exploded his cultivation, burned his life, and flew downwards. His speed was extremely fast and incomparable, and his hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. His cultivation level was already at the peak of the Violet Mansion, and after burning his life, he had already reached such a point as the early stage of the Great Power Realm. Since I can't kill you, I'll hijack this woman and see what you do? That's right. His target was precisely Wan Yuxuan, wanting to use her life to threaten Nangongchen. When Wan Yuxuan saw the other party rushing towards her, her pretty face was also pale and incomparably pale. Her beautiful eyes were somewhat disoriented by fear. The guards next to him wanted to make a move to intercept, but they couldn't help but feel powerless in the face of the black-robed leader of the mighty realm. When Nangongchen saw the scene, he also let out a cold laugh. Then speed. You then the line word secret? The secret of the word line. In the next moment, Nangongchen flew towards the bottom, his speed increasing to an extreme. So fast that he could tear through the void. Just as the black-robed leader was about to grab Wang Yuxuan for an instant, a blast of wind blew by, and in an instant, Wan Yuxuan disappeared in place. The black-robed leader's smile instantly froze, his pupils shrinking slightly, his face full of incredulity. What? In front of the bright moon, Nangongchen looked indifferent. A white suit was absolutely unrivaled, holding Wan Yuxuan in his arms. The moonlight shone on his figure, just like a real exiled immortal. When Wan Yuxuan opened her eyes, she saw that incomparably handsome face, and for a moment she couldn't help but be a little smitten. Did he save me? No wonder Fawn didn't feel uncomfortable, but rather warm and cozy. A blush crept over her face at the thought. You have nothing left to do. Suffer death, Nangong Chen said in a cold voice, looking at the black-robed leader below. Then, an eye light fell, carrying supreme might as if it could tear apart the heavens and earth, directly penetrating the black-robed leader. Why are you so fast? The black-robed leader had doubts in his eyes and ended up with a grudge. After releasing the light of heavy pupils, a look of weakness also appeared on Nangong Chen's face. Obviously, the intense use of heavy pupils comes with a price. Soon, the two returned to the flying boat. The sky. Would old pupils earthquake? Heavy pupils unexpectedly so terrifying. Across a realm actually can be killed in seconds. No wonder the previous person said that when the heavy pupil comes out, it is the beginning of invincibility. It seems like the Nangong family has really produced a true dragon. The delicate woman hidden in the void was also shocked by the heavy pupil's strong battle power at this moment. Worthy of being an ancient heavy pupil, I'm afraid this is going to be even more powerful than those heavenly prides of the family. It's really perverted, she thought secretly in her heart. Afterwards, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile, causing the entire heaven and earth to be somewhat eclipsed. That dabbling is top-notch. Chapter 23, famous in the Central Divine Region. Beyond the 9th grade, Tian Yuan Fu. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being my son, he really does have the appearance of a saint. Nangong War looked at the information coming from his men and also laughed loudly. One person fighting 10 purple mansions alone, and in a crushing position. This was in his 18-year-old self. He was not so brave. At this moment, the Nangong Yu on the side as well as Nangong Wendian also revealed a trace of doubt after hearing this. Seeing this, Nangong War also handed over the information in his hand. After the two of them saw it clearly, a horrified look appeared on their faces as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nangong Wendian even directly exploded into foul language. Incredulity written all over that elegant face. Nangong Yu also stroked his beard, his eyes incomparably shocked. One person fighting 10 violet mansions alone. And that's even under the circumstance that there's a life burner on the opposite side who has broken through to the profound realm. Then, in that case, wouldn't Shenner's true battle power be at the early stage of the profound realm? Heavy pupil talent. Truly terrifying. I'm afraid that it has surpassed all 9th grade qualifications throughout the ages. Even Divine Maiden Suli doesn't have such a proud battle record. It seems that our Nangong family has really produced a true dragon. Nangong Yu exclaimed in admiration. That's of course, but the matter of the great Zhou King sending his shadow guards to assassinate Shenner can't be let go like this. Nangong War's words turned, his eyes showing a cold light. Then let's exterminate the shadow guard. And by the way, in spreading this matter out, let everyone in the world know that the king of Great Zhou sent 10 purple mansion realms to assassinate my son, and was killed by my son in return. Letting everyone in the world laugh at it. Nangong Yu pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, good, the shadow guard as the fangs of the court. If it is exterminated, I'm afraid the court will be cursed again. Nangong Wendian laughed with both hands in favor. Ha ha ha, this move is ruthless enough. I'm afraid that the king of Great Zhou knows that his face is green, and that he has lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Now it has made my son whole. Nangong War also chimed in. In the midst of the trio's laughter, the Great Zhou's topmost killer pavilion, the Shadow Guard, had been sentenced to death. The court. The king of Great Zhou's face turned green after seeing the message on his hand. How is it possible? 10 Zifu realms, a mere chi refining kid can't solve it. What are you doing for food? He looked at the black-robed old man standing in front of him and said angrily, only to see that the black-robed old man in front of him was even more furious when he heard it, and retorted, what did you say about us? What information did you give us? You said it was practicing chi in the Purple Mansion realm. I think you're just old and confused. When the king of Great Zhou heard this, he was obviously a bit confused. What did you say? What refining chi into a purple mansion? Wasn't it the other people from the Heavenly Abyss mansion who resolved these 10 assassins? The black-robed old man gasped and laughed. Fine. You don't even know that Nangongchen awakened his heavy pupils and broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. And you're telling us to kill him? You're such a talented person. You deserve that you can't fight Nangong War. When the king of the Great Zhou heard this, his brain thundered in a clear sky and he was a bit disoriented. That punk awakened his heavy pupils and broke through to the Purple Mansion realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Silly dog. The black-robed old man laughed, then shook his head with some disappointment and disappeared. Nakagami State. This is the most powerful state in the Xian heavenly domain, and it is also at the core of the entire domain. This place has great people and countless resources, creating countless ancient powers. At the same time, it was also the state with the most geniuses and demons, a place that many Xian Tian domain cultivators dreamed of coming to. Today, only to see that the leaderboard high above the Tianji Pavilion, At this moment, it even flickered a little. A stream of light flowing there. This was the vision of the chart change, which meant that another heavenly pride had come out. I'll go. There's even another heavenly pride coming out. Who on earth could this be? I think there should be a heavenly pride from another state entering the Earth ranking. After all, the Earth ranking has people entering it every day. That's hard to say. What if someone goes into the top 100 of the heavenly ranking? How can it be? Such as today's list of the top 100 are familiar with the demon disciples. How will easily change? If there is a demon out of the world, that would have been out of the world. These people spoke one by one, their hearts filled with curiosity. Only a golden light flashed, and the 100th place of the heavenly ranking unexpectedly changed. After the crowd saw it, their eyes revealed a shocked look. The heavenly ranking is the strongest heavenly pride ranking in the entire Xian domain, and its requirement is to be under 1,000 years old. And into the sky list of the first 100 people are all great realm cultivation. Talent qualification is 8 products to start. You with the talent and strength of the same difference. It is difficult to go into the sky list, which is also the cruelty of the place, only to see that Chu Xing, who was originally the 100th member of the heavenly ranking, had turned into Nangong Chen. Heavens, just who is this Nangong Chen? A heavenly pride from the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Hiss, you guys, look at his cultivation. It's only the middle stage of the Violet Mansion realm. How did he get on the list? Yes, all of the heavenly rankings heavenly pride started at the Great Power realm, but now there's a Violet Mansion realm. It's really unheard of. On the heavenly ranking, the golden light on Nangong Chen's information bar hadn't disappeared yet, and a single font was gradually generated. It means that the name that has just unfolded is just the tip of the iceberg and it will take a while before it is fully ready. After a few breaths, as all the information on Nangong Chen's column was displayed, the crowd fell into silence. 100th place on the heavenly ranking, Eastern Divine State. Nangong Chen. Talent qualification, Super 9. Physique, heavy pupil. Cultivation level, mid-Zifu realm. Battle record, 1 person defeated 9 late-stage Purple Mansion realm and 1 early-stage Mighty realm in a crushing manner. Asterisk. What kind of monster is this? The qualification is even Super 9. What? Beyond the 9th grade. Is this beyond the 9th grade? Heavy pupils? It can't be that heavy pupil from the legend, right? I'll be damned. You guys, look at this record. It's what's really outrageous. After the crowd saw it clearly, their pupils also shrunk slightly, and they were incomparably shocked. Soon, the Super 9 grade talent attracted more and more people to gather around, including many of the heavenly prides above the heavenly ranking and earthly ranking. Exceeding the 9th grade? The Heavenly Chance Pavilion couldn't have gotten it wrong. How could someone's talent qualification surpass the 9th grade, even if it's this so-called heavy pupil? At the bottom, a man wearing a battle robe spoke. His face was stalwart. His body as strong as Tarzan. His aura incomparably powerful, and he carried a golden battle halberd behind him. Some people recognized this person and were also a bit shocked. Heavens, isn't this Yushan, the 61st in the heavenly ranking? He would even issue a challenge. Under Yushan's lead, more and more people agreed. That's right. How could someone's qualifications surpass the 9th grade? Looking at the Xian heavenly domain in the past, there's never been anyone with a talent that exceeds the 9th grade. Did the celestial court make a mistake? At this moment, in the Tianji pavilion, an immortal old man flew out and stood on the void. His eyes were deep, and the aura emanating from his body was powerful to the extreme, and the pressure caused the crowd to be a little breathless. After seeing the pavilion master of Tianji pavilion come out, the crowd was all silent at once. Are you questioning old man? Or are you questioning the Tianji pavilion? Or are you questioning this immortal artifact Tianji mirror? Bai Wudao asked as soon as he came out, some anger in his eyes. The crowd didn't dare to reply after hearing this. They could tell that Bai Wudao was rarely angry now. Shan was silent. These 3 questions were not really easy for a junior like him to answer. There's no problem with Nangong Chen's qualifications. The heavy pupil is an existence that surpasses the 9th grade. If you guys on the heavenly ranking and earthly ranking aren't convinced, you can go to the Eastern Divine Prefecture to spar with him. Of course, I'm saying not now, unless one of you wants to bully the small with the big, and he's only in a mere Purple Mansion realm right now, so he can't see any depths. Bai Wudao continued, his eyes narrowing slightly as if there was a warning. After the crowd heard this, they also reacted in a hurry and spoke. We are aware of this. Even Yushan, who was quite arrogant just now, was the same. Chapter 24 Inyan Dual Cultivation Decision. Silver Moon Mountain Range. This mountain range, as one of the 36 mountain ranges of the Great Zhou, was located in a remote area, sparsely populated and infested with fierce beasts, but it was one of the rare holy places for cultivation. It is also famous in the local area, and the nearby celestial pride often comes to hunt demonic beasts, or to seek opportunities. Red Inferno Dragonclaw. Not far away came a chortle, and a silhouette pierced out, only to see his palms turn into claws, clawing down towards a green-colored giant snake in front of him. In an instant, crimson flames erupted as if it had transformed into a gigantic dragonclaw, blazing hot and directly tearing this peak spirit sea realm demonic beast apart. In an instant, the demonic beast was in pieces, with blood and flesh flying around, carrying a smell of roasted meat. The fire light on this red-colored figure also gradually disappeared. It was a young man with a clear appearance. It was Sueo Tian. Almost a month has passed. Within this month, Sueo Tian came to the Silver Moon Mountain Range and swallowed a longberry treasure medicine, not only restoring his tendons and veins, but also receiving a foreign fire as a result of the disaster. It directly raised his qualification from a 6th grade to a 7th grade qualification. That's right, the technique he cultivated was called the incineration technique, which could enhance one's physical qualifications by absorbing foreign flames, which could be described as heaven-defying and incomparable. Nangong Chen, you'd better not do anything to my master in Yuxian, or else on the day when I board the door, I will slaughter your entire family and torture you with 10,000 fires, so that you will beg for death and not be able to live. As soon as Sueo Tian thought of his master and woman being captured by Nangong Chen, he became angry in his heart and couldn't wait to immediately head to Tian Yuan House to kill him. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and your Wang family, to think that I'm a joke. Wait for me. When I'm done with Nangong Chen, I'll come and finish you off. Sueo Tian looked like he thought of something and said viciously again, his eyes filled with anger. It is imperative that we head to the Tian Yuan Academy. After all, the second half of the burning decree that Master Teacher spoke of is there. If I obtain the second form of the burning decree and break through to the 9th grade qualification, I shall be fearless of all the heavenly prides in the world. At that time, Nangong Chen, see if I can snatch Su Li away, so that you can enjoy the feeling of having your wife taken away from you. Ha 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 ha, and you, this Su Li, that day I helped you so much, but you are wolfish. Wait until later if I get you. I will definitely humiliate you ruthlessly and treat you as a plaything. Sueo Tian thought in his heart and then let out an evil laugh. Ha ha ha, Tian Yuan Academy. I'm coming. The other side. On the flying boat, Nangong Chen sneezed, a flash of surprise appearing on his handsome immortal-like face. Who's missing me? It can't be my good leek Sueo Tian. Thinking of this, a hint of playfulness appeared in Nangong Chen's eyes. I guess the current Sueo Tian has already recovered his cultivation and obtained a new chance. Perhaps it was still on its way to the Tian Yuan Academy at this moment. Of course he knew what Sueo Tian's purpose for traveling to Tian Yuan Academy was. It wasn't to get the second half of the burning skill. But will I let you get away with it so easily? What's more, your master seems to be hiding something from you. This time, Nangong Chen's purpose for traveling to the Tian Yuan Academy was not so simple, but rather, he had learned that within the Tower of Heaven, there was a creation that not only contained the second half of the burning decree, but also something called the Tian Yuan Spirit Tablet. This is something that comes with a lot of history. Everyone thought that Tian Yuan Academy was created by Kong Shang. In fact, it is not. Before the ancient times, Tian Yuan Academy existed. Then the Tian Yuan Academy is incomparably prosperous, is the superpower of the Eastern Divine State, but it seems to be experiencing a catastrophe later on, and from then on it is nowhere to be seen and heard of. And it was also at that time that the Eastern Divine Prefecture gradually began to decline. Of course, nowadays, in this era, there were very few people who knew about this, and he had learned about it from Hong Tian's memories. It was rumored that after the disappearance of the Heavenly Yuan Academy, it seemed to have left behind two legacies, the core legacies being those on the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Monument, and the other, less important legacy, which was feared to have been obtained by the Kong Sage. Nowadays, Kong Shang was able to cultivate to this point. It should be without the Gong methods in the inheritance, so it was only natural for him to take on the heavy responsibility of reviving the Tian Yuan Academy, while also searching for the core inheritance left behind by the Academy, the Tian Yuan Spirit Tablet. That was the key to the Tian Yuan Academy being able to be strong and prosperous a few epochs ago, but he shouldn't have guessed in his life that the Tian Yuan Spirit Tablet was inside among the 80 floors of the Tong Tian Tower. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Nangong Chen's mouth. Kong Shang had once let slip that if anyone could obtain the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Tablet, then the entire Heavenly Yuan Academy would be honored by him and be at his beck and call. Wouldn't that be obtaining a sage-level power for nothing? Good thing that all of this was known by me in advance. And Hong Tian before also only told Sueo Tian that the second half of the burning decision in the Tongtian Tower, and did not say that the Tian Yuan Spirit Tablet is also in the Tongtian Tower. It seems that Hong Tian is also some selfishness. Ding! are you signing in today? Soon after, an icy cold system sound rang out. Nangong Chen looked out the window. It was pitch black. It was obviously already midnight, which meant a new day. Nangong Chen was a bit dazed. Did time pass so quickly? Sign in. Ding. Rewarding divine grade technique. Yin Yang dual cultivation decision. Soon, a burst of profound and difficult to understand memories entered Nangong Chen's mind. After Nangong Chen accepted it, there was some inexplicable meaning in his eyes. This is a general dual cultivation technique. Unusual dual cultivation technique can just nourish a party, loss of a party, and this yin and yang dual cultivation decision, but can be both sides at the same time become stronger. Yin and yang complement each other. At this moment, when Nangong Chen saw those images in his mind, his heart was also a little hot. He could be quiet, but there was no need to be, after all. It was better to be from the heart for such things as lust. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Enter. Master, are you alright? Wang Yuxuan asked with some concern after she came in. After all, she was worried today when she saw Nangong Chen's face pale after killing someone in order to save her. And at the same time, a strong feeling of emotion rose in her heart. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have saved themselves from an insignificant slave. Something's wrong, Nangong Chen said as he pretended to look pale, lying on the bed. After Wang Yuxuan saw it, she also hurriedly trotted over, with some guilt on her face. How can that be? Master, it's all my fault. She was wearing a black and white colored maid outfit today, with a cat ear on her head, and her short hair looked innocent and cute, while underneath the hem of the skirt, there were black stockings underneath, which were delicate and reflective. This is a very contrasting match, so that after seeing it, people have to sigh a human being. Nangong Chen called her to his ear and said a few words with his ear. After saying that, Wang Yuxuan's face turned red and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Does it really have to be that way for you to be okay? That's right. Otherwise I might not be able to get better in this life. Nangong Chen sighed helplessly. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, she also hesitated for a while, thinking that the other party was injured because of her after all. If she didn't agree, wouldn't it be a bit heartless and uncaring? Okay, I promise you, Wang Yuxuan whispered, her face as red as a ripe apple. This will help you as well. Perhaps after this, you'll be able to break through from the early spirit C stage to the middle spirit C stage. Nangong Chen said seriously, then transmitted the gongfu within his brain. Wang Yuxuan's face blushed even more as she was touched to the memories in her mind. Then the candles went out, and a great battle was about to begin. 20,000 words omitted. Chapter 25, Tian Yuan Academy. The next day, Nangong Chen woke up early, and the sinful shadow on the side had long disappeared. Nangong Chen didn't think much about it, and after carefully sensing the changes within his body, his eyes also flickered and his face was somewhat shocked. Worthy of being a divine level technique, this efficacy was truly heaven-defying, and now the benefits were manifested. Nangong Chen's cultivation had directly increased from the middle stage of the purple house to the late stage of the purple house, and it wasn't far from the peak, and he also took away Wang Yuxuan's yuanin, knowing that Wang Yuxuan was a celestial spirit body, and the yuanin in her body possessed great benefits for cultivation. For example, enlightenment enhancement, cultivation acceleration and other functions. At that moment, a footstep came. Master, you're awake? Wang Yuxuan said with some surprise, holding a bowl of lotus porridge in her hand, her pure and incomparable face with a hint of mature flavor. Apparently, teenage girls are no longer teenage girls. Nangong Chen's eyes were somewhat tender, and after feeling Wang Yuxuan's aura, he also secretly nodded his head. Not bad, reaching the middle stage of the spirit sea. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, a blush surfaced on her fair face, as if she had thought of something. And that's thanks to, Master. Nangong Chen lost his smile a bit, but he didn't think of that place. Only Wang Yuxuan looked hesitant, as if she had something she wanted to say to Nangong Chen. After Nangong Chen saw that, he also raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to ask, what? Is there something to say? That, Master, are you well with that illness? If not, do you still need to be treated for a few more days? Wang Yuxuan said with some concern. At the same time, there was some longing in her heart, only she didn't show it. Nangong Chen was a bit stunned when he heard it, not thinking that she really believed it. Nangong Chen thought for a while and coughed lightly a few times. It seems to have gotten a lot better recently. If this is still so in the future, I will inform you. Good. Master must tell me if he has an attack. Wang Yuxuan said seriously, an inexplicable joy in her heart. Oh yeah, this three-path flower lotus. It's quite helpful for your physique. Take it. Nangong Chen suddenly thought of something and spoke. Afterwards, a three-colored lotus flower emitting dense divine light flew in front of Wang Yuxuan. When Wang Yuxuan saw this scene, her beautiful eyes blossomed with color and she was surprised. she silently put it away, secretly vowing in her heart to serve her master well in the future. Seeing Wang Yuxuan's loving eyes, Nangongchen subconsciously touched his kidney. Tianyuan Academy. At this moment, in front of the academy's gate, the gates were like a marketplace, a sea of people, and countless young celestial pride gathered here. Some of them were dressed in fancy robes and came from the royal family, while others were dressed in hemp clothes and came from the commoners, but without exception, they were all the most qualified and proud sons of heaven in the entire Great Zhou. Is this the Great Zhou's #1 school, Tianyuan Academy? It's really grand. That's right, the aura of this place feels much denser compared to all the other places. If we can cultivate here in the future, our cultivation will definitely soar. Yes, it's thanks to Sage Kong for founding this academy, allowing humble disciples like us to have a place to excel. And I wonder when the test will open? These young boys and girls spoke one by one, their eyes filled with yearning for the Tianyuan Academy. Soon, the academy's gate opened wide and a silhouette flew out from inside. It was an elder inside the academy, dressed in a white robe, with an immortal aura. His cultivation was powerful, and the aura he emitted was enough to make the faces of these people present change. This kind of pressure was definitely something only a mighty realm powerhouse could do. My name is Yi Qingfeng. You can call me Yi Lao, the presiding elder of your examination this time. Yi Qingfeng opened his mouth and said, his voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the entire heaven and earth. When the crowd saw such a powerful elder come out to preside, the color of yearning in their hearts increased. Even the presiding elder's cultivation was this powerful, worthy of being the Great Zhou's #1 academy. This examination is divided into 2 items. The first one is to test your talent. Touch your hands on this qualification tablet and it will naturally show your qualifications. Anyone who passes the 4th grade qualification will be considered to have passed the examination before they can participate in the second test. Of course, if you don't pass, that Heavenly Origin Academy can only say no to you, and on future days, you don't have to come back to participate in the examination because there's no need for it at all. Yi Qingfeng said slowly, then pointed to a huge stone monument inside the academy. When the crowd heard this, they nodded their heads, obviously having learned about it before they came. But despite this, some people were a little apprehensive when they heard it. In the Xian heavenly domain, people with less than 3 qualifications accounted for the majority, and only those with more than 3 qualifications could be called Heaven's Pride, while on the way up, there was a huge gap between each of the qualifications, eliminating even more people. That's the cruelty of this world. And the second test is to guard the ring. The test has a total of 100 rings. Within 3 hours, you 5,000 people fight for these 100 rings. Whoever can guard the ring successfully, even if they pass the test. Yi Qingfeng continued, his eyes sweeping across the bottom. The longer you guard the ring, the higher your scores will be, and those with higher scores will be more likely to be favored by the elders in the academy, and even have the chance to be under the dean's name. As expected, once these words came out, the crowd instantly boiled over, their eyes incomparably excited. Surprisingly, there was a chance to worship a saint's name. Wouldn't that be a step to heaven? Not worrying about resources in the future. And there was also a saint who was able to teach himself. Of course, there were also people who felt that this was simply an impossible thing. After all, that was a saint, and he had never heard of him accepting a disciple before, so it might just be a front. My juniors have never heard of Sage Kong recruiting disciples before. Elder, you can't be deceiving us, right? Someone issued a skeptical question. After Yi Qingfeng heard this, he did not get angry and laughed. Do I have to lie to you juniors? Just some time ago, the Su family's goddess came to our academy and worshipped under the dean's door. Of course, you guys don't say why the Su family's goddess can come directly to our academy. If you have a 9th grade qualification, you can come as well. As the words fell, the entire room was silent. That legendary Su family goddess was actually in this academy as well. Thinking of this, the eyes of the crowd were incomparably blazing. The name of the goddess, basically the entire Great Zhou knew and understood beyond measure, and people even regarded her as a godlike figure. As for the rumors some time ago that the divine maiden was married to the young lord of the Heaven's Abyss province, they also scoffed and didn't believe it at all. They couldn't think of anything, and it should be a deliberate rumor that these two could come together. Most of the celestial pride that came here were not from the imperial capital, so it was only natural to guess so. Chapter 26, Su Ao Tian's arrival. Soon the crowd erupted into a clamor. Doesn't that mean that if you can worship under Sage Kong, you'll be able to meet the goddess? I don't even dare to imagine how happy I would be if I were to cultivate with the goddess. I'm going to go all out for this examination. Not for anything else, just for the goddess. The crowd's eyes were blazing and passionate, and these words were like igniting their fighting spirit. Of course, among the crowd, there were those who didn't give a damn about it. Just you losers, You also want to cultivate with the goddess. You're really toads trying to eat swan meat and hallucinating. Zhou Duan laughed coldly in his heart as he coldly scanned them. As for Yi Qingfeng, who was standing in the sky, he was also smiling and stroking his beard at the moment, and there was a meaning in his eyes. These words are simply to give you chicken blood. You really believe really think they are goddess. I'll tell you one more good news. This time, for your examination, the entire academy disciples as well as the elders will come to watch. And at that time, not only the dean, but even the goddess will come to the scene to watch. Yi Qingfeng continued, putting out one more heavy information. In a flash, the entire square was silent. The crowd's eyes were wide, their pupils slightly shrunken, and some people's bodies were even trembling, a sign of excitement to the extreme. In the midst of a brief silence, an even more violent cheer erupted. Oh my god, did I hear it right? The dean and also the goddess have come over to watch our examination. This coming is really worth it. If I don't worship among the academy in the future, then I have no regrets in dying. To be able to see the goddess one side. Fine. This time I'm going to explode my full energy and let the goddess see my valor. Yi Qingfeng's eyes flickered. How long had it been since he had seen this kind of juvenile style? Let's hope there are a few more good ones in this test. Alright, the hour has arrived. Now all the examiners enter within the square of the academy, within the time limit of 1 incense burner. If it exceeds this time, it will be considered as giving up the qualification. Yi Qingfeng glanced at the color of the sky, then gradually his eyes and said in a deep voice. When the crowd heard this, they also suppressed their inner excitement and followed Yi Qingfeng inside the Tianyuan Academy. And in the middle of the viewing platform above the academy square, it was already filled with figures. After the crowd saw it, they couldn't help but have their pupils shrink slightly, shocked, because sitting on those viewing platforms, they could feel that these people were not much older than them, but their strength was far beyond them. Most of these disciples who participated in the examination below were around the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, while on the top, most of these disciples of the Tianyuan Academy were at the early stage of the Spirit Sea, and there were a few lesser number of heavenly prides who had reached the late stage of the Spirit Sea, and there were even some who had reached the peak of the Spirit Sea. On the viewing platform, isn't this second brother? Why didn't he go to cultivate today? Instead he came over to see these newcomers. A man wearing a black python robe opened his mouth. His eyes had thunderbolts jumping in them. His body's aura was incredibly powerful, and there was a jade pendant of the Great Zhou hanging on his waist, so he was obviously a member of the royal family. Only the next moment, a crimson figure appeared on the side. Aren't you here as well? The man who came forward was luxuriously dressed, with red hair and a scaly dragon shadow between the opening and closing of his eyes, and his aura was slightly weaker than the black python-robed man. The two men smiled at each other, each knowing better. The purpose of today's visit is not to meet the goddess, but there's still something to see today. The fifth brother is actually down there as well. The black python-robed man looked at a figure below and said thoughtfully. After the crimson-haired man heard this, he also looked over. That said, why didn't third brother come? By all rights he should have come with fifth brother. The black python-robed man shook his head, also puzzled. Just ask Zhou Duan not later. After the other disciples of Tianyuan Academy saw the two of them, they also talked about them. Isn't that Grand Imperial Prince Zhou Wanjiu and Second Imperial Prince Zhou Yanlong? Why are they here? Yes, usually they are powerful and arrogant. How could they come to see these newcomers? Could it be that they are also here for the goddess? The people below also let out exclamations of shock after seeing the two Zhou Wanjia. Heavens, the first and second emperors actually came to see us as well. Zhou Duan looked up into the sky and couldn't help but be cocky in his heart after seeing those two, with big brother and second brother. Then I'm afraid that no one would dare to control me when I'm running amok among the newcomers of Tianyuan Academy. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a stream of light appeared in the sky above and flew towards the chief's seat on the viewing platform. The crowd couldn't help but hold their breath after seeing it. They know that the big one is coming. The dean and the goddess are coming. Only to see that as the stream of light dissipated, an old man with white hair appeared, exuding an incomparably terrifying pressure, with a heavenly and heavenly Tao rhythm in his eyes, as if he was a sage of the ancient world, making people look at him with fear. And beside her, she was followed by a frosty and cold woman, 3,000 silver strands scattered on her shoulders, eyebrows like ink paintings, eyes like starry rivers, temperament as cold as an immortal, her body emanating a piercing coldness. When the crowd saw that breathtakingly beautiful face, their pupils shrunk for a moment and they lost their words somewhat. It was just too perfect to be a woman that would appear in the midst of the mortal world. The old man has come to watch with the goddess today, and I hope that the juniors of the test will play seriously and go all out. Kong Daoyun opened his mouth. His voice was incomparably loud, surrounding the entire heaven and earth, interrupting the thoughts of the crowd. definitely go all out. After hearing this, the young boys and girls of the following test were also enthusiastic, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, and said in unison. On the audience stage, Zhou Wanjia looked at Suli with incomparably loving eyes tinged with aggression. Second brother, you'd better not have other thoughts about the goddess, or I'll make your life miserable, Zhou Wanjia threatened in a low voice. Obviously, he had already treated Suli as a private object. After Zhou Yanlong heard it, a bitter smile appeared on his face. His big brother gave the word. Who dares to rob with him in the entire Great Zhou? And down below, the time to burn incense was about to come to an end. I don't suppose anyone will come in, will they? Yi Qingfeng opened his mouth and asked, taking a look at the door. Seeing that the outside was empty, he was ready to close the gate. Examination ready. Just as he was about to begin, a voice suddenly came in and interrupted him. Yi Qingfeng frowned a little. Wait a minute. Just then, Su Aotian hurriedly arrived and shouted. Chapter 27, It's so lively here. Luckily in time. Phew, Su Aotian said inwardly, panting and gasping for breath. Then his eyes glazed over and he scanned the area around him with what he thought was a handsome grin on his face. Sure enough, it's the Heavenly Yuan Academy, alright. I'll rise up here and then push my way across to prove the Tao. At that time, Nangong Chen, just wait for me. The disciples of the Tian Yuan Holy Land above frowned after seeing it. Even some of the elders were no exception. He doesn't think he's handsome. Lewd as hell. Yeah, black as a mudball. How many days has it been since I bathed? Gee, that's gross. Look at him with flies flying around him. After Suli saw it, her eyebrows frowned slightly and she also felt that this person was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recognize who it was. The smile on the corner of Su Aotian's mouth stiffened after he heard these words. He was a little surprised. Shouldn't they all be praising him by rights? Those teenage girls would also be shy and let out screams. How come now it was different from what he thought? Thinking of this, his gaze was icy cold. You people, you really have a way of taking death. When I stand firm, all of you wait for me. He was only in a hurry on the road and hadn't bathed for 10 days, so he had gotten some dirt on him. What a bunch of shallow people. Since everyone has arrived, the examination will officially begin. Yi Qingfeng said with some frowns. An appraisal? What test? Su Aotian was a bit confused. After all, he had just arrived and didn't know anything. He tried to find people around him to ask about it, but he didn't realize that none of them were hitting on him. They all avoided him. Su Aotian just wanted to get angry, but he heard Yi Qingfeng's voice. Zhang San, 3rd grade qualification. Unqualified. Li Si, 2nd grade qualification. Failed. Above the square, Yi Qingfeng opened his mouth and read. His eyes were a little disappointed. He thought that the quality of the disciples recruited this time would be better, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. Su Aotian's eyes rolled. Obviously, he already understood what the test was. Isn't it just a test of talent? That's too easy. With his 7th grade qualification, stunning the entire audience was not a simple matter. He then looked east and west until he saw the stunning figure above him, and for a moment he was a little lost in thought. No! How did Suri get here? Su Aotian snapped awake with some shock in his eyes. Nangong Chen isn't here, is he? Su Aotian hurriedly looked around. A pair of black goo eyes kept scanning. After a while, seeing none of Nangong Chen's silhouettes, he let go of his heart. Luckily not. He was now casting a shadow over Nangong Chen in his mind. Then, an evil thought appeared in his mind. Since Nangong Chen isn't here, I'll take your wife and make your head green then. Ha 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 ha. It was believed that with his previous charisma, there was no problem at all in taking down Suli. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Suli, revealing a wry smile. Let's call it interest on what I've collected in advance. Above, Suli didn't notice Su Aotian's gaze and remained in that cold and arrogant manner. And on the viewing platform, Zhou Wanjia noticed and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. A savage dares to think badly of the goddess. Boy, do you think you haven't lived long enough? Well, if you get into the academy by any chance, it will be the beginning of a nightmare. And if you're eliminated, you'll just wait for death. With the power of his royal family, it was still simple to let a random wildling die. Let Zhou Duan target this savage. Zhou Wanjia spoke, with a hint of a tone that could not be refused. Zhou Yanlong was a bit surprised when he heard it, but he didn't ask too many questions and transmitted his voice down. As for Zhou Duan, who was preparing to test his talent at the bottom, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth after hearing this voice transmission. Well, he really meant it. This savage just grossed him out too. Hey, that savage back there. You haven't bathed in a few days. You smell so bad. Zhou Duan frowned and said loudly. As expected, when the crowd lowered their heads, they all smelled a strange odor. And then they also all frowned as they looked at Su Aotian. Sueo Tian was still immersed in his own masturbation. When he saw that he was interrupted, he couldn't help but be a little angry. None of your business. What are you? The crowd was a bit shocked, not thinking that Sueo Tian would dare to insult the fifth Prince Zhou Duan in public. Zhou Duan was also confused, and then his face directly turned cold, revealing a smear of killing intent in his eyes. Fine. In all these years, you're still the first one to dare to talk to me like this. I don't know where you got your backbone from. Sueo Tian also laughed a bit after hearing this. Waste? What are you? Strength is lousy's backbone. Sueo Tian then exploded his cultivation at the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm without any concealment. The crowd's faces also changed after they felt it. What? He's actually at the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm? Where did this monster come from? Looks like we're dog-eared. The elders above them spoke up. Dean Kong Daoyun was still looking down deeply, seemingly not a bit surprised. Zhou Duan's face was a little pale, not expecting to kick the bucket this time. Late Spirit Sea realm. He had only just entered the Spirit Sea realm for the first time. Zhou Wanzhao's face on the viewing platform also changed drastically. His eyes filled with heartfelt shock. How could it be? How could this savage be in the late Spirit Sea realm? One must know that when he first entered the academy, he had only just entered the Spirit Sea realm. Doesn't this mean that this person's talent is far more powerful than his own? Why don't you say anything? Sueo Tian looked at Zhou Duan. Aggressively, he wouldn't give up this kind of opportunity to act like a bully. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly feel good in his heart. The eyes of the crowd just now made him enjoy himself. Thinking this way, he glanced at Su Li, wanting to see if she showed any shock, only to see Su Li's stunningly beautiful face still not looking his way. Her ice blue eyes as calm as stagnant water, as if she had ignored him. After Sueo Tian saw it, his heart couldn't help but twist. Well, dare to ignore me like this? You wait for me. You're only able to do so because you've cultivated a few years earlier than me. Your qualifications are definitely strangely poor. Zhou Duan gritted his teeth. He just couldn't believe that this savage's talent could still be better than his. After Sueo Tian heard this, he revealed a confident smile. Since you're not convinced, then I'll let you be convinced until you are. Yes, that's it. This familiarity is back, and it's time for him to pretend to be in the face again. It seemed that earlier Nangong Chen was just an accident. Just as he was about to touch the stone tablet to display his talent a bit, a familiar voice rang out. Yo, it's so busy here. Sueo Tian's face changed. Then his expression was distorted. His eyes became red. This voice was more than familiar to him. Nangong Chen, it's you again. Chapter 28, Damn Dog Dado. Only to see that in the sky, at an unknown time, an immense and incomparable flying boat descended, with divine haze erupting and runes intertwining, carrying an extremely strong fluctuation. On top of the flying boat, a white-clothed snowy figure stood with his arms folded, magnificent and divine, followed by a pure and somewhat charming young girl. And the party speaker was none other than Nangong Chen. After the crowd saw it clearly, their pupils shrunk slightly and their eyes were filled with shock. That's the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Nangong Chen? How could it be him? Could it be that he's also coming to Tian Yuan Academy? He's not a second-rate qualification, and he deserves to come? The crowd whispered. At this moment, after Su Li, who was at the chief of the viewing platform, saw it, her eyes were a bit complicated and her heart was full of thoughts. Why is he here? Is it because of me? As soon as Su Li saw Nangong Chen now, her heart couldn't help but think of what happened that night, and a hint of evening sunlight couldn't help but appear on her absolutely beautiful face. Kong Daoyun, who was on the side, was not surprised by Nangong Chen's appearance, as the Tian Yuan mansion side had already greeted him in advance. Kong Daoyun was disgusted with this kind of disciple who came in through the back door, but he couldn't say anything about it because Tian Yuan House would sponsor resources to Tian Yuan Academy every year. He couldn't help but look at Nangong Chen a few more times. Who knows? It was these few glances that filled Kong Daoyun's eyes with shock. He couldn't even see through Nangong Chen's strength, just like a gray mist. Is it true that Nangong Chen awakened his heavy pupils after marrying the goddess as rumored some time ago? Or perhaps his cultivation level was too low, causing him to make a mistake in his judgment. Within those deep eyes of Kong Daoyun, he couldn't help but look at Nangong Chen with some curiosity. Zhou Wanzhao's eyes were a bit surprised. Why was this dude here? Although he has curiosity in his heart, but also just curious, as long as the other party does not come to provoke their own on the line. Although his father had warned him not to mess with Nangong Chen before, but he didn't think so and scoffed at it. What was there to be afraid of in a waste with an empty background? Of course, the most shocked person here was still Sueo Tian. Seeing Nangong Chen's line of sight coming over, Sueo Tian hurriedly lowered his head to hide his expression, forcing down the emotion of hatred in his heart. Can't give him recognition, otherwise it would be troublesome. Hell knows if that God King realm guard of his is still here. He doesn't want to experience the feeling of his tendons and veins breaking once more. When I hold back for a period of time, it will be your Nangong Chen's time to die. Sueo Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of shade as he thought viciously in his heart. After getting the second half of the burning technique, it was the beginning of his rise to power. Seeing this, the corners of Nangong Chen's mouth also revealed a playful smile as his eyes looked towards Sueo Tian and lightly laughed. Xianer, do you recognize this person? Why does it feel a bit familiar? Wang Yuxuan was a bit puzzled when she heard it. Then she looked at Sueo Tian. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a trace of disgust appeared in her beautiful eyes. Master, how could I possibly recognize this person? Are you remembering wrongly? Wang Yuxuan opened her mouth. Her voice was clear and melodious, with a hint of sultry emotion. Only after Sueo Tian heard this familiar voice, he also froze, as if he was electrocuted. He couldn't help but raise his head to peek at Wang Yuxuan. It's really you, can't you recognize me? Sueo Tian could detect that Wang Yuxuan seemed to have some more different places compared to before, but he couldn't say it again. She actually called Nangong Chen master so naturally. Could it be that something happened to them during this time? No, it must have been forced by that demon Nangong Chen. Sueo Tian didn't dare to think the worst and could only keep comforting himself. Oh, then it's possible that I remembered it wrong. Nangong Chen laughed, bashful, and touched Wang Yuxuan's head. Wang Yuxuan's face blushed a little after she felt it. Master, really, there are so many people here watching. If you want to flirt, you have to do it in bed. After the crowd saw this scene, their eyes were also incomparably envious. I didn't expect the little princess of the Wang family to really become Nangong Chen's maid. This posture, worthy of being one of the great four beauties, I hate it, to be so tempered by Nangong Chen. But I heard that a man named Sueo Tian was very close to Wang Yuxuan before. I don't know if it's true or not. Oh, doesn't that mean that Sueo Tian's head is now green? Ha 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 ha. After Suli saw this scene, that stunningly beautiful face grew colder and colder as she looked at Nangong Chen in a cold and icy manner, exuding an aura that even the ground had a tendency to freeze. Well, 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 well. Suli wasn't sure why she was having such mood swings. She just had a hard time in her heart when she saw Nangong Chen giggling with other women. Kong Daoyun, who was sitting on the side, suddenly felt a cold wind blowing through. Even the weather seemed to have turned no less cold. Ha, is this the beginning of winter? Kong Daoyun thought suspiciously. Sueo Tian also clenched his fists after hearing the mocking sounds of the crowd, secretly remembering them in his heart. Dare to call me green on the head. You all wait and see how I'll torture you then. And just then, Yi Qingfeng spoke in a cold voice. Idle people, please don't interfere with our academy examination. Interfering with the examination for such a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the young master of the Heavenly Abyss province, he would have been thrown out long ago. Seeing the examiner finally speak, the crowd also looked at Nangong Chen with some anticipation, not knowing how he would respond, only to see Wang Yuxuan on the side smilingly pulling out two tokens. Nu aw, dang dang dang, Tian Yuan Academy Inner Disciple tokens. The white token emitted light, and the two characters Tian Yuan on it were Dragon and Phoenix, written by the dean himself, so no one could forge it. When these two tokens were brought out, the entire room was silent and stared in disbelief. Holy, when was Nangong Chen an inner disciple of our academy? Can it be that this token is a forgery? It can't be. The aura on it is all the same as our token. Hiss. It couldn't be that the academy is deliberately giving Nangong Chen a backdoor. For a while, there was a lot of talk. Yi Qingfeng's face was a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect that the opposite party could even pull out the inner disciple token. His many years of experience could tell at a glance that this token was definitely real and couldn't possibly be a forgery. Where did you guys get the token? Yi Qingfeng snapped in a deep voice. At this time, Kong Daoyun suddenly descended in front of the crowd and opened his mouth. These two, like the Divine Maiden, were specially recruited to come in, and the tokens were all given by me personally. Well, there's no need to ask questions. The examination continues. The crowd was filled with shock after hearing this. Special recruitment? Wang Yuxuan special recruited in even if, after all, is born spirit body, 8th grade qualification. He Nangong Chen special recruited a hera, rely on the ability to money? Hiss, what a friggin' dog. These disciples dared to be angry. Chapter 29, Super 9 Products. The late generation has come today for one thing only, and that is to break into the Tower of Heaven. Nangong Chen opened his mouth, his expression bland, with a confidence that was proud of the crowd. The voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the square. After the crowd heard this, Their pupils shrunk slightly and their faces were shocked. They hadn't expected that the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss province had come for the sole purpose of breaking into the Heavenly Tower. You worshipped my academy just to break into a Tower of Heaven? Kong Daoyun frowned and spoke. What kind of nerve is this? The Tower of Heaven is just a place to hone practical combat. The rewards obtained inside are minimal and have long been obtained by previous generations. Of course, if he could break through to the higher tiers, he might even be able to obtain some opportunities. But was that possible? Of course not. I also came today to see my Dao couple. Nan Gongchen laughed, then turned his gaze towards Su Li. When the crowd saw this, their eyes were filled with shock. When was the goddess his Dao couple? Zhou Wanjia was even tighter in his heart, vaguely having an ominous premonition. The crowd placed their gazes on Su Li, wanting to see what kind of a reaction she had. They all hoped that Su Li would ignore Nangong Chun or give him a big scolding, so that they would be able to put their hearts down and ridicule him fiercely. Unfortunately, to their dismay, only to see that the incomparably high and cold Su Li's delicate and pretty face had a hint of redness after hearing this, and coldly ranting, "You still know that I'm your Dao mate." Ah ha 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 ha. Nangong Chen laughed sarcastically. Of course he knew what Su Li was talking about. When the crowd saw this scene, their hanging hearts were completely shattered, and for a while, these male disciples cried as if they had lost their love like ghosts and wailed in agony. My goddess, how come it's still really this dude's Dao mate? What the hell, am I not as good as him? Isn't he just a little more handsome than me and has a bigger background than me? Nangongchen, this kid's life is also too good. Even if his background is so powerful, even the goddess has entered his clutches. Doesn't that mean that the great Zhou twin beauties are both in Nangongchen's hands now? They looked at Nangongchen with incomparably envious and jealous eyes. The one of them who suffered the most was still Zhou Wanjiao, his face as black as if he had eaten, his eyes filled with unbelief. The white moonlight that old me has always been secretly in love with has already become a human wife. Nangongchen, you deserve to die. He roared in his heart and looked at Nangongchen maliciously. You're worthy of a divine maiden even if you're a trash with second-grade qualifications. Just wait for me. Sooner or later I'll make you look good. A hint of killing intent surfaced in Zhou Wanjia's eyes as he muttered to himself. Zhou Yanlong, who was on the side, had a similarly ugly face. Seeing that Nangongchen was enraged by the crowd, Sueo Tian, who was in the middle of the crowd, also revealed a pair of large teeth and snickered. Nangongchen, you have your day, ha 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 ha, quiet. Seeing such a clamor, Kong Daoyun also opened his mouth. As soon as the word went down, it was as if it carried a force, and the entire square was instantly silent. Kong Daoyun then looked at Nangongchen and spoke. If you want to break into the Tower of Heaven, you can, but you have to obtain the qualifications, or else you will not have the privilege as usual even if you are the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Nangongchen nodded. There are two types of qualifications for obtaining a place in the Tongtian Tower. One is to achieve first place in the introductory examination, and the second is to stay in the Tianyuan Academy for 2 years. After Nangongchen heard this, he also did not hesitate for a second. I'll choose the first. Joking aside, if we let him stay in this place for 2 years, wouldn't he be tying his own hands? As for the entrance examination, it was just a matter of testing his talent a bit and then guarding the ring. For him, it was simply a breeze. Seeing him agree so decisively, the crowd was a bit confused as to where he got his backbone. Good. Courageous. Then you will go and complete the examination now. Kong Daoyun's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation, while his heart was also very curious about where Nangongchen's bottom line was. Before this, he had never heard that the young master of the Heavenly Abyss province had a talent for cultivation. Nangongchen's figure flickered and arrived in front of a huge stone monument in the center of the square. The crowd showed sneers. A second-grade talent. There will be some shame for you later. Heavy pupil. Open. Nangongchen secretly said in his heart, then touched his hand up. Boom. Only to see the breath of Nangongchen's body soaring. The cultivation of the purple mansion realm directly released. The eyes erupted a ghostly light. Inside there was chaos opening up the sky. The destruction of the mountains and rivers vision. Terrifying and incomparable. What is this? Kong Daoyun said in shock as his eyes widened. 18 years old in the Zifu realm? Not only him, but the entire crowd present in the room was dumbfounded at the moment. Nangongchen was actually a Zifu realm powerhouse? Su Li was even more beautiful as his eyes blossomed with a strange color, and he had strengthened even more than some time ago. Wang Yuxuan's bright eyes were currently filled with little stars as she looked at Nangongchen like a fangirl. Master, so handsome. As for Sueo Tian, who was in the middle of the crowd, the smile at the corner of his mouth directly stiffened. This punk, he's even in the purple mansion realm? Impossible. It must be impossible. It must be that the Heavenly Abyss House took the resources and piled them up. If he fought with me, he would definitely not be able to win me. At the moment, he was still a little desperate. As the aura on Nangong Chen's body continued to rise, the light on the stone monument began to brighten. At the same time, the sky above Nangong Chen unexpectedly erupted with a bright light, only to see the bright daytime instantly turn black. The dome of the sky as if it had been torn open a mouth in general. A steady stream of chaotic gas filled the entire sky after. A green lotus releasing vigorous vitality surprisingly grew in it. At this moment the heaven and earth were dark, the sun and the moon had no light, only a divine lotus blossomed with extreme light, destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and there were great avenues evolving in the midst of the chaos. What's this? The only thought in the minds of the crowd at the moment. And on that stone monument for testing talent, 9 rays of light directly lit up, erupting with the most blazing divine light. The crowd saw it clearly, and their faces were filled with shock. Surprisingly, it's a 9th grade talent? However, this was still not the limit. As the 9 rays of light lit up at the same time, a divine radiance was actually flowing, vaguely showing signs of unity, even to say that there were signs of breaking through the 9th grade. No, this is definitely not the 9th grade. It's even stronger than the 9th grade, and has even more heaven-defying qualifications. Kong Daoyun's eyes exuded radiance as he looked at Nangong Chen with unblinking eyes, his heart shaking. Could it be the legendary Super 9 products? At this moment, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind, which he had seen from an ancient book, as well as that vision in the sky. Surprisingly, even he felt the dangerous atmosphere. Heard that the ancient demon also had a vision beside him, out of the world. Invincible horizontal push, all the way to prove to become an emperor. And now, the scene in front of him was like a reenactment of the words in the book, allowing him to meet a young great emperor. Chapter 30, Let's Go Together. Ding! Is it signed in? It was also at this time that a voice resounded in Nangong Chen's mind. It was at this time that Nangong Chen remembered that there would be an opportunity to sign in when he arrived in the middle of the Tianyuan Academy. Sign in, he said without hesitation in his mind. Signed in successfully, rewarded with a divine level technique, Heavenly Emperor Fist. He only saw a burst of memories as profound as flowing water enter his mind. The Heavenly Emperor's Fist, created by the most powerful Heavenly Emperor, melted the rules of the Heavenly Tao into the fist. One punch brought forth everything. One punch destroyed heaven and earth. And one punch opened up yin and yang. Boom! In the middle of his mind, a figure that was powerful to the extreme was throwing punches. He couldn't see its face, but what he could be sure of was that this superpower, with the great star entwined around him, was at the center of the universe. With his feet stepping on thousands of worlds, he was swinging his fist, and under one punch, the stars were destroyed, chaos began to open, and the universe seemed to be collapsing. This punch was just too powerful, so powerful that the entire heavens couldn't contain it. Nangong Chen's heart was incomparably shocked. Was this person the Heavenly Emperor? What a spectacularly radiant picture this is. That people can be so powerful. In the eyes of outsiders, at this moment, Nangong Chen seemed to have entered into a state of epiphany, and there were even 7-colored auspicious clouds descending from the sky, while there were even visions evolving on Nangong Chen's body. This is obviously into a state of unity of heaven and man. If the epiphany is successful, I am afraid to fly into the sky. The small great Zhou dynasty cannot accommodate this absolute demon. Kong Daoyun in the distance stroked his beard. A look of shock appeared in his eyes as he thought secretly in his heart. After a few breaths, the visions on Nangong Chen's body subsided and he opened his eyes. An extremely terrifying pressure was released from his body, transforming into a wave of light that spread out. The ground shook a little and the void trembled. At this moment, the faces of the crowd were pale, and it was obvious that this majesty was not something they could withstand. And the wonderful thing was still the look on the faces of these elders of the Tianyuan Academy. Their mouths open wide enough to hold an egg. This kind of aura, surprisingly, made them all palpitate a little, and they had a vague thought in their hearts that if they were to engage Nangong Chen in battle, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold out within a few breaths. Their faces were shocked beyond belief, and they secretly gulped. This son is too terrifying. Zhou Wanjia's previous arrogant look disappeared, and his pupils unexpectedly had a hint of fear. The physique within his body told him that this person could never be an enemy. He hadn't expected that Nangong Chen would leap from a waste to become a supreme demon, a demon that crushed all of the great Zhou's heavenly prides, and this kind of discrepancy was a bit too much for him to bear. Wouldn't that be a lifetime of living in Nangong Chen's shadow? Zhou Yanlong on the side was also very shocked. Too unfamiliar. Nangong Chen unfamiliar, simply not like the person he remembered. The one who was most shocked was still Su Aotian, who hadn't expected that Nangong Chen's talent would be so amazing. Is it that pair of eyes? When Su Aotian glanced at him, he felt that his soul was going to be devoured by those terrifying eyes. His body was trembling, and an illusion of kneeling down towards him actually rose in his heart. Why? Obviously just a dude. Why did everything change this month? When did he awaken such a terrifying and amazing talent? Sueo Tian's heart was filled with questions. Not only him, the entire people above the square were very puzzled in their minds. This huge drop is just too much to bear. Then would he still have a chance to take revenge in this life? Sueo Tian couldn't help but ask a question in his heart, and the corners of his mouth were a bit bitter. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes revealed a brilliant light and his face regained its usual confidence. I still have a chance, after I get the second half of the burning skill, to raise my qualifications above the 9th grade. At that time, even Nangong Chen will have to bow down to me. Even though he was also gifted with a 9th grade qualification, so what? He firmly believed that this kind of dude wouldn't be able to live for long even if he had such a talent, and that he himself, with his chi fortune added to his body, would be the winner in the end. Nangong Chen, 9th grade qualification. It wasn't until Nangong Chen glanced at Yi Qingfeng that Yi Qingfeng trembled and reacted loudly. The entire audience was in an uproar, never expecting such a result, their eyes incomparably blazing as they looked at Nangong Chen. One must know that this was the second 9th grade qualification of Great Zhou, enough to be passed down through the ages. On the other hand, Nangong Chen himself was calm, as if he had expected it. The heavy pupil is beyond the 9th grade of talent. The district attest spirit tablet naturally cannot measure his talent. The 9th grade is already the limit, but it didn't matter. He would let the crowd know that there was also a gap in the 9th grade qualifications. At her side, Wang Yuxuan looked at Nangong Chen with a fervent expression, the love in her eyes unabated. The Lord is truly awesome. Now, can you open the second examination? Nangong Chen faintly asked, a pair of double pupils looking at Kong Daoyun with a condescending air. After Kong Daoyun saw it, although his eyes were a bit shocked, he still responded, the other examination disciples have not finished testing. It will take some time before it can be opened. If you don't want to wait for so long, there is another method, which is to challenge a true disciple of the academy, and if you can defeat him, you can also qualify. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd were a bit shocked. The true disciples of the academy, weren't they Zhou Wanjie and the others? One must know that although they were not as demonic as Nangong Chen, they were all heavenly prides who had been in the academy for a long time and had long ago broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. That's a bit of a big bully for a couple of decades difference. So what exactly would be a choice for Nangong Chen? The crowd had some faces of anticipation. If they didn't choose to challenge, it would be justifiable. If they chose to challenge the true disciples, then there would be a good show to watch. Only Nangong Chen's gaze was confident and his demeanor was indifferent as he said, true disciples of the Tianyuan Academy, all go together. I don't want to waste time. As the words fell, the corners of the crowd's mouths stiffened, as if they had heard something unbelievable. He's going to challenge all the true disciples. Did we hear it right? And those disciples who had come for the examination were all looking at Nangong Chen with fervor on their faces at the moment. This is truly a model for our generation. Such a feat on the first day of admission, regardless of success or failure. The name Nangong Chen would definitely be remembered in their hearts. After Zhou Wanjia, who was sitting on the bleachers, heard this, his face was directly gloomy at this moment. Fine. What arrogance. Zhou Yanlong also had an icy gaze. Since that's the case, I'll be the one to teach him a lesson. The other three true disciples beside him also nodded. Although Zhou Yanlong was the last to enter the ranks of the true legends, but as he resided in the Red Jiao King body, with a 6th grade qualification, he had also stepped into the middle stage of the Purple Mansion nowadays, so it should be more than enough to teach this brat a lesson. Chapter 31 One finger shocked away. Zhou Wanjia takes the stage. Soon, a figure fell into the martial arts stage, and the crowd's faces were a bit shocked after seeing it. Surprisingly, it's second Prince Zhou Yanlong. I heard that he just broke through to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion a few days ago, so it seems that Nangong Chen is in some danger. Yes, besides, the imperial court and Tian Yuanfu have always been at odds with each other, and now that the second prince has chosen to go to war, he definitely has a bit of an intention of suppressing Tian Yuanfu. I don't think much of Nangong Chen, he's really too young. The second prince carries the Red Jiao King body on his back and has far more combat experience. This fight should be over very quickly. The crowd was murmuring, obviously very unimpressed with Nangong Chen. As for Su Li, who was sitting on the audience stage, at this moment, on that cold and absolutely beautiful face, there was actually a hint of laughter in her beautiful eyes. She knew that someone was going down, but she wouldn't say who. Sueo Tian, who was in the middle of the crowd, had an icy cold gaze and prayed in his heart that his opponent would defeat Nangong Chen. He wanted to see Nangong Chen fail so badly. Tian Yuan Academy's 5th true successor, Zhou Yanlong, has come to learn from the young lord of the Tian Yuan mansion. Zhou Yanlong spoke in a cold voice, his eyes filled with hostility. You're not qualified. Nangong Chen opened his mouth, white clothes full of snow, heavy pupils in the chaos of the opening of the heavenly vision and the evolution of the body breath terrifying incomparable. There is a kind of teenage king of the air. Many of the female disciples below couldn't help but squeal when they saw such a bountiful and handsome man. Young lord is so handsome. Ah! I want to be the young master's dog. Even though I'm a disciple of the academy, I still hope that young lord will win. These female disciples were incomparably fervent and opened their mouths. After the other male disciples of the academy saw it, they were also incomparably envious and jealous of Nangong Chen. Che, isn't it just that he's a little bit more handsome than me? A little bit better talented than me? A little bit stronger in background than me? Other than that, what else does he, Nangong Chen, have that's better than me? An average-looking man said confidently, tossing a handful of hair. The surrounding female disciples also stayed far away after seeing it. True down head, true pushin'. And that's all you want to compare with my brother? These female disciples whispered. Soon, the crowd's eyes returned to the martial arts stage. What arrogance! Today I'll let you see the strength of a true scholar of the academy. Nangong Chen's words completely enraged Su Yanlong. As the second prince, looking at the entire Great Zhou, who dared to talk to him like this. Immediately after that, Su Yanlong exploded his cultivation. The clothes on his body directly tore apart, and his entire body was as if it was entangled in flames. His aura was powerful to the extreme, only to see his naked upper body gradually grow a reddish scale, as if he was going to transform into a dragon, and after a few breaths, he turned into a half-man, half-jiao state, and his pupils even carried a hint of dragon power. The crowd was beyond shocked after seeing it. Zhou Yanlong's red Jiao King body has surprisingly gotten stronger again recently, so it looks like Nangong Chen is in a difficult position. Yeah, but the only person who can make Zhou Yanlong come up and explode his physique is Nangong Chen, right? I want to see how Nangong Chen should resist Zhou Yanlong. After seeing this, Zhou Wanjia from above laughed out, his eyes incomparably confident. After the outbreak of his physique, Zhou Yanlong's strength and speed had both increased tremendously, and it could be said that the current Zhou Yanlong was comparable to an average late-stage Purple Mansion realm combatant. Even if he fought with it, he might not be able to 100% defeat Zhou Yanlong under this state. Was he scared silly? Zhou Yanlong's eyes were filled with bloodlust, and when he saw that Nangong Chen was not moving, his entire body rushed in like a missile. His speed was extremely fast and incomparable. Eat my move. Burning sky transforming dragon fist. Only to see Zhou Yanlong slamming down with a fist, carrying 10,000 fiery flames as if he was transformed into a fiery dragon. With this punch, if it was an unusual late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, I'm afraid that they would all have to drink blood here. The crowd also looked shocked after seeing it. Just at the moment when the fist was about to fall, Nangong Chen struck out. His entire body's golden chi and blood erupted, and all of the millions of dragon elephant particles in his body activated, and with a single finger outstretched, he directly resisted Zhou Yanlong's punch. The smile on Zhou Yanlong's face stiffened. His eyes looked at Nangong Chen with incomparable fear. He could feel that this finger had removed the strength of his entire body. Boom! Immediately after a huge force erupted out at the tip of Nangong Chen's finger, Zhou Yanlong was directly shaken and spat out blood, flying dozens of meters away, smashing the ground out of a large pit. Hiss! The room was silent. After the crowd saw it, their pupils shrunk slightly, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Just one light finger. It sent Zhou Yanlong, who was known for his strength, flying. The crowd hadn't even seen Nangong Chen power up before it was over. Nangong Chen shook his head, seemingly a little disappointed. This speed seemed fast, but in front of his heavy pupils, it was as slow as a snail. Is this the true strength of the first academy of the Great Zhou? It really disappoints me. Nangong Chen opened his mouth and said, his white clothes hunting, his eyes opening and closing with a sun-destroying and star-sinking vision, terrifyingly incomparable. He didn't even utilize his heavy pupils, nor did he use the chaotic seed green lotus vision, but with the power of his physical body, he could suppress Su Yanlong. These disciples had ugly faces. Zhou Yanlong, who was a true disciple, was not an enemy of Nangong Chen's one strike. This was indeed hard to see. The other female disciples, on the other hand, were becoming more and more fervent in their eyes, and their legs couldn't help but clench at the sight of such a magnificent Nangong Chen. Su Aotian's eyes in the crowd were incomparably shocked. Then his face turned pale and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Why was Nangong Chen, the dude disciple, so strong? Then was there any hope that he could defeat Nangong Chen? Kong Daoyun's heart flashed with heartfelt shock. Worthy of being a legendary heavy pupil. I'm afraid that only those few heavenly ranking demons in the central state would be able to fight with him. Su Li's beautiful eyes were also colorful and rippled in her heart. This guy is such a pervert. It hasn't even been a few days and he's already gotten so strong? Thinking of that day in her boudoir, Nangong Chen would be shocked back by her breath. She thought that Nangong Chen really had no cultivation at all, but she didn't think that she was the one who was looking down on people. Thinking about it now, if he had wanted to kill her that day, it would have been but a moment. When she thought about it, there was some complexity in her eyes, so wouldn't she still be grateful to him? At this moment, the few true disciples on the audience stage all clenched their fists, their gazes cold, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Nangong Chen was really too strong. They should know that Su Yanlong was comparable to them in terms of strength, yet he was not a one-strike foe of his. If it were them, I'm afraid that the end would still be the same. Don't be wild, Nangong Chen. I'll fight you. Just then Zhou Wanjia opened his mouth and landed on the martial arts stage like a bolt of lightning. After the elders saw this, they were also relieved that a disciple had finally gone up to answer the battle. Zhou Wanjia is a 7th grade qualified Thunderjack battle body, and he has stepped into the late stage of the Purple Mansion for a long time, so I'm sure that defeating Nangong Chen shouldn't be a problem. That's right. I just can't believe that a 9th grade qualification is so heaven-defying. Chapter 32, Mayfly Shake the Tree. Zhou Wanjia took to the air and landed firmly on the martial arts stage. Lightning jumped in his eyes, and his face was incomparably cold as he looked at Nangong Chen. This battle is not only a way to revitalize the name of our true disciples, but also for my royal family. As the most outstanding scion of the great Zhou King, if he lost, the impact on the court was self-evident. Mayflies shake trees, so what if you are a royal family? I will still destroy your last confidence, Nangong Chen said in a cold voice, his demeanor bland, carrying an invincible aura. The two were already in flames before they even started fighting. You know, the Grand Prince has not lost a single battle since he entered the Tian Yuan Academy. Can Nangong Chen break this undefeated myth today? But the strength that Nangong Chen has shown today is just the tip of the iceberg. No one knows where his limits are. I feel that the myth of the Grand Prince is going to be broken today. I'm afraid. Ha ha ha. Nangong Chen is nothing more than a jumping clown. How could he possibly defeat the Grand Imperial Prince? We must know that in the last month, the Grand Imperial Prince was able to kill a great power realm Thunder Yuan Tiger, obtaining the Thunder Dao Essence Source, and his strength has skyrocketed. The crowd spoke in words, when suddenly a black-robed disciple opened his mouth, completely shocking them. This black-robed disciple's name was Tiger Fei, and he was a close friend of the Grand Prince, so what he said was naturally somewhat believable. What? The Grand Prince was actually able to cross-step and decapitate a mighty realm Thunder Yuan Tiger. That Nangong Chen is in trouble. You know, the Grand Prince is a Thunder Tribulation battle body. If he absorbs the Thunder Dao Essence Source, I'm afraid his strength will go up another notch. Ha ha ha, well done. I've long been displeased with Nangong Chen. This pretender, why does he have so many female disciples chasing after him? At this moment, all of the juniors under Zhou Wanjia jumped out and spoke in a smug manner. A flash of pride also flashed in Tiger Fei's eyes. There was no way the Grand Prince would lose. These disciples were talking loudly, and many of them heard these words. Su Ao Tian was also excited after hearing this, as if he was a villain. His eyes filled with joy. Nangong Chen, aren't you invincible? You've kicked a hard bargain today, right? I won't be able to mock you properly later. Now that his heart was clouded by hatred, the name Nangong Chen tugged at his every heartstring. When Wang Yuxuan heard those murmurs, she also looked at the white-clothed and proud figure above with some concern. How could Master lose? It's definitely impossible. I'll have to punch you black people in the face later. She muttered in a low voice as if she had thought of something. One must know that previously, Nangong Chen had killed 10 Purple Mansion realms without any effort. As for Su Li on the audience stage, she was still immortal, and her beautiful eyes did not contain a trace of emotion. She naturally heard all those rumors and gossip, but none of them were taken seriously. Only those who were familiar with Nangong Chen knew how powerful this guy was. Thinking of this, she continued her gaze on the martial arts stage. There's no point in talking more. Do it, Zhou Wanjia said in a cold voice. His eyes were able to erupt with 3 inches of thunderous light as he directly slapped out with one hand. Terrifying lightning poured out directly, transforming into 10,000 rays of thunder, emitting a fluctuation that was palpitating. This was an extremely powerful lightning martial arts aptitude called the 9 Heavens Shocking Thunder Chapter. Moreover, it was also added to Zhou Wanzhou of the Thunder Tribulation battle body, and with a slap, any Purple Mansion realm heavenly pride would either die or be injured. Nangong Chen's heavy pupil exuded a ghostly light, only to see his 5 fingers clench his fist, and directly lightly punch down, without any brilliant fire. It was a plain and simple punch, but it was as if a sonic boom had erupted. Behind Nangong Chen, it was as if a figure of a world-defying powerhouse had appeared, with a terrifying aura that did not belong to this era. At this moment, even together with Nangong Chen swinging his fist down, there was a feeling that heaven and earth were going to be destroyed in general, shocking the heavens and cracking the earth. This was none other than the divine grade technique. The Heavenly Emperor Fist. At the same time, the 10 million dragon elephant particles within Nangong Chen's body erupted, adding nearly 100 million pounds of divine power that poured out with this punch. The double might superimposed had reached a very terrifying point. That emanation, that fluctuation, as if it was going to shatter the entire heavens. Rumble. As this punch went down, terrifying mana fluctuations spread like ripples, like a falling missile exploding, and the entire square shook. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure flew out from the core of the eruption, like a kite with broken strings, blood splattering the entire blue sky. It was clearly the figure of Zhou Wanjiao. His figure flew backwards, and his entire right hand revealed a morose white bone, twisted in a twisted position, obviously broken. Zhou Wanjiao's face was pale to the extreme, and his gaze looked at Nangong Chen with an unprecedented shock. There are a lot of things that if you haven't experienced them yourself, you simply can't appreciate that kind of despair. Now Zhou Wanjia experienced it. Experienced the same sense of despair that Zhou Yanlong had felt. It's like you're not dealing with a person. Instead, he was facing a teenage supreme being. Zhou Wanjiao stopped his backward form, his face full of shock. How is it possible? Your strength will be so. Not only was he shocked, the people on the entire squares froze. Tiger Fei, who had previously touted the myth of Zhou Wanjia's undefeatability, was shocked, his eyes filled with unbelief. This is impossible. Wang Yuxuan's face showed her adoration. Worthy of being the master. You really have the posture of dictating the ages. Su Li, who had been watching from the audience platform, also couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes bloom with color, secretly sighing in her heart. If I don't hurry up and cultivate, I'm afraid I'll be pulled even further away from this fellow in the future. Only to see Zhou Wanjia, who had fallen to the ground, with an unyielding look in his eyes. This was the face that represented the royal family. He could not just fall down like that. Again, Zhou Wanjia roared, only to see a thunder road essence source released and wrapped around his right hand. And in an instant, the right hand that was sprouting white bones unexpectedly recovered well, along with the injuries on his body. I knew that the Grand Prince wouldn't be so defeated. Hope flared up again in Tiger Fei's eyes. This was the Thunder Tribulation battle physique, which was also a top-ranked physique. If it wasn't for the appearance of a monster like Nangong Chen, I'm afraid that Zhou Wanjia would have suppressed the younger generation of Great Zhou long ago. So what if it's recovered? It's not going to be beaten up by the master all over again. Wang Yuxuan skimmed her mouth and said with some disdain. The supporters of Zhou Wanjiao on the side were also furious after hearing this. You, what for? Do you weaklings still want to beat me up? Wang Yuxuan rolled her eyes and said breathlessly. Chapter 33, Entering the Tower of Heaven. The 8 Desolate Thunderstorms. Today, in the name of the 10,000 sacrifices, I'm taking the punishment of heaven. Send down divine thunder. Zhou Wanjiao hissed as 10,000 thunderbolts erupted from his body, intertwining in the void and transforming into a sea of 10,000 feet of thunder. Gray thunderclouds rolled and lightning flashed, as if a thunder god had descended, a sight that shocked the heavens and moved the earth. You're not worthy to carry out the punishment of heaven? Nangong Chen laughed coldly. Golden chi and blood erupted from his body. Behind him, a dragon elephant silhouette vaguely condensed. His breath was terrifying to the extreme, as if he could shatter the sky. Nangong Chen's ebony hair flew, his white clothes hunted, a double pupil in which chaos had first opened, runes intertwined, and the terrifying light of his eyes was even capable of tearing apart the entire heaven and earth. An eye light erupted from Nangong Chen's heavy pupil, charging straight into the sea of thunder above, carrying a destructive momentum as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. This is not even the ultimate mystery of the heavy pupil open sky. On just a single eye light, it is already powerful enough to make the entire void tremble. After the crowd saw this scene, their pupils also shrunk slightly. How was this like the power that erupted from the Purple Mansion realm? It was more like a god king. Zhou Wanjia's face was pale, locked firmly by this eye light. He could feel that he couldn't even hide. Boom! Only to see that sea of thunder in the sky dome shattered by this eye light. Along with Zhou Wanjia, they were shaken and flew, falling down from the void. There was powerlessness in his eyes. He hated it. Why did a monster like Nangong Chen appear? Zhou Wanjiao fell to the ground, his body vaguely having the appearance of crumbling, obviously having fought to a kind of limit. Nangong Chen's white clothes fluttered. His expression was bland, still as radiant as an exiled immortal, and his body exuded an invincible aura, as if he were a teenage king. When the crowd saw this, they were also sighing, not expecting such a result. If you give me 100 years, you will definitely be no match for me. Zhou Wanjia clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with indignation. His body was seeping blood, yet he was still somewhat unconvinced. After Nangong Chen heard this, he also laughed disdainfully. An enemy who loses in my hands is never regarded as an opponent by me. I'll give you time to catch up until you're out of sight from afar. You. Zhou Wanjia had originally heard that his body was at a kind of limit, and after hearing such words from Nan Gongchen, he even fainted directly. After Tiger Fei and the others saw this, they even looked at Nan Gongchen with fear. To be able to force the Grand Prince to such a point, I'm afraid that Nan Gongchen is the only one in the entire Great Zhou. It seemed that after today, there was one more object in their hearts that they should not mess with. They somewhat regretted what they had said earlier. The other few true disciples wiped their cold sweat after seeing it. Luckily these two idiots scouted ahead for them. They didn't want to take on this kind of monster. Seeing such a spirited Nan Gongchen, Wang Yuxuan opened her mouth to adore. Master is truly invincible. Her beautiful eyes were full of thoughts. At this moment, the idea of wanting to become stronger also sprang up in her heart. Can't be too big a gap with my master. In case my master abandons me in the future, what should I do? The other side. On the audience stage, Su Li's beautiful eyes bloomed with color. It was hard to imagine that the current Nan Gongchen was actually the same person as before. There is also a gap between the 9th grade qualifications. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. But it was okay. These days she had been dreaming of a scene that seemed to be awakening something. A magnificent woman, her face wearing a bronze mask, powerful beyond measure, was battling against 10 beings who were also powerful to the extreme. In this battle, the heavens crumbled, the heavenly Tao fell, the void shattered, blood flowed on the ancient battlefield, corpses were everywhere, and billions of living beings trembled, and the woman's mouth seemed to be saying something. A foreign realm? Immortal king? Although Su Li had some doubts in her mind, she had no way to answer them and could only leave them for later. As for Su Ao Tian, who was in the middle of the crowd, his face was pale at the moment and filled with shock. He hadn't expected that Nan Gongchen would be so strong that it would make one's heart feel powerless. If one reaches the 9th grade qualification, can one really defeat him? He was a little confused, a little intimidated. Soon, Su Ao Tian regained his confidence. It will definitely be possible. I am the son of heaven's destiny. Nan Gongchen will definitely be my stumbling block. Even if I exhaust everything, even if I become a demon, I will definitely kill him. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at the tower that stood in the middle of the academy. Within the Tower of Heaven, there was also the chance he wanted, and this was his last chance to rise. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him that it seemed as if Nan Gongchen was also going to enter the Tower of Heaven. Shouldn't he also look at it for this purpose? Su Ao Tian turned his thoughts, then shook his own head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This matter is known only to the two of us, Master and I. Unless Master Teacher told Nan Gongchen about it, which was obviously impossible. Master would never harm him, but he had promised to take Master back from Nan Gongchen in the future. Dean Kong, can the latecomer be qualified to break into the Tower of Heaven now? Nan Gongchen snapped, looking towards Kong Daoyun. Old me is not someone who believes in what he says, and since you did it, then you are naturally qualified to go in. Kong Daoyun stroked his beard, his white eyebrows widening as he spoke. Today, Nan Gongchen defeated his academy's heavenly pride. Although he was very willing to let Nan Gongchen in, there was no way around it. If he broke his promise, I'm afraid that all of the heavenly abyssal house would be looking for trouble from him. Open! Kong Daoyun shouted as he looked at the incomparably ancient tower above the square, only to see this deadly Tongtian tower erupt with a shocking divine light, as if something was about to awaken from it. The crowd was shocked after seeing it. It was still a few years ago since the last time the Tower of Heaven was opened, and one should know that after every time the Tower of Heaven was opened, the dean seemed to fall into a bout of weakness. That's why it's important to get qualified to go in. Soon, the Tower of Heaven opened a portal. Kong Daoyun said somewhat weakly, "Go in." "Many thanks, senior." Nan Gongchen clasped his hands, and then stepped in with large strides. After the crowd saw Nan Gongchen go in, they were also looking forward to it, knowing that the previous heavenly pride who had gone inside the Tongtian Tower had not lasted past the 60th floor. I don't know if Nan Gongchen can break through. The crowd on the origin of the Tower of Heaven is also incomparable curiosity. Some people had said that an extraterrestrial strongest person to build. The opponents encountered in the inside are the evolution of the enemies he has encountered. And some people say that this is an ancient inheritance. If you can break through to the 100th floor, there will be an unexpected opportunity. Despite the diverse opinions of the crowd, they all firmly believed that if they could break through the 100 floors, there would definitely be changes. The young lord's talent is so powerful. It's not simple to break through a random record. Yeah, I even think that young lord can break through the 100 floors. These female disciples of the Tian Yuan Academy, who were wildly enthusiastic at this time, said one after another. Although Nan Gongchen is so powerful, it is estimated that it is only about 60 layers. As for still wanting to break through to the 100th layer, It is really a fool's errand. Even the ancient heavenly pride demons have not yet had anyone able to break through. The male disciple on the side also laughed a little coldly after hearing this. Obviously they still didn't think that Nangong-chen could reach that kind of ground. After the others heard this, they obviously agreed with these male disciples, thinking that they, the women, were too fanatical. Even if it was the 9th grade qualification Nangong-chen, there was no way he could be even more demonic than the ancient celestial pride. After Wang Yuxuan heard what they said, a hint of disdain also appeared on her pure and white face. Humph, beating your faces to death later. Doesn't that hurt enough? Su Aotian was sweating at the moment. He always had a premonition. A premonition that Nangong-chen would take away the chance that belonged to him. I don't think so. He must have simply broken into the Tower of Heaven this time. Chapter 34, In the Bag, Changing the Sky and the Earth. The Tower of Heaven. The tower was dark, as if it were an ancient Roman battlefield. The moment Nangong-chen stepped in, the bonfire lit up and a burly figure walked out from within the walls. Nangong-chen's eyes lit up, and his heavy pupils seemed to be able to see through all illusions, clearly seeing this silhouette. The Quaitian giant clan? Nangong-chen muttered to himself. This giant in front of him was incomparably sturdy, about a dozen meters tall, with palms as thick as tree discs, and exuding a deadly aura all over his body. Apparently, he was not self-aware. Die! Suddenly, just as the giant's gaze swept over Nangong-chen, his body revealed a coldness as if it had been galvanized, and then rushed towards Nangong-chen. Nangong-chen slapped out a palm, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered together, transforming into a golden palm that carried a powerful might and directly pressed towards this giant. Instantly, a streak of blood mist appeared. A giant at the early stage of the spirit sea realm was instantly killed by Nangong-chen. It's nothing more than that. Nangong-chen's eyes flickered. Then he stepped to the second level. Another palm blasted down, and the living being in front of him turned into a streak of blood mist. Nangong-chen's speed was extremely fast, and within just one incense stick of time, he had already rushed up to the 56th floor. At this moment, after the crowd outside saw it, they were also wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous. I seem to remember that at that time, when the true disciples broke through to the 50th floor, it also took them at least an hour. Yeah, why does it feel like he just went right up there without encountering any obstacles? Could it be that this heavenly tower hasn't been used for too long, causing problems? The crowd spoke in tongues, obviously not very convinced. Kong Daoyun also snorted coldly after seeing this scene. Something wrong with the Tong Tian Tower? You guys are questioning old me? Dare not! Dare not! After those disciples who had just voiced their queries heard this, they also hurriedly lowered their heads and said, their faces somewhat ashamed. It turned out that there wasn't a single problem with the Tower of Heaven, and it was entirely because Nangong-chen was too demonic. So much so that they thought wrongly. Rat's eyes. It's obvious that the master is too strong, so he's really not seeing things. Seeing this, Wang Yuxuan also whispered, and then continued to place her gaze on the Tower of Heaven. Su Li also did not say anything. Her stunningly beautiful immortal-like face just quietly gazed at the Tower of Heaven, her gaze somewhat curious. Could it be that there is some kind of chance in the Tower of Heaven? It's worth him coming all the way here. She was icy smart and guessed a lot of things. Nangong-chen surely couldn't have come just for her alone. And when Su Aotian, who was in the middle of the crowd, saw this scene, his hands secretly clenched tightly and his heart became more and more uneasy. Damn, how did he break in so fast? No, when he comes out, I'm going to break in too. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Nangong-chen punched and killed an extraterrestrial heavenly demon, and also came to the 80th floor. Only within the 80th floor, a silhouette stepped out from within the walls. Oh, another humanoid being? Nangong-chen thought in his heart, but when he looked up to see this person, his face was somewhat shocked. This person turned out to be Hong Tian, who he had killed in the first place, only to see that at this moment, Hong Tian, who was in his middle age, was wearing a green robe, with hazy danchi entwined around his body, as if he was really alive. Kill! Hong Tian froze for a moment after seeing Nangong-chen, then as if he was being manipulated. His eyes were bloodshot as he killed towards Nangong-chen. Nangong-chen held back the emotions in his heart and stepped forward to meet the attack. No wonder Hong Tian wanted Su Aotian to come to the Tower of Heaven. It seems that the second half of the burning technique is also among this level. If he did not meet him, I'm afraid that the second half of the burning skill, Su Aotian with this ring inside the Hong Tian, the merit is not a handful. Hong Tian. Nangong-chen tried calling out a sentence to see if there were some unexpected gains. Hong Tian, who had a murderous look on his face just now, regained clarity in his eyes after hearing someone call out to him. You are? Only within an instant, Hong Tian's eyes turned back to blood red and a move came towards Nangong-chen. Kill me. Quick. Seeing this, Nangong-chen didn't hesitate. and a heavenly emperor fist fell directly. Since the other party couldn't communicate properly in his current state, it would be better to exterminate him and see what would happen. Even though there was some doubt in his mind as to why Hong Tian was in the Tong Tian Tower, and who exactly was the owner of the Tong Tian Tower, Hong Tian clenched his hand in a spell and surprisingly summoned a turtle shield shadow to block it. Oh, feeling that there was no punch to destroy him, Nangong Chen couldn't help but look at him for a few moments. So it's the mighty realm. No wonder it wasn't destroyed by a single punch. Nangong Chen thought thoughtfully, realizing that his heavenly emperor fist, Fong, had punched a small child. But if the mighty realm, I don't know if I can eat my punch. Nangong Chen's body surged with golden chi and blood, and behind him, the dragon elephant shadow coalesced like a huge mountain, as if it could trample through heaven and earth, and millions of dragon elephant particles erupted within his body. Obviously, Nangong Chen was running the dragon elephant prison suppression strength. The frightening thing was that the opponent that Nangong Chen had defeated earlier was killed with a single punch based solely on the strength of his physical body. If this were to be placed in any era, it would be the existence of a demonic monster. Come back to your senses. 10 million gene of dragon elephant's huge power fell. Carrying the might of the heavenly emperor's fist, Hong Tian unexpectedly did not react for a moment, froze there, and was directly destroyed by a punch. Before Hong Tian died, the corner of his mouth Wang moved, surprisingly looked at Nangong Chen and said a word wordlessly. At this moment his eyes were incomparably clear, but with a sense of relief. Nangong Chen understood and read those words. The second half of the burning technique is under the pillar, and besides, there are great chances on the 100th floor. Thinking of Hong Tian's last look, Nangong Chen was a bit dazed. Could this be treating him as Su Ao Tian? A smile appeared at the corner of Nangong Chen's mouth. If Hong Tian knew that he not only killed him, but also took away the chance that he left to Su Ao Tian, would he be so angry in hell that he couldn't sleep? If we follow the normal plot, I'm afraid that after Su Ao Tian takes the second half of the burning decree, he will have to take away the Tian Yuan spirit tablet, and after a period of meticulous development, I'm afraid that he will come to take revenge. But now, all your chances are in my hands. Ah, is what's left of your key enough to keep you alive? Ah ha 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 ha. Nangong Chen's heart burst with pleasure. Then he walked to a pillar and lightly stepped on the ground, only to see a tile unexpectedly fly up in the air, revealing an ancient book buried underneath. Is it really here? Nangong Chen's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and with a wave of his hand, a breeze blew through, dispersing the dust on top of the ancient book. A few big words of burning decision lower style appeared, and Nangong Chen went down with a divine thought, confirming that there was no mistake, and then he put it into his storage ring. After doing everything, Nangong Chen looked like he thought of something, and with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, he took out a sunflower treasure dictionary. He erased a few big words on it and changed it to burning decision lower style, and then put it under the stone pillar, brick and tile cover, everything as it was, so that people could not see a trace of it. Afterward, Nangong Chen stopped stopping, dragon walked, and continued to set off towards the top. Chapter 35 Heavy Pupil Holy Armor. At this moment, outside of the Tower of Heaven, a furor had been set off. The crowd's gazes widened as they looked at the point of light above the Tower of Heaven, unable to calm down for a long time. 80 floors. This had clearly broken the best result of the Tian Yuan Academy since it was founded so far, and this speed of breaking into the tower was unprecedented. The crowd has never seen such a heavenly speed to break into the tower. Just 2 moments, came to the 80 layer, and the last to break into the 60 layer of Zhou Wanjiao, but spent an hour time. Comparing this look, Zhou Wanjiao's loss to Nangong Chen was really not unfair. Kong Daoyun even stroked his beard, his eyes shining. It is not true that there are no ancient celestial pride who have broken through the 80 floors, but I am afraid that there are not many people who are so fast. It is that I don't know if this son can break through to the top of the 100 floors, which is the point that all the ancient demons have not reached. He shook his head at the thought. This is really too difficult. It is not that he looks down on Nangong Chen. On the contrary, he appreciates Nangong Chen, but currently Nangong Chen's cultivation is hard. If he stops at the 90-something layers, it should also be deserved. Looking at this momentum of the young lord, I think it can even sprint above the 90th floor. Yeah, it's just so fast. It's really like a monster. It seems that after today, the number 1 in the Great Zhou Heavenly Pride ranking will have to change its name. At this moment, these male disciples exclaimed. Earlier, they were still somewhat unconvinced by Nangong Chen, but now they had to be convinced even if they were not. These female disciples, on the other hand, became more and more frenzied, their legs clenching as they shouted the name of the young master. To know, this is a female disciple of Tian Yuan Academy. In the Great Zhou, is also a lot of royal princesses or family miss-like existence, but this could also be a sideways reflection of Nangong Chen's popularity. which was simply terrifying as hell. Wan Yuxuan was also a bit jealous after seeing it. Che, obviously I was here first. She then joined the group of female disciples and screamed even louder and harder. Suli saw this scene on the audience stage and was also a bit out of breath. Was this still the same Wang family's young lady she knew? But this husband of his, he's so popular. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes, as if she was angry. Come back to your senses. The crowd realized that Nan Gongchen seemed to be stuck in the middle of the 80th floor for some time. Not that it was a long time, but there was a bit of a gap compared to the previous speed of breaking through. This has caused some people to jump on this. It seems that Nan Gongchen's previous breakthroughs were all outbursts of his full strength, and that's why he's been stuck in the middle of the 80 levels for such a long time. So I'm afraid he'll have to come down later on. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are bragging about. And breaking through 100 layers, if he could break through to the 90th layer, I'd all be upside down eating. It turned out that these people were those who had supported Zhou Wanjiao earlier, and at this moment, they said with cold faces and disdain. When Su Aotian saw that there were also people like himself who wanted Nan Gongchen to be unfavorable, he couldn't help but reveal a smile as well. Ha 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 ha, Nan Gongchen has run out of gas. It seems that using such a fast breakthrough speed to capture people's attention is nothing more than a clown. What a fool. If it were me, I would not have done such a thing. Now he was relieved. He was sure that Nan Gongchen must not know about the chances of the heavenly tower. You people, I've memorized all of you, as well as the one who just cheated on his food and drink. Wang Yuxuan's little face was furious and she gritted her teeth. Soon, these people froze in their expressions, their pupils shrinking slightly as if they had seen something incredible, only to see that above the Tower of Heaven, that light point on the 80th floor, unexpectedly began to move, at an extremely fast speed, and within a few breaths, it reached the 90th floor. The entire square fell silent for a moment. It didn't take long for the crowd to speak slowly. Holy, this is a monster. Why does it feel like him breaking into the Tower of Heaven is as simple as drinking water? Where's the one who said he was going to cheat on his food and drink earlier? I'm going to the outhouse right now to pull a fresh pile for you. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Then their gazes shot out in all directions, trying to find the disciple who had said he wanted to eat earlier. Unfortunately, that disciple had fled in panic after seeing it. At the same time, Kong Daoyun's heart became more and more shocked. Others didn't know, but he knew that it wasn't easy above the 80 floors, and it could be said that there was a huge difference between one floor and another. The fact that Nan Gongchen could pass so easily proved that his own true strength was terrifyingly terrifying. Inside the Tower of Heaven, after Nan Gongchen stepped into the 90th floor, he felt a burst of pressure coming on, as if some ancient being was about to revive, only to see that from above the wall, a figure covered in fiery red flew out. Nan Gongchen couldn't help but pay attention after feeling the aura on his body. The Xian bird, an existence that also ranked amongst the ancient relic species, was rumored to have a trace of true phoenix essence blood in its body, strong to the extreme, and at this moment, its cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the mighty realm. Surprisingly, even this kind of ancient relic species had appeared, which made Nan Gongchen's heart more and more curious as to who the Tongtian Tower had been created by. Nu Bi, this huge Xian bird's body, filled with flames. After seeing Nan Gongchen, its eyes also became blood red, like a red moon, attacking towards Nan Gongchen. Nan Gongchen's heavy pupils emitted a ghostly light. His entire body was intertwined with runes, and his golden blood chi erupted all at once as he slammed his fist down towards the Xian bird. White fist light could pierce the sky as a white figure behind Nan Gongchen appeared at the same time, swinging their fists together. Boom! Even though the Xian bird was extremely fast, in front of the heavy pupil, any speed was useless, and it was directly smashed away by this Nan Gongchen's punch, and collapsed on the wall, shaking up a cloud of smoke and dust. Hiss! The Xian bird's entire body was in pain, and this pain made it more and more furious. The flames on its feathers were even more vivid, seemingly like blood and water. It was condensing a move, and its breath was in turmoil. Nan Gongchen also realized that another kind of light erupted from his heavy pupil. A white golden armor materialized on his body. This was the third function of the heavy pupil, the heavy pupil holy armor, which was able to summon an incomparably suited armor for combat. Even, it can be attached to the vapors behind it. Only the heavenly emperor's shadow behind Nan Gongchen was seen, and at this moment, it was also attached with armor just like the one on Nan Gongchen's body. At that moment, his breath skyrocketed incomparably, reaching an incomparably terrifying point. Even Xian Feng's eyes held some fear. Boom! Xian Feng struck out, and 9 rounds of suns evolved, carrying a destructive momentum as they smashed towards Nan Gongchen. If an ordinary great power realm received this punch, they would either die or be injured, and even the divine king realm would have to pay a great price after receiving it. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Nan Gongchen threw a punch, his fist busy emitting divine light, and behind him, that heavenly emperor's shadow threw a punch together, and the void trembled, carrying a supreme pressure that was even more astonishing than Xianfeng's 9 wheels of glorious sun. This was not just a simple punch, but it was superimposed with the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, the helmet of heavy pupils, and the heavenly emperor's fist, which was a divine level technique. Boom! Under this punch, the 9 rounds of blazing suns directly obliterated, and together with that Xianfeng, they dissipated into a rain of light. Chapter 36, Entering the 100th Floor. Meeting Gu Nan. After destroying the Xianfeng, Nangong Chen was like a god of war possessed, pushing his way across the room and directly reaching the last floor. That's 100 floors. The 100th floor of the Tower of Heaven. A void in chaos. Not like the previous 99 floors. In the middle of a battlefield. This place instead seemed to be beyond the stars, at the edge of the universe. Nangong Chen stared, incomparably cautious. He could tell that this place was incomparably dangerous, as if it was a small world opened up by a strong person. Soon, it was as if this heaven and earth sensed something. Streams of light shone brightly, rules intertwined, and an incomparably terrifying aura seemed to awaken. How many years has it been? And finally someone has set foot in this heaven and earth. A sigh rang out in the middle of the river of time. Nangong Chen's eyes were shocked as he looked back, only to see that at some point, a middle-aged man was standing behind him. The middle-aged man was dressed in a grey robe, his face was stalwart, and his temperament was incomparably elegant, just like a pedagogue. And in Nangong Chen's heavy pupils seeing, there was a transcendent worldly energy within this man's body that shook to the core. Immediately, Nangong Chen was certain that this person in front of him was definitely an absolute powerhouse. The legendary heavy pupil is truly demonic and incomparable. It seems that in this world Tian Yuan Academy, have a lot of talent. The man opened his mouth and said, looking at Nangong Chen with great satisfaction in his eyes. After Nangong Chen heard this, he also hurriedly said respectfully, Senior Nangong Chen, meet Senior. There was some speculation in his heart. Could it be that this peerless powerhouse was the first-generation dean of the Tian Yuan Academy, surnamed Nangong? After hearing Nangong Chen's words, this middle-aged man froze and seemed to have some memories. Only after a long time did he open his mouth and said, so it's the Nangong family. No wonder they can produce this kind of demon. And also, what you have in mind is not bad. I'm indeed the first-generation dean of the Heavenly Yuan Academy. My name is Gu Nan. You can call me Dean Gu. Gu Nan continued. Nangong Chen nodded his head after hearing this, with some fear in his heart. So he knew what I was thinking. This kind of strong person. It's really scary. Do you know why I created the Tian Yuan Academy in the first place? Nangong Chen shook his head. How would he know this? Because once upon a time, I resided at the bottom of the Xian heavenly domain. Although I had some talent, but due to my weak family lineage, I couldn't compete with those powerful lineages for cultivation slots. And at that time I wondered if I were to be strong in the future, if I could create an academy where all the world's humble families could come. In the back, I went through 1,000 hardships, and by chance I obtained the Tian Yuan Spirit Tablet, gained its creation, cultivated its inheritance, and practiced hard for 1,000 years before I came out of the world, and also created this Tian Yuan Academy. Gu Nan sighed and spoke quietly. There was some shock in Nangong Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that such a strong person in front of him would be from a cold family. He thought of Hong Tian's memories in his mind, as if a few epochs ago, the Tian Yuan Academy seemed to have had an accident and disappeared into the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture. Are you trying to ask me why the back of the Tian Yuan Academy suddenly disappeared? Gu Nan's eyes were incomparably deep, as if he could see through Nangong Chen's mind. Nangong Chen nodded. In the Xian heavenly domain, resources are like a cup of water. Whoever takes more, the water tilts towards wherever. At that time, the Tian Yuan Academy was really too much growth. Out of many cold strong, even the other states of the Xian Tian domain, there are also many heavenly pride come to the name. This look, although it is said to be a good thing, but it is tantamount to moving many people up the water. How would you feel if someone else touched your resources? As Gu Nan spoke, he looked at Nangong Chen. Kill, Nangong Chen said without hesitation. Gu Nan was expecting it when he heard it, and he laughed a little. That's right, it's killing. Those so-called righteous paths set us up with a trumped-up charge and subsequently unleashed a massacre on my academy. Of course, our academy is not a vegetarian. If people want to kill me, I definitely have to kill them back as well. That day I killed 5 saints, killed them until they were chilled to death, killed them until the Eastern Divine Prefecture descended into a rain of blood. If it wasn't for those old monsters from the Central Divine Prefecture coming out behind them. Humph. Gu Nan said this and snorted coldly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. There was some shock in Nangong Chen's eyes, not thinking that such a thing had happened back then. If I had been given a few more years, Those few old monsters wouldn't have been my match. It's just a pity that I ran out of oil lamps at that time and was forced to trade my life for a life. And those disciples of my academy, also tragically slaughtered, although before the war, I will be some core disciples dispersed throughout the Xiantian domain, also do not know whether they are still dead or alive. Alas! Gunan sighed and fell somewhat silent. Nangong Chen was also somewhat silent, not knowing how to answer. In fact, the heart has already had the answer to the question. How can there be no egg when the nest is overturned? Forget it, let's not talk about those sad things. Kid, can you talk to me about how the Tian Yuan Academy is doing nowadays? Nangong Chen pondered for a while, and said without being overbearing, the first academy under the dynasty's command. After Gunan heard it, he was also a bit complicated. The first academy under the dynasty. Sounds good. One must know that at that time, the Tian Yuan Academy was not part of any power, and now it had even reached such a point? Alas! Still, times have changed and it's nice to have a foothold these days. Thinking of this, his face was somewhat relieved. Back then, I left 2 inheritances. The other inheritance must have been given to your contemporary academy master to take away, and the other inheritance, which is the core inheritance, has been left in the Tongtian Tower until today. The most crucial part of the core inheritance is this heavenly Yuan spirit tablet. The wonders within it have lasted me a lifetime, and even I haven't tapped into 1,000th of it. Just the tip of the iceberg. When Nangong Chen heard this, although his expression was bland, his heart had already rippled. Just 1 in 1,000. The tip of the iceberg could create a nearly invincible saint, so how heaven-defying a chance must this heavenly Yuan spirit tablet be? Seeing that Nangong Chen was somewhat moved, the corners of Gunan's mouth even revealed a hidden smile. If you can agree to one of my conditions, not only will you be able to take this Tian Yuan spirit tablet with you, but you will also be able to take the Tian Yuan Academy under your command. I set a very crucial requirement in the other inheritance, and that is to take orders from someone who has a heavenly Yuan spirit tablet. You should know that although today's Tian Yuan Academy is not as big as it used to be, there is still a bit of a Tao on the point of cultivating celestial pride, and if you were to take it under your wing, you could also secretly cultivate your own inner circle as well as forces within the academy. After Nangong Chen heard this, he instead calmed down and looked calm. Although what he said is very tempting, correspondingly, his conditions should also be very harsh, so when viewed rationally. Anyway, if you get this heavenly Yuan spirit tablet or not, you will be able to stand on top in the future and be invincible in the world. So now it doesn't seem to matter if you get it or not. After Gunan saw it, he also secretly marveled in his heart. This son of the heart, when really good, not arrogant, not idle, not slow, completely without the other pride of the sky on those unbeatable character. Chapter 37, Conquering the Tianyuan Academy. Of course, this request is very simple. I have a daughter. That year before the Great War opened, I will dust her in the ice coffin. Now a few epochs have passed. Should also awaken, if you can meet in the future, for me to take care of some can. At this moment, a trace of tenderness unexpectedly appeared in Gunan's deep eyes, his expression incomparably soft. After Nangong Chen heard this, he also weighed his options and then agreed. Good. If I meet Senior's daughter in the future, I will definitely take more care of her. It's not too much to ask. Just taking care of that daughter of his. If you can meet them in the future, then take care of them. If you can't, then forget it. Not bad. With this promise of yours, I am relieved. Gunan nodded, looking at Nangong Chen with increasingly satisfied eyes, as if selecting a son-in-law. Nangong Chen was a little unnatural being looked at with such eyes, yet he didn't feel that he had any malicious intent. It's a strange feeling. My girl's name is Gu Manga, and I have a birthmark on my left buttock, but as for the rest, I've pretty much forgotten. If you meet her, by the way, help me to convey a message. People cannot be resurrected after death. Cherish the present moment. Father and mother love you very much. Do not think of avenging us. A lifetime of safe and carefree growth is our greatest wish. Even if she forgets what happened before, you need not tell her. Gunan slowly explained. At this moment, he was no different from any other father in the world. Nangong Chen listened attentively. Seeing the Gunan in front of him, it also made him think of his father in this life. If you encounter this situation in the future, your father should do the same. When Gunan finished, his divine soul became more and more ethereal, as if it was about to dissipate at any moment. Seniors, you, Nangong Chen said with some concern. No harm. The cycle of life and death. Besides, I died once long ago. I've already looked down. After this divine soul dissipates, the Tian Yuan spirit tablet will naturally appear. At that time you can just take it away directly. Ha 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 ha. The kid has been tricked by me. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. You kid looks like a little kid. but wasn't it also set up by me in the end? Ha ha ha, after all, I won. After all, Gunan Sage, won. Gunan laughed out loud, with a touch of relief and spontaneity in his eyes, and his figure gradually dissipated, turning into a bit of star rain. Subsequently, a milky white spirit tablet appeared in front of Nangongchen. Nangongchen was silent. His mood at the moment was incomparably complex and beyond words. Ryoko, Elder Gunan, go in peace. I will not forget what I promised. Nangongchen muttered to himself, then put away the heavenly Yuan spirit tablet, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Actually, he was posed twice. Outside, after the crowd saw Nangongchen come out, they were also shocked beyond words. Their faces were frenzied, and there was incomparable worship in their eyes, as if they were looking at a legend. At this moment, both the elders and the disciples were already convinced of Nangongchen. 100 floors. This is the 100th floor of the Tower of Heaven. From ancient times to the present day, no one had been able to break through, and today, they had seen such a person, living and breathing, break through from the first floor to the 100th floor, directly breaking the Tongtian Tower record. Wang Yuxuan waved her small fists, excited after seeing Nangongchen come out. Suli also secretly nodded her head, and there was some astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Only Su Aotian's face was a bit pale. He didn't think that Nangongchen could really break through to the 100th floor. Why? Why did a mere dude break through to the 100th layer? He was puzzled. In this way, it seemed that the gap between him and Nangongchen grew wider and wider. Kong Daoyun, on the other hand, quickly came in front of Nangongchen. His eyes filled with shock as he snapped, "What did you get inside?" There were rumors that there were great chances on the 100th floor of the Heavenly Tower, or great chances regarding the Tianyuan Academy. He was very curious, yet with some apprehension. If Nangongchen really got that inheritance, wouldn't that be? Only the corners of Nangongchen's mouth wing moved as he slowly spat out a few words. Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. He did not take out the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Tablet, a little too inviting and conspicuous. Besides, this supreme treasure, if it is snatched by this old deng in front of him, what to do? Who still knows if that covenant has expired or not? After Kong Daoyun heard this, his pupils shrunk slightly, then he let out a sigh. Somewhat helpless. There are many people here. Let's talk in another place. Afterward, Kong Daoyun waved his hand and a white light appeared as the two figures disappeared into the square. The crowd in the square was not surprised after seeing this, and there was envy in their eyes. I guess Nangongchen is going to be accepted as a disciple by the dean. Yeah, his play today was just too bright, greatly defeating the true disciples of the academy, and breaking the limits of the Tongtian Tower. No matter which thing is carried out, it's all a shocking and incomparable thing. Above a mountain peak filled with immortal aura. Young lord, is it possible to see the heavenly Yuan spirit tablet? Kong Daoyun's eyes blazed a little as he spoke. Nangongchen had some concerns in his heart and didn't take it out directly. Kong Daoyun seemed to see his concern and opened his mouth to laugh. You may not know that if the Tianyuan spirit tablet recognizes its owner, no one can take it away unless the original owner dies. Nangongchen thought about it, and with a thought, a milky white spirit tablet appeared in his hand. This was clearly the legendary Tianyuan spirit tablet. After Kong Daoyun saw it, the excitement in his eyes was incomparable, and he directly knelt on the ground. Old me, Kong Daoyun, I have seen the dean. At this moment, if anyone were to see this scene, I'm afraid they would be scared to death. A saint kneeling towards Nangongchen? Nangongchen shook his head. He didn't want to be the dean, even though the Tianyuan spirit tablet was in his possession. No, I have no interest in the position of dean. You will continue to be one in the future, except that you will need to take orders from me. Kong Daoyun was a bit surprised, not thinking that Nangongchen would turn down this position that was so sought after. Mind you, this was the Tianyuan Academy. Even though the academy was somewhat declining now, a few epochs ago, it was the existence of the Xian Heavenly Domain's #1 academy. Thinking of this, he was somewhat moved, not expecting Nangongchen to not strip him of his position in the first place. After all, it took a lot of effort for him to create the academy in the first place. As for taking orders from Nangongchen, this was supposed to be the right thing to do, and he had already thought about this kind of consequence since the day he accepted the inheritance. That's a given. Even if young lord takes back my old dean status, I will still follow your orders, Kong Daoyun said respectfully. Nangongchen nodded, his eyes flickering, obviously thinking about something. In the academy, how many sons and daughters under the command of the imperial family of today's court are here? After a long time, Nangongchen opened his mouth and asked. Kong Daoyun was also a bit surprised after hearing this, and then after thinking for a while, he respectfully said, Young lord, it accounts for 30% of the disciples of the academy. More than 5,000 people. Nangong Chen was a little shocked in his eyes. He didn't expect so much. Then the corner of his mouth raised a smile. If all of them were to be turned back, I think the king of Great Zhou's face would look very good. Nangong Chen had never been a good person, and whoever wanted to kill him was his mortal enemy and had to be prepared to be killed by him in return. What about the cold disciples? Nangong Chen continued to ask. The words of the cold disciples. There are more than 6 layers. About 10,000 people. Kong Daoyun continued. He had some doubts in his heart, not knowing what Nangong Chen was asking to do. Surprisingly, there are so many. Nangong Chen was a little shocked in his heart. It was worthy of being known as the Holy Land of the Cold Sex Academy. If these cold disciples were channeled to the Heavens Abyss province after finishing their studies, wouldn't there be a constant flow of talent all the time? What do these cold disciples usually go to give after finishing school? Well, some returned to their families to serve their families, while others were assigned to various places to serve the court. After Nangong Chen heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows a bit, seemingly a bit angry. Kong Daoyun hurriedly explained. Young lord, this is a strong rule of the imperial court, and back then, if you opened an academy within Great Zhou, you would definitely be subjected to its limitations, and the same goes for the other academies as well. In the future, the number of places sent to the court will be reduced by 90%. As for this 90%, they will all be sent within my Heavenly Abyss Mansion. If the court has any objections, they will come to the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. I'll see if they have the guts to do so, Nangong Chen said in a cold voice. After Kong Daoyun heard this, he also nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Chapter 38, The 9 Heavenly Mysteries. In the meantime, without anyone noticing, a black figure quietly slipped inside the Tower of Heaven. That's right, this person is none other than our destined son, Sueo Tian. Ha 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 ha, you bunch of fools, didn't think that lousy sneaked in, right? Still in that Nangong Chen, Sueo Tian laughed loudly. Yellow teeth with a vegetable leaf. It looks very disgusting. Jealousy couldn't help but appear in his heart when he thought of Nangong Chen. If Nangong Chen hadn't repeatedly appeared to interrupt his plans, at this time he would have already become the proud son of heaven revered by all, and would not be as miserable as he is today. But fortunately, the Emperor's heaven was not to be missed, and fortunately, he was not discovered by anyone when he sneaked into the Tower of Heaven. Nangong Chen, when I get the second half of the burning decision, just wait for me to die. Sueo Tian secretly gritted his teeth. As for this Tower of Heaven, even Nangong Chen was able to break into 100 floors, so he could at least say he could break into a 99 floor. Afterward, Sueo Tian's gaze was firm as he stepped into the middle of the first layer. A few hours later, within the 80th floor, Sueo Tian's clothes became more and more tattered. His face was a little weak. He did not expect the Tower of Heaven to be so difficult to break into. If it wasn't for his own strong strength and the fact that his previous undercard had saved him a few lives, he would have died long ago. However, fortunately, he had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm amidst a life and death situation, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Ha 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 ha. Well, in the end I managed to get the second half of the burning decree too. Sueo Tian threw his hands up to the sky and laughed. However, when that Nangong Chen came out, surprisingly, he didn't have any injuries on his body, and his white clothes weren't tattered, so it must be that dog Dean who opened the back door for him. At this moment, he realized that the more he reached the higher levels of this Tower of Heaven, the greater the dangers he encountered, and it was far from as easy as he had initially thought. Sueo Tian returned to his senses and also looked towards the bottom of the stone pillar. The next style of the burning decision. It's here, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, an evil smile appeared on his face. That idiot Nangong Chen surely doesn't know that the test among the 80 floors is actually my master. Much less would he think that there is a super technique hidden here, right? Sueo Tian slapped his palm downward, only to see a piece of masonry directly shatter, exposing the gong method underneath perfectly. After Sueo Tian saw it, his face was delighted and he held up the ancient book. Is this the next style of the burning decision? It really is full of an ancient aura. Sueo Tian's eyes revealed a glint of essence, and he couldn't wait to turn it over, drool falling from the side of his mouth. On the first page, if you want to practice it, you have to go to the womb first. Sueo Tian directly froze after seeing these few words. Practicing the next style of the burning decree, he even had to self-circumcise? Isn't this depriving him of his manly dignity? However, the incineration technique was an incomparably high-quality technique, so if there were some special requirements, it should be justified. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it before. Some of the ancient powerful feats with strange and bizarre requirements on them. Thinking of this, Sueo Tian's face was a bit hesitant. Did he really want to self-circumcise? And I don't know if I can pick it up after practice. Just as he was hesitating, his mind suddenly thought of Nangong Chen's hateful face. and he became somewhat enraged. It's all you, Nangong Chen. I want revenge. He decided that losing something for revenge was nothing. Sueo Tian took out a broadsword. His face was a little pale, then his eyes closed, his teeth clenched, and he swung it directly under his body. Ah! In an instant, howls like killing pigs filled the entire space. Nangong Chen, if I don't kill you in this life, I'll swear not to be a human being. Tian Yuan Fu, what did you say? Recently, above the northern domain battlefield, there is divine light rushing into the sky and a vision of purple energy coming from the east? Nangong Yu was a bit surprised and opened his mouth to ask. Nangong War nodded. Yes, this vision appeared. Even the friction with the Dacian dynasty has been less frequent lately. The other side has a great deal of truce. I don't know what the hell is going on. Some years ago, I heard that the northern domain was previously a blessed land, and that the existence of a supreme powerhouse had appeared. There was some reminiscence on Nangong Yu's aged face as he said in a deep voice. How is it possible? The northern region is so desolate. That place not to mention can't raise people forget it. Even demonic beasts can't live. Nangong War raised his horizontal eyebrows and retorted. You know, back then when my old man broke into the northern domain, you bastard boy was not even born yet. What was the northern domain like before? Do I still not know? If I'm not wrong, it should be that the Nine Heavens secret realm is about to open. Nangong Yu coldly snorted and said without good humor. 9 heavenly mysteries? After Nangong War heard this, the words he originally wanted to say stopped on his lips, and his face was somewhat shocked. Surprisingly, it's the 9 Heavens secret realm. No wonder there are so many visions, Nangong War murmured in a low voice. One must know that the 9 Heavens mysterious realm was a secret realm opened up by a supreme powerhouse. It was the equivalent of that supreme powerhouse's secret realm, and the chances and treasures in it were incomparably heaven-defying existences. If it's really the 9 Heavens mysterious realm, we'll have to inform Chenner. Nangong War spoke, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. Nangong Yu nodded. Not bad. Nowadays Chenner should be close to reaching the great power realm as well, and this time going on an adventure will also help him a lot. In the midst of their conversation, the two of them had already decided where Nangong Chen would be traveling to. Within a few days, the matter of the 9 Heavens mysterious realm opening in the Eastern Divine Prefecture had spread throughout the entire Xian heavenly domain. The 9 Heavens mysterious realm. This was a treasure left behind by a supreme powerhouse, and it had a certain attraction to the top-tier Dao lineages in the Xian heavenly domain, not to mention the top-tier forces. For a time, the entire Xian heavenly domain's 30-odd divine states were all in a frenzy. Obviously, this will definitely be a heavenly pride event, a good opportunity for all the major power Dao lineages to compete for heirs. Tianyuan Academy. Nangong Chen's eyes also drifted off after hearing Elder Mu's transmission. It turned out that a secret realm was about to be convened over in the northern region, and the family side meant for him to go there. Ding! Go to the 9 Heavenly Mysteries core and sign in. Right at this moment, an icy voice rang out from within Nangong Chen's mind. 9 Heavenly Mysteries? Nangong Chen had some impression amongst Hong Tian's memories, hearing that there was a supreme treasure inside that was incredibly important to him, able to create a supreme foundation within the Purple Mansion realm. Since this is the case, is there any reason for me not to go? Moreover, I heard that there are very many heavenly prides from various states coming this time, and I don't know if there are any new leaks appearing. Nangong Chan's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Chapter 39 Empress Qi Yao, Tianyuan Academy. An elegant and clear courtyard. Su Li was a bit uncomfortable on the audience stage, so she returned to the middle of her courtyard early. On the ice bed. At this moment, Su Li's beautiful eyes were tightly closed, her absolutely beautiful face was incomparably pale, and cold sweat broke out on her white forehead, as if she was enduring great pain in general. Ah, damn it, why did this dream appear during the day? Su Li's body was incomparably uncomfortable, and his divine soul was as painful as if it was cut by a blade. She was dreaming about the woman in red again. Just recently, whenever she closed her eyes at night, a memory that didn't belong to her was forcing its way into her mind. At first she thought it was a dream, until every detail of the dream was real, and even in the dream, the epiphany she gained could be fed back in reality. Empress Qi Yao, who are you really? Among those blurry fragments, this woman named Qi Yao. Between the lifting of her hands, the sun destroyed the stars and the heavens and earth shook, powerful beyond words, and the beings who fought against her were likewise each with powerful cultivation and heavenly means. Su Li's heart is full of puzzlement, headache, delicate body trembling. Anyone who sees it will be sad to see ni pity. Soon, as the pain intensified, Su Li directly fainted. If Nangong Chen came here at this moment, he would be able to clearly see that a divine soul was about to be integrated into Su Li's divine consciousness. Ryoko, yo, me in this world. Waking up? Suli opened her eyes somewhat hazily, and a flirtatious and tingling voice rang in her ears. Who is it? When she reacted, Suli hurriedly turned her head to look, until Suli saw a woman in red lying lazily on her bed. The woman was wearing a phoenix dress. Her skin was like congealed fat. Her muscles were like fresh snow. Her breasts were half exposed. Her legs were straight and long. And her figure was concave and convex. Extremely hot. Under the black hair, revealing a beauty of the shocking face, eyes like autumn water, Jew lips charming enchanting, charm muddy days become, is a full of special things. Suli couldn't even help but be stunned when she saw it, but she quickly reacted. Who are you? Why are you in my bed? Suli questioned in a cold voice. Who am I? I'm you. Xiao opened her mouth and laughed, her voice incomparably charming. Suli was a bit puzzled after hearing this. Her eyebrows slightly knitted, and her delicate body unconsciously took a few steps backward. This person's aura she couldn't see through. It was dangerous. After Xiao saw this scene, she also found it very interesting. Smiling coquettishly and arched her eyebrows. Was his own life so interesting? Only then did she explain with a smile. After a while, a dazed look appeared on Suli's pretty face. It turned out that after Qiao had fallen for some reason in her last life, with the help of a supreme treasure, it had attached itself to her body and had only recently awakened. That is to say, you are my previous life and the one I've been dreaming about lately? Suli asked in a clear and cold voice. That's right, Qiao stretched lazily and spoke. After Suli heard this, her eyes turned cold and she directly swung her sword. If it wasn't for this man, how could she have been in so much pain lately? Only to see this sword. It did not cut into Qiao. Instead, it passed through her body, as if it was chopping on top of a shadow. Qiao seemed to have anticipated this, still with her brows curved and the corners of her mouth hooked up. That's a cranky life to own. I'm just a divine soul. You can't cut me down. Oh, Suli responded nonchalantly. Anyway, she was much more comfortable in her mind after the chop. Happy? There will be such a powerful existence to guide you in the future. Qiao laughed, not looking like an empress at all, but instead like a big sister. If her ministry in the previous life were to see the scene, I'm afraid they would all be shocked beyond words. Was this still the cold and heartless Empress Qiao? Suli's gaze was a bit suspicious. Was this guy really his own previous life? Is it really a female emperor? If I hadn't seen the snippets in my own memory, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have believed it. And his own last life, why he was so flirty? Suli was a little speechless in her heart, unable to believe it. Suddenly, Ikari swooshed and burrowed back into her mind. Someone's coming. She left a message. Only the next moment, there was a knock at the door. Mother, it's me. The voice was magnetic and warm, and it was none other than Nangongchen. After Suli heard this, her pretty face also turned red all of a sudden. This guy, how can he call so intimately in front of others? You don't make a sound later, Suli warned Qiao in her mind. Immediately after, Suli did not immediately respond, rushed to the dresser and took a look in the mirror, feeling fine before moistening her throat and softly said, "Come in." Qiao's face also instantly turned cold after seeing this scene. She felt that something was wrong as soon as she sensed that Suli's Yuanin had been lost. She didn't think that she really had a Dao partner in this life. To know, her last immortal king suitors countless, but she disliked these crooked dates. Her vision is incomparably high, not to mention the broken body. The Taoist couple are not. She would like to see which brat is the one who dares to be so confident to take down the her of this world. After Nangongchen heard this, he also pushed the door in. He was dressed in white. His face was like an immortal. His temperament was dusty, and he was radiant. Anyone who sees it will have to exclaim, "The son of the world is matchless." Are you looking for me for something? Suli glanced at Nangongchen's heart, then a little shyness, making her can't help but think of that night. The two of them were so watery that raw rice is cooked. Nangongchen didn't reply, but rather froze a bit. What did he see? How did Suli's chi shine even brighter than before? This was a stronger chi than the heavenly fate protagonist. If he hadn't awakened his heavy pupils, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to tell. Could it be that Suli has had some kind of chance recently? Qiao was somewhat shocked in her beautiful eyes at the moment. This, surprisingly, it was the legendary heavy pupil? Even in Nangongchen's body, there was actually a bloodline that was not inferior to her own, meaning that at least one of his two parents was comparable to her cultivation in her previous life. Is this still a heavenly pride from the lower realms? For a moment, she unexpectedly couldn't pick any faults in Nangongchen. Qiao is a bit silent. Oh, recently my father's side informed me that there is a secret realm in the northern region that will be opening, called the Nine Heavens Secret Realm, and I'm about to head there tomorrow. So I've come to ask you if you want to go with me? Nangongchen came back to his senses and opened his mouth. The Nine Heavenly Mysteries? Suli was a bit bewildered after hearing this, and for a while, she didn't know whether to go or not. While Qi Yao heard this, her beautiful eyes revealed a brilliant light, and she hurriedly said, "Go, you must go." The Nine Heavens mysterious realm is the evolution of a cave left behind by an invincible powerhouse, and within it is a supreme treasure named the Phoenix Stone, which is of great help to you, and it is enough to transform your physique into a new one. She hadn't expected that an entire secret realm that the upper realm was struggling to find would appear in the lower realm. Immediately afterward, Nangong Chen added, "Listening to what my father said, there are many supreme treasures of opportunity in this secret realm. If we can seek them out, it will be of infinite benefit to us. But it's rather dangerous. I'll go." Su Li opened her mouth. She didn't want to be pulled apart by Nangong Chen anymore. She wanted to become stronger. Nangong Chen was a bit surprised. Originally he was planning to say something more. "Well, in that case, take some rest today and set out with me tomorrow." Nangong Chen's eyes were clear as he answered. Chapter 40 Great Tao Immortal Scripture. Shocked Qi Yao. On the following day, a runic intertwined and extremely bright flying boat crossed the sky above the Great Zhou dynasty. The back of the flying boat erupted with a haze of light, causing the people on the streets to gasp in amazement. On the flying boat, "Ding, are you signing in today?" Nangong Chen cultivated for the entire night until the system's beep sounded in his head. "Sign in." Nangong Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. I hadn't thought that the time passing by in cultivation would be so fast, and it was time for the daily check-in again. "Ding, rewarding divine grade technique, Great Tao Immortal Scripture." As the words fell, a mysterious memory surged into Nangong Chen's mind. Surprisingly, it was another divine level technique. Nangong Chen's eyes flickered, his heart somewhat shocked. In the Xian heavenly domain, the grades of Gongfu were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian and Yellow, of which, the heavenly grade was the highest and the yellow grade was the lowest. The upper limit of heavenly rank techniques could only break through to the Saint realm, and if one wanted to break through to a higher realm, one would need a technique that exceeded the heavenly grade. Through Hong Tian's memories, it could be learned that above the heavenly ranks were, respectively, the sacred, immortal, imperial, and divine ranks, which were the most powerful techniques in the entire 3,000 worlds. It is estimated that the entire Xian Tian domain cannot find a few books of sacred merit law, let alone the divine merit law, that is in the upper world or disappeared existence. If there is a book, I am afraid that will lead to some of the old monsters who have not yet come out of the world to snatch it. And now, Nangong Chen's hands already had 4 divine level techniques, which was an existence that even the top-tier Tao lineages in the upper realm couldn't take out and pull out. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, Heavenly Emperor Fist, Yin Yang Dual Cultivation Technique, and now this Great Tao Immortal Scripture. If they are all incomparably heaven-defying techniques, if they can all be accomplished, even an ordinary person will have invincible combat power, not to mention Nangong Chen, who has a heavy pupil body, that will arrive at a kind of uniqueness. Invincible, the ultimate state of the world. Nangong Chen's eyes flickered. Then he stopped thinking about it and earnestly enrolled in the Great Tao Immortal Scripture. The Cosmic Way, the cycle of life and death, the chaos in Montana, and the purple breath. After Nangong Chen felt these 16 words, he also fell into a state of epiphany, and there was a vague vision of the heavenly Tao praying for blessings in the void, with 5 colors of divine light, illuminating each other. At this moment, within another room, Yao Qi was preaching and teaching. "Do you know what grade this Gongfu is?" Yao Qi took out an ancient book in her hand and looked at Su Li with a smile. "Heavenly rank?" Su Li guessed with some uncertainty in her beautiful eyes. After all, in her perception, the best Gongfu in the entire Xian heavenly domain was the heavenly rank Gongfu, and even the Gongfu she had learned since she was a child was only of the earthly rank. Yao Qi shook her head, smiling sweetly. "This is not a heavenly rank Gongfu. Heavenly rank in our upper realm, that's the Gongfu for civilians to cultivate. Above the heavenly rank Gongfu, it's divided into saintly, immortal, emperor, and godly products. And this Ice Sky Phoenix technique in my hands is a technique that is incomparably suited to your physique, an imperial product of legend. I'm afraid that the appearance of a saint-grade technique in your lower realm is going to be madly snatched. This is the disparity in resources. In the future when you're strong, it's better to go to the 9 heavens of the upper realm as soon as possible. That's where your stage is." Afterwards, Yao Qi handed her the Gongfu in her hand. Originally thought that Su Li would feel inferior after knowing this, but I didn't expect her to directly calmly say, "Oh, you're a female emperor. How come you can't even take out a divine grade technique? It seems like it's nothing more than that." Yao Ji heard in the middle. The smile on the corner of the mouth solidified. White fist secretly clenched. The roundness of the chest a little shaking. Angry a little huffing and puffing. It never occurred to her how she could be so toxic in her own life. Forget it, a little kid. What does she know? Don't bother with her. Do you think that divine grade techniques are easy to obtain? In my last life, I was only able to cultivate an emperor level technique. An emperor level is rare in the 9 heavens of the upper realm, let alone a divine product. That would cause the entire upper realm to erupt in a great war. Yao Qi rolled her eyes and said without a good mood. However, I do know some of the secret stories of the divine grade technique, such as when you cultivate it, you will attract heaven and earth visions, and the heavenly Tao will bestow blessings. If you can get the divine grade technique by chance later on, that would be a great stroke of luck, but it will have to wait until you go to the upper realm in the future. It's impossible for a divine level technique to appear in the lower realms, Yao Qi said categorically. The heart couldn't help but think of Nangong Chen. It was strange that the heir of a great emperor's bloodline was in the lower realms. However, his bloodline was sealed up. The rules of heaven in the lower world cannot accommodate such a heaven-defying bloodline. I am afraid that he will have to wait until the middle of the upper world before he can unseal his bloodline. At that time, his strength would skyrocket, reaching the ranks of the topmost demons among the upper realms. Boom! Just then, a voice erupted from the middle of the room in front of them. Su Li and Yao Ji both looked at each other with incomparably shocked eyes. The main room in front was Nangong Chen's room. Su Li hurriedly went over to check. Yao Qi reacted even faster. Her figure flickered, and a trace of divine radiance flashed in her beautiful eyes. They all froze when they saw this scene. Nangong Chen sat there on a plate, his eyes closed tightly, misty immortal qi entwined around his body, ancient mysterious runes intertwined with each other, emanating a radiant hoar light, just as if an ancient sage was practicing cultivation. And in the sky, the heavenly Tao bestowed blessings. Streams of light flew, and one by one, the divine sunlight fell as if the stars were flowing, transforming into dragons and phoenixes intertwined with shadows. This was apparently the highest heavenly gift of the legends, the dragon and phoenix. How is it possible? Yao Qi covered her vermilion lips, and there was some disbelief in her Danfang-like eyes. This is actually a cultivation vision. Could it be that this son is cultivating a divine level technique? Su Li fell silent and looked deeply at Yao Ji. Didn't you just say that it's impossible for god-level techniques to appear in the lower realms? Then what's this? Seeing that Nangong Chen was unharmed, the two of them retreated back into the room behind them. Ahahaha, I have to say, this kid is really lucky to have even a divine level technique. Yao Qi laughed sardonically as soon as he came in. Even she had to admit that after coming to the lower realm, she had been shocked by that boy. She even had some suspicions that Nangong Chen was here on vacation in the lower realms and was just hiding his identity. Che, still a great emperor, there isn't even a divine level technique. My husband's violet mansion has it, Su Li said with some disdain, followed by some admiration in her eyes. After hearing herself being despised, Yao Qi couldn't think of anything to defend herself for a moment. She was a little skeptical. Was it really the lower world she had come from? Chapter 41, The Mysteries of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Tablet. After a long time, Nangong Chen opened his eyes, a river of stars evolving in his eyes, his breath rising. Worthy of being a divine rank cultivation technique, this was far too powerful compared to the heaven rank technique he had cultivated earlier. It was simply a heaven and a earth. In just one night, he had cultivated to the peak of the Violet Mansion realm, and he was suppressing his cultivation, so that if he wanted to, he could break through to the mighty realm with a single thought. However, he did not do so. The Purple Mansion realm had been a stage of laying a foundation since ancient times. And some heavenly prides who hastily passed through the Purple Mansion realm in order to pursue cultivation speed were destined to not go far in the future. And some of the heavenly pride, Purple House realm to build a supreme foundation, for the future of the same level of invincibility to lay a good foundation. This kind of heavenly pride, usually in the future are very far. Basically Xin Tiandian domain familiar with the strong is like this. Therefore, Nangong Chen was going to do the same, creating a supreme super root in the Purple Mansion realm, and in the future, if it was paired with his heavy pupil, any heavenly pride within the world would not be his opponent. This time in the secret realm of the 9 heavens, as far as he knows, there is a thing called Hongmeng Taoist fruit. This thing is extremely heavenly. Is Hongmeng tree, grow a few epochs before they can produce the Taoist fruit. Eat this fruit, not only can wash the muscles and marrow, can enhance the enlightenment to reach a heavenly degree. It was rumored that after someone ate it, they pushed all the way across the world and reached an extremely terrifying realm. Even stepping onto the legendary emperor's path, and some people even said that they could live forever if they ate it, which attracted many terrifying and powerful old monsters to come out and fight for it, and the competition was incomparably fierce. Fortunately, this time, the Hongmeng Dao fruit in the 9 days of the secret realm has a limit, generally are the proud teenagers can go in, which also gave Nangong Chen a very good opportunity. This time, he was determined to obtain the Hongmeng Dao fruit, and no one could stop him. Thinking of this, his gaze was deep, his ebony hair flying, and his confidence was incomparable. "Elder Mu," Nangongchen lightly called out. In the next moment, an old man with an incomparably terrifying aura knelt in front of him, and it was none other than his protector. "Mu Shanhe, how is Su Aotian now?" The people below are keeping a close eye on it at all times, and according to the young lord, he has already learned of the information that the Nine Heavens mystic realm will be convened, and has already set off, expecting to arrive 2 days later. Elder Mu respectfully said. He could feel that the current Nangongchen was getting stronger and more domineering compared to before, carrying an aura of a house master that made him not dare to look directly at him. Nangongchen nodded, his eyes flickering, then with a wave of his hand, the wooden old man's figure instantly disappeared as if he had never appeared. Nice. My leaks have finally departed. The reason why he didn't kill Su Aotian was that what he saw earlier with his heavy pupil. Su Aotian still had the last trace of radiance in his chi, and it was shining to the extreme than earlier, so it must be the last chi given to him by the heavens. So he designed to let Su Aotian know, in luring him to the Nine Heavens mysterious realm, with the purpose of being a treasure-hunting mouse for him when the time comes. Although the Nine Heavens secret realm is rich in opportunities, but the danger is also heavy. If there is Su Aotian at this time treasure-seeking rats in, it can save some trouble. Nangongchen no longer thought much about it, then took out the heavenly Yuan spirit tablet. Then, a small piece of milky white stone tablet appeared in the palm of his hand. It looks quite small, and I wonder what kind of heaven-defying chances are hidden inside. Nangongchen muttered. He slashed his finger and a drop of bright red blood fell. In an instant, the Tian Yuan spirit tablet erupted in a burst of white aura, and a profound memory appeared in Nangongchen's mind. Ryoko. After Nangongchen finished absorbing the memories, a dazed look also appeared in his eyes. It turned out that the heavenly Yuan spirit tablet was a divine artifact that assisted in cultivation, containing a small world that could inhale the outside world's auras and condense them into immortal spirit liquid. This immortal spirit liquid, the role can be described as heaven-defying. If it is used in the cultivation of people, it can accelerate the speed of cultivation, even if you are a waste. Under the enhancement of this immortal spirit liquid, you can become a supreme heavenly pride. And what shocked Nangongchen the most was that in the small world of the Tian Yuan spirit monument, if one were to cultivate spirit plants, it would speed up the development rate, and be able to cultivate countless treasured medicines in large batches, and even some ancient divine medicines, and emperor medicines, could be replicated. Awesome! Nangongchen had two words in his mind at the moment. Being able to both enhance his strength and sell the elixir to make money. If it was obtained by any grassroots stream protagonist, I'm afraid that he would have to stage another episode of 30 Years of River East, 30 Years of River West. Nangongchen looked like he had thought of something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the chances he had gotten from coming to the Tian Yuan Academy this time were really not small. He was very satisfied. Not only did he get a saint-level power, but he also got his hands on a supreme treasure like the heavenly Yuan spirit tablet. This is also thanks to Su Aotiana. I do not know this time in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm. You can still bring me how a surprise. Nangongchen's eyes were meaningful as he looked into the distance. The Great Zhou Dynasty. Inside the palace. Do you know what I have summoned you here for today? The king of Great Zhou said in a cold voice, looking towards the young girl kneeling at the bottom. His eyes were indifferent and his tone was condescending, as if ordering a slave. After the young girl kneeling below heard this, she lifted her head expressionlessly and spoke in a calm tone. Child does not know. She wore a long black dress. Her features were exquisite. Her face was beautiful. Her body temperament was very cold. Her eyes were as dark as the Dead Sea, without a trace of light. If someone were to see the scene at this moment, they would definitely be shocked beyond belief. It was because this young girl in a long black dress was none other than the current Great Zhou's 7th princess, Zhou Wan'er, as well as one of the Great Zhou's 4 beauties. Now that you have worshipped under the blood demon crone, your assassination skills have become more and more skillful. Not bad. It's even better than that dead punk of a mother of yours. The king of Great Zhou stared at her closely and suddenly opened his mouth to praise her, his bark-like face piling up a smile that looked bizarre in this atmosphere. After Zhou Wan'er heard this, a hint of killing intent flashed beneath her dark eyes, but it was well hidden by her. Thanks for the compliment, father. Her tone remained cold. If she hadn't been in the grip of the compulsion, she would have hated to immediately cut off the head of this so-called father in front of her and cut him into pieces. I'm afraid that everyone hadn't thought that behind the glamorous 7th princess was a killer that the king of the Great Zhou had secretly cultivated, specializing in handling some unseemly things for him. Do you know what this is? The Great Zhou king put away his smile and with a wave of his hand, a poisonous needle appeared in the air with a green glow emanating from it. After Zhou Wan'er saw it, her pupils shrunk slightly, as if she had seen something terrifying. As an assassin, how could she not know that this was the famous soul destruction needle? If a needle goes down, no matter who it is. The gods and souls will be extinguished, and it is difficult to detect, and the concealment is extremely strong. I want you to go to the middle of the 9 heavens secret realm and kill Nangong Chen. No matter what method you use, be it a beauty trick or an assassination, as long as you can kill him, I will let you go free after that, and bury the coffin of your punk of a mother in the Great Zhou ancestral ground. Otherwise, I'll throw her body into a mass grave and let her turn into a lonely ghost that will never be able to go back to life. The Great Zhou King's gaze was icy cold as he threatened. Yes, Zhou Wan'er calmly said, blood flowing from her white-veined hands. Chapter 42. The Palace of the Sun God. Nakashinsha Top Doctrine. Ling Tian. The Saint Sun has yet to leave the gate. This time, for the 9 heavens secret realm, you will lead the Earth disciples to go there, and make sure to take the opportunity in the secret realm. On the square platform, a red-browed old man, looking at the young man below, opened his mouth. Yes, the young man opened his mouth and said, stars flowing between the opening and closing of his eyes, his body exuding an incomparably stern sword intent, his aura incomparably deep. Well, you are a true disciple of my palace. Your strength and talent are both top-notch. I still believe in you. If you perform well this time, you can even catch the attention of the palace master, the old man said indifferently, a hint of appreciation in his tone. As the words fell, the old man disappeared into thin air. After hearing this, Lan Ling Tian's eyes blazed incomparably as he muttered to himself, a mere 9 heavenly mysteries. I'll see who can stop me. But I heard that the 9 heavens mystic realm is within the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Doesn't that mean that this time, I'll be able to visit Fenger, and I don't know how he's been doing lately. That's right, he was none other than the previous Red Cloud Sword Sex Lan Feng's older brother, Lan Ling Tian, a true disciple of the Sun God Palace, a supreme heavenly pride with an 8th grade qualification, and now located in the 50th place of the heavenly ranking. Recently, there was some vague uneasiness in his heart, and he always felt like he had lost something. It's best if Fenger doesn't have any shortcomings, or else you can't afford my wrath. Lan Ling Tian looked at the somewhat dull jade pendant in his hand and muttered, How Ran Pavilion, the top power in the Middle God State. The 9 heavenly mysteries are out? An incomparably stout Inchman's eyes were a bit surprised when he heard it. If anyone recognized it, they would be able to discover that this person was none other than Yushan, who had previously questioned Nangong Chen's heavy pupil qualifications in front of the Tianji Pavilion. Still in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? Yushan's eyes erupted with a flash of light. Doesn't that mean that we can go and meet this so-called heavy pupil for a while this time? I've heard that heavy pupil has never been defeated since ancient times. I'd like to see if it's really that divine. Yushan mumbled. The same as the heavenly ranking pride. He naturally has pride in his heart. Those so-called demons pressure them head even. Nowadays, there was even a Super 9 qualification heavenly pride that had jumped out, and it was still from the Eastern Divine Prefecture. So wouldn't it be faceless if he was pushed down ahead? As the leader of the younger generation of the Haoran Pavilion and the legendary Vajrabadi, he naturally had to defend the face of the heavenly ranking heavenly pride. The Chu family, one of the 4 great families of the Central Divine State, the 9 heavens mysterious realm, with the legendary divine elixir treasure technique inside? Ahahaha, wouldn't that be specially designed for this young master? Within the lobby, an instrumental young man also laughed out loud after hearing this. Rebel son, you can't even keep the 100th place on the heavenly ranking. And you still want to go and snatch the chance from others? On the first seat, a middle-aged man who wasn't angry glared at him and made a gesture to slap him. After Chu Xing heard that, he also revealed a wince and ducked to the side, then defended himself. The hell knows that in that piece of in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, a Super 9 qualification heavy pupil could even appear and squeeze this young master down. It really pisses me off. I only saw that the middle-aged man was also a bit stunned after hearing this. What did you say? Super 9 products? Yes. Super 9th grade. That day I had nothing to do, so I went to laze around in front of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, only to see that my heavenly ranking had actually been squeezed out by a kid named Nangong Chen. Chu Xing became angry just thinking about it. Chu Xing still didn't seem to be relieved after he finished speaking and continued to spit. You say, is the Heavenly Chance Pavilion mistaken? Where in this world is there someone whose talent is Super 9th grade? Wouldn't that be even more terrifying than those few demons amongst the demons? In other words, even more terrifying than my sister? A look of awe appeared in his eyes as he spoke of his sister. If it's a heavy pupil, it would make sense. After all, once in the ancient times, there was also a heavy pupil person who pushed his way across the world and was incredibly powerful. It's just a pity that there were no stone monuments that could test the qualifications at that time, and one couldn't know how many qualifications it was. But since the Tianji Pavilion classified it as a Super 9th grade, it shouldn't be wrong. The middle-aged man said slowly. Wow. There's really someone who's even more terrifying than my sister. Wouldn't that be a geisha demon? My sister has 3 heads and 6 arms, so he has at least 10 heads and 10 hands. Dead, dead, dead. This heavy pupil shouldn't be able to find trouble with me. Chu Xing's face was a little desperate when he heard his father affirm. Just then, he felt a coolness coming from behind him. I didn't realize that I was so horribly ugly in my brother's eyes. It's so sad. Only to see that a stunningly beautiful woman appeared at an unknown time. Her figure like a ghost. She was wearing a light yellow long dress. Her eyes were like autumn waves. Her skin was like gelatin. Only her face was a bit white. She looked pitiful. And she was especially pitiful. Ahem. It's really too sad. She held a white handkerchief over her mouth and coughed twice. Looking very weak. Her voice vaguely crying. The clothes behind Chu Xing's back were soaked in cold sweat. His face instantly became a little pale. And his teeth were shivering. She. When did it come? After the crowd saw it, they understood what was going on. And as if something had suddenly come up, they pretended to leave. Oh, your baby's coming? Well, then I'll go and see. I don't seem to have collected the quilts at home. Is it going to rain? I'll leave first. Come to think of it, my cauldron is still on fire. And I'm leaving. After that middle-aged man who was in charge saw that the people had all dispersed, he also looked at Chu Xing and shook his head, revealing his sympathetic look before unlocking the door and leaving. Soon, a ghostly cry of ghostly screams came out from the halls of the Chu family. The underlings outside had calm faces when they heard it, as if they were used to it. Eastern Shenzhou, Daqian Dynasty. Within a secret room, a young man wearing a black robe, his eyes tightly closed, was currently cultivating, his body's chi and blood incomparably panging like an ocean, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, a respectful voice rang out from outside. My lord, have you finished practicing? The black-robed man opened his eyes, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was a vision of a green dragon transforming the sky, and a powerful fluctuation spread from him. Enter, he spoke faintly, his eyes incomparably disdainful, only to see that a young man dressed in golden robes walked in, his eyes incomparably blazing after seeing the black-robed man. Father said that the state master has calculated that the Tian Yuan mystic realm will be convened tomorrow, so we can move out today. If any of the subjects of the Deqian dynasty were to see this scene, they would be incomparably shocked. I didn't expect that the Grand Prince, who had an honorable status, would be incomparably respectful to this person in front of him. Jun Wushuang glanced at him and casually said slowly, my green dragon heaven transforming skill is now also greatly accomplished, so it's time to set off. Your excellency is worthy of a 9th grade qualification. Your talent is truly outstanding. Who else will be your excellency's opponent this time in the 9 heavens mysterious realm? The Grand Imperial Prince had some faces of adoration as he excitedly said, for no other reason. This person in front of him was really the strongest heavenly pride of the Great Qian, Jun Wushuang, the 9th grade qualification of the divine body. If there was him, this time in the 9 heavens mysterious realm, it was not left to them to run rampant in the Great Qian. This time, I am determined to win the 9 heavens mystic realm. No one can stop me, not even the heavenly pride of the central divine state. Jun Wushuang said confidently, now that I'm at the peak of my purple mansion, if I can capture an object to build my foundation in the 9 heavens mysterious realm, from then on, I'll push all the way across the world and be invincible. Jun Wushuang was spirited and had an invincible intent. Your excellency is mighty. If you are here, the younger generation of Great Zhou will never again press us. The Grand Imperial Prince was thrilled. Humph, your vision is too narrow. The district is just a big Zhou. I've never regarded it as a rival. They're not qualified. My true rivals have always been the top 10 demons on the heavenly ranking. That's just it. Since you guys are begging me so hard, I'll make a slight move to suppress the younger generation of Great Zhou, and then you guys will be properly humiliated back. Jun Wushuang was arrogant and disdainful. Chapter 43, Killing Intent, Curiosity. Northfield. This was the border between the 2 dynasties in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, which was inhospitable and belonged to an unowned land, while wars often occurred between the 2 dynasties. During this period of time, from time to time, there were top-tier Dao lineages, and first-class forces, rushing to this place, flying boats with different flags, flying demonic beasts, and various carriages, crossing the void, were bustling with activity. Although they all knew in their hearts that those who could drink soup and eat meat in the 9 heavens mysterious realm could only be those top-tier Dao lineages, and the purpose of their coming was merely to experience their own heavenly pride and see if they could pick up some edges in the meantime. And today, it was the main event. There were many people in the Xian heavenly domain who predicted that the 9 heavens mysterious realm would be opened wide today. That's why some of the finale forces also made their appearance one after another, triggering a lot of people's shock. For example, a golden chariot sped past, and some people couldn't help but let out a gasp when they saw the figure in it. the true disciple of the Sun God Palace, Lan Ling Tian, the 50th existence on the heavenly ranking. He's here too? Others saw a huge gourd flying by, spewing gusts of haze, extremely fast. That was clearly the Haoran Pavilion of the Central Divine Prefecture, and the disciples within it had always been known for their physical body cultivation, and each of them was a fighting maniac, incomparably raw and fierce. What's more, some people saw a huge green cloud eagle flying by, the pressure on it incomparably terrifying. It is a proof that the top families are traveling. That's actually the Chu family of the Central Divine Prefecture. That figure inside, could it be the Chu family's holy daughter, Chu Yan? That's the 6th monster on the heavenly ranking. There was an exclamation. All in all, this time, the 9 heavens mysterious realm would be a duel between the top heavenly prides from all walks of life. It didn't take long, and as these top-tier forces of the finale landed one by one, they also attracted a lot of people's comments. The Sun God Palace really has Blue Ling Tian leading the team. It seems that this time the Sun God Palace will be able to get it 9 times out of 10. Yeah, but Lan Ling Tian's face seems a bit angry. Did something happen? Some people realized something was wrong and opened their mouths. At this moment, over at the Sun God Palace, Lan Ling Tian's face was incomparably pale, which then transformed into anger as monstrous killing intent erupted from his body. It was only just now that he had learned that his own brother, Lan Feng, had actually died, killed by a man named Nangong Chen. After learning that Nangong Chen was actually still a native of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, he became even more furious. His eyes reddened, and his calm demeanor from earlier disappeared in an instant. A little man he hadn't heard of had killed his brother. What happened? The elder that the Sun God Palace was following this time also inquired after seeing this. Seeing the elder inquire, Lan Ling Tian's face was also a shade of green and purple. He couldn't delay the Sun God Palace because of his own affairs, or else there would be something for him to be accountable for when the time came. Lan Ling Tian could only suppress his anger now and wait until later to resolve it. Disciple is fine. Thank you Elder Lin for your concern. Lan Ling Tian let out a deep breath and said in a deep voice. After Lin Inhwa heard this, although he was puzzled in his heart, he still nodded. Now that the great opening of the secret realm is imminent, everything is focused on the secret realm. Remember that. Lan Ling Tian also calmed down a little and nodded his head. The Chu clan disciples on the other side were also very curious after seeing this scene. Chu Xing opened his mouth and laughed. Sister, do you think he's given green? So excited. His face changing. It's really interesting. After the figure in the carriage heard this, it also pulled open the beaded curtain and stepped out from it. Little brother, didn't I tell you? Don't make fun of others outside, Xu Yan said in a serious manner. But in fact, he was already overjoyed in his heart. The smile at the corner of his mouth could barely be suppressed, and Xu Yan's appearance attracted a lot of people's attention. Fairy Chu is truly unspeakably beautiful. If I could ask for her favor, I would rather lose 10 years of my young life. IP Yellow, I've come to wake you up. Don't even say it. As I see it, the chance inside this time is not Immortal Chu's. After all, 6th on the heavenly ranking. This name is too loud. On the other hand, over at the Haoran Pavilion, Yushan Shan looked as if he was searching for something and kept sizing up the people nearby. Senior brother, who are you looking for? A disciple inquired. Heavy pupil, Nangong Chen, Yushan said indifferently. A large part of the reason he came here this time was because of this Nangong Chen. He wanted to see what kind of person the super 9th grade qualification Nangong Chen would actually be. And soon, the crowd realized that it seemed like the top forces native to the Eastern Divine Prefecture had come a bit short. You guys, it couldn't be that the Eastern Divine Prefecture is green and yellow, and there are no heavenly prides coming out, right? Ha 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 ha, it's possible, but it's good that it didn't come, but if it did, it would be humiliated by us. Yes, with the Chu family fairy, and the 3 heaven-ranking demons here, who can compete with them? The crowd laughed and showed disdain. Right at this moment, a cold, uncommunicative voice rang out. Did you guys forget that Nangong Chen, who entered the heavenly ranking 100th last month, has Super 9 qualifications? The smiles on the corners of the crowd's mouth stiffened after hearing this. Yeah, they forgot about that. The topic of conversation amongst these heavenly prides shifted to Nangong Chen. What? Nangong Chen? Lan Ling Tian also reacted in a hurry after hearing the crowd murmur. It was only after some subsequent inquiries that he realized that the original heavy pupil who had entered the 100th place of the heavenly ranking last month was named Nangong Chen, and was still within the Eastern Divine State. It can't be him, can it? Lan Ling Tian was a little cloudy, a little certain in his heart. His brother was at least a heavenly pride within a party clan, and to be able to kill him, there was a high probability that it was this Nangong Chen. However, when he heard that Nangong Chen was only a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he immediately looked happy. The Super 9 qualifications that they had discussed earlier had startled him, and he didn't even know if he wanted to take revenge. Lan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a shade of incomparable resentment. Nangong Chen, a blood debt is paid in blood. If you come to the Nine Heavens mysterious realm this time, I will make sure you feel the pain. On the Chu family side, after the people heard about Nangong Chen, they couldn't think of anything for a while, but soon enough, someone remembered. Oh, isn't this the one who pushed Chu Xing out of the heavenly ranking? Yes, that's him. Remember, it's so funny. Chu Xing is worthy of being the heavenly ranking goalkeeper. Ha 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 ha. For a time, the gazes of the crowd were placed on Chu Xing. Chu Xing's face was a bit ashamed, but he still spoke with a stiff upper lip. He's just a fluke. If he comes later, this young master has beaten him to his knees and begged for forgiveness. After Chu Yan saw it, he didn't forget to make up for it. Indeed, being squeezed off the list by a purple mansion realm is truly a fluke. Chu Xing's face turned red and he simply fell silent. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth also outsurfaced a smile, the beauty of which was thrilling. At the same time, there was some curiosity in her heart. What kind of man should this super 9th grade heavy pupil be? You know, those who were even more demonic than her were only also 9th grade qualifications, and this super 9th grade, wouldn't that mean that when they grew up in the future, they would sooner or later take the number 1 spot on the heavenly ranking? Interesting, she'd like to see how those people would react then. Soon, in the void, an immense and incomparable flying boat appeared, with a haze of light erupting above it, runes intertwined, very splendid and bright, and the 2 words on the flag, Heavenly Abyss, were even more domineering and incomparable. The faces of the crowd were shocked. Which power was this that was so grand and luxurious? Chapter 44, You're Not Worthy. Seeing this scene, some of the young disciples hidden in the Eastern Divine Prefecture also began to speak out. You don't even recognize the Heavenly Abyss mansion. It's ridiculous. And you dare to mock our great Zhou for having no one? Yes, do you know that the young lord of the Heavenly Abyss mansion is the heavy pupil you speak of? And that his Tao couple's qualification is the legendary 9th grade divine body? How many people are there of the 9th grade amongst the entire Xian heavenly domain? We have 2 people in Great Zhou alone. And we don't know who is a frog in the bottom of the well. These young disciples of the Eastern Divine Prefecture spoke in a single word, with disdain in their tone. Having just been ridiculed by the people from other states had driven them crazy. And now they finally had a chance to vent. Although Nangong Chen had a bad reputation in the Great Zhou, but he was strong which one of the Great Zhou Heavenly Pride disciples who had come nowadays hadn't heard of what had happened in the Tian Yuan Academy at that time. One person swept across the entire academy, pressing the entire young generation to lift their heads, incomparably spirited, as if the Devil King descended. As a result, Nangong Chen's popularity rating also shifted in the hearts of these people. They believed in their hearts that Nangong Chen would definitely suppress these people as well. And among the crowd, there was a tall and beautiful figure. Her eyes were like the watery moon. Her muscles were like fresh snow. Her face was veiled. And her temperament was very elegant. When she heard these deeds of Nangong Chen, her face was a bit complicated. I didn't expect that after the sect was taken over by Nangong Chen, he had done so many things. It's really more shocking than one thing. That's right. This person was none other than Lu Ruyan of the Red Cloud Sword sect. On the other side, there was also a black-robed figure gnashing its teeth, making a somewhat androgynous sound. Nangong Chen, this time in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm, I will definitely kill you to avenge myself palace. That's right, under the black hood was none other than Su Ao Tian. Nowadays, Su Ao Tian, since the self-court, although his voice became feminine and the rigidity on his face was a few points less, he became stronger and broke through to the early stage of the great power realm in a single leap, which could be described as a sudden advancement. As the saying goes, I lost my bird, but I got stronger. The disciples from other states besides the Eastern Divine State were also a bit shocked after hearing these boasting sounds. They hadn't expected that the heavy pupil's popularity would be so high, and furthermore, that his Tao couple would be a 9th grade divine body as well? Now, they no longer dared to speak ill of the Eastern Divine Prefecture's heavenly pride. One must know that after entering the 9th grade qualification, when one grows up in the future, one will surely ascend to the top of the heavenly ranking without a single accident. They couldn't afford to mess with this kind of existence. At the same time, the crowd looked at the gradually falling flying boat with increasing curiosity in their eyes, only to see the flying boat land and the gushing haze light gradually extinguished. 2 figures walked down from above, a man and a woman, and when they came out, it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth darkened. The female was magnificent, with a face that was breathtakingly beautiful, and the male had a dragon's walk, with a face like an exiled immortal, and surprisingly had an immortal aura wrapped around his body, with a dusty temperament. These two were none other than Su Li and Nangong Chen. After the crowd saw it, they couldn't help but look shocked and couldn't believe that there were two people in this world who were so divine and colorful, as if they were born as a pair. The male was incomparably envious of Nangong Chen, envious of actually having such a beautiful Taoist couple. The women, on the other hand, were wildly enthusiastic, and after seeing Nangong Chen's appearance, they also couldn't help but clamp their legs together with excitement in their eyes. This seemed to increase Nangong Chen's army of female fans by quite a bit, which was enough to see his handsome to the core face. Nangong Chen's expression was bland, as if he had long been accustomed to it, and just by scanning the circle, he found many unexpected gains. Within his dual pupils, he unexpectedly saw three people whose chi was still quite good. One was an old acquaintance, Sueo Tian, whose chi emanated a faint light, and was clearly already on the verge of being devoured by Nangong Chen. The other was an old acquaintance, Ruyan Lu, who didn't have many surprises. The last one was a woman from the Chu family side. Although Nangong Chen couldn't recognize who this person was, he could sense that this person had great luck added to her body. It would be good if he could take this person. Suli on the side was being watched by so many people. Although her face was calm, her heart was a little uncomfortable. After Yao Qi saw it, she also couldn't help but let out a laugh in Suli's mind. Yo, your husband's popularity is really high. I'm a bit jealous. Suli had long been used to her chanting and did not respond. On the Chu family side, Chu Yan and Nangong Chen glanced at each other, their hearts incomparably shaken. Of course, it wasn't because of Nangong Chen's stunning face that she was shocked, but his strength, which she couldn't even see through. One must know that she was the sixth heavenly pride of the heavenly ranking, and now that she had reached the peak of the profound realm, she couldn't even see through a violet mansion realm. Chu Yan was even more interested in Nangong Chen. She was eager to figure out the secrets in this man. When Chu Xing, who was on the side, saw this scene, he could not help but smack his lips, somewhat shocked. This was the first time he had ever seen his sister show such a look. Could it be that his sister was interested in this man? Thinking of this, Chu Xing's eyes moved and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Sister, he could have a Dao couple. You wouldn't be trying to rob someone's Dao couple, but you're so domineering, you shouldn't have been robbed. Alas, it didn't occur to me that I'd have a brother-in-law as well. Chu Yan froze, not expecting his brother to say so, and all of a sudden there was some shame in her heart. You die. She directly punched down towards Chu Xing's stomach, directly knocking him down to the ground and rolling around, her expression incomparably painful. Over at the Sun God Palace, Lan Ling Tian coldly looked at Nangong Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even if you are that so-called heavy pupil, so what? I will chop you up after I go in. And just then, a scene that no one had expected appeared. A man flew in the void, his eyes incomparably blazing, staring at Nangong Chen, and opened his mouth. In the next heavenly ranking 61st Yushan Shan, I heard earlier that the heavy pupil's invincible name, and have come to teach. This person was none other than Yushan of the Haoran Pavilion, with an 8th grade qualification Vajra body. When these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar, revealing gloating looks. This is going to be a good one. The crowd also wanted to see the strength of this so-called heavy pupil. How exactly was he? Knowing that he was the only one with a talent exceeding the 9th grade, Sueo Tian in the crowd was happy in his heart. He was happy to see Nangong Chen suffer defeat. He had long heard of the heavenly ranking, which was the top ranking of heavenly pride in the Xin Tian domain. This person was 61st on the heavenly ranking. Would it not be simple to teach a Nangong Chen a lesson? On the other side, after Chu Xing, who had a swollen bag on his head, saw it, he also wanted to challenge Nangong Chen, but was stopped by Chu Yan. Do you want to go up and die? Chu Yan said coldly, giving teachings this kind of behavior. If the other side is upset, the hand did not have a light weight. The death is not a complaint. There is no place to be able to reason. Chu Xing was somewhat puzzled in his heart. It wasn't just a purple mansion realm cultivator. Was there a need to be like this? However, seeing such a terrifying look in Chu Yan's eyes, he didn't dare to mention it anymore and could only look over there with a depressed face. This old woman. She must be afraid I'll beat my brother-in-law to death. You're not worthy. Nangong Chen's expression was bland. His temperament was dusty, his white clothes hunted, and he disdainfully said that he carried a sense of confidence in his body. When these words came out, the whole room was silent. They hadn't expected that Nangong Chen would say so. Chapter 45, Battle with Yu Rushan. Yushan's face instantly turned red, as if it were a pig's liver. When had he been humiliated like this when he was a heavenly ranking pride and a senior brother of the Haoran Pavilion? I didn't expect that the hall heavy pupil would only show off his tongue. Thanks to me having overestimated you before. Yushan Shan shook his head in disappointment. Oh, if you want to fight, it's not impossible, but you have to add a little bit of color. Nangong Chen didn't get angry in the slightest. and continued to say in a breezy manner. After Yushan Shan heard this, he also gritted his teeth, as if he had made some major decision. Alright, since you want the lottery, then I'll take out 30 million spirit stones, and of course, you'll have to take out something of the same value as well. When these words came out, the crowd's pupils shrunk, not thinking that a battle had taken out 30 million spirit stones to bet against. Nangongchen shook his head. This was too little. It wasn't enough to stuff his Tian Yuan spirit tablet. It was important to know that it took one immortal crystal to be transformed into one drop of immortal spiritual liquid, and one immortal crystal was 100 million spirit stones. Yushan Shan was also stunned. 30 million spirit stones wasn't enough. 30 million spirit crystals. You're dismissing a beggar? Nangongchen said with disdain. The crowd was even more shocked after hearing that. 30 million spirit crystals weren't even enough. This heavy pupil was merely the young master of a dynasty power, but he was so outspoken. Then how much do you want? Yushan's face was cold. He didn't want to play so big. I want 10 immortal crystals. Nangongchen spoke out of turn. Yushan Shan immediately felt that he had been tricked. 10 immortal crystals. That was 1 billion spirit stones, about equal to the entire assets of a first-class power. On the other hand, he only had 2 spirit crystals on him, so how was he supposed to take them out? If you don't want to fight, feel free to refuse. Why do you have to spout such nonsense? Yushan Shan said in a cold voice. Then added, of course, if you can take out 10 spirit crystals out, I will promise you. He was very confident, concluding that Nangongchen definitely did not have 10 immortal crystals, and that he was just the young master of a power in a small dynasty. When these words came out, some people showed cold smiles on their faces. It would be embarrassing if this Nangongchen couldn't take it out later. On the Chu family side, Xu Yan saw this scene, and in her heart, she was also unconsciously worried for Nangongchen. Not knowing why, an idea even sprang up in her mind that later on, if Nangongchen could not take it out, then she would take out 10 immortal crystals herself and have Chu Xing send them over. Soon after, when Xu Yan reacted, she froze a little. Why would she have this crazy idea? On the side, Chu Xing was watching the field with interest, not noticing Chu Yan's abnormality in the slightest. Nangongchen laughed, really thought he was some kind of a cat or dog. Soon, several brilliant white lights appeared, and 10 immortal crystals that glowed like glaze floated in the void. After Yushan Shan saw it, his heart was also secretly shocked that this son was so rich. After the crowd saw these immortal crystals, they also couldn't help but have their eyes widen and drool almost flowed from the corners of their mouths. So many spirit stones. That's 1 billion spirit stones. It's enough to create a first-class power. And those who had just said that Nangongchen didn't have it were all a bit ashamed at the moment and didn't dare to speak. The female celestial pride of the other states present. Their beautiful eyes were full of color, handsome and golden. Wasn't this the perfect Tao couple in their hearts? It's just a mere 10 immortal crystals. You can't really not be able to take them out, can you? Nangongchen laughed, some mockery in his tone. Eldest senior brother, we must not agree. If we lose, the 10 immortal crystals will be gone. The patriarch will definitely blame us, the disciple at the Haoran pavilion advised. Hearing Nangongchen's agitation, Yushan Shan also secretly clenched his fists, completely ignoring the words of the other senior brothers. Ridiculous, how could he lose? If he won, he could earn 10 immortal crystals for the Haoran pavilion. Thinking of this, Yushan Shan's eyes became a little frenzied. Alright, I promise you. Then make your move. Nangongchen's expression was indifferent. His eyes were like stars, and his body was overflowing with divine light, as if he were a saint descending to the world. In the next moment, Yushan Shan took the lead, stomping hard towards the ground, erupting a burst of dust and ash, as if he were a nuclear bomb rushing towards Nangongchen. At the same time, his breath continued to surge, and his body unexpectedly erupted with a bright golden light, that thick body that contained endless power within it. Vajra body. Someone recognized it and exclaimed. Yushan Shan was extremely fast and soon arrived in front of Nangongchen. He directly slammed his fist down. His fist emanated a golden light, and a huge might spread out as if it could smash the heaven and earth, only to see that Nangongchen was not panicked and responded with the same punch, without a hint of fancy, a very pristine punch. Even his divine elephant prison suppressing strength was not functioning. When Yushan saw this scene, he was also delighted. One must know that all along, he had not yet encountered anyone who could have attainments above the physical body that were higher than his. With this punch of his, even the late stage of the great power realm would have to kneel. Not to mention Nangongchen. The crowd also shook their heads. It was foolish to fight hard against someone who majored in the physical body. Suao Tian and Lan Ling Tian also laughed coldly, both wanting to see Nangongchen suffer defeat. Boom! The two fists clashed, erupting a great might that spread towards the surroundings. and in an instant, smoke and dust rose, and debris flew horizontally. The crowd's faces changed. This kind of might was too powerful. It was as if two humanoid beasts were fighting, and in the midst of the smoke, a silhouette dripping with blood flew out backwards, turning into a graceful arc. Hiss! After the crowd saw it clearly, their eyes were also wide with disbelief. That figure dripping with blood was none other than Yushan. At this moment, Yushan Shan's right hand was posed in an extremely awkward position. It had obviously been wasted. There was a ghastly white bone showing on it. It was miserable. How is that possible? Yushan's pupils shrunk slightly, as if he had seen a ghost, and he could not slow down for a long time. With his physical body, he was unexpectedly unable to defeat Nangongchen. It was as if he was facing a true dragon's son, a feeling of powerlessness rising in his heart. On the other side, the smoke dispersed, and Nangongchen looked indifferent. His white clothes were overwhelming and spotless, just like a white-clothed god king. The crowd's faces were shocked beyond belief after seeing it. They thought of the idea that it would be a lose-lose situation, but they didn't think that it would be such a result. Not only did people's Nangongchen look uninjured, they didn't even feel as if they were serious. The smiles at the corners of Su Ao Tian's and Lan Ling Tian's mouths also froze, and their eyes were filled with unbelief. Master is awesome. Behind Nangongchen, Wang Yuxuan shouted in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that her master had warned her not to get too close in front of Suli, or else at this moment she would have run up to her master and stick it to him. Not being able to do pleasurable things with her master for a while was kind of suffocating her. This son's flesh is truly terrifying. It's hard to imagine that such a heaven-defying person would appear in your lower realm. Shi Yao also couldn't help but open her mouth and sigh. After Suli heard this, a strange color bloomed in her beautiful eyes. In her mind, she expected Nangongchen to win, but she didn't think that it would be so easy. On the Chu family's side, Chu Yan was also shocked with her pretty face, and her heart was inexplicably relieved. On the other hand, Xu Xing, who was on the side, turned pale and opened his mouth to tremble. Asterisk. Luckily sis, you pulled me back, or else that one falling on the ground would be me. Sis, I will never say that you are a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex again. It turns out that my brother-in-law is the one. After Chu Yan heard this, her beautiful eyes also darkened, and she directly punched down, knocking a bag out of his left side as well. Chapter 46, Jun Wuxuan's appearance. Opening of the Nine Heavens secret realm. Willing to gamble. 10 immortal crystals. Bring it. Nangongchen opened his mouth. The corners of Yushan's mouth twitched. He was like this, and he was still thinking about his immortal crystals. However, this Nangongchen's strength was truly terrifying. Even the heavy pupil had not been used. There was already such combat power. It was hard to imagine if the heavy pupil had been used, what kind of a scene it would have been. So in that case, wouldn't the other side still show mercy? I only have 2 immortal crystals here. After this 9 heavens mysterious realm, I will send someone to deliver the remaining 8. Yushan said slowly, the blood in his body having stopped. Soon, 2 exquisite wooden boxes flew in front of Nangongchen. After Nangongchen finished his inspection, he also nodded and received it in his storage ring. Not bad. Then I'll give you a chance. I hope you won't lie to me or there will be horrible consequences. Nangongchen said seriously. He was hoping that Yushan Shan would lie to him. That way he would have a chance to destroy the forces behind them and scavenge the other immortal crystals. The corner of Yushan's mouth was a little bitter. So many people on the scene had seen it. He so dared to renege on the bill. If it was spread out, it would definitely have an impact on the reputation of Haoren Pavilion. It won't. If there's a bet like this next time, feel free to come find me. Getting 10 immortal crystals for nothing. Nangongchen couldn't help but look at him with a much smoother eye and laughed. The corner of Yushan's mouth twitched, and he would never look for him again. After it was over, there was also a sigh of relief in the room. None of them had expected such a result. Killing the 61st place of the heavenly ranking in a single punch. This should be the strongest 100th place of the heavenly ranking ever. Yes, even the heavy pupils didn't work. It seems that after this, the entire heavenly ranking is going to change. Someone said with an exclamation. Incomparable admiration in their eyes. And those heavenly pride disciples of the original Eastern Divine Prefecture were even more excited. This was considered to be a ruthless way to help them take out a mouthful of bad anger. At this moment, in the eyes of these disciples, Nangongchen was like a god that no one in the world could defeat. However, there were also people with cold smiles on their faces and incomparable sneers in their eyes. But it's just a victory over a heavenly ranking 61st. What's so exciting about it? You know, Lan Jinchuan can also kill Yushan in seconds against him. Wait and see in the secret realm. Of course, most of those singing the praises were disciples of the Sun God Palace, where no one cared. 2 forces quietly arrived. The Great Zhou Imperial family and the Great Qian Imperial family. After the people from the Great Zhou imperial family came down, they also saw the dusty Nangong Chen at a glance. There was some anger in the eyes of Zhou Wanjia's few people, but they didn't dare to vent it out. It's this Nangong Chen again. At the moment, these brothers were scared at the sight of Nangong Chen, as if they had seen a demon king. And on the side, Zhou Wan'er was exquisite and incomparable, wearing a black dress. Her beautiful eyes were as black as the Dead Sea, looking like a porcelain doll. Zhou Wan'er's dead sea-like eyes finally had a ripple of incomparable complexity after seeing Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen. Surprisingly, it has changed so much. One must know that she had met Nangong Chen a few times on top of the royal family's reception earlier. Only, at that time, Nangong Chen, not only a playboy temperament, but also horny beyond measure, see good-looking to flirt a bit, even she did not let go. Rather, it was the gloomy training days that brought her so much joy. How nice it would have been if he hadn't been the one to do this assassination. This time, the Great Zhou's heavenly pride isn't too good. Just as the crowd was quietly waiting for the Nine Heavens mystic realm to begin, an arrogant and domineering voice rang out. The speaker was none other than Shen Hao, who had come down from atop the small flying boat and was also the Grand Prince of the Dechen dynasty. The crowd turned their heads to look, and there was some shock in their eyes. At this point in time, who dares to say that the Great Zhou heavenly pride can't do it and isn't afraid to eat a punch from Nangong Chen? After they saw Qian Hao, who was wearing a gorgeous robe, they were also a bit puzzled as to who this person was. Soon, someone on the scene explained. He is the Grand Prince among the Great Qian dynasty of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. After the crowd heard this, they also reacted. So it was another party of the Eastern Divine Prefecture's forces. At this moment, there was some scorn in their eyes, fearing that another monster like that of Nangong Chen would appear. As expected, the people on the side of the Great Zhou imperial family were also furious after hearing this. Qian Hao, your mouth is still as cheap as ever, Zhou Yanlong said in a cold voice. In the midst of hearing the familiar voice, Nangong Chen, who was resting his eyes, also opened his eyes to look. After seeing the two forces, his eyes also revealed a touch of playfulness. I didn't realize they were coming. The people on both sides Nangong Chen naturally recognized. After all, they had dealt with each other before, but strangely enough, this time, the Great Qian side had brought someone with them. This person, it should be the hidden killer mace among the Great Qian, the 9th grade Song Tian hegemony body Jun Wushuang. As the core secrets of the Great Qian, he was early to hear his father said, but the Great Zhou side should not have been able to penetrate. Naturally do not know these. Even if the 9th grade qualification was so what? If it messed with him, it would be suppressed as usual. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen's eyes closed as he continued to recuperate. The 9 heavenly mysteries should be opening soon. Indeed not. Jun Wushuang just swept a glance and spoke, disdain in his tone. After Zhou Yanlong saw it, he also spoke. And who are you? After hearing this, Qian Hao's face also perked up as he said loudly, this is our Great Qian's strongest genius, the 9th grade divine body, Jun Wushuang. After the other Great Qian celestial pride heard this, their eyes were also incomparably blazing as they looked at Jun Wushuang. In their eyes, Jun Wushuang was the representative word of the undefeatable myth that no one could defeat. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd were shocked, not expecting that another 9th grade divine body had appeared. Now then, it seemed that in the Eastern Divine Prefecture alone, there were 3 demons of the 9th rank or higher. It's really scary. After Zhou Wanjiao and the others heard this, their faces were shocked beyond belief. Dechen even had a heavenly pride above the 9th rank? Where is your goddess? Why don't you come out to fight? Jun Wushuang said indifferently. He was wearing a Xian Huang battle robe. There was a strong aura in his eyes. His aura was like an abyss. He had a great sense of invincibility. You're not qualified enough to fight the goddess, Zhou Wanjiao said in a cold voice. He then leapt down with his spear in hand and lightning flashing on his body, having the appearance of wanting to fight with Jun Wushuang. He just didn't believe it. He, Nangong Chen, couldn't beat it, but he couldn't beat a Great Qian's heavenly pride? Right at this moment of saber rattling, in the valley in front of them, a radiant divine light ran through the heavens and earth, and an ancient aura emanated out. The crowd looked up, their faces shocked. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was that the 9 heavens mysterious realm was about to open. Nangong Chen also opened his eyes, then transmitted his voice to Wang Yushuan. After you go in, help me keep an eye on that black-robed man. You are born with a spiritual body. No one can tell if you hide a bit. He is of great use to me. He looked towards the position of Su Ao Tian under the black robe. After hearing this, Wang Yushuan marked a strand of her divine thoughts on Su Ao Tian and nodded. Don't worry, Master. I promise to complete the mission. Soon, as the mist spread out and the haze shone brightly, the people's figures flashed and disappeared into the gap of this valley. Chapter 47 Demon Rats. Surrounding the 9 heavenly mysteries, a secluded forest was surrounded by mist. Fierce beasts were rampant, and an eerie and chilling aura emanated from it. There was a blood moon hanging in the sky, and the red blood light illuminated the entire forest, giving it a horrifying and eerie atmosphere. After the people came in, they also realized that something was wrong. The spiritual chi of this place was thin, but there was a strange gas floating in the sky. At the forefront of the crowd were the prides of these top powers, and to a lesser extent, it was the disciples of first-class forces. In the center and at the back, most of them were some other sects and scattered cultivators' heavenly pride. Hiss! Soon, an incomparably huge demon rat appeared in front of the crowd. The demon mouse's entire body was covered in spikes like a hedgehog. Its eyes were incomparably red, and the aura on its body was furious. After the crowd felt it, they also retreated, with a look of scorn in their eyes. This demon mouse, the aura emanating from it was unexpectedly at the early stage of the great power realm. Its figure jumped, and in the blink of an eye, the heads of several Purple Mansion realm disciples snapped off and were swallowed into its stomach. Soon, the crowd became a bit desperate, as they saw that there was more than one of these demon rats, and even in other directions, there were 5 or 6 of them, in a somewhat encircling position. At that moment, a powerful eye light erupted, directly shattering the demonic rat at the forefront in front of him, scattering chunks of flesh all over the place. The crowd looked on with shocked faces, only to see that Nangong Chen's eyes did not know when, has changed to heavy pupils, eyes in the chaos of the opening of the sky, the destruction of heaven and earth visions, terrifying, incomparable. The party in his eyes was incomparably blazing, and it was clear that the person who had just struck out was Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen didn't take it seriously, as if it was as simple as killing a mole cricket. His body was still glowing, and he walked with Suli on the side, worthy of being a heavy pupil. It's truly terrifying, casually shattering this demon mouse of the mighty realm with a single strike. And on the other side, there were also top-tier demons striking out to kill. Chu Xing held a scythe. A touch of scarlet red appeared in his eyes, as if he had entered into a certain state. His body's aura exploded non-stop, and with just a single strike, he cleaved this demon mouse into 2 halves. Then, after he finished chopping, his face was a little weak and he was panting. After Chu Yen, who was on the side, saw this, she also nodded. After seeing Nangong Chen's side, her beautiful eyes were somewhat surprised. After someone saw it, they couldn't help but nod their head. Chu Xing's cultivator battle body is still very strong. If it wasn't for the appearance of a monster like Nangong Chen, I'm afraid that no one would be able to shake his position on the heavenly ranking. Lan Ling Tian also struck out. A wave of starry sword intent erupted from his eyes as he chopped off the demon mouse's head with a single stroke of his sword. The disciples of the Sun God Palace behind them were also wildly enthusiastic after seeing this. Worthy of being our blue true legend. Lan Ling Tian snorted coldly and looked over to Nangong Chen with some disdain. After seeing that Nangong Chen had finished settling and walked away, his face was a bit hungover. Wait for me. On the Great Qian side, Jun Wushuang directly evaded to the demon rat, and with a tear of his hands, he directly tore this demon rat into 2 halves, causing the crowd's pupils to shrink slightly upon seeing it. Terrifying. This Tsung Tian hegemony body is truly like a humanoid ferocious beast. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. And behind him, Yushan Shan was also shaken when he saw it. This person's physical strength is very strong. It should be on the same level as that monster Nangong Chen. Jun Wushuang shook his head, and after seeing that someone had already finished solving the problem, he also looked towards the stunning figure in white at the very front. Interesting, surprisingly faster than me. It's a rivalry. His eyes flickered. As for the last one, it was a black-robed man who struck out, and an extremely cold flame appeared, directly burning the demon rats with a wail. This person was none other than Su Ao Tian. It seems that amongst the casual cultivators, there are also heavenly prides that don't belong to those demons. Someone exclaimed. Su Ao Tian looked at the figure at the very front and also had a resentful look in his eyes, itching to kill him. Nangong Chen, this 9 heavens mystic realm is your burial ground. I have a vague sense in my heart that there is a chance in this place that is surprisingly somewhat connected to his foreign fire. Calling him over, he had a guess in his mind that this was definitely a big chance. Thinking of this, Su Ao Tian's eyes were incomparably excited. Right after the crowd had finished with the demon rats, the danger hadn't passed, only to see from the shadowy grass, unexpectedly appeared patches of rats. They are all the heirs of the demon rats, at this time all like crazy towards the crowd tearing. Although this kind of imp rats did not have a high cultivation level, only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion, their numbers were countless, and they also contained a high level of poison. If one was bitten, even a mighty realm powerhouse had fallen here. For a while, among the crowd, there were also screams and countless deaths and injuries. Even Lan Ling Tian and the others were cautious in their hearts after seeing it, not daring to underestimate it in the slightest. Seeing this, Nangong Chen just wanted to use the underworld divine flame to burn all these demon rats, but he was pulled back by Su Li. Let me do it. Su Li's tone had some grudges in it. It was always him who made the move. Then wouldn't he be a vase? Nangong Chen froze a bit and lost his smile a bit as he looked at Su Li favorably. Okay, you do it. After Su Li heard this, she also pinched her hand and immediately after, on their piece of ground, a burst of extreme cold erupted out, and within a few miles around, countless demon rats were frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. Awesome! Nangong Chen sincerely praised. This wide-range group damage was much better than the slow burn of his underworld divine flame. After Su Li heard this, her stunning face remained cold, but a hint of sweetness flashed through her beautiful eyes. After tackling the rats, the two moved on. Elsewhere, the crowd was still fretting about the rat swarm, but they were shocked to see that Nangong Chen and the others had already finished solving it. These two, they're both ruthless. No wonder they can come together. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. After Chu Yen saw it, her beautiful eyes flickered a bit. The woman beside him is no match for me. Lan Ling Tian's eyes were a bit shocked that the woman beside him was also so strong. That's all the more reason not to keep you, he thought with resentment in his heart. There was also Su Ao Tian who thought like Lan Ling Tian. Jun Wuxuan's eyes also lit up after seeing Su Li strike. That's the one you call the goddess of the great week? That's right. Qian Hao opened his mouth and respectfully said, well, interesting. Finally, someone who can make me feel interested. Jun Wuxuan spoke. His usual only hobby is to rob other people's Dao couples. What king's consort and even the great Qian king's harem, he has also patronized. And the great Qian king, although he knew, could only turn a blind eye. After all, how could a woman be more important than her own heavenly pride? Jun Wuxuan liked nothing more than to see the look of someone who had snatched away someone else's Taoist couple and there was nothing anyone else could do about it. My lord, could it be that you have thoughts about her? Qian Hao's eyes lit up. He had the most ghostly ideas. Jun Wuxuan nodded slightly. I have a plan, Qian Hao said slowly. After Jun Wuxuan heard this, a brilliant light erupted in his eyes. What they don't realize is that the titanium steel plate they kicked against this time could cost them their lives. Chapter 48, Thunder Emperor's Treasure Art, Follower. The two of them, Nangong Chen, continued to move forward, as if they were immortal couples, with an air of transcendence that was incomparable, and no matter who saw it, they could not help but feel a sigh of relief. Soon, the two came to the edge of this forest, one step closer to the core of the nine heavens' mysterious realm. Roar! A beast roar came from the front, sounding like a bell, shaking the entire heaven and earth a little, only to see that directly in front, an incomparably huge body inferno demon bear came out from it, still red in the eyes, with red flames pulsating all over its body. Just like a flame monarch, the aura emanating from his body was also very powerful. Having arrived at the middle stage of the great power realm, after seeing the two Nangong Chen, the inferno demon bear directly slapped his palm down, carrying a monstrous might. If an ordinary great power realm were to receive it hard, it would definitely be slapped into a bloody mist. In the next moment, only a fist aura erupted with incomparable brilliance, directly blasting towards the inferno demon bear. In an instant, the inferno demon bear's body stiffened and directly collapsed straight down. There was still shock and disbelief in its eyes. Why was this human in front of him so fierce? At exactly this time, those heavenly prides behind them arrived and saw the scene. Hiss! The crowd stared in disbelief, a bit unable to believe the scene in front of them. An inferno demon bear in the middle stage of the great power realm died just like that? Even the strongest among them, Chu Yen, needed a bit of time to resolve this inferno demon bear, and Nangong Chen was even more simple and brutal, smashing to death with one punch. At this moment, their eyes were filled with gravity. Chu Xing swallowed a mouthful of water. Fortunately his sister had pulled him back in the first place, or else it would have ended up like this. Thinking of this, he glanced at Chu Yen, only to see Chu Yen at this time. Her beautiful eyes were somewhat frozen for a moment, but she quickly came back to her senses. This man, too strong. It was surprising that the Eastern Divine Prefecture would have such a demon. Lan Ling Tian was even more disbelieving that Nangong Chen was so strong. The disciples following behind him didn't dare to make a sound. Is this a human being? It is a true dragon hair and a skin almost. Damn it, can I still take revenge with this look? Su Ao Tian also saw this scene and thought in his heart. He hadn't expected that while he was progressing, Nangong Chen's progress would be so fast. It seemed that one had to hurry up and get the chance in a hurry to kill Nangong Chen. Yushan Shan was now in a cold sweat. He was secretly glad that the Nangong Chen at that time had stayed his hand. He can't even block this punch. If he were to know that this was just a simple punch from Nangong Chen, and that it hadn't been added to the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. The heavenly emperor fist. He was afraid that he would be directly scared to death. This person's strength of flesh is comparable to mine, Jun Wuxuan muttered. Of course, if Nangong Chen had only had a physical body alone, this person would not have been able to defeat him. The most shocked had to be the great Zhou royal family side. At this moment there was no longer any thought of revenge in their hearts. Only Zhou Wanner had complex eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. If you assassinate him, I'm afraid you'll die yourself. After Nangong Chen finished solving the problem, he didn't care what other people thought, and the two of them continued to walk forward with Su Li. It wasn't until after the two saw what was in front of them that they stopped. At this moment, they finally saw the core of the Nine Heavens' mysterious realm, an incomparably huge underground palace. Everywhere in the underground palace, there was an odor of decay and bloom, and even on the tattered walls, there were corpses and bones leaning against them, so it was clear that this was a land of the end. The dungeon was large, so large that everywhere was so vast that one couldn't figure out where the boundaries were. The crowd went in together, their eyes blazing incomparably. Seeing the underground palace in front of them was like seeing a great opportunity. This is a place of danger and opportunity. After Qi Yao saw it, quite a few memories surfaced in her mind, and she spoke. Later on, you and this kid will part ways. I know where the Phoenix Stone is. Oh yeah, you tell him by the way to head towards this main road. There shouldn't be any problems. Su Li nodded. She couldn't keep relying on Nangong Chen's left and right. She also had to search for opportunities on her own. Thinking of this, she also said her goodbyes to Nangong Chen. And by the way, she told him that the main road was safer. Nangong Chen also understood. After all, staying next to him could not be honed. As for what she said about safety on the main road, Su Li and from where to know. Nine Heavens' secret realm, this kind of thing is not Xian Tian domain people can know, let alone the chance inside. It was just a matter of time. There should be a chance of her own in this niece, and her progress had been soaring recently. She was almost catching up with him, so he couldn't afford to be lax. Nangong Chen no longer thought much about it and walked straight towards the main road. And behind them, there were several gazes watching their backs. Jun Wuxuan coldly watched as Nangong Chen disappeared and then walked towards the path that Su Li had taken before she left, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As for Zhou Wanner, after seeing Nangong Chen enter the main path, she also secretly followed. Ding! Is it signing in? Right at this moment, an ice-cold beep sounded. Signing in. Nangong Chen hadn't forgotten that in entering the core of the Nine Heavens' mysterious realm, it would trigger a sign-in. Ding! Rewarding one of the top 10 treasure arts. Thunder Emperor Treasure Art. As the words fell, a wave of subtle memories surged into Nangong Chen's mind. The Thunder Emperor Treasure Art was a legacy left behind by the Thunder Emperor, one of the 10 fowls, the 10 fierce men in the legend, but all of them have stepped into the supreme realm, and the heaven and earth share the same respect, so it can be said that they are strong to the extreme. The Thunder Emperor Treasure Art, on the other hand, focuses on attacking with thunder spells, and if it can be cultivated to the extreme realm, it will be able to summon the divine thunder in the sky, and at random a single heavenly thunder will be able to make the sky quake and explode a big star, against all odds. Most of all, the heavenly thunder for some evil cultivators, evil spirits, has a natural restraining effect, now in the Nine Heavens' mysterious realm, but also sleepy to send a pillow. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen's body flashed, not very fast, but rather like he was waiting for someone. Soon, he came to a deserted place and directly sat down on the ground to enlighten himself. At this moment, in the shadows behind them, a dark eye was looking at Nangong Chen. Zhou Wanner was dressed in black, pinching the soul-destroying needle in her hand as she looked at Nangong Chen's back, her face somewhat hesitant. Your Excellency has followed me for so long. It's about time to show your face. As if Nangong Chen had eyes growing behind his back, he opened his mouth. Zhou Wanner secretly gave a terrible cry in her heart, so she wanted to turn her head and leave. In the next moment, Nangong Chen activated the line character secret and came directly in front of Zhou Wanner, stopping her. A woman? There was a ghostly light emanating from Nangong Chen's heavy pupils, and even in the darkness of the night, he was able to see everything clearly, and when he saw this delicate body, he was somewhat stunned. As soon as Nangong Chen ripped Zhou Wanner's veil away, an exquisite and incomparable face was revealed, with a cold and beautiful appearance that did not contain a trace of fireworks. At this moment, there was a trace of despair in Zhou Wanner's dark eyes. It's you? After seeing this person's appearance, Nangong Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that the person who was following him was the 7th princess of Great Zhou, Zhou Wanner. Chapter 49, I'm going to let you kill, King of the Great Zhou. Nangong Chen's mind instantly recalled some memories. Many years ago, at a royal banquet, many royal sons and daughters were invited to come, and there was no lack of young masters of some great powers, and the Nangong Chen at that time was one of them. At that time, he was the young master of Tian Yuanfu. Naturally, there were many people around him to make friends with, and in such a lively banquet, only a young girl stayed in the corner. She was exquisite, but her beautiful eyes were dull, just staring quietly at the table in front of her, her thoughts heavy. With a black dress, she was as beautiful and haggard as a black butterfly with broken wings, and it was heartbreaking. Nangong Chen naturally noticed this young girl who was like a porcelain doll, and when he inquired about it from others, they said that this young girl was a princess of obscurity. With a tone full of disdain, Nangong Chen was a bit curious, so he quietly walked over to the black-skirted girl's side after sending the people beside him away. When he saw that underneath the young girl's dark eyes was hidden the ultimate sadness and helplessness, even he who had been relived could not help but feel a little heartbroken. Later, he learned that the young girl's name was Jo Wanner, and that day, her mother committed suicide. Nangong Chen came back to his senses. Looking at the despair in Jo Wanner's eyes, he couldn't help but be guessing what was going on. It was the king of Great Zhou who asked you to kill me, wasn't it? Nangong Chen's eyes were cold as he questioned. Although the king of Great Zhou had hidden the identity of the seventh princess very well, in the end, it could not escape the eyes of the heavenly abyss house, who had learned early on that Jo Wanner was the dead servant that the king of Great Zhou had cultivated. Jo Wanner froze. She was somewhat at a loss for words, and the soul destruction needle in her hand lost its light early on. It should be known that after the soul destruction needle was opened, it was only effective for one incense stick of time, and if it was missed, it would be ineffective and turn into a useless silver needle. She had been an assassin for over 10 years, she wouldn't not understand this, but for some reason, she just couldn't do it when he leaned over and it was the perfect time to kill him. Yes, you kill me. I'll have to die if I go out anyway. Jo Wanner directly admitted it and said coldly, some despair under her dark eyes. She had a compulsion on her body, and if she failed in this mission, the king of Great Zhou would not let her live. So it would be better to die under Nangong Chen's hands. Only, she was a bit reluctant. She hadn't avenged her mother's death. Her mother's bones were still cold. Since you are ready to kill me, then you don't want to die so easily. The heavenly demon compulsion that is in your body, I can help you out. But, Nangong Chen snorted coldly and spoke. After Jo Wanner heard this, her pretty face also froze, and a hint of light rose beneath her dark eyes. What? He doesn't kill me? And he's going to take care of the heavenly demon compass inside me? However, you'll have to follow my orders from here on in. Nangong Chen surveyed Jo Wanner up and down, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. After Jo Wanner heard this, a vicious chill appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her good feelings towards Nangong Chen completely disappeared. She should have killed Nangong Chen at that time, thanks to the fact that she had harbored good feelings for him before. Sure enough, no one in the world would be nice to her for no reason except her mother. In other words, she was transferred from one demon to another. The thought extinguished the last glimmer of light in her mind. Alright, you can remove your clothes now, Nangong Chen spoke. You. After Jo Wanner heard this, a line of clear tears flowed out from within her pouring features. I didn't think I was going to be spoiled by this asshole here today. It's a damn shame. She then got up and was about to undo the garments on her body. Seeing this, Nangong Chen was also stunned and slowly said, I mean, just undo your clothes and turn your back. The parasites are on your back. Otherwise how can I help you remove them? Nangong Chen had some black lines on his forehead, not thinking that Jo Wanner would have misunderstood the meaning, making him look like a scumbag. Is that what he would be? Jo Wanner also reacted after hearing this, and immediately wiped the tears from her face, her pretty face crawling with redness. No sooner said than done. I thought it was that one, Jo Wanner explained in a panic. When Nangong Chen saw her like this, he also had a playful look in his eyes. Which one is it? Jo Wanner stopped talking. The more she explained, the more she couldn't explain. She lifted her dress up, exposing her back and covering the front of her body tightly. Looking at this flawless back, Nangong Chen froze for a moment. Soon, though, his eyes cleared and he looked serious, sensing his hand up for the location of the compulsion. He really wasn't intentionally mooching. He just didn't know how to use the Thunder Emperor treasure technique to force it out, and was slowly figuring it out. Jo Wanner was touched by Nangong Chen with some itching in her heart, and surprisingly, some strange feelings appeared, yet it was incredibly comfortable. It made her want to cry out a little, but she was too ashamed to make a single sound. Found it. Soon, Nangong Chen finally felt it out, only to see Nangong Chen's hand strangling a magic spell. A terrifying and incomparable thunder light erupted from his body, transforming into a small dragon that entered Jo Wanner's jade back. Vomit. Jo Wanner felt something coming out and directly vomited. A black parasite was directly spat out, and that little thunder and lightning dragon directly destroyed it. turning it into a cloud of smoke and ash. After Zhou Wan'er saw it, her eyes were a bit complicated, and she silently put on the clothes on her body. Eat this. Nangongchen pulled out an elixir and spoke. I've put another parasite on you, and you'll need to eat this every month if you want to live. Nangongchen explained with a smile. How inhuman. Zhou Wan'er cursed in a small voice and then swallowed, only to see that an incomparably soothing warmth surged out of the dantian, causing Zhou Wan'er to be somewhat surprised. It seems that the cultivation has also improved a few points. It seems like the heavenly elixir that I ate before, Xianhuangdan, which is extremely precious, has great benefits for female cultivators to cultivate, and it is hard to find a single elixir on the market. Even she couldn't afford to take a heaven-ranked elixir. Don't think too much. This is not the Xianhuangdan, only the flavor is somewhat similar, in order to make you unable to find the real antidote, thus confusing your perception. Nangongchen said in a cold voice. Oh, the trace of anticipation in Zhou Wan'er's heart disappeared, and she casually responded. By the way, who are you going to make me kill? Suddenly, Zhou Wan'er opened her mouth and said. There was some curiosity in her heart. Was there anyone that Nangongchen, who was the young master of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, could not handle? I'm going to make you kill the King of Great Zhou. Chapter 50, You think you're good again? What? After Zhou Wan'er heard it, there was some shock in her beautiful eyes, as if she had heard it wrong. If she were to go alone to kill the Great Zhou King, the chances of winning would be almost a handful, but it would be different if it was the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, which could really avenge her. At this moment, a ripple rose in Zhou Wan'er's beautiful eyes as she looked at Nangongchen. He's like, really not that bad. What? Can't you? Chen, have always been vindictive, and since the King of Great Zhou wants to kill me, I naturally have to kill him back. Nangongchen said indifferently, as if he was talking about something trivial. But, my mother's coffin is still in his hands. If I go out, he will definitely find something wrong. Zhou Wan'er's gaze was worried. There's no harm. After we go out, I'll send someone to bring back your mother's coffin, Nangongchen casually said. For others, the court was forbidden land, but for the Tian Yuan house, it was as if they were in no man's land, and to take a thing, it was not a simple matter. Really? Light finally erupted from within Zhou Wan'er's pitch-black eyes as she stared blankly at Nangongchen. The fact that her mother's coffin was in the hands of the King of Great Zhou had always been a needle in her heart. If she could get her mother's coffin back, from then on, she would have no worries and the King of Great Zhou would no longer be able to control her. Nangongchen ignored it and continued. Let's talk about this matter later. After you go out, if I don't order you, you must not act alone. Your father will kill sooner or later. Speaking of this, a murderous intent erupted in his eyes, trying to kill old me 3 times. Old Biden, really think I'm good-tempered? Go out and kill you. Zhou Wan'er stared at his handsome face, and beneath her dark eyes, there was an additional hint of inexplicable meaning. If he could really avenge himself, and from then on, he would obey his orders. So what? Besides, he was the first man to see his body naked. Thinking of this, a trace of imperceptible blush grew on her pretty face. Let's go. Now take you to kill someone. Nangongchen turned around and blandly said. Just now, he got a message from Wang Yuxuan that Su Ao Tian had indeed found a great opportunity, and now he dared to go and cut the leek. Oh my good leeks, finally growing to maturity. Before Zhou Wan'er could react, she set off after Nangongchen. The other side, within an incomparably huge grotto, Su Ao Tian looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but let out a deep breath, his eyes incomparably blazing. The red flame dragon bone, the Qilin treasure technique, they're all mine. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud, his voice laced with femininity, sounding incomparably strange. Only next to the bones of the corpse in front of him, there was a piece of white moist glazed bone lying quietly, and an ancient scripture. Nangongchen, with these 2 things, what will you use against me in the future? Su Ao Tian muttered, his eyes erupting with a refined light. He seemed to have seen the scene where Nangongchen was trampled under his feet, begging for mercy. Thinking of this, Su Ao Tian was soothed beyond measure. Just as he wanted to pocket it, an incomparably bright little sword rushed towards him. Su Ao Tian reacted and dodged it with a sidestep, only to see the speed of the small sword flying like a stream of light. The blade was incomparably sharp, firmly inserted into the stone wall, penetrating its depth. His eyes glazed over and he looked behind him, furious, and said in a deep voice, Who is it? If this sword is inserted in his body, I am afraid that it will be dangerous. Can also see, the person who shot is how vicious, only to see a beautiful and spiritual figure appear. Wang Yuxuan coldly looked at him. I didn't expect to be dodged by you. This is the master's thing. You can't take it. After Su Ao Tian saw Wang Yuxuan, he was also stunned, never expecting that it was her. Afterwards, His eyes turned red as he ripped the black robe off his body, revealing his original appearance. You stinking! I knew it all along that you and that Nangong Chen are in cahoots. Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but be shocked even after seeing this familiar face. Surprisingly, it's Su Aotian? The only thing was that at this moment, Su Aotian's face was a bit feminine and less rigid. After Wang Yuxuan heard it, her face also turned cold. How dare you scold me? Once she had sacrificed her most important things for the sake of Su Aotian, now he was not thankful even if he was not. He still hated her so much, which made Wang Yuxuan very puzzled. At this moment, the relationship between the two was also completely shattered, never to return to the past. Wang Yuxuan was disappointed, not thinking that she had saved a scumbag whom she had been so obsessed with liking before. Fortunately, at that time, Su Aotian didn't even touch her hand, otherwise she would have to diaphragm to death. Su Aotian, I don't know what evil technique you used to recover, but don't be obsessive now. Obediently retreat and give up these treasures to your master. Otherwise, you will have bad consequences today, Wang Yuxuan said in a cold voice, her cultivation of the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm exploding out at this moment. Let's see, the ones who die today are you. Su Aotian revealed a cold smile. His aura of the early stage of the Great Power Realm was revealed without any concealment. After Wang Yuxuan felt it, her face didn't change, and a trace of shock flashed through her beautiful eyes. Bad. Su Aotian has actually reached the Great Power Realm. This is trouble. Let's hope the master comes over soon, or she won't last long. If it wasn't for Nangong Chen hindering me every time, how would I end up in this situation? And you stinking. You've long been played by Nangong Chen this time, right? One mouthful of master. Su Aotian's eyes were red at this time, directly killing towards Wang Yuxuan. Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes were cold. Her hand pinched the magic spell, and the nearby rocks flew in, forming a huge thick stone shield. At this moment, she had an additional feeling of closeness to all things, which was a function of her natural spiritual body, able to fight with the help of all things. Boom! Unfortunately, the gap was too huge. The stone shield was directly shattered by Su Aotian's punch and flew out along with Wang Yuxuan. Wang Yuxuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Her originally pure and soulful face was miserably white, and there was an additional sense of brokenness on her delicate body. When she saw Su Aotian killing, she also waved her hand, only to see a side of the spring water at the moment as if alive, turned into a square water prison. Su Aotian surrounded the water above with a special aura. Unusual people difficult to break free. After Su Aotian saw it, he revealed a cold smile. Ridiculous, think this can stop me? Stinky, there are so many tricks. Su Aotian's punch went down, directly breaking up the water prison. The watery liquid fell to the ground with a clatter. Afterwards, Su Aotian slowly walked towards Wang Yuxuan, with killing intent in his eyes. Are you still waiting for Nangong Chen to come over? Ha 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 ha, he is a villain. At this moment, I'm afraid he doesn't know where he's swimming with Su Li. How could he think of you? A little servant. Su Aotian scoffed, his face becoming more and more hideous. Wang Yuxuan just quietly looked at him without saying anything, her beautiful eyes carrying a slight color of fear. I haven't seen you in a few days and you think you're good again? Just then, a voice came from outside the cave entrance. Not loud, but resounding within the entire underground cave. Chapter 51, Knowing the Truth. Su Aotian spits out blood, only to see outside the cave entrance. Nangong Chen was dressed in white, slowly walking, heavy pupils in the runic intertwining. There is a star-sinking meteoric vision, the body of God radiant, breath terrifying to the extreme, as if a teenage supreme. On the other hand, beside Nangong Chen, there was a black-skirted stunning woman following, and this person was none other than Zhou Wan'er. Master. Wang Yuxuan couldn't help but feel relieved and excited in her heart after seeing Nangong Chen arrive. Yuxuan, it's been hard on you. Seeing the pale Wang Yuxuan, Nangong Chen also guessed what had happened and said softly. Soon after, Nangong Chen's divine thought moved, and a precious medicine emitting a dense divine light flew in front of Wang Yuxuan. Zhou Wan'er, who was watching from the side, was also filled with shock after seeing this scene at this moment. She could tell that Wang Yuxuan was just merely overusing her aura and not being able to supply it, and that there was nothing serious. And yet, Nangong Chen directly took out a precious medicine to treat it. This was too extravagant. After Wang Yuxuan saw it, she also looked at Nangong Chen with gratitude, the love in her eyes able to turn into a heart. Is master even so attached to me? I must repay my master fiercely in the future. Soon after, Nangong Chen looked indifferent, his eyes coldly looking at Su Aotian in front of him, although all he had for Wang Yuxuan was merely the love of a master and servant, and he only treated her as a cauldron. However, Beating a dog still had to look at the master, and Su Ao Tian's behavior like this was undoubtedly angering her. Nangong Chen, you finally come. Today, I'm going to avenge the grudges in front of me. Su Ao Tian's eyes were bloodshot beyond measure as he gritted his teeth and said, taking away his chance, robbing his woman, and causing him to commit suicide. Each of these items was enough to make Nangong Chen die by 1,000 cuts, and today is the day he gets his revenge. Master, be careful, he's broken through to the great power realm. At this moment, Wang Yuxuan, who was on the side, also hurriedly reminded, with some worry in her eyes. Although she knew that her master was an invincible existence, Su Ao Tian's strength could not be underestimated after he broke through to the great power realm. The surrounding Zhou Wanner's face was a bit shocked when she heard it. She hadn't expected that the opponent Nangong Chen was facing was even of the great power realm. This cocky guy, can he really win against him? It was just a matter of time. If she was not defeated later, she would step in to help. Zhou Wanner thought in her heart and helped Nangong Chen think of a way back, then quietly watched the two. Is this the capital you look up to? Nangong Chen was as light as nature, not a single ripple in his eyes, as if he was facing a larger mole cricket. In fact, it was also true that no matter which battle power he took out, he was an unrivaled existence in his generation. This is true now, and it will be true in the future. Su Ao Tian's body breath was incomparably berserk. His veins rippled, his blood chi boiled, and 3 foreign flames appeared out of thin air and surrounded his body. His breath kept surging. What gave this guy the right to always look this high and mighty? He couldn't wait to tear that face apart. Buddha Fury Lotus Flame, Su Ao Tian said in a deep voice. Spiritual energy surged from his body, condensing the 3 foreign flames in his hands, transforming them into a red divine lotus, which contained endless might, and flew towards Nangong Chen. This is Su Ao Tian's famous technique. Before this, no one in the same generation can resist this move. Moreover, now it was 3 foreign flames intertwined together. The power that erupted out, even if it was the peak of the great power realm, it would be crippled even if it didn't die. Seeing that Nangong Chen was still not moving, thinking that he was scared silly, the corner of Su Ao Tian's mouth also revealed a hint of sneer. It seems to be nothing more than that. It's a pity. I still wanted to wait for Nangong Chen to die and then flog him hard, but now it seems that he's even going to have his corpse burned out. Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wanner also stared with wide eyes. They could feel that within this fire lotus, the aura emanating from it seemed as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Terrifying and incomparable. Only a moment after the fire lotus was about to explode, Nangong Chen moved. Golden chi and blood surged out from Nangong Chen's body, monstrous to the extreme, coalescing in the void, and surprisingly transforming into a gigantic golden dragon elephant, with a might that shook the heavens and moved the earth, as if it was going to shatter the heavens. That was the divine elephant prison suppressing strength and action. And 100 million dragon elephant particles exploded in his flesh, erupting with 100 million kilograms of giant dragon elephant strength. At the same time, Nangong Chen threw a punch with his right hand, his divine light shining brightly, his fist aura illuminating the heavens and the earth, and an incomparably terrifying white-clothed figure appeared behind him, carrying an aura that suppressed everything in the world. This is the most powerful fist in the world, the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Su Ao Tian's face turned white as he looked at the white-clothed silhouette, and in his heart, he unexpectedly couldn't help but want to submit and kneel down. The two terrifying mights were superimposed together. The golden divine aura shone in all directions, and the entire void was in turmoil. The divine light was dazzling. As this punch went down, it even directly dispersed that fire lotus and blasted towards Su Ao Tian. Su Ao Tian unexpectedly developed a sense of powerlessness when he faced this punch, and he hurriedly sacrificed a magic weapon that transformed into a white barrier that enveloped him. This was the Tsong Tian shield, which was enough to block a divine king realm strike, but now it was being used by him to receive a punch from Nangong Chen. His heart was spitting blood at the thought. This was one of the few cards he had left. Boom! After Nangong Chen saw it, the corner of his mouth in a cold smile, the fist aura covered the entire barrier. A crack unexpectedly spread from the center, and directly shattered. Su Ao Tian's eyes widened, full of unbelief, and his entire body was directly blasted backwards by this tremendous divine force. After Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wanner saw this scene, their cherry lips slightly opened and their beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Is it still human? Wang Yuxuan knew that her master could win, but she didn't expect that she could win so easily. Zhou Wanner, on the other hand, was the first time she intuitively felt Nangong Chen's battle power, which was so deep and bottomless that it was like a vast sea of stars, as terrifying as it was. Moreover, he didn't even use his heavy pupils. She couldn't help but feel a trace of gratitude in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't have the thought of making a move at that time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she would be the one lying on the ground. Sueo Tian was shaken by this aftermath for more than 10 meters, and he was able to stop only after his legs unloaded. None of his flesh and blood was intact. Blood was flowing, white bones were exposed, and his face was covered in dust. Looking wretched. He hadn't expected that Nangongchen would be so strong. It was as if he was facing a true dragon's son. Even the Tsangtian shield he had offered was useless. It's simply not human. On the other hand, Nangongchen was still glowing, his white clothes spotless, his gaze cold and indifferent, looking at him from above. Sueo Tian, you are truly a competent treasure-hunting rat. The first time you brought me a woman, and a chance on the Tower of Heaven, and the second time you even found the Qilin treasure art, and the red flame dragon bone. Nangongchen somewhat sighed. He was being sincere. If it wasn't for Sueo Tian, he wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. Sueo Tian collapsed in a pool of blood, and after hearing these words, he was even more furious with a green face, and his face trembled a little. You shameless villain! Return my master! Return my chance! Sueo Tian said unwillingly. Nangongchen laughed. Your master, has long been waiting for you down below. After today, you can be reunited with him. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The burning decision lower style in your hand is a fake technique that I've left specifically for you. Really that one, it has long been taken away by me. When I entered the middle of the 80 layers of the Tower of Heaven, that master of yours still thought that I was his disciple. So he told me everything. I didn't expect it, did I? As the words fell, Nangongchen also brought out the lower style of the real book of burning decision. Sueo Tian spat out blood. This one thing after another was like a bolt from the blue, making it a little difficult for him to accept. I didn't realize that it was all a lie, so that I had self-harmed for nothing? Chapter 52, Killing Sueo Tian. Ruyan Lu in danger. You are not human. Sueo Tian roared, the blood of qi surging to his head, on the verge of directly dying of anger. I didn't realize that everything I got now was a bureau made by Nangongchen. At the same time, a sense of powerlessness, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Sueo Tian did not think that Nangongchen was similar to him in age, but his city was so deep. Alright, keeping you long enough, telling you this now won't make you die in peace. You'd better go and accompany your master at ease. Nangongchen ignored his emotions in the slightest and indifferently said. Afterwards, a ghostly light emanated from Nangongchen's heavy pupil, and an eye light that was enough to tear apart everything erupted and shot towards Sueo Tian. Just like that, Sueo Tian turned into a blood mist with a resentful gaze, and from then on, he dissipated into the world. Seeing that his qi had grown a lot more, Nangongchen couldn't help but feel a little emotional, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Just give me more kairos like this one. After Wang Yuxuan saw Sueo Tian died, there was indifference in her eyes. From the time she saw Sueo Tian as a person, she already had no old feelings with him at all. Zhou Wan'er, on the other hand, a trace of fear appeared in her beautiful eyes. In the future, she must not be an enemy of her master, or else she would not know how to be played to death. Nangongchen picked up the Qilin treasure art on the ground as well as the red inferno dragon bone, observing it carefully as his heavy pupils radiated light. I didn't expect that after the system had given him a copy of the 10 fierce treasure art, it was now giving him another one. Was this meant to let him finish collecting all 10? As for this red inferno dragon bone, it could be melted into his foreign fire or forged into a weapon. In short, it had great use. But unfortunately, the burning skill in Sueo Tian's hand was not obtained, as well as the 3 foreign flames on his body, all of which dissipated with him. Thinking of this, Nangongchen eyes in the middle of some regret. I should have known to cheat a little longer to kill good. If someone knew that Nangongchen thought like this, I'm afraid that he would be shocked speechless. Congratulations to Master for capturing the treasure. At this moment, Wang Yuxuan also said respectfully, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Zhou Wan'er, who was on the side, was also stunned after seeing it. After hesitating for a moment, he also squirmed and said, Congratulations to Master for capturing the treasure. Her delicate face was crawling with redness at the moment, and her beauty was unbelievable. After Nangongchen heard this, the corners of his mouth also hooked up into a smile, as if he had found something interesting, and glanced at Zhou Wan'er. Not bad, the master's bark is pretty good. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, she also looked at Zhou Wan'er with a face full of shock. Something wasn't right. Why was the voice a bit familiar? Thinking of this, she looked at Zhou Wan'er with some curiosity. Only at this time, Zhou Wan'er was wearing a veil, making it difficult to see her true face. Zhou Wan'er was also made uncomfortable by this gaze from Wang Yuxuan, and secretly thought in her heart that she couldn't have discovered her identity. Nangongchen didn't stop it either, watching the scene with interest. Aren't you that 7th princess? Suddenly, Wang Yuxuan coldly said. A pair of big, soulful eyes just sized up Zhou Wan'er. seemingly confirming something, nodding from time to time. Jo Wanner was also startled when she heard it. Then she forced herself to calm down and spoke. I'm just a casual cultivator. Where is the seventh princess? After all, she didn't want the matter of her taking orders from Nangong Chen to leak. Oh, I see. Master, you're awesome, Wang Yuxuan said meaningfully, then looked at Nangong Chen adoringly. Since the master had found himself another sister, he would have to train her well in the future. After all, without the training of a professional maid, he couldn't be a good maid for his master. And being the first maid her master received, she naturally had to take the lead. Maybe when the time comes, we can do happy things together. After all, the master is so fierce in battle, it would be nice to have someone to share some of it. Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes flashed with light. After Nangong Chen saw it, he also instantly understood something. With some black lines on his head, he knocked Wang Yuxuan's head. Thinking of something strange again? Just happy things, Wang Yuxuan said subconsciously. Hearing this, Jo Wanner's dark eyes became interested and asked, what happy thing? Jo Wanner's entire body had become a lot more lively since she had shed her identity as an assassin. After all, it was still quite easy under Nangong Chen. At least she wouldn't beat her and scold her. And this Wang family's eldest miss also looked unintelligent, giving her a great sense of security. Are you going to play with us in the future? Wang Yuxuan asked as her eyes lit up immediately. At the moment, Jo Wanner hadn't realized that something was wrong, and after thinking about it for a while, since it was a happy affair, wouldn't it be a bit awkward if she didn't blend in? Good. Thinking in this way, Jo Wanner responded dryly. Wang Yuxuan heard. Beautiful eyes are flooded with color. Just want to say something. Directly by the Nangong Chen cover the mouth. There's no such thing as happiness. Don't listen to her nonsense. Nangong Chen looked indifferent and opened his mouth to explain. If this were to reveal the exact details, then he would still have to lose his face. After all, they were pretty crazy in those days at the time. Wang Yuxuan looked a little aggravated, not knowing why Nangong Chen had stopped her from speaking of happiness. When Jo Wanner saw this scene, her eyes were also flooded with suspicion. She always felt that there was something fishy between these two. It's a sixth sense from a woman. Since the chance here has been taken, let's head elsewhere. Let's set off before it's too late. Nangong Chen let go of Wang Yuxuan, then faintly said, turning to leave. He could sense that there was a fluctuation in the vicinity, and it seemed that some kind of precious medicine had come out. Seeing this, the two women followed suit. On the other hand, within a dimly lit underground palace, a good show was being staged. Hand over the primordial Xian Ginseng and I'll spare your life. Lan Ling Tian spoke coldly, his gaze looking towards the woman surrounded in front of him. The woman who was surrounded, dressed in a green dress, jade legs long and graceful, with a cold temperament, holding a turquoise long sword in her left hand, and holding a Xian Ginseng that emitted dense mist in her right hand. At the moment, she was watching them coldly. If Nangong Chen saw this person at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was not Ruyan Lu. Obviously I got it first. Why should I give it to you? Lu Ruyan's eyebrows were cold as she spoke in a cold voice. Just now, by chance, she had gotten her hands on the primordial Xian Ginseng, which happened to be seen by Lan Ling Tian and the others, which led to the scene before her. Ha 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 ha. On what grounds? On the grounds that we are from the Central Divine Prefecture. You disciples from the Eastern Divine Prefecture. When you see this kind of chance, it just has to be given to us. Lan Ling Tian laughed out loud, not being the least bit reasonable. The rest of the Sun God Palace's disciples also laughed after hearing this, with teasing smiles on their faces. But well, I see you in this posture. TSK, it's very good. If you're willing to accompany me for a night, I can consider dividing a bit of Tai Chu Xian Ginseng with you. Lan Ling Tian's gaze was incomparably aggressive, looking Lu Ruyan up and down. You. After Lu Ruyan heard this, her beautiful eyes were cold and incomparable, her silver teeth clenched. If it wasn't for the large number of people on the other side, she really wanted to kill this lecherous thief, simply even more detestable than Nangong Chen. Chapter 53. Today none of you can take it away. Seeing Lu Ruyan in such a furious state, these Sun God Palace disciples' faces became more and more rampant, their eyes incomparably fiery. Was it really necessary to hand over the Tai Chu Xian Ginseng? A hint of hesitation appeared in Ruyan Lu's eyes. She was stuck at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm for a few months, but if she could absorb it, she would be able to break through to the Great Power Realm in one leap. It was crucial for her. Moreover, this kind of lecherous thief was not too strong, and the only one who could pose a threat to her was Lan Ling Tian alone. Forget it, just force your way out. Lu Ruyan, after some choices, still chose not to hand it over. Why should she give up the opportunity she had painstakingly found to them? The Sun God Palace. How about it? Have you thought about it yet? Do you choose to hand over the Tai Chu Xian Ginseng and we'll let you off the hook? Or do you want to be an enemy of our sun god palace? At this moment, Lan Ling Tian also opened his mouth at just the right time, with a teasing look on his face. Even if Ruyan Lu handed over the Tai Chu Xian ginseng, they would still choose to make their move, because Lu Ruyan's posture was too overwhelming. Such women were rare even in the central divine state, and now that he had even encountered them, it was only natural that he had to enjoy them. I am the holy daughter of the Red Flame Sword sect, do you really want to be so reckless? Ruyan Lu finally warned. When these words came out, the crowd laughed and laughed. What a bull ****** clan. They had never even heard of it. The only one who was there was Lan Ling Tian. The smile at the corner of his mouth stiffened, and there was some shock in his eyes. Red Cloud Sword sect? Isn't that his brother's clan? You're actually the holy daughter of the Red Cloud Sword sect. Then do you know how my brother, Lan Feng, died? Lan Ling Tian said in a deep voice, his face somewhat serious. He was puzzled in his heart, wondering how Lan Feng had provoked Nangong Chen. There must be a reason for this. After the rest of the disciples saw this scene, their laughter came to a screeching halt, and although they didn't know what was going on, they all revealed munching gazes. True Lord Blue's own brother had actually died in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? It seemed like he was still from the same clan as this stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. Lu Ruyan's eyes were icy cold. Just now she was sizing up her body. Now she wanted to get the words out? Dreaming. Who am I to tell you? Ruyan Lu said in a cold voice. Lan Ling Tian's face turned cold, and the last trace of patience disappeared as a murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. Since you won't talk, I'll torture you into talking later. Do it. As the words fell, the dozen or so disciples beside him shot out in unison, killing towards Ruyan Lu. However, they were relaxed and didn't seem to take Ruyan Lu seriously, believing that he was just a small and unknown heavenly pride. If you have the strength, how could you not have heard of it? Then the next moment, a sword light flashed, and the heads of the 4 disciples fell in unison, blood spurting out. Hiss. The 4 people who had been decapitated still had shock in their eyes, and seemed to be wondering why she had this kind of strength, only to see Lu Ruyan holding a jade sword. Her beautiful eyes were cold and incomparable, and the breath on her body unreservedly exploded out with a monstrous sword intent, as if she was a generation of female sword fairies. Obviously, that sword light just now was released by Ruyan Lu. When the remaining disciples saw this scene, they also quickly pulled away and looked at Ruyan Lu with a shocked expression. Lan Ling Tian's pupils also shrunk slightly, but he quickly reacted, his face somewhat gloomy. I didn't expect it, but I underestimated this woman. With his peak Zifu cultivation and this sword intent that did not lose to him, he could sense that Ruyan Lu had a stronger sword Dao physique than him. All back off. I'll take the shot, Lan Ling Tian said in a deep voice. Afterwards, he exploded his cultivation, with stars surrounding his eyes that seemed to contain a divine sword, and the aura of his body cascaded upwards, having reached a peak. Bad. After Lu Ruyan saw it, she also gave a dark voice, but her face remained cold. She could sense that the other party's aura was definitely the best in the profound realm, and she was afraid that she was somewhat unbeatable. But even so, she had to kill her way out. The physique on your body has actually caused my star sword body to resonate. What a pity. If your cultivation was equal to mine, I'm afraid that today's victory or defeat would be hard to predict. Lan Ling Tian shook his head and seemed to say with some regret as his cultivation at the middle stage of the profound realm erupted. Without a word, Ruyan Lu directly chopped away with a sword. The heart of the sword emperor within her body pulsed, and endless sword intent was added to her body. Chopping star. This is a heavenly rank martial art. The sword light flashed. The sword breath was extremely sharp. If an ordinary early stage of the great power realm received this sword, I am afraid that it would be crippled without dying. It was a pity that on the opposite side was the famous heavenly pride on the heavenly ranking, Lan Ling Tian. Only to see a star-twisting vision behind Lan Ling Tian, an even more mysterious sword intent erupted, and the sword was like a dragon, directly dissolving it away and charging straight at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan held her sword and blocked it. Feeling a huge force, her figure kept falling back for a long time before she could stop. Her face was pale. That sword had taken a lot of her spiritual energy, but it was easily dissolved by Lan Ling Tian. Even the other party hadn't taken out their swords, which was a great humiliation for her. What she couldn't see was that a trace of blood had surfaced on Lan Ling Tian's face. Lan Ling Tian's face was shocked after he realized that she, a woman at the peak of the Zifu realm, could actually injure him at the middle stage of the great energy realm. His face was instantly gloomy. Today he would ruthlessly humiliate Ruyan Lu and make her beg for her life. Lastly, I'm asking you if you'll hand over the primordial Xian ginseng. If you do, your life will be spared. Lan Ling Tian frowned and snapped. He was afraid that Ruyan Lu would destroy the Taichou Xian ginseng with her jade, which would be a waste. Lu Ruyan did not say anything. A green skirt has long been tattered and torn, revealing pieces of snow white, black hair spread out. There is a sense of brokenness, people pity. She had long since seen through Lan Ling Tian's mind, and if she handed it over, she was afraid that today would definitely not end well. When Lan Ling Tian saw her immovable appearance, his eyes erupted with cold killing intent, and just as he was about to strike, a melodious voice came from nowhere. Today, none of you will be able to take this primordial Shin Ginseng because it belongs to the master. Only to see that outside, a beautiful figure appeared. The visitor's beautiful eyes were soulful, her pretty face was lovely, and she carried an innate aura. It was none other than Wang Yuxuan, and behind her, Nangong Chen and Zhou Wan'er were also walking slowly. Nangong Chen was dressed in white in absolute. His handsome appearance was like an immortal. His body was shrouded in immortal splendor. He was radiant and calm. His eyes carried an aura of a sovereign over the world, as if he was a young king. Zhou Wan'er on the side was still a bit bleak compared to Nangong Chen, despite her delicate face and cold temperament. After the crowd heard it, they also turned their heads to look at it, their faces filled with shock. Surprisingly, it's him? Chapter 54, More Than a Vision? Chaotic Seed Green Lotus comes out. After seeing Nangong Chen arrive, Lan Ling Tian's eyes instantly turned blood red, as if he had seen his enemy. What's more, Nangong Chen had been so overbearing once he arrived, wanting to take away the Tai Chu Shin Ginseng he was preparing to get, really thinking that this was his home. Lu Ruyan's face was a bit complicated, not thinking that it was actually Nangong Chen who had come, but looking at this, I'm afraid that no matter what she does today, the Tai Chu Shin won't be able to reach her. Never mind, the Red Flame Sword sect could now be considered under Nangong Chen's command, so in that case, it was only right that the Tai Chu Shin Ginseng came into his hands? Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth was a little bitter. Nangong Chen, do you remember who the Lan Feng was that you killed in the first place? Lan Ling Tian said through clenched teeth, his eyes seemingly capable of spewing out fury. What? You're going to stay with him too? Nangong Chen said with a bland, unconcerned expression. You, Lan Feng is my own brother. Lan Ling Tian said indignantly, the anger in his heart itching to tear Nangong Chen apart. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. The crowd also understood at this moment, finally realizing why Lan Ling Tian had just gone to question Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes revealed a dawning realization. So that's what happened. Then in that case, Nangong Chen casually killed a heavenly ranking Heavenly Pride's own brother? She gloated a little. It looked like Nangong Chen was in trouble today. So, I killed it. So what? Nangong Chen still said unhurriedly, very breezy, his white robe hunting. After hearing this, these disciples of the Sun God Palace couldn't help but admire them. This was the first person who dared to speak like this in front of Trulan. At the same time, they looked at Nangong Chen with a look of silent sorrow in their eyes. It seemed like he was going to be unlucky today. Wang Yuxuan on the side looked at Nangong Chen with adoration on her face. Wow, master is so handsome. Zhou Wan'er glanced at her and secretly shook her head in her heart. This woman was hopeless. When Lan Ling Tian saw Nangong Chen like this, he was about to explode with anger, his blood chi surging up directly, his face reddening. Good. You're still the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Since you've admitted it, then today I'm going to avenge my brother's death. And it's your fault that you've provoked someone you shouldn't have killed. Lan Ling Tian's eyes were ice cold as he gritted his teeth. You and your brother are indeed somewhat quite similar. After Nangong Chen figured out the cause, he also had to let out a sigh of relief. Where is the resemblance? Lan Ling Tian asked consciously. Same brainlessness, Nangong Chen said slowly. To take revenge without knowing the strength of the other party is not brainless. This is the kind of stuff that cures are drooling over. It's a good thing he has a good heart and is going to send the family across the street to be reunited today. When Wang Yuxuan's few girls heard this, they also arched their eyebrows with smiles in their eyes. If they hadn't been trying to remain ladies, they would have laughed out loud. Lan Ling Tian froze, and after reacting, he also grimaced. He couldn't figure out what kind of backbone a brat had to dare insult him like this. What an eloquent tongue. Later on I'll see if you can still speak. Lan Ling Tian said coldly. Cultivation erupted from Lan Ling Tian's body. An incomparably powerful sword intent surged out from his body, and at the same time, he drew the sword of the star at his waist, and the sky changed color all of a sudden, only to see that the stars in the sky had begun to glow and emit a brilliant light at some unknown time, and were actually connected to a five-pointed star sword formation. This was Lan Ling Tian's star sword body forming a resonance with the stars in the sky. Ha. Nangong Chen is going to be finished. This is the star battle body vision of Blue Jinchuan. It can only be revealed under the stars of the darkness of the night. At this time, Blue Jinchuan's battle power will increase by several times. No one can be defeated. A Sun God Palace disciple laughed out loud, thinking that the victory was assured. And the words are also like what he said in general. Blue Ling Tian at this moment the breath continues to skyrocket, and even reached the late stage of the great ability realm this kind of cultivation. Eyes open and closed surprisingly able to fly out of the sword chi. The whole person is like a divine sword in general brewing. He was waiting for the stars to converge and the sword formation to form, at which time his star sword body would reach an unprecedented level of power. Lan Ling Tian couldn't help but look down to see just what kind of a look Nan Gongchen had. Is it fear? Or shock? Or perhaps already on their knees, begging for mercy, begging not to do anything? Thinking of this, there was some anticipation in Lan Ling Tian's eyes. A vision? Nan Gongchen muttered after seeing it. Seems like he's got one too. When Lan Ling Tian saw that Nan Gongchen remained unmoved, he was a little angry in his heart. This guy, he must have been dumbfounded by his vision. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura unexpectedly rose from the void. The crowd looked up, only to see that at some point, a hazy chaotic gas had covered the stars in the sky. The visions rushed to the sky, the runes intertwined in the void, the divine radiance was bright. A green lotus, born with 3 leaves, the great Tao entwined, 3 births of all things, born in the midst of the misty chaos. When the green lotus appeared, the whole place was silent, and the pupils of the crowd were wide open, as if they had seen a miracle. This green lotus out of the world, the sunlight shines, with the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth, but also the momentum of the recovery of all things. The entire underground palace, at this moment, are shaking. This is the chaotic seed green lotus. Any vision in front of him must be suppressed by it. Nan Gongchen stood in the void, standing with his arms folded, his white clothes hunting, his eyes looking disdainfully, and under the backdrop of the visions, there was an invincible momentum, just like a king in white. Under this vision, no one would rise to the thought of fighting one. Lan Ling Tian's face turned white. He couldn't feel his connection with the roiling stars at all, and his breath fell back down crazily, returning to its original state in a flash. He looked at Nan Gongchen, and a flash of jealousy appeared in his eyes. By what right he would have such a powerful vision? Nan Gongchen's breath kept skyrocketing until it reached the peak of the profound realm, which was a terrifying increase. And amongst all the visions in the ancient times, it was not as heaven-defying as this. Is this the chaotic seed green lotus? Nan Gongchen muttered to himself, a ghostly light emanating from his heavy pupils. He could feel that under the chaotic seed green lotus, his strength would skyrocket, while the injuries he had suffered would be recovered in an instant, and the aura would be supplied continuously. The effects of each of these weights could be considered to be heaven-defying. Since you want to go see your brother, then I'll give you a ride, Nan Gongchen said silently, as if he had sensed Lan Ling Tian's thoughts of trying to escape. Boom! In the next moment, a divine thunderbolt descended, transforming into an incomparably terrifying thunder dragon that charged directly towards Lan Ling Tian. No! Lan Ling Tian's face changed drastically. His eyes looking at Nan Gongchen were filled with panic, and even, in the midst of such a vision, he didn't even have the courage to swing his sword. At this moment, the last thought in his mind was why he had to provoke this pervert, Nan Gongchen. But no matter how much regret there is, it's useless. Boom! The thunder dragon opened its mouth and directly swallowed its Blue Ling Tian. A burst of brilliant thunder ons erupted, and the entire void whitened. From then on, the heavenly ranking heavenly pride was directly missing one. Chapter 55, True Phoenix Statue, Peeping Tom. The whole room was in an uproar. A silence. Those disciples of the Sun God Palace, at this moment, their faces were pale, cold sweat soaked their backs, and they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. Their true blue pass is gone in one move? You guys have seen it, right? Nan Gongchen, who was in the void, smiled at them at this moment. When the disciples of the Sun God Palace saw this, they also shook their heads in panic, like rattlesnakes. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear, as if they had seen the devil. Relying on your central divine state status, you oppress Eastern divine state cultivators and plunder other states' chances. You Sun God Palace, how dare you call yourselves a righteous sect? Nan Gongchen sneered. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 thunderbolts fell, and thunderons filled the entire void, just like a thunder god dominating the heavens and earth. After seeing this, these disciples also widened their eyes and fled towards the outside. The thunderbolt fell as if it had grown eyes, precisely tracking on them, and soon, a cloud of blood mist erupted in the air. Below, Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration, waving her small pink fists, very excited, and the roundness of her chest was somewhat undulating. Master is right. Good killing. The other two's beautiful eyes were also glowing at the moment. They were originally Eastern Divine Prefecture cultivators, so they were very touched by Nan Gongchen's words. The man, it seemed, didn't seem so bad. The visions faded, and Nan Gongchen slowly descended. Protection money paid over. Nangong Chen reached out his hand towards Ruyan Lu and said, his expression bland. After Lu Ruyan heard this, she was also stunned, with some black lines on her head. Well, she regretted what she had just thought. Just like that, Lu Ruyan handed over the Tai Chu Xian ginseng to Nangong Chen's hands with an unwilling face. Nangong Chen put it away after confirming that it was correct. The primordial ginseng is a precious medicine that will only be born in 10,000 years, and its vitality is incomparably vigorous. Not only can it be served to enhance cultivation, but it can also cure some of the dark diseases in the body, which can be said to be incomparable against the heavens. Even if it was given to some gray-haired old man to take, it could even enhance his longevity and extend his life by more than 5 years. It just so happened that in his Tian Yuan spirit monument, there was a lack of some precious medicine breeding. If he could make a few copies of it, or even mass-produce it, it would be a big profit. When the time comes, he will be a wholesaler of precious medicines. What? Don't want to give up? Nangong Chen lightly glanced at Lu Ruyan. He also remembered that this female had let him get the vision of the chaotic seed green lotus in the first place, so he didn't know if he could still pop some gold coins out now. Lu Ruyan shook her head. She how dare if she said a word yes, later a thunder down. She can be honest. In the future, if you serve this young lord, you will naturally have less of these, Nangong Chen said casually, confidently. After Lu Ruyan heard this, she gave him a blank look, somewhat flirtatious. This man is good at everything, is too loved to draw a big cake. This kind of 10,000 years of precious medicine, even those top forces are only a handful, and how can you want to give it? That kind of talk is fine to fool other little girls, but not her. Zhou Wanner on the side was a bit half-hearted and then relieved, thinking that Nangong Chen had been so generous earlier. That shouldn't be a lie. Wang Yuxuan, on the other hand, was a bit jealous and looked at Lu Ruyan with a hostile face. Stinky woman, don't come to share the precious medicine with me. Seeing this, Nangong Chen's expression remained calm, nor did he have the slightest thought of trying to explain. Then he turned around and left. There's no point in explaining anything to this kind of busty woman. Saying too much will lower your IQ. Now that the chances of the underground palace were pretty much collected, and the secret realm was coming to an end, it was time to move on to find the last chance. I wonder how Su Li's search went on the other side, but she had a chance that she couldn't even see, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Nangong Chen's eyes flashed as he took one step. Seeing this, Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wanner both followed behind Nangong Chen as well. Soon, Ruyan Lu was left alone here. After a moment of thought and hesitation, Ruyan Lu also chose to follow. On the other side, inside an old church, the church was incomparably old, exuding a long-ago aura everywhere. The walls were full of cracks, and mottled bloodstains could still be seen on the altar, so old that the bloodstains were fading out. Soon, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared. The visitor's face was stunning. Her eyebrows were like ink paintings, her vermilion lips were as soft as cherries, and her 3,000 silver strands were dazzling. The entire person exuded a cold aura, and her temperament was incomparably ethereal, as if she was a fairy above the 9 heavens. This person was none other than Su Li. Su Li looked at the true phoenix statue in front of him and couldn't help but ask in his heart, Qi Yao, is the phoenix stone here? After Qi Yao heard this, she also revealed a bright light on her face and spoke. That's right, if my memory is correct, this is the place. She then added, the phoenix stone is within this true phoenix building, but it requires you to activate this statue. Activate? Su Li was a little confused in her eyes. Well, you slash and try. Qi Yao, who had also forgotten how to activate it, said uncertainly. There was also a bit of uncertainty in her eyes. She only remembered that the phoenix stone was in this statue, but she had forgotten how to get it. There was some worry in Qi Yao's eyes. It shouldn't trigger any taboos. After Su Li heard this, she didn't hesitate and swung her sword down. Rolling white smoke shook up, and when the smoke dissipated, it was astonishing to find that the statue was not moving at all. Not a single crack. Su Li's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat not expecting that her all-out strike from the peak of her purple mansion had not even shaken, not even leaving any traces. Boom! Only the next moment, vibrations began to come from the ground, and among the eyes of the true phoenix statue, 2 red lights unexpectedly erupted, and a powerful aura emanated from the statue, as if some terrifying existence was about to awaken. Su Li's figure flew, retreating towards the back, looking at the statue with a wary face. A cold wind blew. The statue unexpectedly began to shatter, revealing crimson feathers that emitted a red divine light. After Qi Yao saw this scene, she also let out a dark cry. It's really saying something. Newbie. As the stones fell one by one, the true phoenix looked like it had come to life. Its eyes had a ferocious light that ran through heaven and earth, and it exuded a terrifying pressure. Qi Yao also frowned after feeling this aura. Resurrected? Or a puppet? Although this aura was not as good as the true phoenix that she had beheaded the most trashy back then, it should be considered as the true phoenix's descendant, and it was still only a mere juvenile. Nonetheless, it was still too powerful for Suli. As the wind blew, the true phoenix's eyes turned, then locked onto Suli, erupting in extreme killing intent. The flames on his body were enough to burn the sky, killing towards Suli. At the same time, outside the church, a figure with an incomparably powerful aura fell. His gaze was cold, yet incomparably fiery when he saw Suli's figure inside. Finally, Chapter 56, What do you want to do? Dodge. Seeing this, Shi Yao also hurriedly reminded. Suli's figure flickered, exploding his cultivation, and his speed was extremely fast, just like a white meteor, dodging the strike. Boom! And Suli just position, directly smashed out a big pit. One side of the building has been reduced to pieces. There are still flames burning above. This is no ordinary flame. This is the phoenix fire that can burn out everything in the world. After Suli saw it, her heart flashed in her beautiful eyes. If a peak of the great power realm were to meet this move, I'm afraid it would have to melt instantly. When the true phoenix saw that it was dodged by Suli, it also showed a ferocious light. Its body was filled with flames, and just by gently lifting its wings, an endless sea of fire appeared in the void. Immediately after that, the true phoenix continued to kill towards Suli, transforming into a splendid bridge of fire, with an incomparably astonishing might on its body. Feeling this blazing flame, Suli's eyebrows slightly frowned. She disliked the feeling. Without the slightest bit of spiritual awareness, it would only attack the intruder. It seems that this true phoenix scion should have been refined into a scion. What a masterstroke! Shi Yao secretly sighed in her heart. The phoenix stone should be on it, so you'll be able to get it after you take care of it. Shi Yao opened her mouth and reminded. Suli nodded. The phoenix stone was important to her. Even this true phoenix puppet couldn't stop her from getting it. Subsequently, the ice phoenix divine body in her body exploded. Her eyes turning ice blue as an endless coldness emanated from her body, and the entire church began to spread into ice, with an ice phoenix silhouette appearing behind her. Suli's gaze was icy cold. Her skin was crystalline and radiant, and there were dull lines flowing on her body. As she waved her veiled hand, her mana surged, and countless ice cones rose up, their tips glittering with a cold light as they shot towards the true phoenix. At this moment, Suli's breath was amazing. Her pressure was incomparably terrifying, and under the reflection of the divine sunlight, she was so beautiful that she was just like the goddess of this heaven and earth. The true phoenix didn't hide, and lifted its wings. A huge and incomparable sea of fire rose up, trying to intercept the ice cones. Who knew that in the next moment, under such high temperatures, the ice cone didn't melt, but instead passed through it and penetrated the entire body of the true phoenix. Newbie! The true phoenix screamed miserably, miserable and incomparable. His body was dripping with blood, and the phoenix blood landed on the ground. Nuisance! And directly melted the ground. Suli's face was proud. This was not the usual ice. Nonetheless, the true phoenix looked like it wasn't afraid of pain, and that pair of huge eyes was filled with a fierce light as it lifted its wings and flew, and the void shook a bit as it grabbed towards Suli. This was the killing technique of the true phoenix clan. If caught by it, even Yushan, who was known for his defense, would have to instantly break through it and penetrate his body, so one could imagine how treacherous it was. Suli Su hand Buddha out, the power surging. A one-by-one ice shield rose, wanting to block this attack. At the same time, she pinched her right hand, her mana surged, and countless auras tilted out as she was brewing a killing move, and the void trembled a little. Right after the true phoenix broke through a heavy ice shield, in the moment it was about to grab Suli. Ice phoenix breaks the sky. Suli's red lips lightly opened, her face a little pale. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura unexpectedly surged out from her body, only to see a lifelike ice phoenix coalesce, carrying an endless phoenix might as it charged towards the true phoenix. Boom! The true phoenix was unexpectedly unable to defeat the icy wind condensed by Suli, losing ground, and the flames on his body shook, as if it was a kite with broken strings directly flying backwards, completely losing its ability to fight. Just as Suli breathed a sigh of relief, Ji Yao's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Look out! At some point, a figure was extremely fast and quietly circled around behind Suli. As if Suli could sense the danger, she instantly surged out an ice shield to wrap around herself. Boom! The light of the fist emerged, and the ice shield was smashed to pieces by the punch, with ice slag falling all over the place. Suli also felt a huge energy eruption hit her, and she flew out backwards at once, smashing into the wall. Her stunningly beautiful face was incomparably pale, and blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. Who is it? Suli's beautiful eyes contained frost, erupting with a murderous intent, her silver teeth clenched. Ha 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 ha, it seems that today, Both the beauty and the chance are mine. At an unknown time, Jun Wushwang's figure appeared in the void, only to be seen laughing, his face filled with a smug smile. Immediately after, Jun Wushwang slowly landed and smashed the dying True Phoenix to death with a single punch, and after its death, the True Phoenix transformed into a bit of starlight that condensed into a blood-red stone. This object is none other than the legendary Phoenix Stone. Those who have this item can penetrate the Phoenix treasure art and become invincible. After Jun Wushwang saw it, his eyes also erupted with an exquisite light as he pocketed the Phoenix Stone. At this moment, Qi Yao's face was very self-condemnation. If she didn't spend too much of her mind in front of her in order to explore the road, she wouldn't have followed a small tail behind her and didn't even realize it. It's all my fault, Qi Yao apologized, her eyes filled with guilt. Su Li shook her head after hearing this and did not blame her. If she had not let her guard down, she would not have been given the go-ahead by this villain. Although her internal organs were a bit damaged from this punch, she still had a bit of combat ability if she fought for a bit of rest time. After Jun Wushwang took the Phoenix Stone away, he turned his head to look at Su Li, his gaze blazing. I know you. You're the divine maiden of the great Zhou dynasty, aren't you? Or that white-clothed kid's Taoist. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jun Wushwang of the Dechen dynasty, and I am also a 9th grade divine body. And at this moment, Qi Yao was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, and couldn't think of any way to deal with it for a while. Most of all, it was because her current divine soul was too weak. If she had cultivated for some time, she would have been able to attach herself to Su Li for combat, and would not have been afraid of this little thief. Suddenly, she had a flash of insight. She couldn't attach herself, but someone could come over. Qi Yao flew in the void. Her beautiful eyes erupted with refined light as she scanned the entire underground palace, and soon, she found that white-clothed, peerless figure. Her red lips Wang moved and sent a few words attached to her divine thoughts, transforming into a white light. After seeing Nangong Chen arrive, she was relieved. It could be considered a solution to this trouble, but by then her identity might have to be guessed by Nangong Chen. Whatever. Guess what? Qi Yao's expression was a bit lethargic. A wave of drowsiness came over her. She knew that this was a side effect of using too much soul power. Before she went to sleep, she spoke. Don't worry. I've informed your man to come over. It'll just take a minute. I'll take a nap. When the words fell, she shrunk back into Su Li's mind and fell into a deep sleep. Su Li's beautiful eyes drifted off. Then her tone was icy. I don't care who you are. If you don't want to die, leave earlier. Jun Wushwang did not get angry after hearing this. After all, the beauty in front of him was not only extremely talented, but was also an iceberg, which was naturally hard to conquer. Ha ha ha, I left earlier? You didn't still think that white boy would come to your rescue, did you? I might as well sneakily tell you that the outside has already been laid by me with a concealment array, so no one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. If he can find it, I'll kneel and kowtow to him on the spot. Jun Wushwang smiled proudly. This was everything he had carefully prepared. After Su Li heard this, there was uneasiness in her beautiful eyes, and her stunningly beautiful face was a little pale. If he had really laid down a concealment array, would Nangong Chen still be able to find this place? Just at this time, an ice-cold and incomparable voice rang out. Oh, how do you want to knock? Chapter 57, Couples in Combat. The words fell. The smile at the corner of Jun Wushwang's mouth stiffened, his pupils shrinking slightly as he was filled with shock. How is that possible? Only to see that behind him, Nangong Chen was dressed in a stunning white suit. His gaze was indifferent, and his dragon walked slowly out of the shadows. His pair of eyes emitted a ghostly light, blazing incomparably. Inside there is the destruction of heaven and earth, the collapse of the great Tao vision, so that people do not dare to look directly at it, as if it was born as a king. I said, how do you want to knock? In the next moment, a fist light shone in the sky. Nangong Chen's body erupted with golden chi and blood. A white-clothed god king's silhouette coalesced, carrying a supreme pressure as he blasted towards Jun Wushwang. The divine elephant prison suppressing strength and the heavenly emperor fist came out in unison. The might shook through the 9 heavens, and the entire void was somewhat turbulent. Jun Wushwang's gaze was a little dull, and his body was unable to move as if he was locked in place. Danger! Extremely dangerous. Jun Wushwang could feel that if he were to take this punch hard, he would definitely die. His body erupted with green aura, green runes intertwined, and a blood aura erupted from his flesh, rushing straight into the sky. Green dragon transformation, only to see dense scales growing out of his arms, cold light piercing the eyes, with a hint of dragon power on it. Obviously, this was evolved from the green dragon. Under the Tsang Tian hegemony body's enhancement, Jun Wushwang's physical body had already reached an extremely strong point. Even the diamonds above the 9 heavens are inferior. This was his strongest defensive technique, and it had once blocked the full force of a peak great power. With confidence in his eyes, He couldn't believe that he couldn't block Nangong Chen's punch. Boom! Only to see this immense and incomparable fist main smashing into Jun Wuxuang's arms, a horrifying fluctuation erupted, shaking the heaven and earth for 100 miles in every direction. There was some worry in Su Li's pair of beautiful eyes, incomparably nervous as she watched the scene in front of her. Hiss! She clearly saw a figure flying backwards out of the white light, the scales of both arms falling to the ground, blood pouring out, and it was definitely Jun Wuxuang. Jun Wuxuang's eyes widened as his heart was filled with shock. He could no longer feel the sensation in his arms. How is it possible? He was at Song Tian hegemony body, but he couldn't even compare his flesh to Nangong Chen. On the other side, Nangong Chen's white clothes were immaculate, his immortal light was flowing and his black hair was flying, and he had a great sense of invincibility. I have never been defeated since I was young and have been cultivating since then. How can you, an unheard of brat, defeat me? I am an undefeated legend of the great Qian dynasty. Jun Wuxuang hissed, his eyes blood red, his body surging with blood qi. It was impossible for him to accept that he was a head lower than someone on top of his physical body, or between the prides of his generation. Su Li looked at the figure of Nangong Chen, and a strange color rose in her beautiful eyes. Of course she knew how strong this Jun Wuxuang's physical strength was, or the legendary Song Tian hegemony body, but she had not expected that it would still be suppressed by this man. Besides, Nangong Chen's talent was those terrifying eyes. Undefeated legend? Ridiculous. With this strength of yours, you dare to make presumptuous claims. Nangong Chen sneered, his tone filled with disdain. Immediately afterward, Nangong Chen's figure flickered and arrived in front of Su Li, taking out an elixir and handing it over. Swallow. The corners of his mouth wang, his tone soft. Su Li's face was also shocked after seeing this elixir. This was the legendary holy elixir, the Yumming Spirit elixir. The world is hard to find thousands of dollars. Unusual top forces are never sold, because the efficacy is too heavenly. There is a living dead, flesh and bone said. Su Li's stunningly beautiful face was a little pale. She just wanted to refuse some, but then she saw Nangong Chen's heartbreaking gaze. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a ripple within her as she was touched. Good. Su Li lowered her head and obediently swallowed the elixir, a blush crawling across her face, her eyes a bit mesmerized. This guy, why does he suddenly look like this? On the other side, Jun Wuxuang, who had collapsed in the middle of the huge pit, saw the scene and his eyes were capable of spewing out fury. This kid, he didn't even take him seriously, and he was still showing love there, completely ignoring him. I'm pissed off. He must be made to pay. Kuan Peng divine form. Jun Wuxuang roared as a green fluorescent light surged out from within his body. His already ruined arms surprisingly regained themselves, and his blood qi reached a point of fullness. In the void, there was even a green light that shone in the world, shining directly into the sky. This was the Kuan Peng divine form, one of the 9 divine forms of the Song Tian hegemony body. In the next moment, Jun Wuxuang transformed into a Kuan Peng, shaking the 9 heavens and lifting his wings. This was his divine form, unstoppable and indestructible. Sensing this strange movement, Nangong Chen also looked over, his heavy pupils emitting a ghostly light. Is this the divine form of the Song Tian overlord body? It doesn't seem to be much more than that, he muttered, preparing to fight forward. Suddenly, Nangong Chen felt his right hand being pulled, and he turned his head to look. Su Li's cool immortal-like face flashed a hint of blush as she slowly explained. I've almost recovered now. I'm also a 9th grade divine body, and I'm going to fight with you as well. Nangong Chen froze and laughed. Of course we can. Today we, husband and wife, will skin this big bird. After Su Li heard this, the corners of her mouth also rose, with a smile in her eyes. Good. The two of them then stood in the void like a pair of divine couples, their breath as powerful as an abyss. Both of you must die today. In the void, Jun Wuxuang roared, his eyes seeming as if they could spew out fury as he was once again ignored by them. Now that the first divine form of his hegemonic body had become a reality, no one would be his opponent, and he would be invincible in the world. Boom! Only to see the Kuan Peng that Jun Wuxuang had transformed into, directly lifting its wings and moving, rushing towards the two of them at an extremely fast speed, its body overflowing with golden light, carrying infinite power. With this move, if a divine king realm cultivator were to face it, I'm afraid they would all have to go all out, and if they were not careful, they would be doomed. But how could the two Nangong Chen be unusual heavenly prides? Nangong Chen's body was radiant, running the great Tao immortal scripture, with runes intertwining on his body, and his heavy pupil was incomparably blazing, erupting with an eye light that was enough to tear apart the heavens and the earth. At the same time, his right hand executed the Thunder Emperor treasure art, and in an instant, the sky changed in color, heavy with dark clouds and thunder and lightning, and a heavenly thunder that shocked the world fell. still making a thunder dragon, chopping towards the Kuan Pang. Su Li also struck out. Between the vegetative hand Buddha out, mana surged. A huge ice and snow divine phoenix coalesced. Vivid, with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, rushed straight to Kuan Pang. At the same time, countless snowflakes fell and the ground froze, with the power of rules on it that could reduce the speed of everything in the world. Boom! An eye light directly pierced through the Kuan Pang's wings, and golden blood kept dripping down, while that one thunder dragon bit on top of the Kuan Pang's flesh, erupting into a huge vibration. Jun Wuxuang saw the ice and snow divine phoenix charging towards him. He was bruised and battered and desperately wanted to get rid of it, but then he felt the heavens and the earth descending ice and snow, striking on top of his physical body. In the next moment, he unexpectedly felt a trace of coldness surging into his wounds, spreading throughout his body, and all the movements he made were slowed down, and for a moment, he was unable to even apply his spiritual energy. Jun Wuxuang's eyes widened as he looked at Su Li with anger in his eyes. It's all because of this her. Boom! Right between Jun Wuxuang's struggles to break free, the ice and snow divine phoenix charged directly towards him, carrying with it a roiling coldness. Chapter 58 Jun Wuxuang's self-detonation. Shura? Jun Wuxuang felt bone-piercing coldness on his body, as if he had entered the extreme realm of the nine heavens, and in an instant, his divine form shattered, transforming into a human form and crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Nangong Chen's one double pupil once again erupted with radiant eye light, blazing incomparably, even more immense than the previous might. Obviously, he wanted to decapitate Jun Wuxuang. Su Li's beautiful eyes contained frost, without a trace of sympathy. If it was not for Nangong Chen's timely arrival, I am afraid that this villain will have his way today. However, just as the eye light was about to penetrate into Jun Wuxuang, the jade pendant between Jun Wuxuang's neck unexpectedly erupted with a brilliant divine radiance, blocking the strike, and at the same time, a vortex appeared in the void. When Nangong Chen saw this, blazing eye light once again erupted from his heavy pupils, and this time, his target was Jun Wuxuang's right hand. Pust! Jun Wuxuang wailed in pain as his right hand fell straight to the ground, golden blood gushing out unceasingly. I remember both of you. When my main body is fully cultivated, I will definitely use your lives to accompany me. At this time, Jun Wuxuang changed his normal state. His face was calm and his eyes were resentful as he coldly looked at them and said, "The main body? Then you'll be even more unable to leave today." Nangong Chen reacted after hearing this. His heavy pupils surprisingly erupted with a never-before-seen divine radiance. Order and runes intertwined as a divine chain stretched out, grasping towards Jun Wuxuang at an extremely fast and incomparable speed. This was one of the secret techniques of the heavy pupil, capable of trapping the enemy into a small world. Except that the technique consumed a great deal of the caster. Jun Wuxuang froze, incomparable shock in his eyes. He had half a foot in the void and he could be entangled by this divine chain. Well. Interesting, heavy pupil. I really underestimated you. At this moment, Jun Wuxuang looked as if he had changed into a different person, and the anger in his eyes had disappeared. Instead he said with some sighs, "You are Jun Wuxuang's main body?" Su Li snapped in a cold voice. She was ice smart and naturally guessed a lot. Nangong Chen's expression was bland as he said indifferently, "Aren't you going to blow yourself up yet? I'm too lazy to pull you in. After all, it would indeed be somewhat unworthy if this doppelganger wasted his energy to deal with it. Ha. It's really interesting. Don't bother with this alter ego. I'm looking forward to meeting you, and next time, I'll kill you with my own hands." Jun Wuxuang was a little surprised when he heard this and laughed out loud. His eyes were rampant with a sense of confidence. He then gathered his spiritual energy and wanted to explode himself. After Su Li saw this, she was also ready to make a move to try to stop him, but she was stopped by Nangong Chen. "There's no harm in it. If the secondary body blows itself up, the primary body will also be greatly affected. So let him die, and then we'll slaughter him the next time we meet." Nangong Chen said slowly. He had read about this secret method in Hong Tian's memories. Boom! The white light shone brightly, erupting into a violent wave that swept around. Nangong Chen also pulled Su Li into his arms, and when he raised his hand, a divine radiance barrier appeared without any impact. After Su Li felt this warm embrace, the roots of her ears also flushed all of a sudden, and the scent of Nangong Chen's body came to her face. After Su Li inhaled a mouthful, her face was a bit mesmerized. It smelled so good. She didn't know why, but the aura of Nangong Chen's body came with a Taoist charm, an immortal aura that made people a bit desirous and comfortable. What she didn't know was that it was because of the effects of the great Tao immortal scripture that Nangong Chen had cultivated that was so refreshing to the mind. After a while, the fluctuations also disappeared completely. Su Li was somewhat reluctant to come out from Nangong Chen's arms. Her absolutely beautiful face was a little flushed. Her skin was like gelatin, emitting a crystalline glow. and she looked tantalizingly incomparable. Nangong Chen naturally did not notice any of this. His mind was always on Jun Wushuang's main body and the storage ring on the ground. It was also unknown where Lord Jun Wushuang's body came from, what kind of power it was. After pondering for a long time to no avail, he shook his head and thought no more. Forget about it, let's just keep the soldiers at bay. Let's water to cover the earth. If we meet in the future, the big deal is to kill again. Nangong Chen picked up Jun Wushuang's storage ring and a spiritual sense shot into it. After a breath, there was some excitement in Nangong Chen's eyes. A large amount of immortal crystals were among them. He counted. There were 86 pieces. There were also 7 precious medicines, and dozens of heavenly rank techniques. This number of immortal crystals is not small, about equal to a top power's home base. It seems that this should be Jun Wushuang's main body given to him. The great Qin dynasty cannot take it out. Now look at it this way. These resources are cheap for him alone. But even so, Nangong Chen was still in great need of a constant supply of immortal crystals. One must know that in order to provide the Tian Yuan spirit tablet with immortal spirit liquid, he had thrown in almost all of the immortal crystals in the heavenly abyss mansion. And of course, almost all of those precious medicines of the family had been thrown in as well. Nangong Chen threw these 86 immortal crystals in and transformed them into 86 drops of immortal spirit liquid in a container that was raised by a full 2 inches. It could be said that as long as the more immortal spirit liquid was stored, the higher the concentration of aura inside, the faster the cultivation speed would naturally be. And the entire heavenly Yuan spirit monument in which had also changed. The cultivation speed had almost doubled, from the original time when he had smashed it to 20 years for a precious medicine, to now when he only needed 10 years for a plant. 10 years in the eyes of a cultivator is just an instant. Put in the middle of this world, it is not too long. Right now, he had 200 precious pills inside his heavenly Yuan spirit tablet, and when he waited for 10 years, he would be able to obtain 400 precious pills, which would be a qualitative leap. 400 I'm afraid that the entire Xian Tian domain cannot come up with so many precious medicine out. These precious medicine alone need to grow 10,000 years, or 100,000 years. Some of the divine medicine is even more than 10 million years. An epoch of time almost can be generated. When he thought that he was about to become a treasure pill wholesaler 10 years later, there was some excitement in Nangong Chen's eyes. However, he quickly came back to his senses and gave the phoenix stone out, handing it over to Su Li. Seeing this, Su Li just wanted to refuse. After all, this was Nangong Chen's trophy, and this time, if it wasn't for her, she wouldn't necessarily be able to go out. Who knows, that Nangong Chen slowly said. This object is not very useful to me. It is better to give it to you to enhance your strength. The big deal is that later on, when you become stronger, you will repay me with other opportunities. Only after Su Li heard this did she accept it thoughtfully, and light erupted in her beautiful eyes as she spoke earnestly. Okay, I'll remember. Nangong Chen couldn't help but lose his smile and said softly, between you and me, why be so subtle? Su Li shook his head. This is not a small chance. The Phoenix Stone is the Phoenix clan's most precious treasure. If it is placed in the outside world, it is an existence that will set off a bloody storm. All the good that Nangong Chen had done for her, she would keep in her heart and would definitely repay her in the future. At the same time, Su Li was also very touched. This kind of chance, if it was between relatives, all would not necessarily be so frank to give it away. But Nangong Chen did not care about giving it to her. This was enough to prove her position in Nangong Chen's heart. Su Li looked at Nangong Chen's handsome face. The heart cannot help but some indescribable flavor. Just so want to spend the rest of their lives with him. The iceberg in her heart slowly melted, and a man grew inside her. And at this moment outside, 2 beautiful figures also hurriedly arrived. Wang Yuxuan also looked excited after seeing Nangong Chen. Master, I've finally found you. Zhou Wanner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw that Nangong Chen was fine. Then she reacted. No, this asshole looked naked. Why should she worry about him? Nangong Chen was a bit speechless, as Su Li on the side was already casting kind glances at him. I wonder where this one sister came from again. Su Li laughed, a hint of a smile unexpectedly appearing on her stunningly beautiful face. The originally moving and incomparable voice was cold at the moment, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at the black-skirted and beautiful Zhou Wanner. It had the appearance that if he couldn't explain clearly today, he would let him have no good fruit to eat. Chapter 59, The Jun Family. Moreover, Su Li's gaze was suspicious as she looked at Zhou Wanner and felt some familiarity. It's like that who? Seeing that he couldn't muddle through, Nangong Chen also let out a sigh and slowly explained. So, now do you understand? Nangong Chen generalized what had happened earlier. Of course, the matter of helping Zhou Wanner find out about the parasites was censored. After all, there were too many people here to tell. When the words fell, Su Li and Wang Yuxuan were a bit dazed. So that's how it was. I told you. You must be the seventh princess, Wang Yuxuan said with some excitement, her pair of beautiful eyes sizing up Zhou Wan'er. It seemed that her earlier assumptions were not wrong. She was still smart. Zhou Wan'er also nodded gently after hearing this. It is true that some did not think that you have lived such a miserable life. Su Li was also a bit soft-hearted at this time and opened her mouth. His mother was killed by the king of the Great Zhou, and he himself was also planted with parasites by the king of the Great Zhou and trained to be an assassin, and has been tortured since his childhood. Zhou Wan'er froze for a moment, then her eyes dimmed a bit. It doesn't have to be soon. There's a new king in Great Zhou. Right at this moment, Nangongchen opened his mouth and said, his expression indifferent, and there was a sense of confidence in his tone. The main reason was still that the great king of Zhou had assassinated him 3 times, and it wasn't just for Zhou Wan'er alone. He's not as charitable as that. After the 3 women heard this, their beautiful eyes were also shocked, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Zhou Wan'er was stunned. Her vermilion lips pursed lightly. For a moment she didn't know what to say, and a flash of color unexpectedly surged out from under her dark eyes. I'm afraid that the only one who can avenge her in Great Zhou is Nangongchen. If he gets his revenge later, what's the harm in taking orders from Nangongchen? Su Li and Wang Yuxuan were silent. This kind of thing was not something they could influence. Nangongchen letting them know was already enough to trust them. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit silent. Now that the explanation is clear, you won't be jealous anymore, right? Seeing this, Nangongchen also looked at Su Li and laughed. Who is jealous of you? So shameless. Su Li's face blushed a little, and her veiled hand whacked his chest. At this time, she returned to normal in her beautiful eyes, clearly having believed Nangongchen's words. Nangongchen laughed, fortunately did not ask him how to remove the compulsion. Otherwise the vinegar jar will flip again. How come I haven't seen her as a maiden so jealous before? So this is the contrast? When Wang Yuxuan saw this scene, her large, soulful eyes were filled with envy. She also wanted to flirt with her master so squarely, but it suddenly occurred to her mind that she and her master, in private, were also very close? Even if it was that kind of thing that they had done, could this be cheating? Wang Yuxuan's fair and lovely face unexpectedly surfaced a hint of redness, and hot air even rose from her head. This kind of thing, she also only in the words of the book has seen, did not expect their own personal experience but so exciting, really fun. Nangongchen noticed her abnormality and glanced at her. What was this niece thinking again? Zhou Wan'er, on the other hand, looked at the several of them somewhat strangely, and it was only at this time that she somewhat reacted. So it turned out that just now Nangongchen explained that it was because the goddess was jealous? The goddess would actually be moved. I didn't expect the goddess to have such a side, and seeing it today had refreshed a lot of her perceptions. However, the way Nangongchen explained was somewhat cute, not like his usual fierce appearance. The corner of Zhou Wan'er's mouth hooked up, and there was some playfulness under her dark eyes. The 4 of them just walked along, their minds divided. Nakagami State, the hidden family, the Jun family. A young man was seated in a holy place. His breath was like an abyss. His body emanated divine radiance, and there were runes intertwined around him, incomparably divine and powerful. In the void, there are even divine forms evolving. Koan Pang, the Great Cauldron, the Kirin and so on. Each of them had an astonishing aura, and visions were appearing frequently. Suddenly, Jun Wuxuang spat out a mouthful of blood, and the divine form that was evolving in the void collapsed, the entire person's aura wavering as if he had been heavily injured. Who is it? Destroyed my detached body. Jun Wuxuang's eyes were red as he roared. His body was incomparably weak, and even his cultivation began to fall. Soon, several elders with powerful auras appeared and also came before Jun Wuxuang in a panic. Kamiko, what happened? In the next moment, the void tore apart and a luxuriously dressed woman walked out from it. Seeing Jun Wuxuang like this, she was also incredibly shocked. Wuxuang, what happened to you? A few elders also retreated to the side after seeing the woman. Not daring to say much, someone has destroyed the alter ego that I left behind in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. I don't know who this person is to be so bold. Jun Wuxuang said coldly. Eastern Divine State? How bold? Someone go down and investigate for me. Any slightest trace must be found out for me. The woman was also furious after hearing this, and chided. Yes. When the elders heard this, they also nodded with a respectful expression before disappearing in place. If I find out who dares to spoil our Jun family's good deed, let's see if I don't pull out his tendons and bones and exterminate his entire family, the woman said viciously. Jun Wuxuang nodded, then calmly said, now that the opening of the Chu clan's immortal collection is imminent, it is imperative that we still fuse another detached body first. I can't wait for the perfection realm. I have a bad feeling about this. When the fusion of my split outer body is complete, it will be the time for me to come out of the world. At that time, I will be running across the younger generation of the Xian heavenly domain. No one will be my opponent. I will walk out on an invincible path. He carried a monstrous battle intent, incomparably confident, as if he were a teenage supreme being. After hearing this, the woman's eyes also glowed and she exclaimed, "Good, worthy of being my June family's divine son, one must be so confident." Afterwards, the woman's face was a bit regretful, but it's a pity to lose a detached body and not be able to cultivate the heaven-mending art to perfection. June Wushuang also grunted coldly, "It's just a mere detached body. I don't need to be perfect to suppress them, but has anything happened in the Xian heavenly domain lately?" After the woman heard this, she was about to shake her head, but then her eyes lit up and she spoke. "There is. The Nine Heavens mysterious realm has emerged, right in the middle of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. But there is another most shocking one, and that is the appearance of a Super 9 qualification heavy pupil in the Eastern Divine Prefecture." Eastern Divine State? A Super 9th grade qualified heavy pupil? June Wushuang was shocked. His face was a bit cloudy. Wasn't the Eastern Divine Prefecture the place where his detached body was killed? But this Super 9th grade heavy pupil was even there. There can't be any connection between the two. Super 9? Who did you hear that from? June Wushuang asked. His brows furrowed. There was actually someone else with a higher qualification than him. How could that be? It's listed in the Tianji Pavilion. I don't know if it's true or not. The woman shook her head, some uncertainty in her tone. That should be what the Tianji Pavilion did on purpose. How could anyone in this world exceed the 9th grade? But it's good. Since the Tianji Pavilion wants to create a god, when I come out, I'll suppress this so-called heavy pupil first, and set up my path to invincibility. June Wushuang looked out of the corner of his eye and said confidently, already targeting Nangong Chen. Chapter 60, Beheading Dead Bodies. All gathered together. The core of the underground palace. A thick black fog filled the air everywhere, making it impossible to reach out and giving off an eerie aura. And in the midst of this black fog, a white divine light was slowly moving forward. Under the white light, it was none other than the four Nangong Chen. A ghostly light emanated from Nangong Chen's heavy pupils, which seemed to be able to see everything in the black mist, easily dodging many obstacles. "These eyes of yours? They are quite good," Su Li said coldly and uncharacteristically. Nangong Chen's face was bland, and he smiled after hearing this. "It's just a matter of playing out the appropriate role. I heard that some powerful double pupils see all the coverings in the world, including human ones?" Su Li continued to ask. She was a bit curious. If Nangong Chen could see everything in the darkness of the night, and even better, could he see through falsehoods? Then wouldn't that mean that he could see through? Thinking of this, her ears blushed a little. Wouldn't that mean that she had been looked at by Nangong Chen many times? After Nangong Chen heard this, he instead glanced back at Su Li. A snowy white net to the eye. He's a little weak. He didn't think it was possible. Can't. Nangong Chen held back his shock and said calmly, "That's okay." Su Li breathed a sigh of relief, thankful and disappointed. Of course, if she were to see Nangong Chen's expression at this moment, she would definitely not think so. "Really, can't I?" Just then, Wang Yuxuan playfully opened her mouth. Nangong Chen subconsciously looked over. It's good not to see it, but it's a bit of a shock. "Red or black?" Wang Yuxuan suddenly asked, her tone somewhat playful. "Red." "No. What red-black?" Nangong Chen almost said it subconsciously. At this moment, the suspicious gazes of both Su Li and Zhou Wan'er were also cast over. "It's fine," Wang Yuxuan said in a panic, her face blushing under the darkness. She heard it. Just now Nangong Chen almost said red. He could really see inside herself. Wouldn't that mean that she had been discovered by Nangong Chen when she wore those disgraceful clothes? Wang Yuxuan was trembling, irritated and embarrassed. After Su Li heard this, she also turned her head back, her cool and absolutely beautiful face somewhat puzzled. She always felt like there was a ghost, but she couldn't tell. Zhou Wan'er, who was on the side, was sizing up Nangong Chen with teasing eyes. "I can't believe it. I can't believe it. There's a thing between these two." The poor goddess was kept in the dark. Ah, if she knew later, her expression would be wonderful. The corners of Zhou Wan'er's mouth lifted as she thought with a belly laugh. Just as several people had different thoughts, Nangong Chen suddenly stopped. "Not right," Nangong Chen muttered. After hearing this, a few women also showed vigilance and stopped thinking about it. In the next moment, the ground unexpectedly flowed with red blood, and a putrid odor surged up. At the same time, these corpses and bones lying on the ground unexpectedly began to recover their flesh at this moment, their eyes red, and their bodies exuding an eerie coldness. Hiss! These dead corpses unexpectedly acted as if they possessed spiritual intelligence, killing towards Nangong Chen and the others. Surprisingly, they are all dead bodies of the great power realm. Su Li said in shock even after sensing it. Boom! Nangong Chen's heavy pupils blazed as a ray of light burst out, instantly disintegrating the few dead bodies that rushed forward. Su Li and the three of them all pulled out their weapons as well, their cultivation exploding as they moved forward to meet the enemy, only to see a dead body smashing into the wall. It unexpectedly erupted with black blood that nourished and eroded the stone wall. They have poison on them. Don't touch them. Seeing this, Nangong Chen also warned. After the three women heard this, they also quickly pulled away, urging to send out their power. And for a time, divine ons fell, runes intertwined, and mana surged as they pressed downward. Hundreds of dead corpses instantly turned into smoke and ash, but the next moment, more and more corpses turned into dead corpses within a 10-mile radius, numbering in the thousands. Su Li and the others were just about to let out a sigh of relief when they saw so many dead corpses rushing towards them, their pupils shrinking slightly in disbelief. How come after killing one wave, there are so many more? What can we do? Wan Yuxuan was a bit at a loss for words and her face was a bit pale. After Nangong Chen finished solving the 100 dead corpses over there all by himself, he also looked around with cold eyes. How about you guys try this trick? In the next moment, Nangong Chen stood in the void, and between the lifting of his hands, the heaven and earth were intertwined with thunder and lightning, and the clouds were so dense that it was as if the god of thunder had descended, and the entire underground palace was whitening. The group of dead corpses actually froze for a moment after seeing it, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes, a feeling that came from instinct. What is this? Zhou Wanner couldn't help but murmur at this moment as her beautiful eyes widened as well. One of the 10 fierce treasure arts of the ancient times. The Thunder Emperor treasure art. Su Li's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange color as she opened her mouth and said that she had once seen it in an ancient book. When these words came out, Wan Yuxuan and Zhou Wanner's pretty faces were shocked. The 10 fierce treasure arts. But the world's top divine arts. If one could obtain one of them, one would be invincible in the world. Nangong Chen's ebony hair flew. His white clothes were overwhelming, and his Thunder Emperor treasure art was pushed to the extreme, and in an instant, countless divine thunderbolts fell, transforming into a thunder dragon that carried supreme might. The Thunder Emperor's treasure art was an innate restraint against these evil demons. Boom! In the middle of the underground palace, white ons rushed into the sky and countless thunderbolts erupted. All the dead bodies within a 10-mile radius were turned into soot. Not a single one left. Soon, the black mist dissipated, and another group of people happened to arrive, and after seeing the scene in front of them, they were also wide-eyed. There were a lot of people coming. All of them were carrying patches of blood on their bodies. Their faces were incredibly pale, and it was obvious that they were being chased by these dead corpses on their way here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Xing couldn't help but shout, as if he had seen a miracle. A dozen or so dead bodies on their way here had tortured them to death. Now thousands of them and all of them were killed? Even Xu Yan was shocked when she saw it, and her beautiful eyes were filled with color. Heavy pupil person. Must not be messed with in the future. The current strength? There is definitely the top 10 of the heavenly list. No, even the top 5. If possible, this time, the Chu clan's immortal collection quota could be sent to them for good karma. After Yushan Shan saw this scene, he also couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly as cold sweat fell. The heavy pupil. It really is as terrifying as it is. If he hadn't let go earlier, I'm afraid he would have become all this gray smoke by now. At the end of this 9 heavenly mysteries, he must give feedback to the clan's court elder and give more immortal crystals. This kind of demon, in the future, he will definitely take off. So he will first make a good relationship with him. The most shocked person here was still Zhou Wanzhou in the crowd. He couldn't believe that this nigh unbelievable lightning art was released by a heavy pupil. This even had some speculation in his heart. Could it be that Nangong Chen had a second physique on him? A Thunder Road physique above the 8th grade. There was some unwillingness in his eyes, without a trace of jealousy, because the gap with Nangong Chen was simply too great. It really didn't occur to me that the final winner of the Great Zhou was actually Nangong Chen. The Nangong Chen who had been a playboy for 18 years. That's when another group came from beyond the core. Where is Jun Wushuang of my Great Qian Heavenly Pride? Was he victimized by your Great Zhou? Qian Hao, the Great Qian's Grand Imperial Prince, opened his mouth and said, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at Nangong Chen. He was well aware that Jun Wushuang had disappeared after following Su Li, which meant that their Great Qian's Heavenly Pride had been brutalized for the likes of their Great Zhou. After the crowd saw this scene, they also looked at De Qian and the others with teasing eyes. Dare to provoke Nangong Chen at this time. You guys don't think you've lived long enough. Chapter 61, Trapped? Coffin? In the void, Nangong Chen coldly glanced at them, and as his eyes opened and closed, purple runes flickered, and a strand of the divine chain of order intertwined, as if he were the master of heaven and earth. Vaguely, in the heavy pupil can see the star-sinking sun destruction, heaven and earth destruction vision. as if it can devour all things in the world, shocking people's soul. These eyes were simply too terrifying, and even God King realm powerhouses would have their hearts palpitate at the sight of them. But the disciples of the Dakian dynasty coughed up blood. They were the top heavenly pride among the Dakian dynasty, but now they couldn't even resist the pressure of the heavy pupil. When the other celestial pride saw the double pupils, they all turned white and retreated. Everyone was shocked, their pupils shrinking slightly, not expecting the aura emanating from the heavy pupil to be so terrifying. Shenhao was even looking directly at Nangong Chen, and all of a sudden, he felt as if his own soul was being devoured, and with a plop, he even directly knelt down. A foul-smelling liquid gushed from the ground. As a heavenly pride second only to Jun Wuxuang in Deqian, he was now unable to resist even a single glance. At this moment, Deqian and the others no longer dared to mention the matter of Jun Wuxuang because this man was too terrifying, as if their heads were going to fall to the ground the next moment. At the same time, they secretly speculated that it would be justifiable if Jun Wuxuang was unable to defeat the heavy pupil. They had not felt such a terrifying pressure on Jun Wuxuang. Is this the legendary heavy pupil? Yu Shan muttered. His face shocked as a sense of powerlessness was born in his heart. It was really too strong. So strong that they despaired. Is this the Super 9 qualification heavy pupil? Of course, there were many people present who had such thoughts, and Yu Shan was not the only one. Xu Xing, on the other hand, froze a little, his eyes filled with fear and then with excitement. If such a strong person were to be his own brother-in-law in the future, wouldn't that mean that the entire Xian heavenly domain would be rampant with him? That's right, he must pull over as his brother-in-law, even if his sister doesn't agree, or he can directly charm his sister and send her to the bed of the heavy pupil, so that the rice will be cooked. Thinking of this, a flash of fire grew in his eyes and his face was incomparably determined. Xu Yan, on the other hand, secretly marveled, her beautiful eyes blooming with color. Worthy of being a super 9th grade heavy pupil, this kind of pressure had not even been brought to her by those demons. At the same time, a touch of wariness surged out of her. If she had the chance, she really wanted to challenge someone as overwhelming as this. Suli saw that Nangong Chen scared the piss out of the opposite party with a single look, and her beautiful eyes were filled with laughter. Not bad for her man. Wang Yuxuan, on the other hand, looked at Nangong Chen's back with a face of infatuation, her eyes filled with admiration. Zhou Wanner was also a bit shocked. This was the first time she had intuitively felt the power of Nangong Chen's heavy pupils. There was some envy in her eyes. If only she could be so powerful. Nangong Chen looked ahead. An ancient tree unexpectedly grew in the void, covering the sky. The trunk of the tree rushed straight to the dome of the sky. Underneath, a sea of spirit in the sky, in which there were stars roaming. It looked divine and incomparable. In the center of the ancient tree, a golden yellow Dao fruit was growing, emitting dense immortal light, with the great Dao intertwining on it, and a purple aura shining through, just like an ancient saint coming out of the world. Is this the legendary Hongmeng Dao fruit? Nangong Chen was shocked in his eyes as he muttered to himself. It was rumored that the Hongmeng Dao fruit matured once an epoch, so wouldn't that mean that if it was placed in the heavenly Yuan spirit monument, it could still regenerate? At this moment, everyone was looking at the Hongmeng Dao fruit with fiery faces. They all knew that this was the main event. If anyone could capture it, then they could truly soar to the heavens and change their destiny against all odds. Despite this, none of them took the lead at this moment, all waiting for someone to take the lead. When Nangong Chen saw the scene, he also laughed coldly. A pair of double pupils could see through all the illusions in the world. How could a worldly wonder like the Hongmeng Dao fruit be so easy to pluck? Soon, someone made a move. With a powerful aura and extremely fast speed, a famous heaven's pride on the earth list. His face blazed incomparably as he muttered inside his mouth. Since none of you are going to make a move, then the Hongmeng Dao fruit is mine. Seeing that someone had moved out, the others also exploded their cultivation, their eyes blazing as they flew away like shooting stars. Xu Xing was a bit eager to try, and as he was about to make his move, he was pulled back by Chu Yan. Chu Yan said indifferently, "What's the hurry? Can't you see that there are others who haven't made a move either?" After saying that, she looked over to Nangong Chen. Xu Xing also instantly realized, right-oh, brother-in-law didn't even make a move. So what did he move? One could only see the spirit sea under the divine tree erupting and white awns converging, like some incomparably terrifying existence was about to come out. The crowd's eyes widened as a sense of unease surged through them. In that surging spirit sea, an incomparably huge coffin unexpectedly surfaced. Countless demonic chi overflowed from it, and a blood light shot up to the sky. What kind of existence is in this coffin? And the spirit sea, in an instant, also became blood red and turbid, as if it had been eroded. Boom! Coffin unveiled and up, a black figure out of it, his pair of eyes blood red berserk, stout body, features fuzzy ugly, In the human form is no different. Let a person see heart fear. Jia jia jia. Thousands of years ago, to have another blood meal delivered to my door. It's not in vain that I've been sleeping so far. The blood corpse laughed coldly. Its aura powerful to the extreme. Above the spirit sea. After seeing this, these celestial pride also secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. And there was some fear in their pupils. Because the aura on this blood corpse's body was simply too terrifying. And compared to those blood corpses from earlier, it was simply nothing. Not on the same level. Moreover, the most important thing was that he had awakened his spiritual intelligence. To know, blood corpses and other filthy things, is the heavens are not allowed, not to mention cultivate into a spirit. Cultivation is very difficult. And now, they actually saw the blood corpse's open spirit. This was enough to prove that the blood corpses in front of them were probably older than even their ancestors. Could it be that you set this up? A heavenly pride questioned in a cold voice. Did it take a stupid blood meal to react? But it's already too late. Blood corpse said playfully, his eyes filled with teasing. And in the next moment, magic power surged. A monstrous demonic intent transformed into a giant palm, pressing down towards the crowd. After the crowd saw it, they also panicked and wanted to escape, but realized that it was already too late. This huge palm was like carrying a chicken, grabbing them in their hands. As for those cultivators who had yet to make a move, their pupils shrunk slightly, shocked beyond measure. One should know that most of these cultivators were at the high level of the Purple Mansion realm, and there were many of them at the Mighty realm, but now they did not have any resistance at all. No! Help! Those celestial pride who had been captured shouted out, casting their eyes towards the rest of the people. Nangongchen coldly watched all this. Even if he could save it, there was no need to save it. After all, he was not a holy mother. In the presence of the crowd, the blood corpses opened their pouring mouths and sent them directly into their mouths. Boom! Swallowed in one mouthful. The picture was incomparably bloody and cruel, and after eating it, the blood corpse even hiccuped, somewhat unfulfilled, and looked at the rest of the people with a bloodshot gaze. Chapter 62. With all his cards in hand, he decimated the Blood Demon King. After the crowd saw this scene, their hearts were filled with fear and their faces turned a little pale. This blood corpse was so powerful, who on earth could match it? Blood corpse's body was stout, and the entire person erupted like a deep sea bomb, carrying a terrifying pressure as he rushed towards the side of the Haoran pavilion that had the most people. Not good. Yushan Shan gave a dark cry as his fleshly body erupted with radiant golden light, his chi and blood surging upwards, wanting to block the blood corpse. Those disciples behind them, on the other hand, seemed to have been stunned into silence and stayed dumbfounded in place, a bit dazed. Boom! Yushan Shan flew out directly backwards, spitting blood from his mouth. His arms suffered a heavy blow, and he smashed heavily into the middle of the wall, causing a puff of smoke and ash. Not bad. Surprisingly able to block my strike. The blood corpse showed a sneer on its face and scoffed, the baleful aura on its body incomparably thick. Then, he turned his gaze to Nangongchen's side. After seeing Nangongchen, his face was a bit surprised, and then a color of excitement appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect. Among the blood food that came in this time, there is a great tonic, and it's not in vain that I, the Blood Demon King, have awakened. What a great surprise! Now that I have just awakened, my strength is far from its peak. If I swallow you, I'm afraid that I will be able to recover my peak period at an early date. The Blood Demon King? When these words came out, the faces of the people changed greatly. They can hear that there is a kind of blood corpse after cultivating to the extreme. It can have consciousness. Order the rest of the blood corpse. The body's battle power is even stronger than a saint. It was rumored that the last Blood Demon King had lost 5 saints before he was suppressed. That's right. It was suppressing, not killing. Blood corpses were born from the grievances of the corpses. It was very difficult to kill them, not to mention blood corpses of the Blood Demon King's level. Although this Blood Demon King in front of them hadn't recovered to its peak strength, even so, it wasn't something they could deal with. When Xu Yan saw this, her face paled a bit, but she still cheerfully said, "What bad luck! I didn't expect to encounter such an existence. Prepare to write a suicide note." Her voice trembled a little, enough to see the powerlessness. The difference was simply too great. The Blood Demon King's current strength, not to mention the Saint realm, but at least the best among the God King realm. Who can beat that? Sister, don't joke. Look at brother-in-law not still quite calm. Xu Xing grew up being playful. Where had he heard of any Blood Demon King? He simply did not have the concept and said casually. Sure enough. Xu Yan froze for a moment after hearing it. Who is joking with you? Incorrect. Xu Yan reacted and also looked over to Nangongchen's side. Only Nangongchen looked indifferent, standing with his arms folded, a pair of double pupils emanating an ethereal light, carrying a sense of confidence that looked down upon the world with pride. Shu Yan's beautiful eyes were a little puzzled. In her opinion, perhaps Nangong Chen's bottom card is all out of the case. It's just about the same strength as her. Where did he get his confidence from? Could it be that he really has a bottom line? Thinking of this, Shu Yan's beautiful eyes were colorful, and infinite curiosity surged in her heart. On the other side, after Yushan Shan heard it, his face also turned white, and a sense of despair welled up in his heart. Damn! Where did this Blood Demon King come from? Did anyone come in here and tell him there would be this kind of existence? There were even fewer royals left in Great Zhou and Great Qian, and they were almost completely wiped out by the Blood Demon King. Seeing that the Blood Demon King had shifted his target to Nangong Chen, Zhou Wanzhou was also secretly relieved and incomparably grateful. At the same time, his eyes looked over there with resentment. His heart itching for Nangong Chen to die. Don't you like to pretend? I'll see how you can pretend now. Blood food? You're also worthy? Nangong Chen spoke in a shocking manner and said blandly, his body shining with immortal light like a god. You! After hearing this, the Blood Demon King also became furious. After so many years, it was the first time someone had spoken to him like this. Not to mention, a brat. Give a fluke to open the wisdom. But it is to learn a 3-point human like. Nangong Chen continued, his tone icy cold. Words. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked beyond belief, and their hearts were very impressed. Daring to humiliate the Blood Demon King in such a manner. I'm afraid that Nangong Chen is the only one in the ancient past. How dare you, harlot? I'll eat you up. Hearing himself being scolded, the Blood Demon King's eyes were red, and his body erupted with red blood chi. Berserk and incomparable, obviously having been completely enraged by Nangong Chen, rushing toward him. At this time, Nangong Chen's face did not change and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Success! In a blink of an eye, the entire heaven and earth appeared in a vision. A green lotus was born from the chaos, the divine radiance was bright, the haze shone, accompanied by the rules of the great Tao, carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The Blood Demon King's pupils widened, and for a moment, he couldn't even feel the connection between him and the Spirit Sea. One must know that he was able to be immortal and survive for an epoch solely because of that Spirit Sea under the Hong Mongolian tree. Damn it! It must be that kid. Even if you can sever the connection between me and the Spirit Sea, so what? Do you think you can kill me? The Blood Demon King laughed hideously, revealing a cruel color. He saw the stunning women next to Nangong Chen, and he decided that he was going to take turns eating them later, so that Nangong Chen would feel despair. Today is your time to die. Nangong Chen said coldly, his heavy pupils blazing as a divine chain of order erupted from it, interweaving laws and carrying an incomparably terrifying aura. Sculpture. After seeing this, the Blood Demon King was somewhat disdainful and grabbed the chains, wanting to rip them off. But who knew that in the next moment, these divine chains would not move at all, wrapping around him and directly confining him. The smile at the corner of the Blood Demon King's mouth stiffened, and he was quite lucid in his blood-red eyes as he was incomparably shocked. What the hell is this? To be able to imprison the flesh of a saint, there is definitely a ghost in this kid. Behind her, Su Li's hand was out of the Buddha's hand, and an ice and snow divine phoenix coalesced. Icy sky and snow, everywhere it went became frozen, with endless coldness on her body, rushing towards the Blood Demon King. How about trying this move? Su Li's tone was icy cold and her voice was incomparable. After releasing it, Su Li's pretty face was a little pale and she was panting. Boom! For a moment, although the move didn't cause the Blood Demon King much damage, it managed to cause the Blood Demon King to attach frost. The Blood Demon King was a bit surprised as he realized that his blood flow speed had slowed down, meaning that his own recovery ability had been greatly restricted. You guys, this will send you on your way. Nangong Chen stood in the void, his white clothes hunting, his ebony hair flying, the sea of thunder intertwined behind him, the sky full of divine thunder tilted down, as if the god of thunder was in the world, suppressing the evil demons in the world. The countless divine thunderbolts coalesced together and unexpectedly transformed into a huge and incomparable dragon, covered in flashes of lightning, with cold and merciless eyes as it rushed towards the Blood Demon King. When the Blood Demon King saw this thunder dragon, a look of fear unexpectedly appeared on his face. He could feel that this thunder dragon would definitely kill him. It was only now that he reacted to the fact that from the very beginning, he had already been set up by this kid. In his heart, he regretted why he jumped out of the Spirit Sea, why he didn't pick the Hongmengdao fruit ahead of time. And now, an epoch's worth of hard work had all turned into bubbles. Boom! The entire heaven and earth erupted with a huge white aura, and wails of pain resounded throughout the entire interior of the underground palace. The crowd's gazes were shocked as they stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Chapter 63, Crowd Shock. Xu Xing's mind. The void trembled. Space shook, and a wave of fluctuations erupted from the Blood Demon King, causing an incomparably terrifying might that caused everyone to turn pale and fill their eyes with palpitations. The blood demon king that was in existence that could only be suppressed by saints. Could Nangong Chen really overpower it? Su Li's face showed concern. If Nangong Chen had a long or short, after she went out, she didn't know how to face the Nangong family. The two girls, Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er, were also pale, and in their hearts, they kept praying that Nangong Chen would be safe. On the other side, Chu Yan's beautiful eyes blossomed with a strange color. Her skin was like congealed fat, and her temperament was ethereal. Can he kill the blood demon king? Zhou Wanjie showed a cold smile on his face and his tone was somewhat disdainful as he secretly said, "The blood demon king is invincible. It's simply a fool's errand. If Nangong Chen could kill, what harm would it do for him to eat a pile on the spot?" A few breaths later, the white aura faded and the crowd stared wide-eyed, wanting to see what the outcome was. Hiss! The blood demon king's gigantic body had long since disappeared, and in its place was a puddle of blood. The crowd's pupils shrunk slightly, not expecting this kind of result at the end. The blood demon king was really killed by Nangong Chen. That was an existence that even the ancient saints couldn't decapitate, yet today it was decapitated by a junior heavy pupil. If this were to be said, I'm afraid that the entire Xian heavenly domain would be shaken. Nangong Chen's expression was calm. His face did not change, his white clothes hunted, and between the opening and closing of his heavy pupils, he already carried an invincible aura, as if he were a teenage king. After Su Li saw that Nangong Chen was unharmed, her heart was also secretly relieved. That's wonderful! Wang Yuxuan was overjoyed. Her beautiful eyes were colorful, rising a strong color of worship. Not only did the master not get hurt, he also killed the blood demon king. That was something even a saint couldn't do. I'm afraid only the master can do this in ancient times. Zhou Wan'er's pretty face was shocked, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She knew that Nangong Chen was strong, but she hadn't thought that it was so strong that it was a bit unlike this. At the same time, she sneered in her mind. If father knew that Nangong Chen was so powerful, I'm afraid his intestines would be green with remorse. She also became more and more determined in her heart that Nangong Chen would definitely be able to avenge her in the future. On the Chu family side, Chu Yan's beautiful eyes were shocked, and then that stunningly beautiful face was also hooked into a shallow smile. The beauty of heaven and earth losing its color. She knew that Nangong Chen had such a bottom line, that there must be a way to deal with it, but she didn't think that it would be so easy to kill. This amazing vision, as well as these thunder spells, were all indicating that Nangong Chen had a great secret on him. An Eastern Divine Prefecture would actually give birth to such a powerful heavenly pride. Then it seemed that there would be fun to be had in the future. Xu Xing was very excited and exclaimed, "See, I told you brother-in-law could do it." But it didn't occur to me that the sound was so loud that not only did the Chu family members beside them hear it clearly, but even Nangong Chen's side also heard it. For a time, the eyes of the crowd converged on Xu Xing with shock. "No! Where did your sister get a dog, Imo?" Thinking of this, the Chu clan's children glanced at Nangong Chen. Seeing this, Chu Yan was also infuriated and laughed. There was some redness around her white ears, forcing out a smile and looking at Xu Xing. "How do you want to die?" Xu Xing reacted. His face swished and became incomparably pale, and looking at that deathly smile, he also couldn't help but beg for mercy. "Sister, I was wrong." Nangong Chen glanced over there with a smile in his eyes. "Your circle is a mess." From before he came in, he had noticed that this force had been paying attention to him, but there was no malicious intent. He had originally been a bit curious, but now he was able to figure it out. So this kid wants to be his brother-in-law himself, but his sister does have something. Here, it was not only Chu Yan's poise, but also the fact that there was an extremely strong gun intent hidden within her body. One could only say that it was very strong, even stronger than that Jun Wu Shuang. This made one not help but be a little curious as to what kind of heavenly pride this female should be considered in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. If it was only ranked in the middle of the list, then he could only say that the Eastern Divine State was still a bit interesting. Of course, if this was the top-ranked demon in the Eastern Divine State, then this level of the Eastern Divine State could only be said to be a bit worrisome. Nangong Chen shook his head and thought no more. When Su Li saw someone shouting nonsense about Nangong Chen's brother-in-law, her pretty face also turned cold and she scolded in a low voice. "Sick! This is her man. What's all the yelling about?" Su Li looked at Chu Yan with a hostile face. Seeing that Chu Yan's face, Su Li judged that this was definitely a green tea. "In the future, we must ask Nangong Chen to stay away from this kind of female." Nangong Chen stepped on the void and flew towards the Hongmong tree, and soon came to the Hongmong Dao fruit. The crowd was quiet as they watched the scene, and no one dared to make a sound to stop it. Even the Blood Demon King can behead a ruthless man. Who dares to stop this? Not afraid of losing his head? Yushan was looking at the scene at this moment. His heart was somewhat mixed, not knowing how to describe it. It turns out that once you open Nangong Chen, you really don't care to spar with him. You can't say it's a sea release, it's an ocean release. At this time, he was incredibly fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, Nangong Chen was more greedy for money, or more principled, just asked for immortal crystals on it, or else he would have to lose his life. Among the crowd, Zhou Wanjia's eyes were incomparably jealous and his face was twisted. I didn't expect Nangong Chen was really able to kill the Blood Demon King. How was this Blood Demon King such a waste of space, that he couldn't even solve the Zifu realm? At this moment, he couldn't help but be jealous that Nangong Chen would get the Hongmeng Dao fruit. And even more so, he cursed the Blood Demon King for being unbeatable. He was even a little skeptical that the Blood Demon King had let go of the water. No, we must come up with a way. We can't let Nangong Chen get it so easily. Thinking of this, he called Zhou Yanlong over and whispered some words. Is that really necessary? Zhou Yanlong said in shock, looking at Nangong Chen's back in awe. Don't you hate Nangong Chen? Don't worry, just trust me. Zhou Wanjia opened his mouth. It turned out that after Nangong Chen left Tianyuan Academy, the two were expelled, and along with that, those arrogant and domineering royals, added up, which made them hate Nangong Chen so much. Zhou Wanjiao's eyes roamed around and soon saw Qin Hao, who had just woken up from unconsciousness, and his eyes showed a brilliant light as he immediately walked over. At this moment, Nangong Chen pondered in his mind as he looked at the Hongmong tree in front of him. This Spirit Sea and this Hong Mongolia tree, they are all worth a lot of money. How can I bring them out? Nangong Chen has a big heart, not only to take away the Hongmeng Dao fruit, even the Hongmeng tree and the Spirit Sea below are not spared? If anyone else knew that Nangong Chen was thinking like this, I'm afraid that they would be shocked and unable to speak. Chapter 64, 10,000 drops of immortal spirit liquid. Within 3 breaths, Nangong Chen could clearly feel that in this space, the aura was incomparably dense, and most of it came from this Spirit Sea. What kind of heaven-defying existence was the nutrient that could make the Hong Mongolian tree grow to maturity? Nangong Chen emitted a ghostly light in his heavy pupils, carefully observing this spiritual sea, in which there were circumstantial stars evolving and Taishu fish swimming, like a sea of stars, strange and incomparable. This Spirit Sea, I also wonder how much immortal spirit liquid can be exchanged? Nangong Chen pondered, somewhat curious. Although these spiritual seas looked very rich in spiritual qi, but in fact, most of them were absorbed by the Hong Mongolia tree, and what was left was just some remaining residue. The Hong Mong tree, in turn, turned all these absorbed liquids into nutrients for the Hongmeng Dao fruit. Nangong Chen cut off the root of the Hongmeng Dao fruit and took out a luxurious box, keeping it intact. He then leaned down and fished out a handful of the Spirit Sea's liquid, placing it in his hand to feel it. Hiss! This kind of feeling, how is it a bit like immortal spirit liquid? Nangong Chen's eyes were incomparably shocked. The liquid in this Spirit Sea, it couldn't all be immortal spirit liquid, could it? In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Nangong Chen specially took out a drop of immortal spirit liquid from the Tianyuan spirit tablet, and then placed it in his palm. The aura emitted by these 2 drops of liquid could be described as similar, except that the immortal spirit liquid was more pure and bright, while the liquid in the Spirit Sea was more dull and the aura wasn't as pure. It's really an immortal spirit liquid. Nangong Chen thought in shock. The Spirit Sea was given to the Hong Mongolian tree as fertilizer for an epoch, so it was naturally dull, and all the essence inside was absorbed. But even so, his original body was still the immortal spirit liquid essence. This 9 heavens mysterious realm was so generous to use so much immortal spiritual liquid to cultivate the Hongmeng Dao fruit. He estimated in his mind that there should be tens of millions of drops of immortal spiritual liquid in this spiritual sea. If one were to remove those spirit seas that had been polluted by the Blood Demon King and those that had been depleted, probably these remnants could be converted into around 10,000 drops of immortal spirit liquid. That's developed. Essence light erupted in Nangong Chen's eyes, knowing that there were only 100 drops of immortal spirit liquid in his heavenly Yuan spirit monument. If he added these 10,000 drops, he was afraid that it would not be able to reach an incomparably terrifying point. Can greatly accelerate the cultivation speed in the Tianyuan spirit monument? Specifically to what extent? Still have to go out to know. The urgent task, or the immediate Spirit Sea income into the Tianyuan spirit monument. However, this place was crowded with people, so one could not expose the heavenly Yuan spirit tablet in such a place. The next moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Nangong Chen, it's clear that we were also instrumental in beheading the Blood Demon King, and there were also our people among those who died. So what makes you the sole owner of the Hongmeng Dao fruit? With our contributions, we can completely share the Hongmeng Dao fruit equally together, Zhou Wanjia questioned, with De Qian Tianjiu and the others standing beside him. That's right. What gives you the right to take all the credit for us? Qian Hao also chimed in, with a righteous air. Hearing the two of them speak out, there were also some smart-eyed casual cultivators who followed suit. That's right. That's right. After Zhou Wanjia saw the scene, he was also satisfied, and his eyes were filled with confidence. It's impossible for Nangongchen to kill them all, right? That way it was bound to cause public anger. Nangongchen was worried about how to drive them out, but it turned out to be a good opportunity for him. His eyes lit up at the idea of being morally kidnapped. He wasn't afraid of that, because there is no morality in the press. Oh, what do you mean? You all want to split the Hongmeng Dao fruit with me? Nangongchen said somewhat playfully. That's right, call it out and let us split it. At least we and I have put in our efforts and lives. We must get 90% of it. The remaining 10% is yours, Zhou Wanjiao exclaimed, incomparable greed in his eyes. After Su Li heard this, her face also turned cold. Where is such a shameless person? My husband alone killed the Blood Demon King. Who are you to share? Her beautiful eyes were frosty, and her tone carried killing intent. That's right, if it wasn't for the master's presence, you would have been swallowed by the Blood Demon King long ago, and you still have the face to look for the master's share. It's just a dream. Wang Yuxuan also said angrily. Zhou Wan'er also frowned slightly. I didn't expect Zhou Wanjia to be disgusted with others in the court. Forget it. He is still so outside. Good. Anyone else who wants to share the Hongmeng Dao fruit together? Within 3 breaths, all go over. Surprisingly, Nangongchen not only didn't get angry, as if he was convinced by them, he sneered. As soon as these words came out, there were some more loose cultivators with glowing faces who added in, incomparable greed in their eyes. As for Zhou Wanjia, after hearing this, he was also delighted in his heart, not expecting Nangongchen to agree so quickly. What a pussy, I don't know what the goddess thinks. Zhou Wanjia shook his head, thinking disdainfully in his heart. After Su Li and the others heard this, they didn't say anything even though they didn't understand. They knew that Nangongchen definitely had his own ideas for doing this. Soon, the entire core of the underground palace was divided into 3 groups of people. One group was Zhou Wanjiao and the others. The Chu family still had some disciples from the Haoran pavilion who were unmoved. There was also a group of them, the heavenly pride disciples of some small power clans, whose eyes were contemplative and did not choose to go over there either. Xu Yan's beautiful eyes were curious at this time. She could be sure that Nangongchen's character would definitely not be the type to easily give up her hand. So what's he gonna do? Sis, you said that brother-in-law won't kill them all. Xu Xing also secretly asked. Although he loved to play, he wasn't stupid. Nangongchen such a ruthless person. But even the existence of the Blood Demon King slaughtered, how can it be divided? Xu Yan didn't answer and watched quietly. Are they all here? 3 breaths are going to pass, Nangongchen said quietly, his tone ghostly, as if it was a death knell sounded by death. Quickly take out the Hongmeng Dao fruit. Qian Hao was a bit impatient, his eyes filled with greed. He was the most excited because having done nothing, and only waking up after being stunned by Nangongchen, he was able to reap the greatest opportunity of the 9 heavens mysterious realm, which really made him feel like he was in a dream. I never thought that pie in the sky would happen to us one day. It seems like you really have a lot of luck. Qian Hao secretly sighed, his eyes filled with pride. Nangongchen's face was bland, and after seeing them all together, he nodded in satisfaction and spoke. 3 breaths have come and gone. Be on your way, everyone. What? Zhou Wanjia sensed that something was wrong and blurted out. In the next moment, Nangongchen's heavy pupils blazed, and a ray of light erupted from them, so powerful that it seemed as if they were going to tear the sky apart, shooting directly towards Zhou Wanjiao and the others. Your only contribution is that you made the Blood Demon King stupid after eating you. It's just a bit of a shame. If he had eaten you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have to make a move. The Blood Demon King would be able to commit suicide by pig brain overload. Nangongchen sneered. For a while, there were screams and cries of ghosts and wolves everywhere. But soon, there was no sound. Chapter 65 Extracting the Spirit Sea. Secret Realm Collapse. Looking at the shocking bloodstains on this floor, the crowd's pupils shrunk slightly as a coldness surged through their hearts. All dead. Not a single live one. It's quite quiet. Nangongchen sighed with a bland expression, his face not changing color. Even after killing so many people, his state of mind remained calm. These people had more human lives in their hands than he did, and he himself was considered to have done the people a favor. Greed and ignorance. That's the original sin. Is there anyone else who wants to share the Hongmeng Dao fruit with me? Nangongchen asked quietly, his gaze scanning the remaining people within the Earth Palace. These small forces' heavenly prides were also sensible and quickly spoke up. We wouldn't dare. Today's destruction of the Blood Demon King is all thanks to you. There was fear in their eyes, and cold sweat ran down their backs, as if they had seen a demon king. This is a real tough guy. Today is to see. In the future must be avoided. Do not provoke. Afterward, these people left the middle of the underground palace without looking back. at an extremely fast speed. After Yushan Shan saw it, he also arched his hand towards Nangong Chen. Thank you for saving me today. I don't dare to forget this kind of favor. After I go out, I will inform the clan's cabinet chiefs, and then I will carry the immortal crystals to the door to say thank you. So long. Soon after, Yushan Shan led the remaining Haoran Pavilion disciples to leave. Seeing this, Nangong Chen also nodded slightly with some appreciation in his eyes. These people are smart. Nangong Chen then shifted his gaze to the Chu family's side. Seeing Nangong Chen's gaze, these disciples were so frightened that their hands and feet went cold and their bodies trembled. Demon won't kill us. In their hearts, Nangong Chen's sense of oppression could be even more terrifying than those heavenly pride demons of the central divine region. Chu Yen eyes like autumn water, the face of the city pale as paper, bloodless, only to see her breath like a swimmer. Softly spoke, today, thanks to the gentleman to save us. Cough. Before the words were finished, Chu Yen was very haggard, took out a silk handkerchief, coughed lightly twice. Chu Yen was pitiful. Her delicate body supported the wind in weak willow, like a flower swaying in the cold wind. Very sickly. Born weak. For your amusement. Today, the gentleman saved us. The young woman has no way to return the favor. Only, after hearing Chu Yen say this, not only did Su Li's several people's beautiful eyes widen, even the Chu clan and the others looked at her with shocked faces. Nangong Chen's gaze was deep, looking at her with interest. The only way to repay this supreme favor is to gift a spot in the Chu family's immortal collection to your excellency. Just as Su Li's fists clenched, Chu Yen finished speaking in a broken voice. The crowd was relieved to hear that. Su Li's tightly frowning eyebrows also instantly soothed away, and the trace of tension in her heart also disappeared. But she still looked at Chu Yen with eyes full of vigilance, talking so slow. What a vixen! And after the Chu family's crowd heard it clearly, they also reacted, their faces full of shock. Miss, never, never. The Chu family immortal collections quotas have been those of several families since ancient times. If we give out a quota, I'm afraid that it will lead to discontent from the rest of the people. Yes, the matter of the immortal collection is incredibly important, and so is the quota. So we can wait for the elders in the Dao clan to deliberate before we can make a decision. If the family head and the others knew about this, they would definitely chastise us. These disciples also hurriedly opened their mouths in whispers to persuade. You guys are teaching me things? Chu Yen turned around, his eyes turning cold all of a sudden, like an ice cave above the 9 heavens. Seeing this scene, Chu Xing also cursed these disciples in his heart for their stupidity. How dare you question the decision of a female Tyrannosaurus? You guys really haven't lived long enough to be lucky you didn't say a word. After the Chu family disciples saw it, they didn't dare to say much and all shut up at once. It was only at this time that they remembered that everything in the 9 heavens mysterious realm this time was decided by Chu Yen, and they had no responsibility to ask questions. Chu family immortal collection? Nangong Chen's eyes were a bit puzzled. What's this? Chu Yen turned around and spread a smile, like a changed person, with a sweet smile, slowly explaining. The Chu family immortal collection is the entrance to a small world that the Chu family has been in charge of since ancient times, and I've heard the elders in my family say that there are countless opportunities inside, and that it's a forbidden place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and that it'll be convened once every 10 years. At that time, not only will our heavenly pride of Xian heavenly domain participate, but there will also be other heavenly pride of the other 9 domains that will also enter into this immortal treasure to compete for the opportunity, and it will be a chance to make a name for themselves in the 10 domains. As the words fell, Chu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Nangong Chen. She had a premonition that if Nangong Chen attended then, he would definitely bring a big surprise to quite a few people. In that case, I'll take the spot. Nangong Chen's expression was bland as he answered, but his mind was not on this. All he wanted to do now was to include that spirit sea in the heavenly Yuan spirit monument, because he saw that the Hongmeng tree, which had lost the Hongmeng Dao fruit, was now actually absorbing the remaining remnants, which was 10,000 immortal spirit liquids. Good. Fellow Daoist Nangong and all the other fairies, farewell Chu family immortal collection. Chu Yan arched her eyebrows and arched her hand. Afterward, she led the Chu family disciples and left the place. Su Li Dai's eyebrows frowned slightly. She had a feeling that this female wanted to hook up with Nangong Chen. No, if Nangong Chen was going to be there then, he must keep Nangong Chen away from her. When Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wana heard Chu Yan praising them for being fairies, they couldn't help but feel some joy in their hearts and looked at her much more smoothly. Nangong Chen's heavy pupils emitted a ghostly light, and just like that, he watched their backs, gradually walking away, and then directly through the Tian Yuan spirit tablet directly into the spirit sea. After the 3 women saw it, they were also puzzled, only to see the heavenly Yuan spirit monument enter the spirit sea. It was like a large pumping machine, crazily devouring the liquids. When Su Li and the others saw the scene, their beautiful eyes were also shocked. What kind of heaven-defying magic treasure is this? It can actually absorb the liquid in this spirit sea. Soon, this pool of spirit sea bottomed out, and after Nangong Chen saw that he had absorbed the last drop of spirit sea, he also put it away. He nodded, satisfied in his mind. Although it was absorbed a little, most of it was still there, roughly transforming 9,000 drops of immortal spirit liquid. This was a considerable amount, enough to cause a metamorphosis within the heavenly Yuan spirit monument. Afterwards, Nangongchen placed his gaze on this Hongmong tree, wondering how to transport this tree away. Just then, there was a rumble. The entire secret realm shook, and Nangongchen's face changed after sensing it. Not good. This secret realm doesn't have enough spiritual power to support it. It's going to collapse. Zhou Wan'er opened her mouth, looking a little flustered. Nangongchen looked at this Hongmong tree with some fondness, then turned around and left with the three of them. Chapter 66, Waiting. Northfield. Seeing that the secret realm was about to come to an end, the elders and Dao protectors of these various forces who had come to the realm also appeared at this moment. I also wonder what kind of chance my Sun God Palace disciples will obtain this time. A white-robed old man opened his mouth and said, it was none other than the Sun God Palace's elder Lin Yinhua. His face was proud and somewhat condescending as he looked at the rest of the forces. Ling Tian is leading the team. Are you still not worried? Ha 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 ha. Of the heavenly pride in this place, only the Chu family's holy daughter can beat Ling Tian by one step. The rest are just some stinking fish and shrimp to make up the numbers. Another Sun God Palace elder responded, his breath like an abyss and his gaze blazing. When these words came out, the faces of many of the power elders in this place changed. On the side of the Hao Ran pavilion, there was a burly elder who, after hearing it, also mocked back immediately, talking big like that. Be careful of flashing your tongue. Don't wait until none of them come out. Oh Yang Zhang, you'd better worry more about your Haoren Pavilion disciples. Don't wait for the few heaven-ranking disciples to fold in. Oh yeah, it seems like you Shan couldn't even defeat the Eastern Divine Prefecture's heavenly pride. It's a real disgrace to our Central Divine Prefecture. Lin Yinhua also retaliated defiantly. After hearing this, Ouyang Zhan opened his mouth and laughed. I do recognize that Ru Shan's skills are inferior. However, are you sure that your Lan Ling Tian can defeat that heavy pupil? Joke. Lan Ling Tian carries the Star Sword body, and now he has also broken through to the middle stage of the Profound Realm and is located at the 50th of the heavenly ranking. So how could he not be able to defeat that heavy pupil? The heavy pupil is indeed strong, but his cultivation level is too low. If he grows for a few years, he might only have a chance to touch Blue Ling Tian. Lin Yinhua shook his head and said with a disdainful face, touching? Don't make it funny when your so-called heavenly pride goes in and slaughters our Chunner later. Above the flying boat of the heavenly abyss province, someone laughed out loud. The crowd looked up with shocked eyes after hearing this. Just which power was it that didn't fear the Sun God Palace? One must know that even the elders of the Great Qian dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty did not dare to make a sound at this moment. When the crowd saw the flying boat, they all understood that it was that power of the heavy pupil. Who are you? Lin Yinhua said with a mischievous expression on his face. A mere native of the Eastern Divine Prefecture dared to speak to them like this. The Sun God Palace elders on the side all looked over with ugly faces as well. Even if they took off the identity of the Sun God Palace, they were still considered veteran powerhouses of the Divine King realm. And who wouldn't dare to give them the third degree of respect in the entire Xian heavenly domain? If you guys say one more bad word about Chunner later, then I'll be the one to slaughter you. Above the flying boat, Nangong Wentian narrowed his eyes and said, his body's aura exploding out without concealment. A monstrous killing intent covering the sky. Instantly, the two of them, Lin Yinhua, turned pale and their pupils shrunk slightly. Surprisingly, he was a peak God King powerhouse. It wasn't even an ordinary one. With this kind of aura, it was just a foot away from breaking through to quasi-saint. Besides, this person is so young. After the crowd felt this kind of aura, their eyes were also shocked beyond measure. Another Jedi powerhouse, still from the power the heavy pupil belongs to. What exactly was the background of the heavy pupil that he wasn't even afraid of the top power of the Sun God Palace? Seeing that the two elders of the Sun God Palace didn't dare to make a sound, the crowd was also relieved. How many years had it been? And finally someone had cured their Sun God Palace of this arrogance. In the Great Zhou dynasty, an elder wearing a red robe reacted calmly after seeing Nangong Wentian. Although the Heavenly Abyss Mansion was a power in the middle of the Great Zhou dynasty, the two were not of the same magnitude at all. As long as the Heavenly Abyss province wanted to overthrow the Great Zhou dynasty, it was but a mere thought. If according to the real situation, the Heavenly Abyss Mansion was considered to be among the Xian heavenly domain, the real top power, comparable to the level of the hidden family. The Great Zhou dynasty is also just a cover umbrella. The red-robed old man sighed. He was also wondering why the Heavenly Abyss house had such strength, yet they had to hold back so much. But ever since Nangong Chen was introduced, it seemed like everything had changed. On the other side, the Chu clan's leading elder also frowned when he saw this. Sun God Palace. The secret realm hasn't ended yet. You guys are looking down on people a bit too much, right? The Eastern Divine Prefecture Heavenly Pride here is also not weaker than your Sun God Palace. He wore a yellow robe. Cold electricity blossomed between the opening and closing of his eyes. His aura was very powerful. And he was the only quasi-sane powerhouse in this place. The crowd was also filled with shock when they saw another strong person speaking up for the Eastern Divine Prefecture. What had happened today that there were so many powerful people speaking for the Eastern Divine Prefecture? All of a sudden, these Eastern Divine Prefecture cultivators were also excited inside. The Sun God Palace was silent because they knew that if they continued to speak, they were afraid that they would cause public anger. Soon, this heaven and earth was plunged into silence until an aura came from the secret realm in front of them. This represented that the nine heavens mysterious realm had ended, and soon the pride of their own family would be on the verge of coming out. Lin Yinhua looked at Nangong Wentian with spiteful eyes at the moment. After going back this time, he must react to the palace master and eradicate the power of this heavy pupil. At the same time, he also had an expectant look on his face, looking forward to the time when Lan Ling Tian would come out and ruthlessly slap these people in the face, or when Lan Ling Tian would kill this heavy pupil person in the secret realm, cutting off their thoughts. Lin Yin Tian thought viciously. Sure enough, a few breaths later, a stream of light appeared. These are the general pride of this time. Just stopping at the periphery of the underground palace, did not enter the core of the underground palace. The crowd didn't have much of a reaction after seeing it, because the real demon was still ahead. The Haoran Pavilion's heavenly pride has appeared, someone exclaimed. Just outside the cave entrance of the secret realm, a burly body was flying. His clothes were tattered and torn, and there was blood dripping from his arms. Obviously, he was seriously injured, and behind them, those disciples of the Haoran Pavilion were all carrying injuries on each of their bodies. Miserable and incomparable. After seeing this, Ouyang Zhang's eyes also widened and he scrambled over to receive. What's going on here? To have received such a great injury. Yushan Shan took an elixir down and his face eased a bit before he spoke. In the deepest part of the secret realm, we encountered the Blood Demon King. His voice was so low that only Ouyang Zhang alone could hear it. On the side of the Sun God Palace, Lin Yinhua was also disdainful when he saw the heavily injured Yushan and the others, and his eyes were filled with mockery. Let's just say that you body refiners have no brains, but you're still dead and wounded. If it were our Sun God Palace, such a situation would never have occurred. What? You guys have encountered the Blood Demon King, Ouyang Zhang said aloud, incomparable shock in his eyes. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd changed and their eyes widened. Blood Demon King. You're not wrong. Several other power elders were also shocked. The smile at the corner of Lin Yinhua's mouth froze, and his eyes were filled with thick uneasiness. The Sun God Palace disciples were late in appearing. It couldn't be that something had happened, right? That elder of the Chu clan also had a worried expression on his face as he stared at that secret cave entrance. Soon, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared, followed by a group of celestial pride. After the Chu family elders saw it, their hearts were relieved, and their tightly frowning brows instantly eased. Luckily, he was fine. If anything had happened to Chu Yen and Chu Xing, he wouldn't know how to go back and explain. Seeing that the secret realm was about to close, yet fewer and fewer people came out. In the entire northern domain, the complexity of the crowd at this moment was incomparably complicated. Above the flying boat, Nangong Wentian stared tightly at the cave entrance, secretly praying in his heart that nothing would happen to Nangong Chen. At the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. This time the secret realm appeared the Blood Demon King, but there is still someone who escaped. How can this be possible? Could it be that someone had decapitated the Blood Demon King? He thought in shock, but immediately dismissed it. How could that be possible? Just as the cave entrance was about to close, a white-clothed, peerless figure finally appeared. Chapter 67 Come out? The Sun God Palace is furious. Nangong Chen's expression was calm. A white dress was immaculate. The immortal light around his body was entangled, and he was radiant, as if an exiled immortal had descended to the world. And his temperament was incomparably dusty and noble. The several women beside him were also worldly beauties, with bright eyes and white teeth, eyes like starry rivers, and delicate features, and the three women had different styles, making the crowd incomparably envious. As soon as Nangong Chen and the others came out, they attracted countless gazes, and the screams of the young girls came like a wild tide. Most of them are the proud women of the Xian Tian domain, from a top clan, from a first-class family, or from the royal family of a small dynasty. Now, they were all blushing, their delicate bodies trembling lightly, their beautiful eyes filled with fervor. Overwhelmed by Nangong Chen's immortal face, they were inwardly jealous, hating that the people who were close to Nangong Chen were them. Of course, some of the male cultivators were showing envy, envying Nangong Chen for having so many stunningly beautiful women beside him, which could be considered the pinnacle of their lives in their hearts. When Nangong Chen saw this kind of scene, his expression remained unperturbed and bland, as if he was already used to it. Su Li is also the same. The absolutely beautiful face is incomparably cold. 3,000 silver silks scattered on the shoulder. Since with a wave of ice beauty's arrogance, let them call what's the harm. Nangong Chen couple from beginning to end, can only be her one? She is confident with him. Wang Yuxuan then got a little jealous and was gritting her teeth. Her white face bulging. Very cute. A bunch of dead-faced dogs. Cut. Not just shouting louder than me. Make it look like who will not. Zhou Wan'er, on the other hand, was a little shocked in her heart, but she didn't show it and quietly glanced at Nangong Chen. It was the first time she had intuitively felt this terrifying popularity of Nangong Chen. Second uncle. Nangong Chen returned to the top of the flying boat and opened his mouth. Not bad. Looking at you like this time the nine heavens mysterious realm should not have a small harvest. Nangong Chen asked heaven to praise him and said with a smile. Nangong Chen laughed a little and didn't answer directly. After Nangong Wendian saw it, his heart understood a lot. By the way, I heard that you guys encountered the Blood Demon King this time? Ahahaha, you kid is so lucky to have escaped with your life. Worthy of being the seed of our Nangong family, it has indeed been blessed by the heavenly Tao. As if Nangong Wendian thought of something, he patted Nangong Chen's shoulder and complimented him. After Nangong Chen heard this, he didn't deny it and revealed a meaningful smile. Yeah, just lucky. And behind them, when the three women heard this, a smirk appeared in their beautiful eyes. Just between the two of them catching up, the other forces had all blown up at this moment. Hiss, the nine heavens secret realm is closed. How come it feels like there are a lot less peoples among the crowd? Some celestial pride saw this scene and were puzzled. Yes, the Sun God Palace is gone. Even the people from Deqian and also Dezhou came out extremely rarely. Could it be that they are all buried here? Another person spoke up and agreed. At this moment, in the middle of the sea of people, there was a fresh and elegant figure standing there, and after hearing that, the pair of beautiful eyes above the veil, unexpectedly appeared a trace of complex color. This person was none other than Ruyan Lu. Originally, when Lu Ruyan wanted to follow Nangong Chen and his group forward, she found herself walking and suddenly lost them, so she stopped at the periphery and did not enter the core of the underground palace. Those disciples of the Sun God Palace, but they were all killed by Nangong Chen. He should be fine. After all, if Nangong Chen hadn't appeared there, she didn't even know if she would have made it out alive. Ruyan Lu thought in her heart, and a color of worry unexpectedly appeared in her eyes. Right in the middle of her thoughts, an incomparably furious voice resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Where are our Sun God Palace disciples? How come none of them have come out? You must give us an explanation. Over at the Sun God Palace, Lin Inhua roared in anger, his body's sweaty hair exploding and his eyes reddening beyond measure. A God King realm cultivation exploded out without reservation, carrying a skyrocketing murderous aura, and the horrifying pressure shocked quite a few people's faces. When he learned that all the disciples of the Sun God Palace had died inside, his heart went cold as if it was a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and he didn't know how to go back and explain. On the other side, De Chen Wangchao, a red-haired old man, who also had blood rushing up in his veins. His heart was furious and he looked over to the side of Dezhou and questioned, "Is it your great Zhou that's messing with us? Why haven't our several emperors, as well as Jun Wushuang, come out?" On the great Zhou side, Zhou Yuan's face was helpless. "Big brother, what the hell is our great Zhou up to? Can't you see that a few of our emperors didn't come out either? All equally miserable. Why do you need to spill your anger on us?" He had originally come to go through the process. If it wasn't for the rules that had been in place since ancient times, he wouldn't have bothered to come. After all, today's Great Zhou had become completely tainted. The death of several sons of the king of the Great Zhou. What business is it of his? Into the middle of the secret realm is their own business. Can he still go in to help them? The red-haired old man from Deqian froze for a moment, as if yes, there were only a few of them out. Then who do you think did it? The red-haired old man asked in a deep voice, looking towards Zhou Yuan. How would I know? Zhou Yuan spread his hands with an expression that was none of my business. You. After the red-haired old man heard this, he became even more furious. This old thing, he definitely knows something, but he just won't say anything. At the same time, he despised Great Zhou even more in his heart. He didn't even care about the pride of his own dynasty. Sooner or later he had to be destroyed. And after the conversation between the two ended, Zhou Yuan had some speculations in his heart and looked towards the side of the heavenly abyssal mansion flying boat, his eyes intent. So many people died. The probability was that young lord's doing, but even if he knew, he didn't say anything. Who wanted to provoke them? Let these stupid birds guess for themselves. Thinking of this filled him with relief. After all, he would be able to leave this hole later. At this moment, Lin Yinhua was burning with rage as he scanned the circle, then looked over to the side of the Haoran pavilion and spoke. Shan, what exactly happened after you guys went in? He picked the best power to mess with to ask. After Yushan heard this, the visions in the secret realm also appeared in his mind. Something's not right. It's like we haven't seen the sun god's palace since then. Hiss, couldn't it be? All screwed up by him. As he thought of this, a white-clad figure appeared in his mind. Forget it, this is a tough guy. He can't afford to mess with him. Humph, you sun god palace disciples didn't come out. Why are you asking us? Ouyang Zhang's old face pulled back and he snorted coldly. You can't afford the wrath of the sun god palace. Don't give your faces away. Lin Yinhua's face darkened, his tone cold and threatening. Are you threatening our Haoran pavilion? Ouyang Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as a powerful aura was released from his body. For a while, the atmosphere was incredibly tense, and the two people had a stance of fighting at any time. It was at this time that Shan spoke. Lan Ling Tian and the others. After we entered the underground palace, they went their separate ways. We don't know what happened to them. And behind that, at the core of the underground palace, when the remaining people like us converged, we didn't see Blue Ling Tian and the others either. What he said is not false. It is what it is. After Lin Yinhua heard this, his face remained cold, and after gazing at Yushan for a while and seeing that he wasn't lying, he left with a grim expression on his face. Chapter 68, Reactions from All Parties. Accountability of the Sun God Palace. After Lin Yinhua left, Ouyang Zhang looked at Yushan, raised his eyebrows and spoke. You didn't lie? No. Yushan's smile was bitter. This was indeed true. Then do you know something? Ouyang Zhang's eyes were deep and his tone was somewhat low. Yushan did not say anything. After all, if he said it was a bit shocking. Ouyang Zhang didn't continue to pursue the matter and spoke to himself. Ha ha ha. Seeing this Sun God Palace having a hard time makes me comfortable. This time losing so many disciples. This old thing will definitely not be able to avoid a punishment when he goes back. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you how you guys escaped from the Blood Demon King. Ouyang Zhang's eyes burned with some curiosity. Only Yushan shook his head and slowly said, didn't escape. The Blood Demon King was killed. Oh, could it be that some ancient powerhouse awakened in the secret realm and then helped you guys out? Ouyang Zhang was a bit surprised and guessed. No, Yushan shook his head again. Ha? Then by whom was it killed? Ouyang Zhang's face was a bit shocked as he pursued the question. Heavy pupil. Yushan slowly spat out these words, his expression incomparably serious. Hearing these three words, Ouyang Zhang's face changed drastically. His eyes were incomparably shocked, and for a moment, he actually lost his words somewhat. He seemed to know why the Sun God Palace disciples were all wiped out. The Chu family side. Miss, it's good that you guys are fine. The Chu family elder side. To be able to retrieve a life from the Blood Demon King's hands, this was truly a blessing in misfortune. It could simply be said that it was a blessed fortune. Even if this Blood Demon King hadn't reached his peak stage, it was still not something that these people could deal with. In that case, it didn't make sense for those disciples of the Sun God Palace to be completely wiped out. By the way, I give a spot in the Chu clan's immortal collection to the heavy pupil. Chu Yan spoke, his tone flat. After Chu Yun heard this, his pale eyes widened as if he was somewhat surprised, and his tone carried some panic. Miss, the Chu family's immortal collection quota is a matter of great importance. How can it be easily handed over to someone else? If we back out now, it's still not too late. Chu Yan shook her head and said softly, do you know why we are safe and sound? It's because the Blood Demon King was beheaded by the heavy pupil and that 9th grade woman. To be precise, by the heavy pupil alone. What? Chu Yan's face was filled with shock. His expression stiffened, and unbelief was written all over his eyes. Moreover, the heavy pupil person has a supreme vision on his body, and he seems to have mastered the legendary Thunder Emperor treasure art. If he can be brought together, in the future, it will be unspeakable for our Chu family. Chu Yan said quietly, her tone filled with sighs, and her beautiful eyes had countless thoughts in them. Chu Yun was shocked, his pupils shrinking slightly. This one thing after another was impacting his experience in these thousands of years. I didn't expect such a true dragon to appear in this Eastern Divine Prefecture. All of them looked away. Miss, you've done well. When we go back, the family head will definitely praise you when he finds out. It was only after a long time that Chu Yan slowed down and opened his mouth. Then in that case, those disciples of the Sun God Palace are also him. Thinking of this, a flash of disbelief appeared in Chu Yan's eyes. I suppose so. If the Sun God Palace makes a move to save the heavy pupil later, Chu Yan didn't answer, but gave the order. Yes, Chu Yun also said respectfully. This time, the leader of the 9 heavenly mysteries, to be precise, was Chu Yan. over at the Sun God Palace. At this moment, Lin Yanhua and another elder from the Sun God Palace were not idle, and went on two separate paths to make inquiries, obtaining a lot of information. As it turns out, Lan Lingtian had a younger brother who was decapitated by the heavy pupil. I just learned about it. After the two of them converged, Lin Yanhua opened his mouth and said in a low tone, "No wonder Lan Lingtian was so excited to hear the name of the heavy pupil when he first came." When Song Zhong heard this, his face looked a little surprised. Then he spoke what he had been told. Fang asked the heavenly pride that went into the core of the Earth Palace, and they said that the heavy pupil had killed the legendary Blood Demon King, and had gotten the last chance. Lin Yanhua's face was shocked, as if he had heard something horrible, his tone shocked. How can this be? If this is true, then we have severely underestimated the heavy pupil. That's right, it's highly likely that my Sun God Palace disciples were destroyed by the heavy pupil. Song Zhong's eyes were incomparably cold and his face was gloomy as he said. In the next moment, the two of them exploded their cultivation and vanished towards the flying boat of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Seeing these two people move, the crowd was also murmuring. They flew towards the side of the heavy pupil. Could it be that the Sun God Palace disciples were destroyed by the heavy pupil? Someone said in disbelief. When the others heard this, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The one who killed my Sun God Palace disciple, heavy pupil, isn't you? Lin Yanhua stood in the void and roared, his body's God King realm pressure directly pressing towards the flying boat. The voice was like a bell, instantly resounding through the entire northern region. Dare to do it. Don't dare to do it? Come out. Song Zhong's eyes were ice cold as he spoke in a deep voice, suppressing the anger in his heart. Murder pays for life. If we don't kill this person today, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the palace master. For a time, the entire northern region was in an uproar, and countless gazes were cast here. Heavens, it was actually the heavy pupil who decapitated the disciple of the Sun God Palace. That's the 50th heavenly pride of the heavenly ranking. I heard from my friend who entered the core of the underground palace that it was said that the heavy pupil had gained the last chance, and I wonder if it's true or not. Yes, they even said that the heavy pupil had beheaded the Blood Demon King. I feel like it's a bit of a stretch. The crowd was talking, and the focus was on Nangong Chen. In the next moment, two figures appeared from above the flying boat. Nangong Chen and Nangong Wentian. Nangong Chen looked indifferent. Black hair flying, white clothes hunting, heavy pupils open and close between the destruction of heaven and earth vision. The body carries an invincible gas, as if a natural king. Nangong Wentian showed disdain, holding a broadsword. His eyes were like thunder and lightning blooming. His body's aura was strong to the extreme, and his blade intent went straight to the clouds, emanating a might that was even stronger than theirs. After Lin Yanhua and Song Zhong saw Nangong Chen, they were also filled with murderous intent and blood aura, as if they had seen life and death enemies. Heavy pupil, you're hiding really deeply. Even the Blood Demon King was beheaded for you. If I didn't ask, I'm afraid that you would have escaped today, Lin Yanhua said in a cold voice. When these words came out, the faces of the people below who were listening changed, their pupils shrinking slightly as if they had heard something horrible. What? The heavy pupil actually beheaded the Blood Demon King? That's an existence that even a saint couldn't decimate. Chapter 69 Nangong Qiantian Strikes. The rest of the Celestial Pride's faces were also shocked after hearing this. The Blood Demon King was actually beheaded by Nangong Chen. Is this nigga still a heavenly pride of the same generation? Then in that case, in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm, that legendary supreme opportunity was also pocketed by Nangong Chen. The crowd had originally thought that for this Nine Heavens mystic realm, their Eastern Divine Prefecture's heavenly pride had merely come to go through the motions, but they hadn't expected such a freak as Nangong Chen to appear. Whoever said earlier that our Eastern Divine Prefecture's heavenly pride didn't want to step forward to behead the Blood Demon King and force the Central Divine State's heavenly ranking demon to one step? I'm afraid that the only person in the Eastern Divine State in all of history is Nangong Chen. Wrong. Think about it. The heavy pupil's Tao couple is also a divine body with supreme talent. For a moment, these Eastern Divine Prefecture Celestial Pride were incomparably excited, their eyes blazing as they said. After the other state geniuses heard this, they all dared not make a sound at this moment. Their faces were a bit ashamed. Most of the previous people were singing their praises, but they didn't expect a Nangong Chen to ruthlessly hit them in the face. However, there were also some people who had a sneer on their faces and shook their heads with great disdain. It wasn't just a fluke that beheaded the Blood Demon King in a weakened state. Whoever else could have done it. That's right, but now it seems that the heavy pupil has beheaded a Sun God Palace disciple, so I'm afraid it'll be hard to get out of the northern domain today. After all, there isn't a single power in the Eastern Divine Prefecture that can stand up to the Sun God Palace. What a pity. It seems that this land is not destined to produce demons. After Lu Ruyan in the crowd heard it, her expression kept changing. First shocked, then now worried. Yes, Nangong Chen had beheaded a disciple of the Sun God Palace. They would definitely not let Nangong Chen go. And the forces behind Nangong Chen may not be able to protect him. How can this be? Lu Ruyan's heart was burning with anxiety. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. All of this was due to her. She didn't want to see Nangong Chen fall into this situation. The void. Escape? I'm not a hypocritical villain like you, Sun God Palace. I've lived a bright life. Why would I need to meddle? Nangong Chen said in a cold voice, his heavy pupils blazing, his aura not losing to them. You, just tell me if it was you who beheaded their divine palace disciple? Hearing himself being mocked, Lin Yanhua was also furious. Oh, by the way, originally I just wanted to rob a robbery and leave. Who knew that Lan Ling Tian of yours hated me so much and came up to make a move? Then there was no way out. Nangong Chen said helplessly, looking innocent. When these words came out, not only did the two Sun God Palace elders freeze, even the crowd below froze. What had they heard? That the heavy pupil had actually robbed the Sun God Palace? It was the first time they had seen someone so raw. But what made them curious was why. On their first meeting, Lan Ling Tian hated the heavy pupil so much that he took action as soon as they met. Lin Yanhua's blood rushed up in anger and his speech was a bit unsteady as he gritted his teeth and said, it's not because you killed his own brother. Song Zhong, who was on the side, was also furious, his two whiskers trembling non-stop, his eyes looking dead at Nangong Chen. This is the first time I've heard of someone robbing the Sun God's palace? Are you speaking in human language? As the words fell, the faces of the crowd dawned on them. So that was the reason. Their eyes were tinged with laughter. This heavy pupil person. Did he really not know or was he pretending not to know? But Blue Ling Tian was also really miserable, being robbed by his own enemies. At the same time, their hearts were also incomparably admiring. This heavy pupil person really is a super ruthless person. Killing other people's brothers is not enough, but also to send them to be reunited. Robbery? Ha 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 ha. Well done. Nangong Wendian laughed out loud, very proud of himself, worthy of being the seed of the Nangong family. What a bully. I've already informed the strongest among my divine palace to arrive. Today even if you grow wings, it's hard for you to escape death. Lin Yanhua said grimly, this son is too demonic. He must not be allowed to grow up. I'm going to fly over the world since I'm flying over the world. Who can stop me? Nangong Chen laughed, with the confidence of looking out of the world, with the secret of the line on his body. As long as he wanted to, no one could catch him. However, he didn't intend to escape, and it wasn't as if the Heaven's Abyss Mansion didn't have anyone to come to his aid. The big deal is that it's a fight. Arrogant child. Do it. Lin Yanhua's gaze was grim as he bellowed. As the words fell, the two of them exploded their cultivation. Their breath was incomparably powerful, and it was like a red sun burning in the spirit sea. This was the unique technique of the Sun God Palace, and it was very domineering and strong. Old me is waiting for you guys to do it. Nangong Wendian laughed loudly, with a touch of bloodthirsty intent in his eyes, the broadsword in his hand instantly, surging out endless red aura, killing intent rushing to the skies, his might shocking the heavens and the earth. The void trembled, and the fluctuations that erupted from the Divine King Realm powerhouses were enough to cause everyone present to change their faces. Miss, do you want to go help now? When Shuyan saw this scene, he also opened his mouth and asked, there's no hurry yet. That strong person beside the heavy pupil should be able to hold out for a long time. Wait until they're at their most desperate and then step forward to help, so that they can gather people's hearts. Shuyan's beautiful eyes flashed as she said softly. After Chuyun heard it, his heart also admired it. Miss, this kind of city can let them not be able to look forward to awe. At the same time, the eyes in which he looked at Nangong Chen were filled with sadness. What a nice teenager. He's going to be counted by the young lady again, but it was good to be used for the Chu family. Of course, if Nangong Chen knew what they were thinking, I'm afraid he would only want to laugh. Seeing a battle break out between powerful people, the crowd was also unable to take their eyes off the ground, fearing that they would miss something. After all, they can learn something from it. Great sun in the sky. Lin Yanhua droned, standing on the void, his hands strangling. A terrifying aura erupted with surging might, condensing into a fireball that looked like the sun, smashing down towards the two. Song Zhong did the same, and when he raised his hand, a monstrous sea of fire rose up, with a terrifying momentum that burned everything in the world. It directly covered down towards Nangong Wendian. Although the two were only at the late Divine King cultivation level, their moves were incomparably similar and could even be stacked together to erupt into even more terrifying fluctuations. The power was straight up to the peak of the Divine King realm. Just this? Nangong Wendian laughed coldly, protecting Nangong Chen behind him, then holding a blood-red broadsword. His feet stepped into the void and he faced alone. In an instant, a huge and incomparable blood-colored blade light appeared, with incomparably astonishing blade intent that shot straight up above the 9 heavens, even directly splitting the sky into 2 halves as it chopped down towards that endless sea of fire. Boom! An extremely strong fluctuation spread, causing the crowd's faces to turn white and their hearts to be shaken. Is this a battle between god kings? The 2 Lin Inhua's faces were uneasy when they saw the blade light rushing towards them, and both of their moves were unexpectedly chopped apart together, rushing straight at their bodies. Song Jong exploded his cultivation and quickly dodged to avoid the strike, and Lin Inhua was actually directly cut in half by this blade, and all of a sudden, blood flowed straight from the sky and his heart was shocked. When Nangong Chen saw this, he was also a bit shocked. Was second uncle so strong? Chapter 70, grab a god king for you to kill. This wasn't the end of it. The 2 cross-like blades rushed in once again, with an incomparably astonishing might, as if they were going to tear the heavenly dome apart, only to see the white light of Lin Inhua's body that was split into 2 halves appeared and quickly merged together. He urged his spiritual power and dodged towards one side. I really underestimated you, to be so powerful. Lin Inhua panted, his face pale. Obviously, the torso recovery just now was extremely depleting for his spiritual energy. Song Jong did the same, his eyes filled with shock. If it was an unusual peak God King realm powerhouse, he might have just died, but he didn't expect this guy's blade intent to be so amazing that he was able to tear apart even the sea of fire. When a cultivator crosses into the midst of the divine kings, the physical body becomes extremely difficult to kill, and is said to be considered immortal, and the only way to kill it is to exterminate its soul after chopping off its physical body, which is the only way to kill it in the true sense of the word. Nangong Wentian spoke quietly, and it was clear that he was speaking to Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen nodded. This kind of battle between god kings was beneficial, not to mention having someone to give guidance. When Lin Inhua and the 2 of them saw the scene, their faces were incomparably ugly, as unpleasant as if they had eaten. I didn't expect this guy in front of me to teach while fighting them, completely disregarding them in his eyes. When the crowd below saw this scene, they were equally shocked. What exactly is the origin of that heavy pupil? And the protector of the way is so powerful? That seems to be his second uncle? Just heard what he called out. Then in that case, the power behind the heavy pupil is also very powerful. At this moment, the crowd was shocked by Nangong Chentian's combat prowess and speculated about Nangong Chen's origin. That's just it. I'm afraid that your kid won't be able to read it, so I'll chop an old thing to show you. Nangong Wentian laughed a little, brightly, then with a monstrous blood chi, his feet stepped into the void, erupting into a great sonic boom as he chopped towards Lin Inhua. Nangong Chen's forehead instantly surfaced a few black lines. What do you mean I can't see it? Obviously you want to kill yourself. Forget it, let Uncle 2 pretend for once. When Lin Inhua saw Nangong Wentian charging towards him, his face was incomparably flustered for a moment as he shouted, Song Jong save me. With just him alone, he wouldn't be able to block Nangong Wentian's killing attack. At the same time, Lin Inhua was also flying towards Song Jong, his speed catalyzed to the extreme. Song Jong froze, then flew towards Lin Inhua's side. Both of them hadn't thought at this moment that this Nangong Wentian was really daring to kill them all. Just as the 2 of them were about to converge, Lin Inhua looked up as a dazzling white light appeared, and the flickering cold aura caused a helicopter chill to run through his body. Brush! In the next moment, Lin Inhua plum blossomed and his flesh was chopped in half again. Bright red blood scattered in the void. The flesh body directly fell down. A divine soul was drawn out of it, and the villain's face turned white as he fled in panic. Nangong Wentian didn't stop because of this. His hand rose up and his sword fell, and that blood-red rushing sword intent rushed straight into that divine soul that was like a villain. How dare you! Song Jong was also shocked after seeing this scene. Boom! Nangong Wentian didn't stop because of this. Instead, he increased his force, and in an instant, the might surged, a heavy blade intent tilted down, and Lin Inhua's divine soul was completely obliterated. A generation of God King realm powerhouses from the Sun God Palace fell. Good nephew, have you learned? Nangong Chitian laughed. His face was very elegant, even when the blood splashed from the knife. His green robe was spotless. Learned. At this moment, Nangong Chen nodded seriously. He had truly learned how to kill God Kings, and if he had the chance, he would slaughter one for fun. On the other hand, when outsiders saw the scene, they felt so unbelievable that their jaws were about to be dropped, full of question marks. These 2 uncles and nephews. I'm afraid they are not both perverts. One dares to teach and one dares to learn. At this moment, the entire room was silent, and the pupils of the crowd shrunk slightly. It was hard to imagine that the reason for the fall of a generation of God King powerhouses was that this man with a sword wanted to teach his nephew how to kill God Kings. Nangong Wentian smiled in satisfaction and spoke. Since that's the case, then I'll capture a God King alive and let you behead him. Try to see how it feels to behead a God King. He then looked towards the remaining Song Joon with a measuring look in his eyes. Yes. Nangong Chen nodded heavily. His heart thrilled. The world was so shocked by this crazy uncle and nephew that they didn't know what words to use to describe it. Crazy. Just crazy. But these are not unusual people can do. If there is no strength, it is the clown of the crowd to make fun of. This was also a sideways reflection of Nangong Wentian's confidence in his own strength. Song Joon's legs trembled. His heart was furious by this gaze. His teeth clenched. His powerful breath erupted out. And his face carried an unyielding look. Just when the crowd thought he was going to resist, he unexpectedly pulled his legs out and fled. And Nangong Wentian had also anticipated it early on. Just the moment Song Joon moved, an even more swift and fierce figure appeared. The broadsword fell. The light of the blade flashed. And the intent of the blade was heavenly. This kind of powerful attack even directly frightened Song Joon into abandoning his physical body. And his divine soul flew out, erupting with great speed. After seeing this scene, Nangong Wentian became even more excited. The divine souls were even better to kill. And they wouldn't pose a danger to Nangong Chen. That blood-colored broadsword was directly thrown out by Nangong Wentian, directly rushing towards Song Joon's divine soul. Enough! At this time, an old figure appeared in the void. His aura was like an abyss. And the pressure he exuded was enough to make the heavens and earth shake. This was clearly a paragon. With a wave of his big hand, endless divine radiance fell down, trying to save Song Joon. When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes were also shocked. Another strong person. This kind of breath. Could it be the reinforcements coming from the Sun God Palace? It was even more powerful than the pressure on the man with the broadsword. Could it be that this old man was a quasi-saint? Someone was sneering. It seems that the big picture has been decided today. And the heavy pupil will definitely die. The gap between a quasi-saint and a divine king was like the difference between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Xu Yan also narrowed her beautiful eyes and spoke. Pavilion Elder, prepare for rescue. Xu Yun, who was on the side, nodded and was about to go up. In the void, another powerful fluctuation appeared. Runes flickered, and the divine aura tilted down, directly dispersing the smudge of divine radiance, only to see, in the sea of clouds, a figure stepped out. This person had a stooped figure, deep eyes, and an incomparably old face. It was precisely Nangong Chen's protector of the Tao. Mu Lao, it's actually you. The paragon of the Sun God Palace was also shocked when he saw him. And down below, Song Joon saw the flash of divine radiance dissipate. And for a moment, he panicked and shouted, "Save me!" Unfortunately, in the next moment, the blood-colored broadsword ran through his body, and his divine soul was weakened. Chapter 71, Beheading the Divine King. Jin He's conspiracy. Let's see where you're going. Nangong Wentian laughed excitedly, and as he grabbed the hilt of the sword, a fixation spell fell and wrapped around Song Joon's divine soul. Come, nephew, get him killed. Nangong Wentian shouted over toward Nangong Chen. You'll get retribution for acting like this. Song Joon's gaze was shadowy as he said in a cold voice, his divine soul growing weaker and weaker. Retribution? If you have the guts, get me killed. Nangong Wentian raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly. You. Song Joon's face was green at the moment. Infuriated. He didn't expect to be humiliated like this when he was a divine king. Nangong Chen was dressed in white, with a dusty temperament. His feet stepped on the void and slowly came over, coldly saying, if you hadn't struck out today and retreated there, I would have let you go. But unfortunately, you're asking for death. As the words fell, Nangong Chen's heavy pupil blazed, and a burning eye light erupted from it, carrying an incomparably terrifying might. Boom! How dare you! In the void, when the paragon of the Sun God Palace saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare at it with wide-eyed fury. He swung his palm down towards Nangong Chen, divine radiance spilling down, transforming into a giant palm of golden aura, which unexpectedly shattered the void, and French surged out, vast and incomparable. Jin He, even in front of me, you dare to make a move against young master. Looking for death. Elder Mu's eyes were cold and his tone was filled with a murderous aura. The fact that he could call the other man by his full name meant that there had been a crossing of paths between the two a long time ago. In the next moment, an even more radiant divine light appeared, and a landscape scroll appeared, carrying a great power and offering it directly into the void. 10,000 divine awns evolved from the landscape scroll, and a monstrous tree trunk rushed out from it, directly crushing that golden giant palm. Watching the crowd's jaws drop, Jin He was also furious after seeing this and questioned, why are you stopping me? Is a small force worth your life? Small forces. Ha! The paths are different. Not the same. Now that the old immortal has retired from the Jianghu, his only mission is to protect the young lord. If you stop me, then the old immortal will see if you have grown over the years? Elder Wood opened his mouth and responded without the slightest intention of wavering. Ah! At the same time, As a miserable scream rang out, Song Joan's divine soul was completely dispersed by this highlight, and another god king fell. You guys? It's unforgivable. Jean, he said with his sweaty hair standing on end and both eyes red. In all these years, it was the first time he had seen someone who was so against the Sun God Palace. The grass on the grave of the last person who went against the Sun God Palace was 2 feet high. When the crowd saw this, their eyes widened in disbelief at what they saw before them. The heavy pupil had actually killed a god king. Even though this was under the circumstances of being caught by Nangong Chen Tian, it was still very shocking. This is for Nangong Chen. More will grow its invincible momentum. Can forge a strong heart? Later grow up. With his talent, who can stop? Is there going to be another battle? Someone lamented. One must know that the Sun God Palace, today, had already lost 2 god kings in battle. At this moment, the crowd no longer dared to underestimate this demon who had come out from the Eastern Divine Prefecture. In the Xian Heavenly Domain, I'm afraid that only the topmost forces would be able to send out a paragon protector. I'm afraid. This also made them intensely curious about the life behind Nangong Chen. Among the crowd, when Ruyan Lu saw Nangong Chen surrounded by so many powerful people, the worry in her heart was completely put down. Luckily, Nangong Chen didn't have to die. At this moment, on the Chu family's side, Miss, it seems that I don't need to make a move today. Chu Yun sweated a little and said sardonically, nonsense, I still need you to say it. Chu Yan rolled her eyes and said without good humor, Nangong Chen actually had a paramount saint protector. This was really out of his expectation. I didn't expect this man's life to be so mysterious. Good, you have successfully attracted this lady's attention. Chu Yan licked her vermilion lips, her beautiful eyes showing a playful color. Looks like it won't be long before we see each other again. Set off and go home. Chu Yan turned around and faintly said, yes. Chu Yan respectfully said, the void. Although Jean he was incomparably angry at the moment, his mind was very calm. He knew that in this situation now, he was alone facing to Mu Chuan. I'm afraid that the possibility of not being defeated is very high. His eyes flickered and he didn't strike, pondering something. Suddenly, Jean he saw the spirited teenager not far away, and his eyes erupted with refined light. He did see that this teenager with demonic qualifications was the core of the group. If he captured him, wouldn't that be a welcome relief? As a veteran paragon, he spotted the turnaround at a glance. Kikawa sized him up cautiously. Jean he's moves were bizarre and his techniques were varied, so he had to be on guard. Suddenly, Jean he moved. His breath was like an abyss. His hands turned into claws, his power surged, and he even turned into a pair of golden dragon claws, attacking towards Mu Chuan. Countless golden mana surged along with it, and a terrifying dragon's might covered and pressed down. This is the legendary heavenly grade martial skill Dragon Transforming Claw. Below, a strong man recognized it and muttered. At this moment, after the crowd heard this sound, it finally dawned on them somewhat. This quasi-saint turned out to be the golden quasi-saint of the Sun God Palace, who had killed his way to fame in the Central Divine Prefecture with his invincible hand of the Dragon Transforming Claw. It is the forefront amongst the paramount saints and is very powerful. I also wonder if the heavy pupil's protector can face it. Mu Chuan also knew the terror of this move, and also had to offer up the mountain opening diagram again to deal with it. Mountain and sea shock. In the next moment, in that mountainous and beautiful picture scroll, Taoist lines flowed, mana surged, and in the void, lofty ancient mountains and endless ocean visions appeared. Facing this strike of the transforming dragon claw directly, the outburst of might was equally powerful, not losing to Jean He, or even better. Even so, after Jean He saw it, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he unexpectedly turned around and dashed towards Nangong Chen's side. If we kill your Daodin heavenly pride today, I hope you won't mess with the Sun God Palace in the future. Jean He said in a cold voice as if declaring the world. Not good. Mu Chuan's eyes widened, somewhat in disbelief that Jean He had used such a nasty tactic. For a moment, he burned out his life and made the fastest reaction, bursting out with unprecedented speed and rushing towards the bottom. Nothing must happen to the young master. Above the flying boat, Su Li and the others also changed their faces. Their pretty faces became incomparably pale in a flash, with not a trace of blood color. Husband, master. When the crowd below saw this scene, the look on their faces was incomparably tense. But others are sneering. Heavy pupil, there's nothing you can do now, and the protector of the way is not around. With Nangong Wendian alone, it would not be able to stop a paramount saint. Ruyan Lu also had a pale flowery face, not daring to look at the next image. Chapter 72 Ghost-Faced Woman. Returning home. Of course, at this moment, the two who were the most nervous were Nangong Chen and Nangong Chen Tian. Nangong Wendian couldn't help but feel intimidated even when faced to such a terrifying might, and his face turned a little pale. He alone couldn't block this kind of power. Still, it was a fight. He couldn't witness his nephew die. Run! Nangong Wentian shouted, pushing Nangong Chen a few miles away. Nangong Chen was somewhat helpless and secretly flew back again. He mastered the secret of the line of the world's ultimate speed. In fact, he could completely escape. Forget it, when the second uncle is dying, he will pick up the second uncle. Nangong Chen secretly decided in his heart that he would activate the secret of the line later and drag Nangong Chitian away as soon as he could. Come back to your senses. Nangong Wentian gripped the broadsword tightly. His body erupted a red blood chi that shot up into the sky, and his blade intent coalesced and turned into reality. Surprisingly, in the void, evolving a blood blade. This was his strongest blade, a heaven-ranked martial skill. Thirst for heaven. The aura that erupted from this blood-red giant sword was daunting, even vaguely approaching the early stage of quasi-sainthood. To everyone's surprise, after He saw it, his expression froze for a moment, but he still sneered. Fine, fine, fine. Today the two of you will die together. Killing you will be considered eradicating a great enemy for our sun god palace in the future. Immediately after that, the golden dragon claw reappeared. The void trembled, and the pressure emitted was not something that a simple paramount saint could match. The cohesive blood-colored broadsword, touching the golden dragon claw, unexpectedly shattered directly and rushed straight at Nangong Wentian. There was no way around it. The gap between the two was too great, and for Nangong Qiantian to be able to achieve this level, he was considered a supreme heavenly pride. He was inwardly incomparably satisfied. The thought of two promising people dying in his hands couldn't help but soothe his heart. His favorite thing was to abuse these heavenly prides that hadn't grown up yet. Don't you dare! Right at this moment, a cold and melodious voice rang out, with a strong killing intent in its tone. The crowd looked up, only to see a stunningly beautiful figure appear in the void. Her face wore a ghost face mask, seemingly crying like a smile, eyes like a river of stars, runes intertwined around her body, God's radiance entwined. Behind her there was even a vision next to the starry universe evolved there. The ghost-faced woman struck out, and as the words fell, the golden dragon claw instantly dissolved into nothing. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the incomparably powerful he turned pale, his eyes filled with awe, and his body, as if imprisoned, involuntarily stopped, and in the next moment, it turned into blood mist. At this moment, the entire audience was stunned, and everyone was shocked into silence. After Nangong Chen saw it, a flash of amazement could not help but appear in his eyes. This female was strong, stronger than anyone he had ever seen, including his saintly grandfather. A single thought could make a venerable saint disappear. Which saint could do that? However, what made Nangong Chen puzzled was why this woman wanted to save him. When Su Li's few people saw it, the heart that was hanging in the air at the moment was finally put down. Luckily, Nangong Chen is fine, but who is this woman? At this moment, Su Li glanced at Nangong Chen and found that he had a blank look on his face, so his heart became more and more curious. Who could this powerful woman be? In the void, the ghost-faced woman looked at Nangong Chen. A touch of doting appeared in her eyes as she softly said, "You must continue to grow stronger, and you will know everything in the future." After saying that, the ghost-faced woman disappeared into the void. Nangong Chen's pupils shrunk slightly, and a trace of excitement unexpectedly appeared on his face. Surprisingly, he sensed a trace of closeness between his body's bloodline and this ghost-faced woman. In other words, the ghost-faced woman was his kin, or someone from his mother's lineage. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen's heart was incomparably curious, and he desperately wanted to catch up and ask, where was his mother now? Ever since he was born, his father had been evasive about his mother, and at the time he crossed over he was still devastated, thinking he had grown up without a mother. Unexpectedly, now this woman appeared, but in a sideways way, telling him that his mother was still in the world. Nangong Chen clenched his fists. According to what this woman said, he would naturally know everything when he became stronger in the future. At this moment, the desire to become stronger within him reached the extreme. Go back to the heavenly abyss mansion. Second uncle. Nangong Chen revealed a bright smile and spoke. Seeing the way he just looked, Nangong Qiantian just wanted to ask him what happened, but stopped in his mouth and didn't say anything for a long time. Well, let's go. This nine heavens mysterious realm. You're also tired. Nangong Qiantian didn't pursue the matter further, revealing a smile as he said frankly, young lord, it's all because of my old self's momentary negligence. Please punish young lord. Mu Chuan also arrived and said with a guilty face. Nangong Chen watched his few black hair turn white, his face somewhat complicated as he spoke. It's okay, I don't blame you this time. Look, I'm still alive and well. In the next moment, he took out the 3 precious medicines from within the heavenly Yuan spirit monument and handed them over to Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan's face was alarmed and he quickly refused. No young lord. The precious medicine is incomparably precious and does not need to be used on the old immortal. The old immortal is not in any serious trouble this time. Nangong Chen wasn't surprised, and only said half-jokingly, "You've worked hard this time as well. Take it. After all, you'll be able to better protect the Tao for me in the future. But 3 plants is too much. Take it. Consider it as Chun'er's thoughts towards you. After all, since he was a child, he has always treated you as his grandfather." Nangong Wendian also advised at this moment. After hearing the two say this, Kikoa was silent before picking it up. Suddenly, he spoke. "Young lord, in my life, the most fortunate thing that I've ever done in my life is to protect the Tao for you." Kikoa's tone was incredibly sincere and genuine. "I wish, old man, I could live to see the day you grow up. It will be seen." Nangong Chen revealed a smile, his tone incomparably firm, carrying a touch of confidence. Kikoa froze and said softly, "Yes, it must be visible." At this moment, because of the appearance of this ghost-faced woman, the entire northern domain shook. One thought to chop quasi-saint. The strongest person in the world is afraid that they do not have this kind of strength. Moreover, this person, surprisingly, seemed to have a relationship with this heavy pupil person. If this news is released, I'm afraid that in the entire Xiantian domain, no one dares to mess with Nangong Chen. At this moment, the crowd was speculating about who this ghost-faced woman was and the power behind the heavy pupil. It seems that in the future, the rise of heavy pupils will be unstoppable. The true dragon of the Eastern Divine Prefecture has finally come out of the abyss. With his natural talent, it's more than enough for him to rush up to the top 10 of the heavenly ranking in the future. The crowd languidly exclaimed. After today, the reputation of the heavy pupil would resonate throughout the Xian heavenly domain. However, after the Sun God Palace knows about all this, what should be a reaction? Ha ha ha. At this moment, someone suddenly thought of something and laughed out loud. The crowd shook their heads. With the nature of the Sun God Palace, I'm afraid that this matter won't end well. I only hope that the heavy pupil at that time was also as lucky as today. Chapter 73, Since ancient times, a setup has won the hearts of the people. A few days later, Tian Yuan Fu. In the void, a huge flying boat spewed haze and was slowly landing. Below the flying boat, on the other hand, it was surrounded by silhouettes. These were the clansmen of the Nangong family, and at this moment, no matter if they were men, women, or children, they all had fiery gazes on their faces. They had long ago learned of Nangong Chen's feat in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm, where one man had suppressed the other divine region's prides from raising their heads, and had even killed the legendary Blood Demon King. This is exciting and exhilarating no matter which one of these is singled out. It could be said that this time, Nangong Chen had ruthlessly given the Tian Yuan mansion a long face. Even in the ranks of the leading few, even the long unseen absolute peak saint, Nangong Yu, Nangong Chen's grandfather, came out to greet him. Nangong War's face was incomparably proud, and his mouth kept chanting, "My son, Nangong Chen, has the appearance of a saint." Soon, the flying boat stopped and landed, and Nangong Chen and his group walked out. Nangong Chen was dressed in white, with immortal light entwined around his body, with extraordinary splendor and temperament, just like an exiled immortal descending to the earth. And as soon as he came out, he attracted the screams of countless clansmen. Beside him, Su Li was side by side with him, 3,000 silver colors scattered on her shoulders. Her face was absolutely beautiful, her features were exquisite, and her temperament was cold, just like a fairy above the 9 heavens, and she was similarly praised by many people. And behind them, the looks of Wan Yuxuan and Zhou Waner similarly attracted many people. As for Nangong Qiantian, he was originally a general of the northern domain, and this time, regarding the end of the 9 heavenly mysteries, he naturally did not follow him and stayed in the northern domain to clean up the situation. Young Lord Divine Might, raise the name of my Nangong family. Divine Maiden is also divinely powerful, assisting the young lord in slaying the Blood Demon King. These clansmen shouted frantically, their expressions worshipful. What goddess? Can she talk? That's the young master's mother. Now it seems that the two are really a natural pair, a divine couple. Of course, there were also people who snickered. As soon as these words came out, a hint of redness couldn't help but appear beside Su Li's silver hair-covered ear, and she spat. Your Nangong family is too enthusiastic. Just get used to it. Nangong Chen responded with a bland face. Having experienced such a big scene, he had long since become immune. Father, grandfather, Nangong Chen greeted the two when he saw them as well. Su Li, who was on the side, said similarly politely, not bad. Nangong War nodded with satisfaction. The more he looked at these two, the more compatible they became. Good grandson-in-law. It's all because Grandpa didn't think things through well, and this time I've let you suffer. Nangong Yu, who was on the side, touched the two men's heads and said with some guilt. Afterward, he showed a fierce light on his face and said in a vicious voice, "Of course, this revenge can't simply pass. Dare to bully to the head of his grandson. Next time he does not go to behead a few of their saints, he will not be surnamed Nangong." Nangong Chen shook his head and spoke. "There was no aggravation. All of their disciples who came were killed by my grandson, while I am still safe and sound." When these words came out, the corner of Su Li's mouth hid a smile, and her beautiful eyes held a smirk. The corners of Nangong Yu and Nangong Battle's mouths twitched, and there were some black lines on their foreheads. That seems to be the case. So in that case, they're the evil ones? Forget it. Whatever. Evil is evil. That's good. We'd rather hurt others than ourselves. In that case, we've set up a celebration banquet especially for your return. And as it happens, it's almost time. Nangong War laughed. Then his eyes were a bit curious as he looked at the veiled Zhou Wanner behind him. I wonder who this girl is again. How come it looks somewhat familiar? She is the 7th princess. A friend made this time, Nangong Chen said indifferently. Oh, so that's how it is. Nangong War revealed a meaningful smile. He naturally knew about Zhou Wanner's life, and now that he saw that she had been brought back by Nangong Chen, he couldn't help but guess a lot of things in his heart as well. It seems that this kid, surprisingly, is even more flirtatious than he was when he was young. No, he didn't even dare to be flirtatious when he was young. Thinking of this, he then suddenly became somewhat envious of Nangong Chen again. Zhou Wanner's dead watery eyes unexpectedly showed a hint of nervousness when she heard herself suddenly mentioned, as if she was meeting the family head? Soon, she was shocked by her own thoughts. It wasn't like she and Nangong Chen were in that kind of relationship, so why would she think of this? By the way, there is one thing that needs to trouble father, and that is that the coffin of the 7th princess's mother is in the royal family. Nangong Chen slowly said, winking towards Nangong War. Simple. Nangong War just wanted to blurt out 2 words off the top of his head, but after seeing Nangong Chen's eyes, he also instantly understood. This matter, it's a bit difficult. After all, in the royal family of the Great Zhou, there are countless experts, arranged with the eyes of various Great Zhou kings. If there is the slightest hint of wind, it will alert the snakes. Nangong War hesitated for half a moment and said with some concern, if you want to take it out, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a big price. Zhou Wanner's heart was half cold after hearing this, her pretty face pale and her beautiful eyes dull. Could it be that the Heavenly Abyss Mansion would pay such a great price for her? It was clearly impossible. If she was Su Li, she might only have a chance. When Su Li and Wang Yuxuan saw the scene, they were also a bit unable to bear it, and their hearts ached for Zhou Wanner, but they didn't make a sound. After all, this was the decision of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. How could they be qualified to sway it? Whatever the cost, I'll pay it. Nangong Chen opened his mouth after some thought. As the words fell, Zhou Wanner was stunned and raised her head tremblingly, looking at Nangong Chen with some tears in her beautiful eyes. Think it over. This is a big price to pay. Nangong War also looked serious and said seriously, well, I've thought about it. No matter what the cost. Nangong Chen looked like he had made some sort of determination. Good. Then don't regret it. Nangong War shook his head as if he was a bit angry, and then laughed angrily. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he actually didn't want Nangong Chen to make such a huge sacrifice. However, he didn't see that Nangong War secretly gave Nangong Chen a big thumbs up as he was leaving. Zhou Wanner inwardly more touched. For a moment actually do not know what language to say to thank him. Delicate body constantly trembling. Beautiful eyes some redness. Looks worried see poor. Suddenly, Nangong Chen's hand, surprisingly, rested on Zhou Wanner's white vegetal hand and held her. I always do what I say. Don't worry. Definitely won't let your mother sleep in that evil place. Nangong Chen stared at her frozen eyes and opened his mouth. This warm touch, and these words that directly poked at the heart, directly attacked Zhou Wanner's last line of defense. And surprisingly, as soon as she jumped into Nangong Chen's arms, she directly whimpered and cried. Nangong Chen felt the soft and materialized delicate body in the body's arms, and secretly said in his heart that it was not good to play off. There was no way. He forced himself to endure a murderous gaze beside him at this time, and gently patted Zhou Wanner's shoulder, comforting. All right, we are friends. Ah, isn't it right to do this? His tone emphasized the word friend, and only then did Su Li's cold gaze ease somewhat. Oh, you're so nice. You're the best person to me besides my mother. Zhou Wanner sobbed, pitifully. Her mother had said that if someone was as good to her as her mother was to you, then he was your true, destined mate, and must be cherished. Thinking of this, in Zhou Wanner's heart, a touch of affection was unexpectedly born. After a long time, a ghostly voice rang out, and although the voice was unmistakable, after Nangong Chen heard it, he couldn't help but shiver. How much longer are you two going to hug? Su Li opened her mouth, looking at them expressionlessly, her fists secretly clenched. Wang Yuxuan on the side was looking at them playfully. The smile at the corner of her mouth was incomparably evil, and in her heart, she couldn't wait for the two to quarrel. He. Start the fire. Start the fire. Wang Yuxuan kept chanting in her mind. Chapter 74, The Talking Ginseng. After Zhou Wan'er heard this, she also parted from Nangong Chen with a red face, seeing that he was wet with a large portion of his body, and looked a little guilty. Why don't you give me your clothes and I'll wash them for you? At this moment, her attitude towards Nangong Chen was like two people from before. After Nangong Chen heard this, he also hastily shook his head. No, the subordinates can just wash it. He's going to lose his little life if he gives her his clothes, and there's a jealous man next to him. Seeing that the two of them were still making love, Su Li's stunningly beautiful face darkened all of a sudden, and the light in her beautiful eyes was almost gone, as if she was about to blacken. Good thing Nangong Chen was watching at all times. The situation in front of him was not right, but also immediately ran to Su Li, a hold of her hand, 5 fingers intertwined. The banquet's about to start. Ma'am, you weren't jealous just now, were you? Nangong Chen tightened his grip and led her forward, looking into her eyes, jokingly. Feeling this intimate touch, Su Li's face instantly turned red, twisted her head away and denied. Who is jealous of you? Zhou Wan'er stared at the backs of the two men. Her heart was surprisingly a bit unwilling. Her beautiful eyes dimmed down again for a moment. But Nangong Chen, he already has a Taoist partner. Mother didn't tell me what to do in this situation? Is there really no hope for yourself? Who says it's not okay for others to have a Taoist couple? Right at this moment, Wang Yuxuan, who was on the side, opened her mouth and said, only to see that she was holding a collection of novels in her hands. At this time, the two Nangong Chen had already walked away, leaving only the two of them to stay where they were. Are you talking to me? Zhou Wan'er's head tilted in confusion. Wang Yuxuan glanced at her and said in a serious manner, no, I was reading the story on it. What story? Zhou Wan'er was a bit curious. After all, that sentence just now spoke to her heart. The corner of Wang Yuxuan's mouth hooked, and her heart said that she had taken the bait, and then she handed the novel collection over. Take a look for yourself. Zhou Wan'er flipped through it urgently, and a fine light erupted from her beautiful eyes. Oh, I see. I've realized. After Zhou Wan'er finished reading, her face turned a little red and she pleaded, Yuxuan, can you lend me this collection of novels? After hearing this, Wang Yuxuan readily agreed. Yeah, I have more here. Come back for them when you're done reading. Her eyes flickered with an inexplicable meaning. You're really wonderful. Thank you. After Zhou Wan'er heard that there were others, she was even more excited as her eyes lit up. No need to thank you. We're sisters. This is what we should do. Wang Yuxuan waved her hand and said casually, he managed to pull one person in. Wang Yuxuan thought in her heart, if anyone saw the name of that one book at this moment, they would certainly be shocked. On the Raising of a Minotaur, by an unknown young master. Soon the party passed and night fell. Nangong Chen returned to the mansion alone, and for the next period of time, he was going to go into seclusion and make a breakthrough to the Great Power Realm. Nangong Chen took out the chaotic Dao fruit first, but he didn't rush to swallow it in. Instead, he took stock of what he had gained from this Nine Heavens mysterious realm. The first was the one obtained from Su Ao Tian, the Red Flame Dragon Bone and the Qilin Treasure Art. The Red Flame Dragon Bone could be used to forge weapons, but he hadn't thought about what to forge for the moment. If it was possible in the future, it would be possible to cultivate a sword art. After all, Imperial sword combat was very much in line with his compulsion. Nangong Chen's eyes flickered with anticipation. Afterwards, Nangong Chen took out the Qilin treasure technique with fiery eyes. This was the complete inherited treasure art of the Kirin, one of the 10 fowls, one of the top few supreme treasure arts. And now in the hands of Nangong Chen, he already possessed 2 treasure arts, which could be considered to be unbelievably unparalleled luck. It must be known that even in the upper realm, among some ancient freaks and demons, only a few could master the 10 foul treasure arts. And if they were to know that someone in the lower realm possessed 2 treasure arts, they would definitely be shocked. Kirin Steps, Kirin Seal, Kirin Fist, these are all part of it. Nangong Chen sighed in disbelief as he participated. If he could master it, I'm afraid that for his own enhancement, his battle power would increase by a large margin. Worthy of being a son of Qi, this Qi is no one else. However, the biggest gain this time was the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Tablet, which surprisingly obtained over 9,000 drops of immortal spirit liquid. This was an extremely terrifying amount, knowing that Gu Nan had only spent 1,000 drops of immortal spirit liquid to achieve sainthood, which meant that this remaining immortal spirit liquid was enough to create 9 saints. It's really scary as hell. However, this also depends on the person. For example, Gunan is a third-grade qualification. The cultivation resources used are relatively small. If he were to replace himself, or Suli, to build a saint, it should almost be about 100,000 drops. Of course, the lower the qualification, the less it is used naturally. Then, in that case, isn't it a bit of a bargain to use it for your own cultivation? Nangong Chen said to himself. However, he hadn't forgotten that the second function of the immortal spirit liquid was to cultivate precious medicines and speed up their growth. Just like the sea of spirits under the Hongmong tree, it became the nutrients for these precious medicines. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen directly entered the inner space of the heavenly Yuan spirit monument. Nangong Chen only felt that his consciousness was in a bit of a trance, and in the next moment, after seeing the scene in front of him, he was also uncontrollably shocked. This space was like a universe, with 100 precious medicines floating in the void, while below, there was a sea of spirits gathered by immortal spirit liquid, as bright as a river of stars. The star river emanated a rich aura, and there were fluorescent dotted lines in it that were connecting each of the precious medicines in a divine way. These precious medicines, which were metamorphosing at a speed visible to the naked eye, wanted to evolve into holy medicines, and above the sacred pills were the divine pills. Just like the Hongmeng Dao fruit, this took countless immortal spirit liquids and an epoch of time to mature. One wonders, how many sacred medicines can these 9,000 drops of immortal spirit liquid be transformed into? Just then, an ancient voice rang out. 100 drops of immortal spirit liquid. Then the precious medicine can be transformed into a holy medicine. Nangong Chen looked up and saw that a ginseng was actually speaking, with 2 white whiskers growing on it. The ginseng has become a sperm. This so exuberant vitality. This if for grandpa to eat, I guess it should be able to return to youth. To know, this kind of ginseng that increases longevity is rare and incomparable. And to view the breadth of this ginseng, it is at least a holy medicine to start with. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen's eyes flickered as if he was sizing something up. Kid, it's better if you don't put your mind on the old man. The old man is just the artifact spirit of this space, that ginseng said quietly. Nangong Chen looked a little disappointed after hearing this. So it's an artifact spirit. That's a shame. Ginseng mouth twitched. This kid is really want to eat him. Chapter 75 Double Demons in One Sect. 100 drops of immortal spirit liquid can be transformed into a sacred pill? Nangong Chen muttered to himself, pondering. That's right. That is to say, these immortal spirit liquids of yours can be transformed into 93 sacred medicines. The ginseng spoke quietly, followed by, however, it will take roughly 50 years. Why? Nangong Chen said with some doubt. 50 years is indeed a bit long. The ginseng blankly glanced at him and said without any good humor, it's not because you've obtained too little immortal spirit liquid. Unlocking the cultivation speed among the heavenly elemental spirit tablet, which is divided into 5 gears. The number of immortal spirit liquid required respectively is 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, and you've only unlocked the level of 1,000 now. That's why it takes 50 years. If you unlocked 10,000, it would be 25 years, and the subsequent ones would be 15 years, 5 years, and 1 year. After hearing this explanation, Nangong Chen also came to the realization that this was the case. So then, one was close to the next slot. Just 700 drops of immortal spirit liquid. However, it wasn't a small amount. To obtain 9,000 drops in the 9 heavens mysterious realm this time was a complete surprise. However, you are also very powerful. Surprisingly, you were able to awaken me from my slumber. Suddenly, the ginseng spoke as if it had thought of something. Oh, could it be that you haven't awakened all this time? Nangong Chen also became interested and asked. That's right, this Grand Master hasn't awakened in 50,000 years. Since falling in your Xian heavenly domain, the ginseng said with some indignation. 50,000 years? After Nangong Chen heard this, there was some shock in his eyes. This thing has been sleeping for 50,000 years alone. Just how long has it been an old demon that has lived? Immediately afterward, the ginseng added, and there was surprisingly some reminiscing on the face that didn't have much in the way of facial features. Too poor. Every person encountered cannot wake up this big master. The most once the immortal spirit liquid seems to be no more than 1,000, but that kid, one day, seems to encounter what difficulties, even a one-time own all spent. A little did not leave this big master. Afterwards, this great master has never seen him, really do not know how to honor the old and the young, and do not know whether to abandon me. The ginseng's tone was haunting, surprisingly faintly sad. Nangong Chen's pupils shrunk slightly, and his mind instantly reacted to a person coming out. Dean Gunan, I thought you hadn't awakened? How did you sense it? Nangong Chen said with some doubt. Alas, This Grand Master is an artifact spirit. Although it has not awakened, it can more or less sense it, the ginseng said casually. He didn't abandon you. He died. Nangongchen pondered before still saying in a deep voice. After the ginseng heard this, his face unexpectedly revealed a look of shock, then became relieved, and those two whiskers that had been upturned drooped. I knew, the ginseng sighed and continued. It's a bit of a shame. Every time that kid comes in he's either chanting something about the academy or his daughter, not thinking about himself at all. I really don't understand. Why are you so tired of living? Is it not good to live happily for yourself? Alright, this Grand Master is also going to rest, so go out. The ginseng opened his mouth, his eyes somewhat lowered, and then he disappeared into this space. Soon, the space returned to silence. Nangongchen was also a bit confused, hearing what the ginseng master said. Have you not been happy to live for yourself? He then shook his head, sweeping the confusion away as his face regained its vigor. He is a human being, born with a bloodline, with a close relative, with a family, with people who love him. Naturally, he cannot simply live for himself. Then what is the difference between this look and a heartless and uncaring person? This ginseng is just an artifact spirit. What does it know? Nangongchen shook his head, took one last look at the place, and left. 50 years, though it did fly by compared to the half an epoch of normal growth, but it was still too slow for him, and he still had to need a constant stream of immortal spirit liquid. After his consciousness returned, Nangongchen sat cross-legged in the mansion. He then pulled out the Hongmeng Dao fruit and looked at the small crystalline and radiant fruit, the size of which was not even half as big as his fist. Nangongchen's eyes flickered. How should this be swallowed? Should it be swallowed in one gulp, or chewed and swallowed slowly? Whatever. It's better to swallow it in one bite. Subsequently, after Nangongchen swallowed the Hongmeng Dao fruit in one gulp, an incomparably powerful energy exploded within his body. Boom! In the next moment, this huge fluctuation directly shattered the mansion, and Nangongchen's breath was like an abyss, and the scattered stones were all flicked out by him. Soon, only Nangongchen was left sitting there, unconsciously running the great Tao immortal scripture in his heart, with runes flickering around his body, and divine radiance pouring down on his body, just like an immortal descending to the world. The Heavenly Abyss Mansion was also startled by this huge vibration and thought it was an enemy attack. In an instant, countless powerful people surged into the void, their gazes blazing and full of vigilance as they scanned the surroundings. Hiss! You guys, look at the young lord's side, a God King powerhouse exclaimed, his face shocked. When the crowd looked over and saw this scene, their pupils also shrunk slightly, unable to believe what they saw in their eyes. This was surprisingly a vision of breaking through to great power. Soon, another powerful figure came out, and it was none other than the two Nangong warriors and Nangongyu. Nangongyu, with his feet in the void and his breath like an abyss, also decided immediately, open the clan protection formation and cover up the visions. Nangong War nodded, then pinched his hand with the formation technique and closed his eyes tightly. In the next moment, on the periphery of the heavenly abyssal mansion, a divine aura appeared. A divine light shone brightly and shot up into the sky, and a crimson-colored barrier rose up, shrouding the entire heavenly abyssal mansion. This was a sacred rank formation, and throughout the entire Xian heavenly domain, there were very few forces that could lay out such a grand gesture. The crowd was also very shocked after seeing it. Surprisingly, even the clan protection formation, which had never been used 1,000 years ago, was used today. At the same time, in the heavenly abyss house, there is another vision rushing to the sky. In the void, there is a real phoenix circling and intertwining. A whole body exudes extreme coldness. One exudes the blossoming of burning flames. Even the aura exposed by the true phoenix shadow was not something they could withstand, and there were God King powerhouses who retreated backward, their faces a little pale. The goddess is about to break through as well. Oh my god, what kind of freaks are these two? One is more amazing than the other. Someone shuddered. However, more people were still incomparably joyful. The Heavenly Abyss Mansion had these two supreme prides, so why should they not be able to ask for the throne? Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Waner also came out, and when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked as their beautiful eyes trembled. This couple is one sick after another. Chapter 76, 10th on the Heavenly Ranking. Stormy Day. With Nangongchen's battle at the Nine Heavens mysterious realm becoming famous, at this moment, whether it was the various divine states, all of them had set off an uproar. At this moment, in front of the Tianji Pavilion in the central divine state, the streets were watertight. A sea of people surrounded the crowd, and among them were some of the Heavenly Pride's sons and daughters, and even, many of the Heavenly Prides on the two lists of heaven and earth were also among them. They had come today for one purpose only, and that was to see how far the heavy pupil would be able to rush into the ranks of the heavenly rankings with this update. Recently, The heavy pupils' play in the nine heavens' mysterious realm could be said to have shattered their inherent impression of the other divine state's heavenly pride. Moreover, there was an endless stream of discussion about the power behind the heavy pupil, and everyone was very curious as to what kind of existence was behind him that he was able to even stiffen the Sun God Palace. Even after the Sun God Palace knew about it, it didn't even choose to make a move in the first place, but pressed on, which refreshed the crowd's three views. Was this still that domineering and powerful top power, the Sun God Palace? In this way, the crowd became more and more curious about the heavy pupil's life. Brother Lu, do you think this newly emerged heavy pupil can enter the top 10 ranks of the heavenly ranking? Above the restaurant, in the most honorable room, there was a young man who looked at the scene below and opened his mouth to ask. He had a domineering face and wore a red-colored battlesuit, with divine fire dancing between the opening and closing of his eyes, and red flames entwined around his body. His breath was powerful to the extreme, as if he were a fire god in the world. If anyone from below had recognized it, they would have been shocked, because this was none other than the 10th demon of the heavenly ranking, Zhang Che, with an incomparably heaven-defying qualification, that of the legendary 9th grade divine body, the burning sky battle body. Opposite it, this was a man with the same extraordinary breath-sitting. He was radiant with immortal light, his eyes were flowing with divine radiance, and he was dressed in fancy clothes. His breath was equally very amazing. Only after hearing this, his eyes flashed as he spoke. Entering the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, if in the nine heavens mysterious realm, what those people said was true, a heavy pupil could even charge into the top 5 of the heavenly ranking. After all, the decapitation of the Blood Demon King, even in his weakened state, if it were in our place, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to defeat him. Zhang Che wasn't surprised when he heard that. He just said in a cold voice, I'm afraid that words are not proof. A heavenly pride at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Even if he's the legendary super 9th grade qualification, there's no way that he can be able to decimate a Blood Demon King. Who knows? Lu Wuxin said indifferently. Anyway, he was 9th on the heavenly ranking, and even after the heavy pupil rushed up, he still hadn't fallen out of the top 10 on the heavenly ranking. Anyway, I don't believe that he was able to kill the Blood Demon King. I'm afraid that it's just those heavenly prides making a big deal out of their words and talking out of their asses. Zhang Che's eyes remained cold as he questioned. If he were to be pushed out of the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, it would definitely be a great humiliation for him. Lu Wuxin was silent, his eyes fixed on the bottom. There was no point in talking about this now. He still had to wait until the heavenly ranking was refreshed. Soon, a new round of the heavenly rankings appeared. The crowd's eyes were wide and urgency was written all over their faces. However, there were others who showed disdain, thinking that the heavy pupil was merely exaggerating. After all, who could believe that a peak Zifu could decimate a Blood Demon King? The heavy pupil ranking should be between 50 at most, and as for the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, it was simply a dream. Soon, they found Nangong Chen's ranking. When they saw it clearly, their pupils shrunk slightly, their mouths opened wide, and their eyes were filled with unbelief. Heavens, 10th on the heavenly ranking. The heavy pupil has actually rushed straight from outside the 100 to the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. Someone said in shock, only to see that Zhang Che, who was the 10th on the heavenly ranking, had been squeezed out of the top 10 at some point, and the name Nangong Chen had taken its place. In the restaurant, when Zhang Che saw the scene, he also crushed the wine cup in his hand and directly slammed the door, coldly saying, what kind of bull asterisk ranking? A peak Zifu, also worthy of being above me? When I get to the Chu family immortal collection, I will have to learn something. Lu Wuxin laughed a little and didn't care, only that there was curiosity in his eyes. What kind of a person will the heavy pupil be? I'm really looking forward to it. And in the unnoticed corner, a woman named Suli had directly ascended to the 30th heavenly ranking. In the Xian heavenly domain, there was similarly a piece of news that made countless people exuberant. That was that the Chu Clan Immortal Collection was about to convene, and at that time, some of the demons at the top of the heavenly ranking, and even some unborn ancient freaks, would come to participate and compete for that supreme opportunity. You have to know, Chu Family Immortal Collection is not only the Xian Tian domain's pride competition, that is a small world. At that time, the other domains of the demon will also appear, together to compete for the opportunity. This is the Xian Tian domain for the face of the time. If one could sweep the other domain's heavenly pride in the Immortal Collection, that would be a true honor, truly famous. At the same time, the Chu family had also let slip that if they could obtain a single item in the Immortal Collection, they could be the Chu family's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and become the fiancé of the Chu family's young lady. The moment these words came out, the entire Xian Tian domain's pride were all excited. If they could marry the Chu family's miss, this would be a true flight to heaven. Some of the demons who were bitterly pursuing Chu Yen, after knowing about it, also let slip that whoever snatched it from them would be their mortal enemy, the Chu family. Holy, sis, you really guessed it. Brother-in-law has directly charged into the 10th heavenly ranking, Chu Xing said excitedly. Inside the courtyard, after Chu Yan heard it, her beautiful eyes were calm, seemingly a little disappointed. Her Ju lips lightly opened. Tianji Pavilion is still conservative. The heavy pupil person is at least the existence of the top 5 of the heavenly ranking. And also, in the future, don't call people brother-in-law. It's humiliating to death. Chu Xing's face was bitter, and he somewhat wanted to speak before saying, Sister, when you put out that message, if someone really got the token, would they really have to marry someone else? My foxy friends are clamoring to be my brother-in-law. Chu Yan nodded, and then shook her head, and said softly, that token is not that good. From ancient times to the present, no one can capture it. If someone captures, then what's the harm in marrying him? Okay, Chu Xing said helplessly. His heart still wants Nangong Chen to be better as his brother-in-law. That's a really ruthless person. Since he was a child, he has never seen such a ruthless. The palace of the sun god. I didn't expect that there would be a power in the Eastern Divine Prefecture that is so deeply hidden. In the palace, an old man spoke. The old man wore a venerable robe. His aura was like an abyss, and his eyes opened and closed with 2 suns in the sky, terrifyingly incomparable. He was a saint, palace master. Then do we still need to take revenge? Below, an elder knelt on the ground and respectfully asked. That's right. This old man in front of him was none other than the contemporary palace master of the Sun God Palace, Burning Dao. There's no hurry. The information we've gotten today is too little. If we act hastily, I'm afraid that the consequences will be unimaginable. Besides, I don't know if that Super Saint Realm powerhouse was from their side that day. If he was, it'll be difficult to deal with. Burning Road said slowly. But, that elder below was a bit unwilling and wanted to say something else. Revenge. It's natural to take revenge. After all, this time our palace has suffered such a heavy loss, and since the beginning of time, we haven't been so aggrieved. The Chu family immortal collection. I'm sure that the heavy pupil will also arrive. When the saint's sun comes out, then let's use the heavy pupil as the first stepping stone. You know, the higher you hold it, the more painful the fall will naturally be. Burning Dao said in a cold voice with a glowing face. Chapter 77 Double Breakthrough. Clan Shock. Tian Yuan Fu. A few days later. It's done. Looking at the gradual decline of those visions in the sky, someone spoke. Su Li opened her beautiful eyes. Her eyes flickered. She felt that she possessed endless power in her body, and the divine phoenix mark even appeared between her eyebrows. Looking bewitchingly beautiful and moving, her temperament became more and more honorable, as if she was a true phoenix in the 9 heavens. Is this the mighty realm? It was simply a world away from the Violet Mansion realm. Yo, finally finished with the breakthrough. I've been bored to death these past few days. It was also at this moment that a charming and lazy female voice resounded in her mind. When Su Li heard this, her stunningly beautiful face froze a little, and after she reacted, her eyes were incomparably joyful. You awake? That's right. It was the long-sleeping Empress Qi Yao who had awakened. I woke up when you chose to absorb the Phoenix Stone, and thanks to this Phoenix Stone, there's a divine spirit inside that's extremely crucial for my divine soul cultivation. Qi Yao slowly spoke, her tone carrying satisfaction. That's good. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. When Qi Yao slept for such a long time, she felt guilty in her heart. But your man hasn't broken through well until now. That's really perverted. Qi Yao opened her mouth as if she had thought of something. Somewhat shocked, Su Li also looked up, only to see that in the void, countless saints unexpectedly appeared, with a heavenly aura, and all of them were now making a pilgrimage towards Nangong Chen, causing people to simply not believe it after seeing them. This is the legendary pilgrimage of the 10,000 saints. Only those with great fortune of ancient times, or those with heaven-defying qualifications, can appear. It seems that your husband is very uncomplicated, Qi Yao explained, with an inexplicable meaning. That's for sure. That day in the 9 heavens mysterious realm, he picked the Hongmeng Dao fruit. Su Li's tone was clear and cold, but vaguely, there was some pride. After Qi Yao heard this, her mature and charming face was somewhat stunned. What did you say? The Hongmeng Dao fruit was given to him? Yeah, Su Li faintly said. Qi Yao's face instantly became wonderful. She said why Nangong Chen was so perverted. So it was because he had swallowed the Hongmeng Dao fruit. One must know that even in her previous life, she was still begging for this kind of heaven-defying divine medicine. Even appearing in the 9 heavens and 10 lands would cause countless great powers to make a move to seize it. And this kid, he's even using it to build roots. What a waste. Qi Yao's silver teeth clenched with an indescribable sour feeling. It's a real people pleaser. However, soon, these saintly silhouettes all dissipated, and a divine radiance descended from the sky, with a large area of purple chi coming from the east in the void, and the haze illuminating the sky, obviously blessed by the heavenly Tao. When the crowd saw this scene, their pupils also shrunk slightly and their eyes widened. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a grand vision. Nangong Chen sat on the heaven and earth, opened his eyes, and between the opening and closing of his heavy pupils, there was a star sinking and destroying the sun, and the heaven and earth collapsed in a vision, and a pair of eyes rushed straight into the void, so that people couldn't help but look at the fear. At this moment, the aura emanating from him was too astonishing, and he even had the aura of a born king. Even if the God King realm powerhouses present saw these eyes, they had to blanch, and could not help but have the intention of kneeling appear in their hearts. Is this the mighty realm? Nangong Chen muttered. The current him, if he were to face the Blood Demon King, I'm afraid that he could be killed in seconds directly. Soon, the crowd gathered around, and the two who appeared the fastest were Nangong War and also Nangong Yu. After Nangong Yu felt this kind of breath, he, who had a wide range of knowledge, was even a bit stunned for a moment. No, even directly broke through to the late stage of great power? Nangong War also showed shock on his face, and then with some ecstasy, he opened his mouth and said, worthy of being the seed I gave birth to, it really does have a few of my styles. After the others heard this, their eyes were also wide with disbelief. The late stage of great power that they had gone thousands of years without getting on, now an 18-year-old junior had broken through to it with ease. It made them throw up in their mouths a little. It was so devastating. When Nangong Chen saw the crowd, he also greeted them politely. The crowd nodded and looked at him with increasing satisfaction. Soon after, on the other side, someone else was also shocked. The young master mother has actually broken through to the late stage of great power as well. Only to see the more and more moving Su Li, was slowly walking towards the side. The phoenix mark in her eyebrows was very attention-grabbing, embellishing the breathtakingly beautiful face, making people a little dazed for a moment, not daring to look directly at it. Nangong Chen froze and was somewhat surprised in his heart, not expecting Su Li to break through together. But this speed, if he is not a traveler, I am afraid that he will be dead by her. The true-life heroine is not covered. Good, that's great. With my son and my daughter-in-law in my Tianyuan mansion, why would I worry about not prospering? Nangong War also had a smile on his face, and his tone was very satisfied. The crowd also nodded in recognition of this statement. Yes, with qualifications like this, young lord and young mother simply don't give other heavenly prides a chance to live. A young clansman spoke up, his eyes fiery and his face excited. That's right, it seems that in the future, our Nangong family, too, will be able to appear as two saints. Ha 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 ha, we have to work hard too. Don't give these two juniors a chance to catch up by then. That would be a real disgrace. The crowd giggled and exclaimed. In the hall. Not bad. It seems that this time you have gotten an unexpectedly large chance in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm. Nangong Yu complimented, looking at the handsome Nangong Chen in front of him. Nangong Chen's expression was indifferent. The divine radiance around his body became more and more radiant, and his temperament was ethereal and dusty, just like a true exiled immortal. Using the Hongmeng Dao fruit as a foundation, I'm afraid that since the beginning of time, only Nangong Chen has been so generous. But it was just a fluke. Nangong Chen was very modest. The two of them also looked at each other with satisfaction after hearing this. Possessing talent is not necessarily an absolute good thing. Very often, have a sincere and humble heart, in order to go a long time. Otherwise no one in sight, but also cannot have a high achievement. Father, I want to know about my mother. Right at this moment, Nangong Chen suddenly said, a serious look on his face. This time, that ghost-faced woman who was in the northern domain and saved me. I can feel that I have a heartfelt closeness with her, as if it's like a relative. Who she really is, and who my mother is, and whether she is alive or dead now, I know nothing. Nangong Chen said helplessly with a blank look in his eyes. When these words came out, Nangong War froze, his eyes were surprised, and for a moment, his face unexpectedly appeared hesitant. Nangong Yu, on the other hand, sighed. He knew that what should come would always come. Chapter 78 Nangong Chen's mother once upon a time. Now that you have amazing natural talent and are growing rapidly, there are some things that it's time to tell you. Nangong War sighed and said quietly. Nangong War then told the story of how he met Nangong Chen's mother. Your mother and I, to be precise, I picked up in the middle of the war at the time. Picked up? Nangong Chen looked a bit puzzled after hearing that. Nangong Babal's face showed reminiscence, then slowly opened his mouth. Well, back then, when there was a war in the northern region and Deqian sent troops to invade us, I, as the king of Jinbei, naturally had to meet the battle for the sake of the war effort. That battle was very difficult. Many people died. I won't say more about the specifics. At that time, I only remember that after the war ended, divine light descended from the northern region, and a shocking vortex appeared in the sky, as if some great horror was about to descend. Immediately after that, from within that vortex, there unexpectedly fell a woman covered in wounds. She was very powerful and beautiful, and even in her unconsciousness, the mighty pressure emanating from her shook quite a few people to death at that time. Nangong Chen nodded, a dazed look in his eyes. Later, as if I was obsessed, I even went to save that woman, your mother, and when she woke up, I learned that your mother's name was Jiruot-san, a really beautiful name, like her person, Nangong War said with some sudden and some obsession. Immediately after that, Nangong War was gushing about the story of his love for Nangong Chen's mother, and he didn't know if he hadn't told anyone for too long and was too excited. His mouth didn't stop. Nangong Yu, who was on the side, had already disappeared in place at this moment. He didn't want to listen to this old boy chanting at all. Nangong Chen was the only one who listened with great interest. After all, this was the only way he could understand his mother. A few hours later, Nangong War finally finished speaking. Nangong Chen looked like he had suffered a great deal of torture. From the initial curiosity, then transformed into helplessness. It could be said to be a quick change of face. Hell, I didn't know my father could talk about a date for an hour. However, after listening to his father's account, Nangong Chen had a rough understanding of his mother. His mother's identity was very honorable, and she was from the Ji family, an immortal family in the upper realm, which was also in the 9 heavens, which was why his mother had to leave the Xian heavenly domain later on. So it turns out that the fact that we have so many chances every year in the Heavenly Abyss Mansion is all because of Mother. It was only at this moment that Nangong Chen came to some realization. Then what else? You think your chances of cultivation are blown over by the wind? So many of us in the Tian Yuan house, including you, all need your mother to raise them, Nangong War said helplessly. Then aren't you eating soft food? Nangong Chen suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. When Nangong War heard this, he didn't think anything of it and casually said, if you can eat, you can also find a woman to eat soft rice, can you? Besides, your mother abandoned us as father and son in the first place. Isn't it normal to give some compensation? When these words came out, Nangong Chen seemed to feel some sense in his heart and nodded. Yes, you still have to thank me for being wise enough to save your mother in the first place, or else I'm afraid you'd be living on the streets right now, and you wouldn't even have been able to drink powdered milk when you were a child. Nangong War said with a proud face, but I have to say, your mother in the upper world is mixed really good. What magic treasure elixir are not lacking? Those cultivation of immortal crystal framed to our side. This is also the reason why we can get to this point in the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Nangong Chen cried and laughed a little, not knowing what to say for a moment. Your mom can take care of you. Every time she gives you a bunch of goodies inside your storage ring, making my father's eyes red. Nangong War opened his mouth as if he had thought of something. What about my ring? Where is it? Nangong Chen's eyes were on fire as he opened his mouth. Well, used up. It's all because you were too mediocre before, running to the greenhouse every day to molest people's flower girl, not doing your job, and even a 3rd grade qualification. I was doubting whether or not you were the seed of the two of us at that time, and if I were to give it to you at that time, I'm afraid it wouldn't be of much help to you, so I'll simply use it on top of enhancing our Heavenly Abyss Mansion strength. Nangong War spoke out of turn and said slowly. After Nangong Chen heard this, his fists clenched. Nima, old Biden even wants to embezzle your son's things. Don't be so hasty. Aren't you curious as to what kind of power our current Heavenly Abyssal Mansion is in the middle of the Xian Heavenly Domain? Seeing that he was about to get angry, Nangong War said sardonically. What kind? Nangong Chen also asked with some curiosity. Thanks to your blessing, our Heaven's Abyss Mansion has grown to the top part amongst the Xian Heavenly Domain from within a decade or so. Later on, if you go out and get into trouble and cause trouble, you'll have someone who can wipe your ass. Touché. Nangong War laughed. Touched you the hell. Old Biden, give me back my stuff. Nangong Chen, which ate the set, said without good humor. Alas, who knew that you became enlightened after you got married? If I had known that, I wouldn't have taken those chances. But don't worry, in the future, the ring you have every year, I'm definitely not greedy, okay? Nangong War said with conviction. After hearing this, Nangong Chen's face eased somewhat. This is only about the same. But greed, these resources surprisingly can make a dynasty of small forces. A leap directly fly to the top of the Xian Tian domain. This is exactly how much greed. Forget it, it was better not to bother with him. After all, he himself had the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Tablet in his hands, and was not lacking in resources. And in the future, when the Heavenly Abyss Mansion passes to his hands, those resources, too, are considered to have gone around and back to his hands. Originally still want to wait until you are 20 years old to tell you this. but did not expect you to rise so fast, Nangong War said quietly, and immediately afterward, he turned his words around. Of course, from the moment you came out of the world, it was time for our divine sword, which was hidden in the Great Zhou, to be sheathed, so that the world could witness the depths of our heavenly abyss mansion. After all, reputations are made. Nangong Chen nodded. This was something he agreed with. By the way, the king of Great Zhou has sent someone to assassinate me again this time. Suddenly, Nangong Chen's face turned cold as he spoke. It's that Zhou Wanner, right? Nangong War looked like he had expected it. This was also information that he only learned after Nangong Chen had entered the Nine Heavens mysterious realm, but it was already too late. Later, when Nangong War saw Zhou Wanner returning with Nangong Chen, he guessed many things. Nangong Chen froze when he heard it. Holy, how do you know all this? Since this Great Zhou king wants to die so badly, after tomorrow, there will be no king in Great Zhou. Nangong War's tone was cold, killing intent surfacing on his rigid face. Chapter 79 Red Cloud Sword Sect Crisis. The Other Side. Red Cloud Sword Sect. After Ruyan Lu returned, the Red Sword Divine King was also excited and his eyes blazed after learning of Nangong Chen's feat in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm, powerfully suppressing the heavenly pride of the Central Divine State and slaying the legendary Blood Demon King. It was hard to imagine that these were the things that an 18-year-old had done. This was enough to prove Nangong Chen's invincible qualifications, and he, the Red Sword Divine King, had lived his entire life and could be considered to have followed the right person. Ruyan from now on, you must hold on to the young lord's thighs. Go serve him well. Your posture is not inferior to the other women by his side. This is a true dragon. In the future you will surely soar to the heavens. The Red Sword God King said bitterly. If Lu Ruyan could take down Nangong Chen, it would be a great benefit to the Red Cloud Sword Sect, and he, too, would have a guarantee. Under the stage, Lu Ruyan was dressed in a green dress. Her features were exquisite, her skin was as white as sheep's fat, and her temperament was elegant, just like a beauty that came out from the classics. I'll try my best. At this moment, Ruyan Lu lowered her head and remained silent for a long time before speaking. If it were before, she would have disdained it, but after experiencing this Nine Heavens mysterious realm, she had changed her mind a little. However, even so, she was carrying the heart of the Sword Emperor, and for her to serve Nangong Chen as any other woman would, then she still couldn't do it. This had nothing to do with anything else. It was just the dignity that had been within Ruyan Lu since the beginning of time. Alas, you will understand later. When the Red Sword God King saw her like this, he thought of something in his heart and shook his head. Soon, an anxious voice came in. Patriarch, it's not good. That Great Zhou King has brought those three thieves over again. Outside the main door, a disciple ran in a panic and said with a fearful face, you should be honored to lead the way for us. An unruffled voice came from behind. Then, a cold light passed through, directly piercing through that disciple's heart. When Ruyan Lu saw this scene, her pretty face turned a little pale, a chill surged through her heart, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The king of Great Zhou with three thieves? Just who is it? Why did you break into our clan? At the moment, there were countless doubts in her mind. The Red Sword God King on the side, upon seeing it, also had his eyes wide and cold, his face furious to the extreme. Outside the door, after that disciple's body fell, a figure wearing a dragon robe walked in, and behind him, followed by three powerful auras. The middle-aged man at the head of the group who was not angry and authoritative was none other than the current king of Great Zhou, the king of Great Zhou, and behind him were the patriarchs of the other three sword clans, outside of the reputed Great Thursday Sword Sect. You guys, aren't you afraid of retribution for slaughtering my sect's disciples like this? The Red Sword God King said in a cold voice, his eyes filled with rage. Massacre? We are merely giving you some punishment for not agreeing to us for so long. As for retribution, where is it coming from? Ha 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 ha. The sect leader of the Lingxiao Sword Sect opened his mouth and laughed, and it was him who had struck out just now. His aura was so powerful that he didn't even lose to the Red Sword God King. After the other two heard this, they also laughed out loud, their faces indifferent. They were all sovereigns of a party. All of them were at the cultivation level of a divine king and were incomparably strong. To make me hand over the sword tire fragment and submit to that worldly son, you guys are simply dreaming. This is absolutely impossible, the Red Sword God King said in a cold, decisive tone. You've been given almost a week to think about it. Why don't you agree? Do you want to force our hands so badly? We are only giving you so many deadlines because we know each other well. A man spoke up. He was dressed in black. His aura was hidden. He was the patriarch of the Shadow Sword Sect. At the moment, he had a smile on his lips and a disdainful tone, as if he was giving him a handout. My Red Cloud Sword Sect, I don't have soft bones like you, to submit to a court of another dynasty. Ridiculous. And you, King of Great Zhou, the king of a country, even joining forces with them, how disappointing. The Red Sword God King laughed coldly, his heart not shaken in the slightest. This Great Zhou, is it still not mine? Don't you understand it in your heart better than I do? The king of the Great Zhou shook his head and asked rhetorically, then continued in a cold voice. That worldly son is from the immortal dynasty of the Central Divine Prefecture. I'd rather submit to his command and be submissive to him than let these people from the heavenly abyssal mansion ride on my head every day. Now, it's my chance to uproot the heavenly abyss mansion, so I naturally have to cherish it. The Red Sword Divine King was shocked in his heart when he heard that. So it turned out that the king of Great Zhou was going to join forces with that worldly son and deal with the heavenly abyss palace together. It's not good. It's a good idea to let the young master and his men know. And after Lu Ruyan heard this, she couldn't help but be surprised with her beautiful eyes wide open and her vermilion lips slightly open. Was this still the king of Great Zhou in her heart? Surprisingly, he would say such words. Yes, just ask you, will you hand over the sword tire fragment and submit to the world son's command? An old crone who had been silent spoke up, looking at him coldly. She was the patriarch of the Watermoon Sword sect, and she was also a fellow divine king realm powerhouse. You should know the consequences of rejecting that worldly son, right? The sect leader of the Ling Xiao Sword sect opened his mouth to threaten, his face showing a fierce light. The Red Sword Divine King didn't hesitate and directly said in a cold voice, I've already submitted to the young lord, and it's absolutely impossible for me to submit to one of them again in this lifetime? When these words came out, a few people's eyes were shocked and somewhat unexpected. Young lord, who is it? The Great Zhou King questioned, his heart vaguely uneasy. The other three also looked at the Red Sword God King urgently. Young Lord Nangong Chen of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. The Red Sword God King slowly spoke. When these words came out, when the four people heard them, they were first stunned, and then they laughed out loud. For that matter, how can a tiny Heavenly Abyss Mansion be compared to the immortal dynasty of the Central Divine Prefecture? I think you're senile. I'm afraid you'd have to bow down to Seiji even if you let the heavy pupil come before him. After hearing them speak so wantonly, the Red Sword God King was calm and spoke indifferently. You will definitely end up in a bad situation in the future if you humiliate the Heavenly Abyss Mansion and the heavy pupil like this. The King of Great Zhou did not make a sound, and there was a hint of scorn in his eyes. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Abyss House would be even more difficult than he had imagined, and that he would have the Red Cloud Sword sect in his pocket early on, which was out of his expectation. And at that moment, a transmission sounded in the minds of the three patriarchs at the same time. Since it's the power of the heavy pupil, let's give him a day and a half. Tomorrow this world son will personally board the Red Cloud Sword sect to make them submit. If the heavy pupil cares, then let him come straight to me. I'm sure he's a smart person. Their eyes flickered and their hearts were incomparably shocked, not having thought that the world son would give the heavy pupil a day's time. It's going to be a good show tomorrow. Chapter 80 Ao Long Shirzi. I didn't think that I would let you get away with such a fluke today, the Shadow God King said with some regret, killing intent in his eyes. Obviously, this person and the Red Sword God King had a great deal of hatred. The world son has decided to be merciful and give the heavy pupil a face, so I won't kill you today. Tomorrow, the world son will come to suppress you in person. Oh, by the way, you can go to the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion to see if they'll bail you out or not? The Ling Xiao Divine King also said teasingly, as if he had already seen their submissive appearance. After the Red Sword God King heard this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, there was still one day left. At this moment, he was also a little apprehensive in his heart, not knowing if the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion would mess with the son of an immortal dynasty for their sake. The old woman then swept around and spotted Ruyan Lu sitting on the stage. Her pale eyes lit up. You are Ruyan Lu? When Ruyan Lu heard this, there was some fear in her beautiful eyes, but she still nodded. She wondered in her mind what this old woman was asking her name for. Not bad. The world son has heard of your name and likes you very much. If you fight hard for something, maybe that can become his consort. Tomorrow the world's son arrives. You have to perform well. The crone said slowly, her eyes measuring her with satisfaction. After Lu Ruyan heard this, her heart was like a bolt from the blue. Her delicate body trembled a little, and her pretty face went pale. That immortal dynasty's worldly son had taken a fancy to her. So what could be done? Facing this behemoth of an existence, how could she, a weak woman, have the slightest bit of power to resist? After the crowd finished, they were also ready to leave. The Great Zhou King's eyes were a bit hesitant as he spoke. Why does Lord Shitzi have to wait until tomorrow to come over? Weren't we able to suppress them today? One day is enough time would cause a lot of variance. He had an ominous feeling in his heart, so he wanted to settle the matter today and didn't want to put it off until tomorrow. That's something you don't need to know. The world son's orders, we can just obey them. The Shadow God King also said disdainfully after seeing this. not taking him seriously in the slightest. When the king of Great Joe saw the scene, he also secretly clenched his fists and his face was very unwilling. This group of people, who used to treat him with respect, didn't expect to change their faces faster than anyone else after changing masters. What an abomination! Sooner or later he would kill these people who looked down on him by 1,000 cuts. A hint of gloom flashed within the eyes of the king of Great Joe, and without speaking, he followed the crowd and left together. Only after they had left did the Red Sword God King dare to speak out. Ruyan, you immediately move now and go forward to report to the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Be sure to let the young lord know. The Red Sword God King's face showed urgency as he said anxiously. When Ruyan Lu heard this, she also realized the importance of the matter and nodded her head. Then she turned into a stream of light and left. Whether or not our clan survives tomorrow depends on you. Looking at her departing back, the Red Sword God King slowly said. In fact, before this, he had transmitted many letters to the Heavenly Abyss House to Nangong Chen, but at that time, Nangong Chen was still in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm, and he didn't know if he had seen it now. The Red Sword God King thought with worry in his heart. On the other side, in a luxurious palace. At this moment, inside the palace, delicate young girls were singing and dancing, and on the bed, there was a young man with a powerful aura who was revealing an evil gaze as he surveyed them. Not bad, good dancing. Looks like this world's son is blessed today. He was dressed in fancy clothes. He was the worldly prince of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty, known as the AO Dragon Worldly Prince, with an incomparable demonic talent, carrying the AO Dragon sacred body on his body, and was located in the 8th position on the heavenly ranking. When these words came out, these songstresses instantly turned pale and their delicate bodies trembled, because they all knew that this worldly son in front of them was tyrannical, but anyone who spent the night with him would die a miserable death in the middle of the room the next day, in an incomparably miserable state. According to other people rumors, this son of the world is very like to abuse others. If there is a little bit not to his liking, will be directly out of the chopping. A little bit not pity, can be said to be more than perverted incomparable. What? You guys look scared of me? Ao Longshire Z jumped off the bed, his figure flickering like a ghost, before arriving in front of a shivering palace maid. Boom! Only to see, he swung his palm away, directly slapping the palace maid in front of him, and a huge force erupted within her body, unexpectedly dying directly. After seeing this scene, these palace maids screamed, their hearts terrified. Shut up, isn't it just one death? As for this? Ao Longshire Z frowned, a tyrannical feeling welling up in his heart. Then, his mouth grimaced and his eyes reddened. Since you guys like to scream so much, let's advance the game and start now. Immediately after that, the guards outside were very eagle-eyed and pulled the curtains shut, and soon, a sound that was miserable to the extreme rang out. The white palace curtain. Countless blood flowers bloomed, all of a sudden dyeing the white curtain red, and after the guards outside saw the scene, their eyes were indifferent, obviously used to it. After a long time, with the arrival of the Three Swords Patriarch, the AO Longshire Z inside sensed it before stopping. Your Highness, we have already done as you requested, and I believe it won't be long before the heavy pupil will know about this. The Shadow God King knelt on the ground and respectfully said, not bad. AO Longshire Z walked out, carrying a strong smell of blood as he opened his mouth. If the heavy pupil is smart enough to hear the name of this world's son, then he shouldn't come tomorrow, but that's a bit pointless. I do hope that this heavy pupil will come tomorrow. Then, in that case, there will be one more of the heavenly ranking's dead souls in my hands. What a wonderful taste, AO Longshire Z said with a soothing expression. A few people were shocked when they heard it. Was this His Highness the world's son? Listening to his words, it seemed that there were many heaven-ranking demons who had fallen under him. The world prince is unrivaled in the world. How could a small heavy pupil be your opponent? The Shadow God King said as he patted his horse's ass. Yes, the heavy pupil, this 9 heavenly mysteries. What the people said, its strength is very false. If he dares to come tomorrow, I'm afraid that he will reveal his cloven foot. Ha 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 ha. The old crone also chimed in. After hearing this, AO Longshire Z's face looked very flattered as he casually said, since he was able to ascend to the 10th on the heavenly ranking, there is still some strength there. But this Shir Z isn't afraid of it either. This kind of genius is the kind of genius that I like to kill the most. On the contrary, I've heard that the power behind him is called the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, right? You guys have been following me for quite some time. Since that's the case, when the time comes, after I exterminate them, you guys will go and divide up the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. A few people were delighted to hear it. Thank you, Seiji. Chapter 81 Exit. Anger. On the other side, after Nangong Chen finished talking with Nangong War, he also went back to penetrate the Qilin treasure art. After a long time, a golden unicorn appeared around him, with auspicious clouds and red flames intertwined on both horns. his eyes blooming like thunder and lightning, his aura overwhelming. Nangong Chen's eyes erupted with refined light. A fist swung out. The fist wind was grand. The unicorn roared along with it. The pressure was terrifying, bringing with it a kingly demeanor. In his physical body, there was also golden chi and blood that transformed into a dragon and elephant, so strong and boundless that it seemed to trample heaven and earth to pieces. This was the point where his divine elephant prison suppressing strength had been cultivated to a small degree of completion, and within his body, 100 million dragon elephant particles erupted, transforming into billions of gene of dragon elephant giant strength. Now that he was in his current state, Jun Wuxuan would have to drink his hate when the terror punch went down. If the great Tao immortal scripture was added to it, it was hard to imagine to what extent Nangong Chen's strength had increased to now. Even if it was against a God King realm powerhouse, he wasn't weak. This is the battle power of the top demons. Don't look at some of the heavenly pride cultivation is the same, but the battle power that erupted, that can be very different. Nangong Chen took his power back and nodded in satisfaction, pondering in his mind. During this retreat, his divine elephant prison suppression strength, great Tao immortal scripture, and heavenly emperor's fist had all entered a small completion, and even the legendary secret of the middle walk had been comprehended by him to a small completion. The rest of the Thunder Emperor treasure art and the Qilin treasure art were also initiated. One must know that even if other demons wanted to learn so many heaven-defying techniques, I'm afraid that it would take 100 years to get started with the divine level techniques, not to mention the treasure techniques and all of these, which were estimated to take 1,000 years. As for Nangong Chen, it was precisely because of the heavy pupil's innate gnosis that was heaven-defying, and now coupled with the foundation created by the Hongmeng Dao fruit, that he was able to far surpass the gnosis of other demons. Outside the door, Suli and the others quietly waited for Nangong Chen to come out. It wasn't long before Nangong Chen pushed out the door. Nangong Chen ebony hair flying, a white dress absolute, surrounded by immortal light bright, slender body looks more and more immortal, compared to before, more and more sublimation, as a true immortal descended to the earth. At the same time, the aura emanating from his body was equally amazing, causing several people to be beautifully shocked. Nangong Chen seems to be much stronger than before again. Suli secretly sighed in her heart, somewhat surprised at the change in Nangong Chen. On the side, Yao Qi, who was in her soul state, was also sizing up Nangong Chen, and after seeing him, her eyes became more and more gloomy. Uncomplicated. Really uncomplicated. This son gives me the feeling that it is not even close to those 9 heavens great sect successors, and even more powerful than that. Yao Ji was wearing a red dress, with a small piece of snow white showing on her chest, at this time holding her chest and thinking, Master, it seems like it has become powerful again. There is an indescribable feeling. Wang Yuxuan was stunned and muttered. Being born with a spiritual body, she could naturally feel the magnitude of Nangong Chen's change, but the feeling of floating as if it was a lull could not be described. Zhou Wana was also looking at Nangong Chen. Under her dark pupils, a flash of blazing heat unexpectedly surfaced at this moment, and no one noticed that a trace of redness crept onto the delicate pretty face. Ever since her mother's coffin had been brought back, hope had been restored to her heart and her personality was no longer as cold as it had been before. Only she herself knows, now become this appearance, but also thanks to the help of Nangong Chen. So in Zhou Wanner's heart, she naturally had some unclear feelings for Nangong Chen. Has anything happened in the Xian heavenly domain recently? Nangong Chen opened his mouth and asked, his gaze looking at several people. Recently, the time spent on breakthroughs and seclusion had taken longer, and even after the breakthrough, he was immediately pulled to talk to his father, so he really didn't have much information about the outside world. Suli, who had also been making a breakthrough recently, was also a bit bewildered and cast her gaze on the remaining two. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, she was about to say something, but she didn't expect that Zhou Wanner, who was on the side, opened her mouth first. Young lord, some time ago, the heavenly ranking of the Central Divine Prefecture was refreshed, and you directly ascended to the 10th on the heavenly ranking, shocking many people. There's also the Chu family, the top family in the Central Divine Prefecture, announcing that in a month's time, the Chu family immortal collection will be opened. By the way, the Chu family's holy maiden also said that if someone finds a token in it, they can also become the Chu family's emperor's son-in-law. Zhou Wan'er was organized and said slowly. After Nangong Chen heard this, his eyes also dawned on him and he nodded, pondering something. The heavenly ranking, Nangong Chen had heard about it, but he hadn't thought that he had made it to the top 10. This made him a little curious inside. What kind of existence were those remaining 9 demons that were stronger than him? Or was it that the list was ranked blindly? After all, that Chu clan's holy maiden from last time, it was said that she seemed to be the 6th on the heavenly ranking. If that's true, it's too watered down. As for the Chu family immortal collection, It seems like he was given a spot by the Chu family woman last time, right? I heard that it is a small world inside, and the pride of other domains are also coming. This is somewhat interesting. If it is opened, it may as well go there. But finding a token to become the Chu family's emperor's son-in-law, it was better to forget about it. He wasn't interested. Not bad. You have a heart. Nangongchen opened his mouth to praise after pondering. After Zhou Wan'er heard this, she also lowered her head a bit shyly. Her heart was very flattered. Wang Yuxuan was a bit jealous and said with a puff of air, "Master, I also know a piece of news, but it might be a bit irrelevant." Nangongchen was a bit surprised and said blandly, "You say, Ruyan Lu came over yesterday and gave me a letter. She originally wanted to give it to you in person, but you were in seclusion at that time, so she told me to make sure to show it to you after you came out of seclusion." Wang Yuxuan opened her mouth and then handed a letter to Nangongchen. Nangongchen was a bit curious inside, then picked it up and flipped through it. The other three sword clans actually obeyed an immortal dynasty Seiho, and that Seiho was going to take the Red Cloud Sword clan along with them? Okay, give me a day, right? You don't know how to spell death. The king of Great Zhou actually wanted to join forces with the other party to deal with the Heavenly Abyss Palace? He's really got hard wings. After Nangongchen read it, his expression was bland, and his eyes were somewhat cold. What was said? Suli asked with concern even when she saw that Nangongchen was not right. Nangongchen handed her the letter and then went to find Nangongwar. As soon as Nangongchen left, the two of them, Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er, gathered around, wanting to see what was written. When a few people finished reading, they also had frosty eyes and clenched silver teeth. This bull immortal dynasty's world son. He also dares to put words in his mouth like this. What a stinking shamelessness, Wang Yuxuan said viciously. Zhou Wan'er also looked indignant. Su Li was silent. Her stunningly beautiful face was ice cold, and her body radiated a bone-chilling chill. If Nangongchen were here, he would definitely be able to tell that she was truly angry. Chapter 82: Calming internal strife and killing foreign enemies. On the other hand, inside the Great Zhou Palace, I told you a long time ago that this thorn in the side of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion would have to be pulled out sooner or later. You see, it's still not up to me now. A black-robed old man opened his mouth and looked towards the Great Zhou King. Underneath him, there was a blood-colored formation, demonic and incomparable. And around the formation, there were even tens of thousands of children's corpses, which made people see this scene, which was incomparably shocking and chilling. Shut up. What do you know? If it wasn't for this time when the AO Dragon World son of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty descended upon our Great Zhou, I might have had to hibernate for some time. The king of the Great Zhou coldly scolded and continued. This Aolong Shirzi actually carries 4 paramount saints with him as guards, and he's even willing to cooperate with us. This is a heavenly good time for me. Oh, no wonder you're so heartless. To have found the heart blood of 100,000 children's boys and girls in such a short period of time. The black-robed old man was also playful after hearing this. These are your people. They thought that the present saint was so kind as to let them study in the palace, but they didn't think that it was all your conspiracy. Ha 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 ha. It's still you who are ruthless. Zhou Xin Yuan. The black-robed old man laughed out loud and even called out the Great Zhou King's real name. I only saw that the king of the Great Zhou did not react too much after hearing this, but only indifferently said, "These are my good people. For the sake of eradicating the Tian Yuan house in order to accomplish my greatness, I believe that they will surely understand me when they find out about this. Besides, these are just mortals. If they die, they die. And if they can make some contribution to my strength, they can be considered to have no regrets in death." At this moment, after experiencing the baptism of the blood heavenly grand formation, the strength of the Great Zhou King had also crossed over from the peak of quasi-saints to saints in a single step, which could be described as incomparably powerful. Soon, the Great Zhou King left the place. He was going to the Red Cloud Sword sect to meet up with them. First, he would pull down the strength of the Heavenly Abyss House, and then he would slowly eat away at the Heavenly Abyss House. And outside the palace, millions of troops had already assembled and were ready to go together to exterminate the Heavenly Abyss House. Today, the king of the Great Zhou had already prepared himself for the idea of wanting to fight a duel with the Heavenly Abyss Palace. They would never have guessed that he would suddenly strike out in the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. When he thought of this, he was so excited that he couldn't wait for the Tian Yuan house to be decapitated and hang his head outside the palace to show his imperial authority. Nangongwar wants to rebel and seize the throne. Today I will lead you all to eliminate the rebels, the king of Great Zhou exclaimed. Inside the hall, when Nangongwar learned of this one thing, as if he thought of something, he opened his mouth and asked, "You're saying that the Siyu from the immortal dynasty wanted their sword tire fragments? That's what the letters say. What's wrong?" Nangongchen responded, his face somewhat puzzled. Nangongwar's face changed drastically as he explained. There are rumors that a supreme being divided the great Luo sword tire into 9 pieces back then and scattered them throughout the Xian heavenly domain, and it is heard that only the sword sex patriarch possesses one of the 9 pieces. If you gather these 9 pieces of sword tire fragments, you can recreate the Dala sword tire of that year, which is a legendary artifact. There are even rumors that this Dala sword tire, or the opening key of the legendary chaotic ancient battlefield. After Nangong Chen heard this, he also showed a dawning interest. Then in that case, this world's son is trying to collect all 9 pieces of the sword tire fragment? A high probability. There's a great chance for the great Luo sword fetus. We mustn't let him get it. At this time, a voice transmission flew in the void, only to see Nangong Yu appear and open his mouth. Seeing that his grandfather had said it all, Nangong Chen also looked serious and nodded. Ding! Heading to the Red Cloud Sword sect to sign in. At this moment, the system's beep sounded. After Nangong Chen heard this, he was also a bit surprised, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. The system came back to give him something. It seems that today this Red Cloud Sword sect is a must-go. Father, what about the King of Great Zhou? What should be done? Nangong Chen asked again. Only Nangong War said in a deep voice. Where are the 8 warlords of Tian Yuan? Here. Soon. 8 incomparably powerful figures appeared at the same time, wearing battle armor. Their faces were stalwart. Their blood aura was majestic, and a cold aura skimmed over between the opening and closing of their eyes. At this moment, all respectfully kneeled on the ground, their tone incomparably respectful. After Nangong Chen felt it, his pupils also shrunk slightly. It was a little hard to believe that this was actually 8 paragon saints. Where is Qi Yun? Nangong War continued. Here's the old slave. Only to see a powerful figure emerge in the void. The old man had a scar on his face, a pair of eyes that were incomparably deep, a golden giant bow on his back, and an incomparably overpowering and strong aura of the entire person. The pressure emanating from his body caused even the void to tremble a little. Obviously, this was a saint. Follow the young lord and kill the enemy thieves. Today, the 300,000 Tian Yuan army will come out in full force and step on the great Zhou King, Nangong War said in a domineering manner. Nangong Chen's face was a little complicated, and his heart tripped a little when he thought that all these powerful people were cultivated with his own resources. Forget it, when I see my mother later, I'll have to tell her off. I'll beat this old bearden to death. At this moment, the war drums are blowing. The 300,000 strong army stepped on the void. Each of them was well equipped, cold aura revealed. Their breath was very powerful. Surprisingly, they all reached above the Purple Mansion realm, and even amongst the elites of each regiment, they were all great power realm cultivators. The regiment leaders even had God King powerhouses, as many as hundreds of them. All of these were things that the Heavenly Abyss Mansion rarely exhibited. Greetings, young lord. The 300,000 strong army said in unison and respectfully, their voices sounding like bells, resounding throughout the entire heaven and earth. When Nangong Chen saw the scene, his heart couldn't help but surge with hot blood. Which teenager doesn't harbor dreams? Nangong Chen's double pupil appeared. His breath was amazing, as if he was born as a king, and he exclaimed, Generals, since the King of Great Zhou wants to unite with outsiders to flatten our Tian Yuan province, what should we do? Kill, kill, kill. The crowd roared in unison, their voices deafening and resounding. This kind of discipline, this kind of organization, all can be seen. This is a big army that has experienced 100 battles and honed. At this moment, above the Heavenly Abyss Palace, 300,000 troops were crossing the border, blackened and strewn with chariots. These fighters were soaring with vigor and warlike intent. Nangong Chen, after seeing, the heart cannot help but feel proud. After all, the command of thousands of troops and horses, fighting in the 4 directions. This is the dream of the Wu countless male children. Only to see a platinum chariot galloping in the void, the ferocious beast pulling it, surprisingly a quasi-saint realm red Jiao, stopping directly and straight in front of Nangong Chen. Nangong Yu opened his mouth and laughed. This is the bar mitzvah I prepared for you. I hope you're satisfied. Many thanks, Grandpa. Nangong Chen was delighted in his heart and opened his mouth. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd were shocked. This was actually a red Jiao with the cultivation of a quasi-saint. I'm afraid that with such a large amount of money, I'm afraid that up and down the Heaven's Abyss Palace, only a supreme saint would be able to take it out. At this moment, even Nangong Warrior was a little envious of his own son. The red Jiao was born to be domineering, with flames born next to the flames and a hint of dragon's power, so it was the most suitable for pulling a cart. At this moment, the red Jiao unexpectedly bowed its head obediently in front of Nangong Chen, expressing its submission. Seeing this, Nangong Chen also shouted, All generals, follow me, calm the civil unrest and kill the foreign enemies. Kill. The 300,000 strong army responded in unison, their aura so vast that the entire void trembled a little. Chapter 83 Arrival of A.O. Longshirzy. At this moment, in the sky above the entire imperial capital, war drums were blowing, and 300,000 heavenly abyssal army crossed over, the cold light shining in the nine heavens, black and pressurized, giving the people on the streets a great shock, especially the chariot at the head, pulling out a ferocious beast described as a red Zhao. All the paths it traveled set off a sea of fire, causing everyone's faces to change drastically. This is the legendary Heaven's Abyss Army. Heaven's Abyss House, what are they going to do? Oh my god. This is the first time in the past few years that I've seen the Heavenly Abyss Army deploy so many people. Could it be that another war has broken out in the northern region? It can't be. The day before yesterday my elder brother at the front line informed me that the northern region was unharmed. Could it be that they, the Heavenly Abyssal House, want to rebel? At this moment, both the street vendors and the people passing by had stopped their feet and were there whispering. They were curious about the identity of the owner of the chariot at the head of the group, speculating on just what kind of existence it was that could allow a red Zhao to pull the chariot. There is envy in the eyes of the crowd. I'm afraid that within the Great Zhou, only the Heavenly Abyss House can do so. On the Su family's side, Su Ming stood outside the Su mansion, looking at the scene in the sky with deep eyes. Behind him, all the old and young members of the Su family were there, as if something big was going to happen today. Family head, what do you think the in-laws are doing by sending out so many Heavenly Abyssal armies? Behind them, an older clan elder asked. Ever since Su Li had married into the Heavenly Abyss House, the status of the entire Su family had risen, and the treatment they received was very different, which made them incomparably affectionate towards the Heavenly Abyss House. The others were also curious and looked at Su Ming. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. After today, a new pattern will emerge in the entire Great Zhou. Su Ming shook his head and did not directly say it clearly, but left behind such a meaningful sentence. He was smart enough to guess that the Great Zhou King was going to make a move against the Tian Yuan mansion just a few days ago when he learned that the imperial court had secretly gathered 1 million troops, and today's Tian Yuanfu's army outing also sidestepped his thoughts. However, what made him most curious was what kind of backbone did the king of the Great Zhou have that he dared to take the lead in lashing out at the Heavenly Abyss mansion. This also cannot help but let Su Ming some concern. As the saying goes, no egg is left intact under the nest. If the Heavenly Abyss House fails, in the future, their Su family will also certainly be liquidated. He could only secretly pray that the Heavenly Abyss House would win. Su Ming looked into the distance with a worried gaze, and on the other side, the royal residence. At this moment, Wang Xiong's eyes looked towards the sky in shock, not knowing what was going to happen. Which ungrateful thing has messed with the Heavenly Abyss mansion again? Wang Xiong spoke out in a shocking manner. The clansmen beside them also nodded their heads. Strangely enough, they didn't have the slightest bit of malice when their eldest young lady was reclaimed as a maid by Nangong Chen. It turned out that last time, after Wang Yuxuan came back, she informed them that Nangong Chen didn't force her to do things she didn't like, and also took great care of her and didn't restrict her freedom. As for Wang Yuxuan herself, she also admitted that she had been deceived by that Su Ao Tian before, and now that she had finally found her destiny son, she naturally had to cherish him. Hearing these words, the Wang clan members were dumbfounded, and after reacting with great joy, they supported Wang Yuxuan to go for a bold courtship. Even the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion had sent many resources over, which made them even more ecstatic for a while, and they were directly grateful to the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion. So much so that now, the entire Wang family was also proud of this, especially after Nangong Chen had done one amazing thing after another. Basically no one in the Wang family opposed it anymore. Red Cloud Sword Sect. How was it? Did you tell the young lord? Inside the hall, when the Red Sword Divine King saw Ruyan Lu return, he also opened his mouth with a glint in his eye. After Lu Ruyan heard this, her petite body trembled, and then slowly spoke. After I arrived, Nangong Chen was still in seclusion, and after I waited all night in vain, I wrote a letter and gave it to his maidservants, asking them to give it to Nangong Chen after he came out. I don't know. Nangong Chen, did he see it? Ruyan Lu's tone was very low, and her beautiful eyes were gloomy. After the Red Sword God King heard this, he also froze for a moment, his expression somewhat bitter. How could it be? How could it be closed at this time? Alas! It seems that our Red Cloud Sword sect, today, has a lot of bad luck today. You shouldn't have come back. The Red Sword God King sighed and looked at her with some complexity. Lu Ruyan shook her head, her eyes firm. I was raised by the Red Cloud Sword sect, so naturally I have to share the clan's pain and suffering. Silly child. The Red Sword God King's heart wasn't in the right place. Soon, a luxurious golden carriage appeared in the distant void, and behind it, followed by the few God Kings who had come yesterday, only to see that beside that carriage, there were 4 extremely powerful figures, each with an aura like an abyss, and the Red Sword God King's face changed when he sensed it. These 4 people, surprisingly, were all at the quasi-saint cultivation level. What is this so-called son of the world? An endless feeling of powerlessness welled up in the Red Sword God King's heart. What could be done about this? He was only a mere God King, so how could he block these people? At this moment, the remaining disciples within the sect were also gazing at the pedestrians in the sky above, their eyes filled with horror. In the carriage, Ao Longshire Z pulled open the bead curtain, saw this scene, also could not help but reveal a cold smile. It seems that the so-called heavy pupil person is just so, even have no courage to face me? Uninteresting. The few God Kings behind him couldn't help but kiss their asses after hearing this. Your Excellency is the world son of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty. His status is honored. How could the heavy pupil dare to go against your Excellency? He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. That's right, this heavy pupil is self-aware. Knowing that they can't defeat His Excellency, they simply don't come. Maybe right now, they're scared less. Ha 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 ha. They looked incredibly fawning and their tone was curt. This also couldn't help but make the few paragon saints in front of them smile. It seemed as if the legendary heavy pupil was nothing more than that. As for what those people had said in the beginning, that there was that infinitely powerful ghost-faced woman behind the heavy pupil, it was nothing more than a rumor in their eyes. If there was really such a powerful person behind him, how could he not come? Hearing these people mocking, the Red Sword God King also had a chilling look of anger on his face. If the young lord were here, he would have slapped them hard in the face. Lu Ruyan also felt good in her heart. She had a little intersection with Nangong Chen, and she knew that Nangong Chen, with that kind of character, would definitely not be someone who feared them. Soon, on the ground, another march arrived, only to see that the million-strong army led by the Great Zhou King was already in front of the Red Cloud Sword Sect's gate. My lord, this is our Great Zhou's million-strong army, all gathered here now. The King of Great Zhou said to the Ao Dragon World Son with a respectful face. Chapter 84, are you done? Ao Longshire Z swept a glance below and said indifferently. Not bad. Although most of these are shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they are still somewhat useful. I promise you that I'll help you destroy the forces behind the heavy pupil, and that you'll submit to the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty in the future, and that the country's name will be changed. Are there any objections? Ao Longshire Z said indifferently, his tone lofty as if he was giving alms. The King of Great Zhou was a bit stunned after hearing this, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. You're joking, Your Excellency. Just listen to everything, Your Excellency. Seeing this, Ao Longshire Z's gaze was a bit curious. Do you hate the power behind the heavy pupils that much? The one named Heavenly Abyss Mansion, is it? My lord, you don't know that Tian Yuan House rely on a bit of strength. In the Great Zhou, no evil, for the wrongdoing, often do kill and set fire to things, make the whole Great Zhou people fear. With a twinkle in his eye, the King of Great Zhou said slowly. He secretly sneered in his heart. Pouring dirty water on the Heavenly Abyss House was just too comfortable. So that's how it is. Then this world prince will have to get rid of them. I heard that the women beside him are all stunningly beautiful, but it's the wrong person to follow. They should be beside this world prince. Ao Longshire Z said with a righteous face, a hint of inexplicable mind in the bottom of his eyes, and then, a gesture went over to him. The Shadow God King on the side instantly understood, looked downwards, and shouted, hand over the sword tire fragment and obey the world son, or else the clan will be slaughtered today. When the Red Sword God King heard this, he also ignored it in the slightest, without the slightest thought of wanting to submit. You guys are dreaming. Ruyan Lu also looked at them with an indignant face. Ao Longshire Z's face instantly turned cold as he said in a cold voice, give him a lesson. As the words fell, a paramount saint beside him moved, directly pressing down with a palm towards the Red Sword God King. Boom! The Red Sword Divine King was only at the cultivation level of a Divine King, so how could he block this strike? He flew out directly backwards, spitting out blood, his face turning white. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan on the side also rushed over to assist him. This is just a small warning. Speak with respect in front of the world son. That sage spoke, his tone disdainful. Not bad, not bad. You have the qualifications to be this son's woman. When Ao Longshire Z saw Lu Ruyan, his eyes were also glowing. Subsequently, when Ao Longshire Z raised his hand, a dragon claw materialized into shape with amazing power, directly grabbing towards Lu Ruyan. When Ruyan Lu felt this powerful aura, her pretty face paled and she was a little powerless in her heart, not knowing how to resist. The gap was simply too great. This person in front of her was more than a notch stronger than her. Not good. Seeing this, the Red Sword Divine King tried to protect Lu Ruyan, but unfortunately, his body was severely injured, so he could only watch this dragon claw fall. Right at this moment, A smudge of fiery flames descended from the sky, carrying a dragon's might that directly and easily crushed the dragon's claw. Who is it? Ao Longshirzhi's eyes were cold as he looked into the void. How dare someone badmouth him? How bold! In the void, a huge ogre dragon with cold, unruffled eyes was unexpectedly pulling a silver-white chariot behind it. Immediately afterward, behind the chariot was a black press. 300,000 Heaven's Abyss army soldiers were approaching the city. Their aura was surging, their battle intent was sky-high, and their faces showed a cold light. This powerful aura caused the entire heaven and earth to change color. The whole room was shocked. The Ao Dragon World Sun directly froze, and after reacting, he was also furious. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty. Why don't you all submit quickly? He could sense that the group of people in front of him were uninvited guests, only to see a few paramount saints beside him directly change in color, whispering a reminder. World Sun, there's a very strong aura amongst them. Ao Longshirzhi ignored that whoever saw his Shirzhi status should kneel. Noisy, a cold voice came out from the silver-colored chariot, its tone towering above the others as if it was the Lord of the Nine Heavens. In the next moment, a golden divine arrow flew out of thin air, so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Ao Longshirzhi. It was too fast for anyone to react. Even the few paragons in front of him were confused. Boom! Ao Longshirzhi's right hand directly exploded, instantly breaking an arm. Looking at his empty right hand, Ao Longshirzhi was a little disbelieving that they actually dared to make a move against him. World Sun. After the four paragons beside him reacted, they also rushed to protect him. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Who was the other party that they didn't even fear their status? Only a white figure slowly stepped out of the silver chariot. Nangong Chen, a white dress overwhelming. Footsteps unicorn step, crossing the void, a double pupil open and close. Surprisingly, there are visions evolved. Breath amazing. As if a generation of teenage king. The moment Nangong Chen appeared, the entire room was shocked. In front of these dual pupils, anyone was eclipsed. The faces of the several divine kings behind Ao Longshirzhi turned white, and even those several paramount saints felt a trace of heart palpitations. You can imagine how strong the oppressive feeling from these eyes was. The Ao Longshirzhi actually forgot about the pain for a moment, and his soul was about to be devoured by these dual pupils. He hastily bit his tongue, and only then did he regain his consciousness. It's you, heavy pupil. At this moment, even if his mind was sluggish, he could still react to the fact that the person in front of him was none other than the legendary heavy pupil. For a while, the several god kings behind them showed panic in their faces and their hearts were disturbed. The Tian Yuan mansion actually dared to come. The king of Great Zhou was even sweating and his lips were white. He was shocked not by Nangong Chen's arrival, but by the 300,000 strong army, and the several incomparably powerful auras. Below, Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment when she saw the figure that looked like an exiled immortal. Her beautiful eyes blossomed with color, and her heart was incomparably touched. Nangong Chen, he's really here. The Red Sword Divine King was also agitated, and that pale face instantly gained quite a bit of blood color as he said in a trembling voice, "Young Lord hasn't given up on us." At this moment, within his heart, he felt very wise for his early defection to Nangong Chen. "You're the one who said that you'd give me face?" Nangong Chen sneered. The Ao Dragon Sejin's face was unpleasant and a bit cloudy as he said in a deep voice, "I am the Sejin of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty, and you are really going to be my enemy for a mere heavy pupil? If you retreat today, everything will be treated as if it never happened. If you make an enemy of me, it means making an enemy of the entire subterranean dragon immortal dynasty? You may want to weigh that up." Ao Longshirzhi himself knew that he should have kicked the iron plate this time, but he himself remained unafraid. In the middle of this Xian heavenly domain, who wouldn't dare to give them face? Finished? Nangong Chen's face remained bland as he spoke. Ao Longshirzhi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and responded, "Finished, then hit the road." Chapter 85, Fighting the Ao Lung Prince. Then hit the road. Nangong Chen's expression was bland, his tone light. As the words fell, the heavy pupil blazed, and an eye light erupted as it rushed towards Ao Longshirzhi. This eye light was too powerful, as if it could shatter the entire heaven and earth, carrying an incomparably terrifying aura. After Ao Longshirzhi saw it, he couldn't help but look grave. If he were to follow it hard, I'm afraid that his physical body would also be heavily damaged. It seemed that the heavy pupil's strength was far more powerful than he had imagined. Seeing this, those four quasi-saint guards were also prepared to make a move to defuse this terrifying attack. At this time, the 8 great war generals all struck out, thunder and lightning blooming between the opening and closing of their eyes, their bodies erupting with blood chi. All of them were first-rate experts among the heavenly abyssal mansion. "Your opponents, here they are." Among the 8 war generals, someone loudly chided. his aura strong to the extreme. After sensing the aura of these 8 people, the 4 quasi-saint guards also changed their complexion and stepped forward to take on the battle. There was some disbelief in their hearts that there were actually 8 paragon saints here. At this moment, in the hearts of these people, they somewhat regretted being enemies with Nangong Chen. Soon, each paragon was up against 2 war generals, and was beaten back in an incomparable mess. The Ao Longshi's face was weak, his right hand regenerated, and a holy dragon seal coalesced in the void, emitting a golden divine aura. This was his innate mastery, the holy dragon seal. The holy dragon seal collided with the light of the eyes, and the might that erupted was enough to flatten the mountains and rivers, rolling smoke and dust in all directions. The crowd gazed intently, wanting to see what was the final result, only to see the smoke dispersing. The figure of Ao Longshi appeared in front of the world. At this moment, his face was even weaker than the previous one, and his body was dripping with blood, a stark contrast from the beginning. On the other hand, Nangong Chen's white clothes were immaculate, and his expression was calm. This dashing and self-assured appearance made many people who saw it incomparably astonished. The heavy pupil fought with the Ao Dragon World Sun with such ease that he didn't even breathe a single breath. Below, when the Red Sword God King saw the scene, he also secretly exclaimed in his heart, "The young lord is simply terrifying as hell. Even the 8th existence on the heavenly ranking has to be defeated." On the side, Lu Ruyan was also staring at her beautiful eyes, her heart shocked. This fellow, it seemed that he had become even stronger than in the 9 heavens mysterious realm. Ao Longshi's pupil shrunk slightly and he froze in place, his face pale, his clothes tattered and torn, and he was completely devoid of the arrogance he had earlier. It did not occur to him in his mind that Nangong Chen would actually dare to strike at them. What was even less expected was that with just one move, his holy dragon seal had fallen into a disadvantage, and in the void, the battle between the 2 sides was still erupting. Powerful fluctuations erupted frequently, runes intertwined and mana surged, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble a little. It didn't take long for the crowd to see that the Ao Longshi's 4 paramount saints guards were already a bit outmatched by the Heavenly Abyss House's side. After seeing this scene, Ao Longshi's heart was also burning with anger. His tone was low. "Heavy pupil, I didn't expect you're that to bully the few with the many. So despicable." "Despicable? When you were oppressing the forces under my command like this earlier, did you ever think of it like this? Ridiculous." Nangong Chen laughed coldly, not paying the slightest attention to his thoughts, and then, another fist seal fell behind Ao Longshi. At this moment, the hearts of those divine kings who had defected to Ao Longshi were cold, and there was some intention to retreat. If this son of the world didn't have an undercard today, I'm afraid that they would all have to drink their hearts out. They didn't expect that the Heavenly Abyss Mansion would actually dare to confront the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty head-on, without the slightest bit of fear and with a strong bottom line. As a matter of fact, the strength displayed by the Heavenly Abyss Mansion today was indeed like this. Right in the midst of their thoughts, another Divine King Realm General came out of the 300,000 strong army and tackled them straight away. "The young lord has ordered that those who defect to other forces are to be treated as rebels. Among those dozen or so God Kings," someone said in a cold, murderous voice, "the Shadow God King, Water Moon God King and Lingxiao God King." A few of them glanced at each other and immediately made a judgment, directly exploding their cultivation and fleeing behind them. However, how could the generals within the Heavenly Abyss army be vegetarians? In the next moment, the runes intertwined, and a sky full of attacks descended from the sky, densely packed with astonishing power. Boom! The Lingxiao Divine King's body instantly exploded, and the Yuanshan that flew out was directly obliterated by the attack that poured down from the sky. Lingxiao Divine King, fallen. It was hard to imagine that a God King had fallen in just a few breaths, and after the 2 escaping God Kings saw it, their faces were even more pale, and a chill surged through their hearts. They even went so far as to burn their lives and explode into faster speeds to escape. In the distance, when the Red Sword God King saw the scene, he couldn't help but be excited as well, and his face was soothed. "It's good to die." On the side, Lu Ruyan did not look away, and in the reflection of those beautiful eyes, from the beginning to the end, it had always been that white-robed, peerless figure. On the other side, Nangong Chen's immortal light wrapped around his body, erupting golden blood qi, transforming into a dragon and elephant silhouette that shook the heavens and moved the earth with its might, seemingly about to trample the entire sky. Within Nangong Chen's body, 100 million particles exploded and transformed into 100 million pounds of dragon and elephant power, as if it were a humanoid ferocious beast. Terrifying. This was only the dragon-elephant prison suppressing strength that was only a small completion, but it had such a great power. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of a scene it would be if it was a complete completion. As Nangong Chen's fist fell, a white-clothed shadow appeared behind him. as if an immortal emperor had covered the world, and the aura emanating from it caused everyone's face to change. The wind of the fist was so volatile that a white unicorn emerged, swallowing mountains and rivers, bringing with it a kingly wind. The heavenly emperor fist and the Chilan treasure art were executed at the same time, and their power was superimposed, and they had already reached a very terrifying point. If a God-King realm powerhouse received this move, they would have to either die or be injured. This was why it was said that one could never measure the battle power of such a demon by their cultivation, because you can never imagine what kind of a strength these demons can actually explode into. Seeing this, Ao Longshirzi didn't dare to have a hint of underestimation. His holy body directly erupted with a bright golden light, and his physical body directly transformed into a white giant dragon taking off into the air. This was his Ao dragon sacred body, which had never been defeated since ancient times. After opening, the physical body will reach an amazing point. Just like the true dragon cubs in the legend, the physical body is indestructible. No one can break the defense. Of course, his power had also received a huge increase, and even if it was a God-King realm powerhouse, he could still fight hard on the spot. The dragon's might shook the heavens, and the giant dragon let out a roar. The thick scales on that body, surprisingly, had risen up, and a cold light blossomed, wanting to block Nangong Chen's punch. This amazing vision of the two of them naturally attracted the gazes of many powerful people. The 8 war generals' faces were shocked, and they looked at Nangong Chen with more and more respect, sighing in their hearts, worthy of being the son of the prefecture lord. This kind of talent is truly as terrifying as it is. When they saw the huge dragon, they then looked disdainful. It's just a loach. How can it stop the young lord? And those 4 besieged paramount saints' eyes lit up after seeing that. The world son who had opened the Ao dragon's sacred body. Only they knew how terrifying that would be. Today, as long as the heavy pupil was not defeated by the world's son, all of this dispute would be resolved. Of course, there was no time for them to think about it, as several powerful attacks came to kill. In the next moment, the battle between the Paragon Saints erupted again. Chapter 86, You're really flattering yourself. Boom! Only to see Nangong Chen slam his fist onto that white dragon, and in an instant, that dragon let out a violent scream. Ao Longshirzi's face was filled with horror. Only when he actually faced to this punch did he realize how powerless it was. But at this point it was already too late. His huge dragon body flew straight down from the 9 skies above. Golden blood kept flowing out, and his entire body was like a nuclear bomb, smashing into the ground viciously. The fluctuations caused by the vibrations, even the small mountains in a 100-mile radius were shattered, and inside the ground, a deep pit was smashed out. The Ao Longshirzi transformed into his human form, his entire body dying and lying in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, in his mind, there was a question as to why a heavy pupil's physical body was so powerful. Facing Nangong Chen was like facing a monster, even more perverted than a true dragon scion. Nangong Chen stepped on the void, his black hair flying, a white suit still absolute, heavy pupils with a domineering spirit, radiant, as if a young king, the king of the world, only to see him, stomping on the head of Ao Longshirzi, humiliatingly saying, "Tell me, what is the capital of your arrogance?" Countless people stared with wide eyes, not expecting such a result. They thought that the battle between the 8th and 10th on the heavenly ranking should be indistinguishable, or even Ao Longshirzi was better, but the result turned out to be that the heavy pupil crushed Ao Longshirzi. It made them sigh, and in the void, the several paragon saints of that subterranean dragon immortal dynasty, seeing this scene, were also affected, their eyes capable of spewing out fury. But it was also the moment they were lost in thought that the 2 paragon saints were directly beheaded. Dare to be distracted even when fighting us. You're really tired of living. Among the 8 war generals, someone was sneering. After the 2 remaining paragons saw this, their hearts trembled as well, and a deep fear welled up in the bottom of their hearts as they opened their mouths and said, "You will definitely receive retribution for what you have done. The subterranean dragon immortal dynasty will definitely not let you go." After the 8 war generals heard this, their eyes remained cold, not affecting the fall of their swords in the slightest. Ridiculous. Now you know you're scared. The Red Sword Divine King was also completely relieved to see Ao Longshirzi being stomped on his head, and his eyes were on fire. Sure enough, following the young lord is the right choice. If this was a ING replacement for the entire Xian heavenly domain, only the young lord would dare to humiliate Ao Longshirzi like this. Lu Ruyan was touched in her heart. Today's arrival of Nangong Chen could be said to be a vicious outburst for her. Her beautiful eyes blossomed with a strange color, and she just looked at the man who was like an exiled immortal, with some indescribable feelings in her heart. In the distance, when the king of Great Zhou saw the scene, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in his heart, shocked beyond measure. He hadn't thought that Nangong Chen had progressed so quickly, which if it wasn't long before, He was afraid that he would be able to catch up with him. Thinking of this, the king of the Great Zhou could not help but look gloomy, and the desire to strangle Nangong Chen in his heart was intense. No wonder Zhou Wan'er had lost her hand in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm. Now that Nangong Chen's great power had become a reality, he must not be allowed to grow like this. He must think of a way. The king of Great Zhou pondered, his eyes looking over there with resentment. Then, an idea surfaced in his mind and he looked over to the Red Sword God King. If I kill these two, I'm afraid that no one will learn about the things I said to Ao Lung Shirzi. That way, he can prove his innocence to himself. But before that, he had to kill a few people from the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty to gain trust before he could do so. All generals listened to the order. Kill the rebels and assist the Heavenly Abyss army. The king of Great Zhou spoke to his millions of soldiers. The group was puzzled when they heard it. Your Majesty, weren't we trying to kill the Heavenly Abyss army earlier? One of the generals opened his mouth and asked, looking towards the black press of soldiers in the void. As soon as these words came out, a white light surfaced, and that general who had spoken instantly lost his life as his head flew up. When have I ever said such treacherous words? The Heavenly Abyss province is a good ally that we have always had in Great Zhou. Now we should be fighting the same enemy. If I hear such words again, don't blame me for killing. The king of Great Zhou said with a righteous face. These Great Zhou troops were also chilled in their hearts after hearing this. They hid their doubts in their hearts. No one wanted to be the second one to stand out. Yes, the crowd chimed in. The king of the Great Zhou nodded, then rose up in the air, aiming at that last paragon of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty. Boom! A small golden sword was extremely fast and carried a trace of the emperor's Dao Qi on it, and it even directly sneak attacked and killed the last dying paramount saint. Afterwards, the king of Great Zhou came into the void with a smile on his face and opened his mouth to laugh. The beloved generals have worked hard, killing so many chaotic thieves on behalf of our Great Zhou. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes for our Great Zhou. After the 8 war generals saw it, they were also on guard and instantly pulled away from him. Who the hell is your favorite general? The other side. Ao Long Shirzi was trampled under his feet. His face flushed red as he felt a great humiliation. He had never been so insulted since he was a child. Let go of your stinking feet. Ao Long Shirzi's face twisted as he gritted his teeth. He swore that if he could return to the middle of the immortal dynasty, he would kill Nangong Chen's entire clan. You're eager to kill me? Nangong Chen laughed coldly, continuously increasing his strength, a murderous intent already surfacing in his heart. He didn't want to leave himself open to trouble. After seeing that his last paragon saint had also died, the Ao dragon seed was powerless and said viciously, I still have a drop of holy dragon essence blood, so I can be reborn in nirvana in the immortal dynasty. So just wait for me. Nangong Chen frowned and kicked down, directly ending his life. These big family disciples had so many tactics. It was really troublesome, but it didn't matter. If you could kill him once, you could kill him twice. Nangong Chen stopped thinking about it and pocketed his storage ring. On the other hand, the battle between the God Kings had already come to an end. Those 3 God Kings, all of them had been killed, and the paragons of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty, all of them had died out as well. However, what made Nangong Chen puzzled was that the king of the Great Zhou, who was leading an army of millions, did not make a move, and had been watching from there, which also made him not help but to be enraged. It wasn't until he had just seen what the king of the Great Zhou had done, killing a paragon of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty, that Nangong Chen understood everything. The corners of Nangong Chen's mouth hooked into a smile as he stepped into the air, and when Chuyun saw this, he also followed closely beside Nangong Chen. After seeing Nangong Chen, the king of Great Zhou was so enthusiastic that he wanted to get closer and give him a big hug. Worthy of being the son of the house lord, he's even more of a genius than your father was when he was young. Nangong Chen was far away from him, and the 8 war generals were directly in front of him, looking at him with a wary face, not giving the Great Zhou king a chance to get close. After seeing it, the king of Great Zhou was also a bit embarrassed, and then added, yesterday, I heard that these several clans were befriending the field, and today I specially sent troops to eliminate these foreign enemies. And I didn't think that you, my nephew, would also come. Good, good, but I didn't expect Xian nephew to be so courageous, easily defeating the foreign enemy. It really made me look dumbfounded in place for a long time. His words were seamless, his face was smiling, and he was practically impossible to hear any flaws. At this moment, the faces of these 8 war generals turned cold, becoming more and more vigilant. There was definitely a ghost in this. Shiyan also heard that something was wrong. And just when he wanted to transmit his voice to Nangong Chen not to believe him, Nangong Chen spoke out. You do have a good reason for this. But, who the hell is your virtuous nephew? Really give yourself gold. Nangong Chen also laughed, and suddenly his words turned to a cold scolding. Chapter 87, The Terror of the Heavy Pupil. heavily hitting the king of Great Joe. The Great Joe King's face changed. His face was a bit gloomy, and he exploded his cultivation, wanting to turn around and run. At this moment, he vaguely guessed in his heart that the matter of his sending Su Wanner to assassinate Nangong Chen had already given away. Thinking of this, the Great Joe King's eyes were resentful and his heart continuously cursed Zhou Wanner. What a useless piece of, as useless as your dead mom. Want to run? It's too late. Nangong Chen laughed coldly, a pair of double pupils incomparably blazing, emitting a ghostly light. In the next moment, the 8 battle generals came out in unison and directly surrounded the Great Joe King. Gird your loins, you're bound to die today, even if you're a peak paragon saint. Among the 8 war generals, someone said in a cold voice, the cultivation of the Great Joe King had always been at the peak of the quasi-saint. This was a recognized thing that was well known throughout the Great Joe dynasty. A mere few paragon saints. You can't stop me. The Great Joe King laughed hideously as his aura continued to skyrocket, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the early stage of sainthood. After the crowd felt it, they couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and shocked expressions. You actually broke through to the saint realm? Someone was surprised. The 8 war generals also couldn't help but concentrate on their treatment, not daring to have the slightest hint of underestimation. One must know that the sage realm and the quasi-saint were simply worlds apart, and the battle power they displayed was very different. At the bottom, the Red Sword Divine King was shocked in his heart, not having thought that the king of the Great Joe had actually entered sainthood. Trouble, young lord, this is trouble. The Great Joe King has broken through to the Saint Realm. The Red Sword God King shook his head and said with some gravity. Lu Ruyan also had her small mouth slightly open, her beautiful eyes shocked. What should Nangong Chen do then? In the void, Nangong Chen's expression was bland. His face didn't have a single fluctuation, and those eyes were still intimidating. After seeing this, the king of the Great Joe could not help but feel anger in his heart as well, and a murderous intent surfaced in his heart. If you, the Heavenly Abyss Palace, had only sent out these people today, you would surely be dead, and if you want to be blamed, it would be because you are too much of a demon. At this moment, he withdrew the idea that he had just wanted to walk away and decided to kill Nangong Chen. No matter what the cost, he would make the Heavenly Abyss house bleed heavily. As the words fell, the chi of the Imperial Tao appeared around the king of the Great Joe. His breath was like an abyss, and his divine radiance scattered, transforming into a golden cauldron that smashed down towards Nangong Chen. Strangely enough, on those chi of the Imperial Way, there were even wisps of black mist floating out, as if they were contaminated. Not good. Protect the young master. The 8 war generals reacted and also instantly shot out, blocking in front of Nangong Chen. The might emanating from this great cauldron was simply too powerful, far from being able to be stopped by their strikes. Shoot him in the right center, Uncle Chi. Just then, the corners of Nangong Chen's lips moved slightly, lightly uttering a sentence. Phew! In the next moment, a white divine arrow broke through the air, extremely fast and incomparable, carrying supreme might as it shot towards the king of Great Joe. In just an instant, that golden bell was directly shot out by this divine arrow, yet the speed was not reduced at all, piercing through the flesh of the Great Joe King in one go, and blood blossoms bloomed. The king of Great Joe's eyes widened, and when he tried to react, it was already too late, and he could only see himself being pierced through the heart. But what surprised him the most was how Nangong Chen knew that his heart was on the right side, something he hadn't told anyone. It wasn't until the king of Great Joe saw those eyes of Nangong Chen that he understood everything. It must have been those creepy eyes that did it. The Great Joe King's face was blue, and his 2 eyes could spit out fury. The king of the Great Joe felt his vitality draining away as he hastily pulled out the divine arrow that was stuck above his heart, and all of a sudden, blood flowed and burst out. How does it feel to have your heart pierced? Nangong Chen said in a cold voice, a ghostly light emanating from a pair of double pupils. At this moment, in the void, a figure appeared with an old face, holding a huge bow in his hand, a pair of eyes that were incomparably sharp, and an incomparably powerful aura on his body. This person was none other than the Heavenly Abyss Bao King, Qi Yun. He had already stepped into the sage realm for many years. After the king of the Great Joe saw it, he also couldn't help but suck in cold air, his eyes shocked. Surprisingly, it's you! The Great Joe King trembled, his tone filled with fear. The arrows are highly poisonous. How long have you lived? You'd better die obediently. Qi Yun ignored him and said to himself. As the words fell, he pulled up his giant bow. The immortal aura was incomparably bright, and a terrifying energy brewed on the bow. After hearing this, the Great Joe King's heart went cold and his face was incomparably pale, and after he swallowed a precious medicine, the next moment, he directly burned his life and fled backwards. He was going to return to the palace, and the people of the Blood God sect would surely have a solution. At this moment, in order to stay alive, he used all his cards, his speed increasing to a kind of extreme. At the same time, that toxin began to spread throughout the body from the blood. Uncle Chi, 3 inches of the right rib cage. At this moment, Nangong Chen opened his mouth again. Runes intertwined within a pair of double pupils, as if he was born a saint. Boom! The divine arrow shot out, so fast that only a flash of light could be seen emerging. Terrifyingly incomparable. The arrow, as if it had its own eyes, followed behind the king of the Great Zhou, directly penetrating his abdomen, which was at the ribs as Nangong Chen had said. After the Great Zhou king was shot, he unexpectedly lost his ability to move directly, falling directly from the void and into a forest. At this moment, those present were shocked to see this scene. Hiss. One must know that in the midst of this kind of sage-level sparring, if one could clearly understand the weaknesses of the opponent, one could be able to strike at a descending level. They were incomparably sighed in their hearts, not having thought that Nangong Chen had this kind of ability within his heavy pupils. Today, if the young lord hadn't seen through the Great Zhou King's weakness, I'm afraid that there would have been less fighting. Nangong Chen was blandly self-contained and breezy, with a pair of double pupils emitting a devouring ghostly light, causing the people present to look sideways, looking into those eyes that were like black holes. Their hearts trembled a little as a sense of palpitation surged up. Just by looking at it, they had a feeling that their souls were going to be devoured, and their hearts actually produced a desire to kneel down. Young lord, you sure have a great pair of eyes, Shi Yin praised from the bottom of his heart, looking at his heavy pupils with incomparable envy. It was already so demonic even before it grew up. It was hard to imagine what kind of a level this pair of eyes would reach after the young master grew up in the future. Luckily, such a demon is the son of the housemaster. If it were any other power, I am afraid that even he would have to be cowed by 3 times. It's still Uncle Chi who shoots well, hitting 100 shots. Nangong Chen laughed, very modestly. Don't be so poor. If it wasn't for you today, how could you kill a saint so easily? Uncle Chi also laughed. What the young master did today must be known to others. Nangong Chen's eyes flickered, his heavy pupils blazing as he looked in that direction of the Great Zhou King, frowning a little. Just now, he saw that the nearly dead king of the Great Zhou even took out a blood bottle, and drank the blood-like stuff inside, and recovered a little vitality to escape. This made Nangong Chen feel that something was wrong. Wasn't this the means of an evil cultivator? Why would the king of Great Zhou also be like this? However, he didn't think much about it because the direction that the Great Zhou King had fled from was the direction of the Great Zhou Palace. In short, today, no matter what, the king of Great Zhou had to die. Chapter 88, Thieves? As the king of Great Zhou was shot, the entire room was silent. The Red Sword God King regretted what he had said earlier. The young lord was truly a god on earth. He had never thought that there was even a saint of the heavenly abyss house hidden in the void. At this moment, in the Red Sword God King's mind, this terrifying heavenly abyss mansion seemed to be veiled in another layer of mystery. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, was inwardly relieved to see that Nangong Chen was unharmed, and she couldn't help but feel some joy in her heart. Today's crisis has been completely lifted. Young Lord Divine Might. At this moment, the remaining disciples of the Red Cloud Sword sect did not know who shouted. Immediately after that, throughout the mountain, the rest of the disciples also shouted, looking at Nangong Chen with incomparable admiration in their eyes. Young Lord Divine Might. The uneasiness that he had suffered for the past few days could finally be vented today. Nangong Chen stood in the void, dressed in a dusty white suit, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile. This was, after all, a force under his command, and for the people below to be so submissive and worshipful to him was naturally a great benefit to him. Red Sword Divine King at your service. Suddenly, Nangong Chen spoke. The Red Sword God King was jolted and stood up respectfully. I order you to go and merge the remaining 3 sword clans into the Red Cloud Sword sect, with 3 quasi-saintly war generals of the Heavenly Abyss Army at your disposal, and another 50,000 Heavenly Abyss Army. Do you have the confidence to accomplish it? Nangong Chen said slowly, speaking out of turn. The moment these words came out, the entire Red Cloud Sword sect's disciples became exuberant, their expressions incomparably excited. The young lord is letting the other 3 sword sect to strengthen their Red Cloud Sword sect. Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange color, and her delicate body also trembled a little. Obviously, she was also very excited within her heart. The Red Sword God King was moved by old tears and responded loudly, confident of completion. He hadn't expected that Nangong Chen would trust him so much, not only allowing him to bring 3 Paragon Saints over, but also 50,000 Heaven's Abyss Army. With such a luxurious configuration, if he couldn't take it in, he could really carry his head. If anyone resists, kill them directly without amnesty, Nangong Chen added, his eyes flashing. Yes, the Red Sword God King respectfully responded. Soon after, The Red Sword Divine King set off with 3 battle generals and 50,000 heavenly abyssal troops in great numbers. Seeing this, Nangong-chan also nodded in satisfaction. The Red Sword God King should not let him down by doing these things. And then, Nangong-chan looked towards the remaining million troops of that great Zhou king. Is it all killed? As far as he knows, most of these great Zhou armies are innocent subjects, and many of them are aged veterans. And this time, if it is not for the great Zhou king, who recalled them, I am afraid that they have already been enjoying their old age at home, and really belong to the king of the great Zhou's soldiers. There is not much, most of them are not useful, cannot create any threat to him. The whole of the great Zhou's military power can be by the heavenly abyssal house in charge. This was why the king of Great Zhou only dared to secretly recall these veterans, and didn't dare to directly go and call up the elite soldiers, as that would all need to be vetted and processed by the heavenly abyssal palace. Nangong-chan slowly landed, then came in front of the million-strong army, cleared his throat, and snapped, "What are you here for?" Seeing this, the Heaven's Abyss army behind them all surrounded them as well, each with a stern face, lest these people riot. "Young lord, His Majesty told us to come over to kill the invading foreign bandits, so we came over." At this moment, among these people, a person who was considered older spoke up. After Nangong-chen heard this, he was somewhat dazed. So it was like that. They were really tricked into coming here. Do you know why? Our heavenly abyss house wants to kill the great Zhou king? Nangong-chen snapped again, his white clothes hunting. His aura was out of this world. As soon as these words came out, there were some young men in the crowd who cursed loudly. Your Tian Yuan house is a rebel. And now that you have assassinated the king of the great Zhou, you have even more solidified your name as a rebel. Some of the more youthful ones chimed in, their tones aggressive. After all, among the ideas that the king of the great Zhou had always instilled, the heavenly abyss mansion existed like this. But more people kept silent, because they were older and naturally knew much more than these young people. Nangong-chen frowned slightly, and soon, the heavenly abyss army moved out to suppress these people, and the entire heaven and earth returned to silence. Rebels, it's really ridiculous. Originally you guys still have some brains, but I didn't expect it to be foolish to the extreme. It's simply too disappointing to me. Nangong-chen laughed coldly, mocking them without mercy. When these great Zhou troops heard this, they also stared at each other with wide eyes, not daring to speak in anger. Being mocked like this by a junior, anyone would be angry, right? Soon, a beautiful figure flew over, with ebony hair over the waist, delicate features, delicate posture, and a green dress that was quite immortal. This person was Lu Ruyan. Sorry to be late, Ruyan Lu said somewhat apologetically, only to see her veiled Buddhist hand come out and take out a projection stone. There's no harm in letting these fools see what kind of a person the king of Great Zhou, as they call him, really is. Nangong-chen waved his hand, not really caring. Lu Ruyan's fingertips blossomed in aura, directly activating the projection stone. At this moment, in the presence of the crowd, a projection appeared. The two people who appeared on the screen were none other than the previous king of Great Zhou and also the Ao Longshi. I promise you that I'll help you destroy the forces behind the heavy pupil, and that you'll submit to the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty in the future, and that the country's name will be changed. Are there any objections? On the screen, Ao Longshi said indifferently, his tone lofty as if he was giving alms, looking at the king of Great Zhou. Seeing this blasted scene, within the Great Zhou army, these soldiers were also wide-eyed. They couldn't believe that their sire was groveling so much in front of this young man, as if he were an inferior. After the Great Zhou army and the others saw this, they were momentarily furious and opened their mouths. Who is this man, to make such a rude offer? I trust His Majesty, and His Majesty will not agree. That's right, it's really ridiculous. Still wanting us to submit to the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty, that's even if it's not enough. But even asking us to change our country's name, who would agree to that? I'm sure Your Majesty will insult this arrogant and pompous young man severely later. These people had disdain on their faces, not believing for a second that the king of Great Zhou would agree to such an absurd request. After all, it's no different than selling out. When Nangong-chen saw the scene, he laughed coldly in his heart. You won't be saying that later. On the screen, the king of the Great Zhou pondered for a while, then quickly opened his mouth to reply. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but hold their breath, wanting to see what kind of answer the king of the Great Zhou actually gave. Chapter 89, Passing on the Fire. Signing rewards. You're joking, my lord. Just listen to your lord in everything, only to see that the king of Great Zhou in the picture, although hesitating for a few moments, still revealed a smile and agreed. At this moment, after these Great Zhou troops saw it, their pupils shrunk slightly, with a look of disbelief. The great king of Zhou, who loved his country and his people in their eyes, turned out to be this kind of person. would even go so far as to subjugate Great Joe to other forces in order to want to destroy the Heavenly Abyss province, humiliating it to the point of even changing the country's name. The room was silent. Just now there were a few voices of skepticism, but now, not a single voice. Well killed. What a mediocre ruler. Good killing by the young lord. Soon, among the crowd, a veteran with moist eyes cried out. After the others heard it, they also reacted, and their hearts were invariably filled with anger. Thanks to them, they had served the king of Great Joe for so long, but in the end, they had served a mediocre ruler. Good death. Such people deserve to go to hell. It's too easy to let this dog emperor die. He should be put to lynching. Going to the 99 heavens of hell is not too much. It's really cold-blooded and heartless. If it wasn't for young lord letting us know the truth today, I'm afraid that in the future we'll continue to be hoodwinked by this dog emperor. The people were furious, their eyes red, and they cursed loudly. The young men who had just been speaking up for the king of Great Joe were now frantically slapping themselves, saying non-stop, "I'm not a human being. I'm not a human being. I'm really a pig." When they thought that they had just questioned Nangong Chen and even insulted him as a rebel, they couldn't wait to slap themselves to death. When Nangong Chen saw the scene, he also shook his head with a disappointed expression. Are these young people wrong? On the contrary, they are not wrong. They just want to serve Great Joe. The only thing is, too much lack of thinking and dialectic, a hot-blooded directly into it. It is easy to be used as a gun by others. And read more. Nangong Chen couldn't help but open his mouth and sigh. Exactly. After Lu Ruyan on the side heard this, she also chimed in with an agreeable face. If she were one of these people, she wouldn't be easily fooled. Nangong Chen glanced at her breathlessly. What are you attaching to? Aren't you just as chesty as usual? Alright. I won't pity you one bit even if you slap yourselves into a pig's head, Nangong Chen said indifferently, looking towards the young soldiers. As the words fell, these Great Joe troops gradually calmed down as well, regardless of whether they were veterans or new recruits. Their faces were filled with guilt, thinking that they had just said such irreverent words to Nangong Chen, and the young lord didn't seem too angry with them, which made their hearts. They couldn't help but change their impression of Nangong Chen. The young master seems, well, nice. Know why I said you guys are stupid? Nangong Chen indifferently said, his gaze condescending. The crowd had no more rebuttal, and lowered their heads very guiltily. At this moment, they were willing. Young lord, we know we're wrong. The crowd spoke in unison, their tones full of repentance. It's a good thing you didn't make a big mess and turn the blades in your hands on your own people. That's just it. You guys are disbanded on this. They are all a bunch of guys who are going to retire. At such an old age, it's better to recuperate at home. Nangong Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. After seeing this, the Tian Yuan army also put away their swords and shields and followed behind Nangong Chen. These words were cold, but there was no lack of some human touch in them. When these veterans heard this, the look on their faces became more and more despondent, just like this dying sunset. If they really did something wrong today, I'm afraid they would never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives. Sure enough, they are old, and this era no longer belongs to them. Just when their atmosphere was low, a childish voice rang out from the crowd. Young lord, can we join the Heavenly Abyss army in the future? There was a 15 or 16-year-old teenager with a slightly reddened face who spoke. You can see how much courage it took for him to speak out. Beside him, there was a group of teenagers as old as him, their eyes pure, revealing a look of yearning. However, Nangong Chen and the others had already gone far away, and this heaven and earth was silent for a long time without anyone responding. After this group of teenagers saw it, their teeth were clenched, their eyes were filled with loss, and their hearts were very powerless. After the crowd saw this scene, they felt a little guilty in their hearts. It seems that what they did today has still made the young lord angry. What a pity for these melons. Just then, a voice rang out, not very loud, but resounding in everyone's ears. Read more books, and don't be too stupid for the House of Heavenly Abyss. Ahead, Nangong Chen, who had already walked away, unexpectedly stopped at this moment and softly said. The group of teenagers were first stunned when they heard it, and after they understood it, they revealed their white teeth and smiled incomparably brightly. The young lord hadn't rejected them, and they could still enter the Heavenly Abyss army in the future. At that moment, a setting sun happened to fall on the simple faces of these teenagers, very fiery red, like a slowly rising red sun. The group of veterans trembled when they saw it, and then their eyes revealed a fine light. Their lateness did not mean that Great Joe had lost hope. On the contrary, a strong dynasty should be one that passed on the torch and replaced the old with the new. Just as in the forefront, the radiant sunset hit Nangong Chen straight back. Among the younger generation, with an outstanding existence like the young lord, there is no worry that Great Joe will not prosper. This group of veterans figured it out and walked away with smiles on their faces. Ding! signed to the heavenly ranked dragon vein, the imperial dragon vein, divine artifact, human emperor sword. An icy voice suddenly sounded in his head. At this moment, within the red flame sword sect's main hall, Nangongchen sat on a purple and gold chair, somewhat stunned. I didn't expect the rewards from the Red Cloud Sword sect signing in to be the Imperial Dao Dragon Vein and the Human Emperor Sword. Nangongchen's eyes flickered as his heart set off some waves. Dragon veins are divided into 4 levels in total, which are yellow, Xian, Earth, and Heaven, the Heavenly Order. On the other hand, is the highest. As far as he knew, the Dragon Vein of the Great Zhou Dynasty seemed to be just a short dragon vein. The chi of the Imperial Way inside was very withered. Even the chi was like that. Even the augur could not be transformed. Some people even said in their mouths that the Dragon Vein of the Great Zhou could not even be considered a yellow rank. Even amongst the Xian Heavenly Domain, those strongest immortal dynasties were only just Xian-ranked dragon veins. And even then, they were able to dominate a side of heaven and earth. And in the 9 heavens of the upper realm, it was said that some of the powerful divine dynasties were only at the earth rank. By this heavenly ranked dragon vein? How horrible should it be? Nangongchen thought as he forced down the shock in his heart. The dragon vein is crucial for a dynasty, which determines the strength of a dynasty. A good dragon vein will not only allow the dynasty to prosper, with countless celestial pride and strong people, but will also allow the contemporary monarch, enjoying the dynasty's chi, to cultivate and fight with his chi, to be strong and powerful. In short, the benefits brought by a good dragon vein were numerous and incomparable. Not to mention this heavenly ranked dragon vein. Chapter 90, Su Li's arrival. Nangongchen pondered, not knowing what to do with this Imperial Dao dragon vein for a moment. Isn't this a proper hint for him to claim the throne? But he was a good citizen. How could he do such a treacherous thing? Then, Nangongchen looked into his mind. At the second thing rewarded, the divine artifact Human Emperor Sword. I didn't expect that the first weapon that was rewarded would be a divine weapon. And even more so, I didn't expect that it would actually be the legendary Human Emperor's Sword. Seeing this overbearing golden holy sword in his mind, Nangongchen couldn't help but feel his heart swirl and his eyes were shocked. This holy sword that emitted a golden light all over its body was surrounded by a layer of rich royal Dao Qi, and it would even turn into a small golden dragon roaming around the sword's body. The sword blade was also extraordinary, and after getting close, one could still feel a sword intent that went straight to the clouds. Nangongchen could already imagine himself wielding this sword, full of golden light, as if in the legend of the last life. A random sword is a full screen Storm 999. That's what I call a costume. But with his current strength like this, want to master this Human Emperor Sword? I am afraid it is still too difficult. Right in the middle of Nangongchen's thoughts, a sound of footsteps came from outside the great hall. Only after Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, heard this did she inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Fong was nervous in her mind, and with Nangongchen here, she didn't know how to find a topic. Her ears were very red. After all, this was the first time she had ever shared a room with a man, and strangely enough, her body didn't even feel a hint of revulsion. It's a weird feeling, can't tell you how it looks, but thankfully, now it finally doesn't have to be so awkward. Afterwards, she looked towards Nangongchen, the corners of her mouth raised, and she thought in her heart, staying with this girl, I'm so beautiful. I'm afraid that he's already a deer in the headlights inside. He. Maybe it's Nangongchen who is more shy than his own. Thinking of this, some playful colors appeared in Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes as she looked towards Nangongchen. It was in front of people she knew that she would reveal her true nature and not be as lonely and cool as she appeared to be. After seeing Nangongchen, Lu Ruyan froze. She hadn't thought that Nangongchen had been dazed when he stayed with her. That's right. Although at this moment, Nangongchen's expression was bland, looking ahead as if he was in deep thought. While Lu Ruyan truly walked in front of him, he would realize that this fellow was actually dazed, and it still remained in the same position. Even when she waved her hand in front of Nangongchen twice, he didn't move. In letting Lu Ruyan's heart crumble a bit, this girl has just reddened her face for so long, and you're just there in a daze? Suddenly she saw the knife-like thin lips on Nangongchen's handsome face. When Ruyan Lu saw this scene, she also immediately turned away her face, and a redness crept back up around her white ears. Obviously, in the back of her mind, something juvenile came to mind. Soon, in Lu Ruyan's mind, an evil thought surfaced, only to see that she had found a brush from somewhere, and quietly walked over to Nangongchen, a hint of a smile appearing in her beautiful eyes. She was going to draw something on Nangongchen's face, who told him to be dazed. A beautiful woman like a flower was next to him, but he was still dazed. It was really hateful. Lu Ruyan was about to draw on Nangongchen's face when she suddenly stopped. The brush stopped very close to Nangongchen's face, and she suddenly realized that if this face was drawn, it wouldn't look good. Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu was ready to withdraw her hand, wanting to retreat back. Right at this moment, Nangongchen suddenly returned to his senses and directly grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand as he said in a cold voice, "What are you going to do?" The distance between the two was incomparably close, and Lu Ruyan could even feel that the spit from Nangongchen was warm. At this moment, outside the grand hall, 3 stunningly beautiful figures landed. It was none other than Suli, Wan Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er. Suli had a head of silver hair scattered on her shoulders, and her fairy-like face made people linger when they saw a glance. Her eyebrows were like ink paintings, and her eyes were like a river of stars. Between its eyebrows and eyes, there were also ice phoenix marks embellished, looking more and more cold and noble, just like the fairy in the moon palace. Under the hem of the skirt, there is a white-wrapped jade feet, emitting a crystalline luster, so that people cannot help but play with it. As for the 2 women on the side, although they didn't have such a powerful aura as Su Li, they still had their own unique characteristics. Wan Yuxuan was just like a girl next door, wearing a light yellow dress. Her face was very pure, especially those big bright eyes, now with a hint of flirtatiousness, a feeling that made people want to stop. Zhou Wan'er, on the other hand, was as usual wearing that luxurious black dress, her shoulders exposed, her skin as delicate as white snow, and her slender black dress perfectly outlined her front and back figure. If anyone sees this scene, he or she will not be able to be happy and forgetful. You know, this is still the first time Big Thursday Beauty has met. Outside the door, those passing disciples couldn't help but lose their minds and be filled with dementia after seeing it. Oh my god, who the hell are the 3 of them? It's too beautiful too. A new disciple couldn't help but ask after seeing them. This you don't know, right? That silver-haired one, but the young lord's Tao partner, our Eastern Divine Prefecture's goddess Ah. Fame can be great, and the other 2 beauties. One is the Wang family's little princess, the other seems a bit familiar. I forgot who it is. An older disciple explained. Then in that case, they all have an unspoken relationship with the young lord? That young disciple pursued. Crap, the people around him looked at him like he was a little cutie, like they were looking at him. Afterwards, the crowd set their eyes on the grand hall with envy in their eyes. I'm afraid the young lord is the only one who can have so many beauties surrounding him, and it wasn't just simple beauties. Each one was a worldly beauty. Alas, people are more angry than people, and we are not to be envied. After a long time, someone sighed. Have you guys noticed that black-skirted beauty seems to be the 7th princess? Oh, a disciple suddenly spoke up. It seems like a real bit. I found it too. Another disciple chimed in. The crowd looked at each other. Their eyes erupted with essence. They seemed to have discovered something powerful. Suli slowly walked inside the large hall. Her beautiful eyes had a strong color of worry. It was obvious that she had come for Nangongchen's safety. I don't know how my husband is doing. Just now, she learned that the king of the Great Zhou had actually secretly broken through to the Sage Realm, which was a big variable. Thinking of this, Su Li's footsteps couldn't help but speed up, her snow-white skirt fluttering. When Shi Yao saw the scene, her face was helpless, and she also couldn't help but speak. My auntie you walk slower. The jade pendant is turning upside down, causing me to faint. I'm sure that boy is fine. I can't tell you he's still in love with some other female right now. Ikkyo was still chattering away. Chapter 91 Shura. News of the king of Great Zhou. After Suli came in and saw the scene, she froze for a moment, and that beautiful face was gloomy at once, and there was even a gradual absence of light in her beautiful eyes, a look of blackening. On her body, she even exuded an extremely cold chill, instantly freezing the surroundings of the great hall. Anyone with eyes can see that Suli is really angry. On the other hand, Shi Yao was still chattering away when she suddenly felt a cold aura come over her, which caused her divine soul to tremble a little. It can't be that it's still true that I've hit the nail on the head, Shi Yao subconsciously said, until she saw the scene in front of her and also immediately shut up. Shi Yao's eyes widened as she secretly gave Nangongchen a big finger. In front of the main palace, you still dare to play with such flowers. It seems you don't want to die. Wan Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er, who were on the side, were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They didn't think that Nangongchen had a leg up with Lu Ruyan. It really refreshed their worldview. On the other side, Nangongchen was still maintaining a very ambiguous posture with Lu Ruyan, and in the eyes of outsiders, these two were like intimate lovers. Hearing Nangongchen questioning, Lu Ruyan was silent, feeling the man's scent, her eyes gradually becoming mesmerized. Nangongchen was about to curse a nerve, when he suddenly heard a burst of footsteps coming. Turning his head over, he also directly met Su Li's gaze. Feeling a ghostly murderous aura, Nangongchen secretly said that he was finished and immediately pushed Lu Ruyan's petite body away, turning his head to laugh sardonically. Do you believe me when I say it was just an accident, ma'am? Next to Lu Ruyan, after being pushed away, Apparently still some did not react. Pretty face red, eyes some confusion, pouted, "What are you doing When these words came out, the last bit of light in Su Li's beautiful eyes disappeared, and her absolutely beautiful face was darkened all of a sudden. Her veiled hands couldn't help but clench tightly, and she said in a deep voice, "I'll give you one last chance to explain, and if you can't explain it well, you'll wait for me." Afterwards, Su Li took out her sword, clasped her hands to her chest, and looked at the two coldly, with an appearance that she was going to fight if she didn't explain clearly. On the side of Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er, their eyes revealed the essence of light, a face of melon eating like, just missing a small bench and melon seeds. At this moment, they also understand a truth. It is true that those contents of the words of the book are derived from reality. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. This is also too powerful. This word out, Nangong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Li is still considered sensible. This if the legend of the sickly girl, I'm afraid that now has already made a move. But the current scene isn't much better. At this time, Lu Ruyan's eyes then cleared a bit, scanning the circle, secretly saying that it was bad. Dead. Seems like he's in big trouble. Just now, I was meditating for a moment. I was really a bit out of my mind, and after I came to my senses, I saw her looking sneaky, and that's why I caught her. That is, you just saw her like that, but I can assure you that nothing happened to us just now. Nangong Chen pondered for a moment and said with a sincere face. He then looked at Lu Ruyan and opened his mouth to ask, "Hey, what were you doing sneaking around with a brush there just now?" Hearing this answer, Su Li was still somewhat satisfied. Her expression eased quite a bit, and then she turned her gaze to Lu Ruyan. For a while, all the people's gazes were gathered on Lu Ruyan. Even Qi Yao was like this. In her last life as an empress, she either fought or killed, which was as interesting as this now. After Lu Ruyan heard this, her face blushed a little. After all, she only wanted to draw a turtle on Nangong Chen's face on a whim, out of boredom. I'm afraid they'll laugh at me if I tell them. What should I do? Should I tell them or not? For a while, Lu Ruyan's ears were incomparably red, just like a ripe red apple, with some hesitation in her eyes. After a few women saw it, their beautiful eyes erupted with refined light, secretly saying that there was something going on. It seems like these two, as if they really have some unspoken stories. After Su Li saw it, her face was also darkened and she snapped, "What about asking you? Are you dumb?" Feeling this sense of oppression from the main palace. At this moment, not only Lu Ruyan, Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er's two bodies were also trembling a little. Goddesses are too scary when they get angry. Lu Ruyan was a bit stunned by this murder, and after reacting, her eyes were a bit red before she timidly said, "I was just bored for a moment, and when I saw Nangong Chen gawking there, I wanted to draw a turtle on his face. Who knew that he suddenly woke up and grabbed me?" Her voice was delicate, her head was lowered, and she had a pitiful look that made people see her and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. When Nangong Chen heard this sultry tone of hers, his head was filled with black lines and he was speechless. Is there anything wrong with me waking up? But this Lu Ruyan was also really idle, even wanted to draw a turtle on his handsome face, really jealous of his own handsome face. It seems that in the future, when you go out, the boys have to protect themselves as well. You tried to draw me a turtle. Was it wrong for me to catch you? Nangong Chen was a bit unable to resist and opened his mouth. But I don't want to draw you a turtle back there, Ruyan Lu whispered in defense. You're just nuts. Nangong Chen's face was speechless. When these words came out, a few women's faces were a bit taut, and they were there to stifle their laughter. Even the Empress Qi Yao was laughing there, and under her red dress, some spring light appeared. Although Su Li did not show a smile, her expression was slightly eased, returning to her original normal appearance. Alright, seeing as you are so sincere, I won't make things difficult for you. Su Li, with an air of a proper palace, slowly opened her mouth and said, "Thank you, goddess. I'm really sorry for causing you misunderstandings today," Ruyan Lu said with sincere gratitude. Su Li didn't say anything, only slightly nodded her head, her stunningly beautiful features regaining their vigor. When Nangong Chen saw the scene, his eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth secretly hooked up. This Lu Ruyan heart is really not bad, but also quite contrasting. Outside a female sword fairy appearance, but inside is with the child general innocence. When I think about the last life among the novels I read, she was considered a good Lu Ruyan, I guess, and compared to the other doppelgangers, she wasn't hateful. I don't know what the Empress has come here for today? Nangong Chen suddenly thought and spoke. After Su Li heard this, her eyebrows frowned slightly and she asked rhetorically, "Could it be that I can't come if I'm fine? Could it be that you have other women behind my back?" "Which is not true, my lady. Come as you please. It's just that my husband is worried about your danger." Nangong Chen smiled sarcastically. When Lu Ruyan saw this scene, her beautiful eyes revealed a refined light, and she also felt a bit magical, not expecting that the young lord of Tian Yuanfu, who was so domineering on the outside, would be so afraid of the Dao couple. After Su Li heard this, she was somewhat satisfied, and then casually said, Uncle Nangong said that the king of the Great Zhou had broken through to a sage, and this is not for fear that someone will not be aware of it, and only then did she come over to tell you. Nangong Chen smiled a little. He naturally understood what Su Li said, and all of a sudden his heart warmed a little. He said softly, the king of Great Zhou has already been almost killed by us, and now he probably doesn't know where to flee to. When these words came out, several women's expressions were shocked. Chapter 92, Auntie Su. Really? Zhou Wanner's reaction was the most intense, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Nangong Chen as she asked. But she wanted the king of Great Zhou to die more than anything. Naturally it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The king of Great Zhou was shot by a saint from the Heavenly Abyss province. An arrow pierced through his heart, and there was even poison on the arrow. He was in a sorry state, and after that, it was even more hasty to escape on the way, and then hit a few arrows. But to be able to hit so many fatal arrows, the young master also has the credit. Ruyan Lu slowly spoke. After the crowd heard this, they were also incredibly curious. They even said that Nangong Chen could not take the credit. Did something else happen? Soon after, Ruyan Lu gave an explanation. That dual pupil of the young lord was even able to penetrate the weakness of the Great Zhou King, bringing a lot of help to that saint of the Heavenly Abyss mansion. When these words came out, it dawned on several women that this was the case, but just a little bit of the trail, which is so rumored to be its god. If it were up to me alone, I wouldn't be able to kill the king of Great Zhou, Nangong Chen said modestly, but did not gather all the credit on himself. Su Li couldn't help but give Nangong Chen a high look. Her heart was satisfied. Worthy of being my man. Really strong enough? Wang Yuxuan, on the other hand, looked at Nangong Chen with fiery eyes and a look of adoration. Zhou Wanner's fair face, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, and her heart was grateful. She knew that Nangong Chen must have been so intent on killing the Great Zhou King for her sake. At this moment, Zhou Wanner inwardly vowed that in the future, she would obey Nangong Chen's words and never have any second thoughts. What a pity! If only I could have seen the king of Great Zhou die with my own eyes, Zhou Wanner said with some regret. After all, this was the revenge of her life. Right at this moment, a voice transmission suddenly came from within Nangong Chen's mind. Young lord, we found the hiding place of the king of Great Zhou. It's inside the palace. This person who spoke was none other than Nangong Chen's protector, Elder Wood. After hearing this, Nangong Chen's eyes flashed as he responded. Alright, I'll rush over now. No need to be sorry. The Great Zhou King's hiding place has been leaked. It's in the palace. He'll definitely die today. Let's go. I'll take you guys there. Nangong Chen stood up and spoke to the several women. Zhou Wanner froze, her pupils shrinking slightly. Her heart moved. She hadn't expected that Nangong Chen would really fulfill her heart's desire, which made her can't help but be even more determined to dedicate everything she has to the young lord in the future. In the sky above the imperial capital, at this moment, a stream of light streaked by, and a gigantic auger dragon was pulling a silver chariot with a domineering aura. And after the crowd saw it, their eyes were filled with shock. The second time I've seen it today. In this chariot, just what kind of characters are in the Heavenly Abyss Palace? Hiss, this red Zhao's aura is not that of an ordinary ferocious beast. I'm afraid it has already reached the quasi-saint realm. The crowd murmured, and none of them carried shock in their tones. At this moment, a riot was happening in front of the Great Zhou Palace. Palace Forbidden Land. You and other idle people quickly retreat. Don't force us to use force. General Hong is still on his way here. In front of the palace gate, a city soldier in armor spoke. His face was incredibly morose, and there was a hint of impatience in his tone. My son, a family of 3 children, all sent to the palace. 5 months, no news at all. My lord, I don't want to disturb you. I just want to see my child once, please. A middle-aged woman holding a cloth bag begged bitterly, her voice a little hoarse, and her coat was stained with a lot of dust and sand. Her last name was Su. Others called her Big Mother Su, or also called her Widow Su, just a farmer from another state, who had traveled thousands of kilometers to the imperial capital in order to see her child. The reason for this is that 5 months ago, the king of Great Zhou suddenly made a policy that all children under the age of 10 must enter the palace for 3 months of training, and if they refused, this was considered illegal and they would be arrested and put in the prison. They, the commoners, had no power and no influence, so naturally they could only hand over their children to these city soldiers and send them to the palace. Now, 3 months had passed early, and even today, more than 2 months had passed, and they had not seen their children come out, which led to the scene before them, with Su Jing taking the lead. The other parents all spoke up after seeing it. Yes, my lord, I'm just a waifu. Sent into the palace for 5 months. The letters have not returned. I'm afraid of any accidents. You will be mercifully accommodating. My lord, I also have some silver here. If you don't mind, let me meet my family's tiger for a while. I just want my baby to give me a peace report. That child has been without parents since he was a child. And now that I'm at the end of my years, I want to see my baby one time before I die. Most of these people who spoke were middle-aged parents. But of course, a small number of elderly people who had passed their prime came. Their cheeks were dry, their faces dark, and their clothes stained with so much mud and dust that it was obvious that they had been begging for a long time, even more than a month. That city army, seeing such a riot, also glared at that Auntie Sue. If it wasn't for her, would these people be like this? When he thought of this, anger flared up in his eyes, and he came directly to Auntie Sue's body and kicked her. Auntie Sue was not lightly kicked by this kick. Her entire face turned white, blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth, and her entire internal organs were greatly damaged. She was just a civilian with a low cultivation level. How could she be a match for these powerful city troops? If left untreated, she has a short life expectancy. For a while, Big Mother Sue was curled up on the ground, wailing in a small voice, with a painful look on her face, and still clutching that sack in her arms. For among the sacks were the coils for her own children, and some clothes, which were very important to her. You're the one with the foul mouth. The tall city soldier cursed angrily. He hated these civilians from other places. It's so cheap and disgusting. When the crowd saw this scene, their pupils also shrunk slightly and their hearts palpitated, looking at Auntie Sue with heartbroken eyes, but most of them didn't dare to go and help her for fear of becoming the next object to be beaten. They all know that Auntie Sue is a widow. Well, 2 children hard to raise. Those 2 children is simply her life. At this moment, silence returned to the front of the palace. Soon, a man in armor arrived. He was stout. His eyes were cold and full of moroseness, and a large sword hung majestically on his waist. Who was causing trouble just now? As soon as he came out, General Hong opened his mouth and asked. The crowd didn't dare to make a sound, because the aura emanating from this general was too powerful, and they were all shivering a little. And when Auntie Sue saw the scene, her eyes revealed a bright light, as if she had seen a ray of light, and the pain that she was strongly enduring. She slowly crawled over, hugged his legs, and opened her mouth to plead. My lord, may I see my child? She was pudgy and dirty, and even had blood on her face, except for a pair of bloodshot eyes that were clear. Chapter 93, Nangong Chen arrives. Auntie Sue is saved. General Hong's face flashed with a hint of displeasure, and he subconsciously tried to shake off this pariah. Auntie Sue was directly shaken by this tremendous force and fell to the ground. Her mouth even spat out a large mouthful of blood, her face becoming more and more pale. She was curled up there in agony, clutching her legs as her body shook. If a healer were here, he would be able to tell that the tremendous force had directly shattered her lower limbs. Auntie Sue looked grim. She didn't know what mistake she had made. She just wanted to meet the child she had missed so much and why she had been treated so badly. When the crowd saw this scene, their pupils also shrunk slightly. A coolness surged to their hearts, and they were silent. They couldn't even help even if they wanted to. The city soldier from earlier had a very soothing look in his eyes after seeing it, pointing at Big Mother Sue and speaking. Lord Hong, it's her. She's the one who made a ruckus in front of the palace and led these commoners. I didn't. Adults, I just want to see my children. What's wrong with that? Auntie Sue said in a trembling voice, her eyes unyielding. When General Hong heard this, he nodded and pulled the broadsword from his waist, and walked towards Big Mother Sue, a murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. You're wrong in that you led a riot outside the palace gates. This is a forbidden place. You can't be allowed to act like this. I'll behead you now and see who else dares to do so. When these words came out, the crowd's faces changed greatly, very shocked. They did not expect that this general would want to kill someone. After the city army saw it, a cold smile appeared at the corner of their mouths, looking like they were watching the show. Towering over them, Auntie Sue, cloaked in hair. After hearing that she was going to die, panic first surfaced in her eyes, and then she gritted her teeth, crawling with difficulty with one hand, her grayish fingernails dragging blood on the ground because she was too hard. Even so, she still held the sack in her hand with a death grip. She didn't want to die yet. She wanted to see her children one last time and wanted to give them the sack in her hand. By this time, General Hong had already walked to her, his eyes indifferent and full of emotion, lifting the broadsword in his hand and slowly dropping it. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't bear to see it and closed their eyes, not wanting to see such a cruel image. And among these parents, some of the younger ones quietly retreated, not wanting to be tainted by the scourge. They were younger in age compared to the others and could still regenerate. It's human nature, and it's manifesting itself at the moment. Auntie Sue's face showed despair as she saw the knife falling towards her. but there was nothing she could do about it. Boom! Just then, a flash of crimson fire fell from the sky with a terrifying might, instantly shattering the broadsword, and General Hong flew out backwards along with it. The moment happened so quickly that many people didn't react. Auntie Sue was also staring upwards with her eyes wide open. One could only see a scaly dragon filled with fiery flames, which was currently looking over at this place, its domineering eyes filled with coldness, and behind it, it was pulling a luxurious silver carriage. Who is it? General Hong's face turned pale as he snapped with incomparable anger, daring to strike in front of the palace and shattering his favorite greatsword. He would like to see just who it was that had to leave him with no good fruit today. The city troops on the side had been dumbfounded by now, looking at the sky with shocked faces, only to see that after the silver carriage, a white-clothed figure walked out from it, stepping into the air, with divine light overflowing from his body, surrounded by a layer of faint immortal chi, just like a true immortal coming out of the world. Behind him, he was followed by 4 stunning women, each of them so magnificent that for a time, heaven and earth were somewhat dimmed. "It's me. What do you want?" Nangong Chen's pair of eyes were incomparably cold as he questioned. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was able to guess a lot of it through the midst of several people's words. Su Li and the others all had cold eyes, as if they were looking at a dead person. General Hong was stunned. He hadn't expected that the person who had struck out was the young master of the Tianyuan mansion, the Nangong Chen who had recently been on the boil. He was only a small palace general. How could his status be compared to the heavenly abyss house again? For a while, his face turned pale, cold sweat kept flowing down, and he even plopped down directly on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "Young lord, have mercy. I didn't know it was you." Seeing this, the city troops on the side didn't dare to say anything and stood there shivering. "Spare you? Who can spare this mother?" Nangong Chen was sneering, glancing at Auntie Sue who was curled up on the ground, utilizing their power and killing innocents indiscriminately. These officials and generals of this great Zhou are really bad. Boom! In the next moment, a divine aura pressed down, golden light shining brightly, directly slapping General Hong into a bloody mist. The crowd looked at this scene, their eyes a bit dumbfounded. That arrogant and domineering young master of the heavenly abyss house that was rumored to be arrogant and domineering had actually stood up for them? They weren't stupid, and they could guess this identity from within General Hong's cry of "Young Lord." In the entire Great Zhou, I'm afraid that the only young lord who could make General Hong kneel down and beg for forgiveness was Nangong Chen. That city soldier just now was trembling. He could sort of see that this young lord was afraid that he would have to help that mother just now out. He, on the other hand, had just kicked Auntie Sue, and when he thought of this, he blanched, wishing he could turn back time and space and take back that kick. Auntie Sue was even more grateful, not knowing what to say for a moment, her eyes red. "My lord, thank you so much." Nangong Chen swept a glance at her, his face grave. This person's internal organs had been greatly traumatized, even the bones in her legs had been shattered, and her vitality was continuously draining away. According to reason, receiving such a grievous injury, if any man came over, I'm afraid that he would scream in pain and faint from the pain. And this person, just what kind of willpower is it that he can still maintain this kind of sober speech? Thinking of this, in Nangong Chen's heart, he was both curious and admiring. Nangong Chen took out an elixir and whispered a command to Wang Yuxuan. After Wang Yuxuan heard this, her pupils shrunk slightly, and she immediately dodged in front of Auntie Sue, sending this elixir into her mouth, followed by a green fluorescence in her hand, and a force of vitality surged forth. She was born with a spiritual body, but she had learned a lot of medical skills back then, and treating an ordinary person was easy for her. After seeing this, several women were also enlightened, and then they all went to assist Wang Yuxuan. "Auntie, do you remember who else beat you?" Nangong Chen opened his mouth and asked. He could see that within her body, there were 2 different forces. Obviously, there was another person. After Auntie Sue heard this, she also glanced at the city trooper just now. A trace of intolerance flashed in her eyes. "Forget it, my body is not in any serious condition. Thank you, young lord, so much." Nangong Chen also followed his eyes over, and sure enough, he saw a panicked-eyed city soldier standing there. And right at this moment, within the palace, thousands of soldiers emerged, their faces grim, holding weapons, surrounding Nangong Chen and the others. Chapter 94, The Spring and Autumn God King appears. "Bold thief, how dare you commit murder in the middle of the palace? I think you're impatient with life." One of the generals at the head of the group chided loudly, his face fierce. Just now, their city army had learned that someone had actually struck outside the palace and killed a general. When these civilians saw it, their eyes were also fearful and they lowered their heads. "General Chao, save me!" When the tall city soldier saw the visitor, he too quickly cried out and hid behind them. As far as he knew, these generals were all starting at the Great Power Realm, so they would definitely be able to shelter him. General Chao had his murderous anger surging through his heart, snapping, "Who is it?" That city army didn't dare to speak, and in the next moment, a thunder-on appeared, extremely fast and incredibly powerful, directly engulfing the tall city army. Boom! A mist of blood surfaced. The city army member who had kicked Auntie Sue just now was completely dead. Not even a dregs left. These city troops who came were all startled. Even that General Chao was so, and gave a violent jolt. Masterful. Absolutely masterful. The thought made him feel a little uneasy and he looked up. One could only see Nangong Chen's fingertips entwined with lightning. His body's white clothes hunting, emitting an astonishing aura. General Chao was shocked, staring wide-eyed, somewhat in disbelief. For a while, his words were somewhat unable to speak. "Young master. Actually, surprisingly, it's you." "What? Are you surprised?" Nangong Chen's expression was bland, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye. Today this palace is a must to break through. Who can not stop him? General Chao didn't dare to answer. His body kept trembling, and the arrogance on his face was gone. He wanted to turn around and leave because a figure of Nangong Chen's caliber was not something he could communicate with as a mere general. And furthermore, Nangong Chen was now raging. Those soldiers behind him saw it, and for a while they didn't know what to do, and stood there dumbfounded. The weapons in their hands were a little bit unable to hold. Just then, a sharp and feminine voice came. "Young lord, now that the people have been killed and the anger has subsided, isn't it time to leave?" Only a powerful figure appeared in the void, and after the crowd saw it clearly, they were also shocked. This person wore a purple official hat, had a pale body and deep eyes, and was the first eunuch of the Great Zhou, known as the Spring and Autumn God King. The Spring and Autumn God King stared at Nangong Chen and slowly said, the threatening implication of which was obvious. At this moment, this kind of turbulence in front of the palace also attracted many dignitaries to come and watch. Most of them were famous forces of the Great Zhou. Some of them were from the royal family. Some were from those first-class families. In short, they were all notorious within the Great Zhou. All of them were one side of the hegemony. Not far away, the Su family head and the Wang family head. The two of them were watching this scene with great interest. This old thing dares to threaten my son-in-law like this. If I were also a god king, I would have to skin him, Su Ming said with some indignation. After hearing this, Wang Xiong ignored his bull and said to himself, how come your son-in-law didn't bring anyone with him? With him alone, he might have to suffer a bit today. After all, this Spring and Autumn God King has always been at odds with the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Yeah, this kid, why is he sloppy? If he brings some strong people from the Heavenly Abyss province here, this Spring and Autumn God King is nothing. Su Ming also revealed a worried gaze. After all, his daughter was there as well. The other side. When Nangong Chen heard such threatening words, he frowned and said without mercy, a eunuch dares to tell me to leave. You're also worthy? When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. It was hard to imagine that Nangong Chen had directly cursed up, and those scouts who were secretly watching were very shocked when they saw it. Su Ming and Wang Xiong were even more dumbfounded and surprised. This son-in-law of yours, he is also too fierce. Wang Xiong sighed. No, he has always been like this. Su Ming shook his head and explained. Those city soldiers' bodies trembled and shivered a little, but they knew that the Spring and Autumn God King hated people calling him a eunuch. Now these words from Nangong Chen were undoubtedly stepping on his red line. In the void, the Spring and Autumn God King's face was frighteningly gloomy, and in his entire life, he was most jealous of people calling him a eunuch. This brat, damn it! Then in that case, the young lord is going to have a go at old me? The Spring and Autumn God King gritted her teeth, her eyes incomparably cold. You're still giving yourself a face sticker, and you've had 2 moves. You'd be lucky if you could hold me for 1 move. After Nangong Chen heard this, he also said with a disdainful face. Just then, Su Li reminded him behind him that Auntie Su was unharmed. Nangong Chen nodded secretly, his eyes flashing. It seems that it is already possible to enter the palace. You, the brat is really eloquent. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. The Spring and Autumn God King couldn't bear it and directly struck out towards Nangong Chen. Young lord, do you need me to make a move? In the void, when Elderwood saw this scene, he also transmitted his voice. No need. It just so happens that I can test my strength after I break through the great power. Nangong Chen confidently refused, with an invincible demeanor on his body. Teaching me a lesson on behalf of Tian Yuanfu? You deserve it too, old eunuch. Immediately after, Nangong Chen sneered, his body's aura rising, displaying his great power realm cultivation without reservation. Now that he had mastered so many divine level techniques, coupled with these dual pupils, cross-border combat should not be too simple for him. The crowd was also shocked after feeling this aura. He had actually broken through again. One must know that this was an 18-year-old great power. Su Ming even froze for a moment, as if he had sensed wrongly, and sensed again, then fell into silence for a long time. He seemed to remember that a few months ago, Nangongchen was still the purple mansion to come. Now it was at the same cultivation level as him. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Good. What a demon. This kind of cultivation speed. The Spring and Autumn God King was also a bit dazed, but he quickly reacted as well and sneered. So what if I give you a breakthrough to greatness? The gap between greatness and God King can't be smoothed out so easily. He had a very disdainful face and a condescending look on his face. Some neutral forces hiding in the shadows also shook their heads after seeing this. Yes, the Spring and Autumn God King is a veteran God King powerhouse, and although the young lord has broken through to the great power realm, it's still difficult though. The gap between a divine king and a great power can be described as the difference between heaven and earth. The young lord is doing himself a disservice by provoking him like this. Below, after seeing it, Auntie Sue's eyes revealed a look of worry, and she carefully said, I'm really sorry for dragging you guys down, or else it's better to let that adult leave. Su Li's stunningly beautiful face smiled lightly, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Nangongchen's figure, confidently saying, Auntie, just rest assured, he can definitely win the fight. Su Li knew that Nangongchen had never done anything he wasn't sure of. That's right, a few women chimed in. Some of the forces that had always been at odds with the Heavenly Abyss Mansion also laughed coldly when they saw this scene. What an idiot. It seems that the so-called heavy pupil will fall here today. Chapter 95. One move kills in a second. The whole place is shocked. God King I, Zifu, have killed, and you will be next. Nangongchen looked indifferent and said in a cold voice. His white clothes fluttered. His temperament was dusty, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, he carried an invincible momentum. As soon as these words came out, the Spring and Autumn God King's face was a bit stunned. Then his face was grim as a piercing killing intent erupted from his body, directly striking out towards Nangongchen. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly changed color, and the Spring and Autumn God King offered a green gourd with a deep light bubbling from it. And then, as he recited an incantation under his breath, thousands of ghosts flew out from it. This is the spell Soul Gourd, is the Spring and Autumn God King's original magic weapon. The whole gourd is filled with evil, and those ghosts are all the grievous souls drawn from the extremely fierce dungeon, after thousands of years of breeding, have become extremely strong and severe souls. For a while, these ghosts cried out. Their features were twisted, their grievances were sky-high, and their eyes revealed a red ferocious light that echoed throughout the entire heaven and earth. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a trace of palpitations, and their faces turned a little pale. This was the Spring and Autumn God King's self-created technique. 100 ghosts binding souls. These ghosts were able to surround and kill each other. The most terrifying thing was that they were able to tear down each other's divine souls, and there had once been a God King powerhouse that had died from this trick. These moves were sinister and vicious, which was why over the years, very few people had made enemies of the Spring and Autumn God King in the palace, because the enemies had all been refined into ghosts. The crowd of onlookers secretly shook their heads in their hearts. Unless Nangongchen was able to sacrifice a great killing weapon, it would be difficult to withstand the attack of these ghosts in such a short period of time. Go! The Spring and Autumn God King was sneering, commanding these ghosts to attack Nangongchen. He wanted to see what the kid should use to block this move. One must know that under the same realm, even a God King would have to be afraid. In an instant, the roaming ghosts covered the sky, unexpectedly rushing straight towards Nangongchen, like a swarm of bees. After Su Li and the others below saw it, they couldn't help but show a worried look in their beautiful eyes. When Nangongchen saw the scene, he was bland and calm. His face did not change in the slightest. His white clothes were overwhelming, and a double pupil shocked the ages, as if he was a young king. The corner of his mouth was smiling coldly, only to see that with a wave of his hand, the sky dome was covered in dark clouds and lightning flashed, as if it was a huge sea of thunder, with countless thunderbolts pulsating, bringing about an extremely strong sense of oppression. Thunder tribulation was originally a natural restraint on all evil spirits and ghosts in the world, obliterating everything, not to mention the ancestor of the Thunder Road, the Thunder Emperor's treasure art. At this moment, Nangongchen's fingertips were jumping with thunderbolts. His dark hair was flying, and countless thunderbolts were intertwined behind him, just like a Thunder Road Supreme. This kind of might was too astonishing, and after the crowd saw it, their pupils shrunk slightly, and their expressions froze a bit. Just what kind of lightning method is this? To be able to summon such an astonishing lightning tribulation, someone couldn't help but lose their voice, their tone filled with shock, and those forces that were on good terms with the heavenly abyssal mansion's eyes were pleasantly surprised after seeing it. Those forces that did not look favorably on Nangongchen earlier, at this moment, felt their faces a bit shamed. and also gritted their teeth. Even if he can summon this kind of thunderbolt, so what? The difference in realms is so great, but it's just a useless endeavor. Is that in fact true? Boom! In the next moment, divine thunder descended from the sky, white on shocking the sky, transforming into millions of thunder dragons, their bodies flickering with thunderous light, erupting with unprecedented might, charging straight down. This kind of scene is really too scary. These ghosts and its comparison. As a small witch to see a big witch. This is the 9 heavenly tribulation light, Nangong Chen said in a cold voice, his eyes like cold lightning blooming, his face cold. The spring and autumn divine king's face turned white as a flash of shock welled up in the bottom of his eyes. He hadn't expected that a junior at the great power realm would be able to make such a shocking thunder art. As the words fell, endless white auras erupted, the entire sky whitened, and the crowd closed their eyes as they were illuminated by the astonishing white light. The spring and autumn divine king's face showed his unwillingness as he tried to urge back these ghosts, but realized that the connection had been lost long ago, and the next thing that greeted him was this roiling divine thunder. His eyes were wide open, cold sweat was pouring out, and a touch of fear actually appeared in his heart. It will kill you. If you take this move, you will definitely die. At this moment, in the spring and autumn god king's mind, the most instinctive thought appeared. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still powerless to resist and drowned in this white aura. After a long time, the people opened their eyes and were shocked to see the image in front of them. Just see a charred corpse lying quietly in front of the palace. The spell soul gourd held in his hand also turned into smoke and ash, and it is not difficult to see in the charred corpse's blurred features that it is that spring and autumn god king. Even the soul was extinguished in this vast thunder law, without any hope of survival. And in the void, that white-clothed, peerless figure still stood there, its young appearance daring everyone present to ignore it. After some people saw it, they couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water, their hearts filled with shock. A single move. To use a single move to exterminate an old God King realm powerhouse. Is this still the ING mighty realm? Below, Suli's beautiful eyes blossomed with color, and there was no small amount of shock in her heart. This guy had gotten stronger again, even if it was her. With an existence above an immortal king behind her to teach her, and with a divine body, she wouldn't dare to presume that she could exterminate a divine king with a single move. After Chi Yao saw it, her charming and enchanting eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock. This son's future achievements are unimaginable, bearing heavy pupils, and even more chaos Dao fruit to create a supreme foundation. Even in the 9 heavens, there are few people who can reach this point. In the depths of the void, a delicate figure, too, couldn't help but smile with the corners of its mouth, its beauty so unrivaled that the heavens and the earth were somewhat eclipsed. On her waist, there was a bronze ghost face mask hanging, and it wasn't hard to see that it was the same person who had previously helped Nangong Chen progress so fast. This nephew of mine really gave me a good surprise. If it is to the 9 heavens, I do not know sister no after that. It should be how the expression. It is really looking forward to Her vermilion lips gently opened, and her voice was pleasant and melodious, as if it was an immortal song from the heavens. Afterward, she dropped her gaze on Chi Yao again, her beautiful eyes revealing a deep meaning. Without saying much, at this moment, the entire room was silent, and the people looked at Nangong Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Su Ming and Wang Xiong, both of them, also looked at each other and gulped a mouthful of water. The shock in their eyes was hard to hide, and they kept drinking their tea. It took a long time to respond. This son-in-law of mine, he's also too damn fierce. Su Ming exploded into foul language for the first time. Shocked. On the side, Wang Xiong was chanting all the time, "My good daughter. You must hold on tightly to the young master's thigh. Whether our Wang family can get a share of the pie in the future, it all depends on you." Those forces that supported the heavenly abyssal mansion, after seeing it, their hearts became more and more determined, and in the future, they would definitely serve the heavenly abyssal mansion as a dog and horse. They will never have second thoughts. The people who had previously sung the praises of Nangong Chen were all ashamed and ugly at the moment, cursing the spring and autumn god king incessantly in their hearts. What kind of trash? They couldn't even beat a great power realm. What a disgrace. And it was the civilians who were most shocked. Chapter 96, Kingslayer. Those civilians who were in front of the palace, after seeing it, couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow very reverently. Where have they seen this scene before? They thought it was an immortal descending to earth. Please help us, Supreme Immortal. We just want to know how our children are doing in the palace after being missing for so long. Yes, Immortal, please help us. We just want to see our children once. These people kept chanting from their mouths, their bodies trembling, praying that Nangong Chen would hear them. As for Auntie Su, who was next to Suli, after she reacted, she also knelt down and kowtowed at Suli and the others. Oh, Immortal, my child is still in the palace, and now his life or death is unknown. Please take us to progress, even if I have to work for you as an ox or a horse. Auntie Sue pleaded. She hadn't expected that the person who had helped her earlier would be such a being. After Suli heard this, she was also a bit alarmed and spoke. Auntie, you get up first. We'll take you in to look for your child later. At this moment, Nangongchen slowly landed, and when he saw them in such a miserable state, he also sighed, and a burst of power Buddha passed over, helping them up. After feeling such a miraculous power, these people looked at Nangongchen with more and more devotion and respect. Folks and fathers, I will bring you into the palace today, so feel free to rest assured. Nangongchen opened his mouth and responded. Fong Kai, from the speech of these, he understood the general situation. That is, the king of the Great Zhou ordered to enlist their children, said to go to the palace to study for 3 months, and now the May passed. Those children still have not come out. When he heard this, he gave a cry of bad news. Didn't he know what kind of pissant the king of Great Zhou was? Guessing that the gong method that the king of the Great Zhou had demonstrated earlier, it was likely that he had entered the devil's path. One must know that in the so-called devil's path, many people with improper minds cultivate through killing or other cruel ways. This means that the children of these people are, in all likelihood, dead by now. Thinking of this, Nangongchen frowned, not knowing how to open his mouth to say it. As for those civilians, after hearing Nangongchen's promise, their faces were filled with excitement and joy, as if they were grateful to Nangongchen. Auntie Sue also, just wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Nangongchen, but was stopped by Suli. When Nangongchen saw the scene, he was a bit eager to speak, but he still didn't say anything. That is only his guess. If this is really so, the king of Great Zhou to do that kind of thing, I'm afraid that the whole heart of the people of Great Zhou will be routed it. No matter what, the first order of business was to kill the king of Great Zhou. Also at this moment, in the sky, a black-packed piece of the Heavenly Abyss army rushed in, waving military flags in their hands, each wearing black armor, looking domineering. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but stare in astonishment. The Heavenly Abyss army all rushed here. It seems like there will definitely be a big action in the Heavenly Abyss house today. Soon, all 300,000 Heavenly Abyssal armies arrived in front of Nangongchen, and even the Heavenly Abyssal armies that had previously gone to assist the Red Sword God King returned. The 8 great war generals also came before Nangongchen and respectfully said, 300,000 Heavenly Abyssal armies have arrived. Please give the young lord's order. Please order. Young lord. The 300,000 Heavenly Abyss army arrived in unison. Their voices were like bells, resounding throughout the entire Great Zhou Palace, and the eaves of the surrounding roofs shook a little. When those city troops saw this scene, their legs went a little soft and their postures were incomparably trembling. They were all trained by some scattered cultivators, and had never been to the battlefield, and had always stayed in the palace. Where had they seen this kind of scene? All troops listened to the order. Follow me forward, Nangongchen exclaimed, a pair of double pupils emitting a ghostly light that was astonishingly incomparable. Yes, the Heavenly Abyss army spoke in unison with perfect discipline. Afterward, Nangongchen led the large troop and headed directly towards the interior of the palace. After General Chao saw this, he also walked stiffly to Nangongchen and whispered, Young lord, you can't bring an army into the palace without an order from the king of Great Zhou, but I can ask for permission for you. I believe that with the young lord's status, His Majesty will definitely allow it. By the way, young lord, what is the purpose of your visit to the palace this time? Seeing that someone was blocking the way, the crowd of the Heavenly Abyss army was also murderous, and their icy gazes fell on General Chao. For a while, General Tso was sweating a bit, only to see Nangongchen slowly spat out 2 words, Emperoricide. As soon as these words came out, General Chao's expression froze in place, and the other city troops on the side also stared wide-eyed. Not only were they shocked, at this moment, those forces that had been watching Nangongchen were equally shocked. They had guessed it in their hearts, but the moment they waited for Nangongchen to say it, it was still a bit difficult to react. Tian Yuanfu really wants to kill the king of Great Zhou today. At this moment, after the countless scouts got this information, they also quickly left. They wanted to inform the forces behind them that the sky of the Great Zhou was going to change. To get the forces behind you, early on the other side, Su Ming's eyes revealed a brilliant light, stroked his beard, and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that the Heavenly Abyssal House would really make a move against the king of the Great Zhou. After today, the pattern of the Great Zhou will be reshuffled. Old king, be ready for it. After Wang Xiong heard this, he happily laughed a little. Where do I need to make any preparations? Just let me. Yu Xian, hold on to young lord's thigh more often. That's the best preparation. This word, Su Ming ahead of Black Line, this guy, really hopeless. By the time General Chao came back to his senses, the Tianyuan army group had already walked away. In the palace, those slave girls as well as the guards also wanted to scream when they saw Nangong Chen and his party coming, their faces terrified. But soon, they were subdued by the Heavenly Abyss army and fainted directly. Not long after, under Zhou Wanner's leadership, the crowd also arrived in a splendid palace. Seventh Princess, is this the place? Nangong Chen asked. Zhou Wanner nodded and looked towards this palace, a touch of hatred appearing under her eyes. She would never forget in her life the hiding place of the great Zhou king. Nangong Chen nodded, then gave a look to the Heavenly Abyss army at the side. Boom! Only this gate, in a matter of moments, was destroyed. Instantly, a rotting corpse stench overflowed from it. Those civilians who had followed them here were also frozen in place when they saw the scene in front of them. Chapter 97, The Plot of the Black-Robed Man. At the same time, inside a dungeon in the Great Zhou Palace, a weak silhouette slowly approached by supporting the wall. His dragon robe was stained with blood, and in front of his chest, there was a shocking bloody hole that kept dripping blood. This person was none other than the king of Great Zhou. At this moment, he was hit by a severe poison that was spreading throughout his body, and if he was not treated, I was afraid that he would soon be going to his death. In the deep shadows, a black-robed figure appeared, and after seeing the miserable state of the Great Zhou king, his expression froze for a moment. Didn't you break through to a saint? How could you be so seriously injured? Furthermore, didn't you also join forces with that immortal dynasty's world son? The black-robed man said with some incredulity. He had never expected that the king of Great Zhou would not return because of the Annunciation, but would end up in this situation. The Great Zhou king's face was gloomy, and in the middle of hearing the world's son, he was even more so, regardless of the blood spurting from his chest, and broke out into curses. That Shitzi is a pitiful bastard, or a great fool, not useful at all. The 4 paragon saints he brought with him were all killed by Nangong Chen's men. At the loss of I was so respectful to him earlier. If his corpse is here, I shall not flog him severely. After the black-robed man heard this, his face under the dark shadow twitched a little, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. It's also a talent to fail in such a must-win situation. What about you? You're a saint. Who can do anything about you? After a long time, the black-robed man asked again curiously. The Great Zhou king's face appeared a bit fearful afterward, then slowly spoke. We were all fooled by the appearance of the Heavenly Abyss province. For this operation, the Heavenly Abyss province even sent out 8 paragon saints, and even a saint. I see. No wonder you escaped back in such a sorry state, the black-robed man said in a somewhat dazed manner. But this way it seems that the Heavenly Abyss mansion is indeed hiding very deeply. To be able to send out 8 paragon saints, this is comparable to the top forces of the Central Divine Prefecture. The black-robed man pondered for a moment and continued. I was the one who was shot by that saint, as well as Nangong Chen's murderous little child. All deserve to die. All deserve to die. The Great Zhou king's face was resentful as he gritted his teeth. The black-robed man sighed as he looked at him in such a helpless state. This injury of yours, TSK, to be shot so badly, and it's still your weak point. It seems that you have indeed suffered a great loss this time. I didn't expect as a king of a country, the king of Great Zhou has been reduced to being hunted down and killed. From my point of view, it should be all the people from the Tian Yuan house outside. You won't be able to fly today. After saying that, the black-robed man shook his head and looked at him with a look of pity. Cut the crap there. That blood sacrifice formation you mentioned earlier. I promise you. But the blood chi you get, you have to split it 50-50. The Great Zhou king said without good humor. Ha 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 ha. I knew you were going to be this so-and-so, but the blood sacrifice formation, it's going to refine the whole of Great Zhou. You're really ruthless. If your people knew about it, what would they dare to think? The black-robed man laughed. The Great Zhou king's eyes flashed with a hint of shade, but it was well hidden by him as he said. So what if I know? So what if I don't know? If you want to blame it on the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion. It's all because they forced me to. Okay, I promise you. But there is a change in the conditions you said. 9. You won. The black-robed man's face was morose as he slowly opened his mouth. After hearing this, the king of Great Zhou was also shocked and questioned. Didn't you agree to a 50-50 split earlier? How come now it's 9 for you and 1 for me? This won't work. I don't agree. You also know that it was before. Do you think that with your current appearance, you are qualified to make demands with me? The black-robed man laughed coldly. His body's aura no longer concealed, and his sage cultivation exploded out. You! The Great Zhou king's face changed as he looked at him dead in the face. This black-robed person was actually a saint. He had always thought that it was only a quasi-saint cultivation, but he had hidden it so deeply. What? You still want to kill me? I give you one is not bad. If not for the fact that you still have some value, I don't even want to share one with you. Bring out the jade seal of transmission. Don't force me to make a move to rob it. You can't stop me now, the black-robed man said in a cold voice, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. The king of Great Joe was a bit cloudy, clenching his fists, and after a while, he still took out the jade seal. As soon as the black-robed man saw it, his eyes glowed and he snatched it up. Not bad. It's not worth all the effort I've spent. Ha ha ha. Finally got it. The black-robed man looked at this lifelike jade seal with a maniacal expression and laughed. Don't be too happy. If your blood sacrifice formation fails and is broken by the heavenly abyssal mansion, I'm afraid you'll end up in the same place as me. The Great Joe King sneered. Do you think that I would be as stupid as you? The blood sacrifice formation I started carving since more than 10 years ago, with the purpose of today, and now that the jade seal of transmission is in my hands, I'm just one step away from the final step, devouring the dragon vein, and then I can activate the blood sacrifice formation. Jia jia jia. This is a country's blood chi. After succeeding, Lord Blood God will awaken very soon, and at that time, my position in the Blood God sect will rise. The black-robed man revealed that hideous face and frantically said. After the king of the Great Joe heard it, his face was a little shocked. He did not think that this person had started the layout early. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say worriedly, you won't refine me too when the time comes, right? As the words fell, the black-robed man revealed a meaningful smile. Don't worry, with the friendship between you and me, I wouldn't do such a thing. I'll let you see with your own eyes the look of the people of the heavenly abyssal mansion given to refinement. That's really a wonderful taste. After saying that, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes incomparably evil. The king of Great Joe could not help but feel fear after seeing it. On the other side, when the Nangongchen crowd saw the sight of the palace in front of them, they couldn't help but be shocked, and a touch of revulsion surged through their hearts. Even some of the Heaven's Abyss army, who had experienced countless wars, looked a bit intolerant when they saw the scene, only to see in front of the eyes of the palace, densely packed corpse mountain corpses. Everywhere is the corpse of the child. These children died in a miserable state. The chest was cut open by a knife, directly hollowed out the heart. Cruelty. Everywhere exudes a putrid smell. Even these corpses placed for a long time. There have been irregular insects gnawing on it. The scene is shocking. Ordinary people see the scene. I'm afraid to sleep for a long time. My child. Just then, Auntie Sue suddenly rushed out from the crowd and came to the two corpses, crying bitterly. The two children had cute faces, a boy and a girl, but there were a lot of bruises on their bodies, so I'm afraid they had suffered abuse in the palace during this time. Soon, more people rushed out from the crowd, all of them recognizing that the young, innocent faces were the very children they hadn't seen in a long time. Chapter 98 Blood Sacrifice Formation. Some of their parents didn't react, mumbling as they hugged the body, their eyes incredibly empty. Don't be disobedient. Go home with mother, okay? Your A sisters and A brothers are waiting for you, and we've cooked your favorite beast meat at home, so we'll eat meat every day from now on, and won't let you go hungry, okay? They looked at the familiar face with a steady stream of tears running down their face and fantasized that they were still alive. There were also some people who didn't dare to accept the scene in front of them and directly fled. They couldn't believe that their child, who was alive and kicking a few months before, had now turned into a cold corpse. At this moment, the sack that never left the hand of Big Mother Sue, also scattered all over the ground. Some tiny silver broken, for sets of children body new clothes, and some spiritual fruit food. Those new clothes on the ground are bright and shiny, while on her body, a patch has sewing traces. The coat is washed white. Seeing this scene, Nangong Chen was somewhat stunned, and for a moment he didn't know how to exit to comfort her, then turned to a sigh. You know, even when she was facing death, she had never let go of the sack in her hand, even after being beaten so badly by two city soldiers that his legs were broken. He didn't say a word, bent on seeing his child. Dame Sue may have started fantasizing about meeting with her own children happily after hearing that she could enter the palace and share the interesting things she did along the way. Listening to what others said, Dame Sue was still a widow. So many years or one person to raise children. It was hard to imagine a mother saving her money and trekking thousands of miles just to come to the imperial capital and pick up her own child, without thinking that in the end, it would be such a result. Carriages in Dezhou are not very expensive, and Nangong Chen guessed that she only used a carriage when she wanted to pick up her own children to go home. Saving that money, Nangong Chen fell into silence. Then he walked out of the palace outside, a shocking killing intent erupting from his body. He couldn't do much. The only thing he could do was to avenge them and let the king of Great Joe feel some of this pain. At this moment, the eyes of the few women on the side were red. Obviously, they were also viciously stimulated. Suli didn't dare to imagine how painful it would be for his parents if he was treated like this. Thinking of this, She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, wanting very much to cut the king of Great Zhou into 1,000 pieces. And Wang Yuxuan was also like this. Her eyes were red and she kept choking. Although Zhou Wanner had already guessed, she couldn't help but sneer at this scene. Great King of Zhou, you are really bad. Stuff. Lu Ruyan also looked downcast. Her eyes were red, and she couldn't wait to take the sword in her hand and hack the king of Great Zhou to death. They were all following behind Nangong Chen at the moment, not saying a word. Their moods were lost. Suddenly, Nangong Chen stopped in his footsteps and spoke. Gentlemen, remember, the pain you have suffered today, I will have the king of Great Zhou double it. The voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the palace. The crowd was stunned and hadn't reacted yet, and when they did, Nangong Chen and the others had already walked away. Soon, those people who were watching outside, seeing the Heavenly Abyss army leave, also broke in. They would like to see how the so-called palace would look like. When these people came in with excitement, they couldn't help but fall silent when they saw the scene in front of them. For a long time, their eyes were filled with anger, and they imitated opening their mouths to curse. I didn't expect the king of Great Zhou to be such a person. This kind of cruelty. I originally thought that only people in the devil's way could make it. I didn't think that a dynastic emperor would also be like this. Really damned. Ah. Great King of Zhou, you really are not a human being. How could you kill so many children? They are all innocent. Ah. Heavens. We were all fooled by that surface of the Great Zhou King, and now that the major wants to kill him, I strongly support it. These people were all cultivators from all walks of life, businessmen and court politicians. All of them were parents, and all of them were really angry after seeing this situation. On the other side, Nangong Chen's heavy pupil blazed, locking onto the Earth Palace in front of him, and then, a light tore through the heavens and the earth with an astonishing might, directly falling towards the Earth Palace. Great King of Zhou, come out to me, Nangong Chen said in a cold voice. Boom! Only to see the underground palace in front of them, instantly split into two halves, with two figures emerging from it. Little Nangong, I didn't expect you to chase me here. Damn you! The king of Great Zhou cursed, his eyes capable of spewing out fury. Nangong Chen had repeatedly badgered him, and his desire to kill Nangong Chen had reached its peak. Without waiting for Nangong Chen to make a sound, in the next moment, the 8 great war generals came out in unison, their roiling attacks erupting out, divine light shining brightly, their might moving the heavens. In the void, an arrow was so fast that it even transformed into a green dragon, containing such power that it seemed like the entire sky was going to be torn apart. If this kind of attack went on, if it was only the king of Great Zhou resisting, I'm afraid that he would have to fall in a moment. Right at this moment, the black-robed man who was side by side with the Great Zhou king struck out, only to see the black-robed man's hand waving. The black mist descended from the sky, only to see a black barrier appear, enveloping the two into it, and in a flash, these attacks were swallowed in, with not the slightest bit left. The black-robed man's face was incredibly pale after using this move, so one could imagine how difficult it would be to resist these people's attacks. Seeing this scene, Nangong Chen was a bit surprised. Who exactly was this black-robed man? And in the middle of the barrier. Cow! I didn't expect you to have this kind of strength. After seeing this, the Great Zhou king on the side was also excited and opened his mouth to boast. Stupid! Shut up! The black-robed man bellowed, his face growing weaker. The other parties attacked with so many attacks, but it was completely overwhelming for him. If he used up his remaining blood chi, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Subsequently, the black-robed man will take out the Jade Seal of State, flying into the void, his mouth constantly chanting incantations. The body emerges to appear thick black fog, have invaded the Jade Seal, only to see that the imperial chi on the body of the Jade Seal of the state became more and more scarce, and the remaining chi was swallowed up by that black chi, and demonic intent surged out from it. That's the Jade Seal of transmission. No good. They're going to devour Great Zhou's chi and even demonize the entire Great Zhou dragon vein. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wanner could not help but exclaim. When the crowd heard this, they also looked dazed. I can't believe you're not dead. When the king of Great Zhou heard this familiar voice, he was also violently stunned and cursed angrily. Now, he could finally know why Zhou Wanner was still alive. The original compulsion he had put down had been resolved. An inhuman who rather likes to call people as they see them. Nangong Chen spoke out, his tone cold, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye. Zhou Wanner was also touched after hearing this, and froze as she looked at Nangong Chen's side face. What a loquacious little child. You're all going to die here today. Our blood sacrifice formation is just about to take shape. The Great Zhou King's eyes were resentful as he gritted his teeth. Nangong Chen looked indifferent, his white clothes hunting. His face did not change in the slightest, and even the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. The blood sacrifice formation? The human emperor's sword can break it. Chapter 99, Group Anger. At this moment, demonic chi came pouring out of the sky, enveloping the entire sky of Great Zhou, and in its center, the imperial capital, a black pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. The scene was so frightening that even the day, which was in the middle of the afternoon, turned into night in an instant. When the Great Zhou dynasty, some other local subjects saw this scene, their pupils also shrunk slightly, incomparably shocked. How come it's dark all of a sudden? Is there some kind of natural disaster coming? Heavens, those black mists, could they be demonic chi? Doesn't that mean that someone is going to demonize the entire Great Zhou? At this moment, some cultivators speculated in surprise. Of course, after more people saw it, they all put down their hands and looked at the sky with incomparable worry. When the sky suddenly turns black, something bad must be about to happen. And in the center of the imperial capital, the black robes laughed loudly with a maniacal expression, holding a demonic bead in his hand, the demonic intent inside surging, constantly eroding this jade seal. A small golden dragon could be seen in the jade seal, and at the moment the entire body was half demonized, struggling non-stop with a painful look. Many people on the streets of the imperial capital saw the scene and were somewhat unsure. What are they doing? From afar, he saw two sides of the sky facing off against each other, with Nangong Chen's side on one side and the Great Zhou King's side on the other. When they saw the heavy injuries on the King of Great Zhou, they couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Could this all be the work of the Heavenly Abyss Palace? Why did the Tian Yuan mansion want to kill the King of Great Zhou? Who was that man beside the King of Great Zhou? Could it be that this scene as dark as night was his doing? At this time, in the minds of these people, they were filled with doubts. But soon, more and more people came out of the palace, informing the others that 100,000 young children had been killed in the pit in the palace of the King of the Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, some people started to look disbelieving, and only after they went in faith did they believe it. This kind of action by the King of the Great Zhou was undoubtedly the wrath of man and God, arousing the ire of the masses and igniting all of these people's previous discontent in a matter of moments. King of Great Zhou, you are truly inhuman. Earlier you summoned 100,000 children to the palace and you actually killed all of them. 100,000 that could be 100,000 families. I don't even dare to imagine how much that must have chilled the hearts of those parents. Really one, go to hell or not good death. The people's eyes were filled with anger, clenching their fists and gritting their teeth. On the streets, countless people threw out all the paintings and statues of the King of Great Zhou that were placed in their homes, as if they had seen bad luck, and the passing dogs saw them and went to step on them twice, supporting the Heavenly Abyss province to kill the Great Zhou King, at the expense of me previously believing what the Great Zhou King said, that the Heavenly Abyss province is unforgiving. But now in the end, when I think about it, this Great Zhou King's words are just like a fart, not a single word of truth. In front of the pork stall, a big, burly man said indignantly. Soon, among the masses, a voice rang out. Support the Heavenly Abyss House to kill the Emperor. Support the young lord to behead that. The people spoke in unison, their eyes looking angrily at the figure of the Great Zhou King in the sky. Seeing that the barrier didn't move at all after some attacks, the King of Great Zhou couldn't help but be happy. Come and kill me. How come you can't kill me even if you want to? The Great Zhou King said yawningly. Nangong Chenyi's double pupil blazed, looking through the magic bead held behind the black-robed man with a somewhat dazed expression. This barrier, is it the magic pearl that's responsible for this? Although the black-robed man was well hidden, but it couldn't be resisted. Nangong Chen could see through. Afterward, a hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of Nangong Chen's mouth as he laughed. Laugh, and cherish the few moments you have in your life. The demonic chi contained in that demonic pearl was decreasing, which meant that it would disappear after an incense burn. When the time comes, it will be their turn to cry. Alright, all of you war generals call it quits and take a break. There's no rush. Nangong Chen opened his mouth and ordered. The crowd stopped, though they were puzzled. The King of Great Zhou felt a bit puzzled after hearing Nangong Chen's words. His expression was cloudy and he did not speak. Soon, the curses of the people below came, overwhelming and deafening. The Heavenly Abyss Mansion and the others also hooked up their smiles and looked at the King of the Great Zhou with a disdainful expression. In the void, after seeing this scene, the King of the Great Zhou also skimmed his lips and said with disdain, Born as my people, what's wrong with sacrificing for me? As soon as these words came out, countless gazes filled with killing intent rushed towards him. What a one! How did this kind of person become the monarch of Great Zhou? Suli said through clenched teeth, her beautiful eyes containing frost. The Yao Qi on the side also yawned after hearing this and didn't say anything more, because in her opinion, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Even in the 9 heavens there were demonic powers that had previously refined a domain of cultivators, and compared to that, this was quite light. However, that doesn't mean she supports this act. In her last life she met one and killed one. Several women were also looking at the king of the Great Zhou with indignant faces. Even the Heavenly Abyss army behind them was cursing, and even a few of the quasi-saint warlords were cursing the king of Great Zhou. Nangong Chen didn't say anything more. A pair of double pupils blazed, carefully observing the black barrier. He was looking for a moment to break through this barrier. Of course, what the king of Great Zhou said, he heard clearly, but he did not say much. This kind of person's degree, only before dying, there will be a trace of repentance. Below, after those masses heard it, their eyes were also wide and their faces reddened with anger to the extreme. At this moment, the last bit of trust they had for the king of Great Zhou was gone. Some of those who supported the king of Great Zhou even fantasized that this was all a misunderstanding. But with the moment the king of Great Zhou said that, everything was shattered. They didn't think that the true idea of how the king of Great Zhou viewed them would be like this. Such a straw man, in the void. When the black-robed man saw this scene, he also let out a big laugh and opened his mouth. It's also odd for you Great Zhou to have such a monarch. By the way, seeing as you're on the verge of death, I'm going to tell you a piece of news before I tell you. Your Great Zhou king, even willingly sacrificed your entire Great Zhou for the sake of 10% of your people's blood chi. See this object? It is your jade seal of transmission. When the golden dragon inside is completely refined and the blood sacrifice formation is opened, your entire Great Zhou will be reduced to sustenance. I am a member of the blood god sect. You should know clearly that this blood sacrifice formation, once it is formed, is already doomed, and you won't have the slightest chance of escaping. When the king of Great Zhou heard this, he also frowned, and there was some dissatisfaction in his tone. What is this saying to them? The king of the Great Zhou was dissatisfied as to why he had to speak out about getting just 10%, which made him appear to be faceless. Even at such a moment, he still had no trace of repentance. As soon as these words came out, these masses on the streets, too, all looked stagnant, with a look that was hard to accept. That black-robed man is someone from the blood god cult. So in that case, the Great Zhou king has also colluded with someone from the blood god cult. This is actually going to refine us for 10% of our essence blood. God, it's just not human. So what should we do? The blood sacrifice formation is almost finished refining. This place is 10 million kilometers away from the border of the Great Zhou. Which can escape out? It is simply a fool's errand. The void. Bad. It's actually a blood sacrifice formation. If it's formed, there's no way to break it. Qi Yun's face changed as he opened his mouth. Not only him, even the 8 battle generals behind him were all pale and desperate. Chapter 100 Countdown. One must know that the blood god sect's reputation was known to everyone in the entire Xian heavenly domain. All along, the blood god sect was very mysterious. No one knew its landing place. Even when the blood god sect caused many top forces in the Xian Tian domain to be outraged, turning the Xian Tian domain upside down, they didn't find the hiding place of the blood god sect. This is one point of its mystery, and the other, the viciousness and cruelty of its methods. But anyone who comes out of the blood god sect can disturb a place without leaving any chickens or dogs behind. And the technique they use is very evil. By killing people they can refine the essence blood in it for cultivation, which can be described as brutal and incomparable. However, there was a downside to this, and after using this bizarre technique, it could be discovered that it could make a normal person's mind become sinister and bloodthirsty, delirious, and capable of wielding a butcher's knife even on their own loved ones. And now, the appearance of a strong person from the blood god sect, or a saint realm, this person's status in the blood god sect must be very high. And the heaven sacrifice formation that this black-robed man had spoken of, this was what had emboldened countless people. Even Qi Yun, who was a saint, couldn't help but be shocked after hearing this. This is the top formation inherited by the blood god church. Previously many small dynasties and small family forces disappeared overnight, relying on this blood sacrifice formation. Once formed, inside the blood sacrifice formation, no matter how much strength you possessed, but you couldn't break through this blood sacrifice formation, even if 10 saints came. His evil place lies in the fact that this formation does not have an eye, and can constantly devour the living things in the formation, slowly devouring and refining the human blood chi until it is emptied. In the void, many people were somewhat uncertain after hearing about the blood sacrifice formation, including Nangong Chen. Of course, after listening to Qi Yun's explanation, all of them showed a dazed look with some fear in their eyes. This blood sacrifice formation is so evil. Then in that case, there is no way to crack this heaven sacrifice formation? Nangong Chen couldn't help but ask. If he had no choice, he didn't want to take out the human emperor's sword so early. The reason why it was said earlier that the human emperor's sword could break formations was because the human emperor's sword had a heaven-defying function, which was to ignore formations and directly break them. Of course, It is said that another immortal sword in the legend, the immortal execution sword, also has this function. No, unless one stops the one who laid the formation. The only way to do so is to interrupt him from laying the formation. Shi Yun shook his head and spoke. Seeing this, Nangong Chen's eyes were a bit disappointed, but he didn't say anything. Suddenly, the black-robed man gazed this way from afar, revealing a playful smile as he opened his mouth. How about it? Are you and others desperate? Jia jia jia. After only a few breaths, the blood sacrifice formation will be complete, and at that time, you will witness your own deaths with your own eyes. It was a pleasure. Yo! The king of Great Zhou also spoke out. His expression was soothing. Today, I can finally see you people from the heavenly abyss province go to your deaths. It's not in vain that I've waited until this day. After hearing this, the crowd was also stifled and looked at him with an angry face. I didn't expect that in the end I would be counted by the king of Great Zhou. Suli secretly clenched her teeth and asked in her heart, Chi Yao, is there any way to solve this blood sacrifice formation? If even this reincarnated powerhouse didn't have a solution, then there was really no way out. This blood god sect, I didn't expect that there would be one in the lower realms. Chi Yao didn't respond to her, but only said with some sighs, when I think about it, in the upper realm, that blood god sect was also like this with everyone shouting at them. Hey, I'm asking you. Seeing that she ignored it, Suli said with some urgency, let's see. It seems like there really isn't any way out, Chi Yao said with a bitter face after pondering for a while. Chi Yao then slowly explained, this blood sacrifice formation didn't originate from the lower realms, but in my time, in the 9 heavens, I heard of the blood sacrifice formation, and once it's formed, it's a situation of certain death for you. If I were to return to my previous life's cultivation, this blood sacrifice formation would dissipate for me with just a thought. But alas, I'm only a remnant soul now. After hearing this, Suli's face was a bit disappointed, her beautiful eyes dull. Then in that case, all of us are going to die here today? She hadn't seen the outside scenery with Nangongchen yet. She didn't want to die so early. You first do not rush well, or a little hope. If there is a legend in the fight god stone here, we'll be able to break the array, or is the legend of a few of the great sword, the human emperor sword and so on. Chi Yao hurriedly opened her mouth to comfort him. Isn't that the same as saying who has these things here? Suli rolled her eyes and said without a good mood. Then her expression lowered. When Chi Yao heard it, she also shut up at once. Yeah, wouldn't that mean that she would die here together today? No, she's a spirit, how can she be dead? By the way, or if your soul goes out of your body, it seems that you don't have to die, but after that, you have to find a physical body, or live like me like this. Suddenly, Chi Yao's beautiful eyes glowed as she spoke. However, the only thing is that it might cause your physique to disappear, she then said carefully. Suli did not respond after hearing this. If it really came to that point, he might only consider it. At this point, the other few women reacted in a much different way. Zhou Wan'er, a pair of dark pupils, revealed a few points of despair. Did not think that in the end, or can not take revenge? She then froze a bit when she saw Nangong Chen's pine-like back. However, she seems to have met the second person who was as good to her as her mother. Then this way to say, there didn't seem to be any regrets. Thinking of this, Zhou Wan'er's eyes had a somewhat relieved look. Wang Yuxuan was the same, originally still a little sad, thinking that she could die with her master. Those big eyes instantly lit up. Then in that case, wouldn't it be a dead duck with the master? Seems not bad. Lu Ruyan was dressed in a long and delicate dress, looking towards Nangong Chen, not knowing what she was thinking. Below, those people were also wailing, with despair in their eyes. I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough. This goddamned king of Great Zhou shall not die. If I were to go to hell, I would also turn into a severe ghost and kill the king of Great Zhou. In the distance, the king of the Great Zhou looked enjoyable, slowly enjoying the desperate looks of these people. It was very soothing. The black-robed man on the side did the same, watching them with pleasure. Soon, they realized something was wrong. It seemed that Nangong Chen remained as calm and self-assured as ever. Heavy pupil, why aren't you afraid? The black-robed man spoke out, coldly. Fear? Why should I be afraid? Shouldn't you be the ones who should be afraid? Nangong Chen's eyes were deep as he said quietly. He was counting down in his mind, counting down the last few seconds for this turtle shell to disappear. Chapter 101, Nangong Yu strikes. Boom! Suddenly, the side of the Heaven's Abyss province struck without warning. One could only see the 8 great war generals with eyes like cold lightning and breaths like an abyss, each erupting with the strongest killing techniques. Shi Yun did the same, his golden bow drawn to full strength, and the pressure emanating from it caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble a little. For a time, the divine light of heaven and earth shone brightly, and all kinds of swords and spears flew about. This could be even more voluminous than the previous move, and it was clear that the Heavenly Abyss Province's side was not holding back in the slightest. The crowd stared with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief at the scene in front of them. Didn't the Heavenly Abyss Mansion not be able to help that demonic barrier? Why did it suddenly strike again? Ha 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 ha. What fools, how can you possibly break this demonic barrier? Haven't you memorized your previous failures? When the King of Great Joe saw the scene, although he was a bit flustered at first, after reacting, he also laughed disdainfully. The black-robed man also revealed a cold smile, his eyes disdainful, and he didn't notice anything wrong. He sighed a little. Tian Yuanfu, this kind of brain. The King of Great Joe cannot even fight. That should be how stupid. Just when those attacks landed in front of them, the black-robed man looked like he suddenly thought of something and violently picked up the magic bead in his hand, only to see that at this moment, the devil bead was incomparably dull, and its devilish intent was scarce, and at the very next moment, the devil bead suddenly extinguished. That demonic barrier also instantly disappeared into the heavens and earth. Oh no! Run! The smile at the corner of the black-robed man's mouth stiffened, his face changed, and he said in panic. The Great Joe King on the side obviously had not reacted until he heard what the black-robed man said, but he still had a calm face, and even closed his eyes with a sense of enjoyment. What's there to run for? With this treasure of yours, are you still afraid of these people's trails? The corner of the Great Joe King's mouth flicked up, his tone was arrogant. However, it was too late for the black-robed man to escape at this moment. The two men received this flood-like attack hard. Only the body of the Great Joe King instantly obliterated, leaving only a strand of hapless divine soul left there. As for the black-robed man, although he didn't reach that point, he was also suffering from a great deal of serious injuries, and his body was dripping with blood, fragmented, and blood and flesh were coming out horizontally. Nonetheless, the black-robed man had a slight chance to catch his breath as he tried to escape, frantically burning his life. Several battle generals of the Heavenly Abyss Province instantly erupted, directly using the art of confinement to bind the divine soul of the Great Joe King, leaving it where it was. On the black-robed man's side, it was Qi Yun who struck out, his feet stepping into the void at an extremely fast and incomparable speed, trying to catch him. Right at this moment, the blood sacrifice formation also completed its final step, and a huge red demonic barrier instantly rose up, shrouding the entire Great Joe in place. Scarlet red chains appeared from the sky and attacked towards Qi Yun. Seeing this, Qi Yun also immediately pulled up his longbow and shattered these disturbing blood-colored chains. When the black-robed man saw this scene, he was also overjoyed and filled with joy. What a godsend! He then pulled out a wand with an amber-like jewel on it, only to see the black-robed man tap that blood sacrifice array with his wand. And surprisingly, a passageway opened up. Not good. When Qi Yun saw this scene, his expression was anxious and he secretly said that it was not good. People also felt a bit sorry to see the scene. A smile appeared at the corner of the black-robed man's mouth, and in his eyes, there was a touch of cruelty. Farewell everyone, become my sustenance properly. I will definitely offer your blood energy to the blood god lord. Jia jia jia. And just as he was about to leave, a sword power rushed in. The void trembled, and the sword breath was boundless. The black-robed man's eyes widened, not expecting that at this moment, there would even be someone else who would take a shot at him. After feeling this kind of aura, his face grew paler and paler. This person is definitely strong and unstoppable. Swish! In the next moment, the black-robed man's body, unexpectedly, was directly cut into two halves by the waist, and the blood gushed out at once. And at this moment, the expression on his face was also frozen. Still want to escape? A cold hum came from the void. After the crowd saw this person, they looked surprised and their hearts were in shock for a long time, because this person in front of him was none other than the founding father of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, Nangong Chen's grandfather, the absolute peak Saint Nangong Yu. Below, when Nangong Chen saw the scene, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Grandpa had actually come out of the world? A saint of this level would not easily appear in the world if there were no major events happening. However, after seeing that the black-robed man was caught, he was also relieved. Fortunately, he didn't let him escape. He could use the secret of the line to go after it, but the risk was too great. Even though he was already seriously injured, who knows, he still had a backhand. Surprisingly, it's you! You're still alive. The black-robed man's divine soul appeared instantly, and after seeing this person, he was also filled with shock. The name of Nangong Yu, how could he not have heard of it? That was the person who made the king of the Great Joe lose sleep night after night, and even had a heart demon. One must know that the Heavenly Abyss Sage hadn't appeared in the world for nearly 1,000 years. The crowd all thought that he had died. You blood god cultists, how dare you still want to make a move against my grandson? Even if my coffin lifts up, I will still come out to deal with you. Nangonyu raised his white eyebrows and said viciously. In the next moment, a large net fell between Nangonyu's waving hands, directly binding the black-robed man's divine soul. The black-robed man just wanted to explode himself, but he was still a step too slow. And below, when Nangongchen saw the scene, he couldn't help but warm his heart. It seems that he's not fighting alone. Subsequently, Nangongyu swung down with one hand, directly shattering those blood-colored chains in the void, and Chi Yun was saved as a result. Many thanks to the old mansion master for saving me. Chi Yun arched his hand, his eyes somewhat shocked. One must know that these blood-colored chains were not something that could be dealt with easily. Even the late saint he had been entangled in them for such a long time, and Nangongyu had actually broken them in an instant. Could it be that the old master of the house has entered that legendary realm? Thinking of this, the respectful look in his eyes deepened, and his eyes were filled with fear of Nangongyu. And in the sky, the hole knocked out by the black-robed man just now was shrinking. Seeing this, the great Zhou King also revealed a hideous smile. You all have to be buried with me today, so what if you catch me? The black-robed man's two eyes were lightless, and after hearing this, he also reacted and said in a cold, mocking voice, if you all kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and abolish your own cultivation, maybe I can still inform you how to get out? After hearing them speak, the crowd also changed their faces, with some despair in their eyes. Yeah, so what if we catch the two of them? We still have to die in this blood sacrifice formation today. They felt that the blood chi in their bodies was dwindling, completely uncontrollable, turning into wisps of red smoke that slowly flew in the air. Chapter 102 Human Emperor Sword Out. Soon, the black-robed man's divine soul was brought in front of Nangongchen by Nangongyu and thrown on the ground with a hand. Humph. So many words at the end of death. Nangongyu snorted coldly, his eyes icy cold. After the two saw Nangongyu speak, their eyes were fearful and they instantly closed their mouths. Greetings, old mansion master. After the Heavenly Abyss army saw it, they also spoke in unison and respectfully. Even the 8 great war generals were no exception. Nangongyu nodded in response to them. Those Heavenly Abyss army's eyes blazed incomparably, not thinking that a living legend would appear in front of their eyes today. There was no opportunity to meet him earlier. Greetings, old mansion master. When Su Li's several girls saw Nangongyu's gaze fall, they also hurriedly said, after all, among them, there was no lack of a few who wanted to perform well in front of Grandpa Nangongchen. Nangongyu nodded with satisfaction as he saw each of them pouring out their hearts. Grandpa, what brings you here? Nangongchen asked with some curiosity. Subsequently, after seeing Nangongchen, Nangongyu also relieved his frown and a smile appeared on his face. My good grandson, today has really wronged you. There was something apologetic in his tone. Even they didn't expect that the king of Great Zhou would have an affair with the blood god sect. There's no harm in it. Grandchildren aren't aggrieved. Nangongchen shook his head and responded calmly. Old mansion master, do you have a way to break through this blood sacrifice formation? Right at this moment, in the middle of the Heavenly Abyss mansion, someone opened his mouth and asked. Soon, countless fiery gazes looked towards Nangongyu. After all, if the absolute top saints couldn't manage this blood sacrifice formation, I'm afraid that no one in Great Zhou would be able to break this blood sacrifice formation open. At this moment, the black-robed man had a disdainful look on his face, but he had never heard of anyone being able to break open the blood sacrifice formation, unless his cultivation was above his own, which was somewhat possible. However, above the saints, this was simply impossible, knowing that since ancient times, there were only a handful of people who could reach that realm, and those people were all great figures who had shaken the entire Xian heavenly domain with their fame. Nangongyu pondered for a while and watched this blood sacrifice array for a while before slowly speaking. Naturally there is a way. But, after hearing that there was a way, the people of the Heaven's Abyss Mansion were also wide-eyed, and down below, the subjects of those streets couldn't help but be overjoyed. So, in that case, they are saved? Subsequently, Nangongyu swung a sword towards the sky, only to see white light emerge, and that blood sacrifice formation. Surprisingly, an opening appeared, and then quickly closed. I'm afraid only a handful of people will be able to get out. My current energy can only support more than 100 swords, Nangongyu said in a deep voice. When these words came out, the hearts of the people were cold. They naturally understood what Nangongyu meant. I'm afraid that only the people from the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion would be able to go out. Even the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, perhaps, was able to go out altogether. Thinking of this, those subjects of Great Zhou were pale beyond belief, with a look of despair. I didn't realize that in the end, they wouldn't survive. They did not blame the Heaven's Abyss Province, because the Heaven's Abyss Province was able to help them decapitate the Great Zhou King, and from their standpoint, it was already considered to be benevolent and righteous. Moreover, this is a big-name absolute top saint. Who dares to blame him? As for those Heavenly Abyss army, their faces remained unchanged. They were all soldiers cultivated by the heart and soul of the Heavenly Abyss House. Naturally, they had absolute loyalty to the Heavenly Abyss House. If they were to exchange their lives for that of the young lord and the others, they would still be willing to do so. For a while, the entire atmosphere was incredibly depressing. Suli knew that she would definitely be able to get out, and that was because she was Nangong Chen's Taoist. But, what about her clan? What about her parents and sister? Wang Yuxuan did the same, worrying about her clan in her heart. Zhou Weiner is not a thought, has always been. She is alone, out or not, cannot get out to die in this also. Now see, the king of Great Zhou fell this way. She has been satisfied. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered. Her expression was low, not knowing whether they were willing to take themselves out. When the black-robed man saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh as well. His expression incomparably maniacal. Ha, so what if you go out some? These billions of people will become the nourishment for the blood god's revival. You guys should feel honored. The king of Great Zhou was also sneering. Accompanying me to the burial. You are also considered my good people. I will remember you. When these words came out, the crowd was also furious, their eyes reddening as they looked at the two of them. Who told you that this blood sacrifice formation can't be broken? Just then, a ghostly voice rang out. The crowd looked at Nangong Chen. Only Nangong Chen said with a calm expression and a calm face, carrying the aura of a born king. When the black-robed man heard this, he also mocked. If you can break through, I'll eat on the spot. Noisy, Nangong Chen said in a cold voice, and in the next moment, a black flame appeared underneath the two people, roasting their divine souls and screaming non-stop. The king of Great Zhou looked at the black-robed man with resentment in his eyes. What are you doing messing with others for a good reason? When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts palpitated as well. They could sense that this foreign fire was definitely very powerful, and could actually burn the divine soul. Chen is there really a way to unlock this grand formation? Nangong Yu inquired as his eyes erupted with a brilliant light. Several women also looked towards Nangong Chen, their beautiful eyes blooming with color. After all, Nangong Chen had created too many miracles. Even they were convinced by him. And after those Heavenly Abyss army heard that, their hearts were shocked. Can the young lord really be at this level of cultivation? Of course, if they could live and continue to serve the Heavenly Abyss House, they would naturally be willing to do so. On the street, those subjects were also stunned. And then their faces showed bitter smiles as they guessed that this was something the young lord had said to comfort them. Young lord, you don't need to comfort us like this anymore. In our hearts you are the pride of our Great Zhou. Yes, if the young master can live to get out, that's the potential dragon out of the abyss. It's just a pity that we can't wait for that day. On the streets, those people said with relief, and some even showed a look of relief. Nangong Chen was silent, his eyes closed tightly, his dark hair flying, his body surrounded by runes intertwined with immortal light. His breath was amazing and incomparable, as if it was a divine sword in the making. Boom! The next moment, a dragon roar was deafening, causing countless people to tremble. Immediately afterward, a mysterious and powerful aura erupted from Nangong Chen's body. The crowd's faces changed as they looked at Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen opened his eyes. His heavy pupils blazed and erupted with golden light. The light of his eyes rushed straight to the nine heavens, surprisingly mapping out a golden yellow avenue. In the void, the chi of the Imperial Tao descended from the sky, transforming into countless true dragons, and just the aura emanating from them caused all of that sky full of blood mist to dissipate. Nangong Chen stepped on the Golden Emperor Avenue, holding the human Emperor's sword, and a terrifying vision unexpectedly appeared behind him, and the multitudes of the 9 heavens and 10 regions were all kneeling towards that magnificent figure. Chapter 103. One sword breaks the formation, shocking the entire arena. This vision was so vast that it shook the entire heavenly dome of the universe. The chi of the Emperor's way was added to his body. His chi was like a dragon, and he set the beliefs of all living beings. This was a might that only ancient human emperors had. In the void, Nangong Chen held the human emperor's sword in his hand, his golden light shining brightly, his heavy pupils looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, and that skyrocketing aura unexpectedly resonated with the heavenly Tao. Rumble, dragons and phoenixes hovered, divine light descended from the sky, and the power of the great Tao of the heavens and the worlds was added to his body. The crowd looked at that magnificent back, and vaguely, their hearts actually produced a feeling of submission. Nangong Chen swept his sword across the sky, and the golden sword aura shone in the 9 heavens. The sword was amazing, carrying a terrifying divine might. The sword waves that erupted caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The sword-ons rushed straight into the blood sacrifice formation, and the majestic sword intent seemed to tear the entire space apart. Boom! In an instant, that blood sacrifice formation, which was claimed to be unsolvable, was instantly shattered. Thousands of blood chi collapsed and separated. turning into dots of starlight, like a rain of stars in the sky, slowly descending. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. That palpitating feeling from earlier, gone. Someone felt a sense of relief in their body and said with a delighted face. After the others heard this, their faces were very excited as they looked towards Nangong Chen's figure in the sky. The young lord did it. It was he who saved us. Their eyes were blazing. In their hearts. At this moment, Nangong Chen was no different from the savior. On the side of the Heavenly Abyss mansion, the reaction was also very drastic. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my grandson. Nangong Yu laughed, his face flushed with pride. It hadn't made him this happy in decades. Su Li's hanging heart, at this moment, finally fell. The absolutely beautiful face showed a smile, ripples in the beautiful eyes. Watching the white-clothed figure in the sky, Qi Yao, who was on the side, was stagnant, clearly still in shock from just now. What did she see? Nangong Chen actually pulled out a human emperor sword. That is the legendary divine sword. Even in the 9 heavens has never come out. He can actually take out so easily. It was only after a long time that she somewhat slowed down, looking at Nangong Chen with some complexity in her gaze. This son's identity was definitely not simple. Earlier there was some suspicion that it was. Now she was more and more certain that it was definitely in the 9 heavens, the illegitimate son of some great power. But anyway, definitely not someone from the Xin Tian domain. Wang Yuxuan also revealed a smile, her tiger teeth showing, her beautiful eyes woofing as she looked at Nangong Chen. The master really is awesome again. Zhou Wan'er's heart sighed. The young lord was truly a miracle worker. Lu Ruyan faced some complex color. Once again was saved by Nangong Chen, and behind them, Shi Yun and the other 8 war generals, on the other hand, are looking at Nangong Chen with increasing satisfaction. It seems that after this, we have a bright future. The Heavenly Abyss army, on the other hand, revealed fiery gazes towards Nangong Chen. Following the young lord was definitely a very correct choice. How could this be? How could this be? How could you possibly have the legendary human emperor sword? At this moment, the black-robed man's divine soul said madly, his face shocked. He did not think that Nangong Chen was not talking big earlier and really broke the blood sacrifice array. It's over. The great Zhou King whispered with a look of despair. And then, his eyes were resentful and his heart was filled with discontent. Why? Why is your Heavenly Abyss mansion's luck so good? I'm not convinced. Ha ha ha, because I have a good son and you don't. Right at this moment, another figure emerged. And it was none other than Nangong War. As soon as he arrived, he opened his mouth and laughed, his tone of voice incomparably proud. After hearing this, the king of the Great Zhou was also stunned, thinking that all of his heirs seemed to have been killed by Nangong Chen. His face went a shade of green and white at the thought. In the void, Nangong Chen retrieved the human emperor sword, flicked his sleeves, stepped on the dome of the sky, and slowly landed. Worthy of being my son, he really does have the appearance of a great emperor. Nangong War praised, a smile on his face. What took you so long? Nangong Chen's face was flat, having long since gotten used to him kissing ass, and somewhat curious as to what he had done earlier. Ha ha ha, this is not to take people to slaughter the remaining remnants of the king of the Great Zhou. Wasted a little time. Damn, who knows this old thing, even so much, even the blood god religion of the people are united together. Nangong War smiled sardonically, then his face became angry and a cold aura appeared in his eyes. After Nangong Chen heard this, he nodded, then dropped his gaze above the divine souls of the 2 great Zhou kings. For a while, the crowd also reacted to the fact that there were still 2 unprocessed. I'm afraid it would be cheaper to let you all just die. Nangong Chen's gaze was cold, his tone cold. At these words, the crowd nodded as well. Nangong Chen was worried about how to torture them, when suddenly, Nangong Yu walked over and with a wave of his big hand, restored the flesh of the 2. Aha, what is this? Nangong Chen looked over with some confusion. Ha ha ha, this is not to help them restore their physical bodies, but to make their gods and souls manifest, as if they were living people. Nangong Yu stroked his beard and slowly explained. After Nangong Chen heard this, his eyes also lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he coldly said, "Come on people, put this black robe into the cesspool. He is not allowed to come out until he has eaten enough. Don't you like to cheat food and drink? Let him eat enough." When these words came out, the black-robed man's face trembled a little, his eyes were filled with fear, and he begged, "Don't, I'm wrong, just kill me." The crowd also looked agreeable, their faces incomparably soothed. Let him be this arrogant earlier. Nangong Yu also laughed, this kid really holds a grudge. Yes, soon, 2 Heaven's Abyss army came over and dragged him away. At this moment, both of their divine souls were imprisoned, and not only was their strength the same as an ordinary person, even their 5 senses were the same. If you humiliate our blood god cultists like this, After Lord Blood God awakens, he won't let you go. The black-robed man's voice was mournful. Lord Blood God? I'll slaughter one of you Blood God cults that come, Nangong Chen said with a cold snort of disdain. And then, the crowd set their eyes on the remaining Great Zhou kings. Seeing Nangong Chen's gaze looking over, a shiver could not help but run down the body of the king of Great Zhou. What are you going to do to me? He asked in a trembling voice, his breath very unsteady and his face troubled, thinking about how miserable the black-robed man had just ended up. I'm afraid that his end would be even more uncharacteristic. Nangong Chen looked down below amongst the crowd and saw that those people, all of them, were looking at the king of the Great Zhou with hateful eyes. Upon seeing this, an idea appeared in Nangong Chen's mind. Men, drag him to the front of the palace and tie him to a stone pillar for the world to lynch, until death. Nangong Chen said indifferently. The words fell, and after the king of Great Zhou heard them, his face turned pale and incomparable, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Don't! You kill it, please. Seeing the hate-filled gazes of the civilians below, he knew that he would be doomed. The thought of being lynched by these civilians that he normally wouldn't even look at was stifling in his heart, and it was the greatest humiliation for him. Yes, the two Heavenly Abyss army members respectfully said, coming out to drag the Great Zhou King away. No! The Great Zhou King wailed in pain and kept breaking free, but as a mortal, how could he break free? Chapter 104, After January. Duel at the top of the Chu family mountain. In the streets, some people were in tears, their fists clenched, the fire of hatred blazing in their eyes. These people, who were parents whose own children had been brutally abused and killed by the king of the Great Zhou earlier, hated the king of the Great Zhou to the extreme. Now, thanks to the young master, there is finally a chance for them to take revenge. Of course, not only them, but more of the imperial capital's subjects were also filled with rage, wishing to break the king of the Great Zhou into pieces. If it wasn't for the young lord's divine might today, I'm afraid they'd all be dead here. Thank you, young lord. At this moment, these people, with blazing eyes, said in unison and with sincerity, in their hearts, Nangong Chen was undoubtedly the savior god of Great Zhou. Nangong Chen's expression was bland as he nodded slightly without responding too much. Of course, just this act alone had caused many young girls in the imperial capital to scream. Soon, these people headed to the palace gates in great numbers, surging like a torrent, so one could imagine how miserable the king of Great Zhou would end up. Nangong Chen gazed intently and saw a black silhouette quietly leave, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. And not far away, within the great periphery, there was a line of people that were being incredibly surprised. These people were dressed in powerful clothes, their bodies were stout, massive and muscular, and they were none other than the Haoran Pavilions group that had come to return the immortal crystals. Kisama, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? The elder accompanying the Haoran Pavilion, with a demented face, asked. Obviously, those visions in the sky above the Great Zhou dynasty just now had brought him no small amount of shock. 9 heavens and 10 domains. Multitudes of people have made pilgrimages. Yushan Shan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shook his head, responding in a firm tone. Master, there's no mistake, the front is really the Great Zhou dynasty, and that heavy pupil is among them. After that yellow-robed elder heard it, his pupils shrunk slightly, and a bold conjecture unexpectedly appeared in his heart. Could it be that all those visions just now were caused by the heavy pupil? If that's true, that's horrible. Originally, he still had some nagging feelings about Nangong Chen receiving 10 immortal crystals from their Haoran pavilion, but now it seemed that this thought of his dissipated with it. Check if the 10 immortal crystals are brought along? The yellow-robed elder suddenly spoke. After Yushan Shan heard this, he also quickly opened the large box he was carrying behind his back, and after checking that it was correct, he also nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Elder, it's all brought, not a single one missing. That's good. The yellow-robed elder stroked his beard as he continued onward with great vigor. Nakagami State. At the highest level of the Tianji Pavilion, a white-robed old man, after seeing that vision in the Eastern Divine State, his pupils shrunk slightly, and then after pinching his fingers, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. This person was none other than the head of the Tianji Pavilion, Bai Wu Dao. Impossible. It's impossible for something like this to appear in the Xian Heavenly Domain. Just who is it? Bai Wu Dao was shocked, as if what he had just calculated had shaken him. Immediately afterward, Bai Wu Dao's eyes were tightly closed, his hands were clenched, and he was chanting under his breath. In his mind, a chaos appeared, a void, and the multitudes of the 9 heavens and 10 domains were actually making pilgrimages, and all the gods and devils of the heavens were bowing down. Bai Wu Dao's heart was shaken, desperately wanting to see who this person was. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt from the blue in his mind, as if he had suffered a huge heavy blow. Suddenly his 7 orifices kept bleeding, and he even fainted directly. He didn't get a good look at what was the real face, and just seeing the tip of the iceberg of that back, he had already suffered such a great backlash. Before this, it had never been so that he was in such a mess. Subterranean Dragon Dynasty. Inside the palace. So close. If not for this drop of essence blood, I'm afraid I would have been decapitated by the heavy pupil this time. On the luxurious mattress, Ao Longsherzi suddenly woke up with a fluky face. The subordinate beside him was also taken aback after seeing it. My lord, you're back? Ao Longsherzi ignored it. His eyes were cold and incomparable, like an ice cave above the 9 heavens, exuding a terrifying killing intent. In his heart, endless anger burned. Heavy pupil, to think that you can push it to this extent. Well. In the distance, a powerful figure appeared, and his face was shocked after seeing Ao Longsherzi. Seiji, you're back? This person had long wings behind his back and horns on his head. He was a strong person amongst the demon race, as well as the beloved of Ao Longsherzi. He looked like he had thought of something after he saw that Ao Longsherzi was silent. Seiji, could it be that you? Who exactly is it? I'll go kill him. The winged ox's gaze was cold as he opened his mouth and asked, emitting a powerful aura. It's damnable that someone would beat the essence blood out of the Seiji, only to see Ao Longsherzi shaking his head, his eyes revealing a shade of color. Although he was wild, the aura that Nangong Chen had displayed that day was not at all inferior to him, and that would show that Nangong Chen had a lot of backbone behind him. If you send a winged bull, odds are you're going to fold there. And, of course, it can't go over like that. Ao Longsherzi's eyes were sinister as he pondered in his mind. Soon, a shocking news spread out from the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty. It seemed that Ao Longsherzi had lost his battle with the heavy pupil in the eastern divine prefecture, and he had let out a harsh word that he would battle the heavy pupil on top of the Chuklan's mountain in a month's time. When this news came out, countless people were shocked by it. Recently, but about the heavy pupil heat is high. Many people even suspect that the heavy pupil in vain cannot get on the 10th heavenly list. It didn't occur to me that this news, when it came out, had ruthlessly slapped that group of people in the face. Ao Longsherzi was a renowned demon in the Xintian domain, located in the 7th existence of the heavenly ranking, and if he was even unable to defeat the heavy pupil, wouldn't that be a sideways confirmation that the heavy pupil was far stronger than the 10th on the heavenly ranking? Now, some of the skepticism still faded away. Still, there are those who don't believe in it and have put their word out. So what if we give him a lucky win over Ao Longsherzi? I'm afraid that after January, the heavy pupil is going to be beaten to tears. Yes, at that time no one saw the battle between him and the Ao Dragon World Sun either. So maybe, some cunning means were used to win. I heard that Ao Longsherzi adores the Chu family's holy maiden, and this time Ao Longsherzi chose to duel at the top of the Chu family's mountain. So it seems that he wants to show off in front of the holy maiden. It is said that the heavy pupil has some dealings with the Chu family's holy daughter. If he loses, I'm afraid his face shouldn't be too ugly. Ha. Chapter 105 Dragon Vein Crisis. Layout. At the Great Zhou Dragon Vein, 10 Great Mountains. After the Heavenly Abyss Mansion's senior management and the others arrived at this piece of heaven and earth, they couldn't help but frown when they saw the scene in front of them. After the Great Zhou Dragon Vein was devoured, the spiritual energy of this space was almost gone, and barren grasses grew across the landscape, as if it was a land of the end. Moreover, this scene, surprisingly, continued to spread until it covered the entire Great Zhou. When Nangong War saw this scene in front of him, his eyes were filled with anger, and he spoke. That son of the king of the Great Zhou, even gave out the entire Dragon Vein, not a single trace of it left. Really one. It is important to know that the Dragon Vein is vital. With the Dragon Vein, there will be abundant aura, rich resources. The key is that the Dragon Vein can affect a country's chi. Obviously, now that the Great Zhou Dragon Vein had disappeared, this place was no longer suitable for people to live here, which could be considered a fatal blow for some cultivators, especially the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. As a top power amongst the Xian Heavenly Domain, if there was less aura to support it, and if the chi was added to it, then the battle power would be greatly reduced. What should we do then? Do we have to find another cave-blessed land? A clan elder who was already old spoke up, his eyes worried. Nangong Yu remained silent, his brows furrowed as he suddenly spoke. Why don't I go and draw the dragon veins of the other 3 dynasties in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? If I fuse them, it might be even stronger than the previous dragon veins. He stroked his beard, his eyes blossoming with a cold aura. When these words came out, the crowd's eyes sparkled and they nodded their heads. What a great idea! This group of them, who grew up in Big Zhou, not to mention other things, more or less still have some feelings. Come on, the dragon vein is a psychic thing. If it is directly drawn out by force and added on top of the Great Zhou, I'm afraid that the efficacy it can bring out is not even a tenth of what it was previously, and it will be risky. Nangong War pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to dismiss the idea. Upon hearing these words, the crowd sank a bit, their faces downcast. So it seems that we have to find another place to stay after all? Nangong War was also helpless. He also didn't want to leave this familiar world. Of course, this was a decision of necessity. Soon the group left the area. Soon, amongst the Heavenly Abyss mansion, there was news that Great Joe no longer had a dragon vein. The king of Great Joe had drained the dragon vein, leaving not a single piece of it behind, and it wouldn't take long for the entire Great Joe to become a land of finality. After hearing this news, the entire Great Joe was shaken. Some of the forces that had been stationed in Great Joe thousands of years ago were not something that could be moved away overnight, and this would be a bitter blow to them. Many of the leaders of the powers of the Great Joe had even grayed their hair in one night, and their minds were full of thoughts, not knowing how to deal with this situation. This place is millions of miles away from several other dynasties. Where can they go? And for those civilians, it's also a serious disaster, because the dragon vein would affect the fate of the country. If there was no dragon vein, there would be constant natural disasters, and these natural disasters could simply be worthless for cultivators. But for these civilians, they would kill people. For a time, the entire Great Joe was terrified and worried. Soon, just as the crowd was unsure of what to do, the Heavenly Abyss Mansion released another piece of news. That is, the Heavenly Abyss Palace knows that there is a solution, and invites these power leaders, or aspirants, to go to the palace 3 days later to discuss the matter. As soon as this news came out, hope was restored in the eyes of people throughout the world, and their joy was immense. The leaders of those forces, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that in the past few days they had literally racked their brains, unable to think of any solutions. Many people secretly decided that after a few days, they must head to the Imperial Palace to see what the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion was going to do about it. At this moment, in their hearts, the Heavenly Abyss House was undoubtedly the most authoritative organization in the entire Great Joe, as could be seen from all those earlier events, and there were some who sneered and expressed disdain. Most of these people were the remnants of the royal family of the Great Joe dynasty, and now they had reached the point where everyone was shouting at them, as if they were street rats. They were already excited in their hearts when they heard that the dragon vein of the Great Joe was gone, because this was a good opportunity to break away from the Great Joe, and it just so happened that in these recent days, the Heavenly Abyss Mansion had relaxed its restrictions and could go out as much as they wanted, which caused them to secretly say that the heavens had helped them. At this moment, outside the border of the northern region, another line of people came over. They were fully dressed in gray robes, wrapped tightly, with only a pair of eyes exposed. You guys are also going out, right? The Heavenly Abyss army at the doorway, dressed in armor, snapped. That's right. The one at the head of the group forced down the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Okay, you guys get out." A Heavenly Abyss army moved forward and also released them after marking them. When the group heard that, they quickly left without looking back. Just high above the pavilion, there was a silhouette that was quietly looking at the place. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. It seems that it really is as Chenner said. These remnants of the party remnants hate to immediately leave this place. I hope that in turn they do not regret. After all, this is only out of the Nangong Chen Tian muttered. Below, ugh, more and more people have been going out lately. Do you think we should go out too? Not far away. A resident of this place saw this scene and also said with worry. Soon, an old man came over, took a mallet, and struck him heavily on the head. Still go out. Out of your ghost. Really uncharacteristic. Tian Yuanfu all let out the word. That is certainly can solve the dragon vein problem. You hurry to me to herd cattle. After that middle-aged man heard that, he also answered in a hurry and left the place. These days, are the cultivators left mostly? If these mortals left here, I am afraid that there will not be a single possibility of survival. After the previous group of gray-robed men had walked a certain distance, they looked backward in some shock and realized that they had already gone far away, and they couldn't hold back the elation in their hearts. Ha 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 ha, the Heavenly Abyss Province. They're really stupid. How could they let us go so easily? Do they know what it means to let a tiger return to the mountain? A gray-robed man ripped off his mask and said with an excited face, if Nangong Chen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was Zhou Bai, who he had scared into incontinence at the wedding banquet. That's right. The other forces are also really stupid to believe in the bull **** of the Heavenly Abyss Palace. Something like a dragon vein. Could the Heavenly Abyss Palace conjure one out of thin air? How ridiculous. Another man chimed in, with a disdainful look on his face. Zhou Bai's eyes were ice cold, and he said viciously, previously, Nangong Chen insulted me like that. This time, Breaking into heaven and earth is the opportunity for us to rise. I must become stronger. And later, I will cut Nangong-chan under the sword. When these words came out, the crowd was also filled with blazing eyes and faces of adoration. The Imperial Prince is mighty. He will definitely be able to revive our great Joe's glory in the future. Yeah, maybe those idiots will soon die an early death there because of the dragon vein. The crowd giggled. Chapter 106, Chaotic Ancient Battlefield. Arrival of Haoran Pavilion. In the Tianyuan Mansion, Nangong-chen opened the previous storage ring of Ao Longshire Z, and indeed found the 3 sword tire fragments inside. It seems that it's really as I expected. This Ao Longshire Z is trying to gather all these sword tire fragments together, but unfortunately, it's just that he met me. Now it's good that it's all come to pass. Nangong-chen muttered to himself, his eyes flickering as he looked at the 4 amber-like pieces of sword tires on the table. There was also a piece that the Red Flame Sword King, seeing his interest, took the initiative to hand over. Nangong-chen was also satisfied with this. He played with these sword tire fragments, his eyes deep, not knowing what he was thinking. According to the prophecy in the legend, that should still be short of the remaining 5 pieces. Gathering all 9 pieces of the sword tire fragments would be able to synthesize a sword tire, and it was heard that it was also the key to the chaotic ancient battlefield, one of the legendary 9 battlefields. Just then, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Please go to the chaotic ancient battlefield and sign in. Nangong-chen was a bit surprised, not expecting to trigger a quest because of this. Wouldn't that be a good thing to send over for nothing? What a surprise! At this moment, in Nangong-chen's mind, the idea of gathering all 9 sword tire fragments was even more certain. And then, Nangong-chen put his gaze into the distance. His face was as handsome as an exiled immortal. His eyes were like stars. At this moment, if someone saw the scene, they would definitely secretly say that the Duke was peerless. The harvest, though, was indeed quite large. He had subdued the 4 major sword clans and even had the Great Zhou dynasty in his pocket. Although Nangong-chen didn't have the idea of being a monarch, it was still satisfying to take in such a power under his command. Moreover, with the addition of the Imperial Dao Dragon Vein, in the future, this Great Zhou would surely become a great help to him. Just then, a melodious voice rang out from outside. Young lord, they've come to return the immortal crystals from the Haoran Pavilion. Outside, Wang Yuxuan said respectfully. After Nangong-chen heard this, his eyes flickered and his gaze was somewhat meaningful. Haoran Pavilion? Didn't think they'd remember. Even he'd forgotten a bit. He looked a little disappointed at the thought. It's a shame that if the Haoran Pavilion didn't come, they could have asked for more. I wonder when the young lord will be able to come? One of the elders of the Haoran Pavilion asked in a very sincere manner. At this moment, he was sitting on a luxurious chair. His entire body was a bit trembling, and some cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. According to his perception, there were many powerful gazes poking at him within this heavenly abyss mansion. He was inwardly shocked beyond measure. He hadn't thought that a power that was in the middle of a small dynasty would have a stronger base than some of the top powers in the central divine prefecture. Having this kind of strength and still hiding in a small dynasty, this is simply a super old Inbia. In his mind, the heavenly abyss mansion had already been marked by him as something that should never be messed with, and even in the future, he would have to tell the disciples within their pavilion to never mess with the heavy pupil. Now, it seemed that it wasn't without reason that the heavy pupil was able to defeat the Ao Longshire Z and even a group of demons from the central divine region. Elder Xiong can just take a moment. The Gongzi will be here soon. Wang Yuxuan opened her mouth and said, her face smiling and pure. Many thanks. Many thanks. Elder Xiong arched his hand in gratitude. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if no one responded to him? Now in the hall, excluding him and a group of Yushan Mountain disciples, and a clan elder sent by the Heavenly Abyss province, there was no one left to entertain. Of course, they can understand. This kind of hidden family, the gaze is naturally high and proud. If the pavilion master comes, I'm afraid that they can only meet the person behind this Tian Yuan house. Eldest senior brother, do you think that heavy pupil is really terrifying? A disciple whispered a question, looking towards Yushan with eyes filled with curiosity. The disciples beside him were all like this, adoring and curious about the heavy pupil that Yu Rushan spoke of. They could be considered the heavy pupil's little fanboys. In the middle of Yushan Shan's narration, it's terrifying, just don't mess with him later you guys, Yushan Shan said with a somewhat bitter face. At that time, the heavy pupil was in the 9 heavens mysterious realm, but it had left a terrifying impression on him. After these disciples heard this, their eyes became more and more curious, and they all surveyed the doorway in anticipation. Soon, a figure appeared, walking slowly in a white dress, with a dusty temperament, surrounded by divine radiance, immortal light overflowing, as if he were a white god king. After seeing this, These people from the Haoran Pavilion were also wide-eyed with palpitations in their eyes. That double pupil was incomparably terrifying. And there were even heaven and earth destroying visions between opening and closing, making the quasi-saint realm of Elder Xiong, surprisingly, palpitate a little. Is this the legendary heavy pupil? Surely there is a king. And after those disciples saw it, their faces grew more and more adoring. It was simply more extraordinary than the image they had in their minds. After Yushan Shan sensed this kind of aura, his pupils shrunk a little and he fell into a sigh. He was, surprisingly, even stronger than before. Today's glimpse of the heavy pupil really fulfills the saying, heroes come out of youths. Elder Xiong said with a somewhat shocked look of appreciation. He could feel that Nangong Chen's physical body was very strong, even stronger than them, the disciples of body refining, by more than one level, which was the most shocking to him. Elder jokes, all of you have traveled thousands of miles to come today. Thank you. Nangong Chen arched his hand and said in a warm voice, that day, thanks to young lord saving my pavilion disciples in the nine heavens mysterious realm, I'm really thankful for everything. Come, offer our immortal crystals. Elder Xiong was very brash and opened his mouth. Behind him, Yushan also obediently opened the large box, and soon, a burst of dense immortal light emerged, carrying a stream of refined aura. Nangong Chen swept a glance. His expression was bland, and in his heart, he was a little surprised that there were 10 more immortal crystals. When Elder Xiong saw it, he also smiled and said, that other 10 pieces, is our Haoran Pavilion a little bit of a small heart, but also hope that the young master in the future can take care of some of the disciples of my pavilion. In the young master's ability to be within the scope of the can, Nangong Chen nodded slightly. He did understand that if he went out and the other disciple was in danger, he could help, and if he couldn't help, he would forget it, and he didn't forcibly kidnap, which was quite good. Seeing Nangong Chen nod his head, Elder Xiong let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the heavy pupil wasn't as unreasonable as the outside world made it out to be. In that case, we'll take our leave. Elder Xiong and the others arched their hands in greeting and then left the place. Chapter 107 AO Longshore Z releases another message. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. As that war letter fell, Nangong Chen was slow to respond. The crowd also couldn't help but speculate that the always invincible heavy pupil was afraid that he was afraid of the AO Longshore Z. This action also couldn't help but make the followers of AO Longshore Z's morale soar, and they all raised their voices to taunt the heavy pupil. In my opinion, when the heavy pupil was able to defeat the AO Dragon World Sun, it must have been something else. Otherwise, why would he have delayed coming to take on the battle? Ha 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 ha. I didn't think that the generation of heavy pupil who shocked the Xian heavenly domain would be so timid. What a disappointment to us. As these comments festered, it made some of the young girls who supported Nangong Chen furious. They felt that the AO Longshore Z's character was so bad that the heavy pupil must have disdained answering the battle. In fact, it was really what they thought. Nangong Chen didn't have any desire to engage in battle with AO Longshore Z. The enemy who lost at my hands is also worthy of being called an opponent? Even if he is given millions of chances, he still has no chance of winning. Subterranean Dragon Immortal Dynasty. In front of a luxurious palace. Welcome World Sun's successful dragon blood cleansing. A group of people, with fiery eyes, said respectfully in unison. These people's breath was strong. Their eyes blossomed with cold electricity, and their bodies contained a vigorous blood chi, all of which were the celestial pride of the Subterranean Dragon Immortal Dynasty. After seeing it, AO Longshore Z was very satisfied. His breath was like an abyss, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was a trace of dragon power that appeared, causing all the people present to be greatly shocked. Unexpectedly, after the dragon blood cleansing, the world sun became more and more powerful than before, and the crowd could even feel that the world sun would be able to sweep them away with just one move. Is this the Seiho after the dragon blood cleansing? The eyes of these followers are getting hotter and hotter. With the sun of the world, I'm afraid that all the world's prides will be eclipsed. Soon, the crowd was blowing off steam with words, incidentally relating recent events. Who would have thought that after hearing Nangong Chen, a flash of coldness surfaced in his eyes as he opened his mouth. Is he still afraid to take the fight? Yes. Half a month has passed and not a single word has come out. Someone responded cautiously. AO Longshore Z was silent. His eyes chilled as an extreme killing intent erupted out. Ever since he was humiliated by Nangong Chen that day, he had been holding a breath in his heart that burned hotter and hotter. Pass the order down. If the heavy pupil doesn't dare to take on the battle, after the immortal collection is over, I will personally come to the Heavenly Abyss Mansion's mountain gate and sweep away all of the heavenly pride in their mansion. Let's see if he'll still be a shrinking turtle. AO Longshore Z said in a cold voice, carrying a wave of anger. Yes. The crowd responded respectfully, their hearts filled with shock. It didn't occur to me that the world's son was going to travel to the Heavenly Abyss Palace to block the mountain gate of the heavy pupil, so this would be a good show to watch. At this moment, as the heavy pupil's life was raked up, more and more people realized that the power behind the heavy pupil was named Tian Yuanfu, which was a small power in the middle of a dynasty. Soon after, Ao Longshirzi said that the heavy pupil would go and block the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion's mountain gate after the Immortal Collection ended if he didn't take up the battle, and this news spread out, instantly pushing the recent heat between the two men to a new height. Many people were incomparably looking forward to what kind of look the heavy pupil would have if he knew about this matter. The crowd's eyes carried playfulness, and their hearts hated for the heavy pupil to fall down from that position. After all, the higher one stands, the more painful the fall can be said to be. They just loved to see such a scene. It would soothe their hearts to no end. At this moment, in the entire Xian heavenly domain, whether it was the top forces, the ancient great sect, or the desolate ancient family, they were all incredibly concerned about this matter, and they were carrying a different purpose. That's to see if we can try to find out if the power behind the heavy pupil is a tiger or a cat. On the other side, after Chu Xing knew about this matter, he also came to Chu Yan's face and said indignantly, "Sister, this Ao Longshirzi is also too arrogant, without a single bit of putting brother-in-law in his eyes." Chu Yan's face was stunning. She lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and said lightly, "What, do you want to go and challenge Ao Longshirzi?" After Chu Xing heard that, he also laughed sarcastically. "How can it be? My kind of strength, going up is also a gift. It's just that I think that a person as overwhelming as brother-in-law must not be as feared as the world says he is, and he must not give a damn about this bull ******* Ao Longshirzi. That's what you think too, sis." And then, Chu Xing said in a sniveling manner, looking towards Chu Yan. "Aha." Chu Yan's stunningly beautiful face gently nodded. "That's right. Pass on my order to send the heavy pupil 2 more immortal collection slots," Chu Yan said indifferently, her beautiful eyes blooming with refined light. Of course she had forgotten that the white-haired woman beside Nangongchen also seemed to be in existence that was not inferior to her. If she could send the other side a favor, she was still willing to invest in it. "Sister, but the quota is a matter of great importance. It can't be given away casually. I'm afraid that it will be met with the mouths of other people in the clan." Chu Xing hesitated and still said it. "There's no harm. I'll suppress whoever dares to say it." Chu Yan was unimpressed and said in a cold voice, his tone filled with intimidation. In the Great Zhou Palace, at this moment, a lot of people with honorable status were gathered here. The people who came were not too many, about 40 to 50. Most of them were leaders of the remaining strength. Of course, Wang Xiong and Su Ming were present. Today, it was the day that the Heaven's Abyss Mansion had answered the appointment to discuss what should be done to resolve the matter of the dragon vein, saying how to discuss the matter of the solution. In fact, it is relying on the Heavenly Abyss House. If they have a solution, then everything will naturally be solved. The key still lies in the Heavenly Abyss House. I never thought that one day, my great Zhou would wither like this. In the middle of the hall, someone couldn't help but sigh and sigh. After hearing this, the crowd nodded and looked a little forlorn. Ever since the dragon vein was not there, until today, more and more forces chose to move out of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. That is, to leave this place, and among them, there was no shortage of their old acquaintances. The remaining ones, on the other hand, were all full of affection for Great Zhou, or were on the same front as the Heavenly Abyss House. In short, those remaining royals of the Great Zhou, and the forces that had always been hostile to the Heavenly Abyss province, had fled. If they did not flee, they knew that death would greet them. The number of those mortals, if any, who left the Great Week was almost so small that it could be counted as none. In their hearts, Nangongchen was representing the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, and they had no choice but to trust in the Heavenly Abyss Mansion and believe that they would surely find a way to solve the problem. They pressed their last straw on Nangongchen. If the Heavenly Abyss House has no solution today, then there really isn't a glimmer of hope. At this moment, someone whispered. After Wang Xiong heard this, he also glared with both eyes and exclaimed, "If the Heavenly Abyssal Mansion says that there is a way, then there is a way. Previously, when we were trapped by the blood sacrifice formation, wasn't it also resolved by the young lord?" When this was said, some people bowed their heads in guilt, but there were also voices that questioned it. "I admit that the young lord saved us, and he's been a great benefactor to us, but Great Zhou is in this situation nowadays, and something like a dragon vein is not something that can be changed just like that." Alas! The man, with a white head and a face full of vicissitudes, sighed. Chapter 108, The Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. Some people recognized this person and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This old man was named Wei Zhong, a good minister who had dedicated his life to Great Zhou and its people. And before that, Wei Zhong was still radiant. His hair did not go white. Did not expect the matter of the dragon vein. The blow to him was so great that it made the hair snow white overnight. Of course, it was more about what happened before, and because Wei Zhong spoke too straight, he was kept in the dungeon by the king of Great Zhou for years, and only recently was he released. These words also spoke to the hearts of the crowd. Yes, the dragon vein is not an unusual thing, not just change out. Thinking of this, there was a look of worry in the eyes of the crowd. Young lord has arrived. Soon. An open voice spread throughout the entire hall. After hearing this, these people were also shocked and quickly adjusted their posture with respectful faces. Now that Nangong Chen's reputation was as high as the sky in the entire Great Zhou, his status was unrivaled, and he was highly accomplished. Who didn't know about it? Who didn't know about it? Ah! A white-clothed figure slowly approached. Immortal radiance entwined. Extraordinary. Emitting an increasingly ethereal and mysterious aura, as if he had descended to the earth as an exiled immortal. The crowd couldn't help but be a bit shocked after seeing it. Gentlemen, it's been a long time, Nangong Chen said indifferently. Behind him, he was followed by Wang Yuxuan, and the two girls, Zhou Wan'er. After Wang Xiang saw Wang Yuxuan, that rough face also revealed a genuine smile, and somewhat climbed like looking at Su Ming. It seemed that his daughter held quite a high weight in the young lord's heart. Su Ming, on the other hand, was somewhat unimpressed. After all, his daughter was the young lord's main palace, so she was naturally emboldened. Nangong Chen walked straight to the dragon chair and sat on it quite naturally in the presence of the crowd, looking down on them. Sure enough, it's still this dragon chair that's comfortable. Nangong Chen secretly sighed in his heart. Looking downward, the feeling of having a glimpse of the world rose. There is no king's land under the sky. With this kind of power, one could blame so many tyrants for appearing. After all, the temptations were just too great. Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er were a bit stunned when they saw it, and then with some smiles in their beautiful eyes, they came behind Nangong Chen and helped him massage. After the crowd saw this scene, they were also shocked beyond belief. Could it be that Nangong Chen wanted to start his own dynasty? Soon, many more powerful figures appeared in the void. After the people present saw it, their pupils shrunk slightly and they showed shocked expressions. It was none other than the group of senior officers of the Tianyuan mansion. And when they saw Nangong Chen sitting on top of the dragon chair, the corners of their mouths twitched a little. You kid has a future. Becoming an emperor at a young age. Nangong went and compared a big finger to him with a complimentary face. You kid called us here. You're not really going to be the emperor, are you? Nangong War said breathlessly, his head full of black lines. He hadn't expected that his own son had even become emperor before himself. You know, as a young man, he was still quite eager for this position. Nangong Chen revealed a smile and spoke. Isn't this helping you sit in the heat in advance? Nangong War was a bit confused after hearing this. What do you mean by helping me sit in the heat in advance? Nangong Chen revealed a smile. His eyes were deep, and without explaining too much, he placed his gaze below and slowly opened his mouth. Now that the remnants of the Great Zhou are gone, even some of the forces that were once hostile to us have faded away, and it can be said that nowadays, the entire Great Zhou is ruled by our Heavenly Abyss province. And all of you, who have always been allies of my Heaven's Abyss province and are on the same front as us, then naturally I have nothing to hide and am willing to tell you all what I think. That is, I'm going to create a dynasty, and I'll name it the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked beyond belief, not thinking that this kid really wanted to create a new dynasty, named after a divine dynasty, covering 10,000 lifetimes of spring and autumn. This kid is not small in ambition. Nangong War stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. The leaders of the forces, on the other hand, were excited that they had finally waited for this day. Wasn't there early support for the Tian Yuanfu banking on the fact that they would be able to overthrow the Great Zhou and create a new dynasty at that time? Now that the dawn has finally arrived, they have some hot tears in their eyes. Young lord, I can understand your feelings, but without a dragon vein, how can we create a dynasty? Suddenly, a voice rang out. The crowd looked, only to see that it was Wei Zhong, who had a full head of white flowers, and the corner of his mouth was lightly wang. Immediately afterward, Wei Zhong added, if there is no dragon vein as a support to start a dynasty, it will undoubtedly lead to the end of the world, hurting the country and the people, and people will suffer. His sentences were sincere, and his tone seemed to carry some blame. Nangong Chen implied. When these words came out, the entire room was silent, looking at him with some shock. To actually dare to say these words, if they aroused Nangong Chen's frown, one would not know how to die. Many people stayed silent and secretly shook their heads. It seems that this Wei Zhong is in a bad way today. Su Ming also looked at Wei Zhong with some regret. He was considered an old acquaintance with the other party and could not bear to see the other party lose his life. Oh, kind of interesting. What's your name? Under the careful gaze of the crowd, Nangong Chen looked bland and opened his mouth to ask, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. There aren't many people who can speak the truth so boldly. Upon hearing this, the men were a little surprised at what they had heard. The young lord surprisingly didn't blame Wei Zhong, but instead complimented him a bit. One must know that if it was earlier, if the king of Great Zhou had heard these words, I'm afraid that he would have sent Wei Zhong to the dungeon again. Back to young lord. My name is Wei Zhong. It was only Wei Zhong who opened his mouth without humbling himself. Nangong Chen nodded slightly. This name had some impression on him. His father had mentioned it. It seemed that when the king of Great Zhou was in court before, this Wei Zhong often said some words that were against his ears, and was often sent to the prison by the king of Great Zhou, and he still thought that this person was quite interesting at that time. Wei Zhong? Right. Go on. Nangong Chen faintly said, his eyes deep. After Wei Zhong heard this, his eyes emerged with a fine light. He was already prepared to be beaten into the dungeon. He did not think that today was actually this kind of result. Nowadays, because of the loss of the dragon vein matter in Great Zhou, the aura has collapsed, and the land is not nourished by the aura, so it simply can't nurture those crops, resulting in a lot of civilians nowadays only being able to rely on the previously stored food for their livelihood. If we build a nation at this time, I'm afraid it will be a burden to them. The primary problem today is this dragon vein. Wei Zhong continued, spitting his tongue out clearly. Not bad. You have a point. If there is no dragon vein, it is true that you can't create a dynasty. But, who told you that I don't have a dragon vein? Nangong Chen blandly said. And then the words changed. As the words fell, a dragon sound that shook the nine skies rang out. Chapter 109, Spirit Rain appears. Along with this through and through dragon roar, the sky vision suddenly changed drastically. Countless spiritual rains poured down. Haze gushed out, and purple energy came from the east. In the void, countless silhouettes unexpectedly appeared. Dressed in imperial robes, all of them were successive emperors in the 9 heavens in 10 regions. These silhouettes, one step at a time, kowtowed with a pious expression, as if welcoming the birth of the world's common lord. The scene of 10,000 nations coming to the court was just too shocking. In the palace, the crowd rushed at the sound, and after seeing it, their pupils couldn't help but dilate. At this moment, within the streets of the entire Great Zhou, in the alleys, people came out excitedly, cheering, with fire in their eyes. It should be known that since the disappearance of the dragon vein, not a single drop of rain has fallen in the Great Zhou territory, to this day, and some food crops are about to dry up and die. And let them most shocked is, that the sky spirit rain as if there is magic, even in a moment, let the withered crops all over the ground. Instant growth, emerging new tender green leaves. My God, all this rain, it's just amazing. Is it a gift from the heavens? There was an old farmer carrying a bamboo basket. Shocked, in all his years of living, he had never seen such an amazing image. After Wei Zhong, who was far away outside the palace, saw it, he couldn't help but be filled with joy and exuberance. At the same time, there was some confusion in his mind as to why it would suddenly rain spiritually. Thinking of what Nangong Chen had just said, Wei Zhong's mind suddenly shook as if he understood something. Could it be that the dragon vein that the young lord spoke of is true? This land of Great Zhou is too barren to accommodate this imperial Dao dragon vein in any way, and before the activation of the dragon vein, it will naturally rain spirits as a way to enhance the quality of this heaven and earth. At this moment, Nangong Chen, dressed in white, stood with his hands in the air and slowly opened his mouth. It dawned on the crowd after they heard this explanation. It turns out that these spiritual rains are also part of the dragon vein. Ah, for the improvement of this heaven and earth. What do you mean? What's the name of this dragon vein? Suddenly, Nangong Yu asked with some excitement. He seems to have misread it in an ancient book. If memory serves, the crowd also put their eyes over to Nangong Chen. The dragon vein of the imperial way. Nangong Chen's expression was bland as he faintly said. After Nangong Yu heard it again, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and that old face was so excited that it was very red, and his body was trembling. No one knew what he was feeling at this moment. The imperial Dao dragon vein. That was a legendary heavenly ranked dragon vein. After the crowd saw this scene, they were also puzzled. To be able to make a generation of saints so excited. What exactly was so powerful about this imperial Dao dragon vein? At the same time, there was another question in their minds. That is, was this dragon vein not obtained by the heavenly abyssal mansion? Why was it not even clear to them? Nangong War looked at Nangong Chen and said with some surprise, "What kind of dragon vein has your brat brought back?" To the extent that it has made even the old man so shocked. Nangong Chen smiled without saying anything, his eyes meaningful. The two women behind them, their beautiful eyes blooming with color, looked at Nangong Chen with a face of adoration. As soon as these words came out, a touch of shock welled up in the eyes of the crowd. Feeling a bit unbelievable, This new dragon vein was really brought back by the young lord. Could it be that during this period of time, the young lord has not made any noise, but has all gone to capture the dragon vein? At the moment, in association with what had happened recently, they were frantically brainstorming. And then, there was respect in their eyes as they looked at Nangong Chen. Soon, Nangong Yu slowed down before speaking in shock. This Imperial Dao Dragon Vein, if I remember correctly, is the legendary heavenly ranked dragon vein. He looked toward Nangong Chen, his face filled with incredulity. After hearing this, the crowd's faces froze, and after they reacted, they revealed a look of ecstasy. This is actually a ING heavenly ranked dragon vein. Wang Xiong also couldn't help but burst out. His body shivered a little, and those who were familiar with him knew that it was because of being too excited. What is the concept of heavenly rank? The previous Great Zhou's dragon vein was only the lowest priced yellow rank, or the lowest of them. Unexpectedly, the dragon vein that the young lord had brought back now was actually spanning across 4 levels. It had come directly to the topmost heavenly ranked dragon vein. Even some of the immortal dynasties and emperors were only of the Xian or yellow rank. In other words, their Heaven's Abyss divine dynasty. The opening round was a king bomb. Thinking about this, they understood why the Major General had named it the divine dynasty. These great men of the party were all blazing with enthusiasm at the moment. Young Lord is indeed a divine being descending to the world. The appearance of a supreme being. Yes, if it wasn't for Young Lord's power to save the day, I'm afraid we wouldn't know what to do. Ha 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 ha. If those who left Great Zhou earlier knew about it, I'm afraid their intestines would be green with remorse. The men spoke in lofty tones and said in a single word. But undoubtedly, when it came to Nangong Chen, his heart was filled with admiration. Nangong Chen was breezy and didn't explain anything too much. These people mythologize him, worship him, and are more favorable to him. This spiritual reign is not as simple as it seems. It will be of great help to you all. All of you can also go up and get wet. There may be unexpected gains. Suddenly, Nangong Chen spoke. As the words fell, a gust of wind struck, and those people who had been speaking eloquently earlier had long since disappeared from their original location. They had long since discovered that this spiritual rain had a strange effect, but they just didn't dare to go because of their face. And Nangong Chen's sudden reminder was giving them a stepping stone to do so. You guys go too. Feeling that the 2 women behind him were somewhat moved, Nangong Chen said in a warm voice, Young Lord, aren't you going? Wang Yuxuan tilted her head and asked. Zhou Waner also cast her gaze, somewhat puzzled, only to see Nangong Chen shake his head and slowly say, with this super 9th grade qualification of mine, this spirit rain is not much of an upgrade for me. The implication is that it doesn't help me much, and that's because I've come to the end of my gift. Hearing such Versailles words, the 2 women also disappeared in a flash with a grudging gaze. On the streets of Dezhou, at this moment, there were also people who gradually felt that something was wrong. After getting wet in this rain, it seemed that his tendons and veins had been cleansed. Even some first-grade gifted mortal bodies felt the presence of aura after getting drenched in all this rain, meaning that they could cultivate. I can cultivate. Father, mother, I can actually cultivate. One teenager said excitedly, looking at his parents. His parents were joyful. Their eyes crystallized and they hugged each other. This scene was played out non-stop in Great Zhou. Chapter 110, Establishing the Divine Dynasty in January. Finally, as the last drop of spiritual rain fell, a brilliant rainbow rose in the sky. Hiss, I actually broke through from a 4th grade qualification to a 5th grade. Su Ming thought in shock after feeling the changes that had occurred in his body. The changes brought about by the spiritual rain were too heaven-defying. At this moment, not only those commoners, but also those other cultivators, all of them noticed the change in themselves, and a stunned look appeared in their eyes. They had never thought that they would be able to improve their cultivation qualifications after getting caught in the rain. Soon, in the void, a dragon's roar rose, a 9-clawed golden dragon. Circling there, the 9-clawed golden dragon was overbearing and incomparable, and its body carried a vast imperial might that made everyone feel it. And then they could not help but feel fear in their hearts and rise up with the intention of submission. 9-clawed golden dragon that is the representative of auspiciousness. Those who are the children of the people after seeing, also have to kneel down and bow. In front of the palace, Nangong Chen watched this scene, his eyes flickering. This 9-clawed golden dragon, is it the imperial dragon vein? This was much bigger than that little loach he had seen earlier in Dezhou, and it was not on the same level at all. Beside Nangong Chen, at this moment, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Abyss province and those great figures also returned to their positions, with a touch of horror in the bottom of their eyes as they stared at this scene in bewilderment. Our new dynasty's dragon vein is actually a 9-clawed golden dragon. There was a Heavenly Abyss house clan elder that was shocked. The 9-clawed golden dragon was a true dragon that appeared in legends. The dragon vein was linked to the fate of the country. and they simply didn't dare to imagine how strong the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty would be in the future. And then, that golden dragon, under the sight of the crowd, unexpectedly flew in front of the palace and bent its head towards Nangongchen. Countless gazes shot in, and on the streets, people's eyes were fiery as they looked that way. Does it mean that today we are going to witness a new dynasty? Someone whispered. The excitement in that tone could not be hidden. These people are not stupid and have guessed many things in the last 10 days or so. Now that the great Zhou royal family is falling apart, the dragon vein has disappeared, and the Heavenly Abyss House is looking for another dragon vein. I'm afraid that it's for the purpose of establishing a new country. Get in, Nangongchen said softly. In the next moment, that 9-clawed golden dragon lifted up that huge dragon head, and some human intentions actually surfaced in the dragon's eyes, and that huge body directly disappeared into the mountains and rivers of the Great Zhou. When people saw this scene, they also sucked in a breath of cool air and lost their breath for a moment. Could it be that this 9-clawed golden dragon man recognized the young lord? Why else would it follow his orders? They didn't even dare to think that the owner of the 9-clawed golden dragon was actually none other than Nangongchen. Boom! The Imperial Dao Dragon Vein was completely activated. Instantly, a spiritual chi that was dozens of times denser than the previous one surged out from the ground throughout the entire heaven and earth. After everyone sensed it, their faces couldn't help but change, their pupils shrinking slightly. Even among the crowd, some people directly broke through in place. One could imagine how dense these auras were. Even some cavernous blessed lands and cultivation sanctuaries were far from being as thick as this. After Nangongchen felt it, he nodded, revealing a look of satisfaction. The aura brought by this Emperor Dao Dragon Vein was really rich. Even he, vaguely, had some looseness in his cultivation, as if he was about to break through to the peak of great power. If it is said, I am afraid that those cultivators who left are going to regret it, right? But there's no use regretting it. If you go out, you'll never come back. Thinking of this, a cold glint appeared in Nangongchen's eyes. Wei Zhong, now do you think that we can still establish a new state? Nangongchen said indifferently, bringing with him a noble majesty. Yes, Wei Zhong was very excited. His old face reddened as he opened his mouth. If this was not possible, which other dynasty in the entire Xian heavenly domain would dare to stand on its own? Soon, those crowds gathered in front of the palace, buzzing and discussing word by word. There were so many doubts in their minds. Today's spiritual reign, as well as that 9-clawed golden dragon. What exactly is going on? Has the matter of the dragon vein been resolved? Also, as well as what they were most concerned about, was whether or not Tian Yuanfu was going to establish a new state, and who would be the king of the state. After hearing all of this, there was also some discussion within the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Are you sure you want me to be the emperor? Nangong War's eyes widened as he looked at his son. And what else? You've got the country's name, and I'm too young to be stuck here. Nangong Chen yawned and responded indifferently. Those clansmen were also shocked. They hadn't expected that the young lord would give this opportunity away, but after thinking that it was given to Nangong War, they understood somewhat. And don't you have management experience? Having brought so many people from the Heavenly Abyss House earlier, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to let you manage a country. Nangong Chen continued, his tone languid. After Nangong War heard this, his head was also filled with black lines and the corners of his mouth twitched. He could sort of see that this kid simply wanted him to help him manage his forces. Alright, since you brats like to venture out, I'll help you take care of the Divine Dynasty. Nangong Warrior promised. His face solemn, his heart had been stealing joy. After all, as a rebel, there had always been a dream of an emperor. Why else would he rebel against the king of Zhou so much? When he thought of this, he was a bit touched. This was his own son, and he really hadn't raised him in vain. It seems that looking out for your son is still useful. On the other side, Nangong Chen's eyes flickered, and his mind was also filled with thoughts. Don't think he doesn't know. This old Biden has long had a dream of being an emperor, and now hesitates on his lips, but I'm afraid that his heart has already blossomed with joy. Alas, this old Biden is lucky to have me as a hungover son, and now he can enjoy his old age so early. Looks like it's time for the Hope for the Father program. In this way, 2 divine dynasties, each with their own agenda. A divine dynasty that would intimidate the entire 9 heavens in 10 regions in the future, were born. Within a few days, the creation of the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty by the Heavenly Abyss Mansion was already making waves in the territory, and everyone knew about it. And they also learned that everything that happened with those spirit reigns that day was actually because of the dragon vein that the Heavenly Abyss Mansion had sought out, and that was how the crisis was resolved. For a moment, the crowd was moved, not thinking that the Heavenly Abyss House had done so much in secret for their sake. At this moment, all of the nation's subjects, without hesitation, chose to support the establishment of the Divine Dynasty by the Heavenly Abyss Province. They believed that under the leadership of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, they would be able to go farther and higher. As for the state ruler of the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty, it was left to the head of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion, Nangong War, for which the crowd had long been anticipating. It is said that the king of Great Zhou in front of that palace still had a mouthful of anger, and then after hearing that his old rival all along had ascended to the throne, he was also infuriated alive. And of course, the incident was used as an after-dinner gossip. January later, Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. In the middle of an incomparably luxurious mansion, Nangong Chen sat cross-legged on the mattress, his body's divine radiance shining brightly as the great Tao immortal scriptures were in motion. After a long time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and his two eyes revealed a brilliant light. Peak of the mighty realm. Become. Now that he was in the middle of the entire Heaven's Abyss Divine Dynasty, where the aura was the most vigorous, so his cultivation speed naturally soared beyond compare. Isn't it the day of the opening of the Immortal Collection? Nangong Chen muttered to himself, his eyes flashing. Chu Family Immortal Collection, in the end, is a small world, communicating in the 10 domains, and it just so happens that, in the Xian Tian domain, the person in charge of this side of the exit is the Chu family, so naturally called Chu Family Immortal Collection. However, it was rumored that this small world, which was inherited from the ancient times to the present day, did not lack some powerful inheritance within it. There was the self-proclaimed Yen Emperor who left behind the Burning Sky inheritance, and there was even a treasure art left behind by one of the 10 ferocious beasts. Of course, these weren't what attracted him the most. What attracted Nangong Chen the most? Which was a rumor. It is said that legend has it that there was a woman in the ancient times who was born with heavy pupils, and what she got within the Immortal Collection was a treasured art that others have rumored to be the supreme axiom of heavy pupils. After this, the heavy pupil woman went all the way across the board and had no more enemies. If there was no mistake, this Aeon was precisely the legendary heavy pupil opening heaven. Thinking of this, a ripple appeared in Nangong Chen's heart. Now that his heavy pupil had rarely been upgraded, if he possessed this treasure art, then he would have a great killing weapon in place. Thinking of this, he was compelled to go to the Chu clan's Immortal Collection this time. Ding! Heading to the Chu family's Immortal Collection to sign in. Just then, the system's prompt sounded again. After Nangong Chen heard this, he was somewhat stunned, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. What a godsend! But I heard, there's a bug that's been jumping lately and said it's blocking the mountain gate. In that case, let's suppress it this time as we go along. Nangong Chen thought with an indifferent expression. Unconcerned. Chapter 111 Taiku Jiang Family. Out in force. Subterranean Dragon Immortal Dynasty. A bright smile came from inside the Golden Palace. Seiji, I see. That heavy pupil is nothing more than that. Harboring for a month. He's not even as good as a shrunken head turtle. In the middle of the crowd, Winged Ox laughed, his tone filled with mockery. The Eastern Divine Prefecture's heavenly pride. TSK, 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 not a climate. It's difficult to compare with the world sun. Someone else chimed in, beaming. When the other followers heard it, they all smiled and disdained it. Originally thought that the heavy pupil that reputation is so big, now seems to be just so well. And above, the AO Dragon World Sun wore a gorgeous robe. His aura was majestic, and the aura he emitted was such that even some veteran godkings couldn't resist it. You guys are right. The heavy pupil is nothing more than a street rat. I'm afraid that he has already anticipated that he will have to lay himself in the hands of the Xian, so he simply chose to escape. Ao Longshire Z pondered and said confidently, with an innate conceit. He felt that he himself was nothing short of a genius, having seen straight through the heavy pupil's heart. After the crowd heard this explanation, they also dawned on them and were just about to pat a wave of ass, when an anxious voice rang out. Report! Seiji is not well. According to informants, the heavy pupil has departed and is on his way to Chu City. Only outside the palace, a general knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice. As the words fell, the entire room was silent. Seiji had just said that the heavy pupil had fled, but at this moment he came over to inform that the heavy pupil had already departed. They hadn't thought that the smack in the face would come so quickly. Seeing that the crowd was speechless, that general also lowered his head in death, not daring to speak. After a long time, it was Ao Longshire Z himself who broke the silence. Good. I didn't expect the heavy pupil to be so insouciant as to dare to go to Chu City for an appointment. Since that's the case, then at that time, this son will defeat the heavy pupil in front of everyone and ruthlessly humiliate him. I'll let the world see this scene. I'll step on his fame to prove my invincible path. Ao Longshire Z forced down the anger in his heart and said through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Taiku family, Jiang family. In front of the mountain peak, there was a powerful figure standing here, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, there were actually flames pulsating, and the flames were entwined around his body, as if he was a fire god descending. The Burning Sky treasure canon has been cultivated to great completion, and this Chu Clan Immortal Collection will be my chance to wipe out my former shame and reclaim my position on the heavenly ranking, Jiang Che whispered as a fiery intent shot up into the sky, astonishingly incomparable. That's right, he was none other than Jiang Che, who had previously been squeezed out of the top 10 of the heavenly ranking by Nangong Chen, bearing the 9th grade divine body, the Burning Sky battle body. Soon, another white silhouette arrived. After Jiang Che saw this person, his pupils were somewhat shocked and surprised. Jiang Yingyu, you're out of the gate? The young woman is beautiful and incomparable. A palace moon dress cold like fairy. Temperament ethereal and dusty. Beautiful eyes. There is a round of bright moon hanging high in the sky vision, emitting the breath. Even Jiang Che are somewhat unable to resist. She was the woman who was now the second on the heavenly ranking and was known as the moon god. Jiang Yingyu, call me Luna. Jiang Yingyu said in a cold voice, carrying a tone that could not be refused, and even surged a pressure. Jiang Che's face paled a bit after he felt it, before he unwillingly said, Moon God. In his eyes, it was complicated, with both a touch of affection and a touch of resentment. Sentiment is naturally his to Jiang Yingyu. Jiang Yingyu's identity is amazing, is the Jiang family demon in the ancient times, after sealing to so far out of the world. As soon as she was born, Jiang Che, who was originally known as the first genius of the Jiang family, was easily crushed, and the gap between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. That stunning appearance, coupled with this kind of strength and talent, had already made many Jiang family prides of the same generation fall in love with them, and he Jiang Che, naturally no exception, soon launched a crazy pursuit of Jiang Yingyu. But Jiang Yingyu was like a goddess who doesn't eat earthly fire, high above the world. Once the eyes have not looked at him once, and even made a voice to humiliate him. Every time it was like this, and in the back, Jiang Che gave up. A touch of resentment grew in his heart. He wanted to be strong, to overcome this woman, to trample her hard under his feet. This way Jiang Yingyu might just look at him. I heard that your top 10 on the heavenly ranking was squeezed out by that heavy pupil? Jiang Yingyu coldly said, her voice moving in cold. When Jiang Che heard this, his face was a bit unyielding, but he still gritted his teeth and said, yes, what a waste, a disgrace to our Jiang family. Jiang Yingyu scolded without mercy, towering over her, her eyes cold. I'll return to the top 10 this time with the Chu family immortal collection. Jiang Che's fists clenched secretly as he said in a deep voice, I really don't know what the family was thinking, that they would let you team up with me. A punk who can't even enter the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, is he worthy? Jiang Yingyu shook her head, her tone disdainful. Jiang Che was silent, his head lowered, his features somewhat distorted. He didn't dare to spread his anger on Jiang Yingyu, he only dared to resent the heavy pupil, resent him and why he had to squeeze himself out of the rankings. If it wasn't for the heavy pupil, would he have been treated like this today? At this moment, resentment was rampant in his heart, and he couldn't wait to kill the heavy pupil. But this heavy pupil is somewhat interesting, to have a talent that is of the super 9th grade, and to have killed the Blood Demon King? I'd like to see if this immortal collection can give me a hint of interest. Jiang Yingyu said with interest, a skirt glittering with blazed light. It was also this scene that made Jiang Che even more furious. His lips were bleeding from biting, and his eyes were filled with rage. Heavy pupil, I want you dead. On the border of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, a flaming chariot was constantly running in the void, cutting through a blazing line of fire. In front of the chariot, the crimson-colored augur dragon was incredibly powerful, and its quasi-saintly aura caused many of the people passing by below to change their faces. This is the first time in so many days that I've seen a quasi-saintly ferocious beast pulling a cart. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, eyes full of shock, and when the others saw this scene, they also stopped and looked into the void, their eyes shrinking slightly. There was no lack of heavenly prides from some first-class sects among them, and after seeing them, their faces couldn't help but appear a touch of envy as they secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. One must know that they were already considered a party of geniuses among the unusual people, admired by 10,000 people, and the resources they received were already considered superior. And now, after seeing the quasi-saints Red Jiao pulling the cart, they realized that there was a world of difference when compared to the demons of some immortal forces. Chapter 112, Chu Chang, Zhou Bai. In the carriage, it was a different scene, with 4 colors of spring. At this moment, Nangong Chen was enjoying the pillow knee, comfortably lying on a pair of black silk thighs, and Zhou Wanner's delicate face, at this moment climbed with redness. Feeling that touch on her legs, she then felt her heart pounding and a tingling sensation surged through her delicate body. For the first time in her long life, apart from her mother, she had been so close to a man. Wang Yuxuan, who was on the side, placed her plain hand on Nangong Chen's body and kept massaging it, her beautiful eyes very grudging. It's just black silk. She can wear it too. She also wants the young master to sleep on her lap. Doesn't white silk work? Thinking of this, Wan Yuxuan, that slender jade finger, cannot help but increase the force. Want to pain this man? Not bad. That's just the right amount of force. Who knows? After Nangong Chen felt it, he actually had a somewhat soothing face inside. Of course, causing this situation to happen now was still attributed to Su Li's absence, coupled with the fact that these two nieces didn't know what kind of novels they had been reading lately, which was strange and bizarre. The matter of today's pillow and knee was still brought up by Wang Yuxuan, and as it happened, he was enjoying himself. The current Su Li should be almost to Chu City, right? I don't know if there is any danger on the road. Nangong Chen couldn't help but think in his heart. Just half a month ago, Su Li said goodbye to him and left the divine dynasty to find her own chance. He also expressed his understanding. After all, Su Li body has its own unknown secrets, just as the last time in the Nine Heavens secret realm. That a sudden divine idea. I'm afraid it is her golden fingeret. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen couldn't help but sigh a little. It really deserves to be a heavenly destiny heroine. The chances along the way are barren. If he didn't have an open mind, he might even be pressed headlong by Su Li. But the good thing was, the heaven's destiny heroine was her own woman. Then thinking about it that way, the stronger Su Li was, the happier she should be. And before parting, Nangong Chen handed over the invitation to the Immortal Collection to her. And thinking about this, he did have some good feelings for the last time Miss Chu. I heard that this immortal hide quota is vital, and Xu Yan even managed to send herself too. It seems that she is afraid that her status is not ordinary among the Chu family. Nangong Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered. Chu Cheng. This was a city with a long history, which was rumored to have been opened up by the Chu family's old ancestor, while tainted with the light of the immortal family's Chu family, while the Chu family was stationed here, and gradually, people named it Chu City. In the void, countless islands floated, emitting dense divine light, while down below, those ancient and magnificent architectural complexes were intertwined as if they were giant dragons circling. At this moment, at the gate of Chu City, there was an endless stream of people, a sea of people, lining up to enter this Chu City. These people who came were the disciples and elders of various first-class forces, or powerful casual cultivators. In short, none of them were idle. One must know that the Chu family immortal collection's quotas totaled no more than 20 people, each of which were the heirloom disciples of the various great religions, and it was simply not the turn of any other power. The purpose of this group of people coming was also very simple. One was to catch a glimpse of some demons and see the world. And before the immortal collection opens, the entire Chu City will create a holy land of Tao discourse and hold various activities. And long-term this naturally attracted the Xian Tian domain, most of the heavenly pride over to discuss the exchange, but also become recognized as the holy land of discussion. If the disciples of the Xianmen sect, well, first-class sect, are qualified to go in. Skycat sect, no reputation at all. What kind of a cat or dog power? Not even a rank. You guys still want to muddle through? Get the hell out of here. If the Jade Clearance sect, although it's a second-rate force, but your elders have greeted you well, so you're barely given entry. In front of the gate, a thick-browed doorman was examining them in turn, sometimes in a gentle voice, sometimes in a stormy manner. His aura was powerful, as strong as that of a god king, which made many people, even though they were dissatisfied, not dare to make a scene here. Zhou Bai, who was in the distance, could not help but feel apprehensive when he saw the scene. Prince, can we still go in? One of the men beside him spoke up and asked, his tone timid. At this moment, they were pudgy, and the royal robes on their bodies had turned gray at some point, stained with dust and dirt, and there were even blood stains on them. And their team, too, had changed from the previous 20, into the current 5. So one could imagine the hardship of coming all the way here from Great Zhou. Thinking of this, a trace of regret could not help but appear in Zhou Bai's heart. Had he known that the journey would be incredibly difficult, he should not have come over. Now, not only do they not have the slightest penny on them, they have not even found a place to station themselves. And then, Zhou Bai through the gap in the door, saw the Chu City inside the scene in the middle, also cannot help but shocked. The heart is more some excitement. How awesome it would be to get in there and stay in there all the time. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai's previous dissatisfaction was directly swept away. He couldn't help but think that if he had remained in the Great Zhou dynasty, he was afraid that the dragon vein would have disappeared by now. His spiritual power would have been exhausted. He wouldn't even be able to cultivate, and his life would be even more painful. And those idiots from the Tian Yuan house, who hadn't even left and chose to stay there, probably by now, had already regretted it. Maybe that Nangong Chen was now already living a primitive life. Ha 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 ha, Jobai laughed out loud in his heart. He now felt that the idea of leading the rest of the people, who had traveled through thousands of mountains to come to Chu City, was still the right idea. Of course, it would be nice to get in there now. According to them, they should be able to enter Chu City as long as they are above the first-class forces. Then as the prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, Great Zhou is a first-class force. So isn't it simple to go in? Joubai's eyes twinkled and bubbled. Getting in. Simple. I have a way. You'll just have to watch how this prince gets in, Joubai said confidently, strutting over. When the few people beside them saw it, they also looked at each other. Although there were some doubts in their hearts, but after hearing that they could go in, they all had happy faces and followed. Just like that, Joubai didn't even line up and directly walked up to that general. Those behind him couldn't help but frown and curse after seeing it. Where did these people come from? They don't even line up. What assholes. Yeah, dressed so dirty. These guys couldn't have come out of the mountains. After Joubai heard this, he also looked confident and turned his head directly, saying disdainfully, "You lower-class commoners are worthy of talking about this prince like this? Be careful, I'll have someone chop your heads off." When these words came out, the crowd was really quiet. Could it be that they kicked the can down the road? If the other party had a strong background, it would be justifiable to plug them in. All of a sudden, the crowd didn't say anything, and their eyes looked suspiciously at Joubai and the others. Chapter 113, Joubai's miserable face. Red Zhao pulls the cart. Joubai's actions were seen by that God King's guard, who did not utter a word to stop him. After all, if the other party was from a great family, the district was just a plug. It was just harmless. It wasn't as if there hadn't been such a practice earlier. But of course, if the other party was just a fox and a tiger, he'd have a good time later. Thinking of this, the thick-browed gatekeeper sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of goods this person was. Name. From what power? The burly doorman opened his mouth and asked, his face morose. He didn't lower his voice because the other party might have a powerful identity. This was the bottom line that the Chu family gave him. When Joubai heard this, he also straightened his sleeves, swept the dust and ashes from his body, and hummed confidently. This prince's name is Joubai. He is the third prince of the Great Zhou dynasty of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Do you know that? I don't know if it was because Joubai was too confident. Even the other few people beside him were also straightening their backs, their pudgy faces full of arrogance. They were also the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, so they couldn't believe it, and the other party still wouldn't sell them a face. As expected, the crowd fell silent when these words came out. The Great Zhou dynasty of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. What kind of power is that? Surprisingly, I've never heard of it? Someone whispered a question with a puzzled look on their face. The rest of them were dumbfounded. They were all forces from the Central Divine Prefecture. Where had they heard of the Great Zhou dynasty? However, very soon, someone looked like they had thought of something and said with a shocked face, "That seems to be the dynasty where the heavy pupil is from." When these words came out, the crowd was stunned and sucked in a breath of cool air. I'll go. No wonder these people are so arrogant. They are actually from the power where the heavy pupil is from. In front of him, after Joubai saw the scene, the corners of his mouth lifted up into a smile. His heart was very comfortable. I did not expect but also can borrow the light of Nangong Chen. Can be really comfortable? If Nangong Chen knows, I'm afraid that they are all going to die of anger. Ha 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 ha. He was snickering in his mind. It gave him the feeling of taking advantage of someone else, or a big advantage. Joubai's eyes gurgled as he revealed an evil smile. Maybe after going in, he could even cause a lot of trouble for Nangong Chen with this identity. And then, collectively, let him wipe his own ass. And he, himself, was able to sit back and enjoy it. The other people's voices were also heard outside the door, and their bodies trembled for a moment, their faces shocked beyond measure. Wait for me, gentlemen, I'll be right back, that lanky doorway said excitedly, then turned to leave. It was said early on up there that if you come across anything related to a heavy pupil, you must report it. If the information is reliable, maybe we'll get a reward from the big man. With excited steps, he disappeared from sight. As soon as these words came out, those onlookers were astonished. Was this Nima still the doorman they knew? When did he become so bent and humble that he even used the title of Little? You know, in all this time, you've never seen this scene before. After Joubai heard this, a trace of shock surged in his heart. He didn't think that Nangong Chen's fame was so great, that even coming here was so good, that even the Chu family valued the extraordinary. On what grounds? Just because he awakened his heavy pupils? That's why he gets this kind of treatment? He gets all the good things. This is so unfair. A flash of jealousy burned in his eyes at the thought. In Joubai's heart, he also secretly vowed that if he could get in, he would make Nangong Chen's reputation stink. At this moment, Joubai's face was gloomy. and only after a while did he ease up. A few breaths later, the burly gatekeeper appeared not far away, his face expressionless, but if you look carefully, will be able to find hidden in the bottom of his eyes cold. After Zhou Bai saw it, he also reverted to his original haughty face, his eyes flashing with delight. It seems that the identity of that Nangongchen is still good to make it, even so quickly can let themselves in. Thinking of this, his face was incomparably cheerful, as if he thought of living an enviable life in the middle of Chu City in the future. Bold! How dare you fool me with a wiped-out dynasty? You truly don't know how to die. The doorman's eyes were filled with anger as he said in a cold voice, his aura released without any concealment. Just now, he went up to confirm with his captain and got a scolding. As it turned out, the great Zhou dynasty had been destroyed long ago and replaced by a divine dynasty called the Heavenly Abyss, and that Heaven's Abyss divine dynasty was the one that was inextricably linked to the heavy pupil. When he thought that he had just lowered his voice to these crooks, he couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. At this moment, the entire room was silent. Zhou Bai stared blankly, while revealing his panic as he inquired, "What are you talking about? What extinguished dynasty?" After hearing this, the doorman's face turned blue as he angrily rebuked. "The great Zhou dynasty that you're talking about has already been exterminated, is that clear? It caused me to be happy for nothing, and I was even lectured by the captain." The crowd's eyes were shocked at these words. Zhou Bai was as if he had suffered a thunderbolt from a clear sky. His body shivered and a chill surged through his heart. The others beside him were no better. They hadn't thought that the great Zhou dynasty had been destroyed. And wasn't there still the Tian Yuanfu and the others there? Why was it exterminated? At this moment, in their hearts, there were all sorts of doubts. After the crowd came to their senses, they couldn't help but laugh coldly and keep making mocking noises. "I thought it was the prince of some dynasty? Oh, so you're the prince of a destroyed dynasty. What a laugh. The dynasty has been destroyed and you still dare to call yourself a prince. You're the most common I've ever seen. Really deserved. Letting you cut in line. A person with no identity at all. Hurry up and die far away. Don't delay us from going in. Is Chu City a place you can afford to come to?" Hearing these taunts, Zhou Bai's face was unsightly. His face was a shade of green and a shade of white. His fists clenched, and with his head lowered, he wanted to leave this place. Just then, the doorman slammed his foot down towards his back, and Zhou Bai instantly fell on his ass. After the doorman saw this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said in a cold voice, "Do you think you can just leave here if you want to?" When the crowd saw this scene, they also laughed out loud, and some of them didn't even relieve their anger and went up to make up for it with a couple of kicks. "Let you pretend to be a pussy. Remember in the future. Don't pretend to be a pussy if you don't have the strength. You guys." Zhou Bai's face was stifled. Because of his weak cultivation, he couldn't even make a move yet, and could only secretly grit his teeth and swallow this resentment. Just then, there was an exclamation of surprise. "Look, you guys, the red scaly dragon pulling the cart. Which side is the big shot?" After the crowd heard this, they also looked into the void, their eyes filled with shock. Even that divine king gateguard couldn't help but open his mouth wide and his pupils shrunk slightly after seeing it. Chapter 114 Nangongchen's Arrival. Qingyu. In the void, a fiery flame crossed the sky, and an incomparably large red-colored scaly dragon was pulling a luxurious carriage. The aura emanating from that auger dragon was terrifying, and just a single wisp of breath made quite a few people present unable to support themselves and fall to their knees. Even the doorman was shivering in his torso and his face was white. This is definitely a quasi-Saint realm augur. He couldn't help but open his mouth and murmur. And as Zhou Bai was thus given this momentary respite, he braced his hands on the ground and climbed up, his face full of ashes, just in time to see this scene in the sky. In a flash, there was an unstoppable shock in his eyes, and a touch of fear surged up his body. On that day, in the middle of the great Zhou dynasty, he had seen it from afar, like today's general picture. The person in there is no one but Nangongchen. And then, right under the witness of the crowd, the city guard formation was as if it was just a decoration, and the carriage easily passed through. This scene shocked many people. "Didn't you say that Chu City is forbidden to empty?" Someone with a surprised face muttered to himself. When that divine king gate guard heard this, he also hooked a cold smile and responded, "Banning the air, that's banning you, not them." When the crowd heard these words, their eyes were incomparably envious. They did hear that if you have an extraordinary status, the so-called rules are just like ornaments for you. After Zhou Bai saw it, he clenched his teeth hard and his heart was filled with resentment. Why should he be able to just enter? Chu Cheng. On the busy street, there was a man with a bland face, a white dress, surrounded by immortal radiance, with a dusty temperament, like an exiled immortal descending to the earth, causing many people to marvel. If one were to look closely, one would be able to notice that on his shoulder, there was a small crimson snake that was none other than the paragon Red Jiao. Many women's eyes were like spring water, and they looked towards Nangong Chen with infatuation, but they didn't dare to go forward to accost him. And soon, there was a young girl with a pretty face who walked up to Nangong Chen and asked sincerely, "Sir, do you need a guide? I'm cheap. Just 2 spirit crystals will do. I know the entire Chu city." Seeing Nangong Chen's silence, the young girl's beautiful eyes were a bit gloomy, her expression lost, and she was trying to retreat. Just then, a warm and delicate voice rang out. "Okay, what's the girl's name?" Nangong Chen nodded and spoke. It was true that he did not know much about this place, so it would be good if he had someone to lead the way. Moreover, this time to enter the immortal collection. For the safety of Wang Yuxuan's 2 people, they were not allowed to follow. It was only after sending himself to Chu City that he sent someone to send them back to the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. "My name is Chengyu, Gongzi, green as in green, depressed as in depressed." A melodious voice rang out. Xingyu blinked and opened his mouth. After hearing that, Nangong Chen's eyes flashed back. "Xingyu? That's a good name." And then, a brilliant light bloomed, and 2 pieces of extreme spirit crystals lay in the young girl's hands. Xingyu froze for a moment, her beautiful eyes shocked, not thinking that the Gongzi in front of her would be so generous. One must know that there were a full 2,000 spirit crystals here. This was completely beyond expectations for her. When the others beside them saw this scene, their eyes widened and they regretted it in their hearts. What a waste of a big fish for nothing. It's also too much. No. Xinyu's breath was a bit unsteady, and he hastily refused, his head shaking like a broken wave drum. Nangong Chen was silent, standing with his arms folded, walking slowly. Seeing this, Xinyu could only accept it helplessly, and then followed closely behind Nangong Chen. Along the way, listening to Xinyu chirping on the side, Nangong Chen looked indifferent, nodding his head in response from time to time. "Very comfortable. You don't look, I don't suppose, like you specialize in this line of work?" Nangong Chen asked casually, glancing at her. Xingyu was dressed in a green-colored dress, with a head of dark hair bundled up, revealing that fair face, with beautiful eyes containing aura, as if she was a Jiangnan woman. After hearing that, Xingyu hung his eyes and lowered his head, as if he had thought of something bad. "I originally came from a first-class family in a nearby city, but because one day, Ao Longshizi took a liking to me and wanted to forcibly dominate me, I didn't comply and my parents were both killed by him in order to save me. The family was also destroyed by him, and even my little brother, because of me, was injured by Ao Longshizi and is still unconscious," Xingyu said slowly, his tone huffing a bit, before continuing. "I came to Chu City when I heard that the heavy pupil was going to fight with the Ao Longsijin, and I wanted to see the Ao Longsijin lose with my own eyes." When Nangong Chen heard this, he shook his head, his face rippling. It's not that he doesn't have sympathy, it's just that the world has had enough of this kind of tragedy, and it's a bit numb to see it. "Yes, the heavy pupil will win. The heavy pupil has not lost since ancient times," Nangong Chen said blandly. Xingyu froze a bit before revealing a smile and spreading his face. "Yes, I also believe he can win. That's right, heavy pupiled people have not been defeated since ancient times." As she spoke of the heavy pupil, her beautiful eyes blossomed with color, revealing a touch of adoration. Unbeknownst to her, the heavy pupil, who was on her mind, was currently in front of her. The 2 continued walking until they came to a luxurious building. The place was crowded with pedestrians, and from the buildings, there were occasional bursts of yelling and bustling. Seeing this scene, Nangong Chen snapped, "What are they doing?" Xingyu looked at it, his eyes had a smear of envy, and slowly responded, "This is the Tianwen Pavilion, a high-end place in Chu City, which has quite a few proud sons of heaven who love literature and ink, discussing the Tao here. But I heard that the holy daughter of the Holy Land of Literary Tao has recently arrived, and it seems that she's holding a tournament. It is said that this time, if the verses that come out of the pair can satisfy the holy maiden, you can get 100 immortal crystals." Nangong Chen nodded, revealing a look of dawning realization. And then, he had some doubts in his mind. 100 immortal crystals, can he afford to pay for it as a holy maiden? That's not a small amount of money. Xingyu pondered for a while and spoke. "It seems like it's not from the holy maiden. It's all pieced together from some suitors, such as the young master of the Wanbao Pavilion, the young master of the Wang family, and so on." It turns out that, Nangong Chen's eyes flickered, but he understood. So it's a dog licker raising money to run a contest for a goddess. Poetry? Before he crossed over, he did memorize the famous poems of his last life. 100 immortal crystals. Not too much and not too little. It just so happens that I have nothing to do and can go and have some fun. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen stepped inside without hesitation. Xingyu, who was on the side, Just wanted to remind that this was not a place for unusual people to come. But the next moment, he saw that Nangong Chen had already gone in. My lord, this is... Qin Yu's words stopped on his lips, gritted his teeth, and also followed Nangong Chen inside piece by piece. Chapter 115 Astronomical Gathering. Astronomy Court. Thanks to your love for my daughter, we are organizing this poetry discourse in the Astronomy Pavilion today. In the center of the pavilion, a veiled purple-haired girl opened her mouth and said, her voice moving as if it was a fairy spring in the nine heavens. The nearby platform was crowded with countless literati, all looking at the purple-haired woman with a face of infatuation. Among them, most of them had extraordinary identities, or else they had some ink in their stomachs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the face to step into this place. Fairy Meng is joking. The matter of raising immortal crystals is willingly for us. A young man wearing a yellow robe opened his mouth and laughed. His face was handsome and his eyes carried a noble aura of their own. After the bystanders saw it, their eyes could not help but have some scorn in them. This person was no one other than the young master of the famous immortal family Wang family, Wang Tang. It was said that Wang Tang was born with a great vision, with a heavenly figure engraved on his back, with a stunning power, and his father even exclaimed, my son has the posture of a great emperor. When the purple-haired girl heard this, she smiled if she had the distance and didn't say much. Her purple eyes were calm. My little lady thanks you, fellow Taoist Wang, she said with a slight arch. It's only a mere 100 immortal crystals. If I can make Fairy Meng smile, even if it's 1,000 or 10,000, what's the harm? Soon, another person spoke out. This person had a big belly and a naive face. It was the heir to the Wanbao Pavilion, Lu Dazhu. This time, he was the one who contributed the most out of the 100 immortal crystals. Nearly half of it, not a small amount. After the crowd heard, they did not dare to have the slightest intention of underestimating. Wanbao Pavilion operates the world. Who knows how much it earns now? And look at Lu Daiyu's eyes with incomparable envy. It would be nice to be as generous as he is. Fellow Taoist Lu was joking. Where is a smile from my little girl worth 1,000 pieces of gold? Shermu simply responded with a simple response and didn't say much before adding, since all of you are almost here, then this poetry discourse will begin. After hearing this, the crowd's eyes glittered and their hearts were overwhelmed with excitement. If they achieved good results this time, not only would they be able to take away the 100 immortal crystals, they could even be favored by Meng. For them, it would be an excellent opportunity. Moreover, the proposition has been announced long ago, and there is a full January preparation time, which makes them very confident. As for the theme of this time, it's down there. Meng smiled lightly for a moment, and then the two young children came and spread out a scroll, only to see the scroll roll open with a crash, displaying the shocking scene inside in full view. The moon, the lake, and a sailboat, and in that boat, a fisherman, looking at the bright moon, with unknown emotions in his eyes. This scene, all of a sudden, let the crowd made a mistake. They originally learned that it was only the moon lake, but did not think that Meng actually added a sailboat in it, and a fisherman. What was that fisherman, with that demeanor, thinking? For a while, the entire astronomical pavilion was silent, all pondering how to add this fisherman's element up. For a long time, there is no one voice. Meng saw this scene, inevitably some disappointment in the beautiful eyes. Everyone knows that Meng is the world's first talented girl. Talent is unmatched, amazing talent, but do not know that she is very eager to have a person who can understand her state of mind, to be able to discuss the Tao together. This time the picture of all the contents of the pen and ink by her alone personally. That fisherman is also counted deliberately added, the connotation of which, according to this scene, I am afraid that only she alone can understand. Alas, it seems that there is no one in the world who understands me after all. Shermu's pretty face was gloomy as she thought secretly, I already know the meaning of it, so I will compose the next line. Right at this moment, Wang Tang opened his mouth, his face full of spring and confidence. Just now, he had contacted the literati in his family and informed him of the verse. Naturally, the moon is curved, the lake is bright, the fisherman looks at the moon and enjoys the view. Obsessed, amidst the gazes of the crowd, Wang Tang opened his mouth and said, placing his hand on his chest with confidence. The words fell, and when Shermu heard them, her eyes went black, not knowing how to describe this sentence. Seeing Meng's silence, Wang Tang's face changed and he secretly said that it was not good. This poem is too monotonous. The rhetoric is straightforward, but it is the only bright spot. A 6 out of 10. Meng opened her mouth and said, rather giving him a face. Many thanks to Fairy Meng for her comment. Wang Tang arched his hand and said with a stiff smile. In his heart, he was a million horses, burning with anger. These 6 points, obviously did not meet his expectations. At this moment, He could not wait to kill the literati who had just given him the verses by 1,000 cuts. When the crowd heard this, they counted on stifling their smiles and didn't dare to laugh out. In their opinion, a 3-year-old child wouldn't be able to write such a childish poem. Just then, Lu Daju moved forward and shouted, "I'll do it." He was also confident and full of confidence, as if he had a great bottom line. The spring water connects to the sea, the moon surges in the river, and the fisherman is silent. When this line came out, the crowd looked over with some shock. Where did this guy buy the poem from again? Sure enough, after Meng heard this, she instead nodded and spoke. 7 points. Mediocre, mediocre. To say the only highlight is the spring to link together, slightly mood, but still not enough. When the words fell, Lu Daju smiled a little. His expression was satisfied. In his opinion, just higher than his old rival Wang Tang. The crowd was shocked. This kind of verse, but only you can take 7 points. Then look at you. Today wanna get a high score. It is difficult as heaven ah. After Wang Tang saw it, he also took advantage of Lu Daju coming down and transmitted his voice. Where did you buy the poem? Not telling you. Lu Daju laughed a little, and did not inform. His eyes revealed the essence of light. When he was stupid who would tell his love rival these means? And right at this moment, outside the pavilion, a white-clothed figure in full snow walked in, with an ethereal aura, surprisingly shrouded in immortal radiance around her body, with a transcendent aura. As soon as he came in, he caused the crowd to be shocked and look at Nangong Chen. Even Meng wasn't surprised, her purple pupils shrinking slightly as she was shocked as well. However, after seeing that the other party had found a place to sit down and did not make the rest of the movements, she secretly made a note of this person and returned to her senses. Wang Tang and Lu Daju also saw it, and the moment the other party came in, a sense of crisis welled up in their hearts. But seeing that this person had no intention of participating, they withdrew their gaze. It's best not to have any thoughts about Fairy Meng, or else I'll have you. Wang Tang secretly said. To know, he had spent a lot of immortal crystals. He didn't want others to sit on it. It was all his heart and soul, and he only wanted to give it to Fairy Meng. Duke. Seeing that so many people seemed to be there, Xingyu's pretty face turned a little pale. The characters in here were all existences that she couldn't afford to mess with. Nangong Chen looked indifferent, sending a cup of tea in front of her without saying much. After Xingyu drank it, seeing Nangong Chen's handsome face, he was quite at ease. Chapter 116. Soon, among this group of scribes, a few more went forward, but they all got similar scores, around 6 or 7, and none of them even broke 9. In the end, there was a person who was full of confidence, claiming that he had been constructing the poem for a long time, yet the poem that came out only received 6 points, which couldn't help but cause the crowd to be a bit demoralized. And the only some good performance, the belly at least some literature, the highest only got about 8 points, which is already considered the highest. Xingyu after seeing, cannot help but a little lost, did not think, these seem to have the belly of the ink, really to this kind of time, but cannot say a word. Can no one today know the meaning of this scroll? Since we're already at the end, then Fairy Meng might as well say something about the verses you've created, so that we can worship them. Someone in the crowd spoke up. As these words fell, many people chimed in, all wanting to take a look at the verses created by Fairy Meng. Curiosity in their eyes was incomparable. As the world's #1 talented woman, just what kind of talent could she have to be worthy of this title? Since all of you want to have a look at the poems created by my daughter, then my daughter will make an offering. Meng's features were beautiful, her skin was like snow, and her purple eyes were bright, like fluttering purple butterflies. In the next moment, Meng seemed to have entered a state where Taoist rhythms were entwined, and the aura emanating from her was like that of a great scholar of the way of literature. She lifted the brush, stained the ink, waved the brush, writing, a hand of incomparably beautiful script flowing, like a swimming dragon into the river. Let a person shocked. Is this even the strength of the first talented girl of genius? Someone couldn't help but murmur, clearly shocked. Everything can enter the Tao, and everything that enters the Tao can be cultivated. The world's #1 talented woman. It is true that her name is true. This kind of pressure has already left many people out of reach. Soon, Meng paused for the last stroke and took the brush back, a look of satisfaction on her face. The crowd's gazes were glued to the ground, and their expressions were fiery, as they desperately wanted to see what exactly Meng had done. The light of the lake and the moon in autumn are in harmony, and there is no wind on the surface of the water to make the departed sad. Once this sentence came out, the crowd was shocked. That short 14 words, but will be an extremely beautiful scene depicted, away from the 3 words of sadness, but also embellished the fisherman's state of mind. Thinking of this, their hearts were convinced at the moment. and their eyes were incomparably infatuated as they looked towards the silhouette above. Is this the most talented girl in the world? It really lives up to its name. And Wang Tang's eyes blazed even more. This kind of excellent woman. He must get it. Just then, a voice like thunder fell. I've heard that the holy maiden of the celestial sacred ground has unrivaled talent. I wonder if I can give some instruction today, only to see two figures, a man and a woman, appear in the void at an unknown time. The young man's breath was very strong. His eyes had fire jumping out of them, and he wore a venerable robe. His status was distinguished, and the party speaker was none other than him. The woman had snow-white skin and wore a holy dress. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and there was a divine moon vision in her beautiful eyes. Her breath was astringent, but she carried an extreme danger. Surprisingly, the Swire Jiang family's twin pride. How did they come here? Someone recognized the identity of these two and was shocked. That's right, these two were none other than Jiang Che and Jiang Yingyu. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked and looked at them with awe. This is a real Xian Tian domain demon. The talent is overwhelming. It is not an existence that they can mess with by going through the motions like this. Even the two of them, Wang Tang and Lu Daju, couldn't help but have a deep look of scorn emerge from the bottom of their eyes. The top 10 demons of the heavenly ranking, an existence that would surely ascend to the very top in the future. Even they had to back off. What's more, that Jiang Yingyu was the legendary second in the heavenly ranking, and was known as the existence of the moon god. Meng was a bit dazed. She hadn't expected that a demon from the top 10 of the heavenly ranking would appear in this discourse. But even if that was the case, then what? She also had the Holy Land behind her, but she didn't need these two. Moreover, she herself was a demon in the top 20 of the heavenly ranking. Since Mr. Jiang is interested, then I'll be the youngest daughter to receive a lesson. Without being condescending, Meng opened her mouth. No, I happen to have some feelings about poetry. And since immortal Meng happens to be organizing a discourse, then I will challenge you. Jiang Che shook his head, his eyes flashing a hint of greed as he slowly said, he has been dabbling in poetry since he was a child, and today he has been observing in the dark for a long time, and he is determined to get this 100 immortal crystals, and when he gets it, he will give all of these 100 immortal crystals to Jiang Yingyu. He could even already think that Jiang Yingyu and the others would cast adoring glances at him. Thinking about this, Jiang Che became a little excited. When the crowd heard this, there was a flash of shock in their eyes. So it turned out that Jiang Che was going to challenge Fairy Shy Dream for this. They were relieved. They thought that the two were going to fight. It would be bad if they injured Fairy Meng. When Jiang Yingyu saw the scene, she was also interested, her beautiful eyes scanning the bottom, revealing a playful expression. Jiang Che's ghostly thoughts like this were known to all individuals, but she was also too lazy to expose them. It was fine to be able to utilize this useless waste. Who is this man? Suddenly, Jiang Yingyu's face stiffened a bit as she looked down at the figure below that was out of focus. Just now, when her divine thoughts probed downwards, she didn't expect it to be swept away when it landed on that white-clothed teenager, and her divine thoughts were directly shattered. Below, Nangong Chen was idle and elegant, even taking out 1,000 years of immortal wine and drinking with his eyes downcast, very spontaneous, his face not fluctuating in the slightest. On the side of the Green Yu, is a little nervous looking at the situation of the scene. She is still the first time to see two live in the top 10 of the sky list, although one has dropped. On the other hand, Jiang Yingyu was shocked. She couldn't see through this person. She couldn't see through him at all, as if she was covered in a layer of fog. Is it some kind of masking method? Jiang Yingyu's brows furrowed as she thought in her heart. This person, whom she had never seen before, a person of no reputation, had this kind of ability. Most probably it was the masking method. And the party's heart and soul stirred. It is likely that he has early defense. Himself, on the other hand, was a momentary oversight, but it is also reasonable. When she thought of this, she felt a bit of lack of energy in her heart. She thought that this person had some skills, but she didn't think that he was a complete turtle. Come back to your senses. The lake light swings to clear people's minds, and the moonlight shines on the sadness of business travelers. Jiang Che stood in the void and slowly said. When these words came out, the eyes of the crowd emerged brightly. They somewhat did not expect that this Jiang family demon, the belly of the literature and ink is so good. This kind of depiction and mood. I'm afraid that some of the elders who have been studying this path for many years will also be unable to catch up. As expected, Meng's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard it, before she shook her head. This is a superior sentence. But unfortunately, it is quite a departure from the painting's understanding. Mr. Zhang's talent is outstanding. It's a bit shocking to my daughter. This sentence is superior. It can take 9 points. Shimon spoke up. For a while, the crowd was shocked beyond belief. Jiang Che was also brimming with confidence as he glanced at Jiang Yingyu. The meaning of what he represented was self-evident. It seems that this time, 100 immortal crystals is mine. Just then, a voice rang out. I wonder if I, in my own right, could have a go at it? Chapter 117, A Glance at Poetry. Sage of the Way of Literature. One could only see a white-clothed figure walking slowly, eyes like stars, immortal aura shrouded, an ethereal aura, giving people a mysterious feeling. The party's speaker was none other than Nangong Chen. Duke. Behind him, Xingyu hurriedly shouted, her pretty face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that this extraordinary godly-looking male would want to go up and have a go as well. If we were to bump into that Zheng family demon later, what should we do? Thinking of this, Xingyu's face showed concern before her silver teeth clenched and she followed. The crowd's faces were a bit surprised to see another person wanting to challenge. After seeing Nangong Chen, it dawned on him somewhat. So it was him. This person's temperament was extraordinary, and he caused some stir when he came in, and now he is even going over in front of the Zheng family's demon. So I am afraid that there is something big behind it. For a while, the crowd speculated as to which power's pride this was. Even Wang Tang and also Lu Dazhu were a bit cloudy, sizing up Nangong Chen's identity. This fellow Daoist. Naturally, Shimeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she spoke, her tone carrying a hint of enthusiasm. Ever since the moment Nangong Chen came in, her afterglow had been watching him. After all, this person's stance and aura was too immortal, shining with immortal aura. Unseen in his life, it was hard not to notice. This attitude of Shimeng was naturally met with surprise by many. It's the first time I've seen Fairy Shimeng so attached to someone. When Jiang Che saw Nangong Chen come over, his brows furrowed and his eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, but then he quickly converged back. Who is this person? It can't be a bumpkin from the mountains who can't recognize me, can it? Knowing that this 100 immortal crystals have long been in my pocket, but still want to come to find existence. Also, let you jump for a while. Jiang Che laughed coldly, thinking in his heart. When Jiang Yingyu saw this scene, she was a bit surprised, and then the corner of her mouth hooked up. Interesting that this person went up. At this moment, Nangong Chen glanced at this scroll and had an answer in his heart. Does the gentleman need to ponder for a moment? Shimeng said softly, after all, this little bit of time was definitely not enough, and she said with good intentions. This fellow Daoist is so confident. I'm afraid that he has already realized it after taking a look at it, right? Jiang Che said in a cold voice, with a flavor of sarcasm. The word was a firebrand. Shimeng swept a glance at Jiang Che with some dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything more. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was disturbing Nangong Chen's comprehension, but Jiang Che's status was too honorable for her to say much. Oh, how do you know? Nangong Chen responded blandly. His white clothes were absolutely stunning, and he carried an absolute confidence in his body. And then he stopped looking at the scroll. The whole audience was shocked by such a move. Jiang Che was a bit stunned before revealing a cold smile. Interesting, it seems that this person dares to respond. There should be some backbone behind him, but all the forces are not enough to look at in front of the Swire Zheng family. This kid, if he knew our identities, I'm afraid he'd have to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. What a mouthful. Composing poetry at a glance, really thinking he's a poet saint. Jiang Che laughed out loud, his tone disdainful. For her part, Shimeng looked at Nangong Chen with some disappointment, not thinking that underneath such a handsome and extraordinary skin, she was so frivolous. It was not that she looked down on this person. A glance set the poem. Even her master had not gone this far, let alone a young man of the same generation as her. Xingyu's pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Nangong Chen with great concern. Obviously, in her mind, she was also very uninspired. The sea rises to the moon. The sky is the limit, Nangong Chen said slowly, and around him, a Tao rhythm was entwined. When the words fell, the sky was full of visions. 10,000 pieces of purple chi came from the east, and surprisingly, the dragon and phoenix shadows were intertwined, and it was clear that the heavenly Tao had been invoked. At this moment, the entire room was in an uproar. The crowd's faces changed as they looked to the sky in shock and sucked in a breath of cool air. A sentence that triggers the blessing of the heavenly Tao. This is the highest state of the literary Tao. As the legend goes, today, they had the honor of seeing it. The sea rises to the moon. The sky is the limit. When Shimeng heard this, her heart was like a bolt from the blue, and she kept muttering to herself. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crossed her mind, and the aura around her body continued to surge, unexpectedly breaking through at once. The smile at the corner of Jiang Che's mouth froze as he looked into the void, his face full of disbelief. He naturally recognized that this was a blessing from the heavenly Tao, but he never expected that Nangong Chen would actually do it, and set the poem in a single word. At this moment, he felt his face burning hot. Jiang Yingyu also couldn't help but be shocked, not expecting this person to have such high attainments in the way of letters. Really underestimated him. Qingyu's petite body trembled. Her heart was thrilled, and then she was a little ashamed. I didn't realize that Gongzi was so well versed in the Tao of letters. Thanks to her earlier reminding people. Nangong Chen was also a bit surprised, not expecting a single line of poetry to cause such a sensation. It seems that the culture of the old ancestors is still too advanced for them. Nangong Chen shook his head and thought in his heart. After a long time, the visions dissipated and the crowd came back to their senses with a look of reminiscence. Some of them had already studied the way of literature, and they had even dipped into Nangong Chen's light, and their cultivation had risen quite a bit in one go. I wonder how many points I can take. Under the circumstances? Nangong Chen said indifferently, not a single ripple on his face. This kind of unconcerned attitude was a vicious slap in their faces, especially Jiang Che. He felt his face was really hot and painful, and even more unsightly after feeling the gazes of the others. Shi Meng was stunned, and then reacted with an apologetic face. Your Excellency is really sorry. Your poem just now was too subtle. Just penetrating one point gave me a breakthrough. This poem is really majestic and broad. Even the emotions expressed are all appropriate. Even more than I depicted, more figurative. Reached the realm of the unity of heaven and man. This poem my daughter gives 10 points. And then, Shi Meng seems to think of something, and added, of course, this time is the limit of the little woman. This review does not mean that it is the limit of this poem. I'm afraid that only the saint of the literary way after the legend is qualified to review. At these words, the entire room fell silent. None of them had thought that Fairy Shi Meng had rated the poem so highly, even more so to a degree that was comparable to that of the sage of the literary Tao. The eyes of these people looking at Nangong Chen were filled with shock. A person of his own generation could utter such a shocking poem. Who was the master behind him? At this point, they had already thought of Nangong Chen as being above a lineage that specialized in the cultivation of the way of letters, and didn't dare to think that he was a person who cultivated martial arts at all. Nangong Chen was blandly self-contained, as if he had thought of it, without a single fluctuation, only nodding slightly. Chapter 118 Cinnabar proceeding to the 9 heavens. Since this discourse has ended, and the score earned by the Duke shall be the highest in the room, then these 100 immortal crystals shall be earned by the Duke. Shi Meng said softly, taking out a brocade bag and handing it to Nangong Chen. On top of the pouch, there was even a tantalizing scent of her. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange color as she gazed at Nangong Chen, seemingly with some special meaning. Inside the brocade bag a note with the location of her private residence. If possible, she hoped that Nangong Chen would join her in the future to discuss the Tao. This scene stunned many people. Who on earth is this man? Wang Tang gritted his teeth and said. His face darkened for a while, as hard as eating. It didn't occur to him that in the end, all the 100 immortal crystals they had paid had been cheaply given to this brat. It had the feel of raising money to give a goddess a room. Hand delivered. And the feeling in that heart was simply overwhelming. Lu Dazhu, on the other hand, stared with some scorn in his eyes as he seemed to guess who it was. The divine radiance enveloped him, and his temperament was extraordinary, just like an exiled immortal. I don't know, but I advise you not to mess with him. Lu Dazhu opened his mouth and reminded, seeing as the two had pursued Shi Meng for so long. These words were like a pot of cold water poured onto Wang Tang's head. Lu Dazhu and his identity is comparable. Even he is so scornful of people, but also he cannot afford to mess with the existence of the. Then I'll find out his identity as well. Wang Tang gritted his teeth as his face showed unwillingness. He hadn't been so aggravated in all his time. Lu Dazhu smiled and didn't say anything. Although he was also upset that he was the one who had offered the most immortal crystals this time, he was still able to distinguish between them in front of his little life. After Nangong Chen received it, he just swept a glance and without saying much, he took all the immortal crystals inside and returned the brocade bag to Shi Meng. Shi Meng was a bit stunned at the sight, and then her beautiful eyes were a bit dull, as if she was heartbroken. Jiang Che's eyes were cold when he saw the duck that had arrived in his mouth fly away, and there was a touch of anger in his heart. Since we can't just take it over, we'll have to rob it. At this moment, greed flashed under his eyes. This kid is proficient in the way of letters, so that proves that he is not a martial arts cultivator and can be taken in hand. Hey, stop. Seeing that Nangong Chen wanted to leave, Jiang Che said in a cold voice, his powerful aura exploding out from the sky. Jiang Yingyu watched the scene with interest and didn't make a sound to stop it. In her opinion, the strong should rob the weak of their things. Rightfully so. These 100 immortal crystals were still useful to her. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but look worried. It seems that today, if this gentleman doesn't hand over these 100 immortal crystals, it will be difficult for him to walk out of the astronomy pavilion. This was a demon of the Taiku Jiang family, and I'm afraid that there are only a few people in the world who can overpower one. When Meng saw this, her pretty face couldn't help but feel some anger as she spoke out. Jiang Che, what do you mean by this? Nangongchen had done her a great favor. She couldn't possibly watch Jiang Che rampage and bully Nangongchen like this. What do you mean? These 100 immortal crystals are not so easy to take. Jiang Che laughed coldly and ignored it. And then seeing Nangongchen walking blandly as if he had not heard, Jiang Che even clenched his fists tightly, and a murderous thought surged to his heart. Dare to ignore me, and you take the path of death. The sky was filled with fiery intent, pressing towards Nangongchen with a terrifying might. If a heavenly ranking pride were to receive this move, they would all have to either die or be crippled, let alone an ordinary heavenly pride. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts went cold and they shook their heads in pity. It seems that a generation of literary wizards is about to fall. It can't be helped. The immortal cultivation world is so cruel. Don't you dare. Meng Jiao reprimanded. Her veiled hand Buddha out. 10,000 purple flowers bloomed, carrying an extremely strong Dao rhythm, sheltering in the sky above Nangongchen. Jiang Che was laughing coldly, a mere end of the heavenly ranking demon, but he couldn't resist this attack. Sure enough, that roiling fiery intent instantly broke through the purple flower formation and killed towards Nangongchen. Meng turned pale and closed her eyes, somewhat unable to bear to see this scene. Are you afraid? Nangongchen spoke out. The person he asked wasn't anyone but Qingyu. Qingyu's petite body trembled and responded. Not afraid. What happened today was a choice she personally made, and even if she were to die, she would have no complaints. The only shame is that she won't be able to take care of her brother. Nangongchen nodded thoughtfully. In the next moment, Nangongchen looked toward the roiling fiery intent and blasted out a fist. The fist aura was incomparably blazing, accompanied by a Kirin roar. The might was earth-shattering, and it even turned into a Kirin shadow to kill up. With this punch, the void trembled a little, and even the heavens and earth were torn apart wherever the wind of the fist reached. Boom! The roiling flames, against this punch, unexpectedly collapsed directly, while the light of that punch was still there, charging straight at Jiang Che behind him. Jiang Che's face changed as he offered up a defensive magic weapon, emitting endless golden aura, trying to block it. Boom! What was unanticipated was that punch unexpectedly hardened the magic weapon and directly disintegrated it, and Jiang Che was sent flying by this might, spitting blood from his mouth as his body fell back more than once. Who the hell are you? Jiang Che's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and asked. At this moment, he finally realized what the other party's bottom line was. What made him a bit puzzled was why this person, as a heaven-ranking demon, had never been seen before. Hiss! When the crowd saw this scene, their pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat in disbelief. Is this even a ING fight for a bookie? Meng happened to see this scene as well, her small mouth slightly open with a shocked look. To be able to beat Jiang Che to such an extent, this male was actually in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. Thinking of this, Meng's beautiful eyes revealed the color of worship. Wendo can have this kind of achievement in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, is simply her dream couple. Jiang Yingyu was a bit surprised. The power of that punch, even if she was allowed to block it, she wouldn't necessarily be able to block it. Surprised you looked away? Jiang Yingyu was like an enemy. Her heart was very scornful. Her eyes were shocked and she pondered. In the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, there are people she hasn't seen before, it seems, and it can only be. As for Wang Tang, who had been looking over here, he kept patting his chest at the moment, as if he had recovered a life, and was in a state of shock. Good thing you warned me, old buddy. Phew. Lu Daiju's eyes also had shock in them. He knew that Nangongchen was strong, but he didn't think that it would be as strong as this. You're still the first one, who dared to rob on my head. Nangongchen's eyes were cold, revealing a cold smile. I wanted to keep a low profile, but I didn't think that I would dare to mess with my own head, so it was not up to me to make a move. Qingyu, on the other hand, was in shock and took a long time to get over it. The top 10 of the heavenly ranking, unexpectedly by my side? This. She was actually leading the way for a demon in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. When Jiang Che saw the smile, his heart was so bottomless that he directly pulled out the boundary-breaking talisman and ran away by tearing the void apart. The crowd was a little dazed. Just running away? Seeing him use the boundary-breaking talisman, Nangongchen didn't continue to pursue him, and after sweeping a glance at Jiang Yingyu, he turned around and left. Qingyu followed closely behind. When Jiang Yingyu felt this look, it was like falling into an ice cave, a coldness surging through her heart. This person must not be messed with. My lord, you have not informed me of your name. Just then, Shimon came out after him. Tatsu Rinjitsu. Chapter 119 Ao Longshire Z declares war. Crowds surround him. Nangongchen turned to leave, his white clothes hunting, leaving only these 4 words behind. The stars are in the 9 heavens. These 4 big words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, echoing in everyone's mind. The top 10 demons on the heavenly ranking. And with the character Tatsu, the crowd suddenly thought of the above and looked at each other with shocked faces. They did not expect that this person was recently famous. Heavy pupil. Shermeng was even frozen in place for a long time before she reacted. Her beautiful eyes had an unstoppable surprise. So it's you, she whispered, her eyes blooming with color. With this kind of strength and talent, I'm afraid there is only one person in the world. On the other hand, the 2 Nangong Chen had already walked away. Along the way, Xinyu's delicate pretty face was a bit blushing, her jewel-like eyes glancing from time to time at that immortal-like face. Thinking that earlier he had advised the male son not to go into the astronomical pavilion, he didn't expect people to give themselves a hard slap in the face. Not only is the Duke's literary Dao unrivaled, his martial arts Dao is even more extraordinary, and he is even a legendary top 10 demon on the heavenly ranking. But fortunately, people didn't seem to be counting, or else a little person like her wouldn't be enough for a male to pinch with one finger. Thinking of this, she once again glanced at Nangong Chen's expression, which was calm and indifferent. Luckily, I'm not mad, Xinyu whispered to himself with a sigh of relief. During this period of time on the road, she simply didn't have the time to take a break and get to know the current top 10 of the heavenly ranking. The only one I seem to remember is the heavy pupil one. I don't know which one of you is the big shot. Right in between Xinyu's thoughts, a voice was deafening and resounded throughout Chu City. The month of January has come and gone. Heavy pupil, come and fight. I know you're coming. The voice was so powerful that an arrogant and haughty figure even surfaced in many people's minds. It was none other than the heavenly ranking demon, Ao Lung Shirzi. On the streets, the faces of the people changed as they looked into the void, their pupils shrinking slightly. A figure clad in golden battle armor, standing in the void, holding a blood-red battle halberd. Amazing power, eyes like cold electricity blooming, battle intent. Below him, there was a large mountain of majestic mountains, the peak of which rose straight up into the sky with a majestic atmosphere, and it was the top of the Chu clan's mountain. At this moment, the Ao Dragon World Sun was standing there, and the entire Chu city could see it in plain sight. This kind of outburst naturally startled quite a few big names to watch. There were quite a few people who came to watch, just from the immortal family. In the middle of the king city, the Chu family and the others gathered here, their gazes fixed, watching this scene in the sky. Yenner, do you think that heavy pupil is really here? There was a middle-aged man with a terrifying aura who opened his mouth and asked. It was none other than the Chu family's current family head, Chu Shanhe. If the news is correct, he's coming, Chu Yan said calmly. Her skin was like snow and her face was bloodless, as if she was a sickly beauty. Chu Shanhe nodded, his eyes revealing a touch of curiosity. I also don't know whether the heavy pupil person can actually defeat the Aolong Shirzi. Recently that brat had been whispering in his ear, wanting that heavy pupil to be his brother-in-law. When he thought of this, he glanced somewhat angrily at Chu Xing, who was sitting in the corner. I haven't even met you, and you've started calling someone brother-in-law, so you're really no big deal, so I'll beat you up a few more times later. In the attic, the Hao Ran Pavilion and others were also gathered here. Senior brother. I see that the other senior brothers told us that Elder Xiong seems to have asked the heavy pupil to go out and shelter us for a while. Is this true? One of the disciples opened his mouth and asked, arrogance in his heart. His name was Xiong Dai. He was the son of Elder Xiong. His talent was very amazing. At only 22 years old, he had already stepped into the 40th place of the heavenly ranking, which was very rare. It's true, Yu Shan said helplessly. Fine. That old man is also confused. To be able to say something like that, I'd like to see if that heavy pupil is three-headed and six-armed, and is worthy of sheltering me as well? Xiong De sneered, feeling that he was being underestimated. That's right. A heavenly pride from the Eastern Divine Prefecture. What's so strong about it? Senior brother, you probably haven't seen a stronger one. Another older disciple spoke out and said to Yushan. This time came to Chu City, but with the previous several times are not the same. Come are the Haoran Pavilion's elite, are the top batch, naturally different from the other disciples' view. Yushan Shan didn't know what to say and could only reply with a bitter smile. He looked into the void, hoping that the heavy pupil would change their minds later. The other side, in the void, several chariots stood, and the 9-day hovering flag above them was very noticeable. After the people below saw it, they also revealed shock and their eyes were filled with fear. This power was no one but the legendary Sun God Palace, or a power with a grudge against the heavy pupil. Last time in the 9 heavens mysterious realm, they remembered that the Sun God Palace had lost a paragon and 2 divine kings, and afterward, the Sun God Palace even acted as if nothing had happened, not even holding the heavy pupil accountable, which simply opened their eyes. The people also have speculation in their hearts. Maybe afraid of that rumor of the bronze ghost face mask of the woman. Only, now that so much time has passed, that rumor is gradually fading. If the Sun God Palace were to make an attack this time, the heavy pupil would not be able to have a good time. This place was the central divine prefecture, and it was impossible for the forces of other states to extend their hands this far over. Today is the time when that heavy pupil will fight with the Aolong World Sun? In the chariot, an extremely powerful aura emanated, and a cold voice came out. This person was the second sequence of the Sun God Palace, Yi Ku-chung, who had a saint's bone in his chest and was known as a little saint by the world. That's right. On the side, an elder said respectfully, I'd like to see what this heavy pupil is capable of, daring to be so disrespectful to our Sun God Palace. Yi Gu-cheng's tone was cold, and his body's terrifying aura erupted out, and the void trembled a little. Yi's sequence, the heavy pupil is just a 10th on the heavenly ranking. The gap between you and the 4th on the heavenly ranking is huge. It's just a jumping clown. That elder opened his mouth and laughed with a bragging face. Yi Ku-cheng nodded, satisfied. That's right. This person just chopped up a blue Ling Tian, that unimpressive waist. The gap between my strength and blue Ling Tians is like a fluorescent white moon. I am the white moon. Yi Ku-chung continued. Lord Palace Master told me not to make a move in Chu City. So this Chu Clan Immortal Collection will be the death of this heavy pupil. Of course, if he can survive this battle with Ao Long Shirzi, maybe even, this sequence doesn't even need to make a move. This person will fall here. Ha 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 ha. Yi Gu-chun laughed out loud, as if he had already seen the heavy pupil person in that miserable state. What Yi sequence said is very true. Next to him, that elder squeezed out a smile like a chrysanthemum and patted his ass. Chapter 120, the Jun clan's upper realm comes to chop the dragon. The hidden monarch family. Is today the day the two men fight? But it's a bit of a shame that I can't go and see it in person. Jun Wushwang whispered to himself, his eyes flashing as the Xian Huangqi filled the air, carrying an invincible aura. In the void, the Kuan Pang, the Great Cauldron, and other divine phases unexpectedly appeared, which were the symbols of the Tsong Tian hegemony body lineage. Now, that divine image was becoming more and more solid, carrying a shocking divine might, countless runes intertwined and terrifying. Obviously, this had Tsong Tian hegemony body stepped into a completely new level. Jun Wushwang's strength was also not what it used to be, stepping into the realm of the Tao God King. Seeing this, the protector of the Tao on the side was satisfied and nodded frequently as he opened his mouth. Not bad. Your strength nowadays is all about these three divine phases. If you were to cultivate to perfection out of the world, I'm afraid you could already crush all the demons within the Xian heavenly domain. Even if it's ranked in the 3000 Tao state, it can be considered an entry-level heavenly pride. That protector's breath was like an abyss. Very young, wearing a Taoist robe, with a touch of exaltation under his eyes. Jun Wushwang was somewhat speechless when she heard this, her fists clenched in resentment. He this kind of talent and strength, but can only be regarded as 3000 road state into the stream of the pride of heaven. That's right, the Jun family in the middle of their Xian heavenly domain was the collateral lineage of the Jun family of the 3000 Tao state, and his so-called protector of the way was precisely the main family sensing the birth of a good bloodline from the collateral lineage, and sending out this person to receive it. But you don't have to be overly anxious when you return to your main home later on, which is the 3000 Tao state in the 9 heavens. I've seen too many lower realm demons that have never recovered after coming to their main home. You have to know that the Lord's family let you and the others come to the 3000 Tao state, but they see the value of you and the others. All you have to do is to cultivate according to your classes. Not to say that you will become one of the top batch of the Jun family in the future, but to become the mainstay of the Jun family, it is also possible. That young protector of the Tao slowly said, and although his words were full of exhortation, it was not hard to avoid seeing the disdain in the bottom of his eyes. His name was Jun Yu. In the upper realm, he was a sideline heavenly pride, mocked by the people of the main family every day. With a low status, now that he had come to the Xian heavenly domain, he naturally had some pride in his heart, and had an innate condescension towards these people of the branch line's bloodline. Of course, he had seen many demons coming up from many branches, and after coming to the 3000 Tao state, they all ended up stopping at the average degree of heavenly pride, and in the future in the family, they could only become a member of the vast number of side families, and as a side lineage heavenly pride, his future end will naturally be farther than these heavenly prides that came up from the lower realms, so he naturally has no fear of them retaliating later on. I know. Jun Wushwang spoke out only after a long time. Do you have any more questions? Na Junyu asked. When Jun Wushwang heard this, he pondered for a moment and spoke. Some time ago, amongst the Xian heavenly domain, a heavenly pride with Super 9 talents was born. His talent was the heavy pupil. Does such Super 9 talents really exist? Jun Yu's eyes throbbed a little when he heard this. and he seemed to think of something as he opened his mouth. Super 9 products. Naturally it is true. Among your Xian heavenly domain, the highest qualification is 9 products. Unbeknownst to you. In fact, the highest is more than 9 products. Of course, these latter words, when you come to the 3000 Tao state, you will naturally know. When Jun Wushuang heard this, he was somewhat dazed, and then asked, "So, the heavens pride with Super 9 qualifications, has anyone come to receive them to the upper realm?" "No, you're saying he's a Super 9? After hearing Jun Wushuang's words, Jun Yu looked like he had thought of something and was shocked. "Yes, this is well known amongst the Xian heavenly domain." Jun Wushuang nodded in response. "That's weird," Jun Yu whispered, thoughts in his eyes. In the 3000 Tao state, the major powers, however, had the means to detect the demons in the 10 domains, which was also the means for the major powers to snatch people, and he was in the hands of that piece of information, but did not show the Xian Tian domain. There is a Super 9th grade of heavenly pride. You have to know, if there is a Super 9 grade heavenly pride here, but will the other 3000 Tao states crazy? Because you only know that it is written Super 9 grade, but do not know exactly how much super. If later to come to a supreme demon, it can be a great luck. Could it be that someone is covering up? Junyu shook his head before dismissing the idea. He has checked. Xian Tian domain can be linked with the upper world forces, but only a few. So now there's only one other possibility, and that's an error. The odds are that you guys have been hoodwinked. That kid, most likely, is not a Super 9 talent. Junyu pondered for a long time and spoke, his eyes revealing a brilliant light. "Oh," Jun Wushuang froze, surprised. "Have any of you seen him test his qualifications with your own eyes?" Jun Yu snapped again. Jun Wushuang shook his head. "That was compiled by the Heavenly Hall of Fame. How could he know?" "That's right then." Jun Yu was even more certain, revealing a smile, while in his mind, he wanted to laugh a little. "I didn't expect that in this lower realm, there would be someone who would fake talent." Thinking of this, he was contemptuous of this person as a trace of good feelings vanished. It is said that this time, the heavy pupil is fighting a person with the AO Dragon Saint body, and if the heavy pupil's talent is false, then it seems that he is bound to lose this time. Jun Wushuang added, thinking of the fact that the two would be dueling today. AO Dragon's sacred body? That's fine. If both of them are in the same realm, this fake talent liar will not have the slightest chance of winning. Don't believe me? Wait and see. Junyu shook his head and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth with a confident expression. On the other side, on the street, Qingyu's pretty face revealed a touch of indignation when she heard it. She was very familiar with this voice. If it wasn't for Ao Longshire Z in the beginning, she wouldn't have been reduced to such a state and her family would have been destroyed. This damned Ao Longshire Z, as arrogant as ever. I really hope that heavy pupil will ruthlessly clean him up. I'm sure the heavy pupil will be able to do it. Qingyu's silver teeth clenched as she looked towards the figure in the void, her eyes resentful. The heavy pupil didn't even respond earlier. And you trust him that much? Nangong Chen looked puzzled and asked with some curiosity. Why would you trust him so much? He hadn't been to the Middle Kingdom either. Only to see Qingyu shaking his head. Looking at Nangong Chen, he said seriously, since the rise of the heavy pupil, he has pushed his way across the board, never losing, from the heavenly ranking of 100, killing to the top 10 of the heavenly ranking in only a few months. I'm sure he, for sure, doesn't care to respond to the dangling clown that is Ao Longshire Z. There was a flash of fervor and excitement in her eyes as she said this. My lord, you're also in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. You should know something about it, right? She looked towards Nangong Chen, her beautiful eyes crystallized and blinking. Seeing such a dusty and handsome figure, Chang Yu's heart unexpectedly appeared a thought. If the gentleman is a heavy pupil can be good. Like this? Nangong Chen's heart dawned on him. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, and in the next moment, he turned around, his feet stepping into the void, a white robe hunting, and on his shoulder, the small red snake had long since vanished, transforming into a red dragon with a body of 100 feet, with flames wrapped around it and its whiskers swinging, domineering and incomparable. Nangong Chen stood on top of the dragon's head and rose up on the wind. Those eyes no longer covered up and erupted with amazing might. Where are you going, my lord? Chopper. Chapter 121. The heavy pupil man comes out. Everyone is shocked. Chopper? Chang Yu was greatly shocked inwardly, gazing at that white back, his gaze transfixed. So the eunuch is the legendary heavy pupil person. At this moment, on the street, the people's pupils shrunk slightly, and their bodies trembled a little. Why would a great demon of the quasi-saint realm appear in Shu City? Someone blanched in disbelief and asked. That aura of the scaly dragon was simply too powerful, and it was difficult for them to resist with their low realm. But soon, Someone saw the white-clothed figure on top of that huge dragon's head and exclaimed in shock. Look, you guys, there's someone on the head of that red Jiao. Who the hell is it? The eyes of the crowd were incomparably shocked, and with their eyes wide open, they all saw that immortal light ethereal figure, especially those eyes, which emitted a shocking pressure. With just a glance, the crowd turned pale, with a terrifying feeling that their souls were going to be devoured. Guessing this situation, at this moment, they also thought of who this person was. It's him, the legendary heavy pupil. He actually dared to come to Chu City to take on the battle. Who was it who said earlier that the heavy pupil wouldn't dare to come? Speak up. I didn't realize the true appearance of the heavy pupil was so out of this world. I always thought it was pretty vicious and evil. Those people, with frenzied faces, opened their mouths. There was no lack of some great family's children among them, and even some of the top Dao lineage's celestial pride were among them. But none of them, all of them were shouting for Nangong Chen. This was how popular the heavy pupil had become recently, enough to resonate throughout the Xian heavenly domain. In their hearts, the heavy pupil was nothing short of a legend. His talent was still the legendary Super 9 pieces. He had swept all the way from the Eastern Divine Prefecture without ever being defeated. And today, having come to the Central Divine Prefecture, he was going to write his own legend down. The crowd looked at the back of the Imperial Dragon, their eyes filled with blazing heat. Obviously, this scene gave them a great shock. As for many young women, when they saw the heavy pupil's appearance was this outstanding, they also trembled with their delicate bodies and blushed with their pretty faces. This kind of fluctuation, at this moment, was just like ripples spreading out. He's the heavy pupil? When Chu Shanha saw it, his eyes revealed a flash of amazement as he asked. It's him. Chu Yan's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange color as she gazed at Nangong Chen and responded. He seems to have gotten stronger. Earlier in the Nine Heavens' mysterious realm, the sense of oppression that the heavy pupil had brought to her hadn't been this strong. But now, the vaulted lance within her body told her that this person must not be messed with. Was this the cultivation speed of a super ninth grade talent? The entire Chu family, whether it was the young children or those elders, were stunned. Earlier, when they heard Chu Xing describe this heavy pupil, they still felt that it was exaggerated. But today, once they saw it, Chu Xing's portrayal was still too conservative. How did a heavenly pride from the Eastern Divine Prefecture cultivate to this point? A disciple said with a shocked face and a look of disbelief. When the crowd heard this, they did not answer, and were equally puzzled in their minds. Hell knows how that place gave birth to a demon of this level. Chu Shanha's eyes were deep in thought. It seems that Chu Xing, that kid, said, let the heavy pupil person be his brother-in-law. Seems a bit reasonable. How ran Pavilion? Senior brother, I think you're right. This heavy pupil seems to really have something. At this moment, Xiongde felt that wisp of breath, trembling out of the voice. The bottom of his eyes were full of fear. The arrogant and domineering look from before had long since disappeared. I told you so. Yushan Shan responded somewhat breathlessly, looking at Nangong Chen with shock in his eyes. This guy, who hasn't seen you in a few months, has gotten stronger again. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Yushan's mouth. It seemed that he would never be able to defeat him in this lifetime. Thinking about it, the last time he was still the 100th on the heavenly ranking. This time it was directly the 10th on the heavenly ranking. Sure enough, the rise of a demon is truly irresistible. Senior brother, then can you tell us more about the heavy pupil? Xiongde asked timidly, looking like I was wrong. Several other senior brothers, although they couldn't let their faces drop, all looked their eyes over. After all, it wasn't impossible to get to know the two before they started fighting now. Seeing this, Yushan Shan also recalled what had happened between him and Nangong Chen earlier, and then slowly said, I don't know much about the heavy pupil, but as long as you guys don't mess with the heavy pupil, and the people beside the heavy pupil, you should be fine. Then how are we supposed to recognize the people around the heavy pupil? What should we do if we go out and provoke them in the future? Kumar asked, scratching his head in confusion. Ahem, there are generally more women beside him, and they are all stunning women, each of them magnificent. This point is very recognizable. Yushan coughed lightly and continued, I have to say, I'm afraid I'm going to lose slightly when the heavy pupil's looks are compared to mine. Well, this is the only man I'll admit is more handsome than me. Xiongde heard the heavy pupil beside so many beautiful women. Cannot help but some I read. Pondering for a moment said solemnly, looking at Xiongda's tiger-like appearance. The crowd was speechless. Just your appearance. People still need you to recognize? Yushan Shan also had a head full of black lines, and then continued, of course, if you rush him, you only need to give immortal crystals, 10 immortal crystals or more at a time. These disciples sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard it. What? 10 immortal crystals? Their entire body's belongings added up to less than 1 immortal crystal. and the one who charged the heavy pupil actually wanted 10 immortal crystals. Thinking of this, a touch of fear appeared in the bottom of their eyes, and in the future, they must not provoke the heavy pupil person. It was just horrible. Yushan Shan saw this, but also relieved. They produce fear or not, at least in the future will not be at war with the heavy pupil. To think that once upon a time, he had sworn that he would defeat the heavy pupil, but now, he didn't even have the courage to face him straight on, and only dared to teach his senior brother how to avoid the heavy pupil in the future. Thinking of this, Yushan Shan's eyes darkened and a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's the heavy pupil? It's got some skills. Among the chariots of the Sun God Palace, a cold voice emanated from the most luxurious of them. When those elders heard that, they dared not respond and lowered their heads. Yi Gucheng complex expression. Looking at the figure, he can feel that the heavy pupil person is afraid of not losing to him. And then, his hand gently caressed the saint's bone in his chest, which contained monstrous power. No matter what you are capable of, if you make an enemy of my Sun God Palace, then there is only one thing that will happen to you, and that is death. Yi Gucheng's eyes were cold as he slowly spoke. This time, the immortal collection. The palace master was on the occasion of his parting, but he quenched his sage bone to a new level above the realm, and it was powerful. Chapter 122. A move defeats Ao Longshizi. Winged Ox strikes. Chu City. In the middle of a luxurious hall, the guards outside the mansion had a powerful aura and a grim face. Obviously, they were not the forces in Chu City. On the streets, pedestrians also hid far away when they saw it, their eyes full of fear. This place was exactly where the Taiku Jiang clan was stationed. For this immortal collection, our Jiang family's twin prides are on the march, so why worry about not making it into the top 10? An elder uttered an exclamation, with a winning look on his face. The other elders also nodded their heads in confidence. A second on the heavenly ranking, plus an 11th on the heavenly ranking, could be in the top 10 at least. Of course, they didn't dare to say that they would enter the top 5, knowing that the immortal hideaway was a party of small worlds, and was meant to be fought alongside the pride of several other domains. Within the 10 domains, the Xian Heavenly Domain was ranked 3rd, and above it, there were 2 other rivals who were eyeing it. It could be imagined that the level of competition for the immortal collection, how fierce it was, and in each domain, 20 heavenly prides would be sent out to go on the expedition, and the 10 domains combined. There were also a total of 200 top demonic scholars. Before, the Xian Tian domain had never had anyone step foot on the head of this immortal collection, and even the 10 domains ranked in the top 10 had never had anyone step foot on it. As for the Jiang family, under the premise of having an ancient demon in their own family, they also only said that they could have a chance to make it into the top 10. Enough to see the cruelty of this. Just as the crowd was pondering, suddenly the void was torn apart, and a figure, dripping with blood, fell to the ground from it. After seeing it clearly, the Jiang family patriarchs were shocked and quickly went forward to support him. This person was no one but one of their demons this time. Jiang Che, what happened? How did you get so badly hurt? Who is it? These elders were furious and angry to know that the opening of the immortal collection was imminent, and there was still someone who dared to injure their Jiang family disciples. Wasn't this a naked slap in their face? He was injured by a heavy pupil. Just then, another voice came out from the void, and it was none other than Jiang Yingyu. Heavy pupil? When these elders heard this, their hearts shook with disbelief, and they said, these two were not related to each other, so how could they have provoked the heavy pupil? They looked at Jiang Yingyu, wanting to know the reason for this. For the specifics, you'd better ask this punk. I'm too lazy to talk about it, Jiang Yingyu said without a good breath. Her eyes flashed and she quickly disappeared in place. She was going to see it, the fight between those two. The top of the Chu family's mountain. The Ao Longshizi stood in the void. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was a dragon soul rushing out with astonishing might. And within his body, there was an extremely strong qi and blood. After he saw Nangongchen come up with his feet on the auger, there was some anger in his heart. His Ao dragon sacred body, but with the dragon tribe tainted with a little relationship. Nangongchen him this kind of action. Is not it in the naked humiliation of him? Just as well, now that I have bathed in dragon blood, my physical body has been tremendously enhanced and is not what it used to be. It will definitely be impossible for the heavy pupil to defeat me. The Ao Longshizi's face showed a ferocious light, and the dragon tattoo between his forehead erupted with light, full of power. This time, he was going to defeat the heavy pupil in front of the crowd and ruthlessly humiliate him. Ao Longshizi thought viciously, and then his afterglow glanced to a spot below, his eyes incomparably infatuated. The place he was looking towards was none other than the Chu family. Or Chu Yen, you're finally here, but you kept me waiting. Shige, pupil, the one. Ao Longshizi's gaze was icy cold. And word by word, he gritted his teeth. Nangongchen stood with his arms folded, his expression indifferent, stepping on the head of the dragon, his white clothes hunting, his body shrouded in divine radiance, as if he were a white god king in the world. You lost to me. So naturally you're waiting for me, while you don't know that I've never seen you as an opponent. Nangongchen's eyes were deep, and he said in a cold voice, his aura was monstrous, and he brought with him an invincible momentum. When these words came out, the whole room was silent. The crowd had only ever heard of the heavy pupil's pride, but they hadn't expected that he would be so confident. On the streets, those female celestial pride's beautiful eyes bloomed with color, their hearts throbbing. This kind of demon was the perfect Taoist couple in their hearts. The other great powers all gazed intently. They wanted to see if the heavy pupil's strength was as confident as his mouth. Ao Longshizi's face was embarrassed. It seemed to be true when the heavy pupil said so. Kid, the last time Shitzi was lucky enough to give you a sneak attack, there were so many of you that you were able to force Shitzi out of his essence blood. This time when we are here, you won't have such a good chance. Right at this moment, among the followers of Ao Longshizi, a foreign demonic beast said loudly, noisy. As the words fell, a divine aura flashed between Nangongchen's raised hands. In the next moment, the head of the demonic beast from the party landed on the ground, with no life left in it. This scene stunned everyone. This was too fast. They hadn't even seen the heavy pupil attack. You seek death. After Ao Longshizi reacted, his eyes were bloodshot and a murderous intent erupted as he directly killed towards Nangongchen. The dragon pattern on his forehead shone brightly. Wings sprouted from his back, and as his saint body was activated, a dragon might spread out from his fleshly body. Transformed dragon seal. Ao Longshizi pulled out his saint soldier in his hand and shouted as the roiling might poured down from the sky. This might was so surging that it even transformed into a divine dragon, killing towards Nangongchen as if it could tear through the void. That's it. Seeing this, Nangongchen was a bit disappointed and shook his head. I didn't realize that after January, it was still such a waste. It really made him unable to enjoy himself. Nangongchen's heavy pupil blazed, not slowing down. One hand pinched the knob. The heavens and the earth swirled, and countless thunder spells coalesced in his hands. For a moment, the sky's visions changed drastically. 10,000 dark clouds surged in. The thunder light was brilliant, and the sea of thunder coalesced in the sky. In his left hand, he was cupping his hand to make a fist seal. The wind of his fist was volatile, and the Qilin accompanied the roar, erupting with a monstrous might, as if he was born a king. The Qilin treasure art and the Thunder Emperor treasure art came out in unison. The two powers were superimposed as if planets were colliding, and the fluctuations emitted were enough to shatter mountains and rivers. What kind of lightning method is this? Surprisingly, it's so powerful. A sage with a shocked face couldn't help but ask, that Qilin roar, could it be the legendary Qilin treasure art? Others said uncertainly, eyes full of surprise. Boom! The entire top of the Chuplan's mountain, the entire piece of white aura surged out, and a hint of fluctuation erupted, flattening countless mountains and rivers. A few breaths later, the white aura dissipated, and the crowd couldn't help but stare in disbelief when they saw the scene in front of them. Seiji, the pterodactyl cried out, panicked, only to see the Ao Longshizi, kneeling in a pool of blood, body tattered, and even the body is still flickering with lightning. And the most shocking thing is that the holy soldier was directly disintegrated, only turned into a corner in that. Ao Longshizi's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't believe that after absorbing the dragon's blood, he could still lose to Nangongchen, or lose miserably. Nangongchen stood in the void. His white clothes were immaculate, his black hair flew, and his heavy pupils opened and closed with a world unrivaled aura. As I said, the enemy who loses in my hands, I never regard as an opponent. Nangongchen's gaze was cold as he said indifferently. After hearing this, Ao Longshizi spat out a mouthful of blood and unexpectedly fainted directly. I'm going to let you die. Seeing this, the winged bull's face was furious, and a wave of killing intent erupted as it killed towards Nangongchen. Chapter 123, 1 Arrow Second Quasi-Saint, Protector of the Way Out. The winged bull's terrifying aura was unreservedly released, and the crowd's faces couldn't help but change after feeling it. Surprisingly, it was a paragon. Nangongchen's heavy pupils blazed as he watched the winged ox rush towards him. His face did not change, standing in the void, his white clothes moving with the wind. When the crowd saw this scene, their pupils shrunk slightly, shocked. The heavy pupil is crazy. Why doesn't he avoid it? Yeah, could it be that he was scared silly? Others are sneering. After all, the strength displayed by the heavy pupil today was simply too demonic, and if he were to enter the immortal collection, he would surely cause a lot of trouble for his own power's heavenly pride. Therefore, they secretly prayed that the heavy pupil would die here. On the Chu family's side, Chu Yen saw the situation. Her face was tense, inexplicably worried for Nangongchen. "Father, can you come to the rescue?" Shu Yan couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, a pair of beautiful eyes revealing anxiety. When Shu Shanha saw it, his head was full of black lines, and he felt more and more that his little cotton jacket had turned outward, which made him shake his tiger. As he was just about to strike, a voice rang out. "Patriarch, you must not. This is a conflict between the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty and the heavy pupil. If we take action without authorization, I'm afraid it will cause the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty to be displeased. This is a puddle of sewage that we don't need to get involved in because of some personal relationship." Just then, an old woman slowly said, her eyes a little cold. When Shu Yan heard this, he gave her a deep look and responded, "The heavy pupil's natural talent is demonic and has great potential. If we give a helping hand, we will surely be able to gain its goodwill. And in the future, when the heavy pupil takes off, he will also be able to shine a light on us. So what's with this talk of personal relationships?" This man was the leader of another faction of the Lord's family, and now that he was past his prime, he often worked against her, which disgusted her. When it was her turn to take power in the future, she would surely purge this lineage. "Miss, you're still too young. And do you know that if we help the heavy pupil, he'll be grateful to us? People's hearts change after all." The crone insisted on her point of view, countering. "You." Shu Yan was a bit dumbfounded all of a sudden. It was true that she couldn't judge the heavy pupil's person, but after the last 9 heavens mystic realm, she could feel that the heavy pupil wasn't bad. However, this was ultimately her subjective judgment, and she couldn't say it outright, which was stifling. "Father." Shu Yan then looked at Shu Shanha and timidly opened her mouth. Shu Shanha was a bit embarrassed. After all, he also felt that the old crone had a good point. As a patriarch, he naturally had to consider things for the sake of the entire family. However, he was also a father and had to listen to his daughter's views as well. For a while, Shu Shanha was speechless, his face complex, caught in a dilemma. After Chu Yan saw that, she did not continue to say anything further, letting out a sigh in her heart and looking her gaze towards Nangongchen. "Let's hope your protector is with you this time, or else it's just really bad luck." She had remembered before that Nangongchen had a quasi-saint protector. The old crone's face was self-satisfied as she glanced at Chu Yan, the implication of which was very obvious. "Melon boy, still want to fight me? You're still too young." And then the crone returned her gaze to the current situation with a deep look. She was aware that the heavy pupil had 2 quotas on him, both of which were gifted by Chu Yan. If the heavy pupil died, she would be able to seize these 2 quotas and resell them to other forces, which would be a steady profit for her. "So, you might as well die a death." The old woman looked towards Nangongchen, thinking maliciously in her heart. Seeing that his punch was about to hit the heavy pupil, the winged bull couldn't help but feel exuberant, and a flash of bloodlust surfaced in his eyes. The power of this punch was enough to be his full-strength strike, even if it was the God King realm. Receiving this punch, it would have to be turned into blood mist, let alone this kid. "You die, heavy pupil," the winged bull said in a deep voice, his tone filled with coldness. "Die? I think the one who dies is you." Nangongchen laughed, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Boom! A divine light descended from the 9 heavens, so fast that it directly tore the void apart, flashing with a dazzling cold aura. Winged Bull saw this smile. He looked stunned, some doubts in his heart. Why did the heavy pupil person not avoid? Was he scared silly by himself? In the next moment, a bone-chilling chill rose from the bottom of the winged ox's heart, and his face changed as he looked to the sky, the smile at the corner of his mouth stiffening. Boom! A divine arrow, surprisingly, directly penetrated the winged bull's head, deeply inserted into it, and for a while, golden blood kept gushing out, and the winged bull's vitality was continuously disappearing, only to see the winged bull in mid-air. With a rumbling sound, it smashed into the ground, shaking up rolling smoke and dust, with its body still maintaining the posture of a punching fist. This moment happened too suddenly. Everyone didn't react. They only saw a golden aura flashed. The next moment the winged oxes collapsed with a bang. What the hell happened? Some people couldn't help but ask in shock. The smoke and dust obscured their vision, completely unable to see what was going on amongst them. Winged ox face pale, eyes of cannot stop the panic, body constantly trembling. He wanted to pull out, but the golden arrow seems to have infinite power, staring hard at his skull. Even if you use all your strength, it is difficult to move it in the slightest. On the contrary, he was also too hard. Wound traumatization, accelerating the fading of vitality. At this moment, the winged ox completely panicked and roared. Who on earth is it that dares to sneak attack me? I am the #1 war general of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty. If you kill me, the world prince will not let you go. Your family, your forces, All will have to be buried with you for this. When Nangongchen heard this, his eyes grew colder and colder, gazing at him as if he were looking at a dead man. Threatening my family? You really don't know how to write the word death. If you like to be buried with me, I'll send your son down to be buried with you. Also dares to hurt my young master. Really looking for death. In the void, the golden eyes probed out. Those eyes were terrifying and incomparable, carrying an extremely strong pressure. The figure was not revealed, and the aura emitted was enough to make the void tremble. Chi-yun said in a cold voice, his gaze icy cold. When Nangongchen saw this, his eyes flickered in his mind. It turns out that my father said he had arranged an expert for me. So it was Uncle Chi. But what about old man Mu? Is he retired? There was some doubt in his mind. At this moment, the smoke and dust dispersed, and when the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but open their eyes wide with a shocked expression. The winged ox was unexpectedly pierced by an arrow and viciously nailed to the ground, and now it looked like its vitality was collapsing, so it was expected to die soon. At the sight of that terrifying figure in the void, it dawned on them and they all sucked in a breath of cool air, killing the Paragon realm with a single arrow. What kind of strong person is this? The crowd was somewhat afraid to guess in their hearts, and a palpitation surged through their hearts. Chapter 124, I'll give him time to become a great success, and I can also suppress him with just one hand. After feeling Chi-yun's aura, the faces of some of the strongest members of the great families and forces suddenly changed, and a flash of astonishment appeared in their eyes. This, surprisingly, it was a saintly powerhouse. At this moment, within Chu City, whether it was the Chu family, the Sun God Palace, the Jiang family, the Hao Ran Pavilion, or any other top power, the protectors of the Tao among them who had accompanied them were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. Behind the heavy pupil, there was actually a saint protector. That's even if it's a saint who specializes in bows and arrows. Do you know how scary this is? Saints themselves cultivation is higher than them, not to mention, or with a bow and arrow. This if anyone who messes with the heavy pupil person, death do not know how to die. Evaporation is possible. Coolness welled up in their hearts as they thought about this, and some of them were sweating profusely. It seemed that they would have to tell their juniors that when they encountered a heavy pupil in the future, they must not break out into conflict as a last resort. At the same time, these people couldn't help but speculate in their hearts just how terrifying the power behind this heavy pupil person was, to be able to send out a saint to protect their junior. You know, those demonic disciples of theirs are only quasi-saintly protectors. What happened today must be told to the family head word for word. The power behind the heavy pupil was definitely not as simple as imagined, and must be probed. The eyes of the crowd flickered, revealing extreme unease. At this moment, when the winged bull saw the figure in the void, his pupils shrunk slightly, and he had a face of disbelief. No wonder the heavy pupil person is so emboldened and calm. So there is this kind of existence behind him. He glanced at Ao Long Shirzi, his face somewhat bitter. A power that could send out a sage protector. I'm afraid that the back of it was not as simple as he imagined. I don't know if this revenge can be avenged in this lifetime. World Sun, in the future, it is better to keep a low profile and not to provoke such a strong enemy again. The old slave will go first. The winged ox slowly closed its eyes. The last trace of vitality completely dissipated, and with a boom, its huge body directly collapsed into a pool of blood. No! At this time, Ao Long Shirzi happened to wake up, and when he saw this scene, his eyes turned red and he roared. He didn't expect that the winged ox that had accompanied him for so long would just die in front of him. For a while, anger, unwillingness, regret and all sorts of emotions filled Ao Long Shirzi's mind, and his entire face became more and more distorted. It was all him, all the heavy pupil. If it wasn't for him, how could he have lost time and time again? You know, ever since he was a kid, he had never been so stifled. He came from a humble background, from being a slave of a small family, relying on his own talent. He climbed step by step to this point, so how could he fall here? In the end, only endless anger remained in the heart of Ao Long Shirzi. His eyes were cold to the bone, and an extreme killing intent erupted from his body. He would behead the heavy pupil, cut him into 1,000 pieces, and destroy his entire family. It was also at this time. I don't know if it was because of anger. Ao Long Shirzi's holy body unexpectedly emitted monstrous blood chi, only to hear a thud. The last shackle of that holy body unexpectedly broke, only to see the heaven and earth, all kinds of aura madly surging into the body of Ao Long Shirzi. Ao Long Shirzi's body continued to change, even gave birth to a layer of dragon scales. Forehead also gave birth to a pair of crystalline dragon horns. This was the last change of the Ao dragon sacred body, the dragon transformation. If he stepped into this realm, his fleshly body would metamorphose and would reach the strength of the fleshly bodies of the legendary dragon-blooded children. Of course, there was a considerable gap from the physical body of a true dragon's son, At this moment, in the flesh of the AO Dragon World Sun, there was a terrifyingly terrifying energy that emanated a pressure that was enough to make the crowd change color. Not good. AO Longshore Z's sacred body, it's going to be a great success. Someone saw the scene and said in shock, why hasn't the heavy pupil made his move yet? A heavenly pride asked in disbelief. The crowd is also very puzzled. According to reason, this kind of holy body metamorphosis time is the weakest time. Heavy pupil surprisingly on the sidelines. A hint of no intention to make a move. Nangongchen was breezy, his face unperturbed, his dark hair flying, his heavy pupils blooming with amazing visions. The posture he displayed was like that of a teenage supreme being, causing everyone to be moved. So what if the sacred body becomes great? I'll give him time to become great, and I'll also be able to suppress it with just one hand. Nangongchen spoke with a shocking, warlike intent, not fearing in the slightest. When these words came out, the crowd's scalp tingled. A wave of respect surged to their hearts, looking at this juvenile figure, as if they were seeing a generation of future heavenly emperor. What kind of self-confidence and vigor is this? I'm afraid that no one in the past or present can match it. Those female celestial pride of the major powers who were on the sidelines were letting out gusts of screams, their beautiful eyes filled with strange colors, and their delicate bodies lightly trembled. This scene could be even more powerful and shocking than back in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm. Most of them had only heard of the name of the heavy pupil earlier, and did not feel anything, but today's battle at the top of the Chu clan's mountain, the image of Nangongchen's stature was thoroughly imprinted in their hearts. After today, it was conceivable that the name of the heavy pupil would reach an unprecedented height. As for some of the male celestial pride, the color of jealousy in their eyes disappeared at this time, and was replaced by a look of respect. They really weren't jealous that the heavy pupil could have so many female fans. It was purely a personal charm that made them all a bit convinced. Chu family, when Xu Yan saw this scene, her beautiful eyes similarly erupted with a strange color as she stared at that peerless figure in a daze. After a long time, she hooked her lips and smiled, her skin snow-white, the beauty of heaven and earth eclipsed. She was really a little envious of that white-haired woman, that she could find such a good man. Over at the Hao Ran Pavilion. This heavy pupil person is also too handsome. From now on he is my big brother. Saints can't stop me, Xiang De said excitedly, still holding a small book with Nangongchen's quotes in his hand. Yu Shan saw the scene, the corner of his mouth a little twitching. Who said earlier that he did not want others to shelter to come? Young people nowadays, they really change their faces faster than each other. Especially that guy. Yu Shan sighed and thought in his heart, setting his gaze on Nangongchen. A disdainful voice came out from the Sun God Palace's carriage. Humph, this person is too arrogant. After Ao Longshore Z's sacred body has become a great success, even if it's me, I can't say that I can win. I can only say that the heavy pupil is still too naive. Yi Kucheng laughed coldly and shook his head, his eyes filled with pity. It's such a shame that I was able to cut down a great enemy without me having to do anything. Yeah, what a dumbass. It'll be hilarious for the old man to see him undefeated later on. A divine palace elder chimed in with a disdainful tone. Boom! The top of the Chu family's mountain. The Ao Longshore Z was covered in dragon scales and opened his eyes as an ancient and terrifying aura erupted from him, setting off fluctuations that were enough to change the color of the sky. Sacred body. Great accomplishment. Chapter 125, Eternal Eucharist. But that's it. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces couldn't help but pale a little when they felt this kind of aura. The pressure emanating from the Ao dragon's sacred body's great completion unexpectedly carried a monstrous dragon's might. At this moment, it was as if they were not facing a human, but a humanoid ferocious beast. A humanoid ferocious beast with dragon's blood flowing through its body. The dragon horns on Ao Longshore Z's head were crystalline, and the scales exposed on his upper body. The cold light flashed, shocking the sky and the earth. His fists were clenched tightly, and in the sky and the earth, a sonic boom was produced. Some of the celestial pride could not help but break out in a cold sweat, their eyes filled with fear. What kind of amazing flesh strength was this? At this moment, they looked towards the white figure in the middle of the mountain top, and they couldn't help but worry about him in their hearts. Could the heavy pupil really defeat the Ao Dragon World Sun after the great completion of the sacred body? Now that my sacred body has come to fruition, in the world, there is no one who can stop me. My rise is inevitable. Ao Longshore Z spoke out, his eyes looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, vaguely having an invincible momentum. His mind swirled, and after breaking through to the Divine King realm, his entire being felt completely different. Just you? Nangongchen snorted coldly, his heavy pupils blazing, and the aura that erupted was no less than that of Ao Longshore Z. Heavy pupil, I have to say that you are truly a valuable person to me, and for the sake of you making my sacred body come to fruition, I'll allow to leave you with a whole body. For you, It's an honor to be the first stepping stone after the great accomplishment of this world's sun's sacred body. Ao Longshirzi slowly opened his mouth. His tone was condescending, as if he was giving alms. Ridiculous, ridiculous. You are afraid that you are not after the great success of the holy body. The brain awakening bad has begun to deliriously speak nonsense. You call me a heavy pupil person, but even my heavy pupil have not been forced out, and dare to be so delusional. Nangong Chen laughed coldly, his aura surging upwards, with an aura of being a champion of the world. When these words came out, not only Ao Longshirzi, but everyone present had their faces changed. Yeah, you know, the heavy pupil of a heavy pupil has never been used before. That was a super 9th grade talent that didn't lose to anyone in the world. It was hard to imagine the terror of that dual pupil. All the more reason to keep you. Ao Longshirzi's face was complex as he said in a cold voice. This person's natural talent was too terrifying, and no matter what, the heavy pupil would have to die here today. As the words fell, Ao Longshirzi struck out. His hands pinched fist seals, the light of his fists swirled, as if a divine dragon had come out of the world, blasting towards Nangong Chen. This punch was so terrifying that even the void became distorted and rolled up 1,000 sailing waves. The aura emitted could not help but make the crowd tremble. This is actually the top martial skill of the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty, the Holy Dragon Fist. Someone sensed the astonishing dragon might and couldn't help but open his mouth. When the others heard this, their gazes narrowed slightly and they couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. If this punch were to hit them, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be any dregs left. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Nangong Chen with some nervousness, wondering how he should respond to this punch. At the next moment, Nangong Chen's heavy pupil blazed, a golden holy armor unexpectedly attached to his body, and the chi and blood that erupted from his body surged and surged, like a golden sea of bitterness, and above that golden sea of bitterness, a divine elephant silhouette appeared, with an incomparably terrifying aura that shook the heavens and covered the world, as if it wanted to trample the heavens and the earth to pieces. At this moment, Nangong Chen was running the divine elephant prison suppressing strength in his mind, while the saint armor on his body was manifested from the heavy pupil. Within his physical body, tens of thousands of divine elephant particles blossomed in unison, and billions of pounds of divine elephant power was unleashed without reservation. Seeing that punch coming, Nangong Chen did not make a move. His expression was bland and he just watched that blow fall on him. When Ao Longshirzi saw this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. Heavy pupil, you're too arrogant to try to block this strike from him with this armor. Boom! This holy dragon fist, directly and hard smashed on top of the armor in front of Nangong Chen's chest, erupting a shocking wave. Everyone saw this kind of scene. The heart is tense. Some women even directly closed their eyes, cannot bear to see the heavy pupil person die tragically here. In the next moment, Ao Longshirzi's smile stiffened as he felt an extremely strong force explode out. He turned pale and flew directly backwards, smashing into a mountain peak. At the top of the Chu family mountain, Nangong Chen stood, his holy armor dissipated, his body glowing glazed, intact, not stained with half a bit of dust. Is this your proud sacred body achievement? This is too disappointing for me. Nangong Chen stood with his arms folded and shook his head with a disappointed expression. Surprisingly, the defense of his heavy pupil holy armor didn't even break. And this is the so-called Holy Dragon Fist. A mouthful of blood was spat out by the Ao Dragon World Sun. His hands were currently bent in an extremely twisted position, and his eyes were filled with fear. This guy, is he really human? Compared to him, Nangong Chen was more like a monster in human skin. At this moment, he was finally afraid. When the crowd saw this scene, their pupils shrunk slightly and they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Their faces hard to believe. They couldn't imagine that in the end, after the Ao Dragon World Sun's sacred body had become a great success, he was still unable to defeat the heavy pupil. No, this is not unbeatable. It's simply a one-sided crushing. In today's battle, the heavy pupil did not even suffer a single injury. No wonder the heavy pupil will give the Ao Longshirzi holy body great achievement. It is completely the bottom line brought by his own strength. I don't believe it. Ao Longshirzi gritted his teeth. His hands erupted with a white aura, radiating a wave of vitality, and after a few breaths, his hands were actually healed. This is the dragon blood lineage, which has always been incomparably terrifying in its self-healing power. This kind of image also made the crowd's hearts tremble. Subterranean dragon transformation. Ao Longshirzi roared. His eyes were blood red, his palms closed, and in the next moment, he unexpectedly transformed into a white dragon with a body of 10,000 feet, covering the sky and the sun. His breath was terrifying to the extreme, just like a real dragon coming out of the world. Take your life. The white dragon that Ao Longshirzi had transformed into, its scales piercing the eyes, let out a roar and tore towards Nangongchen. His aura continued to rise, and he was afraid that if a peak god king received this strike, he would have to fall here. Nangongchen was breezy, urging the line character secret, and in the next moment, he was so fast that the void tore apart, instantly arriving behind Ao Longshizi. This kind of speed is really too fast. Completely is not a great ability realm can have. All cannot help but for the shock. Even Ao Longshizi, those huge dragon eyes froze for a moment. Where was the person? Loach. Looking for me? Nangongchen's hand pinched a fist seal. His body erupted with golden chi and blood, majestic and surging. And the void god elephant roared as he blasted down with a fist. Behind him, a white-clothed god king silhouette appeared, standing on top of the sky and the ground. And that volatile stance made everyone feel like kneeling down, just like a heavenly emperor coming out of the world. This punch, however, fell straight towards the dragon's neck, taking the life of Ao Longshizi. Chapter 126. So what if the upper realm master teacher? Kill it as usual. Ao Longshizi's body instinctively trembled as a coolness surged through his heart. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he turned his head to look, only to see the surging fist light, illuminating his eyes. When did you come behind yourself? Ao Longshizi was in a panic, his heart filled with doubts and incomprehension, and he could not stop his cold sweat from flowing down. Boom! In the next moment, the heavenly emperor's fist fell, and that huge dragon body, like a missile, flew into the ground, directly smashing out a huge pit. With this punch, the might that erupted from it, the entire Chu city had a ripple effect. The heavens and earth shook, the eaves collapsed, and ancient trees fell down. It was inconceivable that this was a punch unleashed by a junior. Among the onlookers, there is no lack of some God King realm powerhouses. At this moment, after sensing this kind of fluctuation, they can't help but change their faces, their eyes filled with scorn. The heavy pupil was now full of wings, so powerful that he could even leave the divine king realm out of his eyes, and must not be messed with in the future. After a long time, the smoke faded and a figure dripping with blood appeared in the sight of everyone. Inside the giant pit, Ao Longshizi had already regained his person. His body was incredibly weak, his eyes were lightless, and he only had one last breath left. Nangongchen slowly landed, a white dress fluttering, heavy pupils blazing. After a battle, he didn't even change much. His expression remained indifferent. It seemed that he didn't even put out his full strength. Seeing Nangongchen come over, Ao Longshizi's eyes were red with resentment. He was jealous. He was unwilling. Why was Nangongchen such a monster? Why did such a character appear in the Xian heavenly domain? Last time it was a lucky escape for you. This time I'll see if you're still that lucky. Nangongchen's eyes were cold as he stepped on his head and spoke. Who knew that when Ao Longshizi heard it, he laughed out loud. His features were very twisted, and he said viciously, "You want to kill me? If you kill me today, in the future, your forces, your clansmen, will definitely be retributed by the subterranean dragon immortal dynasty, and what awaits you will be an endless pursuit. Also, do you know that the year I was born, I was taken as a disciple by the mad dragon venerable in the upper realm, and that he will come down to the lower realm to take me away in half a year's time, and if he learns at that time that I was killed by you, you will be doomed for all time." Seeing that he was still doing what he was doing, Ao Longshizi was ruthless and revealed his biggest secret. One must know that he was able to come to this point now, but he still relied on that creation 20 years ago, obtaining the true transmission of venerable mad dragon, and since then, he had pushed his awakening all the way across the board, and the fact that he had named his name Ao Lun was obviously connected to that. Are those your last words? Nangongchen shook his head and said in a cold voice, not taking his words to heart at all. Chase and kill? It would be better to destroy you in advance. As for that upper realm master of yours, the big deal is that if you come to the lower realm, you'll die with you, just to make a pair for you. But he knew that when the 3,000 Dao states in the upper world came to the Xian heavenly domain, they would be restricted by the heavenly Dao of one side, and their cultivation would be limited to a certain realm. Half a year can be a long time. Who does not know what will happen? If he will reach the extreme realm of this heaven and earth, the same class invincible he, and why fear these so-called real people? The upper realm to come, then kill as usual. Of course, if there was still no solution, the big deal was that he would call his mother in the upper realm to make a move. His mother had been hanging out in the upper realm for so long now. It wasn't so bad that a bull Zuni couldn't be solved, right? After thinking this way, Nangongchen's eyes flashed, and then a foot fell, wanting to completely cut off his vitality. Seeing this, Ao Longshizi's face was maniacal. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Ignorant people have no fear. Ha 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 ha, I'll be waiting for you, heavy pupil. In half a year, I'll be waiting for you to come down." He had never expected that Nangongchen would still dare to kill him without the slightest hint of weakness. One must know that every existence that was hailed as an exalted one was a party of characters in the upper realm, to the point where a single breath could instantly kill a saint. Wasn't he afraid that the exalted one would get angry and destroy this domain? Thinking of this, Ao Longshirzi couldn't help but curse in his heart. This was simply madness. Naked madness. He had some inner regrets. He didn't know why he had to provoke Nangongchen. Obviously he wanted to collect all the sword fetus just. However, regret was useless. As Nangongchen's foot fell, Ao Longshirzi completely lost his life. Along with his divine soul must perish. At this moment, the entire room was silent. A silence. The crowd looked at the teenage figure. Some of them had chills in their hearts, not expecting Nangongchen to be so murderous and ruthless. To know, Ao Longshirzi had blown himself up. He had a venerable master in the upper realm. If it was an ordinary person who heard that, I am afraid that he would have stopped. After all, which one of the strongest in the upper realm is not an existence that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth? The heavy pupil, on the other hand, didn't even hesitate for a second and killed him with a single kick, directly giving himself a big feud later on. At this moment, even those who had previously favored the heavy pupil, shook their heads with pity in their eyes. Half a year later, I'm afraid that the Xian heavenly domain will lose a demon that shook the Xian heavenly domain. Others were sneering, feeling a sense of relief in their hearts. What a little cutie. Kill the Ao Longshirzi, then when his honored master comes down, let's see how you should live. They thought that Nangongchen was used to being arrogant, and now he deserved this retribution. But no matter what, today, the heavy pupil's mighty name was going to shake the Xian heavenly domain once again. At this moment, the impression of the heavy pupil's decisive killing and demonic natural talent had been deeply engraved in their minds. On the street, those young boys and girls, all felt hot-blooded. Their eyes were very hot as they looked towards Nangongchen, with adoration written all over their faces. They don't care what happens after half a year. They only know that life is to be like this, fastidious and without regrets in their hearts. I don't care who's behind you. If you mess with me, I'll kill you anyway. Similarly, this was also the inner voice of some commoner celestial pride. In the crowd, Xingyu saw this scene. Her beautiful eyes were already wet at some point, like pearl-like tears flowing down drop by drop, crystal clear, choking in a small, pathetic voice. Father and mother, have you seen it? Ao Longshirzi is dead. Your revenge has finally been avenged. Woohoo! Xingyu's throat was a little hoarse, obviously caused by being too excited just now, but she remembered that her son had said that he would definitely defeat the Ao Longshirzi, and now, without breaking his word, he did. Ao Longshitsi, the one who has done a lot of evil deeds, died in the hands of Gongzi today. To her, the male was the great, unique hero of her heart. After a long time, Xingyu stood up, trying to stand on tiptoe, wanting to take another look at Nangongchen's figure, only to find that, on top of the mountain, the figure that he couldn't forget had long since left. Soon, Xingyu felt some wetness on his face, and those bleak eyes looked back up, only to see that the foggy sky, at some point, had started to rain heavily. At this time, on the banks of the Chu City River, people have long since disappeared, leaving Xingyu alone here. When Xingyu saw this, her heart couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of her relationship with Nangongchen, tears welling up in her eyes as her entire body froze in place. My name is Chengyu. Gongzi, green as in green, depressed as in depressed. Xingyu? That's a good name. I came to Chu City when I heard that the heavy pupil was going to fight with the Ao Longshijin, and I wanted to see the Ao Longshijin lose with my own eyes. Yes, the heavy pupil will win. The heavy pupil has not lost since ancient times. Whoever said that if you can't forget it, it will come back to you. It suddenly occurred to Xingyu that he had once read this sentence on top of a collection of novels, and now that he thought back on it, he couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous. We're not in the same world after all. Yu whispered to herself, her beautiful eyes lightless as she let the rain fall on her. If you're sick, I don't want to find a second one to show me the way. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Yu's delicate body trembled as she looked back over her shoulder. Chapter 127. You can't guess what's in a young girl's heart. Aren't you gone? Seeing this familiar and unfamiliar figure, Yu huffed, lowering her head and wiping a tear from her eye, her tone surprised. She didn't think that the eunuch would come back, only to see in front of her. Nangongchen did not know when to stand there. The temperament of the dust, surrounded by divine radiance shrouded, obviously raining, but not a drop fell on him, as if isolated, very immortal. After hearing what Xingyu said, his face was somewhat helpless as he spoke. The immortal collection opens in 2 days. Where do you want me to go? I'm afraid I'll have to find a place to stay for these 2 days. Really? When Xingyu heard that Nangongchen was going to stay for 2 days, She jerked her head up, her beautiful eyes blossoming as she opened her mouth to ask. Naturally, it's true. Nangongchen smiled. How could he possibly hide such a thing? However, after taking a good look at Qingyu's crying red eyes, Nangongchen was stunned for a moment and had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Qingyu had been bullied during his absence? But it doesn't make sense. If Qingyu had given out his name, the other party would have been if he wasn't a cutie. Probably would have all backed off. What's going on? Nangongchen was a bit puzzled and casually asked. If the other party does not say, then forget it. There is no need to force to help. After all, he is not a mother of God. Seeing Nangongchen looking at his face, Qingyu let out a cry of surprise and also reacted. And immediately her pretty face crawled with a blush. I just saw it raining in the sky and forgot my paper umbrella and cried. That's right. Qingyu stammered, his eyes flickering, not daring to look at Nangongchen. Nangongchen had a suspicious look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't believe it. After all, who would be damned if they believed such a clumsy lie? How in the world can you cry because you don't have an umbrella? Never mind. Sensing that there were no injuries on Qingyu's body, Nangongchen stopped thinking about it and went along with her words. I see. Then you remember to bring an umbrella next time. Qingyu's face was a bit flustered. Just after she finished speaking, she had some regrets. After all, she was a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Could the hall not even know how to make a chi condensation shield? After thinking this way, Qingyu wanted to be in a position to explain, but he didn't expect to hear Nangongchen's words. For a moment, she was in a daze. She couldn't believe that the Gongzi had believed such a clumsy lie, but think about it should not be possible. The prince should be afraid of sweeping his face. Good, Qingyu responded. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, and his heart's favorable impression of Nangongchen increased quite a bit more. Gong is such an understanding and nice guy. By the way, my lord, have you figured out where you're going to live? Right at this moment, Qingyu suddenly thought of what Nangongchen had just said and opened his mouth to ask, his gaze looking at Nangongchen's face. Nangongchen shook his head. He hadn't really thought about where to land. After seeing this, Qingyu's heart was delighted, and then she said with some petulance, if you don't mind, you can stay at our mansion. There are many guest rooms in the courtyard that are empty. Seeing this, Nangongchen intended to rebuff. After all, Qingyu had come out to receive guests, so one could imagine how difficult life was for the siblings, so it was better not to bother them. Also, one can go amongst the restaurants and have a lot of choices. Seemingly guessing Nangongchen's mind, Qingyu hurriedly said, Gongzi, our courtyard is really big. It's a few thousand li, not worse than some families. Back then, my father bought it. He also wanted to move his family into Chu City, but he didn't expect that kind of thing to happen that year. And now, it's only our siblings who live there. When Qingyu spoke later, her beautiful eyes lowered and her expression was a bit downcast, as if she was thinking of something bad. Seeing this, Nangongchen let out a light sigh, not knowing how to comfort. If you can come, Your Excellency, you can also add some vitality and bring some good fortune to our courtyard. After all, Your Excellency is a great name in the Xian heavenly domain. Of course, I understand if Your Excellency doesn't want to come. Qingyu didn't want to transmit his negative emotions to Nangongchen and forced a smile. Her eyes were blazing, incomparably hoping that Nangongchen would come to their courtyard. Of course, it wasn't just because of her own reasons, she had some selfishness hidden in there. Her younger brother, Xing Fan, was originally the Chu family's most prestigious pride of heaven, with 8th grade qualifications, and at the age of 16, he had already stepped into the peak of the Spirit Sea, just one step short of the Purple Mansion realm, and because of herself, her own brother in order to save her, by the Ao Longshire Z personally abolished the cultivation. Even the legs were also broken. To this day, there has not been any improvement. She almost used up all the money left in her family, and invited the famous doctors from Chu City, but all of them shook their heads. There was no solution at all, and they even said straight away that there was no hope of curing her brother's legs in this life. At that time, she was like a bolt from the blue, could not believe the result, and Chu Fan, also because of this reason, the temperament has since become devastated, and even a few times appeared to be frivolous thoughts. She also blames herself for why she has this face, which has destroyed her family. And now, a glimmer of hope appeared in her heart. That is, the Gongzi. The Gongzi was born with heavy pupils, absolutely unparalleled. She looked through the information. It is said that the heavy pupils can see through all the illusions in the world. So, even if it's just a try, she wants to let Nangongchen take a look at her brother's leg, whether it's no solution at all or not. Nangongchen's eyes flickered when he saw the pleading eyes, and he didn't refuse any further, nodding his head and agreeing to Qingyu. Since this niece had invited herself so much, it would be a bit unkind if she refused any further. Excellent. I'll take the prince to our home. Xingyu finally showed a smile. His heart was thrilled. Today he not only saw his enemy die with his own eyes, but he even brought the male back home. She blushed a little at the thought. He was only bringing his son back to rest for 2 days, and in the meantime looking at Chu Fan's injuries, but he didn't have any other thoughts. To know, in Chu City, the only two people love each other Dao couple, the woman will invite their Dao couple to their own residence. If I do this myself, will the prince think I'm casual? Xingyu is not lack of can't help but slow down a little. The expression is a little complicated, but when he saw Nangong Chen's handsome and extraordinary divine face, he couldn't help but accelerate his heartbeat again. Nangong Chen only felt some doubts in his heart. Why Xingyu was walking fast and bouncing at one moment, and then slowing down at another moment, like a snail. Of course, if he knew what Xingyu was thinking, he would have compared it to a big finger, secretly saying, a young girl's mind really can't be guessed. The two walked together in the rain. Chapter 128. All parties learned of it, and the hall was shocked. It didn't take long for the matter of the heavy pupil's beheading of the Saint Body Achievements Ao Longshir Z at the top of the Chu clan's mountain to spread throughout the entire Xian Heavenly Domain. When this matter came out, it immediately set off a furor in the Xian Heavenly Domain, and countless people were shocked by it. A teenager coming out of the Eastern Divine Prefecture was so powerful, with a demonic talent to such an extent that if they weren't mistaken, the heavy pupil seemed to be only 18 years old this year. This couldn't help but cause some immortal Dao lineages and top-tier great sects to feel a chill in their hearts. However, not long after, another piece of news came out. That is, Ao Longshir Z has a master in the upper world. Half a year later, will come down to the world, and if he sees Ao Longshir Z destroyed at that time, he will definitely behead the heavy pupil. After the crowd heard the news, they had mixed feelings. Some were happy and some were sad. Many people felt pity for this because the Xian Heavenly Domain was going to lose such a demonic heavenly pride. As for some of the remaining people, they laughed coldly, wishing for the heavy pupil to die immediately. But of course, most of these were forces that had a grudge against Nangong Chen. The heavy pupil's talent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, I'm afraid that at that time, the pattern of the entire Xian Heavenly Domain would change as a result, which was a scene that some people did not wish to see. They also hoped that the day half a year later would hurry up and come. They wanted to witness with their own eyes that the heavy pupil had been killed. Chu family, inside the courtyard. You've heard everything that Ao Longshir Z said today, haven't you? Chu Shanha looked at his daughter and opened his mouth, his expression serious. Hear this. Chu Yan responded, her beautiful eyes somewhat puzzled as to what her father had called herself over for. After the meeting held between the clan elders, and the decision of the family's oldest ancestor, it has been decided that you, in the future, will not be allowed to go near the heavy pupil. Chu Shanha hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice. Chu Yan stared with wide eyes, her face unbelievable, and asked, on what grounds? Besides, I didn't get very close to the heavy pupil, but it was just a casual encounter. At this moment, only one possibility came to mind in her mind, and that was that old crone, looking at today's matter to take advantage of the situation. Thinking of this, Chu Yan couldn't help but have anger emerge in her heart. Is it what Chu Ruchuan said? When Chu Shanha heard that, there was a slight change in his face, but it was still seen by Chu Yan. I knew it. It's the old woman again. Chu Yan's beautiful eyes were frosty and her silver teeth were clenched. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Shanha slammed the table and shouted, enough! That's your third uncle and aunt. How can you call her by her real name in front of me? No big deal. Do you know how your third uncle died for us? You and her private struggle I turn a blind eye. When if it is argued to the stage, that is your wrong. Your third uncle back then how much love you? You are not aware of it? You look like this. Can afford your dead third uncle? Chu Shanha's eyes were red with anger. Chu Yan froze in place. She did not think that her father would say this about her because of an outsider. It was the first time she had ever seen her father so mean to her. Chu Shanha seemed to realize that he had overstated his words, but there was no way around it. He had to make this clear today. He gritted his teeth and continued in a deep voice. I'm just too pampered and spoiled you and your brother, reduced to what we are now, with no respect in sight and arrogance when we have a little bit of talent. Fine. I'll tell you now why I told you to stay away from that heavy pupil. The heavy pupil has offended the venerable lords of the upper realm, and that's the reason. The power of an exalted one is far beyond what we can imagine out. If you don't want to accompany the entire Chu family and don't want us to die, don't interact with the heavy pupil in the future. Chu Yan was silent, not knowing how to retort, as if everything was so powerless. It seems that one really shouldn't approach the heavy pupil person. But, the other party had saved his life in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm. Originally, on the side of the clan elder, he wanted to take back the quota you gave to the heavy pupil's immortal collection, and thinking that he saved your lives in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm, he still didn't take it back. Consider this time as an accident. You are not allowed to have any dealings with him in the future, Chu Shanha said in a cold voice. I know. After a long time, Chu Yan opened her mouth and said. Her beautiful eyes were lightless and her face was gloomy, as if she had lost her soul. It's good if you want to understand. Your brother Chu Xing, who shouts at the heavy pupil's brother-in-law there every day, was reported by the others, and has now been imprisoned, waiting for when he wants to understand, before releasing him. Chu Shanha faintly said, a flash of indisputability in his eyes. When Chu Yan heard this, her pupils shrunk slightly and she was somewhat incredulous. You have imprisoned Chu Xing. It's just a slight punishment. If he comes to his senses early, he can be released. Originally the clan elders side also wanted to put you in confinement. If not for my Taoist heart oath, they were willing to agree not to lock you up. Chu Shanha continued. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and her features were pale. His father actually made a heavenly oath for her. Chu Ruchuan, you have a cruel heart, Chu Yan whispered in her heart, a little lost in thought. This step, on the contrary, completely shattered her last shred of hope. She knew that in all this, there must be that Chu Ruchuan at fault. Seeing her like this, Chu Shanha also shook his head and turned to leave. How ran pavilion? What confusion! Alas! Elder Xiong muttered to himself after learning that Nangong Chen had killed Ao Longshizi. His tone filled with regret. Won't you guys advise the heavy pupil? Elder Xiong also looked at Yushan and the others, frowning as he asked. Yushan hesitated for a moment before speaking out. Elder Xiong. At that time, the heavy pupil had already killed his head. No one could stop him. If he went forward to stop him, I'm afraid that according to his character, he would turn against him. Xiongdae and the others also nodded. Not that they didn't want to, but they didn't dare. That scene, even a saint would take a punch in the past. Elder Xiong was silent. He could also imagine the scene at that time. Indeed, the dust has settled. Elder, you're not telling us to stay away from heavy pupils, are you? Yushan seemed to have seen through his thoughts and opened his mouth. Elder Xiong glared at him, without good breath out loud. What is nonsense? My generation of physical cultivators, the most pay attention to is the righteousness of the rivers and lakes. Since that day the heavy pupil in the nine heavens secret realm in the middle of the pavilion to save the lives of many of my disciples, then naturally cannot be so cold-blooded and heartless. The crowd was relieved when they heard this. They thought that the elder was going to advise them to stay away from the heavy pupil. Of course, he has provoked the upper realm exalted one, so we will have to think about what to do to hide our relationship. It's a good thing that not many people have seen us when we traveled to the Eastern Divine Prefecture that day. So, in the future, if the heavy pupil has any difficulties, we have to help, just to help in the dark. As for that honored one, I will go and ask the pavilion master how to come to a solution. At least our Howren pavilion is also a division of the upper realm. Our heritage should not be underestimated. Elder Xiong pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, yeah, hooray for Pops. Xiongde was incredibly excited and happy in his heart. In his heart, he was already Nangong Chen's fanboy, so he naturally didn't want him to die. The others nodded as their eyes sparkled. Chapter 129, that one. The Qing family. The Jiang family. I really didn't expect that the heavy pupil would actually dare to kill the Ao dragon Sijin. On the mattress, Jiang Che had recovered from his injuries and whispered to himself after learning the news. At this moment, in the bottom of his heart, a trace of fear welled up. This heavy pupil person can really be a ruthless person. The sky is not afraid of the earth. Even the Ao Longshizi has blown up his own family, but also dared to so directly out to kill. If he ran a little slower, I'm afraid that he would have to follow in the footsteps of the Ao Longshizi. Humph, good kill. What a little cutie. I'll see what he'll do in half a year. At this moment, outside the door, a voice appeared and several Jiang family elders arrived. The speaker was none other than the yellow-robed elder at the head. After they sensed that Jiang Che had woken up, they flew in. Seeing that Jiang Che had almost recovered, they were also relieved. After all, the Immortal Collection was going to be held 2 days later, so there could be no room for error. Greetings to all the elders, Jiang Che also said in a respectful voice after seeing the visitor. Aha! A few people responded in a very flat manner, obviously, very dissatisfied with him for going to mess with the heavy pupil earlier. Jiang Che couldn't help but smile a little bitterly at the corners of his mouth when he saw it. On that day, who knew that the man with the white flowing clothes was the heavy pupil? If he knew that, I'm afraid that even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to mess with it. The family head side brought us a message today, telling you not to provoke the heavy pupil after you enter the Immortal Collection. Do you understand? The yellow-robed elder spoke, stroking his beard. Jiang Che nodded his head without much comment. Unless he was too tired to live a lone life, he wouldn't mess with a heavy pupil. Seeing this, The yellow-robed elder nodded before slowly explaining. This son has a demonic talent. This battle with Ao Longshire Z, even the heavy pupil didn't use it. It crushed it. The battle power is extraordinary. That battle, the moon god also watched it. She evaluated that if the heavy pupil person used his bottom card, I'm afraid that even she couldn't resist it. It's straight up to the one on the list of the day. That one? Is this really what Zhang, moon god said? Zhang Che's face was shocked as he opened his mouth to ask. I've said it straight from my own mouth. It can still be false. If you want to take revenge, within the immortal collection, go ahead and find the heavy pupil. I won't be able to save you. Right at this moment, an icy female voice rang out, and it was none other than Zhang Yingyu. She was wearing a palace moon group. Her features were exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Standing in the courtyard, her temperament was cold and lonely, like a fairy descending from the earth, not eating fire on earth. Zhang Che looked over, and vaguely through the door curtain, he could see a beautiful figure. After hearing the affirmation, he fell silent. His heart and mind stirred, and his mind was like a bolt from the blue, which was a little too much for him to take in for a while. To know, the moon god's heart is lonely and proud to the extreme. Even she said all are not enemy, but also straight said than that one. It was hard to imagine just how explosive the heavy pupil's natural talent was. It could no longer be described as a demon, and like that one, it should be called a monster. Now, it seemed that choosing to use the boundary-breaking talisman that day was the wisest choice. Zhang Che once again flashed the color of afterthought as if he had retrieved a life, and then hesitated and opened his mouth. This immortal collection, will that one also come? When the Jiang family patriarch and the others heard this, they didn't answer directly and pondered for a while before speaking. According to the rumors, it seems to be coming, and furthermore, the Chu family has already sent the quota. When these words came out, Zhang Che's eyes lit up. This is interesting. If that one touches the heavy pupil person, I don't know what will happen. On the other side, Zhang Yingyu also held the same thought, her eyes flashing. They all wanted to see whether or not the heavy pupil could be able to rival that one. Your Excellency, here we are. This is our courtyard. Qingyu opened his mouth and stopped in front of a mansion. Nangong Chen's face was bland as he nodded, his gaze looking towards the compound in front of him, building magnificent atmosphere. The plaque engraved with the word Qingfu, the pen force sharp, dragon flying phoenix dance, see out, engraving the person. Must be a calligraphy everyone, but unfortunately, because no one lived there for years, this courtyard was less alive, overgrown with weeds and fallen leaves, except for the main courtyard, which looked tended. The rest of the place was deserted. Of course, Nangong Chen didn't look down on Qingyu because of this, but on the contrary, he was very understanding. Qingyu saw Nangong Chen looking at the plaque, also opened his mouth and said, "This is my father's engraved words. Is not it very beautiful? He likes calligraphy the most in his life. My mother also often said that he is not doing his job, but it is a pity that." Speaking later, Qinyu's beautiful eyes were a bit gloomy. "The writing is very nice. Your father is a very remarkable man. Come on, show me in and see your yard." Seeing that she was about to recall something bad again, Nangong Chen hurriedly said. Hearing Nangong Chen's praise, Qinyu's beautiful eyes lit up. Her heart was very happy, and she felt a lot more favorable towards Nangong Chen. "Okay, my lord, I'll take you in." Qingyu opened his mouth, and then put his hand on the door, and as a ripple of mana spread, the door slowly pushed open. Nangong Chen didn't have much of a reaction when he saw this. Nowadays, in this era, placing formations in mansions was already considered commonplace. Inside the courtyard, there was a clean-cut teenager, sitting on a wooden wheelchair, and after sensing the fluctuation of the formation, his heart tightened and he hurriedly rotated the armrests on this wheelchair. After seeing that it was Qingyu, Qingfan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He thought that it was Plankton Wang's gang coming over again. "Sister," Qingfan called out. "Qingfan, why did you run out alone? Go back quickly. What if you fall?" When Qingyu saw it, his pupils shrank and he hurriedly moved forward to hold the wheelchair. His eyes worried. It was also at this moment that Qingfan saw Nangong Chen behind him, and his expression changed with a wary look. "Who are you? Why have you come to our house?" Qingfan asked in a cold voice. After all, the temperament on Nangong Chen was just too transcendent. Obviously not an ordinary person. He was smart enough to realize that he was afraid that this person had come with a different purpose. When Qingyu heard this, he hurriedly opened his mouth and explained, Gongzi is not a bad person. And today, Gongzi even helped us kill Ao Longshire Z and avenged us." When he said this, Qingyu's face was a bit agitated. Qingfan's face froze, and there was some confusion in his eyes. Qingyu saw this and pontificated. During this time, Qingfan's eyelids were also trembling as he heard that Nangong Chen had asked Qingyu to lead the way. and had actually given an extreme spirit crystal, somewhat feeling unreal, to come out with such a generous offer. Is his sister really that lucky? Chapter 130 Ching Fan's shock, Wang Beishan's arrival, and then when it came to the top of the Chu family mountain, where Nangong Chen had effortlessly decapitated the Ao Longshi Z, Ching Fan's eyes widened, and a line of clear tears unexpectedly flowed out of her eyes. Father and mother, my child is incapable of personally avenging your deaths. Today, Ao Longshi Z was decapitated by the heavy pupil. It is considered a great pleasure and a deserved crime. Ching Fan reddened his eyes and muttered to himself. When Qing Yu saw it, she also couldn't help but huff and puff with her beautiful eyes red. You have to know that if it wasn't for the Duke's hand today, I'm afraid that with a status like Ao Longshi Z, they would have no hope of taking revenge in this life. After a long time, the two returned to their senses. Ching Fan looked towards Nangong Chen and bowed deeply, saying sincerely, many thanks to your excellency for surprisingly stepping in and avenging this for us. At this moment, he was much less hostile towards Nangong Chen, but there was still some doubt in his mind as to why the heavy pupil would be so coincidentally acquainted with his own sister. It shouldn't be an impostor. After all, it wasn't as if no one had fooled sister earlier. There's no need for this. The beheading of Ao Longshi Z that took place today was also a conflict between me and him. Nangong Chen smiled faintly, his eyes deep. He naturally saw the skepticism in the bottom of this kid's eyes. Looks like it's going to take a show of hands to do that. You suspect that I'm not really a heavy pupil? Nangong Chen didn't get angry because of this. Instead he opened his mouth and blandly said, children, it is normal to be suspicious. Moreover, he has hidden his most obvious feature, his heavy pupils. Ching Fan was silent, and this attitude showed everything. How can you doubt that Gongzi is not a heavy pupil? You disappoint me too much. You don't even believe in your own sister now? When Qing Yu saw this scene, there was some anger in her eyes, and her silver teeth clenched as she opened her mouth. She hadn't expected her own brother to treat his benefactor like that. And then, she looked at Nangong Chen, squeezing out a sincere smile. Gongzi, she's young and doesn't know any better. If Gongzi mind, you can just blame it on me. Qing Yu lowered his head to the ground, his tone so humble that he was close to kneeling. Ching Fan's heart trembled when he saw it, and a sense of self-blame surged through him. Did he himself go too far? But he was also worried about his sister being cheated. No harm done. It's just a small matter. Is my lord some kind of very scary devil? Nangong Chen didn't count on it and waved his hand, still without changing his face and with a warm temperament. When Qing Yu heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Kid, you can see that I'm not that pupil-heavy person. The corners of Nangong Chen's mouth hooked into a smile as he lightly laughed. The two men's hearts and minds shuddered, and they lifted their heads up. When the words fell, Nangong Chen's eyes erupted with a terrifying aura, and a ghostly light shot straight up into the clouds, surprisingly dividing that roiling dark cloud, instantly dividing yin and yang. At this moment, the sky cleared and the rain stopped. It was as if everything in the world stood still. The two of them looked into those eyes, their hearts and minds swirling, their faces pale, their bodies shaking, and just by glancing at them, they felt like their souls were going to be swallowed up in them. Qing Yu's beautiful eyes were full of shock. She did not think that even in the battle with Ao Longshi Z, Gongzi had not exposed this heavy pupil. But today, because of a word from Adi, it was displayed in front of the two of them. Even the Duke didn't reveal his heavy pupils considering their weakness. Thinking of this, Qing Yu's heart is filled with emotion, sighing how there can be such a person in the world. Saying that it is the banishment of the immortals to the earth is also undoubtedly. Ching Fan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he saw this monstrous divine light. His mind filled with that scene just now. This scene is really too shocking. Is this the legendary heavy pupil? At this moment, he felt the gap between the talent. If he has this kind of qualification, I'm afraid that a father and mother will not die. Thinking of this, Ching Fan's fists clenched, his face full of powerlessness. Soon, the eyes retracted and Nangong Chen's pair of eyes returned to normal, landing his gaze on Ching Fan. How's it going, kid? Ching Fan, apologize to His Excellency or be punished by the family law. Qing Yu said coldly, with a majestic look of an elder sister like a mother. Ching Fan came back to his senses and apologized sincerely. Gongzi, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. I was wrong. He put his head down, trying to get Nangong Chen's understanding. Nangong Chen smiled and didn't care. Everyone who protects their family deserves to be honored. He also knows that this kid is out of wariness. After all, look at his sister that way. Should be cheated quite a few times. No harm done. It's just a small thing. Nangong Chen said softly, his face bland. Qing Yu was also relieved after seeing it. Luckily the Gongzi had forgiven them. Otherwise she wouldn't have forgiven Ching Fan. Seeing Ching Fan stay in place, she spoke. Don't thank you. If it wasn't for your lordship's generosity, If it were any other heavenly pride, your head would have landed on the ground long ago. What she said was realistic, but it was also true. You know, the pride of the heavens have pride, let alone a demon like Gungzi. Many thanks, Your Excellency. I'll never dare to doubt again. Qing Fan was scared pale by Qingyu and said in a hurry. Nangong Chen waved his hand, somewhat helpless. Didn't he say he didn't mind? It seems that in this world, some rules are deeply ingrained. Just then, outside the door, an arrogant voice rang out. The two siblings of the Qing family. Today's protection fee. You haven't paid it. Oh, don't hand it over to this lord yet, or your house. You don't want it. There was a bang and the door shook a bit. Obviously someone was kicking it in. When Qingyu heard this, her face changed. Her beautiful eyes were incomparably cold, and even a hint of anger surfaced. Didn't you hand it in today? Why are you pushing for it now? It's really bullying. It's that one guy again. Qing Fan, on the other hand, clenched his fists and surged with a murderous intent. If his cultivation wasn't ruined, where would he get the turn to have this kind of wild dog barking outside the house? Nangong Chen's eyes moved with intent, and after understanding a bit, he realized what happened. It turned out that the man outside the house was called Wang Batian, the second son of the local power Wang family, with a background that carried a lot of weight in this one tiny Chu city. And this Wang Batian, all day uneducated, qualification is very poor. On the basis of their own family and the name of their own brother all day for the wrongdoing, bullying things are more common. Over time, it became a local bully, and daily collected the so-called protection fee from some cultivators of ordinary background. These cultivators were in the way of the Wang family behind Wang Batian, and his brother Wang Tang, who was a renowned heavenly pride on the heavenly ranking, and just like that, they didn't dare to resist in the slightest, and only dared to obediently pay the protection fee. There were once people who resisted Wang Batian, only to be disabled by his men, and there was even someone who floated on the river the next day, all because his father gave him a very strong guard to protect his well-being. Of course, the reason why he needed money was also very simple, because the pocket money given by the Wang family was always quickly used up by his own eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and it was simply not enough to spend. And Wang Batian's purpose of staring at the Qing family siblings was simple. It was for this courtyard. He had been craving for it for a long time. So after the two Qingyus moved in, he came over from time to make things difficult. After hearing this, Nangong Chen's eyes were ice cold as he spoke. Go, open the door. I'd like to see how he's a bully. I didn't expect that there would be such scum in the middle of Chu City. When he thought about it, in the middle of the Great Zhou, he didn't rely on his background to influence other people, and he just often went to punch the performance for the greenhouse. Yes, when Qingyu heard this, he hastily opened his mouth to respond. Chapter 131. It seems to have kicked a steel plate. At this moment, outside the gates, Wang Batian, who was fat-headed and had a big belly, was currently looking ahead with an impatient face. Damn it, why don't these two siblings come out yet? They're really tired of living. When one of the attendants on the side heard this, he also looked indignant and chimed in. To dare to be so rude to our young master, really underestimating our Wang family. When these two siblings come out later, we will definitely make them look good. This person had thieving eyebrows and a short stature, and was Wang Batian's longtime beloved. That's right. No, you're right. When the two of them come out later, we'll make sure they don't have any good fruit to eat. Wang Batian agreed, his eyes beaming with a thieving light. You know, he had been looking at this unwanted courtyard for a long time, but he didn't think that it would be these two siblings who would seize the opportunity. Thinking of this, Wang Batian couldn't help but clench his fists and let out a cold snort. The key to this two siblings is also incredibly difficult. At first thought which place of the big man, did not expect to inquire a bit only to find that the original is two orphans. After knowing that these two were orphans, he frantically went up to them daily to ask for protection money. From 10 spirit stones in the beginning to 100 spirit stones now. The purpose of his doing so was to make things difficult for the two siblings, wanting to make them know what to do, but did not think that Qingyu was every time to take the hand. An orphan, where to come so much money? It seems to have done some unseen hook. Wang Batian laughed lewdly, his eyes flashing with a flash of evil thoughts. If it's cheaper for someone else, it might as well be cheaper for me. He's been lusting after Qingyu for a long time. Knock. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wang Batian put away his previous lewd smile and let out a cold snort, wanting to show his majestic side. It took so long to open the door. They must be made to look good, or else they would be ashamed of their name as bullies. Why did it take so long to open the door? This young master is very dissatisfied with the consequences, Wang Batian said in a cold voice, his eyes sizing up Qingyu, revealing an obscene color. Qingyu's beautiful eyes were frosty with a face of disgust as she spoke. Didn't I already give you protection money today? Why do you still come to our home? She didn't have any good feelings towards Wang Badian. All she had was killing intent. This person, relying on his status, came to harass them 3 times, and if they did not pay the protection fee, they blocked the door of their home, as if they were eating flies, which annoyed them to death. If it was Wang Badian, with the remaining money of the Qing family, how could it be spent so quickly? So much so that by now, she had to go out and lead the way for those outsiders who came to Chu City, and she is faced with her own brother's leg injury, finding someone to treat him, and this person's unjustified protection money. She really hated this porker. After Wang Badian heard this, he was a bit frozen in place, and for a while, he didn't know how to answer. His cerebellum was running fast. He came today, but only money and lose all. So he wanted to come to find a wrongdoer to slaughter a little, fought a little, decided to pick this pair of soft persimmons. Right at this moment, the dog's leg, Anyo, spoke out. How dare you? The young master is the second young master of the Wang family. In the whole of Chu City, whose house is not allowed to go there, and whose house is not allowed to go out, no matter who you are, as long as you're in Chu City, when you see the second young master, you'll have to bow down and be a good person. Wang Beishan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly chimed in. That's right, that's right. He looked at Anyu a little bit with compliments. Truly worthy of being my military advisor. This brain is really not covered. When he was a child, he should not be allowed to sleep in a dog kennel, or else it could be smarter. Sick. Xingyu cursed coldly, feeling a bit baffled. Right at this moment, in the courtyard, an icy voice rang out. Whose second young master is actually so imposing? You should let me bow my head and see. The voice seemed to have magical powers as if it resounded in the two men's minds, causing them to shiver coldly. Wang Badian shivered a little, his face showing shock that he would be surprised by the sound. After Wang Badian reacted, he also realized that he had just lost his temper. His fists clenched and a touch of anger surfaced in his eyes. His eyes, which were already small slits, narrowed slightly as he spoke. Yo, you even invited helpers. I'd like to see who it is that dares to be so wild in front of me. He realized that this person should be an expert, but he wasn't afraid, because if he was an expert again, was he as strong as the old man protecting the Tao behind him? That was a powerful person of the Divine King realm. He just couldn't believe it. Someone would dare to disrespect his Wang family in Chu City. Wang Badian took big steps and confidently crossed into the middle of the courtyard. That's right, in Chu City, you'll have to dish us out even if it's a dragon, and you'll have to lie down even if it's a tiger. Anyo also said with some anger. After being in Chu City for so long for wrongdoing and following the second young master, he hadn't been scared so much. After the two of them came in, they saw that dusty and bland figure, who was currently sitting on the eunuch's chair, looking at them with cold eyes. So you're the one who tried to heroically save the girl. Wang Beishan's heart was furious as he sneered. He thought it was some kind of expert, but he didn't think it was a brat, so he wasn't afraid. There were always some slightly talented youngsters who liked to come out on top, and what he liked to do the most was to rely on his protector to ruthlessly abuse these heavenly prides and make them despair. For his part, Anyo didn't say anything, and when he saw this figure, he felt more and more familiar in his heart, and his legs kept trembling. Nangong Chen did not say anything, lowered his head and hung his eyes and drank a mouthful of tea. Light as nature, a light sentence, still not appear? The words meant something, as if they were addressed to someone else. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Badian as well as Anyo suddenly fell to their knees, their heads being pressed deeply into the ground by a black shadow, smashing up a loud sound. All of this happened too unexpectedly, in a split second, and when Qing Yu and the two of them saw it, their pupils shrunk slightly, and the bottom of their eyes were filled with heart-stopping shock. The aura emanating from this black shadow was terrifying, and it was clearly a strong person. Who is this man? Could it be that the eunuch was just speaking to him? Wang Badian was pressed to the ground by this huge force. There was some anger in his eyes. Who on earth was it that dared to do this to him? Knowing that his father didn't even dare to do this. When he glimpsed this black shadow with his afterglow, he was also startled. This person was being no one but his closest master Wang-san, his protector. Third master, Yu. Wang Beishan's eyes were a bit puzzled. On the other hand, Anyo had already been shivering. His mind was smart. Combined with this situation, he had long guessed who the person in front of him was. Thinking of this, his body trembled, his eyes fearful. The second young master. This time, it seems to kick. Iron Plate. Chapter 132. The arrival of the Wang family. I, Wang Wuxin, have met the heavy pupil. Wang Wuxin knelt on the ground and spoke out respectfully, holding down two heads in his hands. At these words, the faces of the two men whose heads were being held down froze. Wang Beishan's body trembled. His brain did not react at once. This person is? Who is this person? Heavy pupil. Surprisingly, It was the heavy pupil who had beheaded Ao Long Shi today, a demon in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. How could you have provoked him? Thinking of this, the disbelief in Wang Beishan's heart disappeared. His face went pale, and an icy coldness surged to his heart, spreading to his limbs. As for An Yo, who was on the side, he wasn't much better. After he heard that it was really a heavy pupil, he actually couldn't stop his hands and feet from trembling. He is very smart. If the Wang family inquires about the crime today, his status is humble. He must die. After hearing Wang Wuxin open his mouth, Xing Yu and the two of them were also somewhat shocked. This person turned out to be Wang Batian's protector of the Dao. And now, he was actually holding down Wang Batian and kneeling? They couldn't believe that such a ridiculous scene could happen in front of them. Of course, they knew that it was all caused by the man in front of them. Thinking of this, Xing Yu's two men looked deeply at Nangong Chen. Not bad. Sensible. Nangong Chen let out a light laugh, emitting a strong aura that carried a terrifying intent. After Wang Wuxin felt it, his heart was shaken, and the force exerted by his hands was even greater. He hadn't expected that when he really faced the heavy pupil, it was instead less like facing a junior and more like a senior. The sense of oppression that this brought was just too terrifying. Wang Batian and An Yo, by this force, were a little breathless, and their five senses were buried deep into the soil. I didn't realize that the Wang family's second young master's might was so great that it actually pressed down on me. Nangong Chen laughed, and although it was a casual remark, there was a full implication of dissatisfaction. Hearing these words, Wang Wuxin's face changed, and his eyes looked at the two, growing colder and colder. Wang Batian was trembling and didn't dare to speak. There was a touch of disdain in the bottom of his eyes. At times like this, all he had to do was shut up and the other party couldn't do anything about it. What's more, the heavy pupil was alone, while his Wang family was rooted in this land for generations. It's all because of our Wang family's lax discipline that this rebellious son has incurred the displeasure of the Duke's heart. Batian, speak. Wang Wuxin's old face smiled sarcastically, and then lifted Wang Batian as if he were lifting a small chicken, and said in a cold voice. At this moment, he no longer had the usual coddling of Wang Batian. All he had was endless indifference. He was just a protector sent by the family to just keep him alive. Wang Batian suddenly felt this sense of weightlessness and was also startled into a wow. And after hearing Wang Wuxin's voice, he also reacted. When the Qing family siblings saw this, their gazes were very cold. They couldn't wait for Wang Batian to die earlier. I shouldn't have come to collect protection money from you today. Never again. I'll return all the money to you. Don't kill me, Wang Batian exclaimed, his eyes flashing with a flash of resentment. If the heavy pupil is not around in the future, I will take a severe revenge on you. What a waste. Wang Wuxin's eyes were filled with disappointment when he heard this. This speech was to excuse himself, not even an apology. It seemed that over the years, it had been too indulgent for Wang Batian. It's hard to satisfy me when you're like this. Better go to hell and repent. Nangong Chen shook his head and said softly, and to Wang Beishan's ears, it sounded like a death whisper. The fat on his body trembled and was filled with fear. Wang Wuxin's face was helpless, and he could only secretly pray that the family crowd would hurry up and arrive. After all, he couldn't stop this demon. Right at this moment, in the void, several more figures rushed in. These people were clearly the Wang clan crowd. Among them, Wang Tang was also inside. When they saw this scene, they had a shocked look on their faces. Slow down, heavy pupil. Among them, a middle-aged man opened his mouth. He had a strong breath and a stout figure. It was the Wang family patriarch, Wang Qi. Wang Qi and the others flew in, and after learning what happened, they also looked furious. Their eyes filled with disappointment as they looked at Wang Batian. Adverse son, on weekdays, I turn a blind eye to the things you do privately in Shu City. But today, you're messing with the Duke's head. You're really letting me down. Wang Qi cracked his mouth and slapped forward a few heavy slaps. After receiving these slaps, Wang Beishan's face was hot and painful, and he was slapped somewhat deliriously. I wonder if this is still satisfactory, my lord? Wang Qi smiled with a face of reparation and looked towards Nangong Chen. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. They hadn't expected that a top-tier family head of a first-class power would have to bow so lowly in front of a heavy pupil. Of course, at this moment the most shocked were Qing family siblings too. At this moment they kind of feel like dreaming. Usually cannot see those big names in front of the prince, but this is the way. Xing Yu couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes bloom. She actually felt a sense of reliability in a man who was younger than her. Xing Fan, on the other hand, had a face of adoration, completely overwhelmed by Nangong Chen. Wasn't this a dream scene for him? All those great men had such respect for him that they bowed down to him. Nangong Chen didn't have much of a reaction. His gaze was indifferent and his aura was ethereal, as if he was a natural monarch. He didn't say anything, but the intimidating pressure emanating from him was enough to let them know. The next moment, a pig-killing scream rang out, only to see Wang Beixian's right hand, surprisingly, was cut down by Wang Qi, blood gushing out, white bones clearly visible. This scene shook a lot of people. The Wang family and others looked intolerant. They felt that the family head had done too much cruelty. His own born son, as to be like this? Sir, is this satisfactory? Wang Qi continued to ask respectfully. Wang Badian also came to his senses at this moment, and seeing his bloody right hand, his face was incomparably pale. Ouch! 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 He let out a loud scream, even calling his dad by his first name. His face pained. The eyes that occasionally looked at Nangong Chen were filled with awe. It's horrible. He's not really going to die today, is he? After hearing this, Wang Qi's eyes were even more full of ice. His eyes flashed with disappointment and some remorse. If his mother hadn't indulged Wang Badian too much, how would he have ended up in such a situation? If I had known, I should have locked him up and not been able to get out halfway. The eyes of the crowd looked towards Nangong Chen, wanting to see what kind of reaction he had, only to see that Nangong Chen remained unmoved. His face was without ripples, and he even sipped his tea with his eyes downcast. When the Wang family members saw this, they couldn't help but look a bit gloomy. Wang Tang's eyes were even colder as he forced down his anger. Heavy pupil, don't go too far. Do you have a say here? Nangong Chen laughed coldly, and when he raised his hand, a divine radiance erupted out. This divine radiance was too strong, emitting a terrifying aura that was incomparable. In the next moment, Wang Tang spat out blood and flew out backwards. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. He had not expected that the gap between the two would be so great. Chapter 133, The Ruthless Wang Qi. When the Wang family members saw this scene, they were also furious. To dare to strike in front of them, this son was too arrogant. Immediately, there were strong people who wanted to make a move, wanting to suppress Nangong Chen's sharpness. When Qin Yu and the two of them saw this, their hearts couldn't help but tense up. Nangong Chen's eyes were like cold electricity, without any fear, his dark hair flying, as if he was a teenage supreme being. Of course, his bottom line naturally originated from the saint behind him. For these forces that didn't have saints, this was a huge mountain that they would never be able to climb over in their lifetime. Enough! How long are you going to be confused? Just as a Wang clan divine king was about to make a move, Wang Qi's face changed and he angrily rebuked. The words fell. That god king's face stiffened as he slowly raised his hand down. There was some confusion in his mind, not sure why Wang Qi had stopped him. The rest of the Wang family on the side also was not good to go, as if with the deflated. Seeing this scene, Wang Tang's eyes were filled with unyielding color and his fists clenched. It was his fault that he was too weak to even receive a move from a heavy pupil. Wang Qi's face was complicated. He didn't explain. By virtue of his quasi-saint cultivation, he had just felt that above the dome of the sky, there was an aura as cold as a chilly wind staring at him. This aura is terrifying. Far from being a match for him, I am afraid that this person is the protector behind the heavy pupil person. Thinking of this, he glanced at Wang Badian somewhat icily. Looks like you'll have to be sacrificed today. Under the witness of the crowd, Wang Qi once again drew the blood-stained greatsword that had just been at his waist and went over towards Wang Badian. Wang Badian, who was in some blur of pain, couldn't help but shiver when he saw this scene. His mouth shivered a little, and he said in a trembling voice, "Father, I'm your son. What are you doing?" Wang Qi laughed coldly, his eyes incomparably cold, ignoring it, raising his great sword and slashing towards him. "Damn you! You still know that you are the son of Lao Zi, but even give Lao Zi to cause these things. Lao Zi should have shot you to the wall in the first place." Wang Badian was a little incontinent from the shock, and a turbid liquid leaked out of his pants with a fishy smell. "Ah!" As a sharp scream rang out. In the next moment, the hand rose up and the knife fell, only to see Wang Beixian's remaining 3 limbs chopped off, directly being cut into a human stick. Wang Badian fainted directly from the pain and fell into a pool of blood. When the Wang clan and the others saw the scene, their expressions were shocked, and they somewhat couldn't bear to see the scene. They didn't expect that Wang Qi would be so ruthless and cut down when he said so, and just when they could see what he was thinking, it was already too late. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes also flashed with a trace of intolerance, but when she thought of what Wang Badian had done earlier, that wisp of intolerance also disappeared. "Good chopping, letting your pig-headed meat bully us every day." Even before, this bastard had tried to drug her, and if she hadn't been overheard by Qing Fan, I'm afraid that her innocence would have long been sullied by this fat pig. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's pretty face was icy cold and filled with disgust. Qing Fan on the side saw this scene, a burst of relief in his heart, very relieved. We must know. Wang Badian did not less oppress them, and now fell into this end is deserved. I wonder if you are satisfied now, my lord? Wang Qi laughed. That face still had his own son's blood on it and looked a bit oozy. When the crowd saw this smile, they couldn't help but feel some chills in their hearts. The person who could become the head of a party's family, that was really ruthless enough, not only to others, but also to himself. Today can be considered to refresh their impression. Worthy of being the head of the Wang family, you really do have the courage. Since the misunderstanding is solved, you all can go back to your own homes. Seeing this, Nangong Chen revealed a smile and said politely. He could tell that Wang Baishan's meridians were broken by inches, and with his cultivation, in this life, he estimated that even if he reattached his limbs, it would take hundreds or thousands of years, which was enough to torture him to death. Ha ha ha, today is really a misunderstanding. If you don't mind, you can come to my Wang family as a guest at any time, and I must welcome you with open arms. Wang Qi also smiled and said politely, in other people's eyes, just like a pair of well-connected seniors and juniors. In that case, we will leave first. Wang Qi arched his hand before turning around, which dared to reveal the heart-stopping fear in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Nangong Chen would be so ruthless. He had just been observing Nangong Chen's demeanor, and when the three knives fell, Nangong Chen did not have a single fluctuation in his demeanor. However, in the first 3 slashes, he was betting that there was a hint of change in Nangong Chen. As long as there was the slightest change, he would spread his hands, and he wouldn't have to break Wang Baishan's limbs. Obviously, Nangong Chen was anticipating that he wouldn't stop. Thinking about this, Wang Qi had some fear in his heart. What a little monster. If it grows up later, it will be great. Just as he was trembling at the thought, a familiar cold voice sounded again. Aren't you guys forgetting something? Nangong Chen said quietly, looking towards the corpse lying on the ground. Wang Qi froze, and then turned his head to look, only to realize that Wang Badian was still lying on the ground. Wang Tong, go collect your brother's corpse. Looking at the half-dead Wang Badian, Wang Qi's face turned cold as he spoke. Forgot about that, the pig is still here. Yes, Wang Tong respectfully answered, and then flew down. Smelling a stench coming from his face, he forced himself to endure the nausea, and used a piece of magic artifact, and collected Wang Badian into it. Just as he was about to leave, Nangong Chen's voice rang out again. Wait, this is someone else's house. It's all messed up. Don't you have anything to show for it? If the pedestrians saw it, they'd think that a pig had just been killed here. Nangong Chen said coldly. Wen Qingyu, who was on the side, heard this. Her face revealed a touched look. She knew that Nangong Chen was speaking for them. Wang Qi just walked out a bit stiffly, and then helplessly turned around and commanded Wang Tang, you go, clean that ground. When Wang Tang heard this, his eyes went black and he quickly refused. I don't want it. Why me? Just now he can collect Wang Baishan's body. Are some by the stench of want to vomit? If you go to deal with, I am afraid to directly fainted there. It was hard for him to even imagine how his brother managed to get all smelly like that. Just because he's your brother, you have to go even if you don't. Wang Qi's face showed a cold light as he seriously said. When Wang Tang saw the scene, he couldn't help but remember what had just happened to Wang Badian, and his heart chilled a little. If you refuse, you shouldn't be stabbed twice too. Thinking of this, Wang Tang didn't dare to be in a position to refuse. His eyes revealed a lonely and sad look as he agreed. I'll go. In this way, Wang Tang forced himself to endure the discomfort and tried to vomit several times before finally clearing the ground. Well, if you want to puke, go outside and puke. Don't puke in our house. Just then, Xingfan opened his mouth with a disgusted look on his face. On the side, Xingyu nodded in agreement. Chapter 134 Hemorrhage. The Wang family flies away. When Wang Tang heard this, there was some anger in his heart, but once he thought that behind this kid was Nangong Chen, his anger subsided all of a sudden. He forced himself to endure the feeling of vomiting and exploded his cultivation, as if he was running away, leaving this place without looking back. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but wonder if it was really so disgusting. My lord, we can go now, Wang Qi asked somewhat tentatively, fearing that this kid would give another ghost. What do you think? Nangong Chen laughed. Wang Qi was relieved that there was finally nothing else. Just as they turned around to leave, Nangong Chen's voice rang out again. Slow down. Hearing this demonic-like voice, even the ever-tolerant Wang Qi couldn't help but clench his fists. How come you're the only one with so much to do? Of course, this kind of words can only be said in the heart. If it is directly said out, I am afraid that he will not be able to walk out of here today. He could only hold back the anger in his heart, squeeze out a smile, turn his head, and open his mouth. Is there anything else, Your Excellency? The Wang family members were all tortured to the point that they were somewhat god-level sensitive. but they didn't dare to say much. Wang Badian has taken so much money from others. Don't you show it? Nan Gongchen said blandly, his eyes ghostly. When Wang Qi heard it, he frowned, and then he reacted. Yeah, that robbing people's money hasn't been given yet. Then, my lord, how much would be appropriate? Wang Qi asked out loud, looking respectfully at Nan Gongchen. Nan Gongchen pondered for a moment, looked at Qing Yu and the two of them, and opened his mouth to ask, how much money did he take from you? And then, the eyes of the Wang clan and the others looked through. Qing Yu felt it and her petite body trembled. Her heart was nervous as if she was on pins and needles, but even so, she still fought carefully, counted with her fingers, and replied seriously, my lord, within these 2 years, there are a total of over 230,008, 472 spirit stones. So much, each of these, which she had carefully calculated, could not be so wrong. Wang Qi was relieved when he heard that. Luckily it wasn't a lot. It was just a few 100,000 spirit stones. In their eyes, it's just a hair's breadth away. Since that's the case, then I'll give you 300,000 spirit stones, okay? Wang Qi spoke out, with some charity in his eyes, inexplicably feeling some favor for this honest and trustworthy child. Qing Yu didn't say anything and looked towards Nan Gongchen. Nan Gongchen sneered, such a small amount of spirit stones, to send out a caller, 300,000 spirit stones. I didn't expect the Wang family's temperament to be so small. In our Heavenly Abyss province, this amount of money is something even beggars don't want. That's it, you're barely showing something. Giving an immortal crystal is almost enough. Nan Gongchen slowly said, his tone cold. At these words, the entire room was silent. The Wang clan's crowd did not expect that Nan Gongchen would ask for a lion's share of an immortal crystal. You have to know that a single immortal crystal can be 100 million spirit stones, which is hundreds of thousands, not a concept. The two Qing Yu, on the other hand, were so big that their faces froze at the figure, and they could hardly believe it, having an illusion of pie in the sky. 300,000 spirit stones, just to send off beggars. Qing Yu was shocked in his heart, but when he thought of the fact that the Duke even gave an extreme spirit crystal for leading the way, he should have known that it was probably true. It's not possible that the Wang family can't even afford to pay a single immortal crystal, is it? Just then, Nan Gongchen spoke out again, his tone carrying some contempt. What a pauper, not even any immortal crystals. What a bully. Wang Qi thought in his heart, but still clenched his teeth and said with some meaty pain in his heart, one immortal crystal is one immortal crystal. It's not like my Wang family can't afford to give it. I just don't know. The immortal crystal is so valuable. If it is placed in this pair of siblings, can it be guarded? As soon as these words came out, Qing Yu's two faces changed, and their hearts became a bit grave. They didn't really think about this link. After hearing Wang Qi's words, Nan Gongchen's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, are you threatening me? Wang Qi's face changed, revealing a smile and a compensatory smile. I don't dare to. I'm just afraid of being robbed by other people with good intentions. Remind your excellency. He cursed in his heart. This kid is really hard to deal with. There's no need for you to worry about that. Whoever grabs it is an enemy of me. I'll put it right here. Nan Gongchen shook his head and said confidently, bringing with him an air of disdain. As the words fell, Wang Qi frowned as he looked carefully at the two Qing Yu, wanting to know what they were, could make the heavy pupils so important. Qing Yu and Qing Fan were shocked, not expecting Nan Gongchen to say this. His excellency is too good to us too. Qing Yu's beautiful eyes bloomed with color, looking at Nan Gongchen with fascination. Since your excellency has put out the word, I'm sure that no one in the world will dare to hold a thought for this immortal crystal. Wang Qi spoke out, and then took out a delicate wooden box and flew it over. After receiving it, Nan Gongchen confirmed that it was undoubtedly true, and then handed the wooden box to the two of them. When the Wang family members saw the scene, their hearts were incomparably sour. Wang Qi was even more fleshed out, and when he thought of Wang Badian, he felt some anger. What a good thing to do and a bad thing to do. Useless stuff. He was a little skeptical that Wang Badian was really born of himself. How do you compare them to his brother? They're a world apart. Since there is no more business, we will leave first. Wang Qi arched his hand and then wanted to hurry up and leave. The Wang family members also breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally fine. Today could have all made them a bit godly sensitive. Wait, aren't you guys forgetting one more person? Right at this moment, Nan Gongchen said playfully, looking toward the distantly prostrate ox who was trying to escape. He hadn't forgotten that this person was arrogant earlier. Wang Qi's face froze, and with some doubt in his heart, he turned his head over towards Nan Gongchen's site, and at a glance, he saw the crawling Anyo. For a while, the gazes of the crowd turned to that obscene figure. Anyo's face was pale and incomparable. He hadn't thought that he was so close to escaping from this place. but he was pierced by the heavy pupil person with a single word. Being watched by so many gazes, his body trembled as he slowly turned his head, revealing a smile that was worse than crying, and spoke, "My lords, I'm just moving my body. Who is he?" Wang Qi snapped in a low voice, looking to the side of his clan. When Wang Wuxin saw this, he spoke, "Family master. He is the second young master's follower, and the idea of coming here today was his idea for the young master." When Wang Qi heard this, a piercing killing intent erupted from his body, his gaze cold as a sword as he looked towards Anyo. Well, so it's you, the kid, who brought down my son and caused me to hemorrhage today. Anyo's face grew paler and paler as he shivered at the gaze. If it wasn't for the Duke's reminder, I'm afraid I'd have to give you an escape today. Come on, arrest, Wang Qi said coldly, a hint of tyranny in his eyes, and then a monstrous hand covered down and grabbed Anyo in one hand. When Anyo saw this scene, his heart was filled with despair, and it was obvious that once he was gone, he would definitely end up in a worse situation than Wang Badian. Just like that, some people from the Wang family flew away without looking back after dealing with the last matter. It was too damn evil here, and if they stayed any longer, they were afraid that the devil's voice would ring out again. Chapter 135 Relic, Choice, The Other Side. Outside the gates of Chu City, a snow-white fairy-like figure quietly appeared. The woman had a coat of silver hair draped over her shoulders. Her features were exquisite and stunning, with an ice phoenix mark between her eyebrows, just like a goddess above the 9 heavens. Cold and lofty, she walked like a lotus flower with a beautiful demeanor, emitting a powerful aura, and the moment she appeared, she became the focal point of the entire arena, with countless shocked gazes landing on Suli. After some women saw it, they couldn't help but be a little eclipsed. Their hearts were awed with envy, and their silver teeth were clenched. This kind of face and strength is not something they can be jealous of. It's beautiful. My God, is this a fairy coming down to earth? If I could marry a woman like that, I'd rather lose my entire Yan life. The men present at this place couldn't help but be infatuated with the words, their eyes blazing. As for the tiger-backed god king guards at that entrance, after releasing the last person, their bodies actually shivered when they felt this coldness. He was a little surprised in his heart, and then when he looked ahead, he saw this stunningly beautiful woman. The god king's guards' tigers shook, their eyes shocked. Of course, it wasn't Suli's beauty that shocked him, it was the aura that didn't lose to him. This woman is definitely a supreme heavenly pride. Thinking of this, the God King's guards consciously made a path, put their heads down, and let Suli go straight in without asking. When everyone saw this scene, their pupils shrunk slightly and they secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This one is too differentiated, isn't it? Are they just not human? However, this was just spitting. Such heavenly pride was not on the same level as them, and it was only natural that they did not need to pass the inspection. Just like that last day, the great man who was pulled by the quasi-saintly ferocious beast and who was a big name, Akira, was also released with ease, just like this day. Thinking of this, some people showed curiosity. What kind of characters are in that carriage? Seeing the figure of that fairy-like woman finally disappear from their sight, these people breathed a sigh of relief before they dared to voice out their comments, their eyes curious. This woman is actually the pride of that great power. The aura on her body is too cold. Just now when she passed by, it was as if an iceberg was floating by. There is a phoenix mark between her eyebrows. Could it be that this woman is a demon of the Phoenix clan? However, why haven't I sensed a trace of demonic aura? It doesn't seem right either. It's better for you guys to leave people's identities alone, now that the Immortal Collection is about to be held, and the entire Xian Heavenly Domain's heavenly pride is gathered here. Is it rare for some hidden family's demons to appear? Yes. Besides, it would be reasonable if this woman is a pride of another state. I just don't know. Which state is it from? The crowd kept talking, speculating which side of the force Suli came from. What they didn't know was that after this immortal collection, Suli would also be famous throughout the world. The Green family. Gongzi, thanks to you today. If you weren't here, I'm afraid we'd be oppressed by these bullies again. When Xingyu saw that today's matter had passed, he also couldn't help but open his mouth, his tone filled with gratitude. Xingfan, who was on the side, was also looking at Nangong Chen with a blazing face and admiration in his eyes. He also wanted to become a person who was like the heavy pupil person who stands on top of the sky, but it is a pity that his own talent was wasted, and now even standing was a problem. Thinking of this, Xingfan looked downcast and lowered his eyes to look at his legs. No harm done, just a little something. Nangong Chen waved his hand and said without thinking, and then, he handed the immortal crystal into Qingyu's hands. When Qingyu saw it, he hastily shook his head with a guilty expression. My lord, we mustn't. This immortal crystal is too valuable. We mustn't. Besides, today is all you're doing. This immortal crystal is yours in all senses of the word. Hearing this refusal, Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow and spoke. Take it. Your brother's leg. It's still not healed. And this immortal crystal is insignificant for this Gongzi. It doesn't have much of a purpose. And then, Nangong Chen walked into the compound without giving her a chance to say more. Xingyu held the wooden box in his hand, and when he saw that white-clothed back, his features were a bit complicated. Sister, take it. The Gongzi may not look at this little bit of 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Xingfan on one side also said with a bitter smile and a helpless face. It wasn't that he wanted to covet this piece of immortal crystal, but he was afraid that if he refused to continue, he would be displeased by the other party. From the Duke's previous words, he was also able to surmise that he must have come from a super terrifying family. But that's too much. When Xingyu heard this, he was a bit overwhelmed and hesitated before reluctantly accepting. Her brother's leg injury, the cost of treatment is a lot of money, even for them, is considered astronomical, but now is very short of money. This piece of immortal crystal was undoubtedly a life-saving straw in general for them. Why don't we give that thing to Gongzi? Suddenly, Xingyu spoke up. If she didn't give anything to Nangong Chen, she was a little overjoyed, and the only valuable thing she could think of today was her ancestral jade pendant. When these words came out, Xingfan's pupils shrunk slightly, and he asked with some disbelief, You want to give that thing to Gongzi? But, it was a little hard for him to speak, because this jade pendant was a relic given to them by their parents. We have no other way to repay the prince. Xingyu's beautiful eyes dropped and she said helplessly. Her heart, now is very contradictory. To know, in life, their parents but asked them to be grateful. Must be grateful to people, and at this moment, the only thing she thought of can be grateful to Gongzi, is only that relic. It put her in the midst of choices, and it was burning. After Qingfan was silent for a while, he softly said, That's right, sis, then let's give that jade pendant to Gongzi. If mother and father were alive, they would also understand us. After all, they love to recite that we have to know and repay. When Xingyu heard this, her beautiful eyes exploded with light, pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected that her brother would be able to understand her. Aha! Xingyu nodded heavily, as if she were a little girl, running into the compound with some excitement. When Qingfan saw this scene, he couldn't help but do a double take. Had he agreed to her a little too early? It feels like his sister simply likes the male son and sends it up. I also don't know if it's his illusion. Qingfan's clear eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. Chapter 136, Suli battles Yikucheng. Inside the courtyard, Nangong Chen looked at the flowers and plants in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I don't know if Suli has come to Chu City. 2 days later, the Immortal Collection will be opened. If it is too late, it will be too late. But according to Su Li's character, she shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. So maybe she's already here by now. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen no longer worried about Su Li, and with a movement of his mind, he floated a rune in the void. It contained information about this Immortal Collection, which was handed over to him by his old man himself, so that before he went in, he must read it over, or else he would have his own good fruit to eat. As Nangong Chen raised his hand, a strand of aura entered within the rune and a burst of light erupted, and soon, a large string of characters appeared in the void. Nangong Chen saw the situation. There is no surprise color, has long been accustomed to it. This is in the Xian Tian domain, a common means of recording, compared to the letter more secure. Soon, his thoughts sank in. Outside the window, Xingyu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and when she saw the scene through the curtains of the door, she turned her head away and left silently. Before leaving, he even took the door with him. It seemed that it could only be handed over to the male after he had taken care of things. Xingyu looked at a sword-shaped jade pendant in his hand and thought in his heart. At this moment, if Nangong Chen had seen this jade pendant, he would have been a bit surprised. Wasn't this one of the remaining fragments of that sword tire? Chu City's highest-scale martial arts arena was bustling with activity at the moment. With a sea of people gathered here, their gazes fiery as they looked towards the two figures in the void. Even some of the top Dao lineages and immortal forces were startled and sent people to watch. The heat was not as much as the battle at the top of the Chu Clan's mountain, but it was still considered a sensation in Chu City. There was no other reason. It was that a white-haired woman had come to Chu City today, and not only was her face stunningly beautiful, even her natural talent was appalling. Under the shock of the crowd, the pride that came up and challenged the current top 10 on this list, it should be known that due to the heavy pupil, the Ao Longshire Z was beheaded, and all of the heavenly ranking celestial pride behind him were thus blessed and deferred forward by one. And as it happened, the 10th on the heavenly ranking returned to the original Jiang Che. Everyone originally thought that this battle was a battle with no chance of winning, but they didn't expect that this white-haired woman ruthlessly slapped them in the face, defeating Jiang Che in a crushing manner. And then even after beating Zhang Che, he didn't even rest and directly launched himself towards the 8th on the heavenly ranking. The 8th on the heavenly ranking was none other than the demon Lu Wuxin of the Lu family, who was known as the reincarnation of an immortal, and it was important to know that the gap between Lu Wuxin and Zhang Che was just as large. The crowd had thought that this battle would be an undistinguished duel, but they hadn't expected that this white-haired woman, again, had ruthlessly slapped them in the face, crushing Lu Wuxin along with her. Just when the crowd thought that this woman would push her all the way down sideways, the white-haired woman even directly challenged Yi Guchang, who was the 4th on the heavenly ranking, for no other reason than the fact that this person was none other than the demon of the Sun God Palace. And at this moment, the two people in the void were none other than Su Li and Yi Guchang. I don't know why you're challenging me directly, but I'm not going to show you any mercy just because you're a female, Yi Guchang said icily, carrying a wisp of a sage's aura on his body. In the middle of his body, there was a precious bone emitting a crystalline divine light, and the mere pressure emitted was enough to make everyone's faces change. When the bones of a saint come out of the world, all beings worship. I'm afraid Yi Guchang is really angry this time and is going to get real. Seeing this, someone looked at Su Li and said with some concern. However, thinking about it, the white-haired woman did not challenge one step at a time, but one step at a time to directly challenge Kulsun Ye, which I'm afraid that for any heavenly pride, I'm afraid that my heart can't accept it. And it was because of stepping on Kulsun Ye's red line that he couldn't accept it. No offense. Did you come to challenge me because you looked good to clean up? You're from the Sun God's palace, right? Su Li said clearly and coldly. Her voice was melodious, like the spring water of the 9 heavens. You know you're scared now? It's not too late to fade away. Yi Guchang smiled disdainfully and responded in a cold voice. You still want to step on him to go up? Do you really think you're a heavy pupil? That's right then. Cut the crap and do it. Su Li's eyebrows frowned slightly, and an even more frosty cold aura erupted from her body, making the entire void seem to freeze. Obviously, she's moved to anger. Yao Qi in the void saw this scene and teased. Yo, ready to avenge her husband. If that kid sees it, I'm afraid he'll be moved to tears. The corners of her mouth lifted into a smile, her eyes playful. Other people didn't know why Su Li was angry, but she had followed Su Li for so long, but she knew everything about her mind. This girl is because of the previous Nangong Chen by the Sun God Palace of the Paraclete almost assassinated, and now for the Sun God Palace. A little bit of good feeling cannot be ready to communicate private vengeance cackle. Moreover, on the way, Su Li is specializing in robbing the chances of the disciples of the Sun Divine Power, and the other forces are not even looking at them, properly transforming into a little husband protector. Yi Guchang felt this kind of aura and frowned. Could it be that he thought wrongly that this woman was not afraid of their Sun God Palace? But no matter. Since this is the case, let's suppress it today. It just so happened that he hadn't come out recently, and the limelight had all been stolen by those heavenly prides that had come out of nowhere, especially that heavy pupil. And now this battle would also allow him to rise to the occasion. Let the world know that I, Yi Guchang, am also a demon. Boom! A brilliant light erupted from Yi Guchang's chest, cold electricity blooming in his eyes, standing in the void as if he was a saint in the world. This kind of might made a lot of people couldn't help but be shocked. And over there, Su Li had a peerless appearance. The phoenix seal between her eyebrows blossomed with divine light. A divine aura was added to her body. Her skirt fluttered, and she was as cool as an immortal, as if she was a Xian Nu above the 9 heavens. In her part of the void, a phoenix shadow emerged, causing the heavenly Tao to resonate. This kind of might, the aura emanating from it, but it was even stronger than before, and even vaguely able to press the opposite Yi Guchang head-on. After Yi Guchang felt it, a touch of scorn appeared in his eyes and his expression gradually became serious, rather a character that doesn't seem to be able to be played casually. Soon, the two struck out, the void trembled, and the fluctuations that erupted from a casual strike were enough to make the entire heaven and earth shake. Divine light and ice phoenix intertwined as the two figures were fast to the extreme, colliding in the void. When the crowd saw it, their eyes were shocked. The white-haired woman earlier, surprisingly, had not exerted her full strength and was still hiding. Seeing this kind of scene, at this moment, in the minds of all the people, a figure unexpectedly emerged, and that was clearly the heavy pupil. They hadn't expected that there would actually be a person today that was so similar to the heavy pupil of that day. Soon, however, someone reacted with excitement. I seem to know who she is. Do you guys remember that there was a celestial pride named Su Li on the heavenly ranking, with a 9th grade qualification and an ice phoenix divine body? That's her. Chapter 137, Connection with Heavy Pupils. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd were a bit bewildered for a moment, but after reacting, more and more people also let out a gasp. Yes, that's right, I have some impression. I still remember when the heavy pupil entered the 10th heavenly ranking, But this woman stepped into the 30th heavenly ranking silently. Hiss. She still seems to be from the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Then could it be that there is some connection between this woman and the two heavy pupilers? Hearing this, some people's eyes glistened and they looked at each other. It was hard to hide the shock on their faces. They hadn't expected that a projectile land would give birth to two such demons. Is this still the remote state that they have always looked down upon? The main thing was that these two demons, both of whom had rushed all the way across to the top 10 of the heavenly ranking as if it was as simple as drinking water, came out of nowhere and were too shocking. Not far away, the Chu clan and the others saw this scene and their eyes flickered. Today another demon has unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere. TSK TSK TSK, it's just not the same with the opening of the Immortal Collection on the horizon. An old crone opened her mouth and said, and behind her, followed a strong person from another lineage of the Chu clan. This person was none other than Chu Yan's old rival, Chu Ruchuan. I don't know which great power's demon this woman is. She looks a bit strange. If this Immortal Collection can be pulled into our Chu family, it will be like a divine help for us. Chu Ruchuan stared at the figure in the void and sighed somewhat. But soon, Chu Yan's words shattered her illusions. This woman is not from any one power. She is from the great Zhou dynasty in the Eastern Divine State with the heavy pupil. And she is the heavy pupil's Dao couple. Chu Yan glanced at her and said indifferently. She had learned about all of this after leaving the Nine Heavens mysterious realm that day. When these words came out, not only was Chu Ruchuan surprised, but even the other clansmen, they all looked shocked. They didn't expect that this demon who came out of nowhere would have such a layer of unknown relationship with the heavy pupil. A double demon from a single door, terrifying as it is. What kind of power is that great Zhou dynasty of the Eastern Divine Prefecture? How come I've never heard of it before? There was a long silence before someone finally raised their question in a trembling voice. The crowd also turned their gazes onto Suli. Curious, what kind of power would it be to be able to give birth to such two supreme heavenly prides? The great Zhou dynasty is not a hidden power as you have imagined. It's just a first-class dynasty in the district. And now I heard that the power behind the heavy pupil has been exterminated and renamed as the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. Chu Yan said lightly. She was not so stuck in her ways like this stubborn faction. She was well informed. As the words fell, the crowd's eyes widened. Somewhat hard to accept. These two demons unexpectedly came from a first-class power. And now, this first-class dynasty seems to be destroyed by the power behind the heavy pupil person. And after this great Zhou dynasty was destroyed, the forces behind the heavy pupil opened up a new dynasty and even named it the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. Hiss. This event is a bit informative. The crowd was silent, with a twinkle in their eyes, obviously taking in the message slowly. But after a short while, the crowd came back to their senses, their faces dawning. Then it seems that the heavy pupil and this woman is not from this first-class forces. I'm afraid to say that it is out of the forces behind the heavy pupil is the most nevertheless. Someone spoke up. These people nodded their heads, secretly breathing a sigh of relief in their hearts. If these two demons really came from a first-class power, then where else would they let these top powers put their faces? But this divine dynasty, it's a bit too big of a mouth, don't you know? Even those immortal dynasties that are immortal don't dare to name themselves after gods. A clan elder thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Divine dynasty? Ha! This kind of tone is just like that kid from the heavy pupil. I don't know if they're worthy of it or not. It'll be interesting when they don't show the strength and depth they deserve. Chu Ruchuan snorted coldly and said with an unkind expression. After she heard that the woman was the heavy pupil's Taoist partner, she became a bit upset in her heart. As for the reason why she didn't have a good feeling towards the heavy pupil, it had to be taken from Chu Yan's earlier attempt to pull in the heavy pupil to strengthen their lineage. You're a big old man, so don't worry so much blindly, or else by the time the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty is as invincible as the heavy pupil, it'll be another slap in the face. Chu Yan did not spoil her in the slightest and spoke out. She wasn't defending anyone either, simply looking at this old Biden with displeasure. Sure enough, after hearing what Chu Yan said, Chu Ruchuan was silent and only gave her a deep look. At this moment, in the void of Chu City, the battle was already white-hot. Yi Gucheng's black clothes had long been festering, and the wounds were vaguely frosty. He gasped for air, and had long since lost his earlier vigor. He hadn't thought that this woman would be so difficult to deal with. On the other side, Suli stood in the void. Her beautiful eyes were cold. Her skin was snow-white, and behind her, the Xianfeng shadow blossomed, as if she was a true phoenix goddess who stood proudly in the world, and she also had a kind of overriding heavenly posture. Obviously, this battle up to now, Suli had been in the upper hand. This scene also stunned many people on the street. Heavens, this Suli is too strong. Even Yi Kucheng, who is the fourth on the heavenly ranking, is powerless to resist. No wonder she wants to directly challenge Kulsunya without any fear. So the confidence comes from the bottom. I'm afraid that today, we're going to witness the birth of another myth. They couldn't help but open their mouths with a shocked look on their faces. Earlier, some of the celestial pride who did not favor Suli also fell silent. This current situation is simply a hard slap in their face. I also wonder, between this woman and the heavy pupil, who is stronger and who is weaker? Someone couldn't help but ask. The crowd froze a bit at these words. Yeah, oh, they don't seem to have thought about that. These two were both invincible, and if they were to face each other, I'm afraid it would be a wonderful battle between dragons and tigers. Of course, more of these people's attention was on Suli's breathtakingly beautiful face. Even some of the heavenly pride on the heavenly ranking were very hot as they looked towards the silhouette in the void. Beautiful and powerful. Isn't this the dream couple in their hearts? I also wonder if this fairy actually has a Taoist couple? At this moment, a young heavenly pride asked what everyone was thinking. When the crowd heard this, their eyes also blazed into the void. They also wanted to know, but I don't know who it was that immediately returned. She's from the same place as the heavy pupil. You'd better bless the fairy not to get involved with the heavy pupil. When these words came out, the crowd went straight to silence as soon as they heard about the heavy pupil. Heavy pupil, this three words bring the power, is not among the Xian Tian domain. Other pride can be compared to, simply as the devil king of the world, the existence that dare not even provoke. If Suli was really related to the heavy pupil, then they'd better think about it. No, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Soon, however, another battle erupted in the void, and the crowd's thoughts shifted to that. Chapter 138, Suli's Victory. How could I lose to a woman? Yi Kuching's face was unwilling, and he casually pulled out an ice pick that was stuck in his arm, and for a moment, blood spurted out as he roared. Golden light shrouded his body, and the saint's bone in front of his chest was glazed white and moist, erupting a holy light, a surging power, brewing within his body. The aura that was emitted caused many people present to be shaken, as if they were seeing an ancient saint in the world. One must know that the saint's bone on Yi Kuching's body was not an ordinary saint's bone. It was said that it was a symbol of the reincarnated body of an ancient saint. As for the ancient saints, they were very different from the saints of this era, and when placed in the upper realm, they were also extremely powerful existences. It was said that this saint's bone had a treasure art that was infinitely powerful and was the highest mastery, and the divine light that blossomed out was enough to obliterate all living things. Right now, I'm afraid that Kul Sanya is brewing this big killing move. Thinking of this, the faces of the people could not help but float with worry as they looked towards Suli, only to see that in the void, after Suli felt it, her absolutely beautiful face was calm. Those beautiful eyes bloomed with crystal and light. Her veiled hand Buddha out. A Xian Feng true sound was deafening. The ice phoenix seal between her eyebrows also erupted with light. Her eyes were cold, her skin was snow white, and her silver hair was flying, carrying an innate nobility that looked down on all living beings. Similarly, she was also condensing killing moves with astonishing power. Boom! In the next moment, the two struck out together, their might shaking the sky and the void trembling. The divine light that erupted from the saint's bones fell straight onto the lifelike ice phoenix as if it was a collision of great stars, setting off 10,000 dusty sands. The ripples of mana emanating from it shook even the sky dome a bit. Some of the older generation powerhouses could not help but feel a bit gloomy after sensing it. This kind of exchange of hands was even more powerful compared to among their peers, and it was hard to imagine that this was even something that a heavenly pride of the mighty realm could break out. More people on the scene, on the other hand, were pale and their pupils were slightly shrunken, but even so, their hearts still blazed, wanting to see who was stronger or weaker between the two. Soon enough, the winners and losers had been decided. A figure fell from the clouds and smashed onto the martial arts platform. The power was so terrifying that it directly smashed a huge pit out of this 10,000-year-old Xian iron. This also makes a lot of strong people are for a moment unimaginable to look over there. This ing is 10,000 years of basalt awe. Even they are difficult to break. Today's battle between the two juniors, even dry broken. When the crowd saw the person inside the pit clearly, their faces changed and they sucked in a breath of cold air. That Yi Kucheng, who was known as a little saint, had actually lost, only to see that in that big pit on the martial arts stage, Yi Kucheng was full of sores, his body was tattered and torn, and the precious bones on his chest were eclipsed, shivering non-stop, and his face was incomparably pale. Suli's move was not only terrifying in its power, but also carried the coldness of extreme cold, and if there was trauma from fighting against it, the piercing coldness, but it would spread in it. Not only can the blood flow be slowed down, slowing down the opponent's self-healing ability, but it can also make the opponent suffer physically and mentally, like falling into an ice cave. Now, Kul Sanya was feeling that very same thing. In the void, the stunningly beautiful silhouette stood there, her ice blue eyes without a trace of emotion, coldly gazing downwards, like a god looking down. In this battle, Suli was victorious. The crowd secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva when they saw it. They have, today, witnessed the birth of another legend. Among the crowd, it wasn't known who it was that took the lead and shouted Ice Phoenix Goddess, and immediately afterward, an overwhelming cry rang out. Ice Phoenix Goddess! Ice Phoenix Goddess! Ice Phoenix Goddess! These people were flushed and excited. Their hearts were already filled with admiration. At this moment, they were completely convinced by Su Li's strength. After today, the name of the Ice Phoenix Goddess would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire Xian heavenly domain, as well as the heavy pupil on that day. Seeing this scene from afar, Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh. Such a demon has come out of the world, and now it seems that we won't lose face if we can lose in its hands. Lu Wuxin also laughed and spoke. It is said that she is still from the same place as the heavy pupil. The Eastern Divine Prefecture is really a place of great talent. It is surprising that such a heavenly pride would be born. There is no regret in defeat. The two of them, at the moment, had the sadness in their hearts shifted, and between a luxurious attic, a white, moon-like silhouette was also watching Su Li, her face complex, not knowing what she was feeling. This person was none other than Jiang Yingyu. Another demon has been born? Then it seems that the Xian heavenly domain's chi is still flourishing after all. Jiang Yingyu couldn't help but sigh as her eyes, as pure as the moon, looked into the distance. At this moment, Su Li, who was being held by the crowd as if she was the star of the show, was calm, and a color of relief flashed under her eyes. One must know that she hadn't dealt out such a heavy hand when she had previously sparred with other heavenly prides. If it wasn't for the rules on the martial arts stage that you couldn't freeze your hands to death, I'm afraid that this Sun God Palace's pride would have died here today. When she thought about it, she felt a little pity. She retrieved the long sword in her hand, and then wanted to turn around and leave. Just then, an angry rebuke rang out. You want to leave after injuring someone from my Sun God Palace? You really have the guts. Only to see a powerful figure appear in the void, currently looking at Su Li with a murderous expression. And in the middle of the martial arts stage, Yi Kuching was also saved. His eyes looked at Su Li with resentment, flashing a murderous intent. In all these years, this woman is still the first to hurt me so badly. At the same time, in his heart, there was also a wave of disbelief. He clearly felt that Su Li could be described as a killing force when he fought against him, and didn't leave any hands at all. As if, he is Su Li's enemy. Elder Yunfei, let her die here. Don't let her escape. At this moment, Yi Kuching gritted his teeth and said, the coldness in his body made him want to stop and suffer. He hated the pain that fell on Su Li. If the juniors can't beat them, they want the elders to go on. This Sun God Palace of yours, it's nothing more than that. Su Li said in a cold voice, her eyebrows containing frost. She had some regrets in her heart. Had she known that she should have killed Yi Gucheng just now? Yunfei let out a cold laugh when he heard this, those pale eyes staring at her dead on. So what if it is? In this world, it's meant to be that the strong make the rules and the weak should obey. With his quasi-saint cultivation, pinching a small bud was simply not too easy. To be able to talk about shamelessness in such a deserving manner, it's only you, the Sun God Palace. Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out in the void. Chapter 139 Young Master Mother? The crowd was shocked. The voice was like a bell, like a thunderstorm rising from the ground. For a moment, everyone's eyes looked into the void, only to see a magnificent figure appear in that cloud layer. His gaze was like a torch. He was holding a golden bow, and the aura he emitted was such that even space was somewhat torn apart. The corners of his lips Wang moved. His face was incomparably cold, and a shocking killing intent erupted. Even dared to take a shot at the young master mother. Really deserved to die. To know, Su Li, if there are no accidents in the future, will be the empress of 10,000 people in that divine dynasty, admired by all the people. Noble status. If he died in front of his eyes, he can even cut his own throat in the city of Chu. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been hiding in the skies above Chu City today to protect the young master before he saw such a dangerous situation, or else I'm afraid that the young master's mother would have had an accident today. These people, they really deserve to die. Hiss. The crowd felt this aura and were shocked that a saint had landed. They looked more closely, and felt more and more wrong in their hearts. Why does it look somewhat familiar? If I remember correctly, it seems that this saint was the protector behind the heavy pupil back then, right? Some of them recognized it, and their minds swam a little. Below, after Su Li saw it, her heart breathed a sigh of relief. Today, if it is not Uncle Chi's hand, I am afraid that this situation will be a little dangerous. The Jianghu had a rule that if a heavenly pride fought on top of a martial arts stage, no matter if they won or lost, after it was over, the rest of the elder protectors were never allowed to make a move. This provision, also carried out to the battle of the heavenly ranking. The people also know in their hearts, if they are out of hand, not only to admit that they are in a hurry, but also to appear to be behind their own forces are very small. So this 100 years, this kind of thing is almost few and far between. This was why the rankings above the heavenly rankings were changing all the time, and more people with natural talent were able to make it to the top. However, it did not occur to her that today, this famous sun god palace was so shameless that it did not even want to have a face, and struck out at her in the capacity of a paramount saint. Although she had a method of escape, she would also expose her own cards, and if she exposed herself like this before the immortal collection was opened, I was afraid that it would be extremely unfavorable for her after she entered. Thinking of this, Suli's expression gradually eased, her beautiful eyes looking towards Chi Yun, arching her hand and softly saying, "Uncle Chi." When Chi Yao on the side saw it, she also yawned and stretched out, revealing the curves of that sexy body with some expectation in her eyes. She knew that Suli was probably unhindered today, and as soon as she entered Chu City, she sensed Nangong Chen and Chi Yun's aura. Besides, if it really came to that, wouldn't she be here? Now that she has been recuperating for a period of time, but she has recovered some divine power, it's just right that someone can come and practice for her. Young Master Mother. Chi Yun in the void had a cold look on his face, but after hearing Su Li's words, his expression instantly eased and he responded respectfully. He looked at Su Li's eyes were full of appreciation. Originally thought that the young master was too demonic. People of the same generation will not be able to catch up with him. Today Su Li was so dazzling, but gave him a big surprise. When these words came out, the crowd of onlookers revealed shocked expressions. Young mother? This saint actually respectfully called the ice phoenix goddess young mother? He was the protector of the heavy pupil. So in that case, that so-called young lord was the heavy pupil. Thinking of this, many people's eyes sparkled, not having thought that there was such a relationship between these two. But more than that, it was still the sound of heartbreak. As long as you listened carefully, you could hear how crisp the sound of heartbreak was at this moment from quite a few of the heavenly pride present. And at this moment, it was the sun god palace side that was the most shocked. After they saw that Chi Yun and the Su Li in front of them actually had an extraordinary relationship, some withdrawal arose in their hearts. The elder Yun Fei who had just tried to kill Su Li was even more uncertain at this moment. His eyes filled with scorn. Yi Kuching even clenched his hands tightly. His face turned pale, and there was some powerlessness in his eyes more than some regret. Had I known just now, I shouldn't have taken a shot at her, and I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. I have long seen that this woman has extraordinary talent and a strong family lineage, so I was blinded by the intention to test the waters, but I did not expect you to show up. So it seems that it is all a misunderstanding. Yun Fei's face was cloudy 1 second, but the next moment he said with a smile, with a big look of being self-conscious, "Misunderstanding? Ha! If I had arrived 1 step later, I'm afraid that you, the ungrateful thing, would have had to make a move," Chi Yun said in a cold voice. Yun Fei's words were of no use to him at all. Seeing this, Yun Fei stopped pretending. His eyes revealed a touch of shade, and his tone was icy cold. "We are from the Sun God Palace. Today, your clan's disciples are so wild. As the human race's forefather, we naturally have to educate them." "What? Are you going to make a move against our Sun God Palace now?" He couldn't believe that the heavy pupil's forces would be so arrogant as to dare to strike here. Behind him, the other 4 elders followed similarly, with an imposing and chilling light that was very domineering. The aura they emitted was enough to show that there were 5 paragon saints here. When the crowd saw this, they also had to marvel at the Sun God Palace's wealth and richness. Then it seems that today, the Ice Phoenix Goddess side will have to swallow this grievance. After all, no one within the Xian heavenly domain wanted to feud with a giant power like this. When Su Li heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed, and although there was anger in her heart, she did not lose her mind. Either that or forget it. After all, today was started by her. If she was deepening the conflict between the two sides, I'm afraid that it would bring a lot of trouble to the newly established Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. She didn't want to see those who loved her, those she loved, implicated in this. But in the next moment, a golden divine aura cut across the sky and descended from the heavens, so fast that it almost turned into a stump. A mournful scream rang out. The crowd could see the divine aura, but it was actually a divine arrow, which was currently running through the head of one of the elders of the Sun God Palace, dripping with blood, and his vitality was continuously draining away. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were shocked, completely not expecting Chi Yun to make a move. On the other hand, on the side of the Sun God Palace, the remaining 4 elders, their faces were incredibly pale, and Yun Fei's pupils even shrunk slightly as he shouted, "Run!" In an instant, the previously formidable Sun God Palace elders were like panicked birds, fleeing in all directions. Of course, Yun Fei didn't forget to pick up Yi Kucheng, who was on the side, in passing to escape together. Upon seeing this, Chi Yun didn't continue to pursue. and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even though I am deeply hidden in the eastern continent, I am not intimidated by quasi-saints like you. And then, a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. Just now, he was just a little bit close to killing Yin Fei. What a pity. Chapter 140 Burning the Way. Subterranean Dragon Immortal Dynasty. Below, after Suli saw it, her face was a little stunned, and after she reacted, a warm current surged to her heart, and the corner of her mouth revealed a light smile, and her beauty was astonishing. Is this what it feels like to have someone behind you? Seems pretty good. Of course, she knew that it all boiled down to her marrying Nangong Chen and becoming part of the Nangong family. Since you protect me for a while, if I rise in the future, I will protect you for a lifetime. Suli's beautiful eyes flashed, and an idea fell into place in her mind, taking root. Seeing the figure in the void retreat, Suli did not say anything more. She knew that Shi Yun could not show his face and had to protect Nangong Chen in the dark. Thinking of Nangong Chen, Suli couldn't help but be a little curious as to what the other party was doing at the moment. When she came over on the road, she had heard that Nangong Chen had decapitated the Ao Longsher Z, even without any effort, which had put her worries to rest. She didn't expect that after such a long time of not seeing each other, this husband of hers was still as perverted as ever. However, if Nangong Chen were to learn of his deeds today, I'm afraid he would be shocked as well. I really want to see that expression. Suli thought with some mischief, the corner of her mouth raised in a smile, and under the gaze of the crowd, she soon disappeared into the crowd. Soon, the news that the Ice Phoenix Divine Maiden had defeated the second sequence of the Sun God Palace, the little Saint Ji Gu Chang, had spread throughout the entire Chu city at an extremely fast speed, and was even spreading outwards. And another heavy news is also spreading out, that is, the Ice Phoenix Goddess is suspected to be the heavy pupil person's dowmate. Of course, when this news came out, it was even more explosive, and even vaguely somewhat covered up that battle of the Ice Phoenix Goddess. Overnight, countless pregnant girls had their hearts broken, but even so, they would still support Nangong Chen without hesitation. There was no other reason, and that was that Nangong Chen was just too handsome, and they were the most loyal face dogs. But at the same time, there are some people sneer, after all, that Ao Long Shiitzi's master, but will be in half a year after the world. At that time, if the forces associated with the heavy pupil may be liquidated, not to mention the people around it. They couldn't wait for time to pass and see the plight of the heavy pupil after half a year. One must know that the higher one stands, the more painful the fall can be said to be, not to mention this kind of demon, the Chu family. Sister, I really didn't expect it. The silver-haired woman we saw in the Nine Heavens mysterious realm that day was so strong. After Chu Xing learned of this news, he whispered, some excitement in his tone. These few days of confinement had suffocated him, but luckily, once he got out, he was treated to so many powerful melons that he was crazy-eyed. Aha! When Chu Yen heard this, she responded faintly, and there was also a touch of shock in the bottom of her eyes. She had also never expected that the woman who had not even made it to the heavenly ranking at that time would become famous in one go. Then it seems that those two couples, really some door-to-door Thinking of this, Chu Yen revealed a bitter smile. She had really underestimated the other party, and thought that the other party was at most indistinguishable from herself. But now it seemed that the woman was able to defeat her completely. But in this way, it also sidestepped the fact that one's earlier vision was still very good, giving away the Immortal Collection quota early. But in fact, this time, no matter whether you send this Immortal Collection quota or not, the other party can come. There is no other reason. There are unknown rules in the Immortal Collection. That is, this world's chi recognition. If you are favored by this world, and get the heavenly way to support you, the Immortal Collection, if it opens, will naturally be able to teleport you there. This is why there are always so many dark horses in the past. Chu Yen shook his head, no longer thinking much, and continued to cultivate. How Ran Pavilion. I didn't think this Ice Phoenix Goddess that came out of nowhere is actually the heavy pupils Dao couple. There's still such a layer of relationship between these two. Interesting. Elder Xiong could not help but sigh after getting the information. His eyes flickered as he seemed to think of something and added, then it seems that the heavy pupil's thigh is a thigh that we must not embrace. Yushan was also full of surprises. He did not think that the woman who followed the heavy pupil that day could be as strong as this, and he could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva when he thought of this. This kid is a monster, and the people around him are monsters too. This is too unbelievable. The Palace of the Sun God. In the middle of the hall, there was an old man wearing a 9-day Dao robe. His aura was like an abyss. His gaze was deep and profound, and a terrifying aura emanated from his entire body. This person was the Palace Master of the Sun God Palace, Burning Dao. It seems that the Sun God Palace, have not been out in the world for a long time, causing some of the world to forget the pain. Burning Dao looked at the rune in his hand and said quietly, and then the rune unexpectedly burned out. When these words came out, the several elders kneeling below did not dare to speak. If it weren't for the fact that the Saint Sun's emergence is imminent nowadays, or else I would have wanted to go to that eastern continent to see just what kind of ability that Heaven's abyssal mansion has that it dares to repeatedly confront my Sun God Palace. Burning Dao said in a cold voice, a heavenly fiery intent erupting from his body, as if the entire sky was about to be scorched. At this moment, he was without the previous scornful color, because this period of time had already made the forces behind the heavy pupil clear for a long time. That day in the 9 days after the secret realm, out of the ghost face woman, he has investigated the entire Xian domain to find no such person. I'm afraid that is the heavy pupil behind the design of the bureau just, and that so-called heavenly abyss mansion. Now I heard that it has established its own divine dynasty, even if he has the strength, but there is no heritage. It is difficult to fight against a top family like them. In the future, when the Saint's son comes out, he must go to pay a visit to the door, to see whether it is a cow or a ghost. Hearing that the Saint's son was about to be born, the crowd also began to stir, their eyes blazing. This was not, as in the Sun God Palace's other heavens pride true successors, but was the most top-tier demon in the Xian heavenly domain, an ancient demon resurrection. It was said that this son had a noble status in ancient times, with a bloodline against the heavens, and if the Holy Land had not encountered a calamity in the first place, he would not have been sealed away. And now, he was finally going to come out of the world, and was finally going to awaken. At that time, when the Saint's son came out, there would be no more heavenly pride in the world that could dare to fight with him, and they would inevitably rise under the leadership of the Saint's son. And the first step at that time was naturally to clean up this heavy pupil, as well as dealing with the forces behind him. Subterranean Dragon Immortal Dynasty, a top power located in the depths of the Northern Divine Prefecture that could be named after the Immortal Dynasty, was one of only a handful when looking at the entire Xian heavenly domain. And of course, its strength could not be underestimated. A day or two had passed since that day when the heavy pupil had beheaded the Ao Lungshir Z, and that news had finally reached here. In the palace, full of seats, full of 100 officials are kneeling. Obviously at this moment is in the middle of their court. On the dragon chair, there was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe, and the pressure emanating from him was amazing, causing the void to be somewhat unsupportable. Below, these martial generals had a strong breath, their eyes were like cold lightning, and when placed in the outside world, they were also first-rate experts, with each cultivation level reaching Divine King, very terrifying. And those standing in the forefront, immortal light overflowing heavenly pride, is the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's royal sons and daughters. They look young, but their cultivation is amazing. Young has reached the point of the God King. Then if placed in the outside world, at least there is a heavenly list of the top. If the outside world knew about it, I'm afraid they would be shocked beyond words. At this moment, in the middle of the court, a panicked voice rang out. Report! It's not good. Ao Lungshir Z has been decapitated. Chapter 141, Theory of Governance. Outside the gate, a general trembled. These words directly caused a sensation amongst the crowd. Ao Lung's son was killed? How could he have been killed? The crowd's eyes revealed shock, and they thought incredulously in their hearts. And on the dragon chair, that majestic figure. After hearing that, his eyes flashed with shock, but he quickly suppressed it as he calmly said, didn't he go to Chu War to battle the heavy pupil? Did he encounter an attack on the way? Speaking of which, he showed a cold light on his face. What a boldness, to have someone ambush his immortal dynasty's world son. As for him to be beheaded by the heavy pupil, this is completely impossible to happen. Not to mention that the heavy pupil connected to the war are not afraid. Not to mention that this time the Ao Longshire Z there is a quasi-saint to follow. Even if the fight is not, escape also fled the right. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that someone was targeting their immortal dynasty celestial pride. Your Majesty, it wasn't attacked by someone. The world's son he was killed by Ao Longshire Z. The general hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. In an instant, countless unbelievable gazes were cast. Daring, say, what's going on? Where's the winged ox? A paragon following. How did he decapitate? The subterranean Dragon King became furious, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. When the general heard this, he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva before slowly explaining. At that time, the world's son fought the heavy pupil at the top of the Chu family's mountain. After he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into silence. The civil and military officials were shocked, as if they had heard something unbelievable. The Ao Longshire Z's saint body had become a great success, but he was not even able to defeat the heavy pupil. What kind of monster was that? One must know that Ao Longshire Z is the strongest heavenly pride in their immortal dynasty. except for the Great Prince. Usually Ao Longshirzi can defeat a few royal demons without exerting his full strength, not to mention that sacred body great achievement. At this moment, not only these 100 officials, the group of royal sons and daughters also turned a little pale when they heard it. So there is a saint behind him. No wonder this heavy pupil is so arrogant. The subterranean Dragon King revealed a look of dawning realization before saying in an icy tone, "You can't just leave it at that." Someone in the crowd was indignant. The subterranean Dragon King didn't deny it either. His eyes filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that it's still our subterranean dragon immortal dynasty that hasn't been out in the world for a long time, making these people who don't know any better forget about the pain. Well, this heavy pupil. What a nerve. I'd like to see if his back can withstand our wrath." At the end of this immortal collection, raise an army and step on the forces behind the heavy pupil. After hearing that, the pupils of the crowd shrunk slightly, and they spoke in unison respectfully. Yes, Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. Report. The million-strong army of the Deqian dynasty has collapsed. The Tian Yuan army has won. Report. 15 cities of the Deqian dynasty have been annihilated. Report. The great Qian king is still resisting and still refuses to sign the surrender document. An exuberant voice rang out from the palace. After this group of ministers heard this, their old faces were filled with excitement, and their eyes were blazing as they looked at the one on the dragon chair. Nangong War was wearing a dragon robe, and at this moment, he was crossing his legs, lying sideways on a chair, holding an ancient book in his hand, making it impossible to see this emperor. After hearing these voices, he was calm, yawning and speaking, "Still not surrendering? Then let Nangong Qiantian continue to fight until they surrender." After saying that, Nangong War ignored the rest of the people and continued to look at the ancient book in his hands, which had a few big words written on the cover. How to govern a country from scratch. Of course, in its side, can not only sew a book, but put this many, scattered on the ground. For example, how to handle the relationship between the ruler and the ministers when you become the emperor for the first time. Treatise on the rule of the state. It could be seen that Nangong War had thought about what to do to be a good country. Yes, when the Heavenly Abyss Army War General heard this, he responded respectfully before disappearing into the area. After the civil and military officials below heard this, all of their eyes were glowing, and their admiration for Nangong War was overwhelming. You know, His Majesty basically hasn't lost since the war started. It's called a fierce 10 days of time to dry to the lair of others. This is a height that the king of Great Zhou, that goon, couldn't reach in his entire life. Nangong War did not pay any attention to it, but just put down the ancient book with some boredom and looked at the distant rivers and mountains with a ghostly gaze. I don't know how that kid is doing now, leaving a mess to me and running off to enjoy himself, but that's really something. I just don't know. After beating Deqian, who should we beat? Nangong War's eyes showed a hint of bewilderment before his eyes sparkled, as if he had thought of something. Oh, right. There also seems to be 2 other dynasties coming from the Eastern Divine Prefecture, so let's fight them all together. Thinking of this, Nangong War's rigid face couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. If that brat comes back and realizes that he fought for him, I'm afraid he'll be very touched. It turned out that ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty, Nangong War felt a bit bored, so on the second day after Nangong Chen left, he unilaterally launched a war against next-door Deqian. You heard right. It's one-sided, and on the other side, it's the one who's getting beat up. At that time, when this news came out, tens of thousands and tens of thousands of people in Heaven's Abyss were all in favor of it, even clapping their hands, and there were even countless sons and daughters of Heaven's Abyss who volunteered to fight in the war, and the number of troops reached a staggering 10 million people, and this number is still rising crazily. To know, in this Xian Tian domain, if there is such a 10 million army, it is very terrifying. Even other dynasties, it is only a few million at the top. Even some of the so-called immortal dynasties, there are not so many. Moreover, these soldiers, not want to be win, but through the layers of selection, in order to go in. The selected, are the elite among the elite. As for why so many people enlisted in the army, this was also attributed to Nangong Chen. After the awakening of the dragon vein of the imperial way, Nangong Chen discussed with the 100 officials and put forward his opinions. For example, every one of the people of the Heavenly Abyss can cultivate, not monopolizing the Gongfu Institute to one class, greatly expanding the academy, establishing grades in the academy, dividing education, and so on and so forth. At that time, when Nangong Chen said all of this, it scared some people. Some people strongly agreed with it, such as Wei Zhong and others, but of course, there were also people who opposed it, thinking that after these civilians were able to cultivate, they would create a riot against society. This word, Nangong Chen immediately put these opposing people into the prison. Very overbearing, But the number of people is not a lot. Just 2 or 3 people. Are some old codgers. The rest of the people gradually perfected these rules. And by now, when the Heavenly Abyss laws came out, the entire Heavenly Abyss was sensationalized. Chapter 142 Changes in the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty, issuing gongfa for all people to cultivate martial arts, expanding the academy so that mortals can enter, and even, some of the so-called privileges of the nobles, were abolished. This one rule was like a thunderbolt that landed in everyone's heart, setting off 1,000 waves. They simply could not dare to imagine that this was a statute that had fallen from a divine dynasty. Originally, these commoners were showered with spiritual rain and their natural talent was improved. They were already yearning for cultivation and were just short of a gongfu to embark on the path of cultivation. But now they are even more pushed so that every one of them can cultivate. On that day, the wave of everyone practicing martial arts pushed to its peak. And soon enough, the people learned that it was all brought up by Nangongchen. Many people were in tears when they found out. Their hearts were grateful to Nangongchen to the extreme. For these commoners, the young lord was simply their god, taking them to break their class and gain dignity. And they became more and more affectionate and close to the entire Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty, this newly established Divine Dynasty, and they threw away their former identity as Great Zhou's subjects, and for the rest of their lives, they were all Heavenly Abyss subjects. This was why it caused a wave of enlistment. Firstly, the love of the people. From the bottom of their hearts they wanted to guard Tian Yuan and fight for it, and secondly, the fact that after enlisting in the army the pay would be abundant, unlike the Great Zhou which was so stingy. Thinking of this, Wei Zhong was a little emotional. Standing with his hands, looking at a scene of pomp and circumstance in front of him, he could not help but be a little moist in his eyes. Isn't that what he's been pursuing all his life? Uncle, aren't you tired of being here alone? Outside the palace, a girl saw Wei Zhong motionless, a pair of big eyes blinking. Yada whispered. Wei Zhong froze. Apparently, she was treating Wei Zhong as a soldier. And then, she rummaged through her pockets, seemingly searching for something. Soon, a piece of candy with a somewhat wrinkled icing was turned out by her and carefully handed to Wei Zhong on the floor in front of her with an innocent smile. Daddy and Mommy say that soldiers protect us, and that we should have love for our military uncles. The last piece of candy will be for Uncle, so I'm going home first. Otherwise, if I don't go home after school, Mr. Shuyuan will talk about me again tomorrow. Not far away, her parents were waving at her. The girl saw it, and with a happy face, she bounced over to it. Seeing this, Wei Zhong laughed a little and picked up this candy and did not eat it, holding it tightly in his hands as if it were a treasure. Old age, this world, after all, is for you young people, he muttered to himself, and then turned away, walking leisurely, the golden sunset light drawing long. Tianyuan Academy. Dean, there are simply too many people coming to seek education today. The academy has already accommodated 30,000 people. Any more will really not be able to. Inside a courtyard, a young man said in a panic. His name was Su Liang. He was the one who enrolled with Nangongchen at that time, and now he had become a senior brother-like figure of the academy. Alas, oh young lord, but you really don't think about us. Inside the courtyard, Kong Daoyun sighed, dropping the last stroke of the final character post before stepping out of the door. Soon, these two came to the mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, there was a sea of people, young faces everywhere, and when they saw the two Kong Daeans, they were also excited and clamorous. I heard that the young lord had, once, come to the Tianyuan Academy for a while. You guys are also here for the young lord, ah? Yes. My father said that if I can get into this academy, then I'll be the young master's senior brother in the future. So I'll be honoring my ancestors. Speaking of which, these people's faces were fiery and exuberant. Speaking of the young lord, those young boys and girls showed a look of adoration, a look of yearning. In their hearts, Nangongchen had already become a mythical figure, the idol of the new era. The place where Nangongchen once stayed, naturally quickly became the place these people aspired to in their hearts, believing that this place was extraordinary and transcendent, and was sought after by 10,000 people in the world. After hearing these voices, Kong Daoyun had already expected it, and in his heart, he said that it was true. This was already 52 waves of people after Nangongchen left, and they, Tianyuan Academy, had expanded from 10,000 people before to 30,000 people today. Nowadays, there are too many people. I'm afraid that even after recruiting these disciples, there's no place to accommodate them all. Thinking about this, Kong Daoyun had complications and did not know what to do. Of course, there are advantages to having many people this term of the academy, but there are a lot of demons. Moreover, these disciples of the academy were practicing like chicken blood. After all, There was a famous senior brother like Nangong Chen. Soon, a thought flashed through Kong Daoyun's mind. Other academies can establish branch academies. Then we, Tianyuan Academy, wouldn't we also be able to build a few more branch academies? Su Liang, tell them that the academy is full. And after today, this academy will no longer recruit disciples and prepare to expand the branch. I'm leaving now to go to the court, Kong Daoyun said excitedly and disappeared into thin air after giving an explanation. Su Liang heard a black line and let himself clean up the mess. Suddenly, something occurred to him, expanding the branch. Such a genius idea. How did he not think of it? I heard, though, that the one who proposed the split at the time seems to be the one who. Thinking of this, Su Liang couldn't help but reminisce a bit. The Green family. Achoo! Suddenly, Nangong Chen sneezed, his eyes somewhat puzzled. No, does he get colds too? Is someone reading me? Nangong Chen couldn't help but think of the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty, his eyes flashing. I don't know. How are they doing? Pops should be reliable. There's nothing you can do if it's not reliable. After all, you're not there yourself. Nangong Chen stopped thinking about it and returned to his senses, putting away the runes in his hands before falling into thought. He roughly understood the rules of this immortal collection. Within the 10 domains, there were a total of 200 participants, which translated to an average of 20 heavens pride sent from one domain. And these heavenly prides can be a domain, the most talented existence. That is to say, this immortal hide, far more dangerous than the 9 heavens mysterious realm, more difficult. Immortal hide is divided into 2 levels. The first level is to kill a kind of demonic beast named Different. Heard that this demonic beast can be more difficult to deal with than ordinary. The more you kill, the higher the ranking the first 25, then advanced to the next level. Of course, although it was an individual advancement, there were often other domains' heavenly prides that joined together to keep those few demons from advancing. That is to say, the first level, then the strength of each domain, that the stronger the hard strength of the domain, the easier it is to advance. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen couldn't help but be somewhat dazed. Then it looks like it could be a cluster ****** in the middle of going in. Chapter 143, Sword Tire Fragment. Extraordinary Harvest. Knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. After Nangong Chen sensed this person's aura, his face changed slightly. I can't believe it's Uncle Chi. Enter. Nangong Chen said calmly, his eyes flickering with a touch of curiosity. Soon, a gray figure walked in, his breath astringent, a pair of eyes bloomed with a faint divine aura. Obviously his cultivation was unfathomable. He was an expert among experts. It was Chi Yun without a doubt. The old servant has met the young lord. Chi Yun bowed slightly and said respectfully, Uncle Chi, you don't need to salute me. Nangong Chen shook his head before looking at him. Did something happen? He is not a little cute. On weekdays Chi Yun looked for him very little, if it was not something big. Young lord. Today, when Chi Yun heard this, his eyes revealed a smirk before slowly explaining. A few breaths later, Nangong Chen's gaze drifted off. So it was like that. In that case, if you hadn't hidden yourself in the void today, I'm afraid Suli would have been injured by this group of Sun God Palace elders. Nangong Chen said in a cold voice, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. This Sun God Palace was really impatient with life, and even dared to strike at Suli. It seems that the Sun God Palace's grudge should be settled at the end of this immortal collection. The main reason is that the young Lord Mother's movements today are just too great. It's hard not to want to pay attention. But fortunately, the young Lord Mother's body is intact, and she doesn't have any injuries at all. Chi Yun smiled and gave him a reassuring look. In any case, I still have to thank Uncle Chi for stepping in today, or else there might have to be an accident today. Nangong Chen said sincerely, arching his hand towards him. Ha 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 ha. This is a part of the job. The young master does not need to be like this. Even if I don't make a move today, the young master's mother is blessed with a great life and is not an ordinary person. Chi Yun was unimpressed and said somewhat profoundly, a light flashing in his eyes before he arched his hand and said, in that case, I'll go back without disturbing young lord's rest. Nangong Chen nodded slightly. After Chi Yun saw it, his figure quickly disappeared into place, not leaving a single breath behind. Seeing his disappearing figure, Nangong Chen pondered deeply, and after a long time, a smirk flashed in his eyes. She had crossed over a few people to directly challenge Kulsun, yeah, so I guess it must be because of what happened last time. But progressing so fast could be really out of his expectation. It was worthy of being a heavenly destiny heroine, a stronger existence than some hangers-on. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen felt some emotion, and a stunningly beautiful figure appeared in his mind. To be honest, it's been a while since I've seen her too, and I've missed her a bit, but there was no hurry to meet in 2 days, so it was better to freshen up on what had happened recently at the moment. Dean Gunan had asked himself to look for his daughter, and after the establishment of the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty this time, he had increased his manpower, expanding his search to the entire Xian Heavenly Domain, and after the Immortal Collection was over, it was expected that there would be information about her, and the ghost-faced woman who appeared that day has not been seen since that day, and Nangong Chen doesn't know if she's gone or if she's continuing to guard in the shadows. In fact, the biggest unanswered question in his mind was why the ghost-faced woman was in the lower realm that day, or whether the ghost-faced woman had been in the lower realm all along. What was certain was that she was definitely from the 9 heavens of the upper world, and the probability was that she was from his mother's side, because the closeness of that bloodline that day was not false. So is it possible that it's his mother? Suddenly, Nangong Chen thought of this one possibility, which was then denied by him shaking his head. It should not be possible. If it is his mother, why not recognize himself? And that voice, it sounds very young. Ruling that out, there was only one possibility, and that was that his mother had sent him to protect himself. But isn't there a limit to this lower world? It's still possible to smuggle people in. Could it be that that mother of his, her background is not ordinary either? All of this confusion still had to be rooted in what the ghost-faced woman had said that day. One has to become stronger in order to break through the shackles of the Xian Heavenly Domain and go to the 9 heavens of the upper realm to find answers. Thinking of this, Nangong Chen's gaze cleared, and without further thought, he left the middle of the room. After staying so long, it was time to get out and get some air. Why do you think the prince hasn't come out yet? If the Immortal Collection starts in 2 days, you won't have the chance to give this to the prince. Inside the compound, Qingyu pinched the jade pendant in his hand and said sullenly, I'm not really sure. Maybe Gongzi he's practicing. After all, a demon like him must be practicing very hard behind the scenes, putting in efforts that ordinary people can hardly match. Xingfan spoke thoughtfully after hearing this. Yesu, if Gongzi is so powerful, there must be a lot of dedication behind him. Qingyu's beautiful eyes lit up in agreement. Maybe the prince is still in the middle of practicing to the point where he's not able to sleep or eat, so I guess he won't be able to come out in a short period of time. Xingfan shook his head and said, his hands spread out and his face somewhat helpless. Surely it must be exhausting to work behind the scenes when the male is so powerful. Qingyu echoed, a flash of heartache in his eyes. An image of a hard-working cultivator came to a screeching halt in the minds of the two. Around the corner, when Nangong Chen heard these two voices, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and stop his footsteps. Is his own cultivation really that hard? Other people don't know. He still doesn't understand himself? Cultivation of this thing, he is completely depending on the mood to come. Anyway, the talent is there, and there is no need for him to work hard. Of course, I'm afraid it's a bit risque to say such things. However, at this moment, another dilemma appeared in Nangong Chen's mind. Now if you go out on your own, it won't hurt your image. Forget it, whatever. He hesitates for a moment, and then walks right out anyway. Nangong Chen had appeared, and the eyes of the two men who saw him were as surprised as if they had seen a ghost. Gongzi, you're out? Qingyu froze a bit. Aha. Nangong Chen nodded indifferently, emitting a wisp of aura even stronger than before. Qingyu and Xingfan looked at each other when they felt it, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What kind of demon is this? Progress is surprisingly so fast. It's like drinking water. Seeing this, the corner of Nangong Chen's mouth slightly hooked into a smile. This aura is not his disguise, is his own. Only others never know his real strength. By the way, my lord, I have something to give you. Just then, Qingyu suddenly spoke, taking out the sword-shaped jade pendant in his hand. Nangong Chen was a bit puzzled in his heart, but after feeling the aura above this jade pendant, his pupils could not help but shrink. He forced down his composure and spoke. Where did you get this? Chapter 144, The Big Dipper in the Legs. Thunder Emperor Treasure Art. When Qingyu heard this, he was a bit stunned and explained. This object is the heirloom of my Qing family for generations. It is not from where we got it. It is from our Cheng family. Nangong Chen fell into deep thought after hearing this. Gongzi, what's wrong? Qingyu seemed to have realized something and asked softly. Xingfan, who was on the side, also looked at Nangong Chen with a curious gaze. Nangong Chen stared at this jade pendant. After confirming that it was correct again and again, he looked into Qingyu's eyes again, as if he had thought of something, and asked, at that time, when Ao Lungshi came to your place, did he ask you to hand over anything? Qingyu's face was stunned when he heard it, and his mind kept recalling it. After a while, she softly said, I remembered. It seems that when Ao Lungshi came, he was asking us for something, but my parents told us that we must not hand it over. Xingfan first looked puzzled, yes, and then his eyes gradually brightened. Murphy, since that's the case, it makes sense that Ao Longshi didn't come here for you, but for this jade pendant. As the two of them watched, Nangong Chen spoke in a shocking manner. When Xingyu and Xingfan heard this, their faces were shocked and somewhat disbelieving. Xingyu had always thought that Ao Longshi's extermination of their family's entire clan was all because of herself, but now Nangong Chen was telling himself that it wasn't her fault. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel some relief in her heart, and the corners of her eyes moistened. "I see," she murmured. Xingfan, on the other hand, looked at Nangong Chen and said with some confusion, "My lord, could it be that there is something special about this jade pendant? Why does Ao Longshi want this thing? This is one of the legendary 9 sword tire fragments that can open the key to the chaotic ancient battlefield." Nangong Chen didn't hide it from them and opened his mouth. As expected, after the two heard it, their hearts were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, and they froze in place. The 9 sword tire fragments were a rumor from a long time ago, and only a few people in the Xian heavenly domain knew about it, and it just so happened that they were one of those people who knew about it. This is actually one of the 9 sword tire fragments. The two of them looked at this sword-shaped jade pendant and couldn't help but show a dazed expression. They now understood why the then Ao Longshi wanted this thing. If this were in the outside world, it would be worth $1,000 if it were put on top of the people of the void. How about it? Do you still want to give it to me? Nangong Chen picked up this jade pendant and smiled faintly. When Xingyu heard this, he didn't hesitate for a second and nodded decisively. "Your Excellency, you have helped us so much, and when this object is said to be gifted to you, there is no backtracking." Xingfan on the side did the same, his eyes firm. Nangong Chen's eyes flickered, not expecting such a reply, revealing a touch of appreciation. "Good, this item happens to be useful to me. In that case, I'll take it." He didn't push back and put this sword tire fragment back into his storage space. Looking at these 5 sword tire fragments, Nangong Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then in that case, there are still 4 fragments left to restore the Great Luo sword tire. I hadn't thought that this time when I came to Chu City, I would have this kind of surprise, obtaining a shard in the underworld. Nangong Chen came back to his senses and turned his gaze to the two. "I can't take something from you for nothing, so tell me, do you have any wishes?" He gave a gentle smile and looked at the two with an increasingly friendly gaze. "Wishes?" Xingyu froze, and then seemed to think of something. Glancing at Xingfan's legs, he spoke. "My lord, if it's possible, I want to cure Adi's leg injury." "Sister." When Xingfan heard this, his heart was somewhat moved and his eyes crystallized. Nangong Chen nodded thoughtfully. "Anything else?" Xingyu shook her head. She didn't have any more. Her only wish was to see Xingfan's legs recover and return to the original boy who loved to laugh. "What about you?" Nangong Chen looked to Xingfan, who was somewhat touched by the side, and his tone was soft. Xingfan froze. He hadn't thought that he could even mention wishes. Thinking about this, he pondered for a moment, shook his head, and declined. "I wanted to restore my talent, but that would be completely unrealistic, so I'd better forget about it. Thank you for your kindness." When Nangong Chen heard this, his eyes transformed into heavy pupils that emitted a blazing light, as if he could see the origin of everything in the world. When the two of them saw these eyes, they couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts and minds. Xingfan was even sweating coldly, feeling like his entire body was being seen through by this eye. After a while, Nangong Chen looked as if he had discovered something, and his face showed a sudden realization before he put away his heavy pupils. So it was like this. No wonder Xingfan's leg injury couldn't be cured. It contained an overbearing astral energy. No matter how it was restored, it would be swallowed up by this astral energy. Moreover, this astral energy was still corroding the tendons and bones of these legs. Of course, this astral chi in the depths, hidden very deep. If it is not his heavy pupil against the sky, I am afraid that anyone else will not be able to find the cause of the disease. In the eyes of ordinary healers, this is indeed no disease. Xingyu couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart after seeing it. By the look of the male, he should have seen something. Xingfan also held this thought, and his eyes were fiery. Of course, there is a splash of choice in his heart. If this time even the heavy pupil of the prince cannot find any problems, in the future he will completely give up. He didn't want Xingyu to be this exhausted for him. Nangong Chen briefly explained Xingfan's situation. Xingyu couldn't help but stare at her beautiful eyes when she heard it. The Big Dipper? That's right, it's the astral aura, which is deeply hidden and overbearing, capable of destroying any healing effect. Nangong Chen said softly, a flash of intolerance in his eyes. The pain caused by this astral chi as long as it existed in a person's body was not something that an ordinary person could endure. As if a bone scraper kept rotating, he glanced at Xingfan and saw that his face was calm, and there was some admiration in his heart. That's an unusual heart. It's a talent. And does the gentleman have a solution? Xingyu asked nervously. There is, yes, but there should be some sourness. Nangong Chen hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. This overbearing astral energy, if one were to use unusual means, but it would cause it to spread. And in the end, it would turn into a sharp blade and penetrate out. And it's only somewhat possible to disintegrate it within the body by other means. Qing Fan was unimpressed when he heard this. Gongzi, I'm not afraid, no matter what means you use, as long as you can cure these legs. He had a firm gaze, like two blazing fires. He had even endured the pain of this astral energy. Would he be afraid of anything else? Good boy. I knew I hadn't misjudged anyone. If you can endure this, you will be given a chance. Nangong Chen's eyes were deep as he slowly said, I'm starting. Aha! In the next moment, Nangong Chen's hand pinched the treasure art. A mysterious aura erupted out, and the void was instantly covered in thunderclouds, just like the thunder god descending into the world. That's right, what he was going to use was the lightning formed by the Thunder Emperor's treasure art, pouring it into his body to dissolve his astral aura. But of course, he would control the lightning to be within the range that Qing Fan's body could accept. Let's fight with rigidity and see who is more dominant. When Qing Fan saw this scene, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva and had a bad premonition in his heart. You're not, going to get chopped up, are you? Boom! In the next moment, 10,000 thunderbolts bloomed and rushed towards him from the air. Qing Fan froze, his eyes reflecting the endless lightning. Chapter 145 Dark Meetings. Seed Voting. Chu Family Ancestral Ground. At this moment, the protectors of the Dao from all the forces were all holding a hidden meeting here. With all of you coming here today, the Chu family is really flourishing. Under the dim light, Chu Shanha sat in the first place and said with a smile on his face. When the others heard this, they nodded their heads and were not overly polite. Because this meeting has been going on for millions of years, almost every time before the immortal collections it would be convened like this. Except that this year, there were a few extra fresh faces. Chu Shanha's gaze looked toward a man in black with a cloak, his eyes flickering as he didn't know what to think. I don't know, Your Excellency, and which power it is. How come it looks a bit faceless? Chu Shanha pondered for a moment and spoke. One of the Jiang family elders also noticed, and with a cold snort, he spoke. Rat head, rat tail, could it be that you've done something wrong and don't dare to show your true face? Of all the people here, this is the only one in black who doesn't dare to show his face. When the others saw it, they also released their gazes, revealing a playful expression. Under the black cloak, the man's expression was a bit complicated. His eyes flashed a touch of scarlet, and after a moment of silence, he slowly pulled the cloak down, and the crowd was able to see his true face. After seeing this face, the pupils of the crowd shrunk slightly, as if they had seen something incredible. You're Wen Xiaosheng? A beautiful woman said with some surprise, brightly dressed. The face on the black clothes had an extremely obvious scar, and the person's face was pale, with an appearance of being in his 40s or 50s. It's me. Wen Xiaosheng nodded without hesitation after hearing this. After the others saw it, their eyes were a bit complicated with shock and disbelief. Nothing happened to the Wen family? Someone opened his mouth and asked, his eyes looking straight at Wen Xiaosheng. You know, but there were rumors that a city was slaughtered in Tianqi City last month. And Tianqi City contains 4 major hidden families. The Wen family is one of them. Of course, that so-called rumor was just someone seeing the heavenly pool blocked off, and people from other nearby forces sensing a monstrous blood aura, but no one went in to investigate. But after a long time, the crowd gradually believed that Tianqi City had been destroyed. There was a flash of blood-red sprinkle under Wen Xiaosheng's eyes, but it was well hidden as he wondered. Something happened? Where did you hear that? When the man heard this, he was a little puzzled, but he didn't say much. Once this was said, the crowd also spoke one after another, telling the rumors from a while ago. Tianqi City was slaughtered? What audacity! Who created this rumor? If I catch him, I have to make him look good. When Xiaosheng burst into fury upon hearing this, gritting his teeth, he said, slamming his palm on the desktop, Tianqi City is home to the 4 great hidden families. In the entire Xian heavenly domain, whoever has this kind of power to massacre the city. You guys are also ridiculous to listen to this kind of rumor. When these words came out, the eyes of the crowd flickered, obviously considering the truth of it. After a while, the beautiful woman from earlier smiled sarcastically. Fellow Daoist, Wen, don't be angry. This isn't even demonic talk. We were deceived by it. Her name was Ning Rong, and she was the protector sent by the astronomy sacred land this time. The same sacred land where Shi Meng was earlier. Although the astronomy holy land was weak in terms of hard power compared to some martial arts holy lands, the depths of it were also extraordinary, and it was not something that other forces could mess with. After Ning Rong spoke up, the others also opened their mouths to explain with smiles on their faces. After all, the families of Tianqi City were among the top existences in the entire Xian heavenly domain, not something that could be casually messed with. They also didn't want to feud with it and cause a great enemy for nothing. When Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain when he heard this, but it was well hidden by him. He waved his hand, his beard twitching and his eyes wide, as if he was still a little unsettled, and after a long time, he waved his hand. It's just that, if it were not for the old man's big temperament, if it were the other three, it would be difficult for you to do it today. When the others saw this, they also breathed a sigh of relief, and the skepticism in their eyes completely dissipated. They had met when Xiaoxing a few times earlier, and his character still hadn't changed at all. Well, now that things have been cleared up, let's start today's meeting. Chu Shanha at the head nodded, sweeping the circle and calmly said, this time, as usual, the Immortal Collection is sending 20 slots to enter, with a total of 10 forces participating in it. Chu family, Haoren Pavilion, Astronomical Holy Land, Jiang family. Chu Shanha named them in turn, landing his gaze on them. The crowd was calm about it. After all, it was that this was just the process. After Chu Shanha finished his roll call, he held a rune in his hand. His eyes were deep as he opened his mouth. All of you should be clear about the rules of the Immortal Collection, and I'll make it short. According to the last list, my Xian Heavenly Domain, out of 20 Heavenly Prides, there are only 3 who have entered the next round. That is to say, this Immortal Collection remains as before. Each family joins forces and selects 3 seeds, sending them into the trial also on the second round. Do you all have any thoughts about this year's seeds? As the words fell, the crowd seemed to have expected it and spoke out. In the past, the Jiang clan had 2 seeds. This year, our Qilin sect is going to be like that, with a seed slot. I Jiang family that is recognized by everyone elected. You put aside they're called what? You lying, you also elected my great desolate mountain is also going to have a seed quota. And I think our world sun is perfectly qualified for it. These old men were red in the face and ears, not letting up in the slightest, even directly cursing. Instantly the entire conference room was as noisy as a food market. This kind of opportunity was rare, and if they could enter the trial, the significance it represented was extraordinary, so they naturally had to fight for it. Seeing this, Chu Shanha was calm, having long thought that this would be the situation. However, he didn't stop it, because their Chu family had already internalized a seed slot, which had been agreed upon long ago, so he naturally wasn't worried. It was only after a while that the sounds gradually subsided. At this moment, these old men who were past their prime had some dry lips. Ahem. When Chu Shanha saw this scene, he also knew that it was the right time. Since you all have your own candidates in mind, it will come down to a vote. First things first, you can only vote for 2 seeds. The other one has already been reserved by my daughter. And then a couple of maids came along and handed out a ticket. After these people got it, they all grunted coldly, but they didn't say much. After all, the Chu family takes 1 seed slot, and has always been the consensus. If someone disagrees, the Chu family will kick out, and will not be allowed to come to participate in the Immortal Collection from now on. But this feeling of working for someone else is also something that irritates them. Soon after, people from all the forces cast their votes in their hands. Chapter 146, Qing Fan's Breakthrough. Li Qishun, 7 votes. Jiang Yingyu, 4 votes. When this result came out, the crowd seemed to have expected it and didn't say much. In other words, a total of 11 people here voted. And except for these 2 at the head who had votes, the remaining 18 heavenly prides, none of them had a single vote. And down below, a burly old man revealed a touch of guilt upon seeing it. This person was none other than the representative of the Haoren Pavilion, Elder Xiong. He originally wanted to vote for the heavy pupil, but was afraid that the relationship between the 2 would be exposed. The one named Li Qixin is naturally the current number 1 in the heavenly ranking, a demonic and extraordinary person who was honored by the world as the overlord. As for Jiang Yingyu, she was an old acquaintance, the moon god who was second on the heavenly ranking. Chu Shanha secretly nodded his head, still counting on you guys to have brains. Immortal Hide is not a joke. If you voted for some cowards as seeds, but will be out early in the second round, then it will be funny, not only be ridiculed by their own people, but also in the 10 domains to lose face. Of course, previously, but there is something similar to this happened. Voted a second generation up. The result of the second round directly eliminated. In front of those other domains demon, look are not enough to see. They were even severely humiliated by other domains. After that second generation came back, it was spurned by the whole world forces, even with the family in it, were also disliked. Not over 100 years, that family will fall. What a congratulations! The Li family has a seated spot again this year. Someone opened his mouth and laughed, speaking towards a grey-robed old man sitting in the center. A flash of scorn flashed in the eyes of the others, but they all stood up and opened their mouths to congratulate. Just as the man had just done, the grey-robed old man was immortal. his breath was like an abyss, and his eyes contained stars that were very divine. Obviously, he was a saint. After hearing this, Li Sanhai just glanced at them lightly and spoke. My Li family's son has a demonic talent. This is what he deserves. Even if you guys don't vote for him, he'll still be able to enter the trial. Some fists hardened at this statement. Isn't this a naked mockery of them? Your family's offspring can't do it. The overlord is really outstanding. I just don't know who is better in this invincible posture compared to the heavy pupil. Just then, a light voice came from the corner, underneath the black cloak. When Xiaoshang revealed an evil smile. When these words came out, after hearing the 3 words heavy pupil, the faces of the people changed in unison, as if they had heard something taboo. In this meeting, there were 2 reasons why the recently notorious heavy pupil and the Ice Phoenix goddess, who had recently stirred up the world, were not mentioned. One reason was because the previous heavy pupil had beheaded the Ao Longshire Z, and had feuded with the venerable lords of the upper realm, and if they were involved, the venerable lords would surely be liquidated when they descended to the realm half a year later. Secondly, because, here in the audience, all of them were predominantly middle divine state forces, and in the bottom of their hearts was a touch of superiority, believing that the heavy pupil shouldn't have tarnished the seated slot. Therefore, in secret, they had already discussed that this time, the immortal collection, but they wanted to isolate these 2. A silence fell over the entire small room, but soon, someone else broke the silence. What's a heavy pupil? In terms of talent, it's definitely Overlord who's better. That's right. Hegemon is the number 1 in the heavenly ranking. A brat from the eastern continent would dare to shake Hegemon's position. If the heavy pupil is sensible, he will obediently escort the overlord as well as the moon god this time when he enters the immortal treasury. These people laughed disdainfully, their gazes looking towards Li Sanhai in a pleasing manner. You know, if you can get a little bit involved with the Li family because of these few words, it would be a big profit. But there are others who are silent, such as the head of the Chu Shanha, Elder Xiong. The heavy pupil is very strong. This immortal collection, I will have the 7 gods pay attention. But, if he only has the strength of that day at the top of the Chu clan's mountain, then he will not pose a threat to the 7 gods. Right at this moment, Li Sanhai spoke out, his eyes showing a serious color. And then, he ignored the others and disappeared into thin air. After the crowd heard this voice, their pupils shrunk slightly in disbelief. No! Looking at the several rushing divine thunderbolts in the sky, Qing Fan shouted. Qing Yu on the side also revealed a worried look, a little puzzled in his heart, but thinking that Nangong Chen was here, he didn't say anything. Boom dash! A divine thunderbolt precisely struck Qing Fan's body, and in an instant, his body was somewhat scorched. At the same time, a strand of blue essence from that thunderbolt entered Qing Fan's body. Seeing this, Nangong Chen nodded. It seems that this method is still somewhat useful. Soon, those divine thunderbolts came one after another, perfectly avoiding all the buildings under Nangong Chen's control, and hardening all of them to strike Qing Fan's body. Qing Fan gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the tingling and soreness in his body without screaming out. After a while, he was surprised to feel several blue gases wandering through his body, leading from his heart to his limbs. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Nangong Chen and Qing Yu looked over, only to see Qing Fan did not know whether it was painful or comfortable, but even his eyes were closed tightly, and his whole body was tautly called out. Qing Fan, Qing Yu said with a worried face after seeing it. Nangong Chen's eyes flickered, revealing a look of doubt. That's not right. Is there a mistake in your approach? It's so cozy. In the next moment, Qing Fan, whose face was originally tense, instantly soothed, revealing a look of enjoyment as he sighed. The 2 were also filled with black lines after seeing it. What the hell are you screaming for? Qing Fan seemed to have realized that his cry was a bit of an outburst, and suddenly opened his eyes, just wanting to explain. But then he felt that tingling sensation in his body. Cool. He couldn't help but call out. When Qing Yu saw it, his face darkened and his fists couldn't help but clench. Nangong Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. Raising his hand, several more divine thunderbolts descended in the void. Qing Fan, in this dazed consciousness, felt that all his body was being cleansed. It was very soothing. Even the astral chi in his legs was actually dissolved. After a while, the dark clouds dissipated, and Qing Fan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, with thunder and lightning pulsing inside. At the same time, the aura on his body was continuously surging, as if it was bursting out after the rain, hardening, practicing chi, Tsukiji, spiritual sea, purple mansion. Just like that, Qing Fan's breath soared all the way up, directly reaching the late purple mansion stage. Qing Yu on the side stared with wide eyes and couldn't help but cover her mouth as if she had seen a miracle. Chapter 147, The Fulchan Seat. Qing Fan felt this change in his body and stood up, his eyes full of incredulity. Suddenly, As if sensing something, he looked to his legs, standing erect and upright as if they were pines. "Can you stand by yourself?" he said to himself, lost in thought, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. When Xingyu saw this scene, her eyes turned a little red, and her beautiful eyes bloomed with light. Knock! In the next moment, Xingfan's legs suddenly bent, and without hesitation, he knelt on the ground and heavily kowtowed 10 times towards Nangongchen. "Your Excellency killed Ao Longshizi for us, and now you have granted me the creation to recover my legs and regain my cultivation. The kid will never forget this life. In the future, Your Excellency is my second relative in the world. If you don't mind, I want to be your sharpest sword in the future." His eyes were red and grateful, his voice trembling a little. When Xingyu saw this scene, he seemed like he wanted to say something, but he held back and watched silently. Seeing this, Nangongchen didn't stop him and watched him finish kowtowing 10 times, stepping forward to help him up and patting the dust and ashes on his body. "There's no need to be so grateful. I just did what needed to be done," Nangongchen said softly, looking at his clear face. Some reminiscence, as if he saw himself once. The sharpest sword? But, seeing this, Xingfan's eyes were a little bleak, and he wanted to say something more. "All right, my lord is tired. It's time to go back and rest." Nangongchen turned around and waved his hand. Suddenly he looked like he thought of something and paused for a moment. "Every choice in life is crucial. You've grown up, Xingfan. You can't just think for yourself." When the words fell, Xingfan was struck by lightning and suddenly turned his head to look. Xingyu had already burst into tears. Time flew by. 2 days passed quickly, and today was the day to enter the Immortal Collection. Early morning, inside the compound, Nangongchen leisurely lay on the eunuch chair, the warm daylight hitting him as if it was covered in a layer of golden sand. His expression was calm and his gaze was deep, as if he was pondering something. Is Senso going to convene today? The 2 days went on as usual. Everything was as it should be, and Xingyu took good care of him, his guest, and kept him at ease. The only thing was that, within the courtyard, there was an additional figure of a hard-working man. Xingfan was holding a broadsword. His eyes were sharp and his blade intent was astonishing, as if it was an unseen divine sword. In the next moment, he headed towards the wooden man in front of him and slashed down, and on that sharp blade, there was lightning surging out and zipping. Boom! Under this monstrous blade intent, the upper half of this wooden man's body slowly fell down. The cutting surface was neat and flat, so it was evident that the person who had made this sword had a clean blade and a pure mind. "Xingfan, you've chopped up another wooden man." Just then, Xingyu, who happened to come out from the middle of the room, saw the scene and couldn't help but clench his fists. She slowly averted her eyes to a corner of the yard. The damaged wooden men there could have been piled up into a small mountain. Most of all, Xingfan cut even if he did. He carried lightning on his knife, which would make this wooden man charred and yellow, making it difficult to recover again. And this was the reason why Xingyu was angry. Although she now had enough spirit stones in her hands to buy countless wooden people, she was still heartbroken, knowing that earlier they had lived in straitened circumstances for a few years, and it was difficult to shift their habits for a while. What a waste of dead money. Thinking of this, Xingyu couldn't help but mutter a bit and look at Xingfan with some anger, with the appearance that he would be finished if he didn't give a proper explanation. Hearing this voice, Xingfan slowly turned around, revealing a sardonic smile. Sister, Nangongchen, who was sitting on the side in the eunuch chair, was watching the scene with interest. It was time for the daily sibling bonding session. As a scream rang out, Nangongchen's smile grew even wider. Soon, Xingfan came over with a bruised and swollen face, walking with a limp, but after seeing Nangongchen, he also revealed a bright smile. "Duke!" Nangongchen nodded and with a wave of his hand, a light green mana rushed out and entered Xingfan's body. At once Xingfan felt a whisper in his body. His head didn't hurt, and his hands didn't bend. He looked at Nangongchen with a grateful face and thanked him. This is the first time in a few days that the prince has made a move to help him heal his injuries. Of course, the injuries on his body were all superficial and not very fatal. "I will be leaving today. Before I leave, let's have breakfast together." Nangongchen got up and opened his mouth. His white clothes were very dusty, and his body exuded a faint immortal aura, as if he was a reincarnation of an immortal. Xingfan's smile stiffened a bit after hearing this, and his joy was suppressed. Yes, it's time for the mail to go. In the distance, Xingyu, who had finished organizing the wooden man, also walked over, and when she saw Nangongchen's departing figure, she also thought of something, and suddenly her pretty face was a little blushing. Just now the male won't see himself violent. The male has been here all this time? Xingyu looked at Xingfan who was at the side and asked out loud. Yeah, Xingfan said with some loss. When Xingyu heard this, he glanced at him and sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Your Excellency is leaving today. Xingfan said in a disoriented manner, slowly getting up and walking towards the compound. Xingyu's petite body suddenly paused for a moment, the light of her beautiful eyes gradually dimming as she pursed her lips. That's also right. Today Gongzi is going to enter the immortal collection, Xingyu muttered before following Xingfan to the compound. It's time to wake up from these days of dreaming. Inside the courtyard, a wisp of aroma curled out, and Xingyu and Xingfan had just stepped through the courtyard door when they keenly smelled the mouth-watering fragrance. Is this? Both of their bodies lurched at the same time before their gazes looked away, only to see the dining table. I do not know when has been filled with various colors of food, emitting dense immortal gas, especially that braised rock. Meat luster's shiny crystal. Very attractive. Seeing Nangong Chen, who was waiting for them at the dining table, Xingyu pursed her lips and spoke. Gongzi, did you make all of these? Xingfan also cast a curious gaze. Gongzi such a dusty man. Would he even cook? Nangong Chen shook his head, revealing a smile. I don't know how to do it. These were all reserved in the drunken immortal pavilion, and their people just sent them over. You see. Nangong Chen dropped his gaze to a spot. Both of them looked at the same time, only to see that the doorway, at an unknown time, had come with a large group of people, holding carts, with smiles on their faces. Your Excellency, enjoy your meal. We'll leave first. One of the chefs, revealing a fawning smile, said to Nangong Chen. Chapter 148, The Immortal's Treasure is out. Parting, with Nangong Chen nodding slightly. Soon, the figures of these people disappeared into this. When Xingyu and Xingfan saw this scene, their mouths widened in disbelief. This. It can still look like this. If I have just heard it correctly, what the Gongzi said. These people are all the people of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? You know, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is the most luxurious and honorable restaurant in Chu City. Ah, the dishes inside are unique. The only drawback is that it is expensive. How expensive? It is said that one of the dishes is worth a lot of money, a full 10,000 spirit stones. Even some of the local rich people cannot afford to eat these. Rumor has it that they're Chu city master, but also often because of eating a meal to save a meal. As for the male son, he even managed to get a whole table of dishes to come over. And if I'm not mistaken, there are nearly 30 dishes in this. If it wasn't for the fact that this table was rather large, I'm afraid that none of these would fit. Thinking of this, Xingyu and Xingfan both gulped. What are you waiting there for? Come and eat. It's not good if it gets cold. Just then, Nangong Chen saw that they were a bit frozen and opened his mouth. After Xingyu and Xingfan heard this, they also came back to their senses and sat dumbfounded in their chairs, still with some shock in their eyes. Duke, how many dishes did you buy? Just then, Xingfan couldn't help but ask. Xingyu on the side is also a little curious. This is also too much. They came to the front to realize that far more than they had imagined. When Nangong Chen heard this, he turned his thoughts around and responded lightly. I don't know what you guys like to eat, so I simply wrapped it all up. When the two heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched a bit, and their eyes were shocked. All inclusive. This was the first time they had heard that someone had bagged all of the dishes from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Gongzi is really trenchant. Thinking of this, the two of them sighed in their hearts before picking up their chopsticks and flying to start eating. Seeing them start eating, Nangong Chen also moved his cutlery. When Xingyu saw this scene, he had a mixed feeling in his heart and was very moved. The original male, been waiting for them? I'm afraid that the only one who can achieve such respect for the likes of them is the Duke. But the male is leaving. Thinking of this, Xingyu's beautiful eyes dimmed down, feeling that this bowl of immortal crab porridge didn't even taste good anymore. Xingfan on the other side was the same, lowered his head and kept eating, occasionally some complexity to look at Nangong Chen. His heart was full of thoughts. Nangong Chen, on the other hand, didn't notice the abnormality of the two and ate elegantly. Soon a silence fell over the compound, leaving only the sound of chewing. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. Not long after, 3 bells rang out, deafening and resounding throughout Chu City. The sound of this bell was extraordinary. It actually carried a trace of Dao rhythm, and many people stopped what they were doing. After Nangong Chen heard this, he raised his head and looked into the distance, his gaze somewhat deep. Is Senso going to open? He hadn't forgotten that the Chu family had a holy artifact called the Heavenly Bell, which would be rung 3 times every time the Immortal Collection was convened to show the crowd. After Xingyu and Xingfan heard this, they glanced at each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Is this? Because they had only come to Chu Cheng in the last 2 years, they were a little unaware of some of the traditions. When Nangong Chen saw the two men's puzzled gazes, he smiled and opened his mouth to explain. This is a heavenly bell, and 3 knocks will mean that the Immortal Collection will be convened. Now that I've eaten my fill, I should go. On the contrary, these dishes, I still have to trouble you to continue to solve. Nangong Chen stood up, a white dress enveloped in immortal splendor. carrying a mysterious aura of nobility. When Qing Yu heard this, his face suddenly changed and became pale all of a sudden. How come, so fast? She hasn't secretly said goodbye to her husband yet. Qing Fan did the same, keeping his head down and not saying a word. Gongzi, I'll give you a ride. Qing Yu got up and opened her mouth. A green dress flowing with a spiritual temperament. Watching Qing Yu follow, Qing Fan's fists clenched. And now that he was also left alone at the table, he had no desire to continue eating. He stood up and ran toward the two men. Your Excellency, from what they said, the immortal treasure is incredibly dangerous, so I hope you'll take care of your health. Qing Yu walked and opened her mouth. A pair of beautiful eyes looking towards Nangong Chen. Will do. Nangong Chen's face rippled a bit as he glanced at her and revealed a smile. Seeing that she was about to be sent to the door, Qing Yu had some hesitation in her heart, and with clenched silver teeth, she opened her mouth and said, Your Excellency, once we say goodbye this time, will we still have the chance to meet? It's just an immortal hide. After coming out, can't we also meet? Besides, I'm still in Chu City. Nangong Chen gave her a puzzled look and responded, before stopping at the door and pausing. As for the future, if you want to come and see me, you can come to the Eastern Divine State and go to a place called the Heavenly Abyss Divine Dynasty. Oh, by the way, you probably haven't heard about it at this time, but I'm sure it won't be long before you do. Speaking of this, Nangong Chen's eyes flickered, revealing a smirk, but he knew that his father was not the restful type, and figured that he must be working on some other dynasty right now. If not, then on something bigger. It won't take long for the word to get out. After Qing Yu heard this, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of bewilderment. Eastern Divine Prefecture, Tian Yuan Dynasty? However, after hearing Nangong Chen's words, although Qing Yu was puzzled, he also knew a great deal about it. She nodded heavily, her face full of seriousness. Well, my lord, I will definitely go. Okay, I'll wait for you guys. Nangong Chen laughed before turning into a stream of light and disappearing before Qing Yu's eyes. At this moment, Qing Fan, who had arrived late, couldn't help but redden her eyes when she saw this scene. Sister, do you think we'll still be able to meet with the Duke after this time? Yes, of course we can. At least we know where the mail is. Ao Yumi forced a smile at the sad thought. Qing Fan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he seemed to have found hope again. Chu family ancestral ground. Chu Shanha put away the hammer in his hand and quietly walked to a huge ancient mirror and muttered, Old man, it's time to see the light of day again. Behind him, all the people of the Chu clan were gathered here, their gazes looking towards Chu Shanha with complex expressions. In the next moment, a brilliant divine light rushed out from the mirror. Boom! The mirror shattered, and countless crystalline light spilled from it. A mysterious and transcendent aura erupted from the mirror. Chapter 149 Heavenly Bell Ringing. Out! At the same time, in the middle of Chu City, one of the largest mansions, a man wearing Xianhuang battle armor, with eyes like cold lightning, holding a silver battle halberd, with a formidable and terrifying aura. At this moment, as if he sensed something, he looked up, his eyes seeming to be able to see through nothingness, emitting a golden glow. The heavenly bell rings, the realm of extinction opens. Looks like it's time for me to set off, the young man muttered. Boom! In the next moment, a stream of light erupted from the city king's mansion, cutting across the sky and flying towards the Chu family. The young man's aura was amazing, and the crowd on the street couldn't help but look up at him after sensing it. Hiss! Upon seeing that face, everyone's pupils shrunk slightly and were filled with shock. He Gemin. He's out of the gate, someone said shakily, their body trembling a little. Surprisingly, it's him? After the others heard this, they looked at the back figure in the void, their faces incomparably complicated. The name of the king of the world. Who does not know? In the year of its weak crown, at the age of 16 years old, it ascended to the first of the heavenly list, and after that, it is the crown of the 10 years. No one can shake. In their eyes, the overlord was a legend, never losing a battle in his life. Today, however, was the first time the overlord appeared in front of the world after 2 years of seclusion. In the city king's mansion, inside the courtyard, there was an old and a young figure situated there, and in its center, a chessboard was placed, and the sound of falling seeds was crisp. The old man was immortal, with a deep gaze and an aura like an abyss, holding a black chess piece in his hand. At this moment, if any great powers were here, they would definitely be able to recognize that this person was the famous Li family saint, Li Songhai. Opposite it, there was a brocade-clothed young man sitting, holding a white chess piece in his hand, very breezy. Strangely enough, between his forehead, there was a vertical slit, like a third eye, with a faint divine might radiating out. Li Songhai saw the chessboard in front of him at the moment. The black pieces held in his hand were slow to fall, hanging in the mid-air, his eyes showing a touch of nervousness. Suddenly, a stream of light erupted from the city king's mansion. After the two saw it, their minds flickered, not knowing what they were thinking. 7 gods he departs, Li Sunhai said in a deep voice, with a complex meaning, as if reminding of something, and then slowly dropped the black pieces in his hand. Yes? Then it's time for me to go. Extinction, the brocade-clothed young man slowly said, will be in the hands of the white chess fall, only to see the chessboard above. The 2 winners and losers have been divided. Li Sunhai looked at the chessboard. Black pieces were all eaten. There was no chance to turn the game around. Thinking of this, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His heart breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Playing chess with this demon. The pressure in my mind is just too much. Li Muxiu stood up, arched his hand towards Li Sunhai, and opened his mouth. Second master, thank you for playing chess with me today. I'll go ahead and find my brother. Go go go. Li Sunhai revealed a smile and nodded, his eyes satisfied with a hint of pride. That's right. The man in brocade is the second youngest master of the Li family. Li Muxiu is the third in today's heavenly ranking. Li Muxiu took one last look at Li Sunhai, then his body flashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing. After seeing it, Li Sunhai's gaze was haunted, not knowing what he was thinking. Astronomy court. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Inside the boudoir, a purple-haired girl, after hearing this, went forward and opened the door, and after seeing the visitor, there was some delight in her beautiful eyes. Master, it's you. Outside the door, a beautiful woman dressed in a sarong waited quietly. It was Ning Rong, who had previously met at the Chu family, and was also the very same Shermeng's master teacher. Ning Rong couldn't help but soften his brows a bit after seeing Shermeng and asked softly, "It's me, kid, how have you been doing in Chucheng all this time?" "Master, come in first, I'll tell you about it." Shermeng's face was a little agitated as she pulled Ning Rong in. Ning Rong revealed a gentle smile and didn't refuse. The two were as harmonious as mother and daughter. Soon, Shermeng recounted each and every one of the recent events to Ning Rong. The moon at sea, the sky is the limit. You mean to tell me that this is from the heavy pupil himself? Ning Rong was a bit shocked when she heard about Nangong Chen's performance that day in the middle of the astronomy pavilion. Yes, master, that person is the heavy pupil. I didn't expect him, but he still knows poetry. It's really unexpected. Shermeng memorialized. Her beautiful eyes revealed a touch of fire, just like a little fangirl. Ning Rong could not help but fall silent after hearing it. That sentence just now, even her long-time state of mind was a bit shaken. Vaguely, some tendency to enter the holy. This made her think of what that old man had said to her in the Tianji pavilion. This time, within Chu City, there is a chance for you that may be related to entering the holy. To go or not to go? Think for yourself. Master, what's wrong? Sensing that something was wrong with Ning Rong, Shermeng opened her mouth to ask. Ning Rong shook his head, slowly before speaking out about the Tianji pavilion. When Shermeng heard this, her pupils shrunk slightly and she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Master teacher was going to break through to a saint? Quickly, she responded and opened her mouth to ask. Master, then how can I help you? Only to see Ning Rong attach his ear to her side and say a few words. After Shermeng heard this, her pretty face instantly blushed as she opened her mouth. I know. Well, go ahead. Master believes in you. Ning Rong waved his fists a bit, showing a smile and giving encouraging looks. The Jiang family. The heavenly bells are ringing. It is time for you to depart. An elder of the Jiang clan opened his mouth and said, looking at the two people at the head of the group. On the side, there were many young boys and girls who had powerful breaths and extraordinary looks, and they were obviously all geniuses of the Jiang family. And today, he was also sent by the family to help Jiang Che and also Jiang Yingyu. Brother Che, after you go in, you have to assist the moon god well. Oh, she is the seed this time. It's very significant. Among the crowd, a youngster with white eyebrows spoke out, his eyes flickering, and it could be seen that he was somewhat at odds with Jiang Che. Sure enough, after Jiang Che heard this, his fists secretly clenched and gritted his teeth. I know. After the other Jiang family disciples heard this, they all spoke up as well. Yes, it didn't occur to me that our Jiang clan would have a day when a demon could be regarded as a seed. This is an honor for the entire Xian heavenly domain. Thanks to this life, our moon god has awakened, or we wouldn't be so smooth. I believe that this immortal collection, the moon god, will definitely shock the world, and by then, our Jiang family will be on a higher level. The eyes of these disciples were adoring and fiery as they looked towards Jiang Yingyu. Even those elders, at this moment, didn't refute and looked at Jiang Yingyu with a pleased expression. Jiang Yingyu glanced at them lightly, ignoring them, and said to Jiang Che, who was at the side, go. Jiang Che's eyes exploded with light and he nodded. Soon, the two disappeared in place. Chapter 150 Greetings from the Chu family. The Chu family. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside the Chu family's door. Today, they all knew that it was the time for the opening of the Immortal Collection, and keeping the idea of watching the spectacle in mind, they rushed over to watch. Strangely enough, the Chu family didn't stop this behavior, but instead built stands next to it. This also allowed the crowd to clearly see each and every heavenly pride that went in. Soon after, an exclamation of surprise rang out. Look guys, isn't that the Chu family's holy maiden? She came out too. Just as the crowd was gazing at it carefully, the Chu family's gate walked out a stunningly beautiful woman, who was none other than Chu Yan. By Chu Yan's side, he was followed by Chu Xing, and the two of them attracted countless gazes as soon as they appeared on the stage. Sister, why do you think father called us out to receive guests, when clearly there are not specialized attendants at home? Chu Xing asked with some confusion. After Chu Yan heard this, she didn't answer the first time, but pondered for a while before slowly opening her mouth. Today's Immortal Collection. The people who are coming must all be the future Shocking Xian Heavenly Domain's leaders. I think father is letting us contact them. After all, in the future, these contacts may be useful to the place. It was then that Chu Xing was somewhat dazed. So that's how it is. No wonder that Chu Ruchuan's face looked so bad when father asked us to come. Ha ha ha. And then, Chu Xing looked at the crowd below, as if thinking of something. His face flashed with a complex color as he spoke out. If the heavy pupil arrives, do we really have to face him as strangers? After all, we previously, but in the nine heavens mysterious realm in the same sweet and sour. Cough cough. Chu Yan coughed lightly, as if reminding of something. When Chu Xing saw that, his face also changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look, only to see a gaze as cold as a snake staring at them. The owner of this gaze was none other than Chu Ruchuan. When Chu Ruchuan saw Chu Xing looking at him, his eyes revealed a hint of suspicion, which then quickly disappeared. Not far away, when the crowd saw Chu Yan coughing, they could not help but feel some heartache, and for a while, they opened their mouths. Chu Saint's body is still as bad as ever. From before to now, cannot change. Yes, I don't know what kind of disease the Chu Sacred Maiden is suffering from. Even this Chu family doesn't have the means to treat it. According to others, it seems to be related to the Holy Virgin's physique. From their viewpoint, Chu Yan's face was pale, her pair of beautiful eyes were haggard and pitiful, so that people could not help but feel heartbroken when they saw it. It's no wonder so many people sympathize. But soon, the crowd seemed to see something and focus their attention on a stream of light, only to see the main gate of the Chu family. As a yellow light dissipated, a figure walked out. This person had a dignified and upright posture. Wang Tong, the young lord of the Wang family. Hiss. I didn't expect that he would be the first to come. Yes, he is the closest besides the top 10 demons in the heavenly ranking. It seems that he was already 12 in the heavenly ranking the previous year. Could it be that this time, he's vying to be the leader because he'll be able to enter the top 10 of the heavenly ranking? When the crowd saw this figure, they opened their mouths. Wang family, Wang Tong. Wang Tang's face was calm as he arched his hand at Chu Yan. Young Master Wang Clan, please come in. Chu Yan spread her face and gave a smile. At the same time, in her eyes, a hint of surprise flashed. Wang Tong unexpectedly broke through to the peak of the great power realm. Could it be that he has recently found some kind of chance? After hearing this, Wang Tang nodded towards Chu Xing who was on the side and walked straight inside, his figure quickly disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Chu Xing, who was on the side, was a bit surprised after seeing it. TSK, 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 something's not right. Wasn't this kid quite wild before? Chu Yan did not respond and looked his gaze toward another purple stream of light in the void. The crowd watching from around them also stared, wanting to see who the second person to come was, only to see, as the light dissipated, a silhouette walked out. Sherming's features were exquisite, her skin was crystalline, and her purple hair was scattered like a waterfall, giving people a comfortable feeling, a hazy aura that was a symbol of the Wendao lineage, the astronomical sanctuary. Shermu blinked and spoke, her purple eyes were soulful. When Chu Yan saw it, she couldn't help but reveal a smile. Please come in. What others don't know is that Shermeng is actually Chu Yan's BFF. What a beautiful woman. Is this the holy maiden of the astronomy Holy Land? Sure enough, Fairy Shermeng is not only good looking, her cultivation is even more powerful. It's just that I don't know who can be worthy of Fairy Shermeng. When the crowd saw the purple silhouette, they exclaimed, their mouths watering. Soon, two more figures appeared in the void. After the crowd saw it clearly, they felt a bit tasteless, and for a while their voices were quite low. This could also sideways confirm that these two were not any resounding heavenly pride. Brother Lu, why does it feel like the voices are all quite lowered once we arrived? A tigerish figure glanced around and whispered. This person was no one but Xiongde of the Haoran Pavilion. The somewhat naive Lu Daju on the side, after hearing this, then revealed a smile. Simple, only to see Lu Daju, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, change a cart from nowhere, and on top of that cart, a dazzling light emanated. That's surprising. A load of spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were quite a bit more precious than spirit stones, and although they were not as valuable as the very best spirit crystals, they were still of extraordinary value. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd instantly looked straight. Countless gazes were directed towards them. There was no way around it. It was too damn attractive. Let me hear it. Where are your screams? Lu Daju let out a deep breath and exclaimed, revealing a smile. Boom dash. Instantly, an overwhelming amount of screams rang out, literally bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Lu Daju brought the cart in the void, and whichever side was louder, he spread money that way. For a moment, the entire stands were filled with cheers. The sound, far more excited than the two earlier. When Xiongda saw this scene, his eyes looked straight up. I can't believe this. What a stupid man with a lot of money. Why don't you give me this money and I'll ask someone to give him a shout. Hiss. My stomach hurts a little. Chu Xing sighed, a little red-eyed, and then as if he suddenly thought of something, he turned around and left. Chu Yan grabbed him by the collar and gritted her teeth. If you rush to pick it up, I'll kill you. After Chu Xing heard that, he also revealed a sardonic smile. Strange. My stomach suddenly stopped hurting again. Chapter 151, The Chu family's twin pride arrives. Hao Ran Pavilion. Xiongda. Tianba Pavilion. Lu Daju. The two men said, arching their hands in turn. When Xu Yan saw it, her beautiful eyes flashed as she similarly arched her hand back and spoke. Both of you, please come in. Xiongda and Lu Daju revealed a smile while going inside the courtyard. Seeing that the two had already walked away, Chu Xing glanced at them and said in a low voice, it's true that people are stupid and have a lot of money. Next time, if there is an opportunity, we must make friends with Lu Daju. Xu Yan's beautiful eyes revealed a smile that seemed to have an inexplicable meaning. She was aware of how much it had cost for this young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to come in, and to be honest, she had been taken aback at the time when she found out. Otherwise, how could this Lu Daju, who was listed in the middle of the district's heavenly ranking, obtain a place among this group of heavenly pride? At this moment, the faces of the crowd of onlookers were joyful, not expecting to have such an unexpected surprise today when they just came to make a scene. And soon, it seemed that the story was being spread more and more widely, and more people came up to watch, and for a while the whole crowd reached another peak. You guys came too late. Just now we picked up quite a few spirit crystals. A loose cultivator opened his mouth and laughed when he saw the others coming over. When these people heard this, their faces lost a bit of color, and then they shook their heads. There's no harm in it. I'm surprisingly free today, so I've come to take a look at the demons in this immortal collection. One of them said with a bemused face. So many people here. Pick up and can pick up how much, but just some pale head small profit. Those beside him nodded, knowing that the heavenly prides that came today were all big names that would be hard to come by in 100 years within the Xian heavenly domain. If they could take a look at them, they would be able to satisfy their curiosity. Did you guys see that cripple? That's him. It said that he just picked up a lot of spirit crystals. Hundreds of them. This can be considered a real fortune. That loose cultivator laughed and pointed to a cripple close to the bleachers there and spoke in a low voice. When these words came out, the face of the man who had just spoken was a bit taut. Hundreds of spirit crystals. He wouldn't be able to earn that much in his lifetime. At the thought, some eyes flickered and their gaze drifted to the crippled man with what seemed to be an inexplicable meaning. At this moment, two ghost-like figures appeared in the crowd. Their figures flashed, weaving in and out of the crowd, with a faint light radiating from their feet. The sea of people were treated as nothing in front of their eyes, and in no time at all, they were at the forefront of this group of people. I didn't realize this Gale step of yours was still useful. That young girl who was as if she had walked out of a poem or painting opened her mouth and laughed, looking at the clean-cut young man on the side. These two had a very dusty aura and attracted a lot of attention amongst the crowd. If Nangong Chen were here, he would have recognized that these two were none other than the Qing family siblings. Qing Fan smiled nervously when he heard this. At that time, Gongzi pointed me out. He. Duke. After hearing this, Xingyu revealed a flash of reminiscence before looking ahead, seemingly searching for a figure with some urgency in his heart. But soon after, Xingyu shook his head and said with a complicated face, there is no sign of Gongzi. Could it be that Gongzi has already gone in? It should be. After all, the Gongzi is one step ahead of us in setting out. The Gongzi should be in the middle of the Chu family at this moment. We came too late, Qing Fan said with some bitterness in his heart. When Xingyu heard this, her heart was empty and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be a bit gloomy. Even the last side of the male sun did not see. What a shame. Qing Fan also didn't say a word. Looking downwards, not knowing what he was pondering. The two of them were very special amongst the crowd, as if they were stuffy, out of place in the surrounding atmosphere. But soon, an excited cheer erupted from the crowd. When the two heard this, they couldn't help but raise their heads up and look into the void, only to see that in that void, two streams of light appeared, a man and a woman, carrying an extremely strong pressure on their bodies. After Ching Fan saw it, he couldn't help but feel his heart and soul tremble, and his face was shocked. These two, very strong. He even felt that the female among them on the other side could crush him with one finger. Is this the top demon within the Xian Tian domain? Feeling this disparity, Ching Fan clenched his hands tightly and felt some powerlessness in his heart. Xing Yu was silent, her beautiful eyes similarly looking over there, not knowing what she was thinking. Hiss, surprisingly, it's the Jiang family's twin pride. I didn't realize it was them who came. Both of their auras are terrifyingly terrifying, especially the moon god. That kind of pressure. The surrounding void is somewhat deformed. Just how far has she come? Indeed, the second name of the heavenly ranking is not real. I'm afraid only that person can suppress a head in this world. The crowd marveled, their eyes erupting with elation. Ching Fan's face dawned upon hearing these people's words, and then he seemed to think of something and muttered, "Are all of Gongzi's opponents these monsters?" He could not help but think of the courtyard, the white figure, sitting on the tutor's chair, idle and elegant, like a true immortal in the world. Monster? You don't understand. After hearing this, Qing Yu shook his head and spoke. Gongzi is considered a true monster compared to them. Her beautiful eyes were blazing with a hint of fire and worship, like the most loyal believer. No matter what, these people are all formidable enemies for Gongzi's immortal collection this time, Xing Fan said softly, unable to help but show a worried look on his face. In his eyes, Gongzi is very strong, but these demons are also not vegetarian. If against, I'm afraid Gongzi will not be so easy it. After all, these people are the strongest heavenly prides in the Xian heavenly domain. Now that he had returned from his cultivation, being amongst the heavens pride, he was naturally able to see many things that ordinary people could not see. Below, Jiang Yingyu's steps were lotus-like and her face was exquisite, but it revealed an innate indifference and exaltation. Behind her, there was a round of bright moon vision, divine radiance centered, setting her off as the Xian knew above the nine heavens. With this kind of splendor, naturally as soon as they appeared on the stage, they harvested countless screams, and countless people's gazes looked towards this silhouette, with a touch of infatuation appearing in their eyes. As for Jiang Che, who was on the side, although he was equally extraordinary, he could only become a background plate when compared to him. Jiang family, Jiang Yingyu. Jiang Yingyu said calmly, without a trace of emotion in her eyes. In her eyes, no one in the world could accept her curtsy, not even her people. Jiang family, Jiang Che, who was following behind, also opened his mouth and laughed. Obviously, he was trying to befriend the Chu family duo. Chu Yan revealed a smile and spoke. The two of you, please come in. Xu Xing, who was on the side, glanced at Jiang Yingyu and frowned, but did not say anything. It wasn't until after the two had walked away that Xu Xing spat out. This legendary moon god is really as lonely and arrogant as the rumors say, and doesn't put anyone in her eyes. Chu Yan's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of dissatisfaction, but she suppressed it and did not speak. Chapter 152, Su Li's Change? On the other side, in the drunken immortal pavilion, within a luxurious box, Nangong Chen looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. His expression was bland, and there was a hidden smile in his eyes. I really didn't expect that I would run into Su Li, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. On the way here, haven't eaten yet, have you? Nangong Chen said softly, handing over the recipe in front of him. Su Li just wanted to refuse. After all, at the age of 10 years old, she had already repudiated. But seeing Nangong Chen's eyes, Su Li pondered a little and did not refuse, seriously picking up the recipe and observing it. Seeing this, Nangong Chen's eyes revealed a trace of consternation, originally thinking that she would reject it, but he didn't think that the other party would directly take it, which was somewhat out of his expectation. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile, as if he understood something. Speaking of which, it seems like he hasn't stayed with Su Li like this since he got married. Meeting either in battle or on the way to battle made him wonder a bit if he was considered married. Not bad now that I think about it. Soon after, Su Li returned the recipe to Nangong Chen. When Nangong Chen saw it, he wasn't surprised, and with a summons, he asked the second to take the recipes away. It's all veggies. The girls are trying to lose weight. He understands. Nangong Chen's eyes flickered as he thought in his heart. In this way, the two fell into a silence between them, and the atmosphere between them was somewhat strangely subtle. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so long. Lately, how's it going? Nangong Chen thought for a moment and decided to break the silence. Seeing this, Suli glanced at Nangong Chen and snorted out a laugh. What? How long has it been and you don't recognize me? Suli is already the best color on earth. Showing this smile, for a time heaven and earth is a little gloomy. Nangong Chen was a little lost in thought for a moment, but after reacting, he was silent. That's right, directly silent. At this moment, in Nangong Chen's mind, then, he was a bit confused. This script is not right. Suli should be the one with few words and few emotions. It's hard to get inside his head. Nangong Chen actually do not know. Two people in the experience of so many after. Suli has long been on him to put down the guard. Will reveal their most real side? Seeing that Nangong Chen was silent, Suli hummed and walked up, grabbing Nangong Chen by the collar of his shirt and spoke. Man, don't you know no better? Her eyes quietly looked at Nangong Chen's face, and if she looked closely, she would be able to find a touch of shyness in the bottom of her eyes. Ha! Something's wrong. Something's definitely not right. Nangong Chen's brain went down and he froze there motionless, his eyes showing a touch of shock. Could it be that his wife had given a takeover? The person who took her body is still the domineering president? Seeing that Nangong Chen was still silent, Suli silently put her hand down, and then quietly walked back to her position without speaking, her head lowered as if she was a child who had done something wrong. If you looked closely, you could notice the blush around her ears. Damn Chi Yao, you lied to me, ugh. Nangong Chen, he's ignoring me. Suli scolded with some aggravation in her heart. You still say that you yourself are a person who has been here before. Liar, don't believe you anymore. Chi Yao revealed a sarcastic smile. How could I be lying to you? This is what the book itself wrote. A way for couples to express their love. Hell, I don't know if it'll work for this brat. She didn't dare to reveal the novel inside her hand. She only dared to hide it at the back. If someone was at the back, they would definitely be able to see those big words. Overbearing Saint's son fell in love with me. If it is for people to know that the hall of a quasi-emperor, but also dare this kind of books, I'm afraid that it would shock countless people. Didn't you say you've been there yourself? Is there any use you don't know? Suli asked in disbelief, her eyes a little suspicious. When Chi Yao heard this, she touched the back of her head and said sardonically, maybe, times have changed. After all, I think this look is fine. Ah ha 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 ha. She also felt a little surprised. This look, how can not? If it is replaced by her, maybe the effect will be different. It turned out that during this period of time, Suli had been pondering how to express her love. After all, this kind of thing, but no one taught her. And Chi Yao, and with a fly-like, said every day that if they do not fight, by the time Nangong Chen to be snatched by someone have their own cry to go. Thinking about it, Suli decided to learn from Chi Yao, a past master, which led to the scene just now. On the other hand, Nangong Chen saw as if an ostrich General Suli also reacted. Thinking a bit, opened his mouth and asked, is this something that other people taught you? He thought that Suli had been taken over, but now that he saw Suli like this, he sighed. There are some things that can really be seen at a glance. When Suli heard it, it was as if the on button had been pressed. Her bleak beautiful eyes suddenly brightened up and she nodded heavily, and then she spoke in a whisper. I have a friend who taught me this when I asked her how to show my love. Hearing Suli's reply, Nangong Chen revealed a dazed look, with some black lines on his forehead. He knew that his own son was Suli. How could he do such things out? It must have been taught by someone. But the person who teaches this, I'm afraid it's not the domineering president who has seen too much. He dares to teach something from a novel. At this moment, Nangong Chen knew. Suli must have an unreliable dog-headed warlord behind her. And when he thought that Suli was in the nine heavens mysterious realm, but there was a soul body that reminded him of it. So it should be this soul body. Soon, Nangong Chen figured out everything and couldn't help but look at Suli with some softness in his eyes. Nangong Chen, am I so stupid that I can't express my love at all? Seeing that he was silent, Suli whispered, her eyes dimming again. She had always felt that she was a good-for-nothing except for her training. Nangong Chen lost his smile, flashed a touch of doting color, looked seriously into her eyes, and spoke. Suli, raise your head and look at me. Suli also raised her head to meet his gaze, a pair of ice blue eyes woofing. I didn't hate what you just did. I was just a little surprised at your transformation for a moment, and now that I've figured it out, I just think you're cute and I like it. Also, I don't agree with you that you're a very stupid person. You're very good at expressing love. At least for me, I can feel your heart. That's enough. This sincerity of yours is enough to make my heart flutter for the rest of my life. Nangong Chen said word for word, gazing into her eyes. Chapter 153, The Two of Us Move. Little Red's doubts. The words fell. Suli was stunned. The heart is like a stone fell into the calm lake, flooding a circle of ripples, constantly rippling away. The words spoken by Nangongchen seemed to be like magical sounds that surrounded her ears. I'll just think you're cute and I like it. This sincerity of yours is enough to make my heart sing for the rest of my life. After Suli reacted, her stunningly beautiful pretty face instantly crawled with redness, skimming to the side and not speaking, and inside her, waves have already risen. Is he confessing to himself? But we aren't already married? No, 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 Suli how can you be so stupid? Husband is saying love words to himself. Suli felt some heat in her brain, and her consciousness was a little confused. She had never suffered such a big battle. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, the corners of her mouth hooked into a smile. So it turns out that husband likes himself so much in his heart. He so happy. If only he'd say it more often in the future. I really love it. When no one is around, I make sure to grab my little notebook and write down what he says to me. On Nangongchen's side, after finishing these words in one breath, he appeared to be calm. But in fact, there were some waves in his heart. Kind of embarrassed that I'm in a funk, Nangongchen thought in his heart. His face was a little complicated, but when he saw Suli's appearance at the moment, he let out a sigh of relief. This little niece. If the two did not meet today, I am afraid that will not always hide those thoughts in the heart. Wait until one day suddenly burst. But thankfully, it's finally resolved now. Chi Yao, who was on the side, saw the two of them like this. The corners of her mouth lifted up crazily, and she simply couldn't suppress it. The more she looks at these two now, the better they match and the better they look. Too knocked up can only say. But thinking about what Nangongchen had just said, she couldn't help but blush a little. But it was well hidden. Suli is her own reincarnated body. That is to say, just now Nangongchen is also confessing to herself. Even her mind, which hadn't been shaken in millions of years, had some ripples in it today. Have to admit, this kid does know how to coax women. Even she is a little affected. And then, as if she had thought of something, Chi Yao revealed a flash of suspicion. It's not possible that this kid has said this to other women too. No. I have to keep a close eye on him in the future. I can't let our little Suli be bullied. Right. For his own reincarnation only. It's not that he or she has thoughts about this kid. Chi Yao rightfully thought, and then looked at Nangongchen with an inexplicable meaning in her eyes. And at this moment, Suli's heart finally calmed down somewhat as she turned her head to look at Nangongchen. At the sight of that handsome immortal-like face, Suli's face surfaced another blush. Thinking of what Nangongchen had just said, her vermilion lips flicked out, as if she wanted to say something, but then she fell silent, holding her tongue for a long time before she calmly said, I like you too. Soon after that, a blush crept up around her pale ears as well. When Nangongchen saw her look so sincere and genuine, a smile lifted up on his face and he responded, well, I know, I've always known. Well, Suli responded in a small voice. Two guests, the food is here. Just at this moment, the junior at the side pushed the door in and carried the dishes in his hands onto the table one by one. For a while, the table exuded a dense, immortal aura that could not help but tickle the taste buds upon seeing it. After Xiaoer finished serving the food, he also flew away, afraid of disturbing the duo. Obviously, Suli and Nangongchen's two temperaments were too extraordinary, and when they entered the drunken immortal pavilion, some of the higher-ups noticed. Then eat first. Nangongchen opened his mouth and laughed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Suli nodded. Seeing these dishes, the beautiful eyes could not help but float out of surprise. It seems to be doing quite well. Soon after, she took an elegant taste, her beautiful eyes exploding with light. It's good if it tastes good. Seeing her reveal such a look, Nangongchen also revealed a smile. It didn't take long for the table to be pretty much devoured. Nangongchen glanced at the sky and spoke, it's also time to depart. Aha, Suli, who was on the side, nodded. Akira, take us there. Suddenly, Nangongchen muttered to himself, not knowing to whom he was speaking. When Suli saw it, her head tilted, a little puzzled. Chick, is that me? But that's not my name. Only to see a small, fiery red figure on Nangongchen's shoulder, swishing away from him. In the next moment, a huge crimson-colored auger dragon appeared in the void, its body entwined with flames, emitting a terrifying aura. As soon as he appeared, countless gazes fell on Red Jiao. They were filled with shock, their eyes were fearful, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. They didn't know why such a strong demonic beast existed in the middle of Chu City. However, in the next moment, a figure dressed in white and full of snow leapt up and stood on top of the huge dragon's head. Nangongchen looked at Suli and revealed a smile. Come up. Suli saw the absolute beauty of the face before showing dawning color. The original is not called me ah. With a flash of her silhouette, she was already standing beside Nangongchen in the next moment. After Little Red sensed it, he didn't reject it, and a touch of excitement appeared in the dragon's eyes, and his entire body was trembling with it. After all, it now knew that this one above it was its mistress. Extraordinary. When Suli saw it, there was some doubt in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong with it? Could it be that it doesn't welcome me? She couldn't help but get a cold look in her eyes when she thought about it, and was already thinking about what she should eat. Braised dragon meat? Or steamed dragon head? After all, a mount that doesn't listen to its mistress is not a good mount. In an instant, the temperature around them cooled down a lot. She had a very bad attitude towards others besides Nangong Chen. Even the demonic beasts were no exception. As for Little Red below, he also suddenly felt a terrifying killing aura hovering over his head, and his body couldn't help but tremble a little. How dare someone disguise himself as a hostess? Xiao Qi thought in his heart. After all, Nangong Chen cannot release a killing gas to himself. The only possibility is that the woman on the head has a problem. No, it's just too excited. It knows you're my mistress and is reminding you to hold on to it later. It wants to show it off in front of you. Seeing this, Nangong Chen hurriedly said. When Suli heard this, she froze for a moment, then silently withdrew her breath, nodded, and spread a smile. Xiao Qi can really be a good dragon. Little Red froze again, and a flash of anthropomorphic shock appeared in his huge dragon eyes at the moment. What's going on? How come the murderous aura is gone all of a sudden? Is it just my illusion? Never mind. It's still too complicated to think about for now. In the next moment, Little Red rose up into the air, and his huge dragon body disappeared into the void in a matter of moments. Chapter 154, How dare you come? And those people in the original location, seeing this scene, then breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. The breath on this augur is too scary. I feel like I'm going to be eaten the next second. No, it seems like that person on top of the augur just now looks a bit familiar. Suddenly, some people reacted. Red scaly mount. He's a heavy pupil? In the crowd, someone said incoherently, his breath unsteady, his heart shaken. When the others heard this, the scenes of that day also came to their minds and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Asterisk 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 and really, don't you guys think that the woman beside him also looks a bit familiar? It's like the Ice Phoenix goddess that's been buzzing around lately. This direction they're going, does that mean they're going to the Immortal Collection? For a moment, the people in the streets couldn't help but stir. After all, they had seen two legends appear today, and in the drunken Immortal Pavilion, a figure was watching this side, the same shock appearing in the bottom of his eyes. He had just guessed, but was still shocked when he actually knew. If Suli was here, he would have recognized that this person was the food-serving waiter just now. On the other side, in front of the Chu family, the Void Island was still hot. More and more people were flocking this way. It was a good thing that the Chu family was a top-tier power with a vast territory. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. Soon, another silhouette fell, and a man in black wearing a python robe stepped out, and in front of his chest, there was a surging pressure. Just like a born saint, as soon as the crowd got a good look at the man's face, it created a stir. There was no other reason. This person was none other than the second true biography of the Sun God Palace, Yi Ku-chun. Isn't this cool, Sun Ya? I didn't think he would still dare to come. Wasn't he badly injured by the Ice Phoenix goddess last day? Yes, if I were him, I wouldn't dare to come. After all, my face is all gone. I can't beat him but I still let my elders in the family do it. Then he's a dead man. The heavy pupil is the Ice Phoenix goddess's Dao couple. This Immortal Collection, he'll have a good time. But then again, it seems like the heavy pupil hasn't come yet, and so has the Ice Phoenix goddess. You guys keep your voices down. He's looking their way. TSK, that look, it feels like he's going to swallow us. If he has the guts he'll do it in front of so many people? Among the crowd, a disdainful voice came from it. After Yi Gu-chung heard this, he swept a fierce glance at them. His face was a bit gloomy and his fists clenched. He didn't say a word, and even walked right past Chu Yan's face directly without even looking at him. When he left, Chu Yan was silent for a long time and cursed in a low voice. Sick. On the side, Chu Xing was forcibly holding back his laughter, his face reddening, not daring to laugh out loud. At this moment, Qing Yu, who was in the crowd, as if he had heard something shocking, turned his head to look at Qing Fan and said excitedly, "Did you hear that? The Duke hasn't come yet. We'll still be able to see the Duke later." "I've heard that too. But Your Excellency, didn't you leave one step ahead of us? Could it be that something happened on the way?" Qing Fan responded, his eyes a little puzzled. Qing Yu's pretty face paused for a moment before revealing a look of worry. "Yes, the Gongzi left before us. Could it be that he encountered something? I hope there is no danger." On the other side, the courtyard. The Chu family had specially prepared a resting treasure land with abundant spiritual chi for these demons from all over the world. After these celestial pride came, they also each found a place to sit down, seemingly resting their eyes, but in fact, their hearts had been focusing on the outside. These demons of theirs, their divine sense was not comparable to ordinary people, and they could sense the wind and grass outside. I didn't expect it. Kulsunya still dares to come. Isn't he afraid of death? Hell knows. Maybe he doesn't want to live. Lu Daju and Xiongda were sitting together, and when they saw Yi Gui appear, they were also communicating with their divine thoughts at the moment. Soon, a black figure came in from outside, and it was none other than Yi Gucheng. Yi Gucheng coldly swept a glance at them without saying anything and casually found a place to sit down and closed his eyes. The others who were sizing up Yi Gucheng also withdrew their minds and stopped paying attention when they saw this. Wang Tang glanced at where Yi Gucheng was, and a scornful look appeared in his eyes. This person, very strong, worthy of being a demon in the top 5 of the heavenly ranking. If the 4th on the heavenly ranking was this strong, how strong should this 2nd on the heavenly ranking be? Thinking of this, Wang Tang could not help but look towards a place, looking at the bright moon vision, and secretly swallowed his saliva. Even though Wang Tang was now at the same cultivation level as these demons, there was still a gap. Shimeng also glanced at Yi Gucheng, her beautiful eyes revealing curiosity. Is this person the one who has a grudge against the Ice Phoenix goddess? Speaking of the Ice Phoenix divine maiden, Shimeng felt some pity, not thinking that Nangong Chen had long since had a dowmate, or a woman with such outstanding natural talent. Looks like there's no hope in this life. Shimeng's heart was a little low and she no longer thought much about it, concentrating on preparing for this immortal collection. Soon a few more streams of light appeared in the outside world, and not long after, a few figures walked in, and the eyes of the crowd flickered a bit after seeing them. One person had a divine light in his eyes, and his robes looked like they were entwined with an immortal aura around his body. This person was none other than Lu Wuxin of the Lu family. For him, these people are still familiar. As soon as Lu Wuxin came in, after seeing Jiang Che, he walked over with some joy. The crowd is not surprised to see this. After all, the two are old acquaintances. There were two others who looked like scholars and were well-mannered, but they were the two demons of the Wen family, Wen Shan and Wen Zhe. These two people came from the 4 great families of Tianqi City, so they were not to be underestimated. As soon as Wen Shan and Wen Zhe came in, their faces were calm as they looked around and casually found a spot to land. The other heavenly pride didn't take the initiative to accost them, because the demons of Tianqi City, they weren't very familiar with. The last person, on the other hand, was a man with an inch of hair and somewhat fierce eyes. His features were very dark, and at first sight, he was the type that was not to be messed with. Yo, so few people. Looks like I'm not the last to arrive. The man laughed evilly. The sect master asked me to come over to make new friends, but it seems like there's none to make. Charlie looked around the circle with some disdain in his eyes and shook his head. As soon as these words came out, some people looked at him in the wrong way. What is this man's origin? Chao Li of the Kirin sect. I heard that he is the strongest disciple of the Kirin sect. He was able to carve the Kirin tattoo on his body when he was 8 years old. His battle prowess is extraordinary, not to be messed with, and today he is the 5th on the heavenly ranking. Lu Daju and Xiongda both exchanged words. Lu Daju's eyes revealed a touch of shock when he heard it.